Chapter: Birth of the Storm. His eyes opened, seeing only darkness in his wake as he floated in the water, wondering how he had survived a fall that high. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, 12-year-old genin of Konoha of the village hidden in the leaves, prankster, academic dead last, student of Kakashi Hatake, rival of Sasuke Uchiha, member of Team 7, and the one-day future Hokage. He recalled falling down here due to that lecherous sage, Jiraiya, he believed he called himself. The toad sage had tossed him down a ravine in order to call forth the red chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune that was sealed inside of him. He recalled what the fox said when they came in contact in his mind. While the fox agreed to lend him chakra when needed, the fox had said to enter the temple and discover the powers of the time before chakra. Restore time to its proper flow, and end this infernal paradox of the gods, before clamming its mouth up and banishing Naruto from his mind. His body was numb, the fall was actually painful if he was conscious, but now, he forced himself up, using his new water walking technique to help him up as he gritted his teeth in pain as he looked around. Behind him was a long path of darkness, and in front of him, looked like a submerged walkway made of stone. It was ankle deep, very useful for conserving chakra for any future encounters with any possible inhabitants of the area as he proceeded to walk on. Time felt like it was moving at an agonizingly slow pace as he walked. His feet were sore from the water and walking, his legs were tired and he felt his legs were starting to shiver from the cold. Was it nighttime already? No, the sun was still beaming, and it was still day. It must have been an hour since he fell in. But now the air was also cold as he found the reason why. There was a temple down here, ancient and preserved, and it looked like it was waiting for him for a very long time for some reason. He ran, his legs regaining their strength as he walked towards the entryway. He noticed a doorway there, blocked by a strange symbol resembling an overlapping sequence of black arrows as it glowed red. He walked up to it and while slightly nervous, knocked on the door. The final knock, Naruto left his hand on the door, wonder if anyone was there before giving up and tried to find another way to get out of the ravine as the glow and the symbol vanished, causing the doorway to open, revealing the inside, as if inviting him in. Not sure what happened, he heard something calling him inside, and if possessed, he walked in, following that voice as the doorway behind him was sealed shut. Lightning stirred from her sleep, hearing that all too familiar sound, she opened her eyes to see a pitch-black void in which she resides in. How long has it been since she last heard someone entering the pulse vestige? 10,000 years, 4,000 years, or was it around 30 years ago since someone came to this death trap? She didn't know, for she and her friends were all stuck in their own weapons until someone chose them for their role in this harebrained scheme of the Maker. She sensed that her fellow members had awoken to the sound of someone entering the vestige. Odd, she didn't sense any Kaiith that usually prowl through these hallways and the path to here, Anima's throne. It's as if they were ordered not to attack the person. Maybe it was someone important that Anima had to make sure did not die entering here. Guys, are you sensing this? She telepathically asked them as Fang made her reply. I'd wager that it is someone very unique that Anima was expecting to brand as an lassie, maybe one with incredible potential. She replied, her accent still there even after all those years. I just hope that whoever it is won't be targeted by the Maker or that guy after whoever it is gets branded into a fellow lassie. Spoke one Hope's time from his prison that was his boomerang. Shish, they're here. Vinny hushed as all of the lassie masters rolled their eyes. They spoke telepathically, so no one can hear their voices. But they stayed quiet as a small figure walked up the steps of the throne room and looked around and they were all shocked. It was a kid. The boy looked around, observing the weapons as his right hand trailed the various weapons, as if feeling their history with slight on them. Hey kid, if you want lessons on being a hero, then I'm your man. Snow shouted out as Saz sighed, maybe you forgot, but he can't hear us remember. The pilot asked the hero, as Vinny looked at the kid. You know, he's kind of cute. I just want to pet those whisker marks on his cheek. Vinny said as Fang looked at the boy. I kinda admit I can practically sense the very potential around him, and the possible adventures that follow suit. Now if only if he could just choose. Fang trailed off as suddenly all the legendary crystal heroes of Cocoon noticed a distortion in the air. It's a paradox. Lightning exclaimed in shock as she watched the boy practically split into 6 copies, each looking at the weapons the lassie masters were trapped in. They all could practically feel Fang grinning right now. See, now I knew he'd be an interesting kid. Well, since we probably might not see each other again, take care of yourself Sunshine, and don't cause your version of the boy any trouble Vinny. Fang said to both Lightning and Vinny as one version of the boy picked up Fang's spear as the connection with her was cut off. Well, it's time to teach my new student how to be a hero. Snow announced with an unseen pumped fist as the mental connection with him was cut out. Well, I guess I can help the poor kid out. It could be hard for someone like him to take on such a heavy burden. See ya all later. Saz told the others as the connection with him was cut off. Well, wish me luck. I just hope that I can handle teaching someone around my physical age. Hope said as the connection with him was cut off. Then it was only Lightning and Vinny left in the conversation. Well, I'm not sure if you'll need it, but good luck, Lightning. Vinny cheered as the connection between them was over. Lightning looked at the boy. He looked familiar for some reason, and her memory was kind of bad since she got sealed into her weapon again after being freed for a small amount of time. Sleeping through everything until someone came to awaken her did that, leaving only a huge blank in her memories as the last version of the boy, the original she sensed, picked up her blazefire saber by the handle and lifted it. Naruto wasn't sure what this weapon was. It looked like a sword, but it looked more advanced than the weaponry he was familiar with. Was this some sort of super weapon locked away years ago? Shaking the thought out, he turned to see the other items on their pedestals disappear without a trace as he wondered what in the world was going on. Then, he heard the sound of metal moving as he quickly turned and saw a strange metal object hidden by the shadows move as it revealed a strange metallic creature with a crystal core in its center with a strange claw as strange floating manipulators near it, acting as some sort of defense mechanism. Your trial awaits you, defeat Anima, a voice told him as he leapt back and began to channel chakra, only to not feel it. What the hell, I can't use my chakra. He thought in shock as he dodged a manipulator as he gritted his teeth and looked at the weapon in his hand. His hold onto it tightened the more he tried to let go of it, so he had no choice. Use the weapon to defeat this Anima creature. If you want to fight, then bring it on. Naruto challenged as he dashed towards his opponent. He dodged the right manipulator and slashed at it before leaping back, noticing it was being pushed back by another him. He noticed that it was a ghostly image of him wearing that coat that vanished, and he was using his fists that seemed to have been enhanced. Then there was another, with those two weird weapons he could not comprehend as he noticed it fired projectiles at foes. Another one was holding that spear, another a boomerang, and the last one holding a rod that used strange long wires and hooks for a weapon, and now the sword he wielded. Looks like this day got stranger as he went with it and continued with the fight. He and the phantom versions of himself worked in silent harmony as they evaded the attacks, destroying the extra appendages as they took on the main body as it was overwhelmed by the unity of 6 incarnations of Naruto from different paradoxes as its body began to fail, regenerating from these constant attacks as it couldn't keep up the pace with creating new manipulators to defend itself from the oncoming slaughter from these candidates that overcame its expectations. Anima had decided, these 6 will be worthy lessee for the great hollowed pulse as the crystal organ glowed brightly as its body began dying. That was then, the world became undone. Naruto could not believe where he was at. He was in some sort of void, with those other versions of himself, those phantom lookalikes as a giant, glowing green crystal floated overhead. This feeling was nostalgic for some reason. The sounds of giant bells ringing were the only sounds in this abyss as a beam of green light struck the crystal, destroying it as a giant, mechanical being, with half of its face resembling that of a human, looked down upon the boy and his counterparts. Child of prophecy, your destiny is set. Breathe in life to thy counterparts, and set in motion thy path. Thou will be thee, who will awaken thy creator. The being said, as tendrils of green energy wrapped themselves around Naruto as they also impaled a certain part of the other phantom versions of himself as Naruto felt his mind being torn apart in an agonizing way as he felt his whole body burning, choking, corroding. It was as if his very soul was being ripped to pieces as his very view on the world was starting to become undone forever, and he had failed to notice 3 pieces of energy, which were in fact, parts of his own soul, entering in the gaps of time and space, seeking a power to give them form and complete the missing pieces of the puzzle. In the endless seas of chaos of Valhalla, one fragment of the soul entered a giant, black greatsword impaled onto the blackened sand of the beach. The eye in the center of the hilt opening up as the chaos of Valhalla gave the being form as one Naruto Uzumaki, heir to the heart of chaos, was born. From this moment, here and now, I, Key's ballad, make you my heir. Come forth, Nero, and take your role as the new guardian of the Ceres. The voice within the sword spoke as the newly dubbed Nero grabbed the blade and swung it onto his back as he looked up to the sky and smirked. May oblivion be the fate of all things, the Uzumaki uttered as he turned around and proceeded to fulfill his mentor's command, seek the location of the Ceres, Yule, and protect her from any threats that come in her way. In another timeline, the second fragment entered the dual blades of Noel, as it took form as another Naruto was born, kneeling down with both blades in hand as he looked up from his birth into the world. I don't like this one bit. I just hope nothing terrible happens. The boy told himself as he looked around, wondering where was he in this strange place. The third and final fragment dwelling in the gaps of time was involved with a paradox. A forgotten twin dwelling in that timeline was alive, and the body of the supposed fragment's soul is dead, so it heard a calling for it as it followed it to Valhalla, to the throne of the goddess Etro as a blade impaled in front of the throne alone, waiting for a new knight to be chosen as the fragment merged with it, becoming the new knight of the goddess. My blade shall be the one that shall cut down those who dare disrupt the balance of this world. You have my word, Lady Etro, muttered the armored Naruto Uzumaki as he discarded his name and gave himself a new name as he began his training to be up to par with his predecessor before him. A raging tempest of the goddess, bringing ruin to those that dare harm the delicate balance of the world. Naruto saw the full moon, radiating a beautiful glow as he noticed something in its light. A creature of some sort. No, it was a monster with 10 menacing tails as the earth shook as the monstrosity roared, and its one eye had 4 concentric circles with 9 tomo in the 3 circles closest to the pupil. The creature looked like it was looking at him as it roared, causing the entire field it was on to be wiped out as the vision ended. He awoke to white, not the kind in the hospital rooms, but the kind if you were in limbo. He wondered, had he died? No, it didn't feel like the afterlife as he noticed he was no longer holding onto that sword he picked up was gone. That was then, he noticed he was not alone. Turning around, he turned to see a woman in her early 20s, sitting cross-legged on a floating chair with the sword in her lap, looking at him. The boy was stunned. This woman had a beauty that no other women have, and yet, had a sense of familiarity with her, as if he knew her in a different life. Welcome, Redeemer and Destroyer, Pawn and Messiah, to your destiny that has begun to unfold in this tale of crystals. Lightning greeted her student as the boy was stunned with the situation that was going on. In another world, a world devoid of life, a robed figure twitched. His 4 pitch black wings, with glowing, pulsing veins glowing, fluttering in the wind as the being looked up at the sky. I will have my revenge cipher, and I'll make sure you suffer for the humiliation I have endured eons ago. Once this is over, the figure growled in anger, as underneath the hood, death had a twisted smile on his face. Chapter 2, Conversation and Start of a Journey. So let me get this straight, Naruto said as he enlightening her in a Japanese-style house in his mind drinking tea. I am your successor as a lassie with a focus that if I don't finish in a certain amount of time, I would turn into these crystal zombie-like creatures called Kaiith, right? Naruto asked as Lightning nodded her head solemnly, still sipping her tea. That's all believable to me, Naruto said before developing a small tick mark and throwing into the ceiling, along with flying pigs and the tooth fairy. Guess which anime character said that line as well, lol, only for Lightning to whack him with a cane out of nowhere. To bad runt, Lightning said, causing Naruto to glare at her. Hey, it's not his fault, he's still the shortest person in the academy still. Because this is all real, and if you try to run away from the focus, then you will be a Kaiith in less than an hour, unable to fulfill your dream as Hokage. Lightning said, waiting for the words to process, and saw the look of horror on his face. Isn't there some way out of this? Naruto asked hopefully, only for Lightning to shake her head no. The only way out of it is to complete the focus given to you. Lightning said, when you were branded, you were given a vision, correct? She asked as Naruto nodded. Then that's a clue of your focus. Lightning said. Lightning, I have question. Naruto said as she looked at him straight in the eyes, if I fulfill my focus, what will happen? Naruto asked, causing Lightning to sigh. When a lassie completes their focus, they are rewarded by being turned into crystal and gain immortality until they are needed again. Lightning explained as Naruto looked at her with disbelief. It's true, after all, me and the others were turned into crystal after we saved Cocoon from destruction. Lightning said, causing Naruto to go wide-eyed, and she answered his unasked question. Yes, I and my friends saved the world when it was still there, and due to that we became famous heroes after the destruction of the fal'Cie. But somehow Anima survived and was waiting for something, which I went to investigate with the others. Somehow we were sealed away in our weapons, and after someone picked one of them up, our conscious appeared inside them, trying to train them to live up to our expectations. Sadly, all of them turned into Kaiith and are now currently wandering these ruins, acting as security guards doomed to forever haunt the hallways. Lightning said as Naruto gulped nervously. Naruto said, thinking of his vision, and made out some clues. Let's see here, the creature I saw in my vision had 10 tails, 1 giant eye similar to the Sharingan, and had foul chakra that life near it were dying like it was some kind of poison. Maybe Kyuubi has some clues. I'll try and ask the plushie when I get the chance. Naruto thought before turning his attention to Lightning. We need to get you to the first arc where I will help you train with my gunblade, Naruto. Lightning said, only for Naruto to look at her strangely. What? Lightning asked. I never told you my name, so how do you know it? Naruto asked her with a suspicious look on his face. It's because somehow I saw your memories of your life when I entered your mind, and I was shocked when I first saw them. Lightning said, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. You were hated by people because they couldn't tell the difference between you and the fox, and you still looked on the bright side even when you were down and never gave up. Their hatred was similar back when Cocoon feared me and my friends when we were made pulseless, but we proved them that we were not monsters and became legends afterwards. She said as Naruto nodded his head. So what's your name? Naruto asked, because lightning isn't a person's name, more like an alias to me. He said as lightning nodded. L won't tell you my real name until after you've proven yourself worthy as a lassie, but I'm going to train you for your chunin exams and give that Neji kid a lesson. Lightning said, causing Naruto to grin only for it to disappear when he sensed a menacing aura coming from lightning. And when you meet this, rasengan, lightning said, I want you to teach him a lesson about peeking at women. She shouted, causing Naruto to yelp and crawl backwards into the wall in fear. One more thing, if you ever use that sexy jutsu of yours without clothes, then I will make you suffer pain that no man has ever seen. Lightning added with a glare that gave Naruto chills up his spine as he nodded fearfully, hoping not to invoke her wrath upon him. Good, now it's time for your basics with a gunblade. Lightning smiled a little too sweetly, causing Naruto to sweat nervously. When Naruto woke up, he had one major headache. Was that a dream? Naruto thought before checking his chest to see that the Pulse Lassie brand was there. I guess not. Naruto thought bitterly as he got up and picked up the gunblade. Need to find a way out of here, Naruto said as he got up and looked around for an exit. When he got out of the room, he saw a group of Kayith there howling in anguish as Naruto looked at them with pity. Poor things, Naruto said, I need to put them out of their misery. As he took on Lightning's fighting pose as the Kayith came close. Naruto, focus and use Libra. Lightning's voice echoed through his mind as he nodded. Libra, Naruto shouted as he threw his left arm out like he was casting something, and a weird gear-like image appeared on the Kayith, giving Naruto data on his datalog which he found in a treasure sphere before he left the Chamber of Heroes, and it revealed it to be a ghoul Kayith with many weaknesses. When Naruto was about to attack, Lightning's voice called to him, you are on commando style, use paradigm shift to change to Ravager. Lightning said in his head, which Naruto nodded to. Paradigm shift, Ravager, Naruto shouted as his red aura turned into a blue one. Lightning then continues to instruct Naruto while watching him from his mind, now that you are in Ravager, you can use elemental spells like thunder to deal electric damage to enemies. Try it out, Lightning said as Naruto followed her instructions. Thunder, Naruto said as he threw a barrage of lightning bolts onto the Kayith, effectively killing them. When Naruto was about to leave, he noticed some stuff where the Kayith once stood, and when he got closer, he noticed some of them looked like gems. What are they? Naruto asked Lightning as he picked them up. Spoils from the battle. Keep them with you because they will be useful one day, but for now they are nothing at the moment. Lightning said as Naruto put them in a safe place in his ninja pouch. As Naruto continued his journey through the ruins, dispatching a few groups of Kayith every now and then, he noticed a floating treasure sphere at the corner and went over and opened it. Inside it was a different gunblade from the one he was using. The major difference besides the color was the edge of the blade, which looked like it was meant for brute strength, and he decided to take it. When he took it, Lightning told him the name of that gunblade was called Gladius, and she said that he guessed right, for it is more for a physical attack gunblade, but she told him not to equip it yet until he was used to her Blazefire Saber gunblade first. When Naruto got to the top of the ruins a few minutes later, his lassie mark glowed and caused some of the writings on the floor to glow and open to reveal a ship to come out, much to his shock that quickly ended as he entered the ship and followed Lightning's instructions to set it on autopilot to the first arc to begin his training. While the ship was flying out of the ravine and Naruto was relaxing, training mentally with his powers, while Lightning unlocked a few more things in his crystarium, letting him use the water spell as well as a few physical, magical, and stamina-enhancing boosts. They noticed a spiky white-haired man looking at the ship with surprise before it took off to the unknown. I'll be back, rasengan, just need to take care of a few things. Naruto thought as he continued with his journey that will change the lives of everyone and everything around him. Chapter 3, Aerial Assault and the Vile Peaks. Naruto woke up to a sudden jolt on the ship, which was currently on autopilot, and looked out the window to see if something was wrong. When he saw the problem, he saw a strange dragon-like creature tackling the ship from the side, and Lightning recognized the creature anywhere. Be careful, Naruto, this is a PSICOM annihilator called a Garuda Interceptor. It's very powerful for a newborn lassie like you, Lightning said. Naruto nodded as the alerts started to beep. Warning, dangerous foe in pursuit of US, analyzing. OPPENET is Garuda Interceptor, opening hatch for combat purposes initiated. The computer said as the top of the ship transformed into a flat platform. Naruto looked confused at this, so Lightning explained it to him. It's an aerial fighting platform, Naruto. If you step on it, it will help you fight against the Annihilator while the ship is on autopilot. Lightning said as the ship was rocked again by the Garuda Interceptor, making Naruto slip and fall to the floor. Hurry up and beat it, Naruto. Or else it will kill us. Lightning shouted in his mind, making him get up and go out to the top of the ship by elevator. When the elevator reached the top, Naruto looked around for any signs of the Garuda with the Blazefire Saber in hand as he cautiously checked for his opponent's whereabouts. He calmed himself down, closed his eyes, and listened. He heard the engines roaring with life, the wind blowing on his face, and from behind him, he heard the faint sounds of wings flapping. Naruto smirked and turned his gunblade into gun mode as he quickly turned around and fired, effectively bringing the wyvern-like weapon into a crash landing. Gotcha, Naruto said as the Garuda quickly got on its feet and began trying to flap its wings to take off in the air again. Oh no you don't, Naruto shouted as he made the gunblade into sword form again as he charged and stabbed the joint of one of the wings and added pressure to it till he heard a snapping sound and a roar of agony. He quickly removed the blade and jumped back as it tried to bite him. The Garuda looked at its broken wing and tested it to see if it could still fly, only to roar with fury as its freedom in the sky was taken away from him as it casted a barrier around it as it started launching lightning from its mouth at Naruto, who started dodging them easily. You know something, lightning? Naruto thought. What? Lightning asked in a worried tone. This is a good way for training, you know, avoid being cooked by thunder strikes to increase your evasive maneuverability. He asked as he felt lightning eye twitch. Is this necessary to talk about right now? Lightning asked in an annoyed tone, causing Naruto to laugh as he happily danced around the lightning strikes the Garuda fires, which annoys it ever further, which caused to miss more as it got more frustrated. Well, enemies are prone to make mistakes when they get angry, right? Naruto thought as he felt lightning nod. Well, this sucker of an overgrown gecko is so angry that it's not focusing its aim properly. Naruto said while laughing and kept dodging the attacks that kept missing their mark. Interesting, he makes his enemies so angry that they being making mistakes while trying to kill him. Clever little brat, Lightning thought as she sat back and watched her student's performance. Naruto was getting bored of dodging lightning strikes that the Garuda interceptor kept launching, so he launched a barrage of water on it as it began charging. 3, 2, 1. Naruto said as he smirked as the Garuda began to be electrocuted by its own electricity before it glared at Naruto, who was aiming the gunblade in gun form. Jackpot. Naruto said as he shot it right in the center of the head, killing it, making it fall to the ground dead. Naruto went to the head and noticed something on it. He picked them up and they looked like some kind of passes. He quickly read them and they said unicorn market and up in arms, which made Lightning's eyes widen in surprise at the name of them, and she told him to hold on to them and that they are very important, which Naruto put in his special compartment of his kunai pouch where he kept other interesting things he found safe and hidden from others. When he put the electronic passes away, he pushed the dead body of the Garuda interceptor off the roof and watched its body fall into the ocean before going inside to get something to eat. Naruto, your crystarium has grown to the second stage and new abilities have been revealed. But it will take a while to unlock them for you to use them, sadly. Lightning said as she saw Naruto's excitement turn into disappointment. If you train more, maybe you might acquire more abilities to use later on your journey. By the way, did anyone say you're an idiot? Lightning asked as she saw Naruto's sweat drop at the question, causing Lightning to smirk. I guess that answers my question, Lightning said, causing Naruto to scowl. Don't be like that, I haven't had anything fun to do in over 5,000 years. Lightning said, causing Naruto to snort. Yeah, like anyone wants to be stuck inside their weapon without anything else to do but wait. Naruto said until he realized something. So that meant that your certain needs were all bottled up over the years. Naruto asked with a perverted look on his face, only to feel a painful surge of electricity hitting him with the voltage level of 1800, turning him into a crisp while he was lying on the floor twitching painfully, felling Lightning blush in his mind. I'll take that as a yes, Naruto said weakly as he got electrocuted again and fell into blissful unconsciousness. After the painful electrocution was over, Naruto noticed that the ship engines were not on, and when he looked out the window, it looked like he was in some sort of junkyard of some kind. When Naruto got out of the ship, he immediately pulled out his gunblade as his sixth sense kicked in as he heard mechanical machines moving around, and so Naruto snuck around to find out what the noises are and saw something that you don't see every day. From what Lightning told him, these were pulse automata machines that were used by Pulse when they tried to invade Cocoon, and he noticed they were fighting against some beaten down droids of some sort. Careful Naruto, without anyone to back you up it will be dangerous, Lightning said as Naruto was in a thinking pose before getting an idea. He quickly casted Libra on the two groups of machines and discovered that they all share the same elemental weakness in the form of electricity. He created a group of shadow clones to make an ambush when the time was just right. After the two groups of robots were getting weaker, Naruto sent his clones a signal and they all charged in, launching a barrage of thunder spells on them, effectively destroying them. Naruto dispelled his clones and noticed there were spoils in this fight and went to collect them. He acquired 2 digital circuits, a few vials of paraffin oil, a spark plug, and 1 passive detector. When he put them away in his pouch, he noticed he was running out of room and made a mental note on how to make storage seals for next time he gets spoils from the battle. Naruto went back to the ship to reactivate it, but the computer said he was out of fuel, much to his frustration. While he was trying to find a way to get the engine started, Lightning used this time to try and unlock some more abilities in Naruto's crystarium. She was able to unlock all of them surprisingly in shock and noticed that he had more left that made her gap. It was the amount of CP he had, it was more than she expected there to be and it was enough to unlock half of the abilities of his crystarium if it were to expand again. That's when she noticed a familiar presence in the pouch. She asked Naruto to look inside it and to her complete shock and surprise, he was holding onto a growth egg of all things. Naruto, where did you get that egg? Lightning asked a very confused Naruto. I had it when I was 6, the old man gave it to me as a birthday present when I turned 6 and he told me as long as I had it, good luck will follow me. Why do you ask? Naruto asked a very dumbfounded Lightning. Never mind, just go look around and maybe you might find some fuel somewhere out there. Lightning said as Naruto left the ship to explore the junkyard only to notice a sign that wasn't there before. It said, "Welcome to the Vile Peaks," much to Naruto's confusion and to Lightning's surprise again. Naruto followed the path and found some interesting machinery lying around and looked to see if they had any fuel before moving on. When he got to a platform, he noticed a strange stone suddenly floating up and facing him much to Naruto's surprise as he quickly drew his sword. Wait, Lightning shouted, that's a Kaiyuth stone, they give out quests to fellow Lassie to complete their focus in which they failed to do so they could move on, if you help it, rewards will be given. After all, I completed all of them and the equipment and items they give you once you complete them will make you a force to be reckoned with. She finished causing Naruto to go wide-eyed as he put his hand on the stone making it glow. Time is of the essence, young one, the trial ahead is way before your time. You will meet a familiar face there but she will not recognize you when you come to these parts of the past. Be on your guard and do not lose sight of your goal. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. It asked him if he was ready to face his ordeal. Naruto nodded and then everything was engulfed by a bright light. Chapter 4, Time Travel, Vile Peaks. When the light subsided, Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. He noticed the Vile Peaks looked different and noticed something else. His outfit changed. He was wearing a black shirt, a white Sanctum soldier jacket that was more like a short-sleeved long white coat with fire designs at the edges of the coat, a long red cape attached to the left side of the back of the jacket, and he noticed it looked like a combination of Lightning's jacket and the fourth Hokage's when he looked at his reflection from a nearby pond. He looked at his right shoulder and noticed he had some green metal object that has two glowing red stripes on it. He also wore black Anbu pants and black leather boots. He started to look around and noticed the Kaiyuth stone that sent him there was glowing, so he walked up to it and was about to touch it until he heard the mysterious voice in his head. You have been sent to the past, you will lose Lightning's gunblade in this timeline because if the two blades were to clash with each other from a different time, a paradox will ensure. You can only use the Gladius gunblade here since it is the only gunblade you have with you. The Lightning in your time is not with you, so you will have to fight alone and use your own wits to survive this trial. Now go forth and find what you are looking for and return here when you're done. After the voice finished, the Kaiyuth stone fell to the ground unmoving. With no other choice, Naruto left the stone and went to explore the place to find the fuel he needs and get out of there without getting in trouble. Though when you're in Uzumaki, trouble finds you. Vile Peaks devastated dreams. Naruto was getting annoyed, these creatures and pulse machines kept attacking him and he hated having no one to talk to. He then noticed a strange mechanical object that seems to be off and he was just about to investigate it only to grab Gladius and swung it behind him to block an attack from another gunblade as he turned around and gasped at the sight of a familiar face of Lightning. He quickly kicked her in the stomach and leapt backwards and got into a fighting position. Why is there a bottom security soldier doing out here? Lightning asked as she noticed that she attacked a 12-year-old with a glowing red badge which marked him as lieutenant. How could a kid like you even get into Guardian Corp? Lightning asked, which made Naruto's eyes narrow. Don't underestimate me like other idiots, Lightning. Naruto said, causing her to raise an eyebrow. How do you know me? Lightning asked with her gunblade still out. Naruto smirked and said, because I wanted to know the name of the beautiful lady I'm talking to now. Causing a small blush to appear on her left cheek at the comment. Wow, that kid sure knows how to flirt, said a man with a pilot's jacket and an afro-like hairstyle with a chocobo chick in it. Naruto noticed a silver-haired kid and an orange redhead with him. But aren't you a little too young to be in Guardian Corp and flirt with women? Yes I am. Naruto said, causing the redhead to giggle as she somehow got in front of him and started to pull his face around. Aw, you're so cute, the redhead said as she pinched his cheeks and rubbed his whisker marks. Naruto quickly used the replacement jutsu with the silver-haired kid and watched as the poor boy got his cheeks pinched. When she noticed whose cheeks she was pinching, she stopped and pulled back. Sorry, Hope, the girl said to the now named Hope, who was now rubbing his sore cheeks. Now I understand why that kid swapped places with me, Vani, because your pinches are as strong as a crab. Hope said to the now named girl Vani. Wait a minute, if you're there then who's, the man said as he looked to his side to see Naruto right by him, causing him to jump and fall backwards. What's wrong, old man? Naruto asked as the said man got up and dusted himself. Well, first things first, my name is Saz, not old man. Saz said while Lightning got an eye twitch at what she is seeing. A kid no less is in Guardian Corp, flirts with her, and somehow switches place with Hope and makes a complete fool of them without even trying. She quickly rushes at the boy with gunblade in hand only for the boy to bend backwards and slide under her. Black lace pants. I see you're a bold one. Naruto said with a smirk, making her face red with embarrassment and anger. She was about to launch a barrage of spells at him only to stop as a heap of junk came to life and it revealed a giant pulse machine. Naruto smirked and decided to liven things up and got into a pose. Show time, Naruto said as the battle commenced. Naruto casted a Libra spell on it and scowled, be careful. Physical and magic-based attacks are reduced, use elemental attacks. Naruto shouted as he threw a few thunder spells and avoiding being clawed at by the dreadnought. Lightning decided to kill the kid later and got into the battle using the smart bomb paradigm with Vani using her death shell and to protect on the machine as it started to emit steam from its body. Naruto leapt on the back of the dreadnought and tried to get the controls only for the living wrecking ball to attack him, trying to get him off. That's it, I've had enough of you. Naruto said as he used a spark strike on the controls causing the machine move shake violently. That can't be a good sign, Naruto said as he jumped off. The minute he did though, the dreadnought used its wrecking ball on the floor causing everyone to fall into the pit with the dreadnought jumping in after them. Way to go, kid, you just had to make it angry, did you? Saz asked. Put a sock in it. Naruto replied as he narrowly dodged a flamethrower attack from the machine. Lightning was trying to get an opening and noticed that the controls Naruto hit were damaged but still operational. We need to attack the controllers again. Lightning shouted as Naruto nodded his head in confirmation as he turned his head to her. Time for a duel casting, Naruto asked as she nodded her head as their auras turned blue. Cover us, Naruto shouted to Saz, Vani and Hope, who joined in and they attacked the dreadnought, getting its attention while Naruto and Lightning sneaked right behind it. How are we going to get up there? Lightning asked since she could have jumped from the dreadnought's arms, but it would give her away. Naruto smirked at the question and did something that she did not expect, like this. Naruto shouted as he wrapped his arm around her waist and used his chakra to jump on top of the dreadnought as light as a feather without it even noticing. She quickly got out of his hold and started launching spells and a few aquastrike and spark strikes with Naruto following behind. Naruto decided to do things Uzumaki style and charged up a spark strike and stabbed into the controllers causing the machine to overload and crash to the ground, completely falling apart. When he and Lightning jumped off, they noticed two kits inside the machine and took it and looked inside to see odd tools. It seems to be a kit to upgrade weaponry, Lightning said with a smirk before realizing she wanted to get back at the blonde-haired kid who was walking through a tunnel and was waving. Thanks for the info, Light, Naruto said as he left the area. Get back here, Lightning shouted as she chased after him with Saz sighing with exhaustion and Vani giggling at the sight. Hope was just surprised at that Lightning lost her temper to some 12-year-old and followed them. Naruto looked around some of the wreckage of ships and found what he was looking for. Aha, there it is, Naruto shouted as he summoned clones to lift a barrel of fuel and exit the cargo hold only to be grabbed by the scruff of his shirt by Lightning, who was glaring at him. Can I help you? Naruto nervously asked as Lightning looked straight in his eyes. Who are you? What is a kid doing in Guardian Corp and why are you able to use magic? Lightning asked in an interrogator's tone only for Naruto to roll his eyes. You're not going to do the old, good guy, bad guy, thing, are you? Because I need to refuel my ship before my teacher kills me, Naruto said, causing her to raise an eyebrow. And who is your teacher exactly? Lightning asked while looking into his eyes to see if he was lying or not. Naruto decided to give her the best truth he could think of. An old man who is a self-proclaimed super pervert that peeks at women with no shame at all and is a dangerous fighter when someone ruins his research for a book he writes, Naruto said with an annoyed tone as Lightning saw that he was telling the truth and became furious that the said pervert was teaching this kid on how to be a pervert. Thanks for that info. Now tell me how you can use magic and why do you wear a uniform? Lightning demanded as Saz, Hope and Vani came by and listened to how the kid acquired the ability to use magic. Well, I'm just like you, Naruto said as he got out of her hold and lifted up his shirt revealing the Pulse Lassie brand that to Lightning looked eerily similar to where her brand is. Great, another kid is dragged into this mess. Saz sighed only for Naruto to look at him. At least I know how to fight unlike most of you, I would guess you guys are rookie Lassie to huh? Naruto asked as they nodded their heads in agreement. Another one down, one more to answer, Lightning said as they neared a giant ship to rest at. Well, I can't really recall how I joined. It just happened after they saw my abilities before I became a Lassie. Naruto lied with a blank expression as he sat down while his clones who were carrying the fuel catched up with them dispelled themselves much to the others' surprise. Guess we know how special your abilities are now. Saz commented, but what about your parents? He asked. When Naruto heard this question, he looked away and sadly replied, they died on the same day I was born. I'm an orphan at birth. This caused many to gasp at the news and Vani decided to give him a hug to try and cheer him up. There now. We could be your family now. Vani happily said, causing everyone save Naruto to look at her like she was crazy. Naruto got out of Vanille's hug and summoned clones to grab the fuel. Thanks but no thanks. Because I already lost my childhood to the cruelty of people who abused me when I was younger, so I decided to hide under a mask of a prankster for most of my life. But in reality, I grew up and had that hidden from even those I consider close to me. When he said that, it reminded Lightning when her parents died and she took up the name she has now. See you guys next time, and avoid getting killed here, this place is a death maze. Naruto said as he and his clones left them. Naruto got to the Ka'ith stone with no problems at all, not even a single creature or machine was there at all. Naruto guessed that the PSICOM hunters were here to find Lightning and her group. He had to ask her more about her journey as a lassie to figure out how to avoid becoming a Ka'ith. When he touched it, the mysterious voice ringing in his head. Be careful child, when you get back you will be in a world of pain soon. And here are 2 presents, one for you and one for Lightning and Merry Christmas. The voice ended and a new gunblade appeared in front of Naruto, who grabbed it, and then a light from the Ka'ith stone entered Naruto, making him wonder what happened and what was Christmas as he and the fuel tank were sent back to the future. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he felt the familiar presence of Lightning inside his mind and suddenly got electrocuted for some reason. Ouch! What was that for? Naruto asked her as he got electrocuted again by Lightning. For being a pervert with myself in the past and messing with me, you bastard. Lightning practically shouted inside his mind. If I ever get a body I would beat you up so bad that your mother and father won't recognize you once I'm through with you. Lightning said. Suddenly Naruto's body began to glow as he felt her presence in his mind, leaving with the light as she somehow became physical, much to their surprise, and Naruto made a conclusion. That second gift the Ka'ith stone gave me was for you to come out at will, it seems, Naruto said before paling. Uh-oh, he trailed off as he saw Lightning smiling a little too sweetly at him. In a blink of an eye, Naruto grabbed the fuel tank with the strength he never imagined and ran as if hell was after him, and was already at the ship refueling it as Lightning started to race to the ship to deliver justice to him. Naruto had just finished emptying the tank and quickly started up the ship and closing the hatch, not noticing that Lightning got in at the last second as he took off. Man, I thought I was a goner. Naruto said out loud as he relaxed in the pilot seat until he felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to pale in pure horror as he heard a familiar voice behind him. Really? Because from where I'm standing I see a dead man. Lightning said, causing Naruto to leap onto the ceiling in pure shock and cling to it like a cat would. Mercy? Naruto asked, which caused Lightning to chuckle. Sorry, I'm all out of mercy right now. Lightning said as she jumped and grabbed Naruto, slammed him to the floor and was about to give him a boot to the face, only to hit nothing as Naruto got behind her. Think Naruto. What do you know about Lightning right now that could save your own hide? Naruto thought until he realized that she was sealed in her own blade for over thousands of years with nothing to do, and decided to pull a stunt that would make Ero Sennin proud of him. He put his hand underneath her turtleneck and with one finger, makes it go up her spine, causing her to straighten up in shock at the foreign feeling in her spine. Before she could react to what happened, she felt something massaging her left breast, causing that feeling in her to break out. Meanwhile, back at Konoha, after Jiraiya told the third what happened to Naruto, he had suddenly busted into tears while saying, another kid has fallen to the art of perversions, and I have a feeling it's Naruto. Causing the third to sweat drop. Chapter 5. Danger, Horny Lightning. It was morning and the ship had landed at the first arc, but the problem was, where's Lightning and Naruto? Let's find out. In Lightning's point of view, she was sleeping in a nice warm bed for the first time in years, and she felt something snuggling towards her. To her it was a warm, soft object like a pillow as she pulled it closer to her. When she heard someone else breathing, she immediately opened her eyes, and in shock she noticed that the pillow she was hugging was in fact Naruto Uzumaki, who began opening his eyes as well. When he opened them, he and Lightning were face to face, blue eyes looking into another pair of blue eyes, and it felt like they were staring at each other for ages. Quote ellipsis dot quote. Quote ellipsis dot quote. Whoosh. In a blink of an eye, Naruto was once again on the ceiling like a cat would in fright as Lightning looked at him with her eyebrows raised as she tried to recall what happened. What happened? I recall Naruto going into the past and met me and helped deal with that pulse machine, him telling us he was an orphan and that he had no childhood and he had to grow up like I did, but he hid it under a mask. I electrocuted him twice before somehow gaining a body as I chased him back in the ship, attempting to punish him as he got behind me and The sudden she recalled Naruto's unexpected move. She realized she could no longer remember what happened that day as she looked up at the ceiling where Naruto was still hanging on in fear, which made her wonder what happened. Naruto, what happened yesterday? Lightning said in a calm but serious tone as Naruto sighed in relief and got down. At least you're back to normal, Lightning. It took me forever to heal those bite marks you gave me with my new medic roll. Naruto said as she noticed he was keeping a good distance from her like she was some animal that was about to pounce on him, much to her confusion. What are you talking about? And what do you mean bite marks I gave you? Lightning asked as Naruto moved the collar part of his uniform he was still wearing, revealing a bite mark that to Lightning's shock, had her teeth pattern on it. I don't know, but after what I did, I think I awoken something inside you that had been held up for all those years, I guess. Naruto said as he continued, sorry about what I did with massaging your breast and such. Naruto said as he looked away with a blush. Lightning sported a blush too, but she noticed she couldn't recall anything much afterwards. Naruto, what happened yesterday after you did that? Because when I try to recall, I can't remember anything. Lightning said as she frowned. Naruto gulped at that part and decided to tell her. Well, let's just say that, animal, and you woke up and tried jumping my bones, Naruto said as he recalled what happened. Flashback. As Naruto looks away embarrassed that he was massaging Lightning's left breast, he heard her moan with pleasure as he felt her hand grabbing it and moved it to the other one, much to his complete shock. Naruto was getting nervous as this happened and decided to say something to see if she was okay. Lightning, are you okay? Naruto asked nervously as he felt her place his hand on her stomach before she turned her head around and looked at him straight in the eye. Much to his complete shock, he saw her blue eyes filled with an animalistic lust that was looking straight at him. He saw those kinds of eyes before with the Inuzuka clan when they were in heat. Naruto knew he shouldn't have done that as he realized something was worse than an angry Lightning, an extremely lustful Lightning that hasn't had any pleasure in years and was built up as time went by. In other words, Naruto was screwed. Yes, Naruto, in fact, I feel good. Lightning said in a soothing voice as she slowly turned around with his left hand out and on her chest with her turtleneck unzipped. Naruto was going to pull his hand off her, but she had her own left hand holding it there in a strong grip as she was getting closer, leaving Naruto in an uncomfortable position as he quickly used a smoke bomb with his right hand and got away as he snuck into the air vents and closing the entrance. He did not notice Lightning was chuckling as she used an arrow spell to clear the smoke, so, looks like I'm going hunting today. Lightning said as she started her game of cat and mouse with Naruto. Naruto traveled through the air vents quietly, praying that this lust-possessed Lightning doesn't find him as he vowed to limit his habit of eating ramen and start eating healthier food if he doesn't get caught. Meanwhile in Konoha, one Kyuki Ichiraku sensed a disturbance in the force. Naruto heard footsteps below him and what he heard chilled him to the bone. Oh Naruto, where are you, my little fox? Lightning said in a sang-song tone. Naruto quickly moved to another location on the ship, not noticing Lightning heard him from above and smirked. Naruto made it to the training room of the ship and jumped down, certain she wouldn't find him, only to pale as all the air vents were locked up. Think you can hide from me that easily, sweet stuff? Said Lightning from behind Naruto, which made him immediately sprint at the speeds that would make Guy and Lee proud of as Lightning began chasing him. She chased him through almost the entire ship as nighttime came, only losing him once in the bathroom area due to Naruto throwing shampoo on the floor, making her slip. As if Lady Luck was on her side today, Naruto made a wrong turn and went into the bedroom and faced a dead end. He was going to leave the room only to crash face first into Lightning's chest. In Konoha, Jiraiya, who was busy chanting Naruto's name in joy due to feeling that he did something perverted, suddenly started to dance madly, saying, Naruto has grown up so fast, I think I'm going to cry. As he bursted into tears of happiness as the third sweat drop grew bigger. With Naruto and Lightning. Where was I? Ah yes, Naruto crashed face first into Lightning's chest as she threw him on the bed, locked the door on them. Now then, where were we? Lightning asked herself as Naruto tried to get up, only to be pinned down by Lightning as she straddled on top of him with an amused smirk. Lightning, stop. You are not being yourself. Naruto said as Lightning quickly bit his neck, causing him to scream in pain. But I haven't had any fun in years, it's time I got some for once. Lightning said in a flirting voice as Naruto tried to reason with her. But I'm still too young for, old enough to kill, old enough to have some wild fun, Lightning said as she traced her hands under his shirt. Let's turn off the lights first. Lightning said as she reached for the lamp as Naruto's face turned into full fear at the clicking sound of the lamp in the sudden darkness. Kyuubi, who is inside Naruto, was weeping at joy that his vessel was getting laid by a hot babe and got the front seat for the show. With Kakashi, as he was training Sasuke, pumped his face in the air as his single eye wept anime tears while saying, one of my students has gotten laid. And I have a feeling it's Naruto, I'm so proud of him. As a chibi Kakashi was dancing in his head while holding an, "I'm a good sensei." Flashback end. And I guess I gave in soon and you know the rest, Naruto said while looking away from a tomato red-faced lightning at the story he told. First her hormones betrayed her, now she had sex with a 12-year-old. If anyone she knows hears of this, they will never let her live it down until she had a strange feeling of dread in her stomach for some reason. And don't worry, I didn't get you pregnant since I'm too young to create sperm unless you forgot in anatomy class. Naruto said as he looked for his pants that Lightning tossed somewhere from last night's fiasco. After hearing that, Lightning sighed in relief, and was going to get out of bed until she noticed something: her clothes were gone. "Naruto, can you leave the room please?" Lightning asked in an awkward tone as Naruto looked to see her hiding behind the blankets and pieced things together. Sure. I'll be outside," Naruto said as he got his pants on and left the room and out of the ship. Once Lightning got her clothes on, she noticed there was a camera on the ceiling recording everything she did. And like any girl would do, she destroyed the camera and headed towards the security room to destroy the tape. Once she found the tape she was looking for, she noticed that it was recording what happened that night and decided to see if Naruto was pulling a terrible joke on her since he was the #1 prankster of Konoha. But once she watched the film with her own eyes, her jaws dropped in shock. What Naruto was telling her was the truth as she watched the recording of her and Naruto, who finally gave and go at it for 9 hours. Completely embarrassed, she took the film to the incinerator and burned it till it was nothing more than a pile of ash and it was blown away into the wind. When Lightning got out of the ship, she noticed two things. One was that Naruto was wearing that uniform she first met him when he first time traveled, and he looked a bit older, more like 14 years old and a little taller. And the second thing was that they were finally at the first arc. "Yes, it's time to train you for the finals, Naruto," Lightning said as he turned around and nodded. They went inside as Lightning taught him tactics, how to use a gunblade properly, and all of the other things Naruto did not learn at the academy due to the instructors sabotaging his academic learning. Whatever she taught him, Naruto soaked it up like a sponge and was a clever opponent when she sparred with him. Sometimes he finished his training early. That Lightning told him stories of her adventures as a lassie, the missions of hunting down certain creatures and facing the dangerous undying Kaith during her travels. And even the wedding that Snow and Sarah had, which Naruto cried at as he had a handkerchief to wipe his tears and blow his nose at the happy ending they had. Chunin exam day *. Many people and feudal lords came to a large arena to see some action and excitement as the Hokage, Jiraiya, and the Kazekage sat in the cage booth from above. Sarutobi was nervous as Jiraiya. They haven't heard any news about Naruto's location and it was bothering them. Sarutobi announced the exams to begin as the proctor made his own announcement. "If Naruto Uzumaki is not here in 5 minutes, he will be disqualified," he shouted as some of the people cheered at that, hoping the demon would fail to become Chunin, while some people hoped Naruto would make it. That's when they saw a strange floating ship flying to the stadium being chased by weird flying, humanoid-looking creatures. In the ship. "Damn it, Naruto. Why did you bother those Kaith for? Now they're after us," Lightning said as she was driving and glaring at Naruto, who was rubbing his head sheepishly. "My bad, but they will chase me once I get down," Naruto said, giving Lightning a confused look as she understood. "So you will skydive with numerous flying Kaith after you while I find a place to park this thing?" Lightning asked. "Yes, and once you do, I want you to go back inside my mind so you can watch the show from my point of view," Naruto thought to her as she agreed. As they were training, they discovered that Lightning can return to Naruto's mind at will and they could communicate with each other by telepathy, making it easier to understand their situation. "Just don't die on me, idiot," Lightning said as Naruto looked at her with a mock-hurt expression before she opened the hatch and watched Naruto jump out before closing it. The people looked up at the ship as they saw a person jump out of it and the flying creatures were chasing after him. Naruto was free falling as he drew his gunblade and switched it into sword mode as he started to slash at the Kaith who were coming in numbers. As he was surrounded, he concentrated deeply, feeling the air, the sound of wing beats, and the screeches of the Kaith before he felt an odd presence inside him. It was a weird Kaith wielding a blade like a ninja with a kunai knife wood, and he somehow recognized the name of it. It felt like it was part of him, but he pushed that thought away as he slashed all the flying Kaith at once, causing them to fall apart. Naruto quickly snapped his fingers to activate the gravity con to soften his landing as he did some flips in the air as he sheathed blazefire and landed perfectly, causing many people to go wide-eyed with their jaws dropping at the performances. For some reason the Hokage, Jiraiya, and the Kazekage were holding a sign with a 10 on it. "Name," said the proctor as Naruto turned to him. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said as the proctor smirked and picked up a microphone from his pocket. "A perfect 10. Naruto Uzumaki wins the Most Dynamic Entry Award for the Chunin exam finals," causing the audience to cheer like lunatics at the display while Neji developed an eye twitch. When the cheering stopped, Naruto felt all female eyes on him as he looked at them and saw many of them blush at his sanctum uniform he was wearing. Many thought he looked like a miniature version of the Yodaime Hokage with style, much to his embarrassment, but to some his horror as he noticed some were looking at him with lust. The contestants Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga please stay here as the others leave. The proctor said as Shikamaru, Shino, Tamari, Kankuro, and Gaara left the stadium. The match between Naruto Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga begin. Chapter 6, Defiance of Fate and the Paradox. As the announcement went off, Neji immediately activated his Byakugan and took on the gentle fist style. Prepare yourself, Uzumaki. Fate has decreed that I will win this fight, Neji said as Naruto gave him a bored look as he reached for something in his back pocket. Neji began to charge in before Naruto could pull it out, only to face fault because Naruto pulled out a book and started reading it. It was titled, How to Be a Gentleman, by Tsunade Senju, much to Neji's annoyance as he got up. Are you going to attack me or something? Because I don't have all day, you know. Naruto said while his eyes were on the book and he wasn't paying attention to Neji at all while secretly casting Libra on him. This of course provoked Neji immediately because he thought that Naruto didn't think of him as a threat and started his attack. Naruto dodged most of the strikes while using his left arm to block his strikes while still reading his book before he noticed something. Interesting, so that's why Sakura always punched me before. Too bad I already gave up on my crush for her. Naruto muttered as Neji became annoyed. Here he is trying to teach this failure a lesson, and he can't land a blow on him while he's reading a book. You know, after I'm done reading this I'm going to make you pay for what you did to Hinata, you know that, right? Naruto asked as he jumped on Neji's head and then leapt up onto the wall, clinging there with chakra. Neji scoffed and decided to make an insult about her. She is a failure just like you are. Fate had decreed that she would fail the battle against me from the very beginning, Neji said as Naruto just finished his book and put it away. That's just an excuse to beat her up because you lost your father years ago when his body was sent to Kumo's instead of Hiyashi's. Pathetic really, and those caged bird seals are not well maintained. In fact, they could have just kidnapped you instead of Hinata years ago and the plan would have worked, Naruto said as Neji was seeing red. Naruto inwardly smirked. Odd, did I hit a nerve, Neji-chan? It's really easy to explain the flaws of your seal. The seal only works when you are dead, but there is an alternative for Kumo to kidnap you to acquire the Byakugan and discover its secrets. They could have surgery removed them from your head while you were alive, had you breed them and take the children for studying the secrets, and even study the seal to find a way to break it. If you ask me, you and Kumo aren't the brightest bunch up there, Naruto said, knowing that mentioning Kumo and comparing them to Neji would get his blood boiled, and like any ordinary opponent who gets angry, they always make mistakes like Neji is right now. Lightning had just found a place to park the ship. The only place to park was on top of the Hokage monument, and she had just activated the camouflage system so it won't be discovered as she faded away into particles of light as she was headed towards Naruto. Naruto was enjoying himself. Right now he has Neji pinned to the ground with his foot pressing his head into the dirt while holding his arms back. Now who's a failure this time? Because from where I'm standing, you're in the dirt while I'm on top, Naruto said as he felt lightning enter his mind again. So what did I miss? Lightning asked as Naruto showed her what he did to Neji as said person got out of that hold and got into a stance. You are now within my range of divination. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji shouted out as he began closing off Naruto's chakra points and noticed Naruto wasn't showing any pain. Instead he had a bored look as suddenly fire leapt from his hands directly at Neji, who ducked at the last minute. Impossible. I closed off all of your chakra points, so how? Neji shouted enraged as Naruto looked at him with a serious face. You didn't think I had a backup plan when dealing with a Hyuga, did ya? Naruto said as he drew out Blazefire into sword mode and got into a stance. That was then Neji noticed his aura had turned red. My turn, Naruto said as he charged. Hijiran and Jiraiya were watching Naruto with interest. Besides the clothing, that new weapon seems to be more advanced than their technology today. What in the world happened to Naruto? Last time I recalled him he was a mischievous prankster who was able to surprise people in doing the impossible. Now I see the 4th Hokage reborn, Hijiran said as Jiraiya nodded. That's right, I recalled Minato facing a Hyuga once and he was able to discover the Hyuga's greatest weakness. Too bad he couldn't help undo the caged bird seal though, Jiraiya said as the cage listened to them with interest. Really? What connections does Naruto Uzumaki have with the 4th Hokage exactly? The cage asked in a curious tone, which Jiraiya looked at him. He's got the similar style when it comes to facing a Hyuga like Minato did, by taunting them into extreme anger so they can make mistakes and come up with ingenious battle plans while still fighting his opponents. Plus he can see a technique once and find out its weakness immediately, Jiraiya said as they turned their attention to the fight. You really need to brighten up, Chuckles, Naruto said as he dodged another sloppy attack from Neji and punched him in the face, knocking Neji back a few steps. Naruto kept on taunting him, "Come on kid, X marks the spot." Naruto said while pointing to his black shirt, revealing a red X on it, which made Neji yell in anger as Naruto launched a barrage of ruined spells at him, effectively surprising him. Surprised, "This ability is mine alone since I acquired them. Now it's time for a tri-disaster." Naruto shouted as Neji's Byakugan noticed his red aura turned blue as a red chakra flowed through his coils as two more clones came into existence. Neji quickly dodged the barrage of wind, fire, lightning and water from Naruto and his clones as he used the rotation to counter them. Naruto smirked and using the Kyuubi's chakra, created an army of clones with their gun blades set in gun mode, and all of them were aimed at Neji, who looked surprised at the amount of clones there as he wondered what the form of the weapon Naruto wielded can do. His question was answered as a bullet whizzed past him as it scratched his cheek making it bleed, and then he knew instantly he was screwed if he was hit by those things, as he was forced to use the rotation over and over to avoid being killed by the bullets, as he failed to notice the original Naruto was missing. When the clones started to reload, Neji took this chance to take them down quickly. As he did so, he noticed the real Naruto was missing as his Byakugan noticed the strange chakra that he used at the top of the stadium. As he looked up, Naruto was surrounded by a vile menacing aura, as he could have sworn to have seen a demon glaring at him, causing him to step back as Naruto drew his blade and charged at fast speeds. "So I hear you like close combat, huh?" Naruto asked as Neji drew a kunai. "I have no choice, I quickly need to use the rotation," Neji thought as he began to spin and release chakra. As Naruto and Neji's chakra clashed with their blades, Naruto made one final comment before everything was engulfed by a bright light. "If this is the destiny of the Hyuga clan, then I'll change it, after I become Hokage." Naruto shouted out as a massive explosion shook the entire stadium. After the smoke cleared the arena due to the explosion, it revealed Neji and Naruto in a crater with Naruto unconscious as Neji got up and walked towards him even when he was injured. As Neji stood near the crater, Neji smirked and spoke to the unconscious Naruto. "Once a failure, is always a failure. It seems fate has decreed I was the winner this time, Naruto Uzumaki," Neji said as he heard something beneath him as a fist punched him in the chin with great force as he was launched back a few feet on his back, revealing a healed and clean Naruto as the Naruto in the crater disappeared in a puff of smoke. Neji tried to move but failed as Naruto walked over to him. "You know something, the reason I was considered the dead last in the academy was because of the cloning technique. I always had too much chakra, so my clones always died on me, which was until I learned about shadow cloning. To be honest, cloning was my worst jutsu, and yet here I am as the victor of this match. I know you hate the Hyuga main branch for taking your father, but it's not right to take it out on Hinata like that. I control my own fate, create my own path and no one else's. Think, what would your father think if he saw you do what you did to Hinata?" Naruto asked as Neji tried to retort only to ponder at the question. Meanwhile, the proctor was listening in on them and was mentally thinking of Naruto's counter-attack. He used a clone as bait and waited for the right moment to get Neji. Naruto knows instinctively that believing in yourself to change your destiny. And on top of that, he has on heck of a left uppercut. He mentally thought as Naruto was about to finish up. "You can change your destiny too after all, unlike me you're not a failure," he said as Neji looked up into the sky as a bird flew over them. The proctor smirked at the wisdom from a genin and raised his arm. "The winner of this match is Naruto Uzumaki," he said as the audience cheered for him. The proctor looked at the barely conscious Hyuga and decided to make his own comment as well. "Even a cage that's smart enough will be able to figure out how to open the door to the cage with its beak. The dream of flying and breaking free is too great to resist. But this time you lost," he said as Neji weakly nodded his head as the stretchers took him away to the infirmary. Just as Naruto was about to leave the stadium, a strange light appeared, and when Naruto turned around he came face to face with another Naruto. "Whoa," the two Narutos said in sync as they took a step back and noticed this Naruto was different from him in choices of clothing. This Naruto was wearing a black bandana, black gloves, gray boots, a black shirt, and a beige-colored trench coat with emblems on it. "Who the heck are you?" "No, don't answer that," Naruto said to his other who was about to reply. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I'm just like you who became a lassie. The only difference is that I took Snow's path, of course," the other Naruto said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow while Lightning looked surprised at that. "If I were to guess, Anima did something for us to meet across space-time," Naruto asked while the other Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "He said something about a duel with myself to awaken a new role. Though I have no clue what it means, but I'm ready to take it on. After all, a hero is ready for anything," the other Naruto said while making a fist. Lightning sighed inside Naruto's mind. He's just as bad as Snow when it comes to proclaiming to being a hero. Lightning thought as Naruto figured it out. Anima is sending different Narutos who have chosen a different path to combat each other to awaken new roles for us to use in different timelines. Interesting, maybe after you I might meet Sasuke's or Fang's version of us. Naruto said while the other Naruto smiled at the thought. Yeah, imagine the combined efforts of two Narutos pranking all of Konoha. The other Naruto said, making Naruto grin deviously as everyone there suddenly paled. If one Naruto was bad enough with his insanely hilarious pranks, then what about two of them? This made everyone shudder at the thought. We're getting off topic here, so let's see how strong we are, huh? Naruto asked as he drew Gladius as the other Naruto had Wild Bear on as they got into their path's battle stances. As the battle began, everything was engulfed by a bright light and the audience noticed that the two Narutos were exhausted and bruised up. Ahahahaha. I am evil to make you think I would let you see them fight. Not bad, man, but at least I get the sentinel role. Naruto said while the other Naruto nodded and tried out his new medic role. That was then he noticed something on their necks. There were 6 Magatama beads, each with a different color. There was a dull red, a dull blue, a dull green, a pale white and a dull yellow colored bead which signifies their roles. Maybe if we master the roles these things might shine since they resemble proof of our Lassie powers. Snow told me that if all 6 were mastered, we are ready to finish our focus. The other Naruto said as Naruto looked at him confusingly as he noticed another set of Magamata bead necklaces on them with 6 different colors on them. 2 of them were glowing and the other 4 were dull, and Naruto heard lightning speaking to him. This necklace is the symbol of encountering the other Narutos who have taken a different path and forged a bond with. Now you can summon them as allies in battle so you don't have to rely on clones. Anima just told me while you were listening to Snow Jr. there. Lighting said as Naruto's sweat dropped at that nickname for the other Naruto. The only ones that were glowing were Lightning's pink one and Snow's icy blue one. That was then, Snow Jr. began glowing and he sighed. Looks like I'm heading back to my timeline. Well, that was a blast while it lasted. See ya, bro. The other Naruto said with a salute, which Naruto replied with a smile and a salute of his own as he faded away. Everyone was staring at the sight with disbelief as the proctor got out of his shock and made his announcement. Next match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. He announced as suddenly a twister of leaves revealed Kakashi and Sasuke back to back. We're not Kakashi said, only to dodge an attack from Naruto himself as he glared at him. Who are you and what have you done to Kakashi-sensei, you fraud? Naruto shouted as Kakashi tried to explain. But I am Kakashi, he exclaimed as he blocked Gladius with a kunai that begun to crack. Nice try, but everyone knows Kakashi is late for everything. You appearing on time for Sasuke's match is suspicious enough to believe you are some sort of spy disguising as him. He shouted out as a squad of Anbu armed to the bone, Jiraiya and Hijiran down there ready to fight as Kakashi's sweat dropped. Is it really a big deal for me to be on time? He asked weakly as everyone shouted, yes. Dolphin, sense Kakashi's chakra to see if he is the man we all know. Hijiran commanded while Jiraiya began to prepare to summon just in case. The dolphin-masked Anbu sensed Kakashi's chakra and confirmed it was him, making the Anbu disappear in a blink of an eye as Jiraiya and Hijiran stared at Kakashi, who was getting nervous at their stares. Why did you come here on time exactly, Kakashi? Hijiran asked as Kakashi smiled. Well, I wanted to congratulate Naruto for 2 things actually. He said, getting Naruto's attention. First, I'm proud of how you've grown as a splendid shinobi for defeating a Hyuga. He said, making Naruto smile as suddenly, Kakashi had his hands on Naruto's shoulders and was weeping anime tears. And the second reason is that I'm proud that you got laid by a hot babe. Kakashi said comically, immediately making Naruto and Lightning do a spit take in shock. How did? Naruto trailed off as Jiraiya and Hijiran looked at Naruto in pure shock and awe. In fact, many of the males plus the feudal lords were looking at him with a proud expression as well. I have a sixth sense when it comes to my students, and you were the one to trigger it at full blast. You truly live up as the most unpredictable ninja of Konoha, Naruto. Kakashi said as he began to blow his nose, with Jiraiya and Hijiran following and were muttering how proud they were for him, causing Naruto, Sasuke, and Lightning, who was watching this in Naruto's mind, to sweat drop. Is that true, Naruto? Sasuke asked in a confused voice as Naruto dumbly nodded, immediately making Sasuke look at him with complete shock and disbelief. How could a girl sleep with you? I will never understand, he said as Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, it kinda helps when I'm good at massaging her back. Naruto lied, hoping that he bought it. It seemed to have worked as Sasuke shrugged his shoulders and Gaara appeared on the arena floor waiting to fight. Naruto quickly left as Kakashi and Jiraiya went to the cage booth to talk. Man, things have just gotten troublesome, Naruto muttered as he walked up the stairs to watch the match. Omake, Naruto and the Gigantor. On top of the Hokage monument in another timeline, a Naruto who has taken Sasuke's path felt a familiar presence of a cactuar. It seems our little green pest is back, he said as he looked up to the same spot where he first met the cactar. Come back for another shot at ol' Naruto have ya? He asked as he immediately did a spit take at the size of it. It was as big as an adamantchild. Sweet mercy, he shouted in shock as the giant cactus jumped down. I don't believe we've met, Naruto said as the gigantar started running in circles that made Naruto recall the same thing when he met a cactar. I know that trot. It is you, isn't it? He asked as the members of Team 7 looked at the creature in disbelief as Naruto continued talking to it. Find yourself some fertilizer did ya? Well, size ain't everything, he said as he jumped at it as it immediately ran off at fast speeds for its size. Ran off again, outrun by a cactus, twice, he said as he began to have anime swirls in his eyes as he was getting dizzy. Oh no, everything's spinning, he said as the gigantar leapt up immediately causing Naruto to grow a massive tick mark and he started to snap. You playing with me? He shouted as it ran to him and jumped happily as the other members of Team 7 laughed at the antics of the two. I'll wipe that smirk off your face, he said as he drew his guns, teach you to mess with Naruto. He shouted as the battle begun. As Naruto and his team went to get a new mission, Tsunade noticed they were all covered in cactus needles. Did I miss something? She asked as Naruto said, cactus are the most troublesome creatures on the planet. Chapter 7, Lassie vs Jinchuriki, Naruto vs Gaara. As Naruto reached the contestant stands, he noticed that Shikamaru and Shino were staring at him and it began to unnerve him. Is something wrong? Naruto asked as Shikamaru spoke. I can't believe that you actually had sex at this age. You're probably the first Konoha genin to do so in all of the records, usually at Chunin and Jonin ranks when you are 15 or older. This is such a drag, Shikamaru said as Naruto felt Lightning becoming angry at what Shikamaru said. Relax Lightning, he's a Nara. And I doubt he would know it was you even if you practically raped me. Naruto told her as he inwardly winced as she electrocuted him as he stood perfectly still. Don't remind me, I'm still feeling that pain in between my legs from just being reminded of it, she said as Naruto's left eyebrow twitched at the too much info as they all looked at the match. Sasuke was currently moving at fast speeds that Naruto noticed was Lee's moves and he frowned. Copying others' techniques with the Sharingan is a disgrace. All that hard work from sweat, tears and blood being used by someone else without even trying. Naruto thought as he felt lightning nod inside his head. Gaara was getting bored, his mother had gotten bored of the Uchiha and wanted that Uzumaki. For some reason that red chakra that he emitted had caught his mother's attention as the sand formed a dome around him with spikes as Gaara sank into the ground. Sasuke doesn't know what is going on in there but he needed to prevent the use of whatever Gaara was doing and needed to do it fast. He leapt to the wall and undid the straps on his left arm as he began making hand signs and started to focus on his chakra. Naruto noticed the sound of chirping birds as lightning began to appear in Sasuke's hand and his eyes narrowed. Kakashi-sensei, what are you thinking of teaching him such a dangerous technique? He's dealing with a Jinchuriki from what my Libra's spell said about him and a very unstable one to boot. Things are going to get out of hand, Naruto thought as he drew his edged carbine gunblade he acquired from his time travel at the Vile Peaks. Naruto saw that Sasuke shouted out, Chidori, as he charged down and stabbed the dome revealing nothing inside as the sand immediately wrapped around his arm and trapped him in Gaara's infamous sand coffin jutsu. The next thing Naruto knew, Gaara appeared from the ground with an insane look on his face as he shouted out loud, Uzumaki. Come out and face me to prove my existence. Or else your friend here dies. This made everyone in the audience gasp at this while the proctor tried to stop Gaara only to avoid being attacked by the sand as Gaara gave him a look that said, call it. He quickly declared Gaara the winner and announced that Naruto is facing Gaara as the others immediately quitted. Kankuro and Temari out of fear, Shino because his insects told him, and Shikamaru because it was too troublesome. Naruto sighed, why is it he always has to facing a dangerous opponent without a break? He jumped down with edged carbine in hand as the battle began. Gaara soon released Sasuke who was taken by Kakashi immediately, not knowing that there was sand crawling into the audience seats. That Uzumaki seems to care about that girl when he faced the Hyuga. If I can make him fight for something he holds dear then I will be able to prove my existence by defeating that red chakra. Gaara thought as the sand began to wrap itself around Hinata. Your blood shall feed my mother, Gaara said in an insane tone as Naruto tried to reason with him. Look Gaara, couldn't you have patience for waiting for the other contestants to get a chance to fight? The feudal lords were looking for something interesting, Naruto said out loud while said lords nodded their heads in agreement. Gaara just gave him a crazy look as he smiled insanely. I don't need to wait since they forfeited and if you don't go all out, she'll die. Gaara said as Naruto quickly turned his head to the audience as Hinata was unconscious and was held in a sand coffin. The longer this battle takes, the shorter amount of time she has left. Gaara said as Naruto narrowed his eyes and got into a battle stance. Gaara's sand started to cover his body and take on a monstrous form as Naruto launched a barrage of water and arrow spells at him. Naruto quickly needed help and so he tried summoning a toad to help him out. But sad to say, it was only a small toad that was summoned as Naruto took it out of range of Gaara's sand shuriken jutsu as the sand quickly dried out from Naruto's spells. Naruto, being the clever unpredictable ninja, put edged carbine into his sheath and drew out a kunai while secretly wrapping an exploding tag to the hilt of it as he summoned 5 clones and charged. Clone body slam. Naruto shouted as his clones distracted him as he got behind Gaara in a crouching pose. Take this, Konoha's secret and most sacred technique. Straight from the teachings of Kakashi Hatake. 1,000 years of death. Naruto shouted as he stabbed the kunai at the base of the tail. Everyone's sweat dropped at the probably most ridiculous technique as everyone gave Kakashi a look. Kakashi, don't tell me you actually taught him a move like that. Asked Guy in shock at such a technique as it could really hurt anyone even if it is weird. Kakashi shook his head. No. I only used it during the bell test. I didn't think he would actually try and pull a joke on his enemies like that since it wasn't actually a technique at all. Kakashi said in an ashamed and embarrassed look on his face even with the mask on as Naruto was launched into the air by Gaara's tail. As Naruto was thrown back, Naruto smirked and said one word, boom. The effect was instant. The kunai exploded immediately causing a huge amount of smoke to appear as Naruto crashed into the wall. He quickly switched to his medic role to heal himself as he then turned to the commando role to enhance his physical attacks as everyone saw Gaara's demon sand form look deformed after the explosion. Kakashi smiled, Naruto, you truly are the most unpredictable ninja of Konoha. Turning a joke into a lethal weapon isn't something you see every day. He thought as Naruto waved his hand over his nose in a joking manner. Geez Gaara, what have you been eating? He asked jokingly as many people began to laugh at it. Gamakichi looked at Naruto with interest as he noticed that his aura changed colors. Naruto was in thought. Gaara went through the same pain and loneliness he went through and realized he was fighting for only himself, not for anyone else like he did. That was then he recalled his conversation with Haku. So is there someone who is precious to you? Anyone at all? Haku asked as Naruto was sitting down talking with him. The truth is, whenever someone has something precious that they want to protect, it's only then that they become truly strong. You will get strong, very strong. He said as he left Naruto to ponder those words. Naruto put his hands together into the ram hand sign. He began to yell as a massive amount of chakra exploded from his body, surrounding him like a blue storm. Everyone watched in awe at the amounts he had and wondered how he did this. Naruto looked at Gaara with renewed determination. No matter what, Naruto said as he looked at Hinata. I swear I'm going to protect you. He shouted as suddenly the arena was engulfed by smoke revealing 1,000 clones. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. He proclaimed as everyone stared at him with shock while the small toad looked impressed. Nice kid, not too shabby. He said as the real Naruto pointed at Gaara. Sorry to keep you waiting, get ready for an original jutsu straight from my ninja handbook. He shouted as he punched a fist into the air. Alright, let's do this. He shouted as all the clones began to shout in sync, direct from Naruto's ninja handbook. This made Gaara's eyes widen as many threw shuriken and fired bullets from their gun blades, all direction shuriken and bullets. They shouted as Gaara raised his arm to block it as another bunch of clones came close to him and kicked him high into the air. Naruto 2K Uzumaki Barrage. They all shouted as 2,000 punches pounded into Gaara. Then 2 more clones came to finish the blow, from Naruto's ninja handbook. They said as Gaara crashed into the ground. Naruto wasn't finished yet and proclaimed another attack. This time we're using both legs for a barrage of 4,000 kicks. They all shouted in sync as Gaara got up in an angry mood. There's absolutely no way, I'm gonna lose to a guy like him. He shouted as suddenly, a massive amount of sand erupted and destroyed all of the clones while the real Naruto was thrown into the feudal lord's stand. Luckily he had switched to Sentinel at the last moment and thanked his lucky stars for facing Snow Jr., as lightning called him before facing Gaara. When the dust cleared, there was a gigantic tanuki made of sand towering all over Konoha as everyone began to panic. So that's it, huh? The monster inside of him. Naruto said, getting the Lord's attention as Gaara's voice rang out. Well, what do you know? I never thought you would never bring this out of me. He shouted as sand began to cover Naruto. The feudal lords were evacuated by the Anbu just in time as Naruto summoned again. This time it was the chief toad Gamatuba. Naruto stood on top of him with his arms crossed and the wind blew around him making his jacket flutter in the wind, making everyone see the 4th Hokage overshadowing him as they recalled how that was the same position the 4th took when he faced the Kyuubi in combat. Naruto looked at the audience compendium and saw various people trying to free Hinata. For some reason, he considered her one of those he held dear as he muttered, "Hinata, I swear I will protect you." What in the world is going on, Jiraiya? The chief toad shouted out loud as he noticed the giant tanuki in front of him. Well, you look at that, Shukaku the sand spirit. He muttered as Naruto began to bargain with him. Excuse me, Chief Toad sir, this is my first time summoning you and I quickly need your help. This guy is going to destroy Konoha if he isn't stopped. So what do you say? Naruto said as Gamatuba puffed some smoke out of his mouth. Take a hike. What? Naruto shouted in shock. Why go out of my way to mess with a guy like him? What, am I an idiot? He asked. Naruto's an idiot, that's for sure. Lightning said inside Naruto's mind, which made him eye twitch with annoyance, that is until he thought of a plan. Come on, I thought the toads were the strongest summons from what the arrow senin named Jiraiya said. I even heard you helped defeat the Kyuubi too. Such a shame, looks like he was bluffing then. I guess I'll have to cancel the contract and find a better one then. Naruto said as he knew it got on Gamatuba's ego. I'll show you how wrong you are, kid, but after this we seal the deal with Sake, alright? If you can't, then I'll leave you here to face Shukaku by yourself. He said as Naruto began to panic. Come on, I'm not old enough to drink yet. What's the matter with you? He shouted as the smaller toad hopped on his head. Ah, come on, Pops. Don't be like that. Why don't you settle down and hear the kid out? The small toad asked as Naruto looked at him with surprise. Huh, Pops? Naruto asked as the two toads talked. And what are you doing here, Gamakichi? Gamatuba asked. I had nothing else to do. I just came to hang out. Gamakichi said as Naruto looked back and forth between the two. You guys are father and son. He said as Gamakichi pointed at Shukaku. By the way, Pops, that big ugly mug over there was picking on me before. He said as Gamatuba narrowed his eyes dangerously. Come again? He asked in an angry tone that sounded like it was promising to bring anyone near him in a world of pain. Yup, and when he did, this guy here came to my rescue. He went head to head and toe to toe with that monster. Trust me, Pops, there's more to this kid than meets the eye. Gamakichi said as Lightning nodded. True, he is the most unpredictable person I have ever met in my entire life. I bet that someday you might surpass me as a Lassie Naruto. Lightning said as Gamatuba drew his blade out. Kid, from now on you are allowed to summon as toads with full agreement. Now watch a pro show you what duty is about. He shouted as he performed the toad blade cut technique and took out one of the arms as it turned into sand again, but his blade was knocked out of his hands as it crashed into the arena. Chief, we need to get him outside of Konoha or else things aren't going to be pretty. Naruto said. Agreed. The chief toad said as he charged and tackled the Shukaku replica into the air as they headed outside the walls. As if Lady Luck was on Konoha's side today, they crushed the invading teams that were planning to use summons to attack the village. The two titans kept their distance from each other as the Shukaku replica began to speak in Gaara's voice. Interesting, interesting. Not bad, Naruto Uzumaki. He shouted out in a deranged voice as Gaara's body appeared on its forehead. What the heck is wrong with this Jinchuriki? Naruto asked as Gaara began to speak. To thank you for entertaining me here today, I'll show you the true power of the manifestation of the sand. He said as Naruto was getting a bad feeling inside his stomach as Lightning narrowed her eyes as she watched this from his mindscape. There are circles under his eyes, he has insomnia, evidence that he was possessed by Shukaku once before. Gamatuba said as Naruto did not like this at all as Gamatuba kept on explaining. That was then Gaara formed a ram sign. Those who are vessels of Shukaku tend to not sleep soundly at night. The terror of it is too great as destruction follows if they did actually fall asleep. He normally doesn't sleep at night so his psyche is unstable as Shukaku begins to make them kill anything he wants. Gamatuba explains as Gaara muttered, playing possum jutsu. His body went limp as he fell asleep as Naruto's, Gamatuba's and Lightning's eyes widened in shock. He's done it. If he actually set the playing possum jutsu in motion, then Shukaku will be released. Gamatuba said as the replica of Shukaku's eyes turned golden and started to shout into the air with a hillbilly accent. Yeehaw, I'm finally free. Here I come, baby. Shukaku said as Naruto looked at him with disbelief. That's the sand spirit, he asked as Gamakichi added his own 2 cents. Man, that's one funky demon. Then Shukaku pointed his remaining arm at them. Here I go. I hope you're ready to die. Let's do this. He shouted like a maniac as Gamatuba took his pipe out of his mouth. I'm going to jump, so hang on. He shouted as Naruto held on to him with his chakra. Wind style, air bullet. Shukaku shouted out as he gathered air into him and slammed his arm into his belly to launch concentrated air at them, only for Gamatuba to leap into the air and make his counterattack. Water style, liquid bullet. He shouted as he launched a bullet made of water that clashed with another air bullet, causing all of Konoha to rain. Meanwhile in Konoha everyone was watching in awe at the battle taking place as Sasuke spoke out their thoughts. What kind of a battle is this turning into? As Gamatuba landed again, he quickly leapt again as Shukaku launched 2 more air bullets with a third delayed one. Gamatuba quickly disposed of the 2 as Shukaku narrowed his eyes in glee. "Ah, too bad," he said as the third hit them directly, creating an explosion as Shukaku leapt with joy. "Yeehaw, I did it. I killed him," he shouted out as the smoking pile of the chief toad crashed, kicking dust into the air as he leapt out. "Now that kinda hurts. That was an awful a lot of chakra that you blasted me with, and I must say, hit me with a few more of them and even I won't last any longer," he commented. Orochimaru was inwardly furious, due to Gaara's behavior and the battle outside of Konoha. His invasion men are getting killed from the battle between Gamatuba and Shukaku. He quickly sent a signal to postpone the invasion as he began to watch the show. He was curious of how Naruto was able to use strange jutsu without hand signs and even chakra, maybe the Kyuubi's influence. "Chief, is there some way to beat this guy?" Naruto asked. "Well, you can start by waking the Jinchuriki up to release that jutsu. Just give him a good punch and it'll work," he said as he avoided another air bullet and launched a liquid bullet which Shukaku dodged, which gave him a chance to grab onto him. "Now's your chance, kid," Gamatuba said, only for Shukaku to slip out of his grip, making him leap away. "Hey chief, I need you to get a grip on him if you want me to get a shot at him," Naruto said as Gamatuba groaned with annoyance. "My body doesn't have any claws or horns to dig into the enemy with," he said as Naruto shouted in annoyance. "Then what are we going to do then?" he asked as Gamatuba replied with an answer. "Use the transformation jutsu to transform us into what we need. But then again, I'm not good with transformations," he said as he trailed off as Naruto finished the idea for him. "So we'll do a combination jutsu to change into something with fangs and claws," he shouted as Lightning was planning to give him a few ideas of certain creatures she meet as a lassie, only to notice he had something in mind and let it play out. As Gamatuba charged, Naruto recalled the first time he used the Kyuubi's chakra and it gave him an idea. "Transformation jutsu," Naruto shouted as he and Gamatuba were engulfed in smoke. Soon an arm stretched out and every person in Konoha paled and some had heart attacks as the smoke cleared, revealing the Kyuubi in all of its glory as it roared to the heavens. Chapter 8, Return of the Pillager. The Kyuubi charged at Shukaku at fast speeds and bit into the sand replica while its claws dug into Shukaku's shoulders. "Alright kid, finish this," the fox said, only to reveal it was Gamabunta in control as the transformation ended and Naruto leapt to Gaara with a fist cocked back. "Rise and shine, sleeping beauty," Naruto shouted as he punched Gaara right in the face. "With that speed and the enhancements as an lassie, that would wake anybody up." "No fair, I just got here," Shukaku wailed as he was resealed again. Even though Shukaku was resealed, its body is pushing Gamatuba back into the village, who was weakening at the moment. Even after releasing the jutsu, this guy has some fight left. Gamabunta said as Gaara opened his eyes in anger. Naruto ran up preparing to launch another punch, only for his feet to be caught in the sand as it began gather around him. Gamabunta used his tongue to cover Naruto, but the sand began rising from underneath Naruto, causing the chief toad to bring back his tongue. Naruto looked back in the arena as they were being pushed in that direction and noticed the sand on Hinata was weakening as a few Jonin began removing it. This made Naruto look back at Gaara with a determined look on his face as he plans to end this fight. "Believe me, I will kill you. I will not cease to exist," Gaara said in a monotone voice with hints of anger in them. "I'm running out of time, looks like I'll have to use its chakra again," Naruto thought as he told the fox to give him chakra. The red chakra covered Naruto in a fire-like aura as the wind caused his headband to fly off as his jacket swayed in the wind and the sand no longer held his feet. "I'm going to protect everyone, so here I come, you crazy monster," Naruto said as he jumped at Gaara. "Die," Gaara said as he made a hand sign causing the sand to restrain Naruto's arms. "I've had it with you," Naruto said as he bashed his own head against Gaara's, causing them to bleed as the Shukaku replica started to fall apart. At the same time, the sand that was holding Hinata fell apart, releasing her. A simple head, but he's not the brightest person, but with the chakra he drew even at his most exhausted level 1, have to say he must be the biggest knucklehead that I have ever seen. I wish I could stay to see how it ends, but it seems I'm at my limit as well," Gamabunta thought as he put his pipe back in his mouth. "Come on Gamakichi, let's go home," he said as he and his son vanished in a poof. Being near the vanishing toad caused the wind to blow as Gaara and Naruto were thrown onto the opposite ends of the stadium roofs, while in the middle of the arena, Gamabunta's own blade reflected the images of Naruto and Gaara as they breathed with exhaustion from the fight. "That's it, I'm at my limit with my shinobi abilities and can't continue this, but it could be also be said the same with you," Naruto said to Gaara as they both got up and in a stance with their eyes meeting for the final showdown. As Gamabunta's blade poofed away, they immediately jumped with a fist cocked back and they struck. Naruto got a clean hit on Gaara as they fell to the ground exhausted for Gaara as Naruto used his medic roll to heal himself and stood up as he began walking towards Gaara. As he walked towards Gaara, Naruto recalled his own past and pain of loneliness in his childhood, and at the same time, he saw Gaara in his place as they both wept. He recalled Gaara question his own existence the way similar to Haku's lament. Lightning, who was watching this in his mind, quietly shredded a single tear knowing that they had both suffered, and it sickened her that people were cruel in this world to make these children suffer like that. "No, stay away," Gaara said with fear in his voice at the thought of his own existence being destroyed as Naruto stopped with his head down. "It's unbearable, isn't it?" Naruto asked Gaara as his eyes were overshadowed by his bangs. "The feeling of being alone, I know that feeling anywhere. The pain of loneliness, no one to care for you, it hurts, doesn't it?" said Naruto as he looked up with tears in his eyes. "But after meeting new people who cared for me, I cared for them, and I didn't care how powerful the enemy might be as I protect those who I hold dear to me. They rescued me from myself, and one taught me that true strength comes from protecting those precious to you. That's why I won't give up protecting them, even if I have to kill you." Naruto finished as the tears stopped and his pupils turned silted but remained blue as he stared at Gaara. So that was how he got so strong, love. Gaara thought as he looked at the sky. "You win, Naruto Uzumaki," Gaara said as Naruto casted a cure spell on Gaara and stretched out a hand to him, much to Gaara's surprise. "We are brothers in a way, we are both Jinchuriki and we try to find our place in the world, right Gaara?" Naruto asked while smiling. Gaara for once in his life let a small happy smile as he took the hand and was helped up. Gaara then got to Naruto's ear and whispered that Konoha is going to be invaded by Suna and Oto. That made his Enlightening's eyes widen, but at the same time they smiled as Gaara said that he would helping them in the invasion. The proctor was listening into their conversation since the minute they fell back in and smiled and raised his hand. "Winner of the Chunin exams by surrender, Naruto Uzumaki," he said as the audience clapped and cheered for Naruto. Should have felt happy, he felt something worse than an invasion on Konoha as he felt something ominous in the air. Orochimaru, who is currently disguised as the deceased Yondaime Kazekage, frowned that Gaara had befriended Naruto, which had ruined his plans. An injured Suna Jonin came to the cage booth and he looked terrified at the moment. Orochimaru excused himself from the booth to talk with the terrified man in a separate place and started to demand what was going on. "Kazekage-sama, a flying monster just wiped out the squads in charge of the summons for the invasion," the ninja said as Orochimaru raised his hidden eyebrows. "Looks like things aren't going as planned today, but I'll at least deal with Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said as he killed the ninja with a hidden kunai and had his bodyguards take the corpse somewhere else as he went back to the cage booth. As Gaara was escorted to the infirmary with Temari and Kankuro, a shadow of a flying creature was seen and Naruto drew out Blazefire Saber in response to this ominous aura as suddenly, a yellow six-winged Kaiyuth that flew faster than normal flying Kaiyuth do, charged at Naruto. The first thing Naruto did was dodge the miasma breath that the strange Kaiyuth blew out. That was then lightning came out of his body in a white flash and Naruto quickly handed her Blazefire and jumped to avoid a kick from the Kaiyuth. "Careful Naruto, it's one of the Undying," Lightning said as Naruto narrowed his eyes and casted Libra on the Kaiyuth. "Batuatus the Pillager, has all elemental spells and physical attacks and is immune to earth spells. Weakness, magic-based attacks like Ruin the Datalog," said as Naruto drew out Edged Carbine and got into a stance. "Summon the other Naruto, his defenses will be useful at the moment," Lightning said as Naruto gave her a look as they dodged another miasma attack. "How?" Naruto asked as he launched a few ruin spells at Batuatus that screeched in pain. "Just touch the glowing magmata bead on the necklace and summon him," Lightning shouted as she launched her own barrage of ruin which made it roar in agony as they noticed it was gathering electricity. Naruto quickly touched the glowing icy blue jewel and made a mental command to summon the other Naruto. In a flash of blue light, the Snowpath Naruto arrived and raised his hand in a Kakashi-ish style. "Yo, you called?" he asked as Naruto pointed to the Kaiyuth. The Snowpath Naruto whistled, "Damn, you know how to throw a party, huh? Well, let's show this thing how heroes kick butt," he said as all three used the Cerberus Paradigm and blasted Batuatus with a barrage of ruin spells as they felt it charged up. "Quick, Tortoise Paradigm now," Naruto shouted as he, his frosty counterpart and Lightning switched roles and prepared for the barrage of lightning bolts. When it hit them, Naruto noticed that he still didn't recover from his fight with Gaara completely and needed to heal more. "Change the tide," Naruto said as they changed to Combat Clinic Paradigm and started healing everyone with Lightning's help while the other Naruto taunted the Kaiyuth and kept guarding till they all healed themselves. "Let's end this," Naruto shouted as they switched to Cerberus one more time and blasted Batuatus with a volley of ruin spells and Naruto charged at it while drawing out Gladius in his left hand and leapt into the air right into the sun where the Kaiyuth can't see as Naruto brought down his blades in an X formation as he appeared behind the Kaiyuth. Just then, the undying Kaiith began twitching violently as a strange red crystal bursted from its brand and flew right into Naruto's own brand. Naruto suddenly felt Kyuubi's chakra leak out to the brand as the strange crystal merged with his brand as suddenly, Naruto was engulfed in a red light. Once the light died out, there was something different about Naruto's appearance. He was in a strange fox Kaiith hybrid form that was made entirely of golden crystal with cracks of lava-like veins all over its body as Naruto's once human face was replaced with one of a snarling fox also made of crystal. Everyone was at a loss at the appearance as they noticed the Undying was still moving as a crystal cocoon surrounded it and 5 miniature Kaiith stones surrounded the cocoon as strange beams of light were launched into the air. It seems that the Undying are making a comeback. Lightning said as the snow. Naruto smirked. Things here are getting interesting already, he said as Naruto began moving. So, how do you feel? The snow path asked his lightning counterpart. When Naruto looked up, his eyes were silted and amethyst purple in color and it unnerved the snow path as the fox's jaws opened. Like I've been born anew, Naruto said in a smooth voice that somehow caused many females in the audience plus lightning herself to blush at the sound of the voice. So what happened to you? The snow path asked as the fox-like Kaiith chuckled. It seems I'm able to use the form of the Undying at will, but I can't completely control this form's powers. Naruto said as his snowy other whistled. Nice, so you can't change back or something? He asked as Naruto chuckled and turned back to his human form. I can change back between the forms at will, but I can only use this Kaiith form for a set time before I revert back to normal. Naruto said as he recalled something. We need codenames. He stated as his other thought about it. When there are more than one of use in the same place and they say, Naruto, which one are they talking about? He asked as the other Naruto nodded his head as he slowly got it. So for now on we'll call you Snow Jr. since you have the same personality as him. Naruto said as the newly named Snow Jr. smirked and pumped a fist in the air. Alright, things are going to get interesting now. But what should I call you? Snow Jr. asked. Naruto thought about it and made his reply, call me, Storm. Because I will shake this world by storm and destroy the current system of shinobi. Naruto said as Snow Jr. nodded. Fitting, taking the world by storm is ideal, and I have a feeling you'll be good at using those thunder and wind spells as well, though you can use Thundaga but not Aeroga. Snow Jr. said. Well that's true, but as a shinobi I've been known as the most unpredictable ninja so I might surprise you with something along the way. Naruto said as Snow Jr. laughed. True, after all we are the same person and are both full of surprises. Snow Jr. said before he disappeared in an icy blue flash. Naruto looked up and noticed that he had forgotten the entire audience was watching this. Naruto laughed weakly at the sudden surge of exhaustion and feel unconscious only for lightning to catch him in his fall. I guess things will never be the same for you Naruto. Lightning said as suddenly feathers rained down on the arena. Lightning quickly used the spell to undo the genjutsu on her as the proctor took Naruto somewhere safe for her as the invasion began. Meanwhile in another part of Konoha, a spider Anbu girl is having the time of her life with Anko and the Anbu Shinryu who is currently watching a show that Spider is doing. Hey, I hope you're in for the shock of your life baby. Spider said as she used Raiden, false darkness and impaled 2 Odo ninjas at once while Shinryu was busy grumbling with annoyance about something. Come on Shinryu, where's that inner beast you always had? Spider asked as she felt Shinryu glaring at everything. All I wanted to do is get my reserved copy of Return of the Capturing God 2 and the next thing I know the store is empty because of this stupid invasion. Shinryu shouted as he grabbed a Suna Nin by the head and instantly the Suna Nin's head was set on fire as he screamed in agony as Shinryu threw him into a group of Odo and Suna and made a single hand sign. Katsu, he shouted as a massive explosion shook the village. Meanwhile at AIM, a certain blonde-haired bomber looked to the east with a shit-eating grin on his face as his partner looked at him. What are you looking at now Deidara? Asked the hunched man with annoyance. Someone is trying to imitate me in my art, yeah. The terrorist bomber said as the hunched man sighed with annoyance. True art is eternal, not a fleeting moment like yourself Deidara. Sasori said as the two began their infamous argument on what art is. While most of the invading ninjas finally got the summons back, our friend Spidey had a hidden dark, cruel smile on her face as she pricked her finger and made a few hand signs and slammed her hands to the ground. Summoning jutsu. She shouted and in a puff of smoke, one giant spider made of stone and lava with a scorpion's tail while an invisible spider-shaped being with bat-like wings flew into the air while a female humanoid-like spider planted an egg into a female Odo ninja and watched as the women became one of their own as chaos reigned in the streets while Shinryu had a deadpanned expression on his face even though he had a mask on. You know, you've been going overkill with things lately Panda-chan. Shinryu said as Spider started strangling him comically. How many times do I have to tell you I'm not a panda? She demanded while Shinryu replied while being strangled. You are, after all you, wore that panda suit at a restaurant before. he said while he was shook violently. I wore that once, you idiot, she shouted while Anko was watching this with popcorn. This is just as fun as that threesome with these two a week ago, Anko muttered. Back with the story. Lightning is currently on top one of the roofs with the third Hokage and Jiraiya as they face the infamous snake Sannin Orochimaru, who has trapped them in some sort of box so they won't get help from the outside. So miss, what brings you here to the fight? Jiraiya asked as Lightning glared at him, which caused him to flinch and cower at that sight. To help out the grandfather figure of Naruto's, of course, and don't think I won't kick your ass afterwards for being a super pervert, Lightning said as Hijiran chuckled at that since it reminded him of the times when Tsunade was around. Enough with this, it's time to end things once and for all, Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru said as Hijiran, and Jiraiya released their chakra, which caused the tiles to crack. Lightning was amused as she drew her gunblade and had it in sword mode as Orochimaru summoned his Kusanagi sword as the four-way battle begins. With Naruto's subconscious. Naruto was in darkness, he felt empty yet happy. All things are born from darkness, and also end, a mysterious voice said as Naruto looked to see his Kaiith form looking at him. In the end, everything returns to the darkness from whence it came. The Kaiith said as Naruto gave him a puzzled look. As a baby in the mother's womb you sleep in darkness and you step into the light to live in the world. But the day you die is when you see the darkness taking you back into its grip. The Kaiith explained as Naruto nodded. Darkness is anger, hate, rage, despair, agony, pain and even loneliness. I am the embodiment of your darkness as you are the light, the Kaiith said as Naruto understood what it was saying. I am happiness, hope, courage, and honor, and I cannot exist without you, Naruto said as the Kaiith nodded. Now you understand the nature of the human heart and learn from it. The Kaiith said as Naruto nodded. Every light must fade, every heart return to darkness, said both Naruto and his Kaiith form as they were engulfed in a bright light. With Naruto in the real world. As Naruto woke up, he felt rejuvenated and he noticed he was in the infirmary of the stadium and heard a battle under wage. This caused him to smile as he transformed into his Kaiith mode and let out a savage roar that echoed throughout all of Konoha. Many shinobi from both sides were wondering what that roar was as suddenly, many Oto and Suna ninjas fell down and were unconscious as they saw a golden crystal fox-like creature taking down the enemy with inhumane speeds, and the Konoha ninjas were weary of it since they have some issues with foxes since the Kyuubi's attack. Now this is the way of a ninja like me should roll, Naruto said as he noticed sand engulfing Suna ninjas and taking them away, which caused him to smile. Gaara is helping out by capturing his fellow ninjas and noticed Temari was blowing away a group of Oto ninjas with her Kameidachi jutsu while Kankuro disposed of another group with his puppets. Naruto noticed a purple box-like shape on one of the roofs and with great strength, he leapt onto the roof, surprising the three Anbu that are forced to watch. What's going on in there? Naruto asked as one of the Anbu recognized him as Naruto. Uzumaki-san, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama and a mysterious lady are in there fighting Orochimaru. We can't get past this barrier due to those four Oto ninjas, so we have no choice but to watch. The one with the boar mask said as Naruto nodded his head in understanding. He got to one of the four corners and noticed a redhead woman was one of the four ninjas that were powering the barrier and did something that gave him the title, Unpredictable Knucklehead Ninja, as he impaled his claws in the barrier and with an iron will, forced a hole in the barrier and quickly got in and attacked the woman, which forced the barrier to drop down as Naruto glared at the redhead who was currently cussing up a storm only to shut up when Naruto bared his fangs menacingly. Lightning's point of view. Lightning is currently firing a barrage of fire, thunder, water and arrow spells at the slithering snake Orochimaru while Jiraiya and his sensei did a collaboration jutsu with earth and fire elemental releases to create a fire bomb which made a direct to Orochimaru as the skin on his face was peeled away by the attack, which caused both Jiraiya and Hijiran's eyes to widen in shock. So, he finally did it, Jiraiya said with disgust as Hijiran nodded his head while Lightning was wondering what they were talking about. He finally found the forbidden art of immortality by exchanging bodies to keep his spirit in this realm. Hijiran said to Lightning's unasked question, which caused her to look at Orochimaru with disgust. Slimy bastards like you deserve to rot in hell for your transgressions, Lightning said as Orochimaru chuckled, and they noticed a gold crystal fox disabling one of the four Oto ninjas who were powering the barrier, which caused said barrier to drop as the three Anbu made their move and attacked the other three Oto ninjas while more Anbu were seen on their way. This caused Orochimaru to scowl in anger and he looked at the three with hate. I will return one day to see this place burn to the ground as I become an all-powerful being, Orochimaru said as he began to sink into the ground and vanish from sight. The next time though, Orochimaru, we'll be prepared, Hijiran said as Lightning went to the crystal fox that was currently snarling at the only female Oto ninja. Down boy, I'll take care of her for you, Lightning said as the fox nodded and got off of the girl, who began hugging Lightning's legs as she felt the fox staring at the redhead, who was begging her to not let the fox eat her. "He won't bite till I say so," Lightning said as the crystal fox rolled its amethyst-colored eyes as the Anbu took the redhead away. Konoha had survived this onslaught from the treachery of Suna and the invasion from Odo, but they lived in the will of fire burned brightly as ever. "Excuse me, miss. I would like to know what's going on," Hijiran said as the crystal fox transformed into Naruto, who looked at the third in the eye. "We have some things to talk about too, old man," Naruto said in a serious voice as the old monkey sighed. "He's seriously getting old for this shit." Chapter 9, Truth and Revelations. Hijiran Sarutobi sat in his office after hearing of what has become of Naruto over the month and sighed. He wanted to help Naruto in some way, and he had to be careful about what he says to the boy. That woman Lightning told him that the Lassie brand is connected to his mental state, and any kind of shock would make the brand's curse accelerate and turn the poor boy into a Ka'ith and be damned to wander the world in endless agony until he is turned to stone and must wait until another Lassie fulfills his focus so his soul could move on. Now how is he going to make it up to the boy? "Hey old man," Naruto said as he entered the office alone. "Speak of the devil," the old Hokage thought as Naruto took a seat and looked at him in the eyes. "I need to know, who are my parents?" Naruto asked as Hijiran mentally groaned. He was planning to tell him when he could handle it, but with this Lassie brand on Naruto, he might not know who his family is before the time. He might either turn to crystal or a Ka'ith. If he's going to tell Naruto the truth, he should start with his mother first. Knowing who his father is first might cause Naruto to go into shock, and he won't allow that brand to grow faster and turn Naruto into a Ka'ith. Damn it. "I think it's time, Naruto. I was going to tell you when you mature, but it seems the fates have tied my hands with your curse, it seems. Before you ask who your father is, which I know, I must tell you about your mother and her clan so you won't go into shock when I tell you who your father is," Hijiran said as Naruto nodded. He felt excited that he was finally going to learn about his family, and he wondered why the old man was planning to tell him about his father last. "I'm going to tell you about the relationship of the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan," he said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What do the Senju have to do with this? I have a feeling this might be important," Naruto thought as he recalled that the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages were from the Senju clan. "You see, Naruto, the Senju and Uzumaki clans were great allies before the founding of Konoha because they came from the same ancestor from many years ago and have supported each other through dangerous times during the clan wars. In fact, an Uzumaki named Mito married the Shodaime when Konoha was founded, and Tsunade of the Sannin is her granddaughter, making you and Tsunade related," Hijiran said as he watched Naruto slowly putting things together and asked a question. "Then what happened to the Uzumaki clan, and where is this Tsunade lady at?" Naruto asked as Hijiran chuckled. Naruto is a forward person. The Uzumaki clan was wiped out in the Second Shinobi War due to their skills in Fuinjutsu. Their skill in those dangerous arts caused many enemies to fear them, and as a result, the land of whirlpools was no more. They were also known to have extended lives and were called the Village of Longevity. And for your second question, Tsunade can be anywhere as long as it's far away from Konoha, since it had brought back so many bad memories," Hijiran said as Naruto was trying to think of another question. "Then why do I have Uzumaki as my family name then?" Naruto asked as Hijiran gave him the "I'm getting to that" look. "Because your mother was a survivor and a refugee of Uzushirokagakure before she came here during the war," Hijiran said as Naruto was practically starving to know more. "What was she like?" Naruto asked as Hijiran chuckled. "Your mother was well known for her beauty, and many men practically fell off their feet when they saw her. You're also like her in personality. She was a chatterbox and quite the tomboy. You both have a verbal tick when excited or flustered, but she says datbane while you say datbeo." Now this made Naruto smile as Hijiran continued on. "When your mother first came here and transferred to the academy, she was infamous for getting into fights and causing school property damage, which caused a lot of paperwork to pile up," he said as he face-palmed himself when he recalled the time when he saw the mountains of paperwork when she was an academy student. "So she didn't do any pranks at all?" Naruto asked with a pout while Hijiran chuckled. "Actually, she was quite the prankster. Just like you, she outlasted the Anbu and even me and caused both of us to weep in tears because we couldn't catch an academy student. Though you are still years away from surpassing her when it comes to pranks," he said, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He felt like he had given Naruto a prank challenge from his mother, and Naruto will prepare the ultimate prank in all of Konoha history. His dread was realized as he saw Naruto smile deviously in the same image his mother had when she was alive. Meanwhile in Konoha, many of the shinobi and civilians shivered in fear as a dark calamity was stirring. "There is one important detail I should tell you about your mother and the Uzumaki clan besides their skills in Fuinjutsu before I tell you about your father Naruto," Hijiran said in a serious expression that was mirrored by Naruto due to drills Lightning had drilled into his head when something important was happening. What is it? Naruto said as Hijiran looked at Naruto in shock. He had never seen the boy so serious in his life that it looked like he was telling Minato something important. You see, your clan was known for its members becoming the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He said as Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. You see, after Madara Uchiha's defeat by the Shodaime, Mito had sealed the Kyuubi into herself, causing her to become the first Jinchuriki of the Fox and had lived for a long time while serving as the Fox's vessel. When she was at the end of her life, a new vessel was chosen. She was Kushina Uzumaki, your mother Naruto. Hijiran said as Naruto was starting to get lost. Why? Why her? Naruto asked as Hijiran knew this would come up. Your mother had strong chakras, even for Uzushio standards, that allowed her to control the Kyuubi. But one day, the Kyuubi broke free from the seal. Hijiran said as he looked out the window. What happened that day? Naruto asked, feeling some sort of dread at where this is going. You see Naruto, a female Jinchuriki has one flaw that made it possible for something like the Kyuubi to break free. The seal weakens when a female Jinchuriki gives birth. He explained and gave Naruto a look. Even though with the elite Anbu and my wife and the Yondaime Hokage were there to help making your birth was safe, the Kyuubi broke free. The Anbu guarding your mother and my wife were killed by someone when we examined them, so I have a feeling that someone had undone the seal somehow and unleashed the Kyuubi onto Konoha, causing the suffering you have endured to this very day. Hijiran explained as Naruto was lost in thought and slowly asked a question that had bugged him when he heard that the Kyuubi broke free. What happened to my mother? Naruto asked as Hijiran looked at the boy who he considered a grandson for most of his life with sad eyes. When the Yondaime began the sealing, the Kyuubi tried to kill you when it realized what the Yondaime was doing. Kushina and the Yondaime himself used their bodies as shields to protect you with the fox's claws only inches away from your face, and they used the last of their power to seal the fox away. But I noticed Kushina saying something to you with tears of sadness and hope. I believe she wished you a happy life through the hardships of a Jinchuriki and that she was sorry that she couldn't be there to take care of you. Naruto smiled sadly. His mother truly loved him to do something that risky for his sake and decided to guess who his father is. And the Yondaime Hokage is my father, isn't he? He asked as Hijiran looked at him and nodded with his eyes closed. How did you know? I was going to tell you about him just now. The old Sarutobi asked as he lit his pipe and began smoking. Because I looked at his picture when you mentioned him and compared my appearance to him. That, and you just admitted it yourself. Naruto said as the man blushed slightly as he got tricked by a genin of all things. That and comparing Naruto's relation with Minato is an ill-guarded secret if people compared their appearances. What was my old man like? Naruto asked as Hijiran sat in his seat and puffed some smoke out his pipe. Your father, Minato Namikaze, was considered the greatest genius of his time. He graduated the academy at age 10 and was a genin under Jiraiya of the Sannin. You mean Ero Sennin? Naruto interrupted, causing the old Kage to laugh at the nickname of his student. Yes, that would be him. And that's the perfect nickname for him too. He said, causing Naruto to smile at that. Back to where I was, during your father's time under Jiraiya's training he signed to Toad contract, which of course you have signed as well. It seems though Jiraiya's methods of making you summon a bigger toad was the reason for all of this. Hijiran muttered as he was thinking of the perfect punishment for the super pervert, only to be snapped out of it by Naruto waving a hand in front of his face. Sorry, just thinking of how to punish Jiraiya somehow. He said as he noticed a certain gleam in the boy's eyes and sighed. So what do you have in mind for him? He asked as Naruto whispered into his ears, and slowly, the old man developed a mischievous smile on his face. Meanwhile at the Konoha hot springs, Jiraiya had a shiver down his spine as he was doing his research. So back to my dad please. Naruto asked as Hijiran nodded. Alright, so sometime in his early 20s he led a team of Obito Uchiha, a girl named Rin, and your sensei Kakashi Hatake. Now this made Naruto's eyes widen in surprise, but he kept on listening. It was during the Third Shinobi War and Minato had made a name for himself with the help of special space-time kunai, which I believe was with the help of your mother to create, that made him famous or infamous depending if you're an ally or enemy. He was called the Yellow Flash because those kunai caused him to teleport so fast that he destroyed armies within a second. He got that name because when he used the Hirishin Jutsu, he vanished in a flash of yellow. Now this made Naruto look at his father's portrait on the wall with awe. Could he recreate his father's famous jutsu one day? Your father was also remarkably handsome that made many women fall for him, and he had a fan club at the time. He would have been attacked by fangirls like Sasuke was if your mother didn't scare them off. But it seems that you've become quite the latest man in that new outfit of yours, since you've practically taken the image of your father but with more military style added to it. Hijiran said as Naruto had a bad feeling that he might have a fan club coming after him soon. Wait, he had lightning to scare them off, so he'll be alright. Is there anything else you know about my dad, old man? Naruto asked as Hijiran shook his head no. If you're going to ask more about your father, then ask Jiraiya. He knows him better than me. It's getting late, so I suggest you get some sleep. Naruto nodded as he felt tired and left to the ship on top of the Hokage monument. It would be a lot safer there than his apartment if fangirls are starting to form a fan club of him, and he did not want to be a victim of the unspeakable horrors they do. A rumor had it that Sasuke was once captured by a fan club of his, and things so disturbing and scary happened to him that it made Sasuke very wary of females near him. When he asked what happened, Sasuke was shivering violently, and that alone unnerved Naruto as he was quickly running to see if Lightning was there to help him use his Kaiith form. While Naruto was learning who his parents are. Here in the Konoha marketplace, Lightning was looking around to purchase something to cook when she met that pink-haired teammate of Naruto's, Sakura Haruno. "Aren't you that lady that helped Naruto with his training?" she asked as the older pinkette nodded her head. "Yeah, I taught him. What is it you want?" she asked as Sakura bowed her head. "Can you help train me? I've been a burden to both Naruto and Sasuke-kun, and I don't want to fall behind anymore." Sakura asked as Lightning shook her head no. "Sorry, but I can't. I can't teach you anything ninja related, and I need to help Naruto control his powers or else something terrible will happen to him," Lightning said as Sakura looked up at her. "What will happen to Naruto? He's different from before, and when I try to talk to him he's been giving me the cold shoulder," she said. As Lightning sensed someone behind her, she turned around to see Sasuke looking at her. Apparently he was listening to them. "Just what is happening to the dope? Those powers are stronger than any ninjutsu I've seen in my entire life," he said. "If I can figure out how the dope got them, then I'll have the power to kill him," he mentally added. Lightning noticed the hidden greed in his eyes, and things just got more difficult as Naruto's sensei, Kakashi, appeared on the roof. "Now I would be interested in what is going on with my student's situation, since Naruto has once again surprised me with these new abilities he never had before," Kakashi said as Lightning scoffed. "Your student? You left him to some amateur trainer just so you can train the Uchiha the Chidori. You don't have the right to call Naruto your student anymore," Lightning said as she glared at the scarecrow, causing him to flinch. "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned indeed. I want to make it up to him by teaching Naruto how to use his elemental affinity, and I trained Sasuke because he was up against Gaara, who is known for being an unstable Jinchuriki that will brutally kill Sasuke in less than a second." Kakashi tried to reason as Lightning punched him in the face. With the help of being a master lassie, her enhanced strength made Kakashi's body leave a body imprint on the wall a good 60 feet away, causing Sakura and Sasuke to go wide-eyed at that much strength. That was a terrible excuse. He could have trained both at the same time to make them push each other at their limits. He could have asked someone else to tutor at least Sakura so she can be helpful one day. "Some teacher he is," Lightning muttered. Note to self, do not piss her off. Sasuke and Sakura both thought as Lightning looked at them. Now here's Naruto's current situation. He's been branded with a special mark that is cursed and a blessing at the same time. While it grants him new powers, he has a set time before he suffers a fate worse than death. "That's it," Lightning said as she went back to the ship, clearly annoyed, but that didn't stop her from stomping on Kakashi's nuts, causing Sasuke to wince in sympathy. With that much strength it must have hurt like hell, and now it made Sasuke want to stay a good distance from her and try not to piss her off. That wasn't much info. It was like she's hiding something. And what did she mean, a fate worse than death? Just what in the world did the dope get himself into just to end up being cursed? Sasuke asked as Sakura shrugged. "Maybe we could ask him during our next team meeting," Sakura said as Sasuke nodded. "It would be a good plan." With that, they went their separate ways to their homes, leaving their agonized sensei to suffer. At the ship, Naruto was waiting at the front of the ship with a letter in his hand as some weird creature called a Moogle that quickly left, which made him curious about it. Let's see what we've got," he muttered as he opened the envelope and pulled out a paper letter and some sort of pass. "Greetings, Kupo. We have written this letter to let you know that you have been invited the Mirage Arena for various tournaments that will offer amazing rewards. The card that comes with this letter will allow you to participate in the tournaments. If you want to go to the Mirage Arena, just find the Moogle that's currently staying in your apartment, Kupo." The Moogles. Now this made Naruto raise an eyebrow. Just what are these Moogles exactly? I guess I should ask Lightning. Naruto thought as he saw Lightning coming. "Lightning, what are Moogles?" Naruto asked as she stopped and looked at him. "They are small white furred creatures with a red pom-pom connected by a thin wiry antenna that are on the top of their heads and have small gothic bat wings. They are harmless and are quite popular creatures and are considered cute. I recalled Tara Branford had a habit of cuddling a Moogle because she said it was cute. They have been known to be helpful by selling useful items that are pretty useful on journeys." "Why do you ask?" she said as Naruto showed her the letter. "Because a Moogle was right here when I came back and gave me this before disappearing into thin air," Naruto said as Lightning was reading the letter. This will be interesting. Keep that pass somewhere safe, and it's time to test out that Kaiith mode of yours." Lightning said as Naruto nodded as they went to the third training ground. Once they got there, they looked around to see if anyone is going to watch them, and once they felt no one was watching them, Naruto transformed. Lightning couldn't help but look impressed at his appearance. He was a humanoid fox that was made of golden crystal that was smooth, his spiky blonde hair was crystallized but was still there, his eyes were a deep purple like an amethyst, he had a tail to match that looked like it could be used as some sort of weapon, long ears that twitched in a cute way, and his entire body was covered in blue crystal veins that appeared to be circulating his chakra throughout the body. She recalled last time he used that form the veins were red, but guessed it was when he used the Kyuubi's chakra at the time. Naruto flexed his claws and looked at Lightning and opened his mouth to speak as she was lines of dagger-sharp teeth meant to shred victims that got caught in between them. "So what do you think?" he asked with his voice echoing. "Not bad, now let's see your abilities, shall we?" Lightning said as she drew her gunblade out and got into her stance. Naruto stood up and she saw his veins glow brightly blue as he held his hand out, and blades of pure chakra appeared in the palms of both of his hands as he got into a battle stance while holding his blades in reverse grip. Think the stance that the mysterious figure from KHBBS uses. Naruto charged at her with his ethereal blades as she ducked under him and kicked him in the stomach, only to notice he wasn't there as she dodged his blade that pierced the ground. "You have to get serious, Lightning, I still have some problems controlling my bloodlust in this form," Naruto said as Lightning nodded her head. She channeled her energy and her gunblade transformed into her Omega weapon, and she charged as she hit him with her launch attack and followed it up with flourish of steel as her gunblade transformed into the Zantetsuken blades and slashed at him relentlessly, following it up by using her Gestalt drive and started hitting him with Lightning Strike, Thunderfall, Stormblade and Razor Gale, causing Naruto to grunt at the pain as Lightning used the Zantetsuken and dealt the final blow while crouching down. "Bullseye," she said as Naruto crashed to the ground, creating a crater from impact. When she looked at the crater, she had a feeling she went overboard with those attacks as a clawed hand came out of the ground and grabbed her leg in surprise as she heard Naruto chuckling. "Next time weaken me first before trying that, because that was ticklish," he said as he pulled her underground. Lightning noticed two things when she was dragged underground. One was that there were tunnels due to the echoes from her falling on her butt, and two, it was pitch black dark in here and she couldn't even see her nose. "Alright Naruto, what's going on here?" Lightning asked as her voice echoed through the tunnels as she heard Naruto chuckle. "It's a new training method. When you are blinded by something and can't see a thing, you must rely on hearing, touch, and smell to locate me and make a counter-attack, or else," he said as Lightning could have sworn she heard a hint of mischief in his voice. "Or else what?" Lightning said as she picked up her blade, and then she heard his voice right in her ear. "I'll beat you," he said as she turned around to swing her blade that only sliced thin air. She felt something grab her leg again, and next thing she knew, she was hung upside down with her arms tied behind her back as she saw his purple glowing eyes looking at her with amusement as he had his claws aimed at her neck. "See, I beat you already," he said as he retracted his claws and gently put her down. She punched him only for him to instantly disappear again into the tunnels. "It's like chasing a fox in its den," Lightning muttered and realized that was what she's doing and could feel Naruto was mentally laughing his ass off at that little joke of his. "So that's his game, huh? Looks like I'll have to wait for him to strike then," she thought as she got into a relaxing state and listened to the echoes of the hollow tunnels, smelled the earth itself as she picked up the faint scent of ramen in the air and smirked. Naruto was near. She waited and tried to feel the vibrations of him so she could pinpoint where he is, but for some reason she couldn't feel any vibrations of his footsteps and could only smell small traces of ramen in the air, and they were really faint, so she waited with her sword in gun mode and aimed in front of her. The most unexpected thing that happened next was that something pounced onto her from the side and she was lying on her back as Naruto in his Kaith form had pinned her. "Since you have no basic ninja training, it was easy for me to sneak up on you, though I give you some credit for using your sense of smell," Naruto said as Lightning tried to get out of her position. "Can you let me out now?" Lightning said as Naruto suddenly bit her in the neck, causing her to scream in pain. "What was that for?" she demanded as he put her on his back. "Now we're even," he said as he took her up towards the surface. When he broke to the surface, Lightning got off his back and she immediately whacked him in the back of his head as she touched the place he bit her. "Did you have to bite me like that, Naruto?" she demanded as the Kaith fox stood on its hind legs and nodded. "Now you know how I felt when you did that," he said as they had a glaring contest. He summoned his ethereal blades again and Lightning drew Blazefire Saber in her hand and they charged. As they clashed blades, Lightning noticed that his ethereal blades were glowing even brighter and leapt away as Naruto named his attack, Innocence. He roared as he swung his blades 4 times in the air, creating 4 large blades of energy that hit Lightning, causing her to gasp in shock at the pain and made her narrow her eyes. "He's getting serious, but how can he use those attacks? I thought only Gabranth should know them," she thought as she started dodging Naruto's Innocence attacks while getting close to him. This made Naruto mentally smirk as he gathered chakra around his body when lightning was close enough to be in range. Hatred. He shouted as a sphere of chakra surrounded him and caused him and unleashed a massive shock wave that hit lightning and threw her a good distance away. Before she could blink, Naruto was right in front of her with his ethereal blades out and stabbed her in the stomach. Guilt. He said as he removed the blades and slashed at her, causing an explosion as he began to use his final assault. He stopped channeling chakra from his hands, which caused his ethereal blades to disappear as he punched lightning. By my Nindo, he shouted as he channeled a massive amount of chakra in his hands, creating red-orange flames as he launched it at lightning. Know this pain. Fulminating oblivion, he said as she screamed in pain as he channeled chakra in his hands again and started punching the air in the direction of lightning was falling. Ruin unflinching, he said as the chakra left his fists and hit lightning like a bazooka barrage. Naruto smirked evilly as he created 10 swords made of chakra. Take your last breath, Frost Purge, he muttered as he made a gesture as the blades impaled lightning from every angle possible as she floated in the air as a vortex appeared above her as Naruto roared savagely into the heavens. Black hole, surrender now to oblivion, he said as the vortex devoured her completely. How could it end like this? Lightning asked as she faded away into rose petals as Naruto reverted back to his normal form and was exhausted. So how was that lightning? Naruto thought as he felt her return to his mind. I'm impressed, though going overboard like that hurts like hell. Lightning said as Naruto chuckled. Well, you're an immortal since killing you physically will just make you return to my mindscape as usual. And like my attacks? He asked as he felt lightning nod. I guess meeting Gabranth while I was in the underworld when fighting for Cosmos did help you out. But for you to recreate his attacks that perfectly is kind of scary. I just hope that you won't learn anything that could destroy a planet or something. Lightning said as Naruto chuckled. Trust me, Light, I wouldn't go that far, he said as he headed back to the ship to get some sleep. In his mindscape where the seal is, the Kyuubi narrowed his eyes. His vessel has grown strong indeed, but knowing who the true enemy is must be known, with the boy knowing of his heritage and who his parents are will help him understand what truly happened that fateful day. Willing himself, he poured his chakra as the boy fell asleep so he could see the truth. The Kyuubi was making a gamble. If Naruto can't handle this, then their time will be running short and Naruto will quickly turn into a Kaith. But then again, this is Naruto he's talking about and knows he will endure the sadness that will follow when he sees it. Here we see a shirtless Naruto in his bed tossing and turning while Lightning, who was in a white nightgown, came to check up on him, causing her to look at him with worry. She noticed something was wrong when she felt the Kyuubi's chakra circulating in his head and decided to go into his mind to find the source of the problem. Little did she know she will also know the truth of that fateful day that ruined Naruto's life forever. Within the dream, Naruto was walking through the darkness as he noticed Lightning, and following him in her nightgown made him stop. What are you doing here, Lightning? Is something wrong? He asked as she nodded her head. Yeah, I noticed you were tossing and turning badly in your bed and I noticed that the fox's chakra was circulating in your head doing something, she said as Naruto narrowed his eyes. Let's see what that fox is up to then, he said as they walked to the light that appeared in front of them, which blinded them. When they opened their eyes they noticed something strange. They were in some sort of room and the sight Naruto saw made his eyes widen. He saw his own father, the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze, sitting down with a red-haired, violet-eyed woman whom looked pregnant, and realized that was his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, as they were talking to old man Sarutobi and an old lady, which made him guess it was his wife. Wow, my mom is beautiful, Naruto said in awe as Lightning decided to pull a small prank on him. Really? Then I'm not beautiful as well? Lightning asked teasingly, causing Naruto to stutter. Why yeah, well you actually gorgeous, Naruto blurted as he suddenly covered his mouth as Lightning chuckled as she turned to the side to hide her small blush. Just kidding, Naruto, though I should thank you for the compliment, Lightning said as Naruto looked away embarrassed. There's the seal to worry about, so we'd better get ready for the birth, Minato said, making Naruto and Lightning break from their small embarrassment and pay attention. When Mito-sama gave birth, it was said that the seal nearly broke. I'd hate to ask this, just in case something happens, please give birth away from the village and inside a barrier. Minato and my wife Bawako and Taji of Anbu will go with you. This will be top secret. Of course you will have bodyguards as well, but they will all be Anbu under my direct command, Hijiran explained as Bawako spoke. I will lead you to the appointed spot, we should leave soon, she said as Kushina nodded her head. All right, and thank you, Kushina said. In a district of Konoha, Naruto and Lightning followed Kushina and Bawako as they stopped to talk to a woman holding a baby. When Naruto looked at the baby, he couldn't help but feel like he's seen that face somewhere, but he couldn't put it. Huh, was it a girl? Kushina asked the woman, who shook her head. No, it was a boy this time. The woman spoke as Kushina got curious. So what did you name him, Makoto? Kushina asked as Makoto looked at the baby boy with a caring face. Sasuke, she said, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. That's the Tem. He's a lot different from the jerk I know today. Naruto said in mild surprise before suppressing a snicker. Plus he was meant to be a girl. He muttered while Lightning giggled at that part. Now they could see why Sasuke looked like a girl as well, since he looks more like his mother. Oh, the same name as Hijiran's father. Bawako said as Makoto nodded her head. Yes, so that he will become a fine strong ninja. She said as she looked at Kushina. You're due soon too, aren't you, Kushina? You should decide on a name ahead of time. Makoto said as Kushina smiled. I already have, I'm going to call him Naruto. He'll be the same age as Sasuke-kun, so I hope that they'll be friends. She said. Me and the Tem friends. We're more like rivals. Naruto muttered as Kushina got closer to Makoto with a gloom aura surrounding her. By the way, does it hurt as much as they say? Kushina asked nervously as Makoto looked at her with an amused look on her face. Wow, so there are things that you're afraid of. I'm surprised, she said. Yup, I take after my mom alright. Nothing to be afraid of, except maybe when girls stare at me with lust, Naruto said as Lightning chuckled at that. Bawako grabbed Kushina's hand and started dragging her off. Come on, and let's go, Kushina. Bawako said in a grumpy elderly voice as Kushina sighed. Oh, alright, Kushina said as Makoto bid her farewell. As Kushina and Bawako got to the corner, she started scolding Kushina. This is all top secret. Just in case you meet any more of your friends along the way, just avoid them. Bawako said as Kushina rubbed the back of her head sheepishly just like Naruto does and apologized. And even if we are away from the village, this is still top secret. So even if you have labor pains, don't be too loud. She said as Kushina just sighed. Couldn't this old woman give her a break? Alright, was the only thing she said. So Lightning, is it painful to give birth to a baby? Naruto asked as she shrugged. I'm not sure, I don't have kids. Lightning said as Naruto looked at her. You're all about business then, aren't you? He said as Lightning nodded her head yes. Inside a sealed cave. Ah, it hurts, shouted Kushina as Naruto and his father were beginning to panic while Lightning looked at them amused. Like father like son, she thought as Naruto ran around the room babbling about what he should do. Sign the baby is being delivered and wondered if there is anything he could do to help. Anyo, I've never seen her cry out in pain like this before. Do you really think she'll be okay? Minato asked nervously as Bawako rolled her eyes. Of course she will. Just focus on the Kyuubi's seal. She yelled. As Kushina began thrashing in pain, Minato looked extremely worried as Naruto began panicking like a madman. Make it stop. If this is what women have to go through, then my respect for them have gone up another level. Just make this scene stop. Naruto wailed as Lightning looked at him with amusement. Soon he'll be watching this again if he ever had a wife. But this is, Minato said as he looked at his wife with concern as Bawako just had enough of this. You are the Yondaime Hokage. Don't just gape at this. This much pain would kill a man. But women are strong, she shouted as Naruto looked at Lightning. It's official, I respect women to a degree that I would ban myself from using the sexy jutsu and other variations while beat up any pervert if possible. Naruto said as Lightning rolled her eyes. This is too much. As Minato channeled his chakra on the seal, Kushina felt the Kyuubi struggling to break free as she sweated from trying to keep the Kyuubi locked in and trying to get baby Naruto out. If I become Hokage, I will make a law to never make a female Jinchuriki forever. This is pure torture to anyone, even my mom, Naruto muttered to himself as Minato encouraged baby Naruto to come out and for Kushina to stay strong. As she screamed in pain, Bawako and Taji were encouraging Kushina to keep it up as they saw a head coming out. When they mentioned seeing a head, Naruto began chewing his fingers in anxiety and worry as Lightning had to hit him with a thunder to snap him out of it. Quit panicking, you numbskull, you're here right. Then you'll be fine then. Lightning said as Naruto glared at her. Give me a break, Light, seeing how a baby delivered like it was some sort of documentary has already scarred me for life. The blonde knucklehead shouted as he shivered in horror as he realized that this scenario will repeat again when he's going to be a father in the future. As they heard the Kyuubi roar in fury, Minato was sweating heavily as he tried to suppress Kyuubi. Naruto, come out. Kyuubi, you stay in, he shouted as Kushina gave one last push and suddenly, the sounds of a baby crying echoed throughout the cave. He's here, Minato said as Kushina panted from exhaustion from delivering her child as Bawako and Taji wrapped the baby in a blanket. It's a healthy baby boy. Bawako said as she saw that the baby had 3 whisker-shaped birthmarks on each cheek. I hate to say it, but you looked cute as a baby. Lightning said as Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly, wondering if it was a compliment or a statement. I'm a father. Minato laughed happily while rubbing the tears of joy as Kushina had her own tears of happiness at the birth of her son. Naruto, I can finally get to see you, Kushina said tiredly as her baby continued to cry. Naruto himself was almost about to let out the waterworks if Minato didn't decided to get serious suddenly. Alright Kushina, I know you're worn out from giving birth but now you need to exert your full control over the Kyuubi. Minato shouted as Kushina nodded her head. Yeah, keep that ugly old fur coat locked up for good TTEBO. Naruto said as he pumped a fist in the air. Suddenly Naruto's sixth sense he gained from lightning's training activated as he and lightning suddenly turned around to see Bawako and Taji falling down dead. What the? Naruto said as Minato turned with Kushina turning her head to see what was wrong and they saw a man in a hooded robe wearing an orange mask with an eyehole on the right side with weird black fire designs on it holding baby Naruto in his right arm while his left hand was close to the baby's face in a pose that was aimed to kill. Yondaime Hokage Minato, step away from the host or this child won't live a minute longer. The man said in a cold menacing tone that meant he was serious. As baby Naruto's cries echoed through the cave, Minato was trying to figure out how he got past the barrier and who that mysterious man was as Kushina's seal continued to weaken. Kushina, Minato shouted looking at her as the man pulled a kunai knife out and held it closely to baby Naruto's face. Get away from the host, or you don't care what happens to the brat. The masked man asked as Naruto glared at him with hate. Who the hell is this guy? Don't tell me the Anbu that the old man sent were killed by him. Naruto thought as he had the feeling this man was the one responsible for the loneliness and pain he had to suffer. Wait, calm down, Minato said as Kushina twisted in pain as she tried to restrain the Kyuubi. You're the one who needs to calm down Minato. For I am perfectly calm. The man said as he tossed the baby into the air as he planned to impale the child. Naruto. Kushina screamed in horror as Minato's face became serious as the time slowed down as Naruto and Lightning were forced to watch unable to do anything to stop this terrible madness. In a flash of yellow, Minato held the baby Naruto in his arms while holding onto the wall behind the man with chakra. I expected nothing less from the yellow flash, but what about the next one? The man asked as Minato noticed something hissing at the bottom of the blanket Naruto was in and realized they were exploding tags. Oh Naruto said in shock at what was happening. With quick reflexes, Minato pulled out baby Naruto from the blanket as Kushina screamed their names as they vanished. Next thing Naruto and Lightning knew, they were in a different place that looked like a house as part of the front exploded as Minato rolled out with the baby Naruto who was still crying. Thank goodness Naruto is unharmed. Minato said with a sigh of relief as he pulled a piece of wood that was impaled in his leg. That's a relief, I thought that me and dad were goners. Naruto said also sighing in relief as Lightning whacked him in the head. You idiot, this already happened and I'm guessing that now things are going to become serious. Lightning said sternly as Naruto who was currently rubbing the spot she hit him nodded his head. Minato placed the baby version of Naruto in a bed and tucked him in, you'll be safe here. Just wait here for a little bit Naruto, I have to go and save your mother. He said gently. Before they know it, they were whisked away somewhere else and they saw Kushina trapped in chains as the man looked at her. Let go of my mom you bastard. Naruto shouted as the man paid no heed since Naruto's voice couldn't be heard. What do you want? Kushina said weakly. To take the Kyuubi from you and destroy Konoha. The man said like it was the weather, which ticked Naruto off as he tried to punch the man in the head which only caused his fist to go through the man. What? Kushina said in shock as the man examined Kushina's seal. The markings for Minato's Hirishin jutsu that allows him to teleport anywhere instantly seemed to have been added to the seal. He spoke out loud with interest before continuing his speech. Minato was always protecting you, but this time he's not around. With the seal weakened from giving birth, do you know how long I have waited for this brief moment? He asked as the eyehole of his mask glowed red. Naruto saw what the eye looked like and his blood turned cold and an undying hatred was born inside of Naruto. The eye was red with a ring with 3 tomo in it, the Sharingan. The man gazed at Kushina with the Sharingan and Kushina's eyes widened in a hypnotic state. Inside her mindscape the Kyuubi was seen impaled by pillars that were connected by chains made from Kushina's chakra as it glared at the man. You! The fox exclaimed in pure hate as the man's Sharingan began spinning as the Sharingan appeared in its eyes before the ring and tomo disappeared while the pupil widened. That isn't a good sign Lightning. Naruto said as she looked at him. You think? She asked sarcastically. They saw the Kyuubi break from its prison of chains and pillars with brute strength as on the outside, Kushina's mouth was open the same time the fox roared and red vile chakra in the shape of a fox surrounded her. Come out Kyuubi. The masked man said as the fox manifested itself and roared to the heavens under the full moon as Kushina fell down completely exhausted from the extraction. Now time to give Konoha a wake-up call. The man muttered as Kushina looked up weakly getting the man's attention. The Uzumaki clan is amazing, to survive the extraction of your Biju. The man said as Naruto felt the dark smirk on that man's hidden face and he looked at the Kyuubi who had a claw reared back and realized what was happening. Mom, get out of there. He shouted as the man finished his line, and now I will use him to kill you. He finished as the Kyuubi crushed the spot where Kushina was. The man looked up to a cliff to see Minato carrying Kushina bridal style on top of a tree safely, so you have the flash, but it's too late. The man said in a smug voice that irked both Naruto and Lightning as Kushina warned Minato what the masked man was planning for Konoha. Minato used the Hirishin again, returning to the safe house with Kushina as he placed her in bed with Naruto as she hugged her baby closely as Minato prepared himself for war. I'll be back soon, Minato said before vanishing. Asterisk in Konoha at night. Summoning jutsu. The man said as he pressed his hand on the ground in a street of Konoha, causing the Kyuubi to appear as buildings and people started flying into the air as the shinobi panicked. Do it, Kyuubi, the man shouted as the fox used its sonic roar, blowing things away into devastation and ruin. Such power, and you have to keep that thing locked up in your stomach too, Lightning muttered as Naruto nodded his head, realizing that he's doing Konoha a favor by making sure this living form of chaos and destruction is kept locked up. On the Hokage monument, Minato stood on his monument as the Kyuubi took notice of him and charged black and white chakra into a black sphere. So you sense me, I won't let you do this here, Minato exclaimed as he had a Hirishin kunai in hand as the fox fired the black sphere. The sphere was about to make hit the Hokage monument as it suddenly vanished and an explosion far from the village was seen and heard. Such power, that could wipe out an army of the best soldiers with one hit, Lightning muttered as Naruto had a hand on his chin. Maybe I can recreate it in my Kaiyuth form, he muttered as Lightning heard him and whacked him in the back of the head again. No you don't, Naruto. The last thing we need you to learn is a technique of mass destruction and using it in a high-populated area without thinking of the consequences, you knucklehead, she said, causing Naruto to rub the back of his head sheepishly now that he thought about it. As they returned to watching what happened that fateful day, the masked man had snuck behind Minato, who had a sixth sense of his own, as he slashed at the masked man, which caused him to widen his eyes in shock as his attack and the man's arm phased through him as the man's hand grabbed his arm. You'll have to fight me, and it's over, the man stated as Minato was being sucked inside the man like a vacuum. When he finished, he looked shocked. He jumped again. He's fast, so I'll have to suck him up quicker next time. The very instant I touch him, the man muttered. That was a close one for Dad. That man seems to be very dangerous even for my father, Naruto said as Lightning nodded. Yeah, he might be even harder than the fal'cy I've battled before, Lightning said as they continued to watch the battle as Minato appeared in a different place where he placed a Hirishin kunai at. A few seconds afterwards the air swirled as the masked man appeared in front of Minato. I guess he also uses space-time jutsu like your father, Naruto, Lightning said as Naruto's eyes widened. Of course, that was how he was able to move my mom that fast, Naruto exclaimed as Lightning nodded. Now we just need to find out who your father is facing, she said as they turned to see Minato talking to the man. Are you Madara Uchiha? He asked as the man pulled his hood off to reveal black spiky hair. No, that's impossible. He's dead, Minato said as the man shrugged. Who knows? Madara said as he explained that his plan for attacking Konoha was both on a whim and a plan to peace, which made Naruto and Lightning scoff at those proclaims. Peace? Does killing many innocent people lead to peace? It usually ends in war whether you like it or not, Lightning said as Naruto nodded his head solemnly as Madara pulled out a chain from his sleeve. Minato drew his Hirishin kunai in a reverse grip as he prepared for an attack as he and Madara charged. When Minato tried to hit him, he went through the man as the chains wrapped around him, only to use Hirishin to get out of that trap. Man, this looks like a battle of speed. Lightning, who do you think will win this? Naruto asked as she shrugged. The one who is the fastest of the two, she replied. Minato and Madara charged at each other once again and he threw his Hirishin kunai straight at Madara's head as it phased through him as Madara prepared to grab Minato once again as Minato created a sphere of spiraling chakra in his right hand. Just as Madara was about to get his hand onto Minato, he disappeared and was hit in the back by Minato's ball of chakra as he shouted the name of his jutsu. Rasengan, Minato shouted as Madara's body hit the floor creating a crater in it. That's Hirishin level 2. He said calmly as Naruto cheered on his dad. Once the attack died off, Madara leapt away from the crater while holding his right arm as blood dripped down his arm, only to be caught off guard as Minato appeared in front of him with his palm on Madara's chest. Then suddenly, seals appeared on Madara's chest and he realized what was going on. A contract seal. Are you trying to break my contract with the Kyuubi? Madara shouted in surprised shock as Minato smirked. Now the Kyuubi is no longer yours to control, Minato exclaimed as they heard the Kyuubi roar in anger. Madara quickly leapt on top of a branch looking down at Minato. No wonder you're the Yondaime Hokage. I'm impressed you were able to injure me and break my control of the Kyuubi. But the fox will be mine again, for I am the ruler of the world. I have many means at my disposal, Madara said before teleporting away. From the way that bastard said it, he's not lying, Naruto said as Lightning nodded. Then he will try and get the fox from you as well, Naruto. Lightning said as Naruto made a fist in anger. Well, let him try. Because I'll beat him black and blue if he dares show his ugly mug in Konoha TT Ibeo. Naruto said with a determined look on his face as Lightning rubbed her forehead. She's going to have to up his training then if he's going to go and fight that man one day. Back to the Kyuubi's assault on Konoha. The Kyuubi was angry. He was finally free from that annoying tomato seal but was once again controlled by that bastard Uchiha to do his dirty work again as he felt his will return to him as he was currently battling many Konoha shinobi that were able to push him out of the village. The fox roared as it charged up a tailed beast bomb to eliminate Konoha only to be crushed by the chief toad Gamabuta as he was summoned with Minato on top of him. Hold the Kyuubi back a little longer. I'll need a lot of chakra to send away something this big. Minato shouted to Gamabuta who grunted. Hurry up then, I can't hold him back for long. He said as suddenly, Minato and the Kyuubi vanished. Don't tell me. Naruto said as he realized what his father was going to do as he and Lightning were suddenly at the safe house again when an explosion engulfed the place. Minato was seen with Kushina and the baby Naruto in his arms as Minato was panting from exhaustion. I have to set up a barrier as soon as possible. Minato said under his breath as Kushina looked at him weakly. I can't, still, fight Minato. She said as chains erupted from her back and wrapped themselves around the Kyuubi who growled in anger at being restrained again. The younger Naruto started crying from the noise as Kushina looked at her son sadly. I guess we woke him up. Sorry Naruto, she said as Minato looked at her. Kushina, what are you doing? He asked as Kushina looked at him with a hidden fire in her eyes. I'm going to drag the Kyuubi back inside of me and kill myself. So that way, the Kyuubi's resurrection can be prevented. That's the only way I can use my remaining chakras to help you. Thank you for everything, Minato. She said with a smile as the older Naruto and his father looked at her with wide eyes. Kushina, you were the one who made me Hokage. You made me a man. And you made me this child's father. And yet you, Minato said as Kushina smiled at him. Minato, please don't look at me like that. I'm happy because you loved me and it's his birthday today. Kushina said as the younger Naruto continued crying. And the most important thing is when I think about what our life would be like if I lived. I can only picture happiness. She said as the older Naruto grabbed his head in pain as he saw a future with his mother and father enjoying breakfast only for himself to run off with a sandwich in his mouth while his mom would yell at him to sit down and finish breakfast while his dad looked up from reading the newspaper laughing nervously since he was in firing range of his wife's rage. Naruto saw another vision, two to be precise. One would be him facing off that snake Orochimaru as he battled with his mother that was resurrected by Edo Tensei, while another vision showed a dragon with an unearthly glow by his side resurrecting his mother as they hugged each other in tears. He didn't know what they meant, but he had a feeling this is the possible future somehow and Orochimaru was involved with it. Lightning helped him up as he recovered from his visions to see the very man, his own father the Yondaime Hokage, make the ultimate sacrifice. Kushina, there's no need for you to die with the Kyuubi. Use your remaining chakras so you can reunite with Naruto. Minato said as Kushina looked at him with confusion as the older Naruto was just as lost as his mother. I'll seal your chakras inside Naruto with a 8 trigram seal. Then I'll take down the Kyuubi with me, but since I'm not a host, I'll be able to use the Shiki Fujin. He declared as both Kushina and the older Naruto's eyes widened at the name. That sealing method was considered a kinjutsu for a reason. Dad, does sacrificing your own soul to the Shinigami worth it? Naruto asked quietly so Lightning couldn't hear him. Minato, with that seal you'll. Kushina said as Minato halted her words. Since I can't fully take down the Kyuubi, I'll have to seal half of its power. It's not physically possible to seal it completely and not strategically feasible either. Even if you take the Kyuubi down with you, there won't be a host when the Kyuubi is revived and the Biju balance is thrown into discord. By using the Shiki Fujin I'll seal half of the fox's power forever while the other half, Minato said trailing off as he looked at his newborn with a serious face. And I'll seal the other half into Naruto with the 8 trigram seal. He exclaimed as the older Naruto clenched his fist. He wanted to shout to his father not to do it but for some reason he couldn't as Lightning looked at him with concern. I know what you want to say, but Jiraiya-sensei told me of the upcoming revolution and the catastrophes that will follow it. Today I realized 2 things. The masked man that attacked you, he'll bring the catastrophe upon us. And this child is the one who will stop him. As the host of the Kyuubi he will be able to clear the path to the future. For some reason, I can tell. He said as he started flipping through hand signs. But Minato. Kushina said as Minato gave her a look as he claps his hands together as the Shinigami was summoned behind him with his own soul. Have faith in this child, after all he is our son. Minato said as Kushina coughed up some blood. After I seal away half of the Kyuubi, I'll seal your chakras into Naruto. You won't see him for very long until he's grown up. But I want you to help Naruto when he tries to control the Kyuubi's power," he said calmly as Kushina gave him a glare that would make men quiver in fear. Speaking of which, when the older Naruto saw this, he leapt into Lightning's arms, shaking in pure fright as Lightning rolled her eyes and dropped him onto the floor and used her foot to make him look at his parents since he didn't want to see what's underneath her nightdress. "He's our own son, I don't want him to bear the burden," Kushina shouted as Minato looked at her calmly. "And why the Shiki Fujin? Just for me to see him when he's grown up. Even though it won't be long, but there's no reason for you to use that jutsu and die. I just want you to stay and watch over Naruto as he grows up." "So why?" she demanded as the Shinigami watched the young couple bitter. Of course these things are common to death, but the Shinigami had a feeling that something was important with that baby. It felt something strange when that child was born into the world, and it had a feeling that the boy is the one. It waited as the couple argued on why their child was chosen for a curse. Once it finished its sealing, it will warn the Great Will of what it sensed earlier and see the possible outcome of this world. "Even if I were to live, I could never live up to your standards. Even if it's a short time, there is something you can give Naruto as his mother would. That is a mother's role. I'm not doing this for just you, but I'm also doing it for Naruto," he said fiercely. "So if I were to try and control Kyuubi one day, I could see my mother," the older Naruto said softly with a smile. "Even if it's just once, I can finally see my mother. That would be better than any jutsu or rank," he thought as he saw his father pick up his baby self. "I am willing to die for my son, which is my role as a father," Minato said as he looked at Kushina in the eye as the Shinigami's arm was wrapped in prayer beads as black markings appeared on its arms. The arm went into Minato's soul as the ghostly arm reached towards the fox and removed part of its soul, which was sealed in Minato, who winced in pain as the Kyuubi's size was severely reduced as Minato summoned a pedestal and placed his own child on it as the fox realized what was going on. It had no intentions of being sealed again and into a little brat and planned to make its attack once they had their guard down. As Kushina was on her last legs getting Minato's attention, the fox attacked. He wouldn't. Naruto swore as he realized that the fox was trying to kill his younger self, with his parents distracted, and suddenly recalled that the old man said they shielded him from the fox's claws as he witnessed them impaled by it, and the fox's lone claw was only a few inches from his younger self's neck with blood dripping on it. "You bastards!" the fox roared in anger as Minato and Kushina coughed up blood and looked at each other. "This is something a dad could do," Minato said with a painful smirk as Kushina gave her own painful smile. "Even better for a mother," she said before giving Minato her answer. "This is the first time I've lost an argument to you. That means you are serious then," she said as the pain as Minato smiled. "Thanks Kushina," he said as he summoned a scrolled toad who begun to freak out. "Whoa, the Kyuubi. Yondaime Hokage, what in the world are you doing?" the toad said in shock. "Gamatora, I'm giving you the key to the seal. Make sure to give it to Jiraiya-sensei immediately and store yourself inside him," Minato shouted as he wrote something on the scroll as the toad saluted and vanished. With that done, the Shinigami removed its knife from its mouth and licked its black teeth as it was about to enjoy a good meal. "Looks like me and Dad have something in common," Naruto said as he got out from under Lightning's foot and stood up. "We both got eaten by something, but Dad had to deal with digestion since he couldn't escape in time," Naruto said while feeling a little nauseous at the thought of being digested by stomach acids. "Kushina, you're not going to last that much longer. Do you want to say anything to Naruto before I seal both our chakras into Naruto as well?" Minato said, knowing the answer. Kushina looked at her baby boy with no hate, no malice, and just only pure love in her voice. "Naruto, don't be a picky eater, eat healthy so you can grow big and strong. Take a bath every day and stay warm. Don't stay up late and get plenty of sleep. And, make friends. Not too many, but just a few true friends you can really trust," she said before laughing at what she was going to say next. "I'm not good at it myself, but study hard and practice your ninjutsu. But, everyone has things they're good at, so if you have a hard time, don't let it get you down. Respect your senseis and senpais at the academy. Now just one more important thing, about the 3 ninja vices: be careful when lending or borrowing money, save your money you earn from missions. Don't drink until you're 20, plus drinking too much is bad, so take it easy. And, as for women, well, I'm a woman so I don't really understand it at all, but there are both, but you'll find yourself interested in women, just don't fall for a strange one. Look for someone like your mother," Kushina said as Minato chuckled weakly. "Speaking of the 3 vices, look out for Jiraiya-sensei," Minato said as Lightning looked at the older Naruto who was on the verge of crying. Even she was feeling the tears starting to swell up in her own eyes at the sight. Kushina looked at her baby boy one more time with her eyes brimming with tears. "Naruto, you will face many painful hardships in life. But just be yourself, and have your dreams, and have the confidence of making those dreams a reality," she said as she began to release her tears as the emotional pain in her heart as she was feeling her time was running out. I really wish I could be there to teach you many more things. I wish I could be with you longer. I love you, my Sochi. Kushina said as the older Naruto felt like a blade stronger than any sword or kunai, stab him in the heart as his own tears began to flow. I'm sorry Minato, I talked too much. Kushina apologized as Minato smiled at her. No, it's alright, he assured her. Naruto, as your father, I full-heartedly agree to what your chatty mother said. Minato said with a smile as he felt his time was up. They saw their baby, even though asleep, was smiling at them. 8 trigram seal. His parents shouted as everything was engulfed in a bright light. Once the light died down, Lightning wiped away a single tear in her eye as she saw Naruto crying but also smiling. Mom, for now on I'm going to eat healthier. I'll eat my veggies instead of always ramen. I always enjoy my baths so don't worry about that. I get plenty of sleep, in fact you could say I sleep too much. He said with a chuckle as his tears fell to the floor of his flooded mindscape causing a ripple effect as the entire place transformed into clouds with a bright warm sun that made it feel like they were in heaven. As for friends, I have a lot and they're great. I wish you could have met them. As for my studies, well you can guess how they went but I didn't let it get me down. For senseis and senpais, well I got in trouble with them before but now I respect them now. Rasengan, well I just met him and he's like what you said. One day though, I will surpass all the previous Hokages and be cooler than dad and stronger than you. And don't worry about me finding a girl, I'll find one that will remind me of you mom, it's a promise of a lifetime. Naruto said as the tears stopped as he wiped his face and had a serious expression on his face as he started walking downwards beneath the clouds. Naruto, where are you going? Lightning asked as Naruto made his reply without stopping or turning. I'm going to have a chat with a fox, was the only reply as she followed him down the stairs. When they got below the clouds, a pit full of magma was seen as it moved away to reveal the seal containing the Kyuubi who was looking at him. Kyuubi, we need to talk. Naruto said as the fox nodded. Indeed boy, I see that showing you what happened that day has made your resolve. The Kyuubi replied as Naruto narrowed his eyes. So you were the one responsible for showing me that huh? Why? He demanded as the giant fox narrowed its eyes. So you can see who the true enemy is. I have a bigger grudge with that Uchiha bastard than you Uzumaki since he is the one responsible for me being sealed 3 times already. That and ruining your life as well. Kyuubi said as Naruto clenched his hand into a fist before realizing something. What do you know of a tailed beast with 10 tails? He asked as the fox's eyes widened at that. The Jubi, the father of all tailed beasts, the creature you seek to fulfill your focus, the fox replied as Naruto's eyes widened in shock at that. So where is it? I need to prepare myself to take on the Jubi and fulfill my focus once and for all. Naruto asked as the fox chuckled. Simple boy, the Rikudo Sennin had split the creature into 9 fragments that continue to terrorize the world only to be sealed and creating Jinchurikis as a result of it, the moon being the eternal prison of its body unable to fulfill its role in accordance to the great will. The fox said as Naruto began putting pieces together. My vision showed me the Jubi breaking free from its prison meaning that, he trailed off as the fox nodded. That's right, you have to reunite all 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the Jubi, but that won't be easy. Madara Uchiha is planning to use the Jubi for his own deeds, and he won't hesitate to using living lives to get what he wants. The fox said as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Since when have you been this friendly? He asked as the fox slammed its claws against the seal. Don't get any ideas, I'm doing this because I know something big is happening and you are the centerpiece of it and I want my vessel's reputation to grow and teach the other vessels not to mess with any of my vessels. That and I do not want to become the Jubi yet, many interesting things are always involved with Uzumaki members. The fox said as it recalled many interesting things it saw since it was sealed inside Mito Uzumaki and Kushina. The look on the Kyuubi's face made Naruto sweat drop. What are you? Some sort of super pervert like Rasengan? He asked as the giant fox scoffed. Don't compare me to that pathetic fool of a man. I'm no super pervert, I am the god of perverts. The fox declared causing Naruto to twitch violently as he began cussing up a stream of words that made both the Kyuubi and Lightning widen their eyes in surprise at his choice of words as their faces were so red that a new definition of red was added to the dictionary. You done now? She asked as Naruto panted from shouting so much and calmed down. Very. Listen fox, I don't care if you're a pervert as long as you don't do anything that could mean bad news to me. Last thing I need is a bunch of girls trying to rape me. He said before shivering at the thought causing Lightning to roll her eyes and the fox to snicker as he began to think of many plans for getting this boy in bed with a bunch of vixens. I am willing to help you in your revenge against Madara, I shall grant you use of my chakra when needed in order to destroy that wretched man and ruin his plans once and for all. In return, if you prevent the Jubi's resurrection you will find a place for me far away from you humans so I won't have to be locked up in a seal ever again. Being trapped for over 100 years have driven me mad and I hate it. The fox roared in annoyance as Naruto looked at him with pity. I know how you feel. Being trapped in one place with no freedom would make you want to kill somebody just to get out, though I still won't forget that you tried to kill me when I was a baby. He said as he glared at the fox who laughed. Agreed. If I didn't get sealed in you, I wouldn't have seen you and lightning at it faster than a pair of rabbits. Gahahahahaha. Kyuubi said laughing as both Naruto and lightning looked away from each other with red faces before the fox was hit with a thundaga from lightning. Asterisk in the dimensional rift. Asterisk. A silhouette of a human was seen talking to a giant shadow of a creature with red eyes. It is not often to meet the Great Will in person, so what brings you here? The creature said as the silhouette spoke. I have found something of interest with the help of the Shinigami of the elemental nations. The cipher is found, it said as the creature's eyes widened in surprise before narrowing. And how does this involve me? The creature said as the silhouette chuckled. Because my vision showed me you aided the physical form of the cipher as you purified those who were chosen by him. It was rewarding for you, you evolved into a more powerful form as the cipher changed the world, but for good or the bad will depend. The mysterious figure said as the creature seemed to be thinking. You are saying I must use my powers of purification like the time between chaos and cosmos and I will grow stronger. The creature asked as the small figure nodded. Of course, though there are some certain restrictions and you must become a special eidolon with a special gestalt mode if you agree to this. If you do, then your name will be worshipped and also feared in that world as the most powerful creature that ever lived. And I have a feeling Omega will travel there as well. The figure said as the creature's red eyes glowed brightly. Very well then, but the child must summon me on his own with his willpower. If he manages to summon me, then I shall grant him my power for a short time with a price. The creature said. Very well then, I shall prepare for your appearance soon, Dragon of Ruin, the figure said as it faded away as the shadows revealed a silhouette of a dragon with massive wings, claws, and a serpent-like body. The legendary cipher is now revealed. I have a feeling that I'm going to love this world I'm going to visit. The dragon said as it begun traveling through the rifts. Chapter 10, Mirage Arena, Legendary Dragoon. Lighting woke up in Naruto's bed with said person who was still asleep and was currently snuggling close to her like a young child would with their mother. Quietly sighing, she used the replacement jutsu to switch herself with a pillow that was on the floor and went to her room to change. Before she left, she checked Naruto's brand and noticed that no arrows have grown yet, so she had enough time for training. Lightning smiled cruelly at what she had in store for him with his sentinel role as she changed. Naruto suddenly woke up with a shiver down his spine. Why do I suddenly fear for my life? He asked himself as Lightning walked in with her usual soldier attire on. The look on her face immediately answered his questions as he felt the impending doom. Good to see you up, now get ready. We have some training to do. Lightning said as she left leaving Naruto to get ready. Konoha Hot Springs. Lightning, what are we doing here exactly? Naruto asked as Lightning said nothing and suddenly picked him up by the shirt and with all of her strength, threw him over into the female hot springs with a loud splash confirming his landing. Now the fun should start in 3, 2, 1. Lightning counted down as she heard Naruto scream for his life as he ran out with the purple-haired Anko wrapped in a towel summoning venomous snakes that are currently trying to bite the boy who was currently dodging for his life only to jump in the air to avoid being dog-piled by one Henna Inuzuka's triplet ninja dogs. The three Heimaru brothers as the owner of said dogs was in the air in her own towel attempting to claw out Naruto's eyes if he didn't draw Gladius from his left sheath into his right hand and use the flat end of the sword as a shield as he was screaming apologizes as they landed. Sorry. I'm so sorry girls. I didn't mean to crash land during your relaxation time. Naruto shouted out as he was currently using his sentinel role to avoid getting bitten by Anko's snakes or Hana's dogs as he was forced to also draw out edge carbine out from the right sheath with his left hand and dual-wielded it with Gladius and used both gun blades to deflect the oncoming kunai knives. Where the hell did they pull those out of? They're only in towels. It completely defies logic. Naruto thought as he narrowly escaped a kunai that scratched his cheek in the same spot where Anko got him during the second part of the exams as he started to bleed there. Oh, I wonder if your blood will be even tastier than last time. Anko said with a giggle that unnerved him a bit as he avoided a claw swipe from Hana. Hey, aren't you Kiba's older sister? Naruto asked recalling her once when he first came to the Ninja Academy and meet Kiba for the first time. Yeah, that's right. I heard you used his own nose against him with a fart. Hana said with a deadpanned expression as Naruto chuckled at that part while avoiding the triplets that were using the rotating fang jutsu that cut a few strands of his hair as he leapt onto the rooftops. Damn it Light, why the hell did you have to throw me into the hot springs when these two were relaxing? Naruto said muttering under his breath knowing she would give him the best way to train excuse again. Though her methods are good, they are equally suicidal as well. Said Master Lassie was currently watching this on top of a tree a good distance away from the hot springs with Jiraiya of the Sannin, who was currently writing in his notepad after getting good views of Anko's and Henna's figures. Said notepad was burned by lightning that glared menacingly at him, causing him to whimper in fear as they went back to watching Naruto. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Naruto repeated over and over as he was cornered at last with Anko and Henna, who decided to team up as Naruto had his back against a wooden fence. Give it up, Gaki, just relax. This won't hurt much. Anko said with a crazed look on her face as Henna gave her an, "Are you crazy? Oh wait, you are." Look as Naruto was trying to find a way out of this mess. Before he could even think of anything, the fence he had his back on suddenly gave into his weight, causing him to fall backwards into another bathhouse. Damn it, I seem to be having a lot of bad luck as of late. Naruto said out loud as suddenly, loud cries of, "Naruto-kuns," were heard, causing his skin to turn pale white as he slowly turned his around to see what was behind him. Konoha Shopping District. Here is the everyday schedule of the people of Konoha as they walk around, buying groceries or shopping for clothes. For one Sasuke Uchiha, this was the place he is usually seen running for dear life as an army of fangirls were chasing after him, claiming they want to love him. He knows if he's caught, he'll suffer a horror far worse than death. A rumor was that his older brother Itachi was caught by a group once and suffered an unimaginable horror that led to him being an emotionless person for the rest of his life. And the one thing Sasuke was determined to do is not get caught by them. He refuses to suffer a fate like his brother, and he would kill himself if he did. As he continued to run like a bat from hell, Naruto joined in with him, also running for dear life as he had his own group of fangirls after him, which completely surprised Sasuke. "You too dope?" Sasuke asked as Naruto was running even faster. "Shut up. Less talking, more running," Naruto shouted as Anko and Henna, who were fully dressed again, joined in the chase, still wanting revenge on Naruto for ruining their bath time. On top of the Hokage monument, Lightning chuckled at the sight while Jiraiya was currently laughing his ass off at the sight of the two most popular boys of Konoha running from their fan clubs. "Oh, this is too much for me," Jiraiya said as he clutched his stomach and rolled around as Lightning looked kind of disappointed at the moment until she saw Naruto switched himself with a shadow clone to lead the swarm of fangirls, Anko and Henna, away and got inside an air vent in some strange building. Jiraiya was it. "What building does that air vent lead to?" Lightning asked as Jiraiya looked at the building and started laughing even harder than before. "That's a movie theater, and right now every teenage girl is there to watch some popular chick flick," Jiraiya replied, continuing to laugh, making Lightning raise an eyebrow. "Why would that be?" "Oh, now I get it. Time for some revenge, and it will be sweet," Lightning said, smiling sinisterly at sweet revenge slowly coming around. Suddenly a beeping sound was heard as she pulled out a communicator and noticed it was from Naruto. She slowly and carefully placed it in her ear as she winced from Naruto's shouts that she had to put the thing at arm's length to not lose her hearing. "You jerk. What the hell were you thinking when you threw me into those fucking hot springs?" the young lassie demanded as Lightning stifled a laugh. "I needed to increase your speed and agility. I was lucky to find just the thing, a pissed off kunoichi that will kill anyone who ruins their relaxation. Anko was good, but I didn't expect Henna and Izuka to be there, or even the army of fangirls that are chasing you. Though it was fun watching you running for life," Lightning said. She could feel Naruto glaring at the communicator in his hand, and she decided to add more fuel to the fire. "Oh, and that air vent you decided to go in, bad idea," she said as a, "Huh," was the only reply from Naruto. "Right below you is a bunch of girls around your age that are here to watch a chick flick of some sort," Lightning said. "Oh boy," Naruto said from the communicator as Lightning heard screeching noises and Naruto's screams as he fell from the vents. "Naruto, what's going on?" "Status boy," Lightning ordered as Naruto spoke up. "Don't worry, Light, I fell from the ventilation," he replied as Lightning sighed. "Nice knowing you, shrimp," Lightning said as she could feel Naruto's confusion. "Huh, what do you mean, Erg?" Suddenly, Naruto was screaming as Lightning heard it from the communicator. "What's going on?" Jiraiya asked as Lightning shrugged. "Maybe he's been caught by fangirls," Lightning said, causing Jiraiya to shudder at that. "Even worse than getting neutered," the super pervert said, making Lightning wonder what can a mere fangirl can do to make a guy fear them. Her answers were heard as Naruto's voice was heard. "Gah, ah. What the hell?" Lightning said, wondering what's going on in the theater. "Get away. May you rest in peace, Naruto," Jiraiya said, putting his hands in prayer and bowed his head in respect. "Ah." Suddenly, there was static on the communicator as Lightning tried to recalibrate the device, only to get even more static on the thing. Naruto's apartment. Here we see a Moogle laying down peacefully in Naruto's bed with everything there nice and clean until it heard the door smash open, startling the Moogle as it started flying in the air. The Moogle in this version is from the Dissidia 012 version. When the Mughal went to see who was at the door, it saw the boy he was assigned to take to the Mirage Arena when he wants but noticed something strange about the kid. The poor boy's clothes were torn and he had kiss marks on his face and down his neck, also the door was broken off its hinges. Great Caesar's ghost, Kupo. What happened to you, Kupo? The Mughal asked as Naruto wiped the kiss marks off his face and neck and shuddered. Fangirls, they did this. They even took my socks, without even taking my boots off. The lassie said, shuddering even more as he recalled it. How is that even possible, Kupo? The Mughal asked as the boy quickly put the door back up and used any furniture he can to barricade the door. I have no idea how, but I have a feeling that the fangirls from the theater are coming here. Naruto replied, making the Mughal raise an eyebrow. If the theater is on the other side of Konoha, Kupo. Then how did you get here so fast, Kupo? The Mughal asked. You'd be surprised how fast you can run when you face something as terrifying as that. Naruto said as he collapsed onto the floor trying to catch his breath. The Mughal sensed a familiar energy inside of the young lassie and realized it anywhere. Ah, I see you have been infused with Cosmos powers, Kupo. The Mughal said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at that. Cosmos power? The boy asked, confused as the Mughal nodded its large head. Yes, if I recall correctly, you are now able to use Thunder Lady's attacks too as well. The Mughal said as Naruto got up and started thinking. Cosmos, the goddess of harmony. For me to inherit the power, did I somehow get it when I was chosen as Lightning's successor? I'll have to ask her about it later. He thought as he realized something else. Does this explain why I can't summon Odin by any chance? Naruto asked as the Mughal nodded its head. Correct, Kupo. He told me until you've found her, he won't assist you on your journey as a lassie. The Mughal replied, causing Naruto to sigh until he heard the faint sounds of the fangirl screech. This made him panic as he grabbed and shook the Mughal. Take me to the arena now. I do not want to know what else those crazy fangirls are going to do to me. Naruto shouted as the Mughal was getting dizzy. Alright, Kupo. Could you stop shaking me first, Kupo? The Mughal asked as Naruto stopped shaking him, and suddenly, they were enveloped in a light and disappeared just as the fangirls broke in through the ceilings, window, and barricaded door. Where did he go? Asked one of the fangirls. Naruto and the Mughal were floating in a strange floating station somewhere in space as Naruto sighed in relief. That was a close one. I wouldn't survive another one of their kissing feast if we stayed any longer. Naruto sighed as he looked around. So, where's the arena? Naruto asked as the Mughal floated to a computer screen and gestured to it. Just choose a tournament you want to be in and stand in the middle of the hub to be teleported there, Kupo. The Mughal said, making Naruto excited as he looked at it with curiosity. The only challenge there was called a new threat. It was a 1-star rank, meaning it was meant for beginners as Naruto chose it and walked into the center. Just then he felt something trying to enter his mind as he held his head in pain. Calm yourself, boy. It is me, the voice said as Naruto's eyes widened. Odin, is that you? Naruto asked as the Eidolon spoke in his mind again. Correct. I am here to tell you that if you participate in tournaments or in another world of the 13 legends, you can wield my powers and only my powers thanks to Cosmos powers. Odin said as Naruto nodded his head. So you're trying to say that I am able to use your powers without summoning you if I'm in these tournaments or in another one of these 13 legends, at will. What's the catch? Naruto asked, suspicious of what he must lose in exchange. Hee, clever boy. In exchange for being allowed to use my abilities courtesy of Cosmos powers, you cannot obtain any Christogen energy to develop your lassie powers, as they and your ninjutsu, as you call it, are sealed during these tournaments or in any other world of the 13 legends. Though through Cosmos powers you can use only certain abilities of your lassie nature. You can only use certain abilities from Commando, Revolver and Medic roles like my original summoner Lightning did. Odin explained as Naruto realized what was happening. Lightning had told him stories of the war between Harmony and Discord and how most of her powers were sealed and allowed to use certain ones in those battles against the mannequins. Though he was curious of the 13 legends that Odin keeps talking about since he never heard of them. What are these 13 legends you keep talking about exactly? Naruto asked as he could have sworn he heard the Eidolon laughing. That is for me to know and you to find out. Odin said as Naruto was starting to feel Odin leaving his mind. Just as he felt the presence about to leave, Odin spoke one more time. Make sure to find her if you do want to summon me into a battle again. If you do, then you will be in for a surprise when using Gestalt mode. Odin said before his presence completely faded away. Don't worry, I'll find it soon. Though I wonder what he has in store for me in the Gestalt mode once I can find her. Naruto muttered to himself as he had a small blush on his cheeks as he was teleported into the arena. As Naruto found himself in his destination, the place looked like some sort of shrine as he noticed a group of strange beings there. He heard a beeping noise and noticed a strange metal band on his arm as it opened up to reveal a screen that showed something interesting. This is my status, huh? Not bad selection of abilities for now, Naruto said as he looked at them. Naruto Uzumaki, Level 1. Bravery attacks based on current paradigm. Commando on ground blitz. Commando in air smite. Revolver on ground fire. Revolver in air water. Medic on ground cure. Offensive attacks. Ground, razor gale. Air, crushing blow. This made Naruto raise an eyebrow. Odd, some of these abilities are beyond my Crystarium levels right now and… Never mind, I guess lightning started out like this too. And bravery attacks, what did they do again? Naruto thought as suddenly the band began explaining the basics of bravery attacks on what they do and how they change the tide in battle along with the offensive attacks and how they deal actual damage to enemies. Okay, looks like I get to practice on these abilities on those things then, Naruto said as he began to engage a pink one in battle. To his surprise though, it was an exact carbon copy of lightning save for the palette swap as this lightning was made of pink crystal. Mannequins, mindless dolls that only know death and destruction to the point of no return. Better be careful, these things can break rules since they weren't summoned by the two gods, Naruto thought as he began his battle with them. With lightning. Lightning was looking around for Naruto everywhere, from the ramen stand to the forest of death in search of the blonde lassie with Jiraiya. Any luck? The super pervert asked as Lightning shook her head no. I even tried to communicate with him telepathically and it seems my connection was blocked, Lightning said as they began to think as they overheard some fangirls of Naruto's talking out loud. I know, we check his apartment again and he wasn't there. One of the fangirls said, of course. He was last seen there and was cornered, next thing we know he's gone like he was taken to some other planet or something. Another fangirl said. From this conversation, Lightning pieced things together and recalled there was a Moogle living there that would take Naruto to the Mirage Arena for some challenges. Never mind about finding him, I already know where he is and he'll be back by the end of the day completely exhausted, Lightning said as she turned around and started heading back to the ship leaving a confused Jiraiya alone. With Naruto. Naruto was seen in the Chaos Shrine Arena looking around for any enemies. Before sighing in relief, no matter how many you take down, more spring up, I doubt many others can get past this many, Naruto said before he noticed another fleeting flash mannequin appeared at the throne of the shrine in its battle position. In response, Naruto pulled the Blazefire saber in gun mode aiming at the mannequin before sensing another presence nearby. He looked to his right to see a false warrior mannequin ready to aid the fleeting flash. Naruto turned his head to the left and let out a sigh. This is not my day, Naruto thought as he began to fight them. Lightning at the moment. As Lightning was currently cooking something for dinner when Naruto got back, she felt like someone was going in the same situation she was in when she had to battle the mannequins when she was a warrior of Cosmos. Strange, for some reason I felt like Naruto was copying what I said at the time when the mannequins were still running amok in World B. Lightning thought before shrugging it off and continued cooking. Back with Naruto. After dealing with the last of the mannequins, Naruto made his way to the top of the Chaos Shrine Arena and noticed a purple armored warrior with a spear. He looked at the armor and it had the appearance of a dragon. The man noticed the boy and Naruto could feel the power from the man. So you're the contestant, huh? The man asked as Naruto nodded. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and you are? He asked. Kane Highwind. A dragoon, Kane said as Naruto recognized the name. You're the one who took out his own teammates during the 12 cycle to lead them to the final one, he said as the legendary dragoon nodded his head. Yes, now prepare yourself, Kane said attacking with his spear making Naruto leap away. What the hell? Naruto asked as Kane looked at him. Final Fantasy soundtrack, Saber's Edge. Forgive me, I have no choice, Kane said as he got into his battle position as Naruto did the same as he drew his gunblade. Kane, what are you doing? Naruto demanded as Kane appeared in front of him. Spiral blow. The dragoon shouted as he used his spear and knocked Naruto back making him hit the invisible wall. Such strength. Do dragoons always have this much power? Naruto thought as he sucked it up and got down as Kane started dashing towards him. Naruto leapt in the air and countered with smite. Stay down, he shouted as he scored a blow and made Kane crash into the floor which gave away as he fell to the throne chamber of the Chaos Shrine with Naruto landing a good distance away from him. Not bad for a rookie, but I'm not done yet, Kane said as he leapt into the air with his lance glowing with electricity. Naruto had a bad feeling and leapt back just as Kane shouted, Lance of the Covenant. As he threw the spear, it nicked Naruto the exact moment he dodged and he felt its power. Must avoid that one at all costs, Naruto thought as he shifted to Revolver and casted fire 3 times as they began seeking out Kane who dodged them only to get attacked by Naruto in the back as he used launch to throw Kane into the air. Have some more. Naruto shouted as his gunblade turned into the fused form of the Zantetsuken blade as he used Razor Gale just as Kane flipped around in the air recovering and braced himself for impact as it broke his guard and hit him hard as he crashed into the wall. Naruto quickly switched to medic and started to use cure repeatedly to restore his bravery just as Kane recovered and landed on the ground with his feet. Naruto noticed Kane crouching down and felt Kane charging an insane amount of power which made Naruto immediately switch back to commando as he noticed a strange crystal bell with 4 wings on it behind a pillar and made him curious. Flight! Kane shouted as he leapt high into the making it difficult for Naruto to see as he instinctively started dashing towards the bell. If he had stayed there any longer, he would have been flattened into a pancake as Kane landed at the exact spot where he was at a few seconds ago leaving a huge crater in his wake. Kane looked for his opponent and noticed Naruto grabbing the 4-winged crystal bell. He absorbed an X-core. Kane muttered to himself as Naruto felt his body feel a lot different. What's going on? Naruto thought as he looked at the band as it displayed information on the X system. Wind! Kane shouted as he twirled his lance around conjuring a power wind that was heading towards Naruto. Oh crap! Naruto shouted as he dodged it only for Kane to be in the air with his lance to be once again charged with electricity. Lance of the Covenant! Kane shouted as he threw the lance and it hit Naruto directly in the chest as he was forced to feel the pain as thousands of volts of electricity coursed through his body before being flung back from the force and crashed into the wall. Ugh! Such raw power, Naruto said before coughing up blood as he clutched his side in pain. If I ever face another Dragoon again I'm being more careful cause those attacks fucking hurt. He said before gritting his teeth as he willed himself up with Kane looking at the boy. You can still stand. Please give up, I do not want to kill you in this fight. Kane said as Naruto spat some blood on the ground. There is no way I'm giving up. That is my ninja way. Naruto shouted as he another X-core with 2 wings behind him above the throne room as he ran up the wall to get it with Kane in pursuit to make sure the boy didn't get it. What Kane didn't expect was Naruto stopping and using Smite to smash Kane downwards before absorbing the X-core and felt this other energy inside him ready to explode any moment. Not your lucky day, Naruto said as he activated his X mode, Awakening of the Beast, as he transformed into his Kaiith mode. No mercy, Naruto shouted as the Kyuubi's red chakra coursed through his body making the visible veins on Naruto's Kaiith mode turn from blue to red as he charged using his chakra arms to pull Kane close to him as he punched and kicked the Dragoon repeatedly 11 times before flinging Kane into the wall. Suddenly, the world froze a bit as Naruto felt his strength increase suddenly as the world started moving again as Kane used jump and leapt high into the air again. Naruto jumped a bit backwards as Kane landed where Naruto was once at and summoned the Zantetsuken swords and prepared his attack. Who are you watching? Naruto asked as he used crushing blow on Kane as suddenly, he felt all his hatred he had inside of him from years of loneliness and the hate from the villages and unleashed it all at Kane. Lose everything, Naruto shouted as he activated his X-burst, Wrath of the Maelstrom. Suddenly they were both in a different dimension with a blue field. Know my pain, Naruto shouted as he blew fire out from his mouth as it hit Kane. Naruto wasn't done yet, he gathered more chakra into his throat and let out a sonic roar that slammed Kane like a train as Naruto appeared behind him conjuring a twister fueled by Kyuubi's chakra and threw it at Kane as he was relentlessly thrown around in there like a ragdoll. Once Kane was thrown to the top where Naruto was, Naruto's left claw was set aflame as he punched Kane with incredible force. Return to darkness once again, Naruto said as his shadow stretched revealing the Kyuubi was emerging from Naruto's shadow and snarled at the Dragoon. End his misery, Naruto said coldly as the massive fox gathered black and white chakra as it spiraled into a black sphere and fired it as it turned into a concentrated beam of energy as Kane was devoured by the light. Once the light died down it showed Naruto back to normal as he had his back turned while Kane was lying on the ground. Don't underestimate me, Naruto said as he turned his head to the side looking at Kane. Suddenly they were back in the Chaos Shrine and Kane was kneeled on one knee as he breathed heavily. You win, Kane said, admitting defeat. Naruto placed his gunblade back into its sheath and walked up to Kane with an arm stretched out. Kane took the arm and Naruto helped him up. Sorry about that, I didn't know what was happening to me with that power. Naruto said as Kane shrugged it off. No problem, besides I was holding back. Kane said making Naruto's eyes widen. Of course I didn't expect that kind of power from you. For once in my life, I felt true fear because I never felt such evil before. Kane said looking at Naruto skeptically. I won't ask, but make sure not to lose control of it. I'm sure you don't want to hurt anyone you hold dear when using that power. The legendary Dragoon said as Naruto nodded his head slowly as he looked at his hand and made a fist with it. By the way, congratulations on winning this tournament kid. Kane said as suddenly, a Moogle came in with a trophy. Congratulations Kupo. You have won the A New Threat tournament Kupo. The Mughal said as Naruto acquired a unique trophy which was actually a card showing a blue silhouette of lightning on it. By the way Kupo, there's another prize for you Kupo. The Mughal said before looking at Kane. Alright, a deal's a deal. Kane said as he presented his lance to Naruto. What's going on? Why are you giving me your lance Kane? Naruto asked confused. The Mughal answered his question, that's not the real Kane Highwind Kupo. A special mannequin of him was created for this occasion and the original Kane gave it his old armor and lance until it found the one. The Mughal explained. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto asked as Kane's mannequin spoke up. He means that you are the one who I can entrust with my original's lance until you find someone worthy of wielding it. I'm sure you are aware of the other Narutos by now. Kane said. Naruto began thinking, which path would wield the lance again? That's when it hits him, so the one who follows Fang's path will one day wield your lance. Talk about awesome. Naruto said as Kane's mannequin chuckled. Yes, but until this other Naruto masters his own Lassie powers, do not give him the lance, and on top of that make sure Fang doesn't get her hands on it. I still recall from the original's memories of her trying to get her hands on it. He said as Naruto chuckled. Okay you got it, consider this a promise, and I never go back on my word because it's my Nindo. Naruto said as he took the lance from the mannequin as it slowly started to fade away. Thank you, now I can rest in peace now. Kane's mannequin said before fading away from existence. Meanwhile in the realm of the fourth legend, the real Kane Highwind smiled as he gained the memories from his mannequin. I'll be expecting a rematch one day Naruto Uzumaki. The famous dragoon said before walking off. At the ship. Naruto returned to the ship with Kane's lance on his back as he got inside. I'm back, Naruto said as lightning poked her head from out of the kitchen. Welcome back kid, so how was the Mirage Arena? She asked as Naruto groaned. Tiring, I had to deal with an annoying swarm of mannequins for a tournament. Naruto said as lightning noticed the lance on his back and recognized it anywhere. Naruto, where did you get that lance? She asked as Naruto was making his way to his room. A mannequin of Kane's gave it to me, it's his original lance and I'm in charge of giving it to the one with Fang's path once he's mastered his own Lassie powers. Naruto said before going into his room as lightning nodded her head and went into the kitchen before realizing what he just said. He had just battled a swarm of mannequins and somehow acquired Kane's lance. I'll ask him later, from the looks of it those mannequins did a number on him. Lightning thought not realizing it was Kane who did that to Naruto. Chapter 11, Enter the Akatsuki. In the void, the dragon travels through the countless rifts in its current hunt for the very creation that seeks to destroy it, Omega. The dragon found its target and unleashed a mighty roar that shook the dimensions in between as it fired an atomic breath as the soulless machine Omega countered with its wave cannon causing a mighty explosion as the two energies collided causing dust to cover the battlefield. Wasting no time, the dragon quickly unleashed another attack, summoning water from another dimension through a rift to use the powerful tsunami spell in which response Omega used the earthquake spell to open a fissure in the already unstable world of the void sending the water somewhere else before firing another wave cannon at the WYRM. The attack hit the creature head on temporary losing sight of its opponent only to see the machine enter through a special red rift. The dragon knew that red rift anywhere, the very place that contained powerful warriors besides those from the 13 legends await beyond there. Perhaps there is a perfect place there to rest while searching for Omega. The great WYRM thought as it tried to enter the red rift, only to be rejected by a powerful force. Angered, the dragon unleashed its wrath on the barrier only to find out that it absorbed all of its attacks before hitting it with an enhanced Ultima spell. The power from that spell injured the dragon, but through its power of purification, its injuries were healed as the dragon saw a symbol on the red rift's doorway. It was a 0, the symbol of cipher. So this is what the Great Will wanted me to aid this cipher, to help nurture his powers in order to help me on my hunt for that cursed machine Omega. The dragon thought as it began to sense a small but powerful force he sensed when he himself was a hatching when the world was created, the legendary descendant of the cipher. Following the essence, the great WYRM began his original course to find the descendant of Cypher and awaken a new legend. Asterisk in Konoha at a certain ship. It was a nice peaceful morning as one Naruto Uzumaki was doing his usual morning routine. Wake up at 4 a.m. sharp, wash up and finish by 4:15, enjoy a healthy breakfast that wasn't ramen at 4:20, spar with lightning from 4:30 to 5:30, do 50 sets of push-ups and sit-ups, do 10 laps around the village while avoid being seen by Guy Sensei at 7 a.m., and finish training off with a nice bath at the hot springs which opens immediately at 8 a.m. Ah, this is the life. After a grueling day of training, nothing likes a nice warm bath to relax the muscles and ease the mind. Naruto said closing his eyes as he began drifting off, until the familiar perverted giggling was heard that immediately made Naruto's eyes open up, clearly pissed off and was about to kill the person giggling like that. Getting up, he witnessed the self-proclaimed super pervert peeking from hidden gaps in the fence and kicked him from behind. Due to being a lassie with enhanced physical strength, an outline of Jiraiya was made as said man was thrown into the girl's bath. There were screams and the sounds of beatings as Jiraiya wailed in agony from punishment by the females as Naruto went back to relaxing in the bath enjoying Jiraiya's cries for help, music to my ears. Naruto said before dozing off in the bath. 15 minutes later, Naruto finished his bath and got dressed and left the bathhouse just in time to see a bloody and beaten Jiraiya thrown out of the girls' section causing Naruto to shake his head. When will you ever learn rasengan? Naruto asked out loud as suddenly Jiraiya was back on his feet suddenly appearing as if he hadn't been beaten up by a bunch of pissed off girls. I never will Gaki, and the Hokage needs you for a mission. The Toad Sage replied as Naruto nodded his head and started heading towards the Hokage's office. Jiraiya stared at Naruto's retreating form and sighed. He looks so much like Minato yet he has his mother's personality. Though I guess becoming a lassie made him a bit more mature every once in a while. Jiraiya said in a somewhat sad tone. Minato was like a son to him and being given the honor of being Naruto's godfather brought him joy. Though Naruto went to hell with the life of a Jinchuriki, he still kept on moving forward with a smile. I'll make it up to him somehow, maybe I should teach him Minato's ultimate shape manipulation jutsu of his. Who knows, maybe the kid will surpass his father one day. Jiraiya thought as he began preparing for his mission. As Naruto made his way to the Hokage's office, Lightning was busy planning a new method of increasing Naruto's speed and agility. Those fangirls did increase his speed but his agility needs more practice. Henna and Anko weren't enough, maybe something more lethal. Lightning thought with a devious look that wasn't very much like her. Meanwhile in the Hokage's office, Naruto shivered violently and looked around. Why do I feel like Lightning has made the hot springs incident more dangerous the next time I go there? Naruto thought as Hijiran cleared his throat regaining his attention. Now back onto our conversation. Now I want you, Lightning and Jiraiya to go and find Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha to become the 5th Hokage. Hijiran said surprising Naruto. You're asking me to bring back my only relative who is probably getting drunk and losing a lot of money gambling to become Hokage? Naruto asked. Meanwhile in a casino far away from Konoha, a busty blonde sneezed violently as she once again lost a bet in poker. Naruto, did anyone tell you anything about Tsunade yet? Hijiran asked as Naruto shook his head no. Strange, because somehow you were able to guess her habits correctly. Hijiran said as both the professor and the shinobi lassie sweat dropped at that. By the way, for some reason a young queen was looking for you. Hijiran said making Naruto raise an eyebrow. Was this queen around my age, with red hair in a ponytail, purple eyes, wears a yellow bandana and also an orange robe by any chance? Naruto asked as Hijiran nodded his head. Indeed, you described her appearance perfectly, I take it you two know each other. Hijiran said. You can say that. After all she did make me a royal knight of Rorin a while ago. Naruto said as the old cage chalked on his pipe and checked his pipe to see if there was something else besides tobacco in there. I'm sorry, for a minute there I thought I heard you say you became a royal knight of the ruined kingdom of Rorin. Hijiran chuckled before seeing the serious look on Naruto's face. You actually did. When was this? Hijiran asked completely surprised. During my time training for the finals with Lightning, I had a few days off and the events afterwards lead to one exciting adventure. I'll tell you another time old man but I've got a mission to do. Naruto said before running off. That boy, he looks like Minato but gets into trouble and crazy adventures like his mother, he's going to be the death of me someday. Hijiran muttered before sighing. Naruto was now seen in Konoha walking towards the ship until someone covered his eyes with their hands. Guess who? Said a female voice as Naruto did a mocking think pose until he grinned. Is it, Sarah? Naruto asked as the hands retracted and he turned around to see the young queen of Rorin smiling at him. It's good to see you again Naruto. I saw your entrance at the Chunin exams and your battles, I knew I made the right choice of making you a knight of Rorin. Sarah said as Naruto nodded. So how are your people been? Naruto asked as Sarah smiled. They've been doing well, a baby girl was just born this year so we needed to see a doctor to check on the baby's health and Konoha was the nearest one to go to. Sarah explained as Naruto nodded his head. I see, was anyone hurt during the invasion by Suna and Sound? Naruto asked as Sarah shook her head. No, ever since that one incident that you saved me from, everyone began training themselves to fight ninjas in case someone else tried to kidnap me again. Sarah said as they were almost at the ship, really? They wouldn't try and attack me if I come for a visit would they? Naruto asked jokingly as Sarah giggled at the thought. They wouldn't do that silly, they already know you as a knight of Rorin so I doubt they would attack you. Sarah replied as they shared a laugh till they got to the entrance of the ship with Lightning ready to go. I got the message from Jiraiya, and who is this? Lightning said looking at Sarah. Oh yeah, you two have never met before. Lightning, this is the queen of Roran, Sarah. Naruto said as Lightning stiffened at the name. Naruto, is she okay? Sarah whispered in Naruto's ear as he chuckled. Sorry, you share the name with her younger sister Sarah with an H in it. He explained as she made an oh expression as she understood now. Lightning then knelt down like a knight would before royalty. It is an honor to meet you, your highness. May I ask what brings you here? Lightning asked as Sarah giggled. You don't need to kneel before me, Lightning, I just came here just to see Naruto. Sarah said as Lightning rose up confused. Naruto, you two know each other? Lightning asked. Yes, in fact he's a royal knight of Roran, the highest honor anyone could achieve from royalty. Sarah said as Lightning looked at Naruto skeptically. Two questions in one, when and how the hell did you become a knight for royalty? Lightning said bluntly. During my training in the arc, you know that one final day you decided that I should rest up for the finals. Naruto asked as Lightning remembered that day and nodded. Well, that day was when Sarah and I met. In fact, I had to save her and her people from Kumo ninjas who wanted to acquire something called the Ryumyaku. I'll get into that story after the mission though. Naruto said as he went into the ship and began packing his gear and gun blades. Once he was out of sight, Lightning heard bell chimes ringing somewhere and her sixth sense kicked in. Looks like we have company, I'll go deal with them. Lightning thought as she looked at Sarah. I'm heading out, tell Naruto to meet up with Jiraiya at the gate and I'll catch up to the two later. She said as the young queen nodded her head as Lightning walked off, following the sound of bells. Just as Lightning was out of sight, Naruto came out with a backpack on and his 3 gun blades in their sheaths. Hey Sarah, where did Lightning go? Naruto asked as he noticed the one-man army soldier wasn't there. She said she had to take care of something and she'll catch up with you later. Sarah replied as Naruto nodded his head. See you later then, Naruto asked as Sarah nodded her head. Of course, me and my people will be staying here for a while to get some supplies anyways. She said. Then may I at least escort you to them, my lady? Naruto said with a bow and an arm outstretched. Ah, you're such a gentleman. Sarah giggled as she took Naruto's outstretched hand and he began escorting her back to her people. At the dango shop. Here we all see the famous Sharingan warrior Kakashi Hatake currently leaning on a wall outside of the dango shop reading his Ika violence as he noticed 2 familiar Jonin walking by. Hey guys, Kakashi said as he closed his book. It seems you two are getting along. Kakashi finished making Kurenai blush at what he was implying. Idiot, Enko just asked me to pick up some rice dumplings for her. She said looking away. What are you doing here? Besides catching up on your reading? Asked one Asuma Sarutobi as Kakashi I smiled at the two. Ah, I need to buy something to put on a grave, he said trailing off as his single eye looked inside the shop. Plus I'm meeting somebody here. He said noticing a figure in a black cloak with red clouds on them. I'm just waiting on Sasuke. He explained as the figure's hand twitched at the name while holding his cup. Asuma and Kurenai noticed something was up. Huh. It's not like you to be waiting on somebody. Is it for Obito? Asuma guessed as Kurenai was confused. Obito? Kurenai asked not understanding who that person is. Yeah, kind of, Kakashi said as the 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds on them looked at each other from their straw hats underneath the tassels. Footsteps were heard as Sasuke walked towards the silver-haired Jonin. Kakashi, it's not like you to show up early. What gives? He asked, confused. Well, sometimes I do. Remember during the Chunin exam finals when Naruto and a squad of Anbu tried to kill me for being early, thinking I was a fake? Kakashi asked as the young Uchiha nodded his head. Noticing something wrong, Sasuke looked into the dango shop only to see 2 empty seats with 2 cups of tea still hot. Let's eat somewhere else, I don't have much of a sweet tooth. Sasuke said with a dark feeling about the place. Well, is that so? Kakashi asked as he looked at Kurenai and Asuma who nodded their heads and left the two. Sasuke had a suspicious feeling that something is going on as he noticed how fast those 2 were leaving. At a river, the 2 cloaked figures were walking only to stop as Asuma and Kurenai were in front of them with a serious look on their faces. You guys aren't from around here, are you? Asuma asked with his voice no longer carefree, but the tone of an experienced warrior. What are you doing in this village? He demanded as the smaller of the 2 cloaked figures spoke. It's been a long time, Asuma, Kurenai. The mysterious figure said, making the 2 Konoha ninja go on edge. The fact that you know our names means that you're a shinobi formerly of this village. Asuma assumed as the younger man lifted his head and straw hat a bit revealing something that unnerved the pair. That young man had Sharingan eyes. Asuma gasped as the twin Sharingan eyes glared menacingly at the 2 as the man pulled his hat off revealing black hair in a ponytail as he opened his high-collared cloak from the top. Well, what do ya know? Itachi Uchiha, Asuma said with a smirk as the wind blew ominously around them. Are these friends of yours, Itachi? The taller of the two asked as he put a hand on his hat. Well then, the man said as he smirked underneath. I suppose I should introduce myself. He said as took his own hat off revealing dull blue hair in the form of a shark fin, small white round eyes, pale blue skin, and gill-like facial markings underneath his eyes. Hope we can get acquainted later, the name's Kisame Hoshigaki. The man introduced himself. Why should we wait to get acquainted, when I can just wipe the floor with you both now? Asuma asked as he held a strong face, but his eyes tell another story. Boy Itachi, it looks like they hate you as much in this village just like mine. Kisame said to his partner who looked at him. We know who you are, Kisame. We've heard all about you. You hail from Kurigakure, suspected of espionage and the murder of a feudal lord, a rouge ninja wanted from every nation. Kurenai replied with information she had on the man who was smiling with shark-like teeth. Itachi, I gotta hand it to you to the fact that you show your face in the village, it takes guts. Asuma said in disgust as Itachi kept a stoic look on his face. I'm warning you too, you don't want to interfere with me. It isn't my desire to kill you, he said with a monotone voice. You know that's pretty hilarious coming from the guy that murdered his own people. Now come on, out with it. What are you after? I know you didn't come here looking like that for no good reason. Asuma demanded. That was when Kisame grabbed his enormous sword and swung it downwards, clearly annoyed. This guy is getting on my nerves, can I kill him? Kisame asked his partner. Well, I guess we aren't going anywhere without a fight. Just try not to overdo it. Your moves tend to stand out. Itachi stated calmly as Kisame had a mad gleam in his eyes. They're as good as dead. Kisame said darkly. Mind if I join in the fight? A female voice asked as lightning appeared behind the two missing ninjas with her omega weapon gunblade in hand as it was in gun mode and aiming at the two. When did she show up? I didn't even notice her until she was right behind us. Itachi thought with an interested look at lightning. I don't know who you are, but something tells me that you two are after something dangerous. Lightning said as her omega weapon turned into blade mode as Itachi eyed the weapon wearily. That is advanced weaponry, I thought I'll never see something like that again. Itachi thought as he turned around to face lightning. Kisame, I'll deal with her, you can play with the other two. Itachi said as Kisame grinned like a madman. With that said and done, Kisame charged at Asuma and Kurenai as Itachi and lightning began to clash with blades. Lightning started off throwing a barrage of fire spells at Itachi, who countered it with a grand fireball jutsu, showing who the true master of flames is as lightning's spells were consumed by Itachi's fire, forcing her to dodge as she blocked a swipe from Itachi's kunai knife, and the both of them glared at each other while in a deadlock as lightning was slowly pushing him back. This woman is holding back on me. Itachi realized as lightning broke the deadlock and swung her blade with electricity flowing through the blade, forcing Itachi to replace himself with a clone that was immediately destroyed. I have a wonderful present for you. Lightning said as she clashed with Itachi once more into a deadlock. Shall I give you despair? She asked as Itachi was kicked in the stomach and crashed into the wall with incredible speeds. She wasted no time for the dust to settle as she charged while Itachi brought out a ninjutsu and charged at her with equal speeds as he tried to land a blow on her as she dodged or blocked the attacks, forcing him to leap in the air to avoid a close blank attack of a Fira from lightning as she used this chance to impale him in a non-vital place in the chest and held him in the air. Is this the pain you felt before when you killed your clan, Itachi? Lightning asked with her hair overshadowing her eyes as Itachi struggled to remove himself from her blade. Let me remind you, this time you won't forget, she said as she launched him in the air and followed him and slashed and impaled him in many places before using smite to make him crash into the ground before landing a good distance from him as he began to bleed. This woman, I have no choice but to use it, Itachi thought as he was about to use his special technique on the mysterious woman. Before he could do anything, he heard the sounds of chirping birds and saw blue lightning heading towards him as he leapt back just in time for Kakashi to make a crater where Itachi was just at a few seconds ago. Good to see you, Kakashi. Itachi muttered as Kakashi stood up with his Sharingan revealed. Sorry I took so long, I had to convince Sasuke to go train, though I doubt this is a reunion party. Kakashi asked while staring at Itachi. I know you are here for something, what is it? Kakashi demanded as he prepared for another jutsu. Unlike Kisami's style, mine is more efficient, Itachi stated as he brought out a handful of shuriken. Reacting quickly, Kakashi used a water wall jutsu to block drills made of water that appeared out of nowhere. He's not the only thing you're facing, Lightning said as her gunblade was in gun mode and fired bullets that Itachi dodged as only one of the bullets nicked his cheek. I see, this is the price to pay for underestimating you. Even though you were holding back, so was I, Itachi said as Kakashi glared at the man. Be careful, Lightning, this guy got into the most elite ranks at the age of 13 and this is only half of what he can do. Kakashi warned as Lightning nodded. I'm still surprised that you haven't used those techniques yet, Lightning said to Itachi, who narrowed his eyes. She knows of them, he thought, clearly believing that this woman in front of him was a much bigger threat than Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi combined. I must admit something, Kakashi, for someone not of the Uchiha clan, you have mastered the Sharingan well. But not being one of us, you lack the physical conditions, and that is something you can't copy. Itachi confessed as Kakashi mentally agreed on. He's right, my body doesn't have the stamina, he thought. Just then, the wind blew and the air around them felt ominous as leaves fell from trees. Lightning had a bad feeling about what's going as she felt a massive surge of Itachi's chakra heading straight for his left eye. Why is the Uchiha clan known by all, and feared by all? He asked as he closed his eyes. I'll show you what the Sharingan can do when it is wielded by a true heir of the bloodline, he said ominously as he was slowly opening them again. Kakashi realized what was happening, quickly reacted, don't look at him. Close your eyes, Kakashi shouted in pure fear as Asuma, Kurenai and Lightning did as they were told. A second passed and Kakashi began to pant and fell to his knees, completely exhausted from that technique of Itachi's, unnerving the two Jonin as Lightning kept calm. Don't open your eyes yet, you two. Itachi's technique seems to be able to work if you look into his eyes, so do not open them no matter what. Lightning ordered, making both Asuma and Kurenai nod their heads. Kisame calmly walked towards his partner's side and noticed Kakashi's condition and was clearly impressed. After all that, the fool's spirit is still intact. Meanwhile, you risked overusing those eyes of yours, you know that's dangerous. Kisame said. This thing you've come for, is it Sasuke? Kakashi asked as the wind blew. No, the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Itachi replied, making Asuma and Kurenai gasp and wonder what he meant, but Kakashi and Lightning know who Itachi's group is after. Naruto. They both thought. The Kyuubi inside Naruto, that's what you're after? Kakashi asked while still panting from exhaustion. You're not the only ones, are you? There are 7 more of you out there, searching, hunting, I know all about you. You call yourself the Akatsuki, right? He asked, getting both members' attention as the two Jonin and Lassie look at him. Kisame, we'll take Kakashi with us. We don't need the others. Get rid of them, Itachi ordered as Kisame had a happy look on his face as he charged. Lightning got in her battle stance with her eyes still closed but knew where Kisame is, after her training with Naruto's Kaiith form. When she put a limiter on her powers when they spared, she began focusing on training her other senses to the degree that they act like eyes, for her, so to speak. Kisame was going to make his strike as suddenly, the water swirled in the air as a shout of dynamic hurricane. And a kick in the face launched Kisame back to Itachi's side, revealing one person that terrified all of Konoha, the Green Beast Might Guy. Great, the worst walking fashion disaster is here, Lightning thought as she began tuning him out. That guy gives her the creeps, and not to mention she had witnessed his and Lee's hugs in Naruto's memory. That memory burned into her memory and she did every method of forgetting that scene, but it still plagued her mind. It continued for so long that it even haunted her dreams sometimes, not to mention one of them had Naruto wearing that horrendous green spandex and joined in the hug. Note to self, if Naruto gets a green spandex from Guy, burn it. She thought as Itachi ordered Kisame to retreat as Guy had warned the Anbu before he came. As they left, Lightning sighed that a good battle had to end. Now all I have to do is keep an extra eye on Naruto, she thought. Meanwhile at the gates, Naruto was seen carrying a huge backpack on his back like it was nothing at all, while Jiraiya had asked the boy why he packed so much stuff. The reply from Naruto unnerved Jiraiya as the shinobi Lassie said, because I want to show bushy brow and thick brow sensei my own flames of youth. Chapter 12. Emi, Neon, Itachi and Kisame. Naruto and Jiraiya were taking a break from their traveling at a nearby shrine where Naruto put some ryo in as he rang the bell and put his hands in prayer. So, I hear that you have some sort of new form called Kaiith mode. Can you explain it to me? Jiraiya asked once Naruto finished praying at the shrine. Yeah, I guess, Naruto replied as he pondered a bit. What's with the long face? It's not like a knucklehead like you be depressed, Jiraiya said. Well, I was thinking that if I do fail to complete my focus, I would stay in that Kaiith mode of mine and rampage like the Undying did. Combine the powers of the Kyuubi, I would almost be impossible to slay, unless you're a warrior from one of the 13 legends, Naruto said while muttering the last part to himself. This made Jiraiya raise an eyebrow at what the boy said, and heard about the 13 legends made him quite curious. Well, you were just branded a few weeks ago, I doubt you'll be a permanent Kaiith for some time. Jiraiya reassured, only for Naruto to shake his head. The brands are connected to a Lassie's mental state. Going into shock or have extreme cases of fear increases the growth rate of the brand. Sometimes, they would become Kaiith the instant they are branded due to the shock, Naruto said, making Jiraiya wince at. That is cruel, and for a kid to suffer that fate is beyond anything I've seen. Especially since Naruto's life was hell on earth. He thought and decided to accelerate the boy's training and help him fulfill his focus. He doesn't know when Naruto's time is up, but he'll do whatever it takes to help save his godson from a fate far worse than death. Alright Naruto, from here on out we are starting your training effective immediately. Jiraiya said with a serious expression that Naruto mirrored as he nodded his head. I'm going to teach you a jutsu that was invented by the 4th Hokage, your father, which took him 3 years to master. Jiraiya said, making Naruto's eyes widen at the mention of his father. This technique requires good chakra control, so you must combine the tree walking and water walking exercises for the first step of training. He said as he held out a water balloon. Naruto watched as suddenly, the balloon popped as water dripped from the man's hand. What is the name of this jutsu exactly? Naruto asked with his eyes narrowed, as he had a feeling he's seen this technique when Kyuubi showed him what happened when he was born. That was the first step of making the rasengan. Jiraiya explained as Naruto nodded his head as he recalled that name when his father hit Madara with it. Spiraling sphere. It looks like it is supposed to grind into enemies when it hits. Short range with incredible power, but lacks long range capabilities, said Naruto as he analyzed it from what his father did in the vision as Jiraiya nodded. That's not all, that jutsu is still incomplete, Jiraiya mused, making Naruto's attention focus 100% on him. What do you mean, still incomplete, exactly? Naruto asked as Jiraiya smirked. Simple, Minato tried to add his elemental affinity to the jutsu but still didn't have time due to his death. Jiraiya said as he solemnly looked at the sky. I see. Well, I know I will master the Rasengan soon, and I will surpass my father and finish off where he started for him. Naruto said in a determined voice, surprising Jiraiya with his determination. I know you will, kid, but even you will have reached your own limits as a shinobi and a lassie one day. Jiraiya thought as they continued to Shukuba town, not knowing they were being followed. You alright, Itachi? That woman did a number on you. Kisame asked his partner who was bandaged up. I'm fine, I merely underestimated her, it won't happen again. Itachi replied calmly as they observed their target in the Sannin with him. I'm pretty certain you can go toe-to-toe with him. Though I'm not sure I could. He's on a whole other level. Kisame said as they looked at Jiraiya, who was talking with their target. Yeah, if we face each other, both of us will be killed, a rather unappealing outcome. Itachi stated as the wind blew, his hair swaying with the wind. Even if there were more of us, the result will remain the same. Itachi continued as he calculated their skills and experience with Jiraiya's own and knew the outcome if they were to fight. Never thought I'd have to go up against one of the legendary Sannin. If we fight him, then both the Uchiha clan and the 7 swordsmen of the mist will have their names dragged through the mud. Kisame said. True, but still, even the most strongest of opponents always has a weakness. Itachi replied as he thought of an idea to separate the two. At a hotel lobby, Naruto was using his chakra trying to pop the water balloon Jiraiya gave him and noticed something was wrong. That's strange, it's going in circles. The way Arrow Sennin popped it was a spiral shape. The young lassie thought as he began experimenting with his chakra when Jiraiya came back to him with a key. We're gonna rest here for the day, then pick up where we left off tomorrow. This will give you some time to learn the first step. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded his head. So what are you going to do? Some more of that research of yours with some hot girl? Naruto guessed, knowing the man's antics well. Just then a gorgeous girl in a one-piece sleeveless blue dress with no straps and a yellow gold chain belt around her waist in high heels with a single red Magatama jewel necklace and gold earrings walked at the entrance of the hotel with an alluring aura surrounding her as she flipped her hair with her hand. The girl looked at them, which caused Jiraiya to turn to his lecherous self again, causing Naruto to sigh. I knew it, he muttered as the girl blew a kiss at him. Did she just blow a kiss at me? Naruto asked out loud as Jiraiya patted his student on the back. I'm so jealous of you, kid. First that lightning chick and now her. Master, teach me. Jiraiya begged while grabbing onto Naruto's legs and kissing his feet. She's all yours, Arrow Sennin. Naruto said, confused as he tried to pull his perverted sensei off his legs as said man stood up. Normally I would, but since it's you that she's interested in, I'll have to pass it up. Jiraiya said, making Naruto give him a look, saying, who are you and what have you done with Arrow Sennin? Causing said man to laugh before giving a gentle push, causing Naruto to walk up to the woman. Hi. Naruto said. That was unexpected, Itachi. For a minute I thought that Jiraiya was going to take the bait. Kisame said as Itachi looked confused. Indeed, though I guess I had to be more specific on what target she was supposed to lure away when using my genjutsu. Itachi replied as they used a telescope to get a better view on their target. He looks just like the 4th Hokage, no wonder why she targeted him instead of Jiraiya. Itachi muttered as Kisame looked at him. What was the order you gave her with your genjutsu? Kisame asked as Itachi looked at him. Charm the most handsome man of the two. He said with a straight face as Kisame snickered at that. Looks like Jiraiya isn't as handsome as he claims to be then. Kisame said as he recalled Jiraiya proclaiming he is as quoted, envy of men and desire of women. You're right, it seems Jiraiya will leave him alone for the time being so we can use this as our chance to get Naruto. Itachi said as they vanished into thin air. I swear, after that time travel incident to the Vile Peaks and gaining this new outfit, I'm some sort of chick magnet. Naruto mentally swore as the woman Emi was holding his arm and led him to a few places on their date, while giving him tips when he goes on a real date. Well, I guess I can use the experience. Naruto thought as she led him to a stall where a young man with short black hair waved at them. Hello Emi. What brings you here with this young man? He asked. Well, I'm here for a certain item that only you have. She said as the man looked around to see if anyone heard her. What's in it for me exactly? The man asked. Oh come on Neon, would you do this for little old me? She asked with her eyes shining full of hope causing the man's will to crumble. I hate it when she gives me that look. Neon thought as he went to the back of his store to get something. Anyo, Emi-san, what is he getting exactly? Naruto asked as the woman giggled. Well I can't have my date be a 13-year-old can't I? It would be embarrassing if any of my friends found out. Emi replied as Naruto tilted his head to the side not getting it. Meanwhile on top of a building behind Naruto and Emi, Itachi and Kisame were watching their target from above with said latter getting impatient. This is starting to annoy me Itachi, why aren't we abducting the kid? Kisame demanded as Itachi pointed to a corner of the street revealing Jiraiya stalking the dating couple with a notebook and pen in hand. I hate my life, Kisame muttered with Itachi nodding his head in agreement. I guess you should hate it more since our target is Naruto of all people. Itachi said as Kisame gave him a look. Why is that? He asked as Itachi replied while focusing on their target. Because Naruto is able to outrun and hide from Anbu Black Ops the minute he learned to walk and run. His skills with pranking were legendary that you wouldn't even notice the pranks he does until after he's done. By the time you find out, he's already gone. I've spent most of my Anbu days being his guardian and he's eluded me to the part that I would have to bribe him with something extremely dangerous just to keep him in line. Itachi replied recalling many of Naruto's infamous pranks, from exploding toilets to having the entire male parts of the Uchiha clan wearing pink underwear and wearing Guy's evil green spandex. He shivered at the last one, he'd gorge his own eyes if he sees himself wear one again. I see, so what did you bribe him with? Kisame asked curious for his own good. I gave him the scroll that has instructions on how to use the Bushin Daibakua. He replied as Kisami's eyes widened. Itachi, are you insane? You want another Deidara walking around causing random explosions again? He asked as Itachi smirked. The technique requires the shadow clone jutsu, which is something that Naruto lacks. So you don't have to worry about that. Itachi reassured as Kisame nodded his head wearily. Here it is. Neon shouted as he brought out a bottle of candy. What's so special about this candy exactly? Naruto asked as Neon had a glint of mischief in his eyes. Open your mouth and you'll find out. He said as Naruto did so. Neon tossed a red one into his mouth and suddenly, Naruto was engulfed in smoke. So, how do you feel? Neon asked with a knowing look. I feel better. Naruto's voice said as he, Emi, Neon, Jiraiya, Itachi, and Kisame heard it from their positions and noticed it was deeper and mature. Once the smoke died out, everyone from both genders dropped their jaws and was awestruck at his appearance save Neon who whistled. Wow kid, you're gonna be a heartbreaker one day. Neon said at the figure. The smoke died down revealing a man in his early 20s with jaw-length bangs on both sides of his face, a narrow face, crystal blue eyes that shined a hidden light in them, lean muscles meant for those who use speed in battle, a smile that could warm even the coldest heart, and his whisker birthmarks were faintly there on his cheeks as he looked at them. How do I look? He asked. Emi, even though she was under a genjutsu, was about to faint the minute she saw his face and smile as her heart skipped a few beats. Was her only reply as her face was blushing fiery red, as well as other girls within the vicinity. Damn it kid, you really are like your father in looks, though I wouldn't help myself to one of those candies. Jiraiya thought with many perverted ideas going inside his head if he can change his age at will. Meanwhile on the rooftop, Itachi was rubbing his eyes again and looked at the older version of Naruto and looked at the boy with pity. He's going to have his own fan club soon. I'd better leave him that book just in case, Itachi muttered as Kisame was sulking about how Konoha had a lot of good-looking men and he's just funny-looking. It finally works. Emi, where did you find this kid? Neon asked as Emi looked at the salesman. At a hotel, I just felt that he would be the one. She replied as Neon nodded his head. Good thing too, it only works with those with the powers of the crystal, so that means you're a lassie then. Neon stated surprising the older Naruto. How did you know? Well let's just say I travel through places thought to be myths and lore and tend to learn a few things, the man said cryptically making Naruto narrow his eyes about the man. I'll give you a lifetime supply of this stuff for free since you're practically the only one who can make this work. Now I have more room for other merchandise. The man said, changing his personality as he handed Naruto 10 dozen storage scrolls containing the weird candy in them. By the way, tell Lightning Neon said hi. He whispered in Naruto's ear, making his eyes widen. Naruto leapt back with his gunblade drawn ready for a fight. Naruto stopped only to see Neon and his shop gone. Who the hell is that guy? The adult shinobi Lassie muttered before a piece of paper landed on his face. He pulled it off and read it. Red makes you older, blue makes you younger, and the orange one changes you back to normal. Neon, it read. Naruto wondered where he should place all of those scrolls. This, Neon, gave him as the metal band on his arm he got from the Mirage Arena was activated and it absorbed the scrolls into itself before shutting down. Strange, I don't recall having this thing on. Naruto said before looking at Emi with a blank expression. Sorry miss, I must thank you for teaching me important details on dates, but now it's time for you to sleep. He said as Emi had a confused expression as he placed a finger on her forehead. Kai, he said as the woman fell limp as he caught her in his arms and placed her on a nearby bench. This is low, to put her in a genjutsu to do the dirty work, disgusting. Naruto muttered as he looked at the metal band on his arm that dispensed an orange candy drop which he popped into his mouth and reverted back to his 13-year-old self again. You can come out now, Ero Sennin. Naruto said without looking as the super pervert came out looking sheepish. So, how was the date? Jiraiya asked as Naruto shrugged. It was good, but I'm counting on you to find her house. Naruto said pointing to the unconscious Emi, and don't get any ideas or I'll shoot your balls off right where you stand. Naruto said in a dead serious tone that made Jiraiya pale and sweat nervously as he nodded his head. So what are you going to do? Jiraiya asked as Naruto gave him a tired look. I'm going to sleep, he said holding out the room key and started making his way to the place. That kid is just as scary as his mom, the Toad Sage grumbled as he carried the woman and began looking for her house. As Naruto fell onto the bed in the hotel room, his eyes were beginning to drop as he began to fall asleep, only to be woken by a knock on the door much to his annoyance. He forgot his key, didn't he? He grumbled as he got up and went to the door and opened it. What he saw was an older Sasuke with 2 sets of completed Sharingan eyes looking at Naruto. Itachi, is that you? Naruto asked as the man nodded his head. In a split second, Naruto crashed into the man with a bone-crushing hug thanks to his lassie strength. I missed you, Ni-san. Where were you for the last 7 years? He shouted as Itachi was being choked to death. Naruto, need air, he said hoarsely as Naruto let go of him as he fell to the ground. Sorry, kind of gotten carried away. Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as Itachi got up and caught his breath. It's been a while, Naruto, I know this is sudden but you must come with us. Itachi said as Naruto noticed Kisame right by him. Are we going to the carnival? Naruto asked with stars in his eyes as Kisame rose an eyebrow. Carnival? What's that? The walking shark asked as Itachi looked at him. It's the biggest festival of the elemental nations that came from a place called Rio where people go to play games, dance, eat, etc. Itachi replied as Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, in a few weeks there's going to be another one in a hot springs town and might permanently shut down afterwards. Naruto said sadly as Itachi's eye twitched. What do you mean by that? He asked in a quiet tone as Naruto pointed an accusing finger at him. Ever since you were my guardian and took me to those carnivals, a lot of people were there to meet the Samba Master Itachi, as they all enjoyed the music and adventures there. But ever since you've vanished for over 7 years, less people stopped coming, so this might be the last time the carnival will come here in the elemental nations. Naruto said as his shoulders slumped in disappointment. Not on my watch it won't. Itachi said, making both Naruto and Kisame look at him as he had a weird expression on his face. If it's Samba Master Itachi they want, then it's Samba Master Itachi they will get. He said as Naruto smiled and Kisame looked at his partner like he's lost it. Well, that's good, Itachi, but aren't you forgetting that we need to take Naruto to the boss first? Kisame asked, reminding them of their mission. Sorry, I can't go anywhere until the stupid pervert comes back, maybe next time, okay? Naruto asked as he went back in his room and closed the door. Itachi kept his expressionless face on while Kisame got an eye twitch as Itachi knocked on the door again, only for it to crack open a little bit for Naruto's hand to put a "Do not disturb" sign on the doorknob before closing it again. As he was on his way to bed, he felt the familiar presence of Lightning returning to his mind again. Hey Lightning, what's up? Naruto asked as he felt her glaring at him. You're in danger, is what's up. 2 Rouge S ranked ninjas named Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki are after the Kyuubi inside of you. She snapped as Naruto paused for a minute and put the pieces together. Crap. He muttered. Outside of the room, Itachi and Kisame looked at each other. Did he just do what I think he did? Kisame asked. Yes, the Uchiha replied emotionlessly again. Kisame blinked a few times before taking a deep breath and snapped, "Oh, hell no." He shouted, and with a swift kick at the door, it snapped open into splinters as he walked in with Itachi following him nearby as they noticed an empty room and an opened window. He must have escaped, Kisame stated as Itachi nodded his head. Indeed, the Uchiha agreed as suddenly, Naruto jumped down from the ceiling right behind Kisame with his hands set on the tiger hand seal with a malicious smile on his face. A fire jutsu. Ha! My Samahata will eat the chakra before it even singes my cloak. Kisame thought as his sentiment sword hung onto his back. Itachi on the other hand, knew Naruto's habits and recognized what the little yellow devil disguised as an angel kid was going to do if he's a student of Kakashi. He wouldn't dare, would he? Itachi thought before realizing that this is Naruto he's talking about. He let out a small smirk at what he was going to see. 1,000 years of death. Naruto shouted as he rushed forward with the hand sign in perfect aim of its next victim. Meanwhile, all parts of the world went out of balance as in the Crescent Moon Kingdom. It started snowing. In Konoha, time stopped flowing. In Kumo, Killer Bee accidentally destroyed 5 buildings while using his Biju powers. In Kiri, Meiterumi had a zit on her forehead causing her to scream in fright. In Suna, it started to rain, and in Iwa, the Tsuchikage broke his back again. Back in Shukuba town, Kisame was shot out of the window screaming in agony as he clutched his ass as his screams were heard through all of Fire Country. Naruto started falling on the floor laughing his own ass off while rolling around clutching his sides while Lightning, who was in his mind, was currently trying and failing to hold back her laughing fit as Itachi tried to compute what just happened before shivering from head to toe before laughing himself as he leaned on the wall for support. Their laughter was ended abruptly as a massive shadow covered them. When they looked up through the window, they saw the biggest water dragon in existence that stood higher than Gamabuta looking at them. That's it. Now I'm pissed, Kisame shouted as the dragon charged at them. Naruto got up and Itachi stood straight. They looked at each other, then at the dragon before looking at each other again. Naruto turned around with Itachi doing the same, and then they started running as fast as they can and tried to get as far away as possible. The enormous dragon crashed into the hotel, completely destroying it as it flooded the town. Luckily all the people evacuated when they saw the dragon, so no one got hurt. Kisame landed on the water and started frantically looking around for Naruto. He didn't care for the mission anymore as he only thought of 2 words that were repeating themselves in his mind: kill blonde. Kisame found his target a few buildings away with that pink-haired woman with that mysterious blade that injured Itachi with him, and she had an amused look on her face for some strange reason. Itachi was on his way to Kisame with a smile tugging on his lips which annoyed Kisame already. "You're not gonna let me live it down, are you?" he asked. "Nope," the Uchiha said as his smile faded away again. "Hello little brother," Itachi said without turning around as Sasuke was staring at his brother with his own Sharingan active and filled with hate. "Itachi, today is the day you die," Sasuke shouted venomously as he charged at Itachi with a Chidori. Naruto saw what was going on and looked at Lightning. "Take care of Shark Boy while I help Sasuke," he ordered as she nodded her head as they went to their targets. Kisame was going for the kill on Naruto as Lightning blocked it with her own Blazefire saber and the two glared at each other in deadlock. "I'm very thankful I gave Naruto my spare Blazefire gunblade just in case," she thought as she had nearly forgotten she had a spare one just in case she lost her first one. While the spare didn't have any cocoon writing on it like her own, she had a feeling Naruto will have something written on his own soon. Naruto had his own Blazefire saber in gun mode as ran on water to Itachi as he aimed for Itachi, who has blocked Sasuke's Chidori and was about to break his wrist as Naruto started firing bullets that scratched parts of Itachi, who threw Sasuke back and looked at Naruto and blew a phoenix flower jutsu barrage, making Naruto dodge roll it while leaping into the air as he made his gunblade switch to sword mode while in midair as Itachi drew out his own sword, and in an instant, they slashed at each other as blue rose petals appeared as Naruto slid on water with Sasuke appearing at his side, and he stood up as Itachi turned around and looked at them with a slash mark on his chest from Naruto's attack as said Jinchuriki got into a battle pose as they had a stare down. Think of how Lightning fought Garland in Dissidia 012 opening with a few alterations. "I'll tire him out and you help, but you get to deal the finishing blow," Naruto shouted as Sasuke nodded as said Uchiha grudgingly knew that if they worked together, Itachi would be defeated. "Toss down your blade, and say goodnight," Itachi ordered with no emotion as Naruto pointed his blade at the man. "No thanks. It's not my bedtime," he replied as both Naruto and Sasuke charged at the Rouge Ninja. Naruto made his trademark hand sign and created 50 clones that were charging at Itachi, and the man himself wondered what was with the smiles on all the clones. "Hey Itachi. I finally get to fulfill my promise to you and show you the jutsu you gave me." The original said as he kept himself and Sasuke a good distance from the clones, and Itachi, whose eyes widened in horror as he realized what the boy was talking about. Let me tell you something good, art is an explosion. Witness its eternal beauty. Naruto shouted while crackling like a madman as Sasuke took a few steps back from his deranged teammate as Itachi thought of something after hearing the last two quotes with a sweat drop. Did he take lessons from Deidara and Sasori? He thought as he was surrounded by clones that started to explode, causing massive waves from the force as Naruto and Sasuke looked at the sight with awe. Turn up the heat, Sasuke. Naruto ordered as Sasuke made hand signs and took a deep breath. Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he blew an enormous fireball heading straight for ground zero of the clone explosion, not waiting for the smoke to clear. You think that did it? Sasuke asked as Naruto's sixth sense kicked in. Move it. He shouted as he pushed Sasuke away and leapt away himself as Itachi bursted from beneath the water where the two genin were standing with a singed cloak from both Naruto's exploding clones and Sasuke's fireball attack, and was annoyed from the looks of his eyes as Naruto gave Sasuke a secret code with blinking, telling Sasuke to stand on a roof of one of the flooded buildings, which he complied as Naruto leapt onto a nearby roof himself as he switched to revolver. I'm impressed, Naruto, you too, Sasuke. For you both to injure me is a significant sign of both of your growths, but this game must end now, Itachi said as he closed his eyes. Feeling a dark foreboding, Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, use your Chidori on the water. He shouted as Sasuke got the meaning as he charged one up and plunged it into the water as Naruto fired barrages of thunder spells around Itachi as the combined forces of electricity conducted together as Itachi realized he was trapped as he was electrocuted and screamed in pain until both Naruto and Sasuke stopped using their electric attacks as Itachi was still standing. Let's finish this. Naruto shouted as he and Sasuke charged at Itachi, who had his head down. Fools. Itachi muttered as Sasuke was closer to him as he grabbed his little brother by the neck and kicked Naruto in the stomach, causing Naruto to be pushed back as he flipped in the air and regained balance as he landed. This is the extent of your power, foolish little brother. Itachi asked as he stared into Sasuke's eyes with his own. You have the hatred in you, but it's still weak. My shadow is burned into your heart, let me remind you how it began. Itachi said as Naruto appeared behind him with his sword pointing at Itachi's neck. Put him down, you traitor, I'm the one you want. Naruto said coldly as Itachi chuckled darkly. You are the light that guides him in the darkness, I will sever the bond between the two of you with your death. Itachi said as a clone of him caught Naruto off guard as he held him in place. How the hell did a clone get behind me? Naruto thought as he began struggling to get out of the clone's grip. Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, hate me, detest me, and yet survive in an unsightly way, run and cling to life, and when you have the same eyes as mine, come to me. Itachi said ominously as his Sharingan eye transformed as he looked at Sasuke, who was struggling against his brother's grip. Which one will you lose first? Your bond with Naruto as I kill him, or your mind? He questioned as he said one word. Tsukuyomi. He muttered as Sasuke was dragged into another realm. When Sasuke noticed he was in another place, he looked around wondering where he is as found himself with a red sky and warped moon with black clouds as his horror was realized as this is the very same place where his brother killed their entire family. He looked down at his hands and saw they were smaller. He was in his childhood form once again as he shivered in fear of this horrible memory as Itachi's voice echoed from everywhere. Yes, it's our childhood home. The voice said as if reading his thoughts as Sasuke saw his mother and father on their knees with their eyes closed. He tried calling out to them as he saw a younger Itachi standing behind their parents with his sword in hand. The real Itachi was behind Sasuke with a smile of pure cruelty as he spoke again. You're weak, Sasuke, he began as the younger Itachi began to raise his sword. 24 hours from now, he said as Sasuke begged him not to do it, you will be weaker still. Itachi said as the cruel smile never left his face as the younger version of him swung his sword, ending the lives of their parents as Sasuke screamed as their parents' blood stained the floor. Back in the real world, Naruto was struggling to break free from Itachi's clone's grip only to stop as he heard Sasuke let out a horrifying scream that unnerved him. That bastard. He won't get away with this. The young lassie thought as he began to gather chakra to the center of his body. Back in the world of Tsukuyomi, Sasuke was forced to watch Itachi kill his uncles and aunts in front of him as he tried to tell them to run as they got killed, making him scream again. You're not even worth killing, foolish little brother. If you wish to kill me one day, foster your hatred and despise me, survive in such an unsightly manner as this, by all means flee, cling to your wretched life. He said as he showed a crucified Naruto as Itachi smiled cruelly at the sight as Sasuke's eyes widened with more dread as Itachi drove his blade into Naruto's heart. I have taken all you have held dear to you. Our family, your friends, next time it will be your loved ones. Itachi sneered as he began to repeatedly kill Naruto in various ways as Sasuke watched helplessly as his brother killed his best friend over and over again and did the only thing he could do, he screamed. Back in the real world, Lightning and Kisame were once again clashing with each other in another deadlock as Sasuke's screams filled the air, making Kisame look at where it was coming from with an amused look on his face. "Ah, isn't that heartwarming? Using Tsukuyomi on his own brother," Kisame said with a grin on his face as Lightning looked at him with disgust. Back with Naruto, he gathered up as much chakra he could get and let out a roar, creating an explosive force of pure chakra, destroying Itachi's clone as he charged with his sword and did a feint on Itachi, who fell for it as Naruto gave him a kick in the face before grabbing Sasuke and ran off. Quickly recovering, Itachi followed them into a hotel hallway that hasn't been flooded by Kisami's water dragon, only to stop in the hallways near a window, having a sense of déjà vu. "Stay away from the light," he muttered as he quickly put his hand in the window's light and quickly pulled it back as a trap activated as a barrage of kunai were launched at him. With the grace of a dancer, Itachi dodged them like they were kid stuff as he continued his hunt for Naruto. As he ran into another hallway, Itachi stepped on a floor panel that sunk in and he heard a rumbling noise as he saw a giant boulder made of Naruto clones. Exploding clone boulder. They all shouted as Itachi's dread grew as he started running for it. "Katsu!" The clones shouted as they glowed brightly before the entire building exploded, creating a massive shockwave, revealing the real Naruto carrying Sasuke on his back using a plank from the wooden floors as a surfboard as Naruto was surfing the giant wave towards Lightning and Kisame. "Surf's up, dudes," he shouted, getting their attentions, making the two swordsmen widen their eyes as they were swallowed up by the water. Actually, Lightning just returned to Naruto's mindscape to avoid being swallowed up by the wave, leaving only Kisame to deal with it alone. Naruto's surfing wasn't over as he saw Kisame in the waves moving like a shark would, with his sword acting as a shark fin as Itachi appeared using his own plank as a surfboard as Naruto was surrounded on both sides. "Time to jump," he shouted as he leapt in the air with Sasuke's unconscious body on his back as he landed on the water and started running as if his life was depending on it, since it was true. Shit, 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 shit. Where the hell is Rasengan? He shouted as he got inside another hotel building and didn't even bother setting up any traps this time as Kisame and Itachi followed after him, not noticing the walls around them turned organic and slimy-like. Naruto reached a dead end and turned around to be cornered by both Itachi and Kisame, with said latter wanting to maim and kill him if the look in his eyes said anything about it, as the place turned into a giant esophagus as a figure appeared in front of Naruto as the figure began doing a series of kabuki poses as he began introducing himself. "I am the great Gamma Sennin. I am known by all the lands and all the seas. I am the man who writes books from the heavens. I am the one who is the envy of men and makes women swoon and babies cry, the gallant Jiraiya," exclaimed the super pervert as he did a finishing pose while Naruto, Lightning, Kyuubi, Itachi, Kisame, and somehow an unconscious Sasuke sweat dropped at the intro. "You're late," Naruto said with a blank expression, causing the man to face fault as the two Rouge ninjas rolled their eyes at the stupidity of it all. "Shut it, brat. At least I'm here, aren't I?" Jiraiya snapped as Naruto had a defiant expression on his face as he pointed behind the Gamma Sennin. "Shouldn't you be dealing with them first before chewing me out?" he asked as Jiraiya turned around, muttering something about disrespectful brats and such. "Kisame, it's time to go. We aren't in full condition to take on Jiraiya of the Sannin," Itachi ordered emotionlessly as Kisame had a grudging look on his face as he glared at Naruto as they ran off, trying to run from the living innards of the jutsu. A great explosion was heard as Naruto let Sasuke rest on the wall as he and Jiraiya ran to the source of the explosion and noticed a hole in the wall edged with black flames. "That can't be good at all," Naruto muttered as Jiraiya nodded his head. "No one has ever broken out of this place. From the stomach of the mountain toad that can spew fire itself, this is some extremely powerful jutsu they were using," the Sannin said as he drew out a blank scroll and quickly drew seals on it, and Naruto watched in awe as the black flames were sealed into the scroll. "Am I going to learn that too?" he asked as Jiraiya looked at him. "Not till you're ready, squirt," the toad sage replied, causing Naruto to pout as a swirl of red rose petals appeared behind them, revealing Lightning with her arms crossed. "Looks like your training has to go up another level then," she said, causing Naruto to sigh as a kunai latched itself to the wall, getting their attention before quickly turning around to see someone running towards them. The figure leapt into the air as it revealed to be Might Guy doing a jump kick, which the nearest target that was unlucky happened to be Jiraiya. Dynamic entry. The youthful man shouted as he kicked Jiraiya in the face with a smile, only for it to immediately disappear as he realized who he kicked in the face. After Jiraiya got some tissue in his broken nose and yelling at the man responsible for it, Naruto and Lightning rolled their eyes at them as Guy picked up Sasuke and placed him on his back. "Hurry and get him to the hospital, Guy. Whatever Itachi did to him wasn't any normal jutsu at all." Jiraiya instructed as Guy saluted with his trademark good guy pose with a smile as his teeth shined and had the ping sound effect. Before he turned to leave, Guy looked at Naruto as he rummaged through his pockets looking for something. Naruto, I have a present for you that you might love. Hearing that you are a genius of hard work likely deserves something like this. He shouted as he pulled out a green spandex outfit much to the horrors of Jiraiya and Lightning as Naruto happily took it. If you ever want to improve your taijutsu just wear it and train with me and Lee and we can let our flames of youth shine. He said smiling as his teeth shined with the ping affect as Naruto smiled. Yeah, look out Konoha, because the green beast has arrived Datbeo. Naruto shouted as he did a good guy pose with a smile and a glowing ping effect with Guy. Seeing this, Jiraiya was doing various methods of dispelling genjutsu and even tried to see if he was having a nightmare as Lightning planned to burn the spandex suit the minute Guy was out of sight. Well, I'll be off now. Stay youthful Naruto. Guy shouted as he ran back to Konoha with Sasuke on his back. As the man vanished from sight, Naruto looked at Lightning. By the way Light, some guy named Neon told me to tell you he said hi. He told her as the woman's eyes widened with pure dread and horror at the mention of the man's name as this made both Naruto and Jiraiya raise an eyebrow. This is bad. If he's here, then the end of the world is near, Lightning uttered with no hope in her voice unnerving both warriors at that, they never heard her sound so, dead. What do you mean Light? Naruto asked as the Master Lassie looked at him. He is the physical form of an unstoppable entity that can destroy even gods themselves if they got in his way. He goes by many titles like Ragnarok and not the Beast of Destruction but the actual Ragnarok itself, Judgment Day, Armageddon, the Apocalypse, the Fall, Day of Wrath, Doomsday, End of the World, and the Omega, he is Death. Lightning said as Naruto felt a sudden sense of familiarity with those names and was at peace with them, like he knew them from a long distant memory. Why is this, Neon, person doing here exactly? Does he have something planned? Jiraiya asked wondering if this is something beyond the boundaries of humans and gods. Like I said, he is death, every world he goes to meets its end is all life in the world he visits and the world is engulfed by the void. Neon is just a codename actually meaning the number 21 for those are the numbers of worlds he had ended. If he's here, then this will become his 22nd world that will be ended by his hand. She replied as Naruto noticed a sense of sadness in her eyes, he put the puzzles together and he realized what Neon did. He was the one responsible for everyone on Grand Pulse's deaths and you and the other 5 members of your group to be sealed in your weapons wasn't he? Naruto asked as Lightning nodded her head. He claimed to have been hired by Bunaberze to end this world but Neon and Etro knew of his plans and sealed me and the others in our respective weapons and had Neon seal my sister Sarah and her friend Noelle in their own weapons and banished the two into another paradox in time. As we all watched helplessly as Neon ended the world only for it to life to start again, I had something interesting from Neon while still sealed in my sword. He was muttering something about, the cipher shall be born anew and shall cleanse the realms for the 14th Final Fantasy, where the era of gods ending and the crystal legends become nothing more than a mere story. I don't know what Muin, Etro and Neon are up to, but I have a feeling he might mess around with the other versions of you Naruto. Because for some reason he resurrected Anima and created 6 time loops with different scenarios in them making me guess they were other paths you might have chosen. Lightning explained as Naruto placed a hand on his chin. What is cipher? And what does it have to do with these paradoxes involving me? Just what do Muin, Etro and Neon have planned if they did this? Does this somehow involve these necklaces somehow? Naruto asked as he held out the 2 sets of Magatama necklaces with each necklace holding 6 Magatama jewels in them. One set showing the other Lassie paths he encountered only for the rosy pink and icy blue ones shining brilliantly signifying himself and Snow Jr. while the other set showed his roles with only a glowing red, blue, green and yellow showing his 4 roles of Commando, Revonger, Medic, and Sentinel roles respectively. I don't have all the answers Naruto, but I think the closer we get to complete your focus, the more answers we might discover. Lightning replied causing Naruto to sigh as he put the 2 necklaces on and hid them underneath his turtleneck shirt. Well I guess resting here isn't an option. Should we carry on with our journey then? Jiraiya asked as he felt left out in the conversation as the 2 Lassie agreed as they left the submerged town not noticing Neon watching them with a female companion with him. His female companion had reddish black hair and brown eyes and was wearing the outfit fitting for a red mage as she carried an interesting sword with her. Things are getting very interesting huh Sapphire? Neon asked with a smile on his face. You could say that, the plan is set so both the Storm and Dragoon will meet and the Mirror Rift is coming soon and please call me Fire. She said with a friendly smile as Neon felt an ominous aura under that smile. Why you got it Fire? Neon said nervously as his companion chuckled at him. So, what happens after they meet? Sapphire asked her companion as Neon looked out into the sky with an amused look on his face. Well I'll be, the Dragon of Ruin is making his way here. Looks like Sid wants in on this scenario of ours. Neon said as Sapphire looked at him. Shinryu is coming here. You know the elder gods won't like this. They will try to kill Naruto and the other paths so they won't lose their seat of power. She said as Neon shrugged. Who cares? I'm just doing my job, though I have a feeling. Neon trailed off as he pulled a coin out and flipped it. Lady Luck is going to be at the boy's side for a while, he said as he caught the coin. Chapter 13. Date with a 13-year-old Lightning. In front of a huge place, there was a pig with a pearl collar and a dark red jacket on as it was sniff something. It was on a leash with two women standing nearby as they looked at the place with one of them holding a briefcase on their personal. Alright, this is it, muttered the blonde woman with two pigtails as the girl with shoulder-length black hair with bangs and onyx eyes looked confused before she realized what the blonde was doing as her eyes popped out comically. This is the biggest gambling hall in town, the young woman thought as the pig oinked nervously. The two had stopped at a nearest gambling spot and the black-haired girl flipped out comically as she realized where her teacher is taking them to. This place has the highest minimum in town, she shouted as her blonde teacher wearing a grass-green robe with the kanji for gamble on the back which was inside a red circle began walking in. Don't be such an old lady, the blonde replied as she went in as the black-haired girl had a bad feeling as she followed her teacher in with the pig in her arms. Naruto, Lightning, and Jiraiya were walking at a steady pace while Naruto had his hand on his chin as he was thinking about something. Hey, Arrow Sennin, Naruto said all of a sudden as said pervert twitched at the nickname as Lightning smiled at the young lassie's antics. So this Tsunade lady, what is she like exactly? He asked as if he didn't notice the super pervert's annoyance at the nickname. Let's see here, well I could start off with the fact that she's the same age as me. Jiraiya said as Naruto scrunched his face. Hey Lightning, do you think this Tsunade lady is an ancient? Naruto telepathically asked in a joking tone as Lightning gave him a gentle bop in the head as he felt the small hint of humor in her thoughts. No, an ancient would understand what the planet is saying. Though I have to admit, it wasn't that bad of a joke. She mentally replied back to him as he smiled. Meanwhile in another place, a hand with fingernail polish on opened a door filled with men who were loading dice turned to see who entered the room. It was quiet as the black-haired girl was behind her blonde teacher shaking nervously as the leader of the place recognized her. The blonde woman walked in and opened her briefcase revealing massive amounts of money in it. Here's all my cash, you think I could get some chips? She asked as her lips that were covered with soft pink lipstick formed a smile. Her student was dreading at the sight, she's going all in. She groaned as the pig in her arms oinked her agreement as everyone there stared at the blonde woman. Looks like a pretty big spender, who is broad? An old man with gray hair and glasses asked as the owner looked at him. You're kidding, you've never heard of her. She's the one, with the crazy nickname. He replied. Nickname? The old man asked. Back with the Tsunade hunting group. Jiraiya didn't notice the small bop to Naruto's head as he continued explaining what Tsunade was like. She's also kind of unpleasant, plus she's well known to be a die-hard gambler and all. He said as Naruto smirked. Great, now all we have to do is check every casino we can find, including the underground. Naruto said as Lightning glared at him as Jiraiya looked at him like he was crazy. What do you mean the underground gambling arena? Kid, you have a death wish if you go in. Jiraiya stopped for a moment as he realized Naruto knew that place of all gambling areas which pretty much surprised him. Whoa, time out. You've been to the underground gambling arena before? He asked as Naruto nodded his head. How the hell did you get there? It's the most secretive place in existence. He shouted as Naruto gave him a deadpanned expression. I've been there once when I was a little kid, around 5 years old when my Anbu guardian weasel took me to the carnival. One time I got lost and fell into a sinkhole and while looking for a way out, I stumbled upon it and I was granted my own personal account that stored a different type of money for some strange reason. Jiraiya and Lightning sweat dropped at that as the boy continued. I started out with 1 gil. Now this made Lightning's eyes widen at what currency the underground was using. And they taught me how to play blackjack and I have to admit it was fun. Naruto said with a smile at that. Did you win or lose that gil, kid? Jiraiya asked as Naruto kept smiling. Nope. I won against 4 people in 1 round with that single gil and I had 150,000 won gil from it. He finished as Lightning glared at him as she recalled that memory when she looked into his mind when he was branded. He made more than I did when I was in Guardian Corp. She thought annoyed as Jiraiya looked skeptical at what Naruto said. Sure, we could continue this story another time but now we need to look for Tsunade. Now where was I again? He asked. You were telling us she was a die-hard gambler. Lightning reminded him as he nodded his head. I bet she was famous for gambling. Naruto said as Jiraiya had a knowing look on his face. She's famous all right, you might even call her legendary. Jiraiya said in an amused tone. Back in the gambling zone. So what's this crazy nickname she's got? The old man asked as the boss looked at the woman. The legendary, he trailed off as the old man repeated the line as he looked at her as he noticed a violet rhombus mark on her forehead as all the men in the room smiled and started laughing. The woman was wearing a kimono-style blouse underneath her robe with no sleeves held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. She had her blouse closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage with a shining green jewel above it as the men continued laughing. The black-haired woman was nervous and wondering why the men were all laughing as the boss of the joint and Jiraiya, who were both in different places, spoke in sync, the legendary sucker. They both said as the light-brown eyes of Tsunade were glowing with determination. Back with the Tsunade search group. No matter how much a legendary sucker she may be, she won't be easy to find. Jiraiya said as Lightning got curious about it. Why is that exactly? Lightning asked as Jiraiya looked at her. She's not the kind that grows old gracefully, probably using some sort of jutsu to mask her appearance. She's actually 50 years old, but I'm sure she'll look like she's in her 20s. That's not all, the word on the wind of late, she's transformed on the fly from her teens, her 30s, or 40s. All just to avoid money dealers she made in deep debts with. He said, making Naruto and Lightning shake their heads in a disappointed way. Man, that's awful, she sounds like a charmer. Naruto said with sarcasm as Jiraiya chuckled. Well, Tsunade did love gambling more than anything. He admitted, too bad she didn't have the luck, or the skill for that matter. He said as they all stopped. She was made a sucker so many times the name stuck with her. But then she will just borrow money and skip out on her debts. It brings me back, Jiraiya said while smiling. Enough with the nostalgia, do you even have a lead on where Tsunade is or not? Lightning said with a glare that made Jiraiya swear he saw Tsunade overshadowing her as he cowered in fear. No, not yet. But I'm going to get some information from there. Jiraiya said, pointing to a town that was having a small festival right now with everyone wearing kimonos. I'm planning on gathering information here in town first so you two can have some fun before you can resume training on the rasengan. Jiraiya said as Naruto smiled a bit at that he could have a break and pulled out his beloved wallet Gama-chan, which was bulging with money. Oh baby, that is one fat frog you got. You're filthy rich, Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto chuckled. Well, I saved up little by little from my missions. Naruto said as he pulled out 300 ryo and handed the rest of his wallet to Lightning, who placed it on the red pack on her left leg. Just in case you were getting any ideas, Arrow Sennin, because I do not want an empty wallet because of you. He said as Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Come on Naruto, what kind of guy you take me for? He asked, only to get a glare from both Naruto and Lightning, making him hold up his hands in defeat. Alright, I'll go get some information then. He said before handing Naruto his backpack. Keep an eye on my stuff, would ya? I don't want to lose anything important while I go gather information. Jiraiya explained as Naruto muttered something like, not like you have anything valuable at all. Under his breath, as the super pervert was out of sight, Naruto turned to Lightning and she gave him back his wallet as Naruto checked it to see if the pervert pulled a fast one on them, and not a single ryo was missing, nor was there any genjutsu of the sorts. You know, I could go for some grub, how about you? Naruto asked as Lightning nodded. I guess, besides, I'm kind of curious of what kinds of food they have. She replied. Due to leaving early and not having time for breakfast, both Naruto and Lightning had a huge appetite, especially since Lightning hasn't eaten for over 10,000 years, so she'll still be hungry even if she ate daily. So far they have taken down octopus dumplings, potatoes with butter, chocolate-covered bananas, apricot candy, pancakes, and fried noodles. As they enjoyed their food, which is a lot, and even I can't comprehend how those two eat that much. Maybe it's a soldier ninja thing. Naruto and Lightning looked up at the sky, relaxing. Naruto was in thought as Lightning had her eyes closed. I wonder how Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke and Sakura are doing. I heard from Light that Itachi got both sensei and the Tem with the same genjutsu. No matter what, I will become stronger to protect them. He thought as he had a new resolve as he got up and stretched while feeling the food in his stomach still there. Looks like I'll work it off then. Naruto said as Lightning got up and stretched herself. Wanna have some fun in the festival? Naruto asked as she looked at him. If I was only 11 years younger, maybe I would have joined. Lightning replied sarcastically as an idea popped in Naruto's head. Wait right there, Light, I'll be right back. Naruto said as he immediately dashed off as Lightning wondered what the knuckle-headed ninja was up to. 5 minutes later, Naruto was running back with a shopping bag in his hands and then started dragging Lightning into a store with a changing room and shoved her in with the bag in her hand. Naruto, what are you doing? She asked as Naruto gave her a piece of blue candy before closing the door to the changing room. Eat the candy first and then change into the kimono. I'm sure you'll love it. Naruto's voice shouted from behind the door. Curious at what was going on, Lightning swallowed the pill and was suddenly engulfed in smoke as she noticed something different about herself. One thing was her hands were smaller, second thing was her clothes were too big as they were loose. What the hell, Naruto? She shouted as she noticed her voice was lighter and more elegant as she heard Naruto trip on something. Light, was that your voice just now? His voice sounding surprised. Yes, was the only reply she said as Naruto let out a small whistle. You know, you actually have a beautiful voice at that age. Naruto replied as Lightning blushed a bit until she realized what he said. Looking into a mirror, she was exactly 13 years old again, as it was proven as her hair was a bit longer as it was just past her waist before she had cut it when she got older. Where did you get this candy from exactly? Lightning asked, having a feeling that somehow this wasn't from Naruto's world. From Neon, he said something about looking for someone to make the candy work since they only work for those with the powers of the crystal energy in the Lassie brands. He explained as Lightning looked inside the shopping bag to find a set of lingerie for her age as she'd put them on since her current clothes were too large at the moment, and noticed that there was an elegant emerald green kimono with ruby red rose designs and a yellow obi. With nothing else to wear, she decided to try it on and made sure everything was perfect as she got her feet into the wooden sandals that were included free with the kimono. She put her sanctum uniform in the bag and held her breath as she opened the door. Naruto was pacing back and forth as he heard the door to the changing room open, and Naruto had to rub his eyes repeatedly to make sure he wasn't seeing things. In the name of Etro, I think I'm seeing a goddess right in front of me. Naruto thought as the 13-year-old version of Lightning in a kimono came out with long pink hair as Naruto felt his left leg give way. Oh crap, leg cramp, he thought as he willed himself to not lose any strength in his left leg at the sight in front of him. So, how do I look? Lightning asked a bit nervously since she wasn't used to this or the stare Naruto was giving her. I think I've died and gone to heaven to see a goddess in front of me, Naruto said before clamping his mouth shut as he realized he said it out loud. Lightning felt her cheeks warm up a bit and for some reason giggled at the compliment. She nearly forgot that many boys developed a crush on her in her younger years when she was in school, and even a few confessed to her even though she turned them down. But this is Naruto, and being an idiot he tends to say things without thinking, which has some interesting effects on people around them, and for her it was something from his heart that was the truth, unlike those back in Cocoon who just confessed with no reason at all. Thank you Naruto, but I think it's your turn to change. Lightning said, smiling as Naruto had a confused look. What do you mean, Light? He asked as Lightning sighed. I'm not the only one going around in a kimono, you are going to wear one too. She said as she did her best glare that mean no argument as Naruto raised his hands out in front of him defensively as he sighed in resignation. Alright, I'll go find something. Naruto said as he went to a store with Lightning right behind him to make sure he got something. As Naruto looked around, a clerk noticed him and asked if he needed something. Yes, I would like a kimono to wear for the festival if you would mind. Naruto replied as the clerk asked for his name. It's Naruto Uzumaki, he replied as the clerk's eyes widened at that name. From the lost powerful Uzumaki clan. The clerk asked as Naruto slowly nodding his head, recalling his clan was known for their sealing arts. Yes, I'm the only known descendant of that clan and I'm hoping to find others one day to help restore it to its former glory. He replied as the clerk nodded. I see, well since you are from the Uzumaki clan I have 3 things that rightfully belong to you. The clerk said as he went to the back of the store. This day is getting interesting, finding something connected to your clan I mean. Lightning spoke up after watching Naruto and the clerk exchange words as said man was in the back looking for something. Yeah, it kinda surprised me too. Naruto agreed as the clerk came back with 2 things. One was a white kimono with armor with a flowing sash and had red chrysanthemum Uzumaki clan crests on the collar and sleeves symbolizing anyone wearing it that they are from the Uzumaki clan and that of noble birth. With Sashinuki Hakama, it's a type of traditional flowing Japanese pants which are gathered at the ankles that had the ballooning effect to them, and the footwear consists of flat pointed ankle-high boots. Seeing this made Naruto whistle. Nice, really nice, Naruto said as the clerk nodded. Indeed, the leaders of the Uzumaki clan wore these robes either in battle or in everyday life. The other pairs of clothing I'm giving you are what they were in war and a special one for your friend there. He said with a hidden smirk as Naruto observed the other set of clothes. The clothing resembled what the Chunin and Jonin of Konoha wear, except shirt was different. It was more of a robe than a shirt and it also had armor on it that was used during the era of the clan wars. It also had the crest of Uzushiogakure on the shoulder parts of the robes. The other robe is what the girls wore when Uzushio was still standing. The clerk said as he showed it to Naruto. It was a high-collared kimono with the Uzushiogakure symbol on the back of the obi. So this is what they wore on the battlefield, huh? I guess the ones that the girls wear do look kind of nice after all. Naruto said as the clerk smiled. Take them, these rightfully belong to you so they are free. Besides, you're trying to impress your girlfriend there, aren't you? The clerk asked as Naruto and Lightning blushed at that and shook their heads no as they explained to the clerk that they are just friends, causing him to chuckle. As Naruto changed into the Uzumaki noble robes, Lightning couldn't help but stare at him as he removed the headband that held his hair back, unleashing the spikiness as his covered his eyes as he brushed it back. As he had calm, cold and aloof expression on his face that only a true noble lord can express, and it unnerved Lightning a bit. She knew Naruto was quite the actor, but she didn't expect him to be this good at all. "How do I look?" he asked in a calm, silky smooth, yet dangerous voice that sent chills up her spine at the sound of his voice. "You look great, but what is with the change of attitude exactly?" she asked as Naruto smirked a little. "I'm just playing the role of a child of nobility taking a certain beautiful girl to a festival," he replied in that same voice as Lightning felt like someone shot her in the heart. After all, it isn't every day someone could compliment her and get her to feel all flustered, yet Naruto was able to do both to the ever-serious soldier of Cocoon. "What is going on with me? He just complimented me and my heart won't stop beating so fast," Lightning thought as Naruto was talking to the clerk. "Where did you get these from exactly?" Naruto asked as the clerk sighed. "A member of the Uzumaki clan once stayed at my grandparents' place during the Third World Shinobi War. As she carried those clothes with her, she was gravely injured and died from her wounds a few days later, but my grandparents made a promise to her before she died. If they ever found a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan, we would give them these clothes in memory of her because she treated those clothes with great care," the clerk said as Naruto let out a small smile. "I will wear these in memory of her then, and thank you," Naruto said as he sealed the other clothes of Uzushio away in a scroll and left with Lightning. Meanwhile, nearby on a roof, Neon smirked. With him was a different girl who had short white hair and green eyes, and she had an amused look on her face. "So, your audience wanted these two to be a couple, Death-san?" the girl asked. Neon nodded. "Yeah, the dead seem to be interested in those two in a relationship since they are usually ending up with hilarious results. Heck, even Etro and Muin are watching their relationship and are betting something funny is going to happen. By the way," he said, trailing off as he looked at the girl. "What brings the physical form of discord here in this world exactly?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "I was bored," she stated, causing the physical form of death itself to sweat drop. "You're telling me you were bored and decided to come here just on a whim? You must be really lonely ever since the god of discord Chaos was slain, huh?" Neon asked. "Yeah, well, I admit I wanted in on messing with Naruto's life, well, this one anyways," she replied as Neon raised an eyebrow. "How many versions of Naruto have you destroyed again?" he asked skeptically as the girl giggled like a madwoman. "About 294,294,731,479 versions of him," she said with a straight face, causing the man's eyebrow to twitch. "That's it, no more sugar or caffeine for you," he said defiantly. "Got a name at least in your human form? Because I can't find the right name to describe you," he said as the girl winked and did a peace sign. "Call me Pandora," she said as Neon groaned. "Figures, leave it to a woman to cause chaos with the powers of discord," he muttered, clearly annoyed. "And to name yourself after a woman who unleashed chaos onto the world of men itself, it's clearly a perfect name for you," he said as the girl grinned at him. "Ah, you still annoyed when I had that kid with you that wiped out all of humanity in that one world?" she asked as Neon glared at her. "Don't remind me, I have no clue how the hell we had a kid, as I recalled not meeting you before until after I found out I had a kid with the powers of death and discord in her hands," he said as Pandora looked at him. "You forgot we meet at the bar in that one world and you were drunk," she said as Neon grimaced. "If that is what it takes to create a child who can destroy worlds, then I'm never drinking again," he grumbled as Pandora patted his back. "Anyways, what do you have planned in mind for Naruto and Lightning?" she asked as Neon grinned like a madman and started laughing like a certain clown prince of crime as he whispered something in her ear. Her eyes widened and she grinned like the proverbial cat that ate the canary as she let out a laugh herself. "Neon, if Naruto or Lightning realizes you planned this, you are going to be the biggest bastard of all time for setting them up like that," she said before laughing again. Neon grinned. "Well, Naruto's doing a good job so far as he is still clueless and slowly winning her heart without even knowing. What I'm doing is giving them a little push, is all," Neon said with a sly grin on his face. Back with Naruto and Lightning. The two lassie were enjoying a stall game as they suddenly had a shiver down their spine. "Lightning. Yeah, do you have a feeling that some divine being, concept or madman is up to no good and we are somehow involved?" Naruto asked as she nodded her head. "We'll have to be careful of our surrounding then," he said calmly as Lightning agreed with him. They went back to the game that involved tossing rings on a bottle in order to win a prize. Thanks to shuriken practice, Naruto easily got all the rings on the bottle with a calm look on his face as he won a rare prize that Lightning wouldn't expect to see, a plush chocobo. Now this is something you don't see every day. Lightning said as Naruto nodded. Yeah, if you collect the other 3 items then you are a true collector of the series. The stall owner said as the 2 lassie looked at him. What do you mean? Naruto asked as the owner sighed. There are 4 rare collectible toys known as the Cactar doll, Moogle puppet, Tanberry figure, and the plush chocobo like the one I handed you. Then you can enter a secret location that will lead you to a place that contains a vast fortune. Unfortunately no one has collected them all yet and they are one of a kind. I gave up searching for that place a long time ago. But I have a feeling you two might find it, wish you luck. The owner said as he waved to the 2 as they left. Looks like I know what I'm going to do when I have free time. Naruto said as Lightning looked at him. You're planning to find that place too, aren't you? She asked as he smirked at the question. Of course, I'm willing to bet there is something there that would make good use for us. He said as he noticed a stall selling candied apples. I'll be right back, I'm going to get something. He said as he went to the stall. While he was getting 2 candied apples, a scar-faced boy with an everlasting scowl on his face and had an Iowa headband on noticed Lightning and decided to have some fun with her. Excuse me miss, are you free? The ninja asked as Lightning glared at him. No, I'm busy, she said as she turned to leave as the boy grabbed her shoulder in a strong grip. Listen, you can either do this the easy way or the hard way. He said as he had a kunai pointed at her spine only for him to feel a hand on his shoulder before being thrown backwards and landed on the ground hard. How about the hard way then? Naruto asked in a cold, smooth and dangerous voice as his right hand was outstretched showing he was the one who threw him as his left hand held 2 candied apples in. Can you hold these? Because I have to teach an unruly dog a lesson. Naruto said as Lightning took the apples and watched as Naruto walked towards the ninja who got up. What was that for you jerk? The young Iowa ninja demanded as Naruto's eyes turned cold as he glared at him. I don't like it when people try to take my date somewhere else, especially an Iowa nin. Naruto said as people gathered as said Iowa nin growled. Well sorry bub, but you shouldn't leave your date waiting then, I'll show her a good time when I'm done with her. The ninja said as he flared his chakra as Naruto kept a calm expression on his face. Mere genin chakra. Child's play, now witness a true shinobi's chakra. Naruto said as his eyes turned amethyst purple as a massive surge of chakra erupted from him causing the wind to tear as the ninja felt Naruto's bloodlust and desire to kill all aimed at him. It was nothing he had never felt before, it was like some predator playing with its prey before dealing the finishing blow as he saw the image of a monster overshadowing Naruto who he raised his hand, cracking the knuckles by simply flexing his fingers and slowly walked towards the trembling ninja who noticed Naruto's appearance that would describe him as a noble lord and groveled in fear. Please forgive me my lord. I didn't know that she was your date, I wouldn't do anything to her I'm serious. The boy pleaded as Naruto grabbed him by the neck as the ninja whimpered at those cold purple eyes threatening to consume his very soul. I know your type boy, and I will make sure someone like you never show up again. Naruto said coldly as Lightning tried to stop him. Naruto stop. She shouted but was too late as a snapping sound was heard as the ninja went limp in his hand as everyone's eyes widened at that. Lightning looked at him with a sad look on her face as she recalled that heartless expression. She realized that was Naruto's own hatred and malice that he had over the years that were slowly being set free. She had concluded that his negative emotions were beginning to come out after his branding as a lassie and the source of his Kaith mode as she went to the Mirage Arena one time and saw a recording of what he did to the Kane Highwind mannequin. Just remembering it just began to sadden her, she didn't know why but when she looked at it before a few times before the search for Tsunade she was fine, but now it began hurting her heart. It was as painful as the time she nearly lost Sarah when she became a lassie and planned to take down the sanctum when Sarah was crystallized. Naruto dropped the body and blinked like he was waking up from a dream and looked at the body before him before looking at his own hand. It trembled as he realized he killed someone as he looked at Lightning with guilt in his eyes as he walked past everyone and when he was close to Lightning, she heard him whisper, sorry. Before walking off and leaving the festival, she followed him, looking for a way to cheer him up somehow. With Neon and Pandora. Wow, I didn't know the Gaki had a dark side in him. Pandora said as Neon scoffed. Of course he does. Every hero has a dark side, they need to unleash it and a new power is formed. After his branding as a lassie, the darkness in his heart is slowly seeping out of his body and is starting to consume his soul little by little. But I can't let that happen due to my pact with Lady Muin and Lady Etro, Neon explained. By the way, why is Lightning acting differently? She asked as Neon smirked. I rigged the candies so that it makes Lightning gain the mental part of a 13-year-old girl, which will awaken her maiden heart hee, Neon said giggling like a madman as Pandora rolled her eyes. So how are you going to stop Naruto's darkness from destroying the Gaki from the inside out? Pandora asked as Neon smirked as he held his hand out and a spear appeared in it. It possessed a double helical shaft and a defined spearhead implanted with a green gem on it. Seeing that weapon widened Pandora's eyes in awe of the weapon as she felt its power. Is that what I think it is? She asked as Neon nodded his head with a smile. Indeed, the Lance of Longinus. If Naruto were to lose control of his powers, this thing will stop him right at the core. No chakra, no magic or any kind of power will be able to make him move even a single millimeter. After all, this thing was originally used to suppress gods only to be used as weapons to slay gods. I'm entrusting this weapon to the Naruto that inherits Fang's path to use it if Naruto were to go out of control. I said it so it suppresses Naruto's powers when the time comes. Neon explained as Pandora scratches her head with confusion. So you know when he'll lose control exactly? She asked as Neon had a dark smile on his face as he looked at her. At the Valley of the End, where Naruto will sever the bonds of Team 7 forever. Character profile. Neon. The physical form of the concept known as death. An unstoppable being that heralds the end of all life and is mostly known as the true Omega. He is responsible for many things. Destroying all life on Grand Pulse and all of its inhabitants by orders from Bunaberze the Maker. Made a pact with Muin and Etro and sealed Lightning and her fellow former Lassie friends into their weapons. Creating 6 alternative timelines that involve which path Naruto will take. Creating a weapon that could slay gods. Pandora. The physical form of the concept known as Discord. She granted Chaos the powers of Discord when he was born and watched the battle between Cosmos and Chaos in the infamous War of the Gods. In World B she tends to cause chaos and destruction wherever she goes just for the amusement it will bring her. Known to be a weapons master that would put Furion to shame. Sapphire, Fire, Phonica. Prefers to be called by her nickname, Fire, and is a red mage that is quite skilled in combat. She's an acquaintance of Neon's that is currently watching over the Naruto that had taken Fang's path, though she is currently going through trials by Bahamut from the first legend to become a red wizard. She is one of the most powerful of red mages and fights on par with Lightning, who is also considered a red mage herself. Chapter 14, Married, and the servant Jaken. It was nighttime and a 13-year-old Lightning in a kimono is currently looking for the elusive Naruto Uzumaki after he killed an Iwa Nin with his bare hands. She was worried about him because he would never harm anyone, let alone kill somebody. Of course the Iwa Nin was trying to do something to her and she would have made him enter a world of pain without Naruto's help, but she saw the cruelty in his eyes that one time during training and then when he killed that Iwa Nin. She checked the outskirts of the town and finally found him sleeping in the tree branches as she noticed dried up tears in his eyes. Willing herself, she returned to Naruto's mindscape to find answers. Asterisk in the mindscape, boundaries between heaven and hell. Lightning noticed something was wrong with Naruto's mind. The clouds were black with thunder roaring as down below, the fiery cavern of hell was burning even hotter than before. She ventured down to the hell pit of Naruto's mindscape to see what the Kyuubi was up to. As she drew near, she heard 2 voices talking. You worthless piece of trash, if it wasn't for this seal I would gorge your flesh and crush your soul. The voice said as Lightning realized it was the Kyuubi. For some reason he seemed angry at something, or more specifically someone. She heard a dark chuckle as another voice spoke up. You couldn't even break the seal on your own. So why should a mere harmless plushie like you try to threaten me? The voice said, and when Lightning heard that voice, it unnerved her when she heard it. The voice was cold, vile, filled with hate and malice, and above all, it was pure evil. There was no sense of love, happiness, joy, or even hope in that voice as she peeked around the corner to see Naruto's Kaiith form, but different. The body was made of pure black crystal with glowing red fissures covering its body. It had foul yellow eyes that had bloodlust and a powerful desire to kill and even hunger in them as the Kyuubi glared at the creature. You're just as annoying as the brat, I give you that. But what exactly are you? You are Naruto, yet you are not at the same time. I even sense his hatred in you. The fox asked as the Kaiith chuckled. I am a shadow, the true self. I am his dark emotions he had held over the 13 years of his life, taking form of his Kaiith form, albeit a better color scheme as I slowly destroy the boy's soul from the inside. The creature said as the fox looked at it with one eye. Really? Then you are doing a terrible job at it, only influencing him a little but nothing at all. The fox replied as the Kaiith fumed. Shut it. I can't help it that his soul is too strong at the moment. I just need something that would either split his soul or even break his willpower for me to do anything effective at all. The Kaiith replied as the fox rolled its enormous eyes at that. Good luck with that, because this brat has an iron will and I doubt there is any jutsu that could affect his soul. The fox replied as the Kaiith started to chuckle before turning into a full-blown laugh. What's so funny exactly, you pathetic speck of hate? The fox demanded as the Kaiith looked at him with a grin that would make a fox proud of. Because I had a vision that during this mission, Naruto will split his soul in 2 in order to save someone he cherishes, which will give me the opportunity to corrupt his soul for good. The Kayith shouted as both Lightning's and the Kyuubi's eyes widened. You can see the future. The fox asked as the Kayith nodded with a twisted smile on its face. Indeed, even Naruto can have visions, but those are rare for him as I can see them more often. I also got the front row seat of seeing him killing his own best friend, ha 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 ha. The Kayith said, laughing as the fox looked down at it. You are by far the most twisted creature that ever existed. The fox stated as the Kayith looked at him like he was stupid. I'm not the most twisted creature in existence, sadly. That one belongs to some whack job named Kefka who was insane and actually became a true god and destroyed the world. The Kayith replied, causing both the Kyuubi and Lightning who was listening to sweat drop at that. Always leave it to a clown to be the ultimate villain these days. So I take it that it was you that made Naruto kill that genin? The fox asked as the Kayith nodded. So simple really, I manipulated his anger to my advantage when the mere genin pointed a kunai at Lightning, so it was just like that. The Kayith said with a snap of his fingers. I'll be back when the time comes, so I can give you the front row seat of my power. And with that, the Kayith vanished as the fox looked out to the corner where Lightning was. You can come out, girl, though I am surprised that you are a lot younger this time. The fox said as Lightning walked up to the cage. Kyuubi, do you know where the memory of Naruto killing that ninja? Lightning asked as a giant tail appeared and the tip had a red orb that resembled a dewdrop as it fell to the floor. That thing has all of Naruto's dark memories, find what you're looking for and get out. The fox replied as it retreated into the depths of its cage. Lightning wondered what that was about and was very cautious of the red orb. With just a finger she poked it and felt nothing. Just as she was about to grab the orb, something whacked her in the head hard as she fell unconscious. Kyuubi heard this and went to see what the racket was about to see a male figure standing over her dumping rocks on her from his bag. Ah hey 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 hey, hey 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 hey, ah ha 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 ha. Laughed Neon as he held his sides at his stupid stunt. Seeing this, the Kyuubi didn't know whether to smack his head into the bars for the stupidity or sweat drop at it, so he did both. Hearing the bars being whacked, Neon turned around and saw the Kyuubi and waved to it. Hey Foxy. Long time no see. Neon asked as he walked up to the fox that looked at him. Even when I was whole you still do stupid stunts like these and somehow piss me off without trying. The fox snarled as its eye twitched as Neon smirked. It's what I do best at after all. Neon said with a bow as the fox looked at the unconscious Lightning. Why did you knock her out? All she was doing was trying to erase that memory from today. The giant fox asked as Neon rolled his eyes. First thing was simple, Naruto will remember it soon afterwards. Secondly, I was going to rewrite this little scenario and see the look on Lightning's face. Neon said with a devious smile on his face. Kyuubi recognized that look on his face. Being around death when he was the Jubi tended to have some very interesting memories. You really are one sad being, you know that. The fox asked as Neon nodded his head and grabbed the red orb only to start dodging an attack from a spear with its blade resembling more of a combat knife. When Neon turned to see who it was, he looked like a kid who was just told that everything in the candy store was free. The person wielding the spear was wearing a long coat reminiscent that of a bancho, had black gloves with silver claws for fingers on them with black pants, a white turtleneck shirt underneath the long coat and gray boots with an imitating mask with two slits on the cheeks of the mask as a long bandana that reached to his feet and two yellow eyes from behind the mask was glaring at him. Well, if it isn't the Cypher himself. What brings you out? I thought you would still be sleeping. Neon asked as the figure pointed its spear at him. I woke up sensing you in here. I don't know where this place is, but I'm kicking you out. The figure said in a calm, noble, majestic tone that many would bow in respect when in this voice's presence. All I'm doing is a little favor for your reincarnation is all. Though you'll be back to sleep soon as well. Neon pointed out as the figure was turning transparent. So be it, when I fully awaken I will be demanding answers then. The figure said as it vanished. Whatever you say, Dios del Yon. Neon said as he grabbed the red orb, and at the same time, time and space began to be rewritten. The next day. Lightning jolted up from her futon gasping for breath at the dream. Looking down, she was wearing a white bathrobe as she got up. She heard a knocking on the door as a familiar voice she thought was supposed to be dead by the hands of Naruto last night was heard. Lady Eclair, Lord Naruto and Master Jiraiya are outside, said the Iwa Nin as Lightning checked through the peephole in the doorway to see him still alive. What the hell happened? And how did he know my name? Lightning asked as she noticed she was still in a 13-year-old body and her kimono was folded nicely to the side. No other choice of clothing, she wore the kimono and got out of the room to see the Iwa Nin kneeling before her. Deciding to get some answers, she began her search for answers starting with that Iwa Nin. What's going on? And how are you still alive exactly? Lightning asked only to realize she didn't know the boy's name. It's Jaken Maruka Lady Eclair. I was spared by your words alone to convince Lord Naruto from snapping my neck, but in exchange I am his loyal vassal that will travel to the ends of the earth with him. I am forever in your debt, Lady Eclair, Jaken said as he kept bowing to her. How do you know my name exactly? Lightning asked as Jaken looked at her. Well, for some strange reason you and Lord Naruto were married. I, Master Jiraiya, and two people named Neon and Pandora were there to witness it, though that Neon character had a mischievous look on his face for some reason. Jaken explained as Lightning's eye twitched at the mention of the jerk responsible for her being sealed in. Wait, did he say married? What do you mean by married, exactly? Lightning asked as Jaken looked at her. You too. Lord Naruto has been bothering Master Jiraiya non-stop trying to find out what happened last night. Jaken explained as Lightning narrowed her eyes. Jaken, get me a spoon, any kind will suffice. She ordered as Jaken nodded and dashed off to find the item while wondering why she needed it. Once Lightning found both Naruto and Jiraiya, Naruto was in his trademark lassie outfit he acquired when he time-traveled to the Vile Peaks, was currently bothering Jiraiya, who was clearly annoyed. Is that all? Are you certain of it? Naruto asked as Jiraiya glared at the boy. Of course I did, you brat, now stop bothering me so I can get some info on Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted as Lightning checked his body language and noticed he was lying. Jiraiya, Lightning shouted as said man froze at that tone of voice. He knew that kind of tone when Tsunade found out he was lying to her and got the living daylights beaten out of him when he saw the younger version of Lightning glaring at him with the fury of 1,000 Tsunades. Hey Lightning, what's up? Jiraiya asked, trying not to say her real name because the look in her eyes made him feel like he's died in 49 extremely painful ways. You better tell me what happened, or so help me I'll make you spill your guts. Lightning said in a cold voice that sent chills up both Naruto and Jiraiya's spines. But I already told Naruto all that I know already. Jiraiya exclaimed as Lightning's eyes narrowed. Nice try, but I'm trained to know when someone's lying and you better not hide anything from me or else. She said in a threatening tone. Or else what? Jiraiya shot back as a challenge. The poor fool. Lady Eclair, I got the spoon you wanted. Jaken shouted as he handed the spoon into her waiting hand as she had an evil look in her eye. Let me show you how I can interrogate someone with just a spoon. Lightning said to Naruto and Jaken as they stood to the sides. What happened next was so horrifying that it couldn't be described, as Jiraiya's screams of terror were heard as Naruto and Jaken looked at the sight with pure fear. No, it's not supposed to bend that way. Actually it can. Wah, I want my mommy. Take it like a man. Ah. Few minutes later. Lightning, that was the most disturbing thing that I have ever seen in my entire life. I would jump to my death just to avoid being interrogated by you of all people. Naruto muttered as Lightning was back in her 24-year-old body in her Sanctum Soldier outfit as Jiraiya laid on the floor whimpering and asking for his mommy. If he couldn't handle a beginner's level of interrogation, then I doubt he could live through the other ones. Lightning replied as Naruto and Jaken paled at the thought and decided to come clean with anything she asks so they don't have to suffer the same fate as Jiraiya. So, find anything? He asked nervously as she nodded her head. From what I heard, you spared Jaken's life here, she said, pointing to the former Iwa Nin, and in exchange for sparing his life, he will follow your will to the point of death. She said as Jaken nodded his head. Then there's Neon, she said as her eye twitched at the name as Naruto scowled at the name. He somehow drugged our candied apples with some weird drug that would break down our resistance and willpower, and he somehow telepathically ordered us to get married. Jiraiya was in on this as he ordered a book in a chapel for our marriage, with a wedding certificate as evidence. She said as it left a sour taste in her mouth. How is she going to deal with this mess exactly? Well, it said only Naruto Uzumaki and Eclair Farron, right? Naruto asked as she nodded with a raised eyebrow. It didn't mention anything about your codename with your last name, so they think it could be someone else then. If they ask for Eclair Farron, all you have to do is take on your 13-year-old form. Naruto said with a small blush on his cheek that Lightning noticed. What's with him? She thought as she noticed him grabbing a water balloon and was staring at it. First there was nothing for a few seconds, then suddenly the balloon started moving around violently as multiple bulges were seen before the balloon popped, soaking Naruto's hand with water. You actually popped it? Lightning asked in mock disbelief as Naruto gave her a mock hurt look. Geez Light, I thought you would congratulate me on successfully popping it. Naruto said as Jaken looked at awe. That was amazing Lord Naruto, I've never seen this technique before. What is it called? Jaken asked as Naruto looked at him. It's called the rasengan. I believe people from Iowa like you would recognize the name. Naruto replied. Oh, that jutsu, that technique is just as infamous as the fourth Hiraishin no jutsu. It is well known to break through multiple walls with just one attack alone, a technique that just relies only on pure chakra control. Jaken explained as Naruto raised an eyebrow. is that the full power of a perfected rasengan without any elemental affinities added to it. I must say father sure has created something ingenious when he was alive. Naruto thought as he noticed Jiraiya looking over his shoulder. Not bad, you actually got it down in 2 days, how did you do it? Jiraiya asked as Naruto, Lightning, and Jaken thought Jiraiya had a bloodline that allowed him to endure such punishment and recover that fast. Actually I had help from that little guy. Naruto replied pointing to the hotel owner's cat that was lazing around the porch. I saw him play with a water balloon earlier and it popped afterwards, making me guess that the water in the balloon was spinning in multiple directions. It also reminded me of Neji's Kaden, which involved rotation, which the Rasengan resembles in some way. Naruto explained as Jiraiya looked at the cat and Naruto with disbelief. He truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 unpredictable ninja for nothing. Jiraiya thought as he noticed Naruto flinching a bit in pain as his right hand was stiff. He's used a lot of chakra from the looks of it, with this being a pure chakra control type jutsu. He's straining his chakra system. Can he handle the strain for the next phase? Jiraiya thought as he noticed a white light coming from Lightning's hand flowing towards Naruto's right hand as he sighed in relief. Thanks Light, my hand feels better already. Naruto said as Lightning patted his head. Learn to take it easy with your training, the last thing I need is for you to lose an arm or something when using jutsu. She said, scolding him like a mother. Yes ma'am, Naruto said, saluting her as Jiraiya chuckled at the scene. Maybe getting those two married was a good idea, now someone can teach the brat manners and handle his lassie training while I go researching. He thought, giggling before pulling something out of his pocket. Here ya go, he said, tossing a rubber ball to Naruto, who caught it with a raised eyebrow. Now let's see you pop this one. The perverted sage said as the ball suddenly became bumpy and popped in a few seconds, surprising Naruto while Lightning and Jaken looked on with interest. Let me tell ya that this stage is a lot harder than a water balloon. Jiraiya told him as Naruto looked at his ball and started trying to make it bumpy before it reverted back to its normal appearance. He's right, it is harder than a water balloon. Looks like I'm in for a challenge. Naruto thought as Jiraiya began explaining why the ball didn't pop. You see, the first step which you mastered was rotation, the second step is force. But the object you have to pop is solid with no water in it, so it will be a lot harder for your chakra rotation inside the ball. Jiraiya explained as Naruto looked at the ball. Looks like I'll be at the drawing board again. He thought as Jiraiya left the three to go look for info on Tsunade's whereabouts. Lightning, why don't you go and train somewhere else or something? I have to master this alone. Naruto said as Lightning nodded her head as she ordered Jaken to go and get supplies to restock on as Naruto was left alone to try and pop the rubber ball. Nighttime 4 days later. Naruto was exhausted, lying down on his back. He willed himself not to flinch in pain as his arms were bandaged up as he slept, as Lightning slightly healed his arms with a cure spell as Jaken was using a special ointment that eases strained chakra networks as Jiraiya looked at the boy with a solemn look on his face. The next morning Naruto was at the outskirts of town trying to pop the ball before thinking of an idea. He began pushing chakra into the ball while working with the pain and dished out as much chakra as he could as it started bulging before a hole was made in the ball and all the chakra leaked out, deflating it. I did it, I've gotten closer to making it pop. Although it's nothing more than a mere hole in the ball, but at least I'm getting closer to mastering the second phase. He thought as Jiraiya, Lightning and Jaken looked at the sight from behind him. Well, you've seemed to have made progress, said Jiraiya as Naruto turned around with a happy look on his face. You've done great, Lord Naruto, you're getting stronger every day the more you put effort in it. Jaken complimented as Lightning only let out a good job comment to him. I know, I just sprung a leak, not bursting it though. Naruto confessed as Jiraiya had a bag and gave one of the items to Naruto, who realized it was a popsicle. You've gone far all by yourself, I can tell that you might even surpass both me and all of the Hokages before you, Naruto. Lightning said with a small smile on her face as Jaken began rubbing the same ointment on Naruto's arms as Naruto thanked him. They were all soon eating popsicles as they felt the wind blowing peacefully around them. Meanwhile in Konoha, Sakura Haruno was at the hospital sitting down by the unconscious body of Sasuke Uchiha, who was still in the nightmare world of Tsukuyomi. At the Sound Village, Orochimaru had just killed another person in his fit of rage as Kabuto told him of Naruto's location, causing the Sannin to smile. Soon Naruto, I will have my revenge on you for ruining my plans of destroying Konoha, and it will all be with the help of your mother. Orochimaru said, chuckling as he looked at the coffin with the Uzumaki symbol on it. Secret clip, the beginning of the end, part 1. Neon, said an ancient voice from a crystal tomb as Neon appeared before it. Hello Bunaberze, still a crystal tomb I suppose? He asked as the crystal glowed red. Don't mock me boy, if I didn't have a job for you I would take you on now. The ancient god shouted as Neon glared at the god. Are you challenging me, death, you pathetic god? I've seen many people try and defeat me, but you will never cheat death, for even you will meet your end, you insolent child. Neon shouted as he released a deadly aura that instantly made the crystal turn icy blue. Forgive me, I just don't like being mocked as all. The crystal said as Neon scoffed. You and every male god I've met so far are like that, so what do you need death for exactly? He asked as the crystal turned clear. I want you to end all life on Grand Pulse for good. The crystal tomb said as Neon rose an eyebrow. That's it. Alright then, but it will cost you big time. Neon said as he vanished, missing the crystal chuckle. Soon, I will be the god that has truly conquered death itself. The crystal shouted as it laughed diabolically. On Grand Pulse. Wow, I forgot how beautiful this world is, too bad I have to destroy it. Neon said as he observed the place before he felt a pull. What the, was all he could say before he was dragged into the Historia Crux and into a new world. Well, I'll be slapped sideways and handed to me mama. It's Valhalla itself. Neon shouted as he ran towards the temple area and looking around. I've heard of this place being a resting place for the goddess Etro, but I never thought I'd be able to come here in person. Neon said to himself as he noticed a crystal throne as he heard a soft voice. Are you the physical form of death? It asked as Neon noticed it was a female's voice as he nodded his head. And I take it you are the famous Etro, the proclaimed goddess of death, am I correct? Neon asked as the voice giggled. It's been so long since I've talked to someone after Lightning left Valhalla. But yes, I am Etro, the goddess replied. Can you explain to me why you have summoned me here exactly? He asked. It's my father, I need someone to defeat him and end his mad plan of cheating death. Because of him, the chaos created from my brother Pulse and sister Lindsay when they created the falsi had caused an imbalance in the world, as I bear the burden of keeping it balanced so this universe won't collapse. She explained as Neon narrowed his eyes. That fool, he thought of death as a curse from your grandmother Muin when she died, but it was actually fate that kills life. I can't do anything against a god since it will ruin my reputation, so I will have to find another god to slay him. Neon said. Another god? I thought my father was the only god in this universe. Etro said, completely confused as Neon had a smile on his face. Truth be told, there are many other gods and goddesses in this universe before even the birth of Muin herself. But that is a different story though. Since we are dealing with a god, I will have to awaken the descendant of Cypher, who is also a god like your father. He explained as Etro raised an invisible eyebrow. Descendant of Cypher, what's that? She asked as Neon looked at her before sighing. The Cypher is a power of unlimited possibilities and is the most sought-after power that many gods and goddesses tried to find, only to be found in one single soul that is reincarnated when needed to save the world and such. He was once my test subject when I created him. He was unknowingly born with Cypher, which is actually the full arcana. He explained as Etro became more curious of this and began asking more. What are the arcana exactly? She asked as Neon laughed at her because she was like a curious little elementary girl. The arcana is a power force that decides on affinities and roles in the world. You Etro are connected to the temperance arcana, which is fitting for you because it is the symbol of balance. Neon lectured as she had another question. What arcana are you aligned with, Neon sir? She asked politely. Mine is death, the concept in the arcana itself, and I can bestow certain beings with my power that in the 13 legends is symbolized by flowers. He explained as Etro recalled lightning and the rose petals that appeared when she and Odin fought enemies before making her decision. Neon, I want to make a pact with you. Etro said suddenly as Neon raised an eyebrow in interest. Oh, and what are the details then? He asked. If the descendant of Cypher is the only one who can defeat father, then I want to bring him back into existence then. She said as Neon chuckled at that. Alright, but we are going to have to plan this step by step. And I get to mess with the Cypher and his companions as well when the time comes. Neon said with a devious smile on his face that would make even villains cower at the sight of. Chapter 15, The Bet. After enjoying a nice popsicle break, Jiraiya drew a swirl on Naruto's right hand after he was told to remove his glove, as he observed it with curiosity as Jiraiya drew the same mark on his own hand. Take a look, kid, now what do you see? He asked as Naruto looked at them both. They are both the same mark. He replied bluntly as Jiraiya chuckled as he pulled out a blank piece of paper. I've heard that you don't concentrate back when you were in the academy, so I'm going to do things differently. See this paper? He asked as Naruto looked confused at the moment. Yeah, but there's nothing there, there's a hidden meaning in this for the second step, isn't there? Naruto guessed as Jiraiya nodded as he drew the mark on the center piece of paper as Naruto focused on it and it alone. So, have you figured it out, kid? The Toad Sannin asked as Naruto nodded. I think it involves concentration for the next step, am I right? Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded. You've got it, kid. Last time when you made a hole in the rubber ball you were desperately trying to gather chakra in the ball. When you concentrate, you draw out the power, but without some sort of target, concentration can be difficult. He lectured as Naruto looked at the mark on his hand. For this, you need to focus your chakra on the mark alone if you want to pass this part of the exercise, kid. Jiraiya explained as he left as Naruto noticed Lightning and Jaken were gone. He guessed they left to find info on Tsunade. Time to get to work then, Naruto said to himself as he began resuming popping the rubber balls. 2 days had passed and Naruto had not made any progress at all with the rubber ball, only making holes in them causing the chakra to leak out and deflate the balls as Orochimaru and Kabuto left their base to find Naruto. On the 3rd day, Lightning, Jaken, and Jiraiya were looking for any leads on Tsunade as Naruto continued his training. As night fell, the 3 were in a bar exhausted from their search as a person spoke up revealing to be a gambler. They told the 3 of the results and Jiraiya had a look of disbelief. She lost again, how lovely. He said sarcastically as they got the info they needed as it revealed that Tsunade was in Tanzaku town as said Sannin had just won the jackpot on a slot machine. After winning a few more slots Tsunade confirmed that it was an ill omen as her bad luck hasn't returned. What could be responsible for this? I've got a bad feeling about this, she thought not knowing of the reunion of the Sannin was going to begin very soon. Back with Naruto, he was on his back taking a breather before sitting back up and flinches in pain from his arms. Damn it, it hurts so much to even use a sliver of chakra. He muttered to himself as Jiraiya and Jaken looked at where Naruto was. Lord Naruto isn't doing so well, if this keeps up he'll destroy his arms. Jaken whispered to Jiraiya who nodded. Yeah, he's reaching his limit. He whispered back as they watched Naruto lay on his back and shook his head to remove his headband. I just need some time for some rest, he muttered as he closed his eyes as the wind blew causing leaves to fall as one landed on his forehead. Grabbing the leaf, Naruto suddenly recalled Iruka-sensei's angry face as he remembered he and Kiba ditching class, he and Choji eating behind their books, and even the times when he and Shikamaru both slept in class due to it being too troublesome, as Shikamaru would put it. He chuckled at the memories of Iruka-sensei lecturing the 4 of them and even one about using leaves to help with their concentration. That's when it hit him as he had an ingenious idea. If this idea works, then I'll have to thank Iruka-sensei when I get back. Naruto thought as he got up. I should have also paid more attention in class too. He admitted sheepishly as he licked his left thumb and used it to smudge the edges of the mark on his palm into the Konoha leaf symbol as he tried again. This time he only focused on the leaf symbol in his mind as he began channeling chakra at a fast rate that in his mind the chakra was spiraling around the symbol like a maelstrom with the symbol serving as the eye of the storm. As the ball began to glow as Naruto let out a roar of determination as the ball exploded and knocked Naruto back, causing him to skid as Jiraiya caught him. The Toad Sannin noticed the Konoha symbol on Naruto's burnt palm and couldn't help but be amazed by the sight. This kid is something else, the chakra was so dense that it burned his palm. One surprise after another, Jiraiya thought with a smirk as Jaken began using his special ointment on Naruto's arms to ease the chakra networks. Thanks Jaken, I never felt my arms feel any lighter, thank you. Naruto said praising his servant whose eyes were watering. What? He asked as Jaken began crying tears of joy. This is the first time someone has praised me. Jaken sobbed as he had a determined look in his eyes. From now on I will follow you to the ends of the earth. He declared as Naruto chuckled at that. That's good and all, but right now I want some rest so I can deal with the last street. EP, he muttered before closing his eyes and fell asleep. Let's head back, we need the kid healed up and ready to go as fast as possible or else we'll lose Tsunade. Jiraiya ordered as they took Naruto back to the hotel room where Lightning was waiting for the 3 and was preparing to start healing him. Before she started any healing, Lightning looked at Jiraiya which unnerved him as she had a glare worth up to 10 Tsunades at once. Can I help you with something Lightning? Jiraiya asked nervously as the glare seemed to have frozen his legs in fright. Yes, I believe you could. She replied in a cold tone as Jiraiya got chills down his spine. Care to explain why Neon asked you to help him to get me and Naruto married again? She said in a calm tone that masked the promise of pain behind it. Jiraiya knew by instinct to tell her the truth or else he'll have to be interrogated by her scary method involving the spoon again. Just remembering it sent shivers down his spine. Well, Neon told me about how to counter the brand's growth and halt it. After all, he said that you and your friends were able to return to your human forms after become Kaioths and it was before your final battle with some guy named Orphan. Jiraiya explained with the full truth. And you know what it is exactly? Lightning demanded as she knew what the secret was as Jiraiya sighed. If a lassie finds happiness in their trials of despair, then the fate of a Kaioth is closed as well as an awakening to a new focus. Is what Neon said to me, if I can help Naruto in any way to find happiness before he becomes a Kaioth then I would take it. Change his focus into something less dangerous so he could come back to everyone waiting for him with open arms. Jiraiya sighed as he looked at her. And I believe only you can help him find true happiness, Lightning. He said as Lightning looked at him. Why me? She asked as Jiraiya chuckled at the question. Because I've never seen Naruto truly happy before, he just keeps hiding his real emotions behind a mask that fooled most of his fellow genin. But in those eyes before he met you was emptiness and despair in them, but also a strong resolve and determination that would surpass even the fourth Hokage himself. But after he met you, his eyes changed to one with happiness and hope as his resolve became even stronger. Jiraiya explained as Lightning was caught off guard at how Naruto's real emotions were like before she was awakened from her slumber. But did you have to get us married of all things? She asked, clearly annoyed at that part as Jiraiya chuckled again. Well, no one but the four of us, he said, gesturing to her. Jaken, the sleeping Naruto and himself, know your true name, and the picture on the certificate shows only a 13-year-old version of you, so people would assume that it is someone else completely. He said with assurance as Lightning looked skeptical at it all. Plus Neon said that your sister made a request for him before he sealed her to help you get a love life. He finished with a chuckle as Lightning had a scowl on her face. Even in a different timeline, Sarah is still worried about my love life, she thought with annoyance, but had a small smile on her face as some things between the two sisters haven't changed. Well, let's get Naruto fixed so we can find Tsunade, said Jiraiya as Lightning agreed with him as she started casting cure repeatedly on Naruto, who began groaning as he go up with Jaken's help and put a hand on his forehead. What hit me? I felt as though I was wrestling with a behemoth king in tar and got crushed by its weight. Naruto asked as the two adults and one servant chuckled. Well, my lord, you had just finished completing the second step before you passed out from exhaustion. Plus we found out where Tsunade is, sir. Jaken explained. Naruto got up and stretched as he had a smirk on his face. Then let's go bag us a sanin, he shouted as he found his headband lying nearby and he grabbed it and was about to put it on, only for Lightning to tie it on his arm, causing him to look confused. Look better without it on your forehead, was all she said as they packed their things and began their continued hunt for Tsunade. Once they were out of town, Jiraiya tossed Naruto a simple regular balloon that made him raise an eyebrow at the final step. What's this one about exactly? The young shinobi Lassie asked as Jiraiya had a balloon in his own right hand. Tell me what you see, the Toad Sage asked with a grin on his face as Naruto stared at the balloon. I don't get it, there's nothing happening, unless, his mind trailed off as he looked at the super pervert with a smirk. The rasengan is spinning around in the balloon, isn't it? He asked as Jiraiya nodded. Yup. You are one smart cookie, kid. This final step here is the combination of both steps at their peaks, and this time you cannot let the balloon pop at all. This is all about the spinning, power and condensing it into this baby. Jiraiya shouted as he formed a rasengan in his left hand and Naruto looked at the ball of chakra in awe. It lived up to the name, spiraling sphere, for nothing because it was a ball of condensed chakra that was spinning fast and it looked like a storm was inside of it. Heck, Jiraiya even showed him its power at full strength by using it to drill a hole into a tree trunk. This completed version has more power than the rubber ball part, and even more spin to it. He thought as Lightning looked at what was left of the tree from Jiraiya's rasengan. That is a powerful technique, a living typhoon in the palm of one's hand. Imagine if it was combined with magic, she thought as she looked at Naruto, who was looking at her with the same train of thought as they both sported a mirrored grin on their faces, which made Jaken and Jiraiya raise an eyebrow at the sight. Naruto immediately tried to form a rasengan inside the air balloon and tried compressing it as the balloon suddenly popped as chakra flowed through the air as Naruto flinched from the backlash of it. Remember, kid, that you have to combine both steps at 100% and stabilize it in order to complete it, and remember, it's an A-rank jutsu, so this isn't going to be easy as the last two steps, kid. Jiraiya lectured as Naruto nodded his head. The foursome left the town and made their way to Tanzaku, where they went to a dice gambling building to get info, and Lightning couldn't help but notice a familiar royal blue metal ore as the jackpot prize. Naruto caught her gaze and looked at the metal ore himself. Something wrong, Light? He asked as Lightning's eyes were still focused on the ore. No, I just have a feeling that I've seen this ore somewhere before, she said, trailing off as the owner of the place noticed them talking about the jackpot prize. Ah, I see you've caught interest in that mithril ore, Well, you have to win it to have it, lady, the owner said as Lightning was caught off guard at the name of the ore. Hey Naruto, Lightning said, suddenly getting his attention. Yes, Naruto asked as he felt her gaze on him. How good were you at the underground gambling arena again? She asked as Naruto raised an eyebrow. I won the jackpot 3 times, why? He asked as he turned around to see her as she had a serious look on her face. I want you to win that ore, it is important to win it, she ordered as Naruto was caught off guard by what she was saying. Wait, why is that ore so important? He asked as she grabbed him by his turtleneck shirt and was face to face with him. That metal is important for a reason. It's been used for weapons and armor and is a good conductor for magic and amplifies it. It's also high-quality stuff, she shouted as Naruto sighed and held his hands up in surrender. Alright already. I'll try and win it, sheesh. Naruto said, exasperated as he sat down and began to gamble with a smirking adult, thinking it was going to be a win. 13 minutes later. Naruto held the mithril ore in his hand as the owner and employees sobbed in defeat as Jiraiya looked at the sight with disbelief as Lightning and Jaken had a proud look on their faces. That's Naruto-sama's luck for you, one that is undefeated by any. Jaken shouted in awe as Lightning chuckled. Well, I could say that Lady Luck has taken a liking to him. She replied as Naruto overheard that line and recalled a song from the underground about Lady Luck. Well, good luck winning the other 2 ores then, the owner said, getting the 3's attention as Jiraiya was gambling for info and was losing badly. What do you mean? Naruto asked as the owner looked at him with disbelief as he muttered to himself. You really don't know. There are 3 of these ores in different gambling areas, one which you won here, another in a slot machine, and one in a lottery. If you win all 3 then you are the luckiest guy in town. The owner explained as Naruto got an idea. Hey Lightning, want to see if Lady Luck is really on my side? He asked with a grin that meant trouble as Lightning sighed at that but agreed nonetheless. An hour and 21 minutes later. Naruto was seen winning the lottery after he conquered the slot machines and the old woman smiled at him. I must say, Sonny, you must be blessed with incredible luck to win all 3 ores. Make sure to put them in good use, okay? She asked as Naruto nodded and did a small bow. Thank you, miss, but now I have to go, bye. He said as he ran off waving at her. Such a nice boy, I'm sure he'll make anyone he marries one day truly happy. The old woman said. Meanwhile nearby Lightning sneezed as Jiraiya looked at how Naruto won the lottery with disbelief. I can't believe he won off of just 1 ticket. That kid must have a knack for gambling, hey, if only he was sharp on his jutsu. Jiraiya thought as Jaken looked at his master in awe. You truly are a master gambler, Naruto-sama. To win all 3 in one day. Jaken said in true awe. Well, as Fang would say it, Lady Luck is on his side. Lightning replied as Naruto chuckled. Maybe that should be my new catchphrase, Lady Luck is on my side. What do you think? He asked. Whatever floats your boat, kid. Jiraiya replied, annoyed that the kid has this much luck. I think I know where all of Tsunade's luck went to. He thought as Naruto placed the 3 ores into his backpack as nighttime fell onto them. Well, let's get something to eat and then continue our search for Tsunade. Jiraiya said as the other 3 nodded. The minute they entered a restaurant, there was one Tsunade Senju and her apprentice sitting and eating with their faces facing the door as they both had a surprised expression on their faces. They foursome were soon seen sitting with the slug Sanin and her apprentice as Tsunade was drinking sake. It's like a reunion, a lot of old faces coming back. She muttered as Jiraiya raised an eyebrow at that quote. For you to say that must mean Orochimaru is nearby, isn't it? Jiraiya asked as she nodded. Yeah, bumped into him as he told me he was after some damn demon fox brat ruined my plans for Konoha's destruction. And so on, she said, waving it off like it was no big deal. Jiraiya chuckled as he elbowed Naruto in the side. Well kid, I have to say you made yourself public enemy number 1 on Orochimaru's list if he's here personally just to kill you. Jiraiya said as Naruto and Lightning glared at him. Now's not the time, can we get onto business, Ero-sennin? The Tulasi said in perfect sync, causing said perverted sage to face fault as Tsunade laughed at the nickname of his as Shizune, the apprentice of the slug Sanin, was shocked at the insult to another Sanin. Ero-sennin, fitting name for you, Jiraiya. Tsunade said as the Tulasi looked at Tsunade with the business expression. Can we talk now? They both said in sync again as Tsunade calmed down. Fine, what do you want? She asked as she began shuffling a deck of cards she kept with her as she played poker with Jiraiya. The council has decided to select you as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya said in an even tone as Naruto was greedily eating some tonkatsu as Lightning scolded him on his table manners, making Tsunade see the image of her dead younger brother Naoki and herself when she was younger in their place. I refuse, she said flatly as Naruto stopped eating to look at her from his food as Tsunade lost to Jiraiya. Why would I risk my life for some village that's cursed with its leaders to one day die in battle? Only a fool would be Hokage. Take a look at Minato, he died sacrificing his life to protect the village from the Kyuubi. She said as suddenly, the atmosphere became cold as a clear desire to kill was in the air as ordinary people suffered strokes as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune felt something pure evil about it as Jaken was shaken up as Lightning looked at the source of it all, Naruto. What did you say about my father? He asked in a cold menacing voice that promised pain and suffering before granting them an agonizing death as he glared at Tsunade, who was surprised at what he said. I see, so you're his son, huh? She asked as the killing aura was aimed at her. Yes, and your relative from your grandmother's side, one Mito Uzumaki. Naruto replied coldly as Tsunade looked surprised at what he said. So you do know of your heritage? She stated as his eyes turned cold. All thanks to the old man, of course. I knew you would refuse and wouldn't come back, so we would have to drag you back if we had to by his orders. Naruto said as Tsunade snorted. Go ahead and try, you're just a fool like the Hokages who died for their village. Bunch of fools as well as those who dream of becoming Hokage. She sneered as the place became cold as Jaken was cowering in fear as he knew Naruto's anger had just gotten worse. So you're a fool as well as your grandfather, granduncle, little brother, and even your late lover. Pathetic fools indeed. Naruto replied coldly as Tsunade's eyes hardened as she heard Naruto call her brother and lover fools. You take that back about them, she said in a serious tone as Naruto snorted. Didn't you say that anyone who were Hokage and those who dreamed about becoming one were fools, and not to mention most of them were related to you, so you're as much as a fool as them. Grow up, Tsunade. You couldn't even overcome the grief of losing those who were close to you, that you ran away from home drinking away your sorrows and gambled so much that the owners became stinking rich. Face the truth. Naruto shouted as the killing aura dissipated as Tsunade got up and used her fist and punched the table, causing it to break. Let's take it outside, brat, you need to be taught a lesson, she said as she was so close to breaking him into pieces as he had a devious smile. With pleasure, you old hag, he replied. Outside. One of the legendary Sannin taking on a snot-nosed genin. I oughta be ashamed of myself, Tsunade said to herself as Naruto secretly casted Libra on her and his eyes widened slightly at some very interesting info as he began forming a plan. Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm Naruto Uzumaki, genin of Konoha and the future Hokage, believe it. Naruto said as he took his gloves off, which got Lightning's attention as she wondered what he was planning as he pulled out his Blazefire Saber gunblade and put it in sword mode. As he drew it and got into his battle stance as Tsunade held out one finger, making Jaken and Lightning raise an eyebrow at. You see this? One finger is all I need to take you down, Tsunade said as Naruto's eyes narrowed. Shit, I better not get hit by that then. Even that finger itself can pack a punch the size of a Damantoise's stomp if she was serious, Naruto thought as he charged at her at fast speeds. Just as he was about to make an attack on her, she got underneath him and knocked him back a bit and flicked him in the forehead, causing him to be knocked back a good distance. Hey kid, she called out as Naruto jumped back on his feet with his gunblade in hand. Before I knock you out, tell me, why are you so touchy about Hokage? She asked as Naruto gave her one of his trademark smiles as she noticed two people overshadowing him. Because becoming Hokage is my dream, he shouted as Tsunade's eyes widened as she looked away as Naruto noticed she dropped her guard and decided to make a gamble with what he learned so far. Here goes nothing, he muttered as he put his gunblade away and started gathering chakra in his right hand as it began to spiral and compress. With that he charged as Tsunade regained her composure as she noticed what was in Naruto's hands. Wait, Tsunade said to herself as she saw it with disbelief, that jutsu is. She thought as Naruto was about to shove it right into her. She quickly responded by using her finger to create a small fissure in the ground as Naruto leapt in the air to avoid the fissure as he prepared to slam it into Tsunade's back, only for her to leap back as he slammed it into the ground, causing a small explosion as Naruto was blown backwards and landed inside the fissure. Annoyed, Naruto created a clone that helped him out and dispelled it as he shook his head. Damn it, still haven't gotten it right yet, Naruto muttered as he observed the hole from it before looking at Tsunade. Fight's not over yet, Ba-chan, so don't get any ideas and don't even say anything about my rasengan, he said as Tsunade snorted at that. Fine, then I'll say it after I beat you, brat, Tsunade replied as she had an eye twitch from the Ba-chan comment. She charged at him as he quickly drew his gunblade and slid his entire left hand onto the blade as it became tipped with his blood as he charged right at her. He made a slash at her, which she jumped backwards only to see Naruto smirk as drops of his own blood landed on Tsunade as she froze in her tracks. With the perfect opportunity in front of him, he quickly did a heel drop kick right on her head, causing her to meet the ground face first. Shizune came to Tsunade's aid as Naruto walked towards the others with a sour look on his face. Pathetic, Jiraiya, is she really the famous medical ninja Tsunade or just another girl for your books? He asked, knowing that he's egging Tsunade on, who was sitting upright and was shivering from the blood on her. Yeah, she is, Naruto, why are you asking something so ridiculous like that for? Jiraiya asked as Naruto used his thumb to point back at her. Because medic nins like her shouldn't be terrified of blood. Pathetic, really, all she really is just a mere old hag disguising her true age and runs away from her past, unwilling to move on and be trapped in a cycle of pain and grief. I wonder how Dan and Naoki must feel seeing her in such a state, he said as Tsunade's head snapped up as she saw the two he mentioned overshadow him. What she saw when Naruto and the two images turned around and saw her was disappointment, sadness, and betrayal in all three of their eyes. Hold it, kid, I'm not done yet, she shouted after Shizune wiped away the blood off of her as she stood up. Forget it, Tsunade, you lost. Couldn't even overcome your fear of blood to save your own life, sad really. Naruto said as she bit her lip in anger. Fine, then I would like to make a bet with you. She said, getting his attention. A bet? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Tsunade nodded her head at what she had in mind. I noticed that your rasengan is still incomplete, so here's what's going to happen. In 1 week, if you can master the rasengan, I will take back everything I said about the Hokages and acknowledge that you will be able to become one. I'll even throw in my necklace. She said as she pointed to the green stone. Tsunade-sama, you don't really mean that. Shizune shouted as Naruto scrunched his face. You can keep it, I'm not interested in jewelry. Naruto replied. You numbskull. Jiraiya said, getting his attention while Jaken was scolding him for being rude to Naruto, which he ignored. That necklace belonged to the first Hokage himself and they are extremely rare to find. Why, that little thing is worth 3 gold mines and the mountains on top of them. He said as Naruto's eyes turned into Ryo signs as he heard that. Lady, you have yourself a bet. He shouted as Jiraiya and Lightning looked at him with disbelief. It's always money with this kid, they thought as Tsunade chuckled. Alright, but if you don't master it in a week then you must admit I was right and you were wrong. Plus I get the money and Froggy here and you have to quit being a shinobi. Tsunade said as she held out Naruto's bulging wallet Gama-chan in her hand. Fine, I hope you're ready to lose that bet, Ba-chan. Naruto exclaimed as Tsunade resisted the urge to punch the kid. It starts tomorrow, kid, so you better be ready to train to the bone. She said as Naruto smirked. Of course I will, just who the hell do you think I am? Naruto asked as she tossed him his wallet back as the Tsunade hunting group left for a hotel, leaving Shizune and Tsunade alone. In a hotel room later on. Naruto was in the room alone as Lightning was in his mind sleeping and Jaken was looking for a perfect training ground for him to practice the rasengan on as he heard a knock on the door. Who could that be at this time of the day? He asked himself as he went to the door and opened it. Behind it was Shizune. Can I talk to you please? She asked as he nodded as she walked in. Let me guess, it's about Tsunade's infamous necklace of death, isn't it? He asked as Shizune looked surprised at what he said as if he knew about it beforehand. You need to reconsider the bet, Naruto, that necklace is like a curse. It took away Tsunade-sama's brother and my uncle, for her to bet it with you it must have rekindled that faint spark of hope left in her in order to do that. But I don't want her to suffer again. Shizune explained as Naruto looked at with a small sad smile. I can't, besides I won't die till I become Hokage and complete my focus as a lassie. Let me tell you a story of the deifiers of fate and the hardships they went through, a fabula nova crystallis, he said as he told her about Lightning's story as a lassie and her journey with her friends, how she vowed to protect Etro's legacy, how Neon ended her world and sealed her and her friends and only family member into their weapons and how he himself became a lassie. Shizune was amazed by the stories and she couldn't help but feel sad about Naruto's situation. If there's anything you need, you can come to me, okay? Shizune asked, promising to help him with anything he needed. Naruto inwardly had his prankster smile on as Lightning woke up in his mind and saw what he was thinking of and rolled her eyes with annoyance, thinking that it's going to backfire on him. So, falling for me already, huh? He asked as Shizune was taken aback by it and became flustered. No, I'm just concerned about you, that's all. Shizune exclaimed as her cheeks were starting to get red as Naruto's face got closer to hers. Don't worry, as long as Ero Sennin and Tsunade Ba-chan don't know then we're safe. He said as Shizune's heart was beating faster as her entire face became red. But what about our age difference? She asked, hopeful that it would stop him there as he smiled and held her hand. True love has no boundaries. He said as his lips became closer to hers. Jaken was walking in the hallways to tell his lord that he found a suitable place to train as he heard an ear-piercing scream that caused him to trip and fall flat on his face before getting up and run to the source. Back with Naruto and Shizune, Naruto had his lips around her ear as he had a fox-like grin on his face as he whispered, just messing with ya. And a wink as he left the room, leaving a flustered red-faced Shizune who was trying to calm her beating heart down. Outside the room, Naruto was crackling like a madman from his prank, only for Lightning to electrocute him from inside his mind as he twitched in annoyance. Come on, Light, it was a harmless prank, no need to electrocute me. He thought as he felt her glare at him. That's for messing with a maiden's heart is all I'm doing. She replied in his mind, making him wonder when she became so protective of other girls. Naruto-sama. Jaken shouted, getting his attention as the boy was out of breath from running. I found a perfect training spot for you, and what was that scream just now? He asked as Naruto had an amused look on his face. First one, good job Jaken, and second on is because of a prank of mine. He replied as Jaken led him to a place outside the town where dead trees were at. You can go and sleep, Jaken, see you tomorrow for breakfast. Naruto said as Jaken saluted him and ran off to get some rest for tomorrow as Lightning came out of his mind in a swirl of red rose petals. Time for some training, Naruto shouted as he noticed something on a tree. It was a purplish-black object that shined, and Naruto's curiosity got the best of him as lightning realized what that thing was. A door to the rift here. If he touches it, he might be trapped in some other dimension. She thought. Naruto, don't touch it. She shouted, but it was too late as he poked it and got sucked in. Idiot, she shouted, diving in after him. Asterisk in the rift. Shinryu, the great dragon of ruin, sensed the cipher in the rift and began glowing a gold-like color as he shrunk to the size of a small crystal and flew at great speeds as he crashed directly into Naruto's brand as both Naruto and Lightning fell into another dimension that resembled a sick and twisted version of Cocoon. Ah, what hit us? He asked as he got up only to see a very angry Lightning at him. Idiot, she shouted as Naruto sheepishly held his arms up in surrender, trying to calm her down. I'm sorry, how was I supposed to know that the black whatever it was would take us here? He protested as Lightning glared at him hard. Well, don't touch it if you don't know what it is. Ask first. Idiot, she shouted as she casted Thundaga on him as he yelped in pain. That hurts, he shouted, not noticing the figure on top of one of the many buildings observing them. The figure landed behind Lightning as Naruto noticed him behind her and couldn't help but look at the figure. It was like him, but at the same time he didn't. One thing for sure was that this Naruto was dressed up similar to Kane Highwind as the other Naruto got in a battle stance as Lightning stepped aside and looked at the other Naruto and observed him and noticed a familiar spear in his hands. Fang, she asked. Chapter 16, The Awakening. Coming out of the door to the rift, Naruto had a smile on his face as Lightning looked at him, with some sort of guilt on her conscience. She shook the thought off as Naruto started training on forming his rasengan and attacking the tree. She can't help but feel like something bad is going to happen, something that would threaten time and space if what the other Naruto, Highwind, said was true. I'll have to keep an eye on Naruto and make sure if there are any doors to the rift are open. I'll have to close them at once, she thought as the week of Naruto's training began to fly by. 1 week later. Naruto-sama, Lady Eclair, Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya are being attacked by Orochimaru. Jaken shouted as he ran towards the Tula Sea. The two looked at each other and nodded. They ran towards the outskirts of town, following the sounds of battle. When they got there, they saw Tsunade paralyzed by blood on her as Jiraiya was having a hard time with Orochimaru on top of a giant snake that was trapped inside of some sort of giant swamp. Shizune was fighting a boy that Naruto recalled from the Chunin exams. Kabuto, so you're in league with Orochimaru, huh? Should have seen that coming, Naruto said with his eyes narrowing as he gained Kabuto's attention as the boy pushed his glasses back. Indeed, and I see you had a wardrobe change as well. Much better than your eyesore orange jumpsuit, he replied as Naruto had an eye twitch. Why does everyone always diss the orange? Well then, looks like Lord Orochimaru will get his revenge on you after all. He chuckled as Naruto raised an eyebrow. He's still on the whole invasion failure thing thanks to me, he asked as Kabuto nodded. Indeed, and I am quite curious about your transformation as well. Kabuto replied as his glasses gave off an evil glint in the sunlight. I'm going to enjoy dissecting your body, so learn all about it, he said, giving Naruto chills down his spine. Suddenly, Naruto ducked just in time to avoid being skewered in the head by a sword from Orochimaru as said man landed right beside Kabuto as Jiraiya came to Naruto's side. I'm not sure what he's planning, but it isn't good if he was holding back on me, Jiraiya warned. Well, Naruto-kun, it is a pleasure to see you again. The snake Sannin chuckled, giving Naruto goosebumps for some strange reason. I must say, I will enjoy taking my revenge on you for ruining my plans. And what better way than with these? He shouted as he flipped through hand signs and slammed them onto the ground as 4 coffins came out. One had first, second, fourth, and the last one had a whirlpool symbol on it. Jiraiya's eyes widened at those coffins. He didn't, he said with sudden dread in his voice as Naruto slowly began to draw out his own blazefire gunblade. Suddenly, the one labeled fourth sank back into the earth again. Looks like that one is a failure, it seems, Orochimaru muttered as the other coffins opened up, revealing their contents as the eyes of Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune, and Lightning widened in shock. The first two were easily the first and second Hokages right off the bat, but the third one made Naruto's blood boil in anger at Orochimaru. That bastard, he will pay, he thought darkly as the mysterious black fox Kaiyuth inside his mindscape agreed with. That beautiful long bright red hair that went past her waist, those blue eyes, that face, he remembered that the fox showed him through that vision of what happened that day that ruined his every life of every Naruto Uzumaki in existence. What he saw was his own mother, Kushina Uzumaki, resurrected by Orochimaru to kill him as the snake threw kunai knives with weird talismans into their heads. That alone had earned Naruto's absolute hatred of the snake Sannin. Orochimaru, Naruto growled, stabbing his gunblade into the ground as he began to slowly put his hand on his hinata which was tied onto his left arm as the air suddenly became tense. You made the worst enemy by defiling my mother's grave and soul. He growled as the hinata was slowly being untied. That alone unnerved Lightning. She knew he never takes it off unless he was going to be truly serious. It was like last time, and as he said in the rift of how he became a heartless, killing machine with no remorse for whom he killed, a monster she unknowingly created. Orochimaru had just opened the proverbial Pandora's box. The minute the hinata was untied and fell to the ground, Orochimaru ordered the resurrected cages and mother to attack, only to be blown away by an invisible force as a pillar of light pierced the heavens as the earth shook in fury. It originated from Naruto as Jiraiya noticed some weird technology inside the headband and noticed how this power must be the magic. Lightning explained to him, but this much power didn't go unnoticed by others. Everyone in the area felt it, its uncontrollable power skewered forth like a geyser. The entire area shook from the shockwave as the surge of power died down as everyone there looked at Naruto. His eyes were overshadowed by his hair as he slowly lifted it up to reveal blank, cold, dead, ruthless eyes that had no life in them and that alone sent chills up of most of the people there. Naruto's hand slowly went for his gunblade again as he took his stance, quietly waiting for the first move. Jiraiya, Tsunade, take the first Hokage. I'll deal with the second Hokage. Shizune, deal with Four Eyes over there. Lightning ordered as they all nodded. What are you waiting for? Kill them. Orochimaru barked as the first and second Hokages dashed towards Naruto as time began to move slowly. Faster than anyone can see, Naruto beheaded the two cages and made his way towards Orochimaru only to be blocked off by Kushina. Let's see what you can do, mother. He said quietly with a small, sad smile as Kushina had a lone tear strolling down her cheek, showing that part of her was still in control of the resurrected body. As the first and second Hokage's heads regenerated, Lightning tackled the second Hokage, Tobirama, away from his brother Hashirama with the Zantetsuken blades. Let's dance, water boy, she taunted as she held her blades in front of her elegantly while Jiraiya and Tsunade begin their fight with Hashirama Senju. Tobirama began flipping through hand signs, water style, water dragon bullet. He shouted as a dragon made of water appeared out of thin air with its jaw open as it charges towards Lightning. Watera, she said calmly as she combined the two Zantetsuken blades into one and threw her right hand out as a ball of water flew out and collided with the water dragon, creating an explosion of water as Lightning twirled the Zantetsuken over her head and swung it, creating a razor gale that hit Tobirama's side as he began to regenerate. She quickly casted Libra on the man and discovered the weakness. With a strategy in mind, she ran towards him with her Zantetsuken with a flourish of steel and did a spiral spin jump with her blade, performing skyward swing. I don't know how come Lightning didn't have this one or seismic strike in Dissidia 012. And leap in the air and swung the massive blade onto her opponent's head, seismic strike, revealing the talisman in his head as it was beginning to regenerate. Dispel, she shouted as she casted the spell onto the talisman as the writings on it turned blank as the second Hokage turned towards her with a smile. Thank you for freeing me, was all he said as the body turned to ashes. Disappointing, not even a challenge, now to see how Tsunade and Jiraiya are doing. She muttered as she looked around to see massive trees twisted and distorted from fights and massive craters and fissures from Tsunade's infamous punches as she just delivered a nasty uppercut to her grandfather, sending the first Hokage sky high. I wish I had chakra to pull off the punches like she did. Lightning muttered quietly, amazed at how strong that woman who was in her 50s is. She observed Shizune's fight and she's on a standstill with Kabuto at the moment, but Lightning had a feeling this boy was hiding his true potential at the moment. Cunning as a black viper, that kid might be able to take me down if he was going all out. She thought as she turned to observe her student Naruto, who was wielding his own blazefire saber and gladius while performing an elegant dance of death while weaving and slashing at both his resurrected mother and Orochimaru with his kusanagi as both were blocking his blows as he dodges them, making it a standstill at the moment. She knew better though, he was still rough around the edges and his massive stamina and chakra reserves were the only thing keeping him alive at the moment. Now she was in a conflict, should she help Naruto, Tsunade and Jiraiya, or Shizune? She shook her head, Shizune can handle herself fine and the other two aren't called the legendary Sannin for nothing, better help Naruto. And with that, she exchanged her own blazefire with her Omega weapon, the one she created from her Lionheart gunblade, and charged on through. Naruto was angry. No, angry isn't what he was feeling at the moment, he was consumed with desire to kill. Orochimaru had resurrected his mother from the grave in order to kill him, hoping to use his own emotions to lead to his downfall. No, he knew he would die if he wasn't serious, the only choice was to remove his headband, the very symbol of his humanity. In order to survive, he will not rest till the snake is brutally killed by his own hands, no mercy to any servant that shields him, and not even his fellow Konoha ninja will stop his wrath. That's it, king, let it out. Show him our dark power, a mysterious voice whispered in his head. Are you, my Ka'ith other? He thought as he felt the creature laugh at him. Indeed, I am part of you. You are the righteous angelic persona of the soul, I am the unholy demonic persona born from your suppressed hatred, anger, malice, and despair. Orochimaru has angered both of us, king. Defiling our mother's grave, he must be punished. Let me lend you my power, king, but this will only be once. When the time comes, only one king will be standing. The creature warned as Naruto knew what he meant. The Ka'ith other and himself are competing for control of his body, only one, king, can rule it. Very well then, since it's for mom's soul, let's go, Magatsu Arashi corrupted storm. He mentally called the creature as it smiled sinisterly. Give it up, Naruto-kun, you don't even have the skills to beat both me and your mother. The snake Sannin chuckled as he suddenly dodged an attack from lightning. Lightning, Naruto spoke calmly as he blocked Kushina's kunai with his gladius and impaled her chest with blaze fire and tossing her to a great distance between them. Leave Orochimaru to me, because let's just say I'm going to annihilate him with that form. He finished as the Master Lassie looked at him with surprise. She wanted to say no, but when he's serious and also decides to use that form, she'll have one headache from this later. But she understood, she would have done the same thing if Orochimaru did that to her parents in his place. Fine, I'll deal with your mother then, she replied as they swap opponents, with Kushina using chakra chains at the sight of her, signaling a dangerous opponent. It's been a while, Kushina, but I will promise you he's in good hands. Lightning said to the undead mother as the two began to clash for supremacy. With Naruto and Orochimaru. You really are a fool, challenging a Sannin on your own. Orochimaru laughed as Naruto got into his stance. What's this? Cat caught your tongue, boy. He taunted as he wielded Kusanagi in his hand. No, you're just annoying. Naruto replied coldly as he shifted to commando and charged at the man. You have no sense of honor, just a twisted little boy who wants to become God because he lost his parents, pathetic. He continued as he locked blades with Orochimaru, who snarled at that info. What's wrong? Is mama's boy going to cry? Oh wait, she's already dead. Naruto finished coldly as he kicked Orochimaru in the stomach and swung Gladius at him, which was blocked by his Kusanagi. But that didn't stop Naruto from stabbing the Sannin's stomach with blazefire though. That was then Orochimaru's mouth extended as a pair of pale hands came out of the mouth as Orochimaru delivered a punch to the face, causing Naruto to skid back a bit. Think, boy, a mere dropout like you could ever become Hokage. What a joke, only those born with talent are capable of becoming Hokage. Those with natural talent and even the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan can become true shinobi, you're nothing but a reject. Orochimaru taunted as Naruto had a blank face. Actually no, you forget something, Orochimaru, the universal rule to humans, even gods are bound to one thing, no one is perfect. You seek perfection by medicine and drugs, experiments and exchanging bodies. You're nothing but a parasite struggling to stay in the body of your host. You can strive for that perfection, but you will never be the perfect being, no matter how hard you try. He replied. Shinobi nowadays are pathetic in the least, focusing on flashy jutsu and bloodlines, they become flawed and arrogant. Me, I have my flaws too, but I refuse to give up my hopes and dreams as I defy the rules of this system. Call me a dead last, a loser, an idiot, whatever you want, but to be a true shinobi in this twisted version of the ninja world is having the guts to never give in to anything. So don't ever say that it's impossible for me to become Hokage. I'm not sure if I might not make it because of my brand, but I refuse to give in to despair. I will fight my fate and create my own path, I will become Hokage, and I will make the impossible possible. For I am Naruto Uzumaki, proud genin of Konoha and the legacy of lightning. He declared as Orochimaru began to chuckle that then turned into full-blown laughter. What's so funny, you filthy snake? Naruto asked calmly as the snake Sannin looked at him. You really are a fool like Jiraiya. Very well then, the Sannin replied as he held Kusanagi out in front of him. I will crush your hopes and dreams here, with your death. He shouted as he and Naruto charged towards each other. Their blades clashed as a shockwave erupted as Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise at how much power Naruto had in the swing of his blade, as he nearly forgot about the second blade he had in his other hand, which he dodged. I say, you are quiet, amusing, Naruto. Orochimaru said as his tongue licked the air in a snake-like fashion. But I will enjoy torturing you, finding you Uzumakis and using them for experiments will be quite amusing. Will they be stubborn like you, or will they be screaming for a death that will never come? HM, he chuckled darkly. Orochimaru really was pushing his luck and Naruto began to chuckle quietly, getting his attention. That chuckle turned into laughter, one filled with deranged insanity, bloodlust, evil desires, and absolute power in it. This laughter gained the attention of everyone there as Naruto put his gun blades away as a twisted, malevolent grin appeared on his face. "You know, we will enjoy killing you bastard," he replied as a second voice overlapped his. That was then his lassie brand glowed ominously as his torso began to look deformed as the familiar red chakra of the Kyuubi began to cover his body as the lassie brand and the fox's chakra began to merge their powers into one. Naruto's torso became more deformed and demonic as his limbs were covered in clawed greaves and gauntlets made of black crystal with glowing red veins on them, and his head was engulfed by a black substance that began to mold itself into a black mask of a demonic faceless creature with white hollow eyes and a jagged pumpkin grin with fox ears as four tails erupted from the tailbone area that was red as blood. Lightning and Kushina saw this, and inside their own hearts, pure dread and horror filled them. The fox-like creature roared to the heavens as an explosion rocked the area as a newly formed crater. The miniature Kyuubi was seen with a red aura outline on its body, giving off pure malice that burnt the very air around it. Orochimaru was lying on the ground on his stomach with a smile on his face. "This boy never ceases to amuse me," he chuckled while his tongue dangled out of his mouth. It can't be, Naruto's lassie powers and the fox's chakra are resonating and combining to this degree. His Kyuubi mode is dangerous enough, but now at this level it could destroy him. Lightning muttered as she dodged an attack from Kushina's chakra chains as her mind connection with him began to go hazy as she felt the mindless killing instinct inside of him, as if he's losing his mind. She began to realize that the Kyuubi influence had gotten even more powerful in Naruto. This is bad, if this keeps up Naruto might lose every bit of his humanity. She said out loud, causing Kushina to freeze in her tracks at the words. Nah, the mother began to silently say, getting Lightning's attention. "Nah, Ru, too," she said as her body started to shake as she grabbed her head in pain, probably trying to break through Orochimaru's influence with the Edo Tensei. Unknowingly in Valhalla, the goddess Etro is watching this and in her grace, began to help the poor mother break free from her forced torture, hoping to at least reunite the boy and mother for one last time. With Super Kyuubi Naruto and Orochimaru. The two shinobi monsters to be precise looked at each other with no movement, waiting for one to make a move. The first one was Orochimaru as he stretched his mouth in a snake-like way as thousands of snakes came out slithering towards Naruto as blades erupted from their mouths. Naruto stood on his hind legs as raised his arm in the air and slammed it into the ground, creating a destructive wave of magic and chakra that erased all the snakes in an instant while creating a massive shockwave that shook the entire city nearby. Orochimaru looked impressed by this power, maybe keeping the boy as a test subject to create new types of loyal ninja with these kinds of powers will be very interesting. The Kyuubi fox slammed its hands into the very earth as Orochimaru, by instinct, leapt away from there as two massive arms of crimson chakra bursted from the ground where he was just standing a few moments earlier. The demonic Kyuubi smirked as an extra chakra arm bursted from the other one, chasing the snake Sannin relentlessly. Tired of dodging, Orochimaru used his hidden snake shadow hand jutsu as a massive snake wrapped itself around the chakra arm, only to be burnt away as the corrosion was heading towards Orochimaru. He looked surprised at that before smirking. He opened his mouth as another Orochimaru flew out, like a snake shedding its skin as the shed skin disintegrated into nothingness. The Sannin slithered towards the snarling abomination and delivered a punch to the face, which resulted in a chakra manifestation of another fox-like creature as it slashed Orochimaru in half from the waist with a smirk. "Got ya, you filthy bastard," the creature said with a smile which quickly disappeared when Orochimaru reattached himself with the help of multiple snakes as the man fixed his back with a loud crack. In Naruto's mindscape, the seal. "Damn it, nothing's working on him," Magatsu Arashi swore. "Indeed, every time we cut him up, he'll keep regenerating," Naruto agreed while nodding his head and cupping his chin in thought. "Got any ideas?" the Kyuubi asked as Naruto pondered for a while. "Well, my spells are weak against someone like him even with our combined powers of chakra, magic, and the fox here," he said gesturing to the Kyuubi, "and we don't have a technique that's a one-hit kill, do we?" he asked looking at the fox with a blank face that was creeping even if the fox refused to admit it out. "There is one technique, the Bijudama tailed beast ball," the fox replied as Naruto, who had a calm face at the mention of the name of the technique as the Kyuubi looked like a grinning kid at the candy store and had just hit the jackpot. "Well, let's do it then. I doubt even a lassie master, or a member of the legendary Sannin could survive an attack like that," Naruto replied, recalling the vision of the past as he saw the devastating power of that thing. "Yes, let's," Magatsu Arashi agreed with a grin and a mad laugh. Real world, same time. The demon stood proud and tall, and with a savage roar, orbs of black and white chakra bursted from its body and floated in the air like little lanterns. Orochimaru's eyes widened in surprise of that as the tails of the Kyuubi curved towards its face as it arcs its back as the orbs of black and white chakra began to gather as the wind swirled around from the power as it turned into a black sphere the size of its head, and began to compress to the size of a jawbreaker. Leaping towards the edge of the crater, Orochimaru smiled. That looks pretty dangerous. If something was to be hit from such dense chakra, even I couldn't survive that. The snake Sannin admitted as the Kayith swallowed the ball and sank into the ground like something heavy was dropped onto it. Now Orochimaru smirked at the sight, wondering how the boy could move from swallowing such dense chakra. The answer happened when the creature's body swelled up as steam escaped from the edges of its mouth. The Sannin smiled as he pricked his thumbs with his fangs. Here it comes, he muttered, preparing for the worst. In perfect sync, the Kayith fired the Bijudama just as Orochimaru slammed his hands onto the ground as summoning runes appeared beneath his palms. Summoning, triple Rashomon, he shouted as 3 giant gates appeared and then everything was engulfed by a bright light after the Bijudama made impact with the first gate. When the light died down, Orochimaru was seen lying on his back as the Kayith became alert and cautious, as if feeling something bad was going to happen. It was true, as Orochimaru's body bulged as 8 giant serpents with 8 tails that had scales pale white as the snake Sannin himself as it towered over the Kayith with its 8 massive heads. Many people have witnessed it as lightning was currently helping a free Kushina Uzumaki recover from breaking free of her control as they saw it. What the hell is that? Lightning and Kushina asked in sync. With Jiraiya and Tsunade, they had recently destroyed the talisman that animated the Slug Princess's grandfather who bid her farewell, and a heartwarming advice before returning to the afterlife saw the giant multi-headed serpent. Looks like Orochimaru has added a few things to his snake themes. That thing is even bigger than Manda, the world's colossal serpent. Jiraiya exclaimed in disbelief as Tsunade shook her head. No, he's transcended from snake to dragon god. She replied with wide eyes. That thing reminds me of the monster in the legend of Susanoo, of the ferocious dragon, Yamato no Orochi. She finished as Jiraiya gulped and nodded his head recalling that legend as well. With Shizune, who was exhausted as Kabuto was without a scratch on his body, noticed it as well. First that massive explosion and light show, and now Lord Orochimaru using his 8-headed serpent jutsu, he must be pushed to a corner to use it. He mused as he looked at Shizune, who was panting. I'm afraid I will have to take my leave. After all, I wouldn't want to be within their crossfire at the moment. He finished as he ran off as Shizune finally left to go to Tsunade to see if she's alright. With Naruto and Orochimaru. Well, you even gotten uglier now. A good reflection of your soul. The Kayith mused as the multi-headed snake roared and their heads aimed to devour it. The Kayith jumped onto one of the heads and proceeded to run over it as it tricked another head to bite another one as the Kayith clawed out one of the eyes of another head, causing it to roar in anger. Another few heads bashed their heads together right into the Kayith, who used a sonic roar to destroy them, only for the heads to regenerate. Dark thunder. The Kayith shouted as it threw its arm out and a thunder spell coated in dark energy hit the eye of one of the serpents, causing it to roar in agony as parts of it started disintegrating from its poisonous nature, as already half of its face is nothing but bone. The Kayith then created ethereal blades as it landed on one of its heads and started running down its neck with its blades dug inside the creature's flesh, creating a trail line of burnt flesh as the Kayith leapt away from another head that tried to eat it as the Kayith threw one of its blades right in between the eyes. The Kayith then leapt away from the giant multi-headed serpent as the parts it damaged started to regenerate again, inwardly cursing the creature for not staying dead. That was then one of the heads opened its jaws as half of Orochimaru appeared while the Kayith landed a good distance away from him in his form. Ah. Now witness the power of the immortal Orochimaru, the powers of a god. The deranged man declared as all 8 heads opened their mouths as white chakra gathered in front of him into a sphere that made the Kayith widen its eyes in shock. Mindscape. That fucking bastard. Imitating our Bijudama, he must die. The Kyuubi roared in anger from its cage as Naruto and Magetsu Arashi looked exhausted. We need to counterattack it with something equal to power of that attack. Naruto panted. Yes, but in doing so, it will undo our united form. And the body will be severely exhausted and weakened from this much power we're using. Magetsu Arashi replied. If you have a better suggestion, tell me. He replied sarcastically while being monotone and having a blank face. Use the Amari menacing ball, a weaker version of the Bijudama that is faster to form than the Bijudama itself. The fox suggested. I'm going to take this gamble. All or nothing. Naruto replied as Magetsu Arashi looked at him angrily. Are you nuts? What if it fails as we lose this form after using it? He demanded as Naruto looked at his Kayith other. If I get lucky, I might summon an Eidolon that will help me out before I face it in a trial for control of it. He replied calmly, frustrating the Kayith, making it wonder if Naruto was serious or joking, but leaning towards the former since he doesn't have his headband on. Fine, but you better win this, king, or I'll shred your soul to shreds if we die. Magetsu Arashi yelled as the 3 began to use their combined powers for one last time. Real world. Yonbi Amari. Four tails menacing ball, the Ka'ith roared as it formed a small sphere of chakra similar to the Bijudama but faster and fired it at the same time Orochimaru fired his bastardized version of it. The two forces of chakra collided, not giving into each other as the explosive energy engulfed all in a bright light that consumed all. When it died down, Naruto was back to his human form while lying down on his back, completely exhausted from using both his Ka'ith mode and Kyuubi's chakra to this extent. Note to self, don't try this again anytime soon. He depanned as a familiar Hitai 8 was flying in the air as he reached out and grabbed it. I'm surprised this thing came out intact, he muttered as he weakly tied it back on his forehead again, feeling the technology lightning had embedded in it take effect on him. Looking around, the entire place looked like a giant meteor came and landed here as a weak chuckle escaped his lips. Damn, did more destruction than I expected. He admitted sheepishly looking to see if Lightning, Tsunade, Shizune, or even Jiraiya were still alive. He felt Lightning's mind connect to him again and was thankful she called. Naruto, where are you? We had to escape from the blast zone only to see a massive crater in its wake. She asked as Naruto sighed tiredly. I'm at ground zero light, and I put my Hitai 8 back on again. He mentally replied as he closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of whatever was left of nature as one noise disturbed him, the sounds of tunneling. As if by instinct, Naruto immediately rolled to his left just as a sword popped out from where he was laying as Orochimaru's head came out in a snake-like form as his whole body came out too. Why can't you just stay dead? Is it that hard to ask? He sarcastically asked Orochimaru, who chuckled at the boy as they both stood up. Because I will be the one who will transcend the boundaries of humanity and discover the secrets of the world, I will become the ultimate ninja. The snake Sannin replied as Naruto coughed up blood as he flinched in pain. Damn it, the use of both Ka'ith mode and Kyuubi's chakra to this extent, I won't be able to survive this fight for 5 minutes tops. Hurry up light, Naruto thought as he drew his blaze fire in sword mode. Looks like you're at your limit boy, don't worry though, Orochimaru said while licking his lips in a hungry way, I'll take care of your body when I kill you. Great, now all I need now is therapy, because this guy creeps me out in many ways I don't even want to know. Naruto thought as his left hand was over his heart, where his lassie brand was located with the desire, will, and resolve to destroy the snake Sannin forever. I need power, power, give me power. He mentally swore as his willpower awoken something in his lassie brand. You seek power. Prove to me your resolve, make the impossible possible, and led this fantasy to its conclusion, descendant of Cypher. A mysterious voice rang in his hand as weird runes and symbols appeared around him, causing Orochimaru to leap back, wondering what else the boy had up his sleeve. Naruto wondered what was going on until he heard a voice, the voice that he heard the first time he entered the pulse vestige and heard Lightning's gunblade call out to him, and the time he gained Highwind's black summon stone. It was the voice of the goddess Etro herself. By grace of Etro, let destruction herald your awakening. Come forth, Lord of the Rifts. A name in blood, a pact of dragons. Shinryu shall rise, his bond eternal and unyielding. The voice spoke as a massive dragon with an unearthly glow escaped from his lassie brand and was captivated by its unnatural beauty. When the glow died, the dragon's true appearance was revealed. Its scales were as if they were made of silver crystal with its underbelly, and the linings were as if they were made of golden crystal, blood-red eyes and magenta hair on its head as the massive Wyrm flexed its two arms and unleashed a savage roar. Orochimaru looked at the massive creature with shock, awe, terror, and lust of power in his eyes as he felt the aura of this magnificent creature in front of him. My, you sure never stop pulling the impossible out of nowhere, do you, Naruto? He mused as he looked at the boy before sighing. It was fun, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave now. Even I'm not suicidal to take on Shinryu, an divine dragon or god dragon. When translated, farewell Naruto-kun. The treacherous snake said as he sank into the ground, leaving the area with Kabuto following his master, completely forgetting about unsummoning Kushina. That was then Shinryu turned to Naruto as he sighed. Here we go, he muttered painfully. Shinryu's mouth opened as a mysterious light left it and entered Naruto's own. As Naruto felt his body good as new again as he realized the massive Wyrm healed him from the double edge effect from his Ka'ith mode level 2. Looks like dragons do have honor, very well then, Naruto replied as he got into his stance with a smirk. Let's rock, he shouted as Shinryu casted Doom on him, creating the countdown that would decide Naruto's fate. Shinryu then roared again, creating a portal to the interdimensional rift as Naruto was being sucked into it as Lightning and Kushina were seen running towards him as they leapt after him into the rift with Shinryu right behind them as it closed behind it. Mom, Naruto asked, looking surprised at his undead mother smiling at him while they were free falling. Hello Naruto, it's been a long time hasn't it, Tte she asked as Naruto looked surprised at her, Tte line. Well, it's a nice reunion and such, but we have a fight, remember? Lightning snapped at the two as all three landed on the ground as Shinryu looked at him. "You're right, time to tame an eidolon," Naruto shouted as the trio got into their fighting stances, preparing to face a powerful summon as the Dragon of Ruin unleashed a roar as the area around them was swallowed into a ring of fire. Naruto and Lightning quickly casted Libra on Shinryu and frowned at what they had to do. Shinryu yields to those who amass chain bonuses, yields to those who heal the wounded, yields to those who defend against and endure attacks. With that in mind, they noticed fire dancing from in between the dragon's maws as their eyes widened as they paradigm shift to twin shields and endured the scorching flames. "It burns," Naruto cursed as the stream of flames stopped as they both looked to see Shinryu's jaws closed by chains as they saw Kushina looking at the creature with an angry look on her face. "Don't you dare hurt my son, you bastard Tte-bane," she shouted as she grabbed the chains and with inhumane strength, swung the massive dragon down onto the ground with a massive crash as dirt kicked the air. Using this as an advantage due to the raw power it had, Naruto and Lightning paradigm shifted to double dose and started healing each other before shifting to slash and burn. "Let's go," Lightning shouted as Naruto was with her and charged. Lightning focused on commando as Naruto started using a barrage of thunder and water spells on the dragon. With a swing of its tail, it knocked Naruto high into the air as it broke the chains and chased after Naruto with its jaws wide open. "I'm not dinner tonight, pal," Naruto shouted as he casted fire and threw it right into Shinryu's mouth. It was suddenly swallowed up by Shinryu as Naruto flipped in the air and slashed at it with Spark Strike right in the forehead, causing the dragon to roar in anger as the fiery dimension blazed in fury with the massive worm's own wrath. Naruto landed safely on the ground thanks to his Gravcon unit as he looked up to see Shinryu charging up an attack in his mouth as the flames look even hotter than the last time. "Shit," he cursed as he shifted to Sentinel just in time as Shinryu used its atomic breath aiming at him. The attack hits him as a massive explosion shook the area he was at as he was badly burnt from that attack and was panting heavily. "This guy isn't holding back anything," he panted as Lightning came to his side. "Yin and yang," he ordered as the two shifted into their roles. Lightning started healing him as he charged at Shinryu who was hovering at the ground waiting for the boy, and he let out a Spark Strike, Aqua Strike, and fire as Shinryu's eyes glared right into Naruto's own, causing him to become petrified evil eye. Lightning casted Isuna on him and he broke free from the ailment and continued his assault as he noticed the ring of flames began dancing and he felt a resonance with it. "Strange, why am I resonating with the flames?" Unless, Naruto thought as he felt Shinryu resonate with the flames as well. He must be resonating with the flames to use that atomic breath attack. He realized as he began to change tactics. "Light, duel casting, aim for the rings of flames," he shouted as Lightning complied as the two began to focus on attacking the rings of flames with Naruto's water and Lightning's water. "Mom, keep Shinryu busy," he shouted as Shinryu as about to charge at the lassie only to be held by chakra chains from Kushina. "I hope you know what you're doing, son," she shouted back to him as she began playing tug-of-war with Shinryu. The two lassie unleashed their barrage of water spells on the flames, causing them to die out as a massive surge of energy was released and crashed itself into Shinryu as it was blown back and crashed to the ground looking dazed. "Now keep him held down, Mom, me and Light will work it from here," he ordered as Kushina applied more chains to restrict the dragon's movements. The duo began their assault on the dragon as it began to struggle out of its bindings as it unleashed another roar as the dimension shook and they noticed that it became cold now. A snowstorm blew, rending their view as Shinryu used this chance to break out and slash Kushina with its claws, not caring if she regenerated from the Edo Tensei, and soared into the sky as the wind blew relentlessly as pillars of ice erupted from the floor. Shinryu looks from the top of the highest ice pillar and began channeling his powers as Naruto and Lightning cursed the weather for being cold. Kushina noticed Shinryu charging up and tried to warn the two lassie, but the wind of the blizzard cut off her voice as Shinryu unleashed his next attack, Ice Storm. Without warning, Naruto and Lightning were pelted by ice shards from left and right, confused as they tried to endure the cold weather as the wind died down a bit for them to see. "Destroy the ice pillars," Lightning ordered, which Naruto complied with. They used their fire spells as they tried to destroy the ice pillars only for Shinryu to come down and attack. Lightning charged at the WYRM and hit it head-on with Flame Strike right below the chin, redirecting it upwards as it spiraled towards the main pillar as Naruto was seen running up it with the help of his Gravcon as he swung his blade right into its underbelly. Shinryu expected this and wrapped itself around Naruto like a snake and began crushing the boy as Lightning launched Thundaga on Shinryu, trying to force it to let him go, but it shook it off. It then heard a cracking noise as it noticed Kushina and her chakra chains wrapped around one of the ice pillars, and she did not look happy at all. "Let go of my son, you bitch," she snarled, and with another display of inhuman strength only Tsunade was known for, tossed the ice pillar right at Shinryu, forcing it to release Naruto to avoid getting hit. That was all Naruto needed, as his gunblade was in gun mode as he aimed directly at the center of the main ice pillar and fired a bullet at it, switched it into sword mode and followed that bullet. Once the bullet hit dead center, Naruto's blade followed suit, and then the main pillar began to crack multiple times in different areas as it started to crumble and fall. As it crumbled, another surge of energy erupted and Naruto was hit with it dead on. In fact, he absorbed the energy inside of him as his blazefire saber glowed eerily from the amount of power he had unknowingly absorbed. What the hell was that? He asked himself as he got away from the crumbling pillars as they melted. Then it started to rain. What the, was all he could say as Shinryu began attacking lightning by breathing a purple haze which he realized was poison. What else is he hiding? A roulette table? He asked sarcastically. He knew this must be a water-based attack pattern the Eidolon must be using, and since water was weak to electricity, he shuddered at the thought of lightning going overkill with her thunder-based spells with dread. He heard the sound of electricity crackling from his blade as he looked at it, wondering what was wrong with it as he didn't do anything to it as he heard lightning shouting, "Heads up!" Causing him to duck by instinct as Shinryu crashed behind him from a good distance with electric wounds which made him pity the dragon already. Scary, she launched a dragon of that size from all the way over here. I'm terrified if she decides to go all out when training, he thought ominously with a sense of dread that only a man feels when they might die. He looked up to the top of his head, 12 minutes and 42 seconds left before the doom spell claims his life. Here goes nothing, he sighed as he shifted to Ravager and began charging up his Spark Strike, which seems to have more power in it for some reason, not that he noticed. He leapt high in the air and swung it as hard as he can as the roar of thunder was heard when he hit the dragon square in the chest. Not only did it injure the dragon more, his blazefire saber broke in two. What? Was all he could say in mild shock before being knocked back by Shinryu's tail and sent flying into the air. Shinryu then charged at the shinobi lassie and they both crashed into the ground, knocking up dust from the impact as Shinryu soared in the air as its eyes glowed ominously as the world shook. Naruto weakly got out of the crater. Half of his jacket was torn and the cape that was on the left shoulder blade was gone in shreds as he looked to see a giant wave heading towards him. Great, now I need is a surfboard, he muttered, half jokingly and half sarcastic as the massive wave was getting closer. Geez, leave you alone to do something idiotic, but then again, you always have a knack for trouble. Lightning said dryly as she appeared by his side and was slowly walking towards the massive wave. Light, what are you doing? He asked, looking unnerved with the look in her eye. Even if I'm no longer Etro's champion, I can still pull off a few surprises without her blessings. Was all she said as she held her original blazefire to her side as she slowly raised it over her head. That was then Naruto noticed the flow of power inside of her being channeled around her blade like an enhancing aura of power. With a dignified shout, she swung her blade down, creating a powerful wind slash that tore the ground as it split the tsunami spell in half, dispelling it completely. Naruto's jaw was wide open at the display as lightning sighed. Once again, I cut a worthless object, she muttered, causing Naruto to face fault at the line. Meanwhile, in another dimension, a certain samurai warrior wielding the original Zantetsuken felt like someone was using his trademark line and had a small smile on his otherwise stoic face. That's it, Light. No more Lupin the Third for you, he muttered, as he began healing himself as he noticed he was running out of time. Shit, better beat this guy fast, Lightning, Naruto said as he got up and drew Gladius and edged carbine in both hands, activating his default ability that Lightning was surprised he had at the start of his journey as a lassie. Dual wield, only those of ninja class can use this ability, but Naruto's original ninja way wasn't the true ninja class like Edge or Shadow. Then again, this is Naruto we're talking about, so he has a knack for defying logic and common sense like they don't exist. Lightning mentally mused to herself as the air around them changed. Thunder clouds were rumbling as Shinryu began to absorb massive amounts of electricity into its body as he began to growl at the two lassie as Naruto had a bad feeling all of a sudden. This feeling alone also started to unnerve Naruto as he saw Lightning develop a grin so wide that it looked like it would split her face in half. Lightning, you okay? He asked nervously as she chuckled. I'm going to show that overgrown lizard up there who is the true master of the Thunder Spell series. She replied in a sing-song tone that sent chills up his spine. Yeah, you do that while I, go find mom. He said weakly before dashing off like his life depended on it. Not noticing Lightning's mad laughter and Shinryu's savage roars as thunder spells were launched in a form of madness that he did not want to be in. Once he got away from a good distance from the thunder spell showdown, he found his mother sitting down on the floor watching the fight as she waved to her son. Hello son, care to explain to me why you aren't trying to tame that summon of yours? She asked as he chuckled and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, let's just say I'm letting Light have her fun, so to speak. He replied as he turned to see Shinryu have one of its wings temporarily from lightning's Thundaga spell as she had a grin on her face, which to him was extremely out of character even for her. She has issues when people try to outdo her with thunder spells. He spoke to her as she nodded, knowing from experience. Yeah, though I wonder why she's only using all the way up to the 3rd tier thunder spells, he muttered, getting Kushina's attention. I'm not sure about asking this, but is there a 4th one she has? Kushina asked with a raised eyebrow and a sense of curiosity in her tone. Yeah, apparently after an incident, her crystarium system mutated and evolved, allowing her to use spells she didn't have before when she first started out as a lassie. He explained as Kushina was in a loop, what has her son gotten into since she died? He didn't, Kushina thought with disbelief as a sense of déjà vu happened all over again. Naruto looked at the thunderclouds as all the electricity collected into one huge ball of energy as he began to cower in fear to the sight of it. Thundaga is bad, but that one, I do not want to be hit by even as an enemy. He whimpered as he hid behind Kushina who was wondering how terrifying a ball of electricity can be. So basically, her powers mutated and she learned some new killer moves. Please do tell me, she said as Naruto looked at the ball of light like it was some sort of evil. She has access to all 3rd tier spells she didn't have in her arsenal, but her trademark thunder spells have reached the 4th, and final tier form which is the most powerful version you do not want to mess with. The name of the spell is Thundasia. Lightning roared as the biggest barrage of thunderbolts rained onto Shinryu and all was consumed in a thunderclap. Shinryu knew something was wrong with this incarnation of lightning. She was originally a red mage, but somehow she's a red wizard, and he sensed the energy of the cipher on her. It must be the cipher's doing. He unknowingly mutated this warrior's class rank and made it evolve into a red wizard rank. From the looks of it, he doesn't have a clue he was involved with her new rank and powers. Wait a minute, the dragon thought as he looked at Naruto who was watching him with his mother and sensed the familiar energy inside of him in his mother's womb. It's that boy. I must admit it has been eons since we last met, though he has lost all of his original memories it seems. Perhaps I should give him the initial wake-up call again. It thought as it noticed the boy's countdown was down to 5 minutes. With that, the dragon charged towards the Uzumaki duo. Uh-oh, time to get to the fight again mom. Naruto spoke as he stood up with Gladius and edged carbine at his side as Kushina looked at the gun blades warily, recalling those blades years ago and started wondering what has happened to the world since she was dead. Did technology grow in advance over the years? She felt a headache coming with all of the complicated lectures of how to work things now. Naruto charged at Shinryu and noticed the wind was starting to blow strongly as the thunderclouds disappeared. Checking with Libra, Naruto's eyes nearly popped out at the name of the next attack Shinryu was using, Maelstrom. Ironic, he is attacking me with, well me. He mentally chuckled since his name meant Maelstrom as well. The winds gathered as Shinryu's injured wing healed and started flapping both wings and took off into the skies, making Naruto curse himself for not making it in time as hell was unleashed onto the field. Everyone, get down. Kushina shouted as lightning came towards them and they huddled together as Kushina used her chakra chains for form a dome as the chains were pinned to the ground. Then it happened, like an angry god, a storm brewed and unleashed its holy wrath upon the battlefield, picking up debris and annihilated everything in its path, all except the barrier of chains made from the love of a mother. Not waiting for them to make a counter-attack, Shinryu gathered a massive amount of power into himself to unleash a devastating attack that was difficult even for a lassie to block, Flare. Unleashing the explosive power, it destroyed the chain barrier as Kushina was forced by the Edo Tensei to regenerate from the damages as Lightning and Naruto were knocked around from the shockwave and the burning sensation of the flare spell. Lightning was doing well against the attack but Naruto's turtleneck shirt was destroyed as he had burn marks all over his torso. Time's up, you lose. Shinryu stated as Naruto looked up and his eyes widened in horror as the countdown reached 0. Naruto. Lightning and Kushina screamed out as Naruto screamed in anguish as his life force was taken from him as his body fell to the ground dead. He has failed his trial, may his soul forever rest in Valhalla like all who came before him. The dragon calmly spoke as it sent everyone back into their dimension with Shinryu following them. They saw Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune and even Jaken running towards them only to gasp in horror at Naruto's dead body. No, not again, please not again, Tsunade muttered as tears began to form in her eyes as she ran towards his body and tried to heal him. Jiraiya had felt as if he was stabbed in the heart with a sword of fire, one that would not go away. Minato, forgive me for not saving him. He silently muttered as he turned to glare at Shinryu with hate in his body. Jaken was crying with sadness in his heart at the failure of protecting his master and claiming that Naruto is indeed one of a kind in this era. Kushina, she was devastated, her son, her precious son she had hoped to raise in love and with a family was gone. She wanted to talk to him about so many things, how he's been, has he been eating healthy, did he fall in love, did he had any friends. She would never get the chance to speak with him now. She already sees the strange gate opening up to claim his soul to Valhalla. A place she couldn't go. No, not my son, not the only thing I had left in this world to watch over, she cried silently as she put her son's head on her lap as the tears began to fall on his face. Lightning looked down, her eyes overshadowed as she recalled others before him that had died from suicide, turned to Ka'ith, or killed by someone else. But this was different for her. It felt as if a part of something she had cherished long ago was lost forever. Certain people in Konoha felt it. Sakura jolted from her gaze at Sasuke as she felt something terrible went wrong as Sasuke's voice called out to Naruto in a way as if he lost a close friend. Kiba and Akamaru became stiff as they sniffed the air as Akamaru let out a sorrowful howl as Kiba subconsciously punched a tree bark in anger. Hinata looked to the skies as a lone tear fell from her eye, making her wonder why her heart hurts. Shikamaru noticed something was wrong with the clouds as it took on the shape of a skull as Choji stopped eating his snacks as his stomach was no longer alive. Ino was in her family's shop as a vase of flowers she was tending to suddenly wilted and died. Kakashi, still in a nightmare world, felt something even worse as his own heart was pierced by something sharper than any of Itachi's blades that were currently stabbing him, losing someone close. In another room at the hospital, Neji, Lee, and Tenten knew something was wrong. Neji heard the wind cry while Lee, who was bedridden in the moment, felt something beyond words hit him like an elephant. Tenten had noticed it by the sudden cracks in her weapons, which were the signs of an ill omen. Unknown realm. Fog, it was all he could see. Lying face down on the ground, Naruto felt the fog was consuming him. Was this it? Was this the end of his journey? At the hands of a powerful opponent. His eyes were slowly closing as he heard someone walking towards him. So Preetor, do you think this is where the curtain falls for you? The voice said. Naruto noticed it was a female's voice as his eyes opened up to see a woman of short stature. At the height of 145 centimeters, she was in a red ballroom dress with the lower part of the skirt translucent, letting him see underneath the dress much to his embarrassment. He also noticed she wore knee-high golden greaves. Her blonde hair and emerald green eyes gave off a beauty of aspiration as she had an ahoge tn, anime antenna hair for those who don't know what it means in anime manga world, at the top of her head and long hair tied in a bun. I remember back then you didn't give up on life, you had a drive, didn't you? She asked as she tapped her foot patiently, waiting for his reply. I don't remember you. He replied as the girl who gave off the vibe of a valiant man in crimson scoffed at this. HMPH, well, you have lost all of your original memories, so I shouldn't be surprised, Preetor. She said dryly as Naruto felt confused. Lost all of my original memories. He thought as he heard another set of feet coming towards him. He couldn't get up with all of his strength gone, but this new girl would have been one of Jiraiya's characters in his lame books. She was wearing a bright blue erotic kimono with separate long blue kimono sleeves, indigo socks that went up to her thighs, and black geta. She had a beautiful face with long pink hair tied in pigtails with a blue ribbon and yellow eyes, but something told him this girl was not human. She had a pair of bright orange fox ears and a light orange fox tail. Naruto felt like some sort of irony was with him at meeting someone who had connections to foxes besides him. She does have a point, my dear Goshujin-sama, but not to worry. We'll help you get out of this place in not time, she said in a cheerful, energetic voice. Even if you've forgotten us, we could never forget you. Once you get your memories back, we can go back to pranking people again, teehee. She giggled as Naruto had a weak, small smile on his face for the mentioning of pranks. Sorry about that, Caster, but first he needs to relearn what he's lost before you both go out to a prank spree again. A male voice rang out. He appeared out of nowhere and wore black skin-tight clothing under a red coat, and he had a calm look on his face. He had white hair, gray eyes, and dark skin, and he looked at Naruto straight in the eye. What's wrong with you? You look like you've picked a fight with a dragon or something. He said sarcastically as Naruto chuckled weakly. Yeah, pretty much did. He replied. Once an idiot, always an idiot. The man sighed as the sounds of 3 more people walking towards them, making Naruto wonder how do they see in this fog. Like the girl in red, these 3 girls were spitting images of her, but a bit taller than her though. But they had this incredible beauty he had never seen, one in a blue ballroom dress with breastplate and armor, wielding a sword with unworldly beauty at her side. The other was in white, her hair was tied up differently and her dress like armor resembled lilies in bloom. Her sword was different too, for it looked more like a sword for kings. The third one, donning black armor, had pale skin and yellow eyes, her hair looked like it was bleached as her gaze gave him chills down his spine. Her sword was pitch black with red circles, as if corrupted by some sort of evil entity. The one in blue spoke. Tell me, what is true strength to you? She asked. To protect those you hold dear. Naruto coughed out as the lingering pain from Shinryu's attack lingered in him. Fighting, for what you believe in, your bonds with others, no matter how mighty or strong the enemy is. He replied. The one in blue looked at him directly in the eye and Naruto felt that if he could move right now, he would be bowing to her presence. It was like she was some king. What do you do when there is an evil you cannot defeat by just means? Do you stain your hands with evil to destroy evil? Or do you remain steadfast and just even if it means surrendering to evil? Causing Naruto to look confused at the riddle. No matter what I would do, evil remains. It's a paradox, one that mankind cannot escape. But if I were to choose, I would commit evil to destroy the greater evil. He replied as the woman in blue and her white and black counterparts looked at him. While I can do things righteously, there are times I must stray from my path in order to move forward. But true heroes, they know right and wrong. They are willing to get their hands dirty with blood of others, not for glory or honor, but for protecting the things they cherish most. He finished as the three nodded their heads. You have chosen a path of twilight, neither light nor darkness, but a balance of both. You haven't changed one bit, Naruto. The woman spoke with a smile as her black and white counterparts turned into orbs of lights matching their colors as they flew inside her. It made him wonder who she was and why is she so familiar. It is time, can you hear the voices of the bonds you have forged? They want to help you, she said as she and the others vanished, leaving him alone for a bit as Sasuke appeared in front of his body. Hey, Naruto, Sasuke started and trailed off. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you were my rival in a way. He admitted, looking away a bit sheepishly. You were the class clown, the dead last, yet you outdid me, a genius of our generation in so many ways that I was jealous of you. He said, making Naruto weakly look at him with surprise. We had different backgrounds, but even though you were lonely, you found happiness in those times while I sought solitude and focused on my vengeance on my brother. He said as Naruto chuckled weakly. Trust me, solitude is bad, man. That's what having friends are for, we help each other out. Like that time we worked together against Itachi, I would have let you dealt the finishing blows since it was your right, not mine. So try not to push people away. He replied as Sasuke chuckled mirthlessly as he vanished. In his place was Sakura with her head down in guilt. Naruto, she said in guilt. I'm sorry for what I've done to you. I was so focused on trying to win Sasuke's love that I didn't care to consider your feelings. But now you're cold to me and the others. I'm sure you won't forgive me, but please, be part of the team again. She begged as she stifled her tears. I'm sure I won't be forgiven, but one day I will work hard enough to earn your trust again. She said, wiping her eyes as she looked at his still body. I'll work to become a great ninja, so I won't be left behind the two of you. Watch it, one day I'll be the one saving you or Sasuke. She declared as she had a firm resolve in her eyes. Thanks, Sakura, you are blooming into a new flower, one that will bloom into one so beautiful that will be remembered by all who see it. He whispered with a small smile, one that she heard as she smiled. She faded away, revealing Kakashi reading his orange book again, only for him to close it and look at him. Yo, sorry I'm late, I was at a cafe as a missing ninja disguised as a waitress tried to assassinate me by poisoning, so I beat her and had to go to the hospital and perform surgery to my ruined kidney. He lied with a straight face as Naruto laughed weakly at that. Nice try, sensei, but that lied is ridicules on a level that even clowns could frown at. He replied as Kakashi sighed and put a hand on his chin. Well, looks like I'm going to have to work on new lines then. He said thoughtfully out loud. So, anything else you want to say to me? Naruto asked as the silver-haired man looked at him. I guess this one I'll be saying next is that I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I neglected you and Sakura for Sasuke. But I didn't want to have him so absorbed into his revenge against his brother that he would turn his back on others. He said with guilt in his voice. No problem, but next time plan things out for us when you want to train Sasuke. You were being a hypocrite with the whole teamwork thing, you know. He replied as Kakashi eyes smiled at him. You know, you have a point. Once we get back together, how about some elemental affinity training? He asked as Naruto had a smile on his face. Maybe if I do come back alive, of course. He replied as Kakashi chuckled. Naruto, knowing you, you would come back and defy the logic and rules of the universe in order to learn something new. After all, I believe that you can surpass the fourth Hokage. He said as he vanished. Kiba and Akamaru appeared, looking down at Naruto with a pissed-off expression on his face. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? He demanded. Are you telling me that you've given up on life? Some Hokage you are. If you can't be Hokage, then I will. He declared. Naruto snorted at that. Dream on, you crazy dog, I'm not giving up by a long shot. He shot back as Kiba and Akamaru vanished, as Hinata appeared while pressing her index fingers together shyly. Hi Naruto, she greeted shyly. I wanted to thank you for saving me that time in the finals against that sand ninja, but now I won't be able to thank you properly now that you're gone. With that, she had her head down. I'm not done yet, I promised to change the Hyuga clan's ways after becoming Hokage. And how am I supposed to keep that promise if I'm dead? He asked as he felt some of his strength returning. You stay strong, you and Neji can change it slowly but surely, right Neji? He asked as said boy was besides Hinata. He nodded his head and he had a look of gratitude on his face. He and Hinata vanished as Rock Lee and Tenten appeared in their places. Greetings Naruto. It has been some time since we last met and I must say you are the most youthful person besides Guy Sensei and myself. Lee shouted as he did his trademark good guy pose trademark. Hey, wouldn't have it any other way Lee. He replied as Tenten looked at him. You know, you are something else. Not only did you beat Neji, you also have an interesting collection of weapons at your disposal, she trailed off with a gleam in her eyes. Would you like to spar with me once you get back? She asked as Naruto chuckled. Sure, let's make it one to remember. He answered as they vanished. 3 more people appeared, it was the Ino Shikacho Trio Team 9. What are you doing lying down there you lazy ass? Get moving, Ino ordered as Shikamaru sighed. Don't be like that Ino, he looks peaceful like that. Mind if I join you Naruto? Shikamaru asked. Yeah and how about we snack on something good while lying down? Choji the I mean big boned guy, hooray for big boned people. Asked. Ino sighed with annoyance. Geez, why am I stuck with you guys again? She asked as Naruto, despite still being in pain, laughed from the floor. Hey, how about when I get back, we go have some barbecue? He asked the trio who nodded in agreement. That would be great, but first you got to deal with that troublesome lizard you brought out, talk about a drag. Shikamaru replied dryly as Choji nodded his head. You better get back home alive Naruto or else. Threatened Ino as they vanished. The next person to appear was Gaara. It's been a while Naruto Uzumaki. The Suna Jinchuriki greeted as he looked down at the fallen shinobi Lassie. You had taught me many things after that fight, and for that I wanted a better connection with the people of Suna, starting with my siblings. But over time, one day I will become Kage, so I can connect to all of the people of Suna. He said as Naruto looked at the red-haired boy with a smile. That's great Gaara, and remember, protect those you cherish with all of your heart, and you will acquire an existence and power unimaginable. Through that, you will know what love truly is. He said as Gaara nodded and vanished. There was one more presence there, and it moved towards him slowly through the fog to reveal a girl around his age that was the spitting image of his mother, but she had faint whisker-shaped birthmarks on her cheeks, just like him. This girl confused him, he didn't recall this girl at all from his memories, but at the same time it was like he knew her for a very long time. Who are you? He asked as the girl gave him a small sad smile. Hello, big brother, she greeted, causing his eyes to widen in shock at what she just said. Big brother, he asked, surprised at her as she nodded as she pointed towards her heart that was beating in a beautiful rhythm, with his heart was also beating the same rhythm as well as his eyes widened in realization. POV. Seeing this girl in front of me, what she said, and the rhythm of our hearts in perfect harmony, I realized who she was. My twin sister, the one that did not leave mother's womb due to the masked man's attack and the release of the fox. No one knew she existed because she was hiding behind me in our mother's womb, sharing the same heartbeat. She died inside mother and at the same time, resurrected by the help of that treacherous snake's Edo Tensei. Her soul was resonating with mine, allowing us to finally meet for the first, and final time. I was sickened, I was wronged by people for someone else's doing and had lost my parents and my own twin sister in one night, leaving me alone, to suffer the pain of solitude and hatred of Konoha. I hated it, that masked man claiming to be Madara Uchiha will pay with his life. Not only because he had the Kyuubi attack Konoha as the village hated me for being its vessel, but that man was the source of my pain and agony from the day I was born. Creating a cycle of hatred and pain from within, he will pay. I will make sure that man suffered a fate worse than death. My own sister had her right to live taken from her, but I will find a way for her to live. One way or another, and I don't care even if I have to cross dimensions looking for the knowledge to give her a second chance. I wanted her to live a happy life, not one as painful as my own. She helped me stand on my own 2 feet, and I felt stronger than ever. I realized that our souls and the massive power within them were resonating and combining into a new form of power. Our chakra was combining, and then I recall one chakra lesson I thought was pointless and the same time useful from Iruka sensei long ago. When 2 similar chakras are near each other, they resonate and combine, creating more powerful attacks than any jutsu in existence. The requirement was that only family members are able to perform it, and it was rare to see it since families hardly work on the same team and use any usual chakra techniques like the rasengan to work. I couldn't find anyone with similar patterns like mine to confirm I had a family member, until now. Ready brother? She asked me with a sweet smile, as I smiled back to her, I hugged her. Ready, Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I said as she smiled at the name I gave her. Then everything was consumed in light as I realized I was returning to the world of the living with my sister helping me. It's time to show Shinryu not to mess with the Uzumaki Tte. POV end. Naruto's eyes opened up, looking around to see he was out of the crater that was currently being filled with rubble as he noticed the chief toad and two others just as big as him beaten and unconscious. What the hell happened when I was killed? He thought as he heard lightning's trademark thunder spells roaring in the crater. At his side, he noticed the gladius and edged carbine near his side and used his dual-wield ability to use them both. Let's go, he muttered as he leapt into the crater, finding lightning worse for wear along with Jiraiya who was near the edge of death as Tsunade was healing her own wounds. Kushina was currently on top of Shinryu and was trying to trap the massive WYRM in her chakra chains. Shinryu broke through them and tossed Kushina into a wall, and was prepared to use its atomic breath when Naruto launched Ruin right in its face from the side, getting everyone's attention as their eyes widened in surprise at him still being alive. What's wrong? He asked, it's like you've seen a ghost. He finished sarcastically. Impossible, you were killed by the doom spell, how can you? Lightning asked, shocked at what she was seeing while Jiraiya looked extremely happy to see him as Tsunade felt like a miracle happened. But Kushina, she had tears of joy in her eyes as Shinryu slowly made its way towards him. The shinobi Lassie and the Dragon of Ruin looked at each other, eye to eye, showing their resolves deep within them as a massive surge of pressure hit the area, and most of the people minus the boy and dragon were heavily affected by it. They then realized that this pressure was from both Naruto and Shinryu as they noticed him mutter something as his blonde spiky hair turned smooth and red as it went past his shoulders and his eyes turned a beautiful shade of purple as time began to move slowly. Then, in a red flash, Naruto swung Gladius right in the chest where he struck Shinryu with an enhanced spark strike from his broken blazefire saber and the dragon was thrown into the wall of the crater, clearly surprised by his strength. Let's settle this, like a ninja of Konoha. Naruto shouted as he twirled edged carbine in the air with magic as it turned into a buzzsaw disc made of magic. Eat this, he shouted as he threw it at Shinryu who literally ate it, breaking the edged carbine gunblade in its mouth, only for the second energy disc from Gladius to appear right behind the first one, forcing Shinryu to block it, effectively destroying Gladius. That boy is back, but now without any weapons he cannot make a move, it's over. The dragon thought, noticing the rubble moving as they disappeared in puffs of smoke. Naruto Shippuden soundtrack. Heaven-shaking event. What? The dragon spoke in shock as millions of copies of the now red-headed Lassie appeared and all were charging at him. He created clones and hid them in the rubble. Shinryu thought in shock as he folded his wings and gathered wind in them. They were close to him and he wasn't going to let them touch him. Stretching out his wings, he unleashed the maelstrom spell causing the clones to stay in midair, trying to contain it. It was pointless at first when more clones than he could count popped into existence and contained the blast as the wind died down and all the clones headed right for him to deliver a barrage of punches. It hurt, as they were destroyed by Shinryu's chaotic deluge as the energies of discord aided him. You little brat, he roared as he used his atomic breath on Naruto who touched an icy blue crystal in his necklace. Snow Jr., he shouted as a hunk of ice appeared, in an icy blue light, it broke to reveal another Naruto dressed up in Snow's old outfit using Steel Guard in front of him. Hey Storm, taming an Eidolon too? He asked with a grin. Yeah, just focus on defense right now. Naruto now Storm ordered. You got it, though it would be nice he could just chill out. Snow Jr. replied as he launched Blizzara at Shinryu's face, forcing it to flinch. I'll teach you not to mess with me, you pathetic hatchlings. Shinryu shouted, clearly angry at the moment as it used chaotic deluge at the two Lassie. Paradigm shift, twin shields. They shouted as they blocked the attack and were knocked back a bit. Shinryu felt exhausted now as it wearily looked at the two. Grr, I used too much power, he growled as looked at the leader of the two. Paradigm shift, Chosen, Storm muttered as his crystal aura turned clear-colored. That was then his right hand was outstretched with the palm facing upwards and was creating a royal blue elegant purple swirling sphere. Snow Jr. Get ready to launch me, Storm whispered to his frosty counterpart. You got it bro, he agreed as he grabbed Storm's left arm. It's useless for whatever technique you're about to use, Shinryu growled as it began to gather energy into itself. You don't stand a ghost of a chance, give up. He shouted. You give up. Storm shot back as Snow Jr. threw him like a missile much to Shinryu's shocked surprise. Give up trying to make me, give up. He roared as he slammed the spiraling sphere right in the chest, causing Shinryu to open its jaws in agony and arch forward as streams of energy erupted from the sphere as the entire crater was rumbling from the power. Where is he getting this power from? Shinryu thought as it noticed people right behind him. They were resting their own right hands on top of Storm's own hand that was currently grinding the miniature typhoon into it as the dragon realized that they were people the cipher knew in its life that he cherished. I see, the powers of Cipher come from the strength of one's bonds and friendships, a power that transcends space and time themselves. I have lost this battle from the start then, Shinryu thought as it closed its eyes as it was consumed by light. With a final roar of defiance, Storm gave his attack one massive shove, launching the dragon out of the crater and into Tanzaku town, but the path of uprooted earth followed it as it crashed into the towering castle. Shinryu's body was still as it left an imprint on the castle before falling off, with the castle soon following it, burying it under a pile of rubble. Heaven-shaking event. End. Storm began panting heavily with exhaustion evident in his body as Snow Jr. looked at him. You okay? That must have been one hell of a fight to do this much damage. He asked as he gestured to the crater they were in. Nah, that was from fighting Orochimaru. Storm replied as Snow Jr. whistled at that. Now I wished I was called earlier, it would have been a clash of the titans. This made Storm chuckle at that. Trust me, with your speed, you wouldn't survive, he replied dryly, recalling how fast Orochimaru's attacks were while in his second stage of his Ka'ith mode. The earth shook as the two Lassie were alert, getting into their stances. Storm realized all of his gun blades were destroyed as Shinryu broke out of the rubble and descended towards the two. He noticed something different about it acknowledged him as his master. He was going to say Gestalt mode when another word entered his mind. Armored Gestalt mode, he shouted as he leapt into the air with Shinryu following him as the WYRM began to glow as they became engulfed by a bright light. Lightning, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune and Jaken, who were watching from afar, and Snow Jr. shielded their eyes from the light as it died down. When it died down, it revealed Storm in some sort of exoskeleton-like armor that resembled Shinryu's appearance as the shinobi Lassie descended to the ground, his feet lightly touching the ground as he landed, and his wings stretched out in an elegant arc. What is this? Lightning asked as she and Kushina walked towards Storm, who looked at him. Armor Gestalt mode, he replied, a new type of experimental powers for Eidolons that allow them and their summoner to become one and wield their Eidolons' powers as if they were the Eidolon themselves. An idea Etro thought of for some time while you and the others were sealed into your weapon's light. He explained to her. Snow Jr. then let out a low whistle at that. Damn, I wouldn't mind getting that ability myself. He admitted as Storm looked at him. I'm sure it's possible, after all, she said that she's working on the kinks with me testing it out. He replied. Wait, Etro told you? Lightning asked, looking surprised as the armored shinobi Lassie nodded his head. Yeah, I was surprised at first when I heard her talking in my head. She's actually a nice person once you get to know her, said Storm as Lightning nodded her head, recalling how kind Etro was to mankind, even though she sometimes creates trouble by accident through her actions. Storm then looked at Kushina with a small smile. Hi mom, looks like we can talk now without any issues, nay? He asked as his mother smiled at him. With that, Snow Jr. gave them a silent farewell so he wouldn't ruin the mother-son time and returned to his time with a smile on his face. I thought you were dead, don't do that again, she said as she hugged him with tears coming out of her eyes as Naruto hugged her back. Then I was saved by her, he replied as Lightning was curious who this person was. Was it Etro by any chance? She asked as he and Kushina broke their hug and shook his head no. No, it wasn't the goddess, but, he trailed off as they noticed a hint of sadness in his voice. Who is it, son? Kushina asked as Naruto looked at her with an extremely sad expression on his face. My twin sister did, he reluctantly replied, surprising Kushina and Lightning at what he said. How could there be? She stuttered as Naruto beat her to it. She had the same heartbeat as I did and was hiding behind me while inside your womb. She's still inside you, mother, he said, pointed to her stomach as she gently rubbed it. Is there some way to get her out? She asked, saddened by what her son told her. He shook his head no. I wish I did, I would give anything just to give her a second chance, he said in a quiet voice. Anything? The voice of Shinryu rang out from the armor, startling the three. There is a way to give this girl life, but everything has its price. The voice continued as Naruto was wondering what this summon was up to. Alright, I'll bite, what is the price exactly? Naruto asked. I need you to help me on my quest to destroy the machine called Omega. The voice replied as Lightning got chills from the name of that machine. A soulless weapon that travels through dimensions, killing all in its path, leave death and destruction in its wake. Only a few are able to best the machine. Omega. Now that might sound like a challenge. Naruto replied with a smirk, ignoring the look on Lightning's face that said, are you stupid? Very well, I will need to extract your twin from your mother and you must give up half of your soul to sustain her life force. Shinryu explained as Naruto felt unnerved at that part. Wait, half of my soul? Why? Wouldn't I die from losing a piece of me? He asked. First and second, because your sister's soul is fractured, since you two can resonate, it will be able to repair the damage. Third, normally you would, but with your shadowy friend wanting to help keep you alive you'll be fine. The dragon armor replied as Naruto rose an eyebrow. Magatsu Arashi. Now that I think about it, he's an actual soul inside of me like the fox, but was created from my dark emotions, he thought as he began to ponder what to do. Don't worry King, if you die, then I die. I'll help you stay alive but remember if I go down, then the rest of us will, his Kiyith other warned as Naruto mentally nodded. Very well, anything else? He asked out loud. Yes, your sister cannot stay in this timeline. The armor responded. What? Why? Kushina demanded as she felt an invisible entity looking at her. Because while on my way here, I discovered that Sarah Farron is trapped in an alternate timeline that is in stasis in this universe. It needs someone to fix it as the Naruto there which is really my master here. Now the mentioning of Sarah got Lightning's attention. Is meant to be dead, someone else has to take the journey instead, without the fuzzy problem my master here has. The armor finished explaining. Wait, what are you talking about me being dead there? Naruto asked completely confused. You didn't know? Shinryu asked, surprised. From the data I collected while searching for you through these timelines, that, Snow Jr. you summoned, is a fragment of your own soul. Created by a powerful entity after your branding is different from that Highwind Naruto you met a week ago. You see, the minute you were branded, parts of your soul entered the other weapons of the Lycean in turn, they and your soul fragments were sent into different timelines with the same focus as you. The ancient dragon spoke as Naruto's eyes widened at the details. Whoever did this to the space-time continuum of this universe is a genius. Now Lightning's fellow Lycean are trapped in different paradoxes with a fragment of your soul with the same focus, while the soul fragment in the timeline that your sister is being sent to is already dead and in Valhalla and is currently serving as Etro's champion at the time being. Now this info dropped the bomb on the three at what they were hearing. Were they incarnations of himself? That's not all. While I was resting in the void beyond, I encountered one of your fragments with the powers of someone named Key's Ballad. He finished as Naruto and Lightning got chills at the name of one of the most dangerous people in all of the 13 legends. Kushina was confused and wondered who the man was. Great, just my luck. Naruto grumbled sarcastically while looking at Lightning. Now we get to see the chaotic guardian and his apprentice soon from the looks of it. He muttered darkly as Lightning looked tense at the moment. Wait, if my theory is correct, Lightning started as she looked at Naruto, then both Sarah and your twin will be trying to fix these anomalies while trying to get back to our timeline if she's sent there and awakens Sarah. It's a repeat of what happened when I was erased from history once. She finished as Naruto nodded his armored head, recalling Sarah's and Noelle's time-traveling adventure from the stories he heard. Yeah, and maybe I could find out who I really am, he spoke quietly, recalling those strange people in that foggy realm he was in. What was that? Kushina asked, hearing a little of what he said. Nothing, he replied as he looked at his armored right hand and clenched it. Let's get started then, he said as the three nodded their heads. Jiraiya of the Sannin was not in a good mood, in fact he was in a terrible mood. First, after Naruto died, he tried to avenge his dead student by trying to slay the dragon. Lost badly even with the help of the three strongest toads he could summon and even his sage mode was defeated by it. Had severe injuries that are currently being healed by Tsunade. Then Naruto came back from the dead and made the impossible possible by defeating it, claiming its power and transformed into some sort of Rukushi dragon knight in Japanese and was currently talking with Lightning and his resurrected mother about something. He noticed that his armor glowed and Kushina's appearance changed. She looked alive and well compared to her resurrected form by the Edo Tensei. This surprised those three over there as Kushina was jumping with joy while shouting that she was alive again. This made Jiraiya smile now that Naruto had family now. I knew that kid was unpredictable, but this is too much even for me. He grumbled as Tsunade looked at him. I know what you mean, he always pulls something off that no one else could. She agreed as she bandaged one of his wounds that were bleeding. Come to think of it, how come you're not paralyzed in fear of blood? The Toad Sannin asked as Tsunade had a smile on her face. Let's just say my grandfather and my Uzumaki relative there helped me get over it. Plus Dan and Naoki wouldn't want me to be afraid of something trivial like blood. After all, I am the 5th Hokage. She replied. That's good news so wait, what are they doing? Jiraiya asked, noticing what Naruto was doing now. Ready mom, because this is going to hurt you a lot. Naruto asked as she nodded. His armored hands glowed as they entered Kushina's stomach, and slowly, he pulled out a sleeping baby girl with red hair from her. She looks just like you mom, just like the same way I looked like dad. He trailed off as his armored gestalt mode wore off as Shinryu returned to its proper form. Naruto's appearance reverted back to its spiky blonde way and eyes turned blue again as his twin sister's fractured soul left him and returned to her baby body. Now, for a piece of your own, Shinryu began as with a tip of one of its claws, tore a piece of Naruto's own soul and placed it inside the baby. It was painful for Naruto, but he endured it, which was then, the baby girl opened her eyes and began crying. Hush, don't worry, your big brother is here. He cooed gently as Lightning smiled at this soft side Naruto had. I promise, even when I'm not there for you physically, I'll always be in your heart, protecting you, he whispered gently as he cradled the little girl in his arms as she calmed down, feeling peaceful in the arms of her brother. Did she have a name you gave her son? Kushina asked as Naruto looked at her with a small smile. Yes, it's asterisk asterisk asterisk. He replied as Kushina looked at her son's younger twin in baby form. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a beautiful name you gave her. She replied. Yes, but for now, she must take her own journey, and it hurts me to bid farewell to her, he said as a lone tear left his eye. With that said, Kushina and Naruto hugged the baby, filling her with all the love in their heart, as she began to fade away, being taken to the alternate timeline where Sarah is trapped and complete her role in the universe. Naruto and Kushina were torn, saddened that a family member they never knew was gone, but had hope in their hearts as they knew deep down. She will come home. Chapter 17, Forging of the Blades Part 1, The Mines. It had been a while since he was in Konoha, nearly a month had passed since recovering Tsunade, taming an Eidolon, bringing his mom back with said summon's help, and bidding farewell to his twin sister. Since his mother was real flesh and blood again and a good explanation to one shocked Hijiran Sarutobi, he was currently living in the very house his mother grew up in. Jaken was at his side serving him his tea like a loyal servant does. Naruto-sama, is something bothering you? He asked as Naruto slowly nodded his head. Yes, I was thinking that I need to forge a new blade. He replied quietly as he looked up at the sky from the porch. His gunblades were destroyed. His blazefire saber had no blade since it was destroyed and only the hilt and gun mode were still in good condition. The gladius and edged carbine, they were completely destroyed in the fight with Shinryu. The only thing they were able to salvage from the broken weapons was the ammo in them. He recalled how guns do not exist in this time, so there are no molds to make bullets, much to Lightning's annoyance. She began to feel better when she recalled how to reverse engineer bullets from one of her own bullets and created her own molds. It took her many a trial and error for the first few weeks she was freed from her blade, but she successfully recreated the bullet. Recalling the major flaw of no gunpowder in them, Naruto quietly chuckled as he recalled how lightning began to snap and set parts of the Forest of Death on fire. It was as if Lady Luck was on Lightning's side because there was a special type of mushroom that when grinded into powder, can be used in explosives and such, which she found out from the sounds of explosions in said forest. In the game Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 2, there is an item called Gunpowder Mushroom. Hence, that's why it's possible to recreate the bullet completely. Currently, he had no idea how to forge his own gunblade at all. He wanted to forge his own, one that matched his style, a sword loyal to its master even in death. Jaken, Naruto spoke out loud, getting the former Iwa Genin's attention. Go and take care of things here in the house, I'm heading out for some errands. He ordered. Right away, sir. The servant saluted and ran off to please his master. Once he was sure Jaken was gone, he went to his room and proceeded to change clothing. He wore blue pants, a black turtleneck, and a loose white hoodie. He went to his backpack and pulled out the 3 mithril ores he had and placed them in a ceiling scroll as he raised his hood so only the lower part of his face was seen as he left the house. As he walked through Konoha, he observed the repaired damages done to Konoha and smiled a little in relief as everyone was smiling and enjoying themselves. Now, to make a gift for my teammates, he thought as he went to the nearest smith in town. When he got in there, he was greeted by an old man who was physically healthy and strong for his age. The arms had muscles forged from years of hard work and labor. He looked at him and the old man smiled. Well, if it isn't Naruto Uzumaki, please come in. He greeted in a friendly tone as Naruto removed his hood as he looked at the old man with a surprised look on his face. How did you know it was me? He asked as the old smith chuckled. Well, for starters, you are the only one who wears strange clothes that aren't from the elemental nations is for one thing. He replied as Naruto scratched his cheek sheepishly at that. So anyways, what brings you here exactly? The old man asked as Naruto pulled out the mithril ores from the ceiling scroll. Can you smelt these and turn them into chainmail? I'm sure it's enough for 3 people. He asked as the old man looked at the ores in awe. It's been a long time since I've seen this type of metal anywhere, he muttered as he looked at Naruto directly in the eye. Since you have given me a rare chance to forge something with high quality material, I'll do this for free. In return, you must use them like no one has ever before. He finished as Naruto nodded his head in agreement. This will take a day to forge, so I can probably have a few questions answered from you then. He started as Naruto sat down in a nearby chair, wondering what he wanted. What do you want from me exactly? Naruto asked as the old smith looked at him right in the eyes. You seek a blade that fits your style, is it true? He asked as Naruto's eyes widened, before nodding his head. Well, the looks of your eyes, it was as if you've wielded many types of blades in your life. But the strange thing is that you're so young, he muttered as he began to ponder about something. Well, I was just started my training on blades. I'm not sure how I have wielded many types of blades exactly, because I only used 3 so far. Naruto explained as the old smith scoffed. Please, I can feel the sword spirit in you, and it speaks of a warrior who is truly made of blades. He snorted as Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sword spirit? I don't get it. Naruto asked confused as the old man muttered something about kids these days. You see, a sword spirit is basically the wielder's own spirit and their experience with blades. People have a fighting style that truly fits their natures, kind of how you ninjas use elemental jutsu crap these days. He explained as Naruto chuckled. Your elemental affinity and origins decide on what you are truly capable of, and both your affinity and origin from what I'm reading, are both blade types. He finished. Really? Is something like this even possible? And what do you mean, blade types? Naruto asked, wondering what kind of subject the old smith is talking about. Is it something different from the ninja system? He thought as the old man looked at him. You must be wondering what I'm talking about because this is different from what you ninjas are used to, aren't I? He asked as Naruto dumbly nodded. Well, it's true, because I'm actually from a different dimension. He explained, getting a surprised look from Naruto. I'm an ancient blacksmith that had forged one of the greatest swords in existence. I traveled through dimensions creating my blades and they are wielded by famous people. Especially that one that was used by silver-haired man in the 7th fantasy legend. He explained as he began smelting the mithril ores. And to answer your question on blade types, as long as it's a blade, any sword, knife, lance, spear, scythe, etc. are all lethal in your hands. The origin of yours comes from events that made you to who you are now. Your affinity to blades of all types is an enforcement to your personality, and nature is a lethal blade that slashes at anything, and also, expendable when things come to worse. He continued while looking at Naruto, who was looking at his hands. I'm expendable, huh? Well, I guess that means I'm so self-sacrificing, like some sort of hero, he muttered with hidden disgust in his voice. Ah, so you want to be a hero, The smith asked as Naruto shook his head. No, heroes try to be a nice guy and all that and get the girl cliché, but I want to be a true hero. One that knows what's right and wrong, one who walks among the gray and between the black and white in this world of conflict. Naruto replied as the smith nodded. So you will walk the path of blood? He asked as Naruto nodded his head. There are 2 ways of destroying evil, being righteous, and committing a necessary evil when it needs to be done. That is how a true hero, to be both at once, and at the same time walk a path that only a few are able to follow. He finished as he realized something. How did you travel through dimensions exactly? Because from what I heard, if someone keeps hopping through dimensions, a distortion will be created and the world will be devoured by the void. He asked, recalling that Dragoon Other, Highwind told him in the rift when they met. Really now, because I've seen millions of people dimension hopping over the years and they haven't created any yet. The smith replied, I'm able to travel because I am a spirit. The soul of a person can travel through time and space if they are dead. Don't try it, it is a real pain to recreate the body, the smith said, trailing off as he recalled something he didn't like. I don't want to know, was Naruto's instant reply. Good, it'll save you a massive headache. The old man chuckled as he finished cooling the mithril into metal sheets. The other way is by machines. I'm not sure how though, but they've actually done it by machines. Massive flying ships that travel the space-time continuum like it was nothing. Some organization called TSAB usually patrols it in order to maintain peace in there. He explained as Naruto was wondering if something was wrong with this entire time-space thing. Trust me, don't make yourself a target or an enemy out of them, they have dangerous people there. Especially that one girl, he shuddered at the mention of her. What's her name exactly? Naruto asked as the old man glared at him. Trust me, you don't want to know, but she has a nickname there, the White Devil. He spoke ominously as Naruto had chills down his spine at that nickname. Scary, she must be really powerful then, Naruto guessed as the old man nodded his head. Trust me, she can destroy an entire city with a single attack. The old man replied as Naruto felt extremely unnerved at the chance of meeting that person for real. Anyways, how come the way I've heard it, it was dangerous? He asked as the old man groaned. Then they are doing it the old-fashioned way. Opening a door to the rift and jumping through it. That's the most basic method of creating a distortion in the world which will slowly sink it into the void. Trust me, don't use the rift unless you have a native there helping you like Shinryu or Gilgamesh, and just don't try asking Omega. He continued as Naruto inwardly smiled at how he tamed one of the 3 the smith mentioned. Why is that? He asked. Because they are able to travel to other worlds without creating distortions. How do you think a few warriors of the fantasy legends fought them? Oh, and here, he said, tossing one mithril mail to Naruto, who was surprised at the quality and how fast he finished this one. How did? Naruto asked as the old man chuckled. Trust me, forging something like that is child's play. Wait till I forge a sword. He replied as he tossed Naruto a second mail. This guy is something else, just who is he? Naruto thought as the smith tossed him the last chain mail. Alright, I have a question. Just who are you? He asked as the old smith smirked at him. I'll tell you after you gather the components to forge your own blades first. He replied as Naruto scowled. Fine, but I just can't use any ordinary steel or something. What I need is special metals to forge the blades because the last ones I had in my blades, broken from using too much power in them. He admitted as the smith looked at him with a sharp eye. You charged your blades with massive amounts of magic, didn't you? He asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, and I'm not surprised you know about magic since you are a dimension-traveling blacksmith after all. He replied sarcastically as the old man snorted. Yes, but you must collect the materials. But before you go start searching, you must first learn how to forge blades. He said in a serious tone. Noticing the curious look the boy was giving him, he sighed. With my method of forging blades, any of your own blades will never be used against you. Has anyone ever used your own weapons against you before? He asked as the young blonde growled with a scowl on his face, no doubt recalling someone actually doing that to him. Highwind, he growled with anger in his voice, no doubt the person who used his own weapons against him. Bitter against that kid for using your own weapons against you? He asked as the boy who nodded his head with annoyance. For a dragoon, he's more, darker than most for some strange reason. He replied as the smith frowned at the mention of a dragoon. Odd, dragoons usually wield spears and lances, usually ones they made by their own hands. He pondered as Naruto shook his head. No, he wasn't wielding a normal lance that was handmade, but a gingnur. He replied as the smith looked at him. A dragoon with no lance made by his hands. Then he's a toothless hatchling using a fang of another dragon to get the job done. He muttered as he looked at Naruto. By the way, why did you want these mithril mails for? He asked, getting off the subject before something bad happens. Oh, these are gifts. One is for me though. The others are for my teammates. He replied while sealing them into scrolls. Ah, you stick close to your teammates. He asked as Naruto nodded his head. Remember, even in the darkest times, always remember the good times you had with them, because one day, they may not be here. He said with great wisdom in his voice. Thanks, so, where do we begin, sensei? Naruto asked while standing up and bowing waist down in respect, causing the old man to smile in nostalgia. Days have passed as Naruto practiced sword making. He told Kushina and Lightning about it and they wished him luck, though Kushina wanted him to be home by dinner time. Man, I have got to work on my cooking skills. Mom makes the best. He thought recalling breakfast with her. It was like eating heaven on a plate. He wondered what he was doing today in sword making. He's already smelted ores, hammered them in Western-style swords, cooling, and making the hilts and cross guards of them. Even learning the many types of swords were interesting. Western-style swords were interesting indeed. They were swords with double edges on the blade and were mainly used in longer battles. Then there were sabers, one-edged blades that were fast-curved single-edged blades that are mainly used for slashing. And then there were rapiers, slender swords that were used for thrusting. He was learning of one last type of sword that was from the old smith's original home, the katana. When he saw it, he was mesmerized by its beauty. It was forged differently from other types of swords. The metal was folded into layers that absorbed the impacts of blades clashing without breaking. They had incredible cutting power in them that made him feel like he was one with the blade when he swung one of them. I see, then we will work on forging katanas at the moment. You've already done well with the other types of swords. And the katana is my true specialty. The smith spoke with a smile on his face. I have a question though about katanas. Naruto replied, getting the old smith's attention. What happens to a katana when wielded by a master of the blade? He asked as the old man had a grin on his face. Why, I'm glad you asked, my boy. If a master of the katana uses their blades, they can cut virtually anything as long as they will it. Why, with the original Zantetsuken, you can cut an object on the table without a single scratch on the table as the object you truly want to cut is cleanly split in half. He replied as Naruto's eyes were wide open at the thought of doing that. Though a recurring joke about any incarnation of Zantetsuken is that they are used to cut weak enemies and worthless things, true warriors of the Zantetsuken wanted to usually use it on powerful opponents, hence they usually say, once again, I cut a worthless object, because they usually use the Zantetsuken on things not worthy of the blade. He continued with an amused expression on his face. Naruto had to resist laughing at that. He recalled how Lightning hardly uses her Zantetsuken on anything except the strong ones, probably avoiding trying to cut worthless enemies maybe. So, shall we get started, my pupil? The smith asked as Naruto bowed his head in respect. Yes, sensei, he replied. For days now, Naruto had spent his time at the forge with the smith practicing on how to forge katanas. He had to admit, they were a lot different from the other ways of forging swords. When he forged the blades, he felt his body harden like steel and his blood burning like fire as the hot metal he hammered bended to his will. Days of trial and error were gone by as he finally perfected on forging the katana. You have done well, and now it is time for you to forge your own blades. The smith told him as he observed the detail of the katana blade. But the question is, where can I find the materials for them? Naruto asked as the old smith chuckled. Go to the land of iron, home to the samurai, the abandoned mines there hold ores of a lost era your friend is from. He replied as Naruto narrowed his eyes at the mentioning of lightning. How do you know about her? I don't recall telling you anything about her. He asked as the smith chuckled. Because this is all a dream, boy. He replied as he noticed how lost Naruto was at what he said. You are in a dream, my spirit is here to teach you how to forge blades, and you just came back to Konoha yesterday after your sensei and teammates' recovery. He sighed as Naruto had a blank face, no longer surprised by what he said. So everything I learned was in a dream. I haven't really forged any blades at all. He demanded as the smith nodded his head. Yes, but I have taught you how to forge in a dream. You must now forge blades in the real world without me, with your own power. If you finish creating these gun blades, you and your friend use, I'll return and tell you my true name. He replied as everything was engulfed in a bright light. Opening his eyes, Naruto realized he was in his mother's house in his own room, perfectly safe and peaceful. What a strange dream, he muttered, recalling all of it in every detail. He looked at the clock in the wall and it was 5 in the morning. Better get started on learning how to create gunblades. He muttered under his breath. He took off his pajamas and put on his pants, a red pack on his left upper thigh, his black zip-up turtleneck shirt, the white coat with flame designs at the end that reminded him of his father that had a cape like lightnings on the left shoulder blade area, the guardian corp, shoulder pauldron on his left shoulder, and his knee-high brown boots. He went to his wardrobe and opened it up to reveal his bladeless blazefire saber hanging on the wall with shelves of ammo around it. Looking down, he noticed the mithril he had were in the form of chain mail, and there were 3 of them, probably by the mysterious smith in his dream. Looks like I don't need to get someone to make them into the chain mails after all. He muttered as he took off his coat and unzipped his turtleneck as he put the chain mail on, feeling the cold metal on his skin as he put his upper clothes back on. He put on the holster for his gunblade on and slung his blazefire in, took a few rounds of ammo and prepared to sneak out. Slowly sneaking out of the house from his still sleeping mother as Jaken was enjoying his sleep on the couch as he began to head towards the Hokage monument where Lightning's ship was located. He knew even when asleep, she would still be alert, after all she's a light sleeper. If he was going to use the lab down there, he was going to have to be extra cautious. Lightning tends to enjoy her sleep and doesn't want anything to ruin it. Getting there was easy, but getting in without waking up Lightning would be a pain. He observed the windows, all of them were closed, a password-encrypted security system that if ignored or failure to input password, turrets will gun him down before he could blink. Need something. The familiar voice of Lightning rang in his head, surprising him. Light, you're up early. And yes, I do need something. He mentally replied as the security system was on standby as he was let in. When he got in, he saw Lightning in her usual uniform with her arms crossed, waiting for him. If I were to guess, you need the lab for something important. She asked as he nodded dumbly, forgetting she has a mental link with him so she knows what he's thinking of. Yeah, I need to forge new gun blades specifically for my style. He admitted as Lightning sighed, knowing that this would come up after his battle with Shinryu. Alright, follow me, she said as she turned around and led him through the ship. Reaching the R&D room, Lightning pressed a few buttons and had her eyes scanned as the door opened, revealing a high-tech lab within. Whoa, is this how you recreated your bullets? He asked as Lightning nodded her head silently as Naruto noticed a few burn marks on a table, probably the gunpowder she made. When did you discover this room, by the way? I'm trying to recall. He asked his Lassie teacher as Lightning looked at him. During your relaxation before the Chunin exams finals, it was locked by some unnatural force and didn't open until after the invasion. It led to the ship expanding. She replied, though she had a sense of confusion at the last sentence. Really? Then that explains why it looks bigger than usual. He replied, recalling the size difference between the first and last time he looked at the outer appearance of the ship. With that, the lab's lights turned on as Naruto was led to a massive computer that turned on. He looked down and saw strange buttons with weird writing on them and was completely lost at the new language. That's where Lightning came in and typed something. Suddenly, the buttons turned into the language he was familiar with. How did, he asked as Lightning pointed to his head, causing him to grumble as he typed, reverse engineer, and pressed enter. With that, a machine in the opposite side of the lab opened up as a voice rang out. "Please insert object of your desire," it said in a cheerful female voice. Lightning emptied her blazefire of its ammo. She placed the gunblade inside the machine as it closed, revealing a window that was scanning the gunblade as blueprints of the weapon were created. Creating details of the weapon as the analysis became completed. Scanning complete, object identified as gunblade. Creating the hilt and mechanisms of the weapon, blade comes in various forms according to data files. The computer replied as the types of blades used in the gunblades were revealed. Some were like the blazefire, others were on brute strength, some weren't meant to be used on close combat, like if they were used for spells and mana drives. The last one caught his interest. This one had an almost flame-like design to it. "Light, what's this kind of blade?" he asked as Lightning looked at the one he was pointing towards. "That is based off of Grand Pulse's weapons. The most well-known model of that type of blade used in gunblades is the Lionheart," she explained as Naruto looked at the design with awe. "Is it possible to recreate the Lionheart?" he asked as Lightning shook her head no. "That's impossible, thanks to the end of my era. All blueprints to all gunblades were destroyed as well, though this ship has its own mysteries on how it has these blueprints of the blade parts that put me on edge," she replied looking at the ship they were in with narrow eyes. "I have a feeling Neon is involved with it in some shape or form," Naruto said with annoyance in his voice at the mention of the guy. "Well, at least you can have the blade part reforged, though you'll need some components for that. And we need something strong and durable, not the crappy steel you use in your ninja tools," she said as Naruto began to ponder about something. That was then he recalled what the old smith in his dream told him, "Let's go to the land of iron." He spoke out loud as Lightning looked at him. "I heard that the samurai there use special metals from a lost era to make their blades. Maybe it's from your era Light," he reasoned as Lightning looked skeptical at him. "How do you know?" she asked as Naruto only pointed to his head. Realizing what he meant, she opened the connection between their minds and saw his dream of how he forged blades in the old blacksmith himself. "Alright, I'll bite, but how do you know it's a trap exactly?" she asked as Naruto gave her a grin. "Come on Light, where's your sense of adventure huh?" he asked, still grinning. "Back in Valhalla with Etro," she replied sarcastically before thinking of something. "But what about Kushina? I'm not sure she'll like it when you don't tell her what's going on," she asked as Naruto paled in fear at that. If he didn't tell her anything, she would beat him half to death, and he knew how moms are scary when they are angry. He'd rather face a million Kaith than face her wrath. "I'll tell her during breakfast," he instantly replied as he went towards the door. "I'm going to go, make sure the ship is ready to depart when I get back," he called out as he ran off, leaving Lightning to look at the screen of holographic images of the various gunblades she wielded in her time as a fugitive of Cocoon. "I wonder what he's up to," she muttered to herself, wondering what goes on in that young lassie's head. Naruto ran home noticing the sunrise from beyond the horizon as the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, falling in peaceful harmony with each other as they fell to the ground gently. He enjoyed the faint scent they produced, they gave him a relaxing feeling every time he walked through here. As he made it back, he noticed Jaken was still asleep on the couch as he quietly snuck into the kitchen. When he got in there, the lights turned on as he turned to see a not-so-happy Kushina Uzumaki. "Shit," he mentally concluded as his mother tapped her foot patiently, waiting for an answer. "Son," she started slowly as Naruto felt dread on a level he did not want to know. "Can you explain to me why you were out of the house early?" she asked with her arms folded as she looked at him expectantly. Sighing in defeat, he told his mother everything, from his dream to his plan to go to the land of iron to collect components, and did not leave any details out as Kushina was cooking breakfast. "So please Mom, can I go to the land of iron?" he begged, acting like a little kid who wanted something. "Under one condition," Kushina replied in a calm cold tone, one that built up a lot of anxiety in the boy. "Tell me about your love life," she said with a straight face as Naruto face faulted. "How is that a good condition?" Naruto exclaimed as Jaken woke up violently to his shout. "What's wrong? Embarrassed about something?" Kushina asked in a sly voice as she had a mischievous grin on her face. This unnerved Naruto a bit, realizing where he gets his prank instincts from, and she was playing him like a fiddle. "Come on son, can't tell your sweet mother about a girl you like?" she asked teasingly as Naruto looked away, completely unsure how to get out of this situation. Well, he stuttered as Kushina laughed as she set a plate of chocolate chip pancakes with whipped cream, a glass of orange juice, and bacon and sausages fresh from the pan. "Finish breakfast first then tell me afterwards, I can wait," she replied as she had an amused look on her face as she set her own plate down to eat. Despite enjoying a good breakfast, he couldn't help but glare at his mother for that, who was still grinning. He knew that if he didn't give her an answer, he can't go and gather materials for his new gun blades. He hated it when situations like these happen. As Shikamaru would say it, troublesome woman. he thought. When he bit into the pancakes, he felt as if he was sent to heaven. The soft, smooth, spongy pancake with the taste of chocolate in it added a great blend of taste to it that made it hard to resist devouring all at once. The bacon was crunchy and the sausages were cooked to the right perfection as he felt like crying tears of joy at eating such a delicious meal that beats ramen hands down. This is amazing, Mom, how do you do it? He asked with his eyes in a daze as Kushina smiled. By adding love to it, for a good wife and mother, they always add their love to their cooking to show how much they care. She replied as Naruto looked at her with a smile. A mother's love surpasses even the most powerful of entities in any universe and the space-time continuum itself. When Naruto finished it, he suddenly wished there was more. There was enough for one plate, but he decided to let Jaken have it. After all, a good loyal servant always has its rewards. So, you really wanted to know about my love life? He asked his mother, who nodded his head. All right, he sighed as he looked at her. I first fell in love with this pretty girl named Sakura Haruno. It was a mere crush at the time, truth be told. She had the smarts and the looks. But I learned the hard way she wasn't interested in me. In fact, she kept punching me in the head and rejected my offers as she tried to win Sasuke's affection. He told her as Kushina raised an eyebrow. Sasuke, you mean Makoto's child? She asked as Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, real jerk after his entire clan was wiped out by his older brother Itachi. He answered as Kushina gasped in shock. Since then, Sasuke made it his goal to kill his older brother and avenge his clan. Though he and I have a rivalry going on and get along just fine. He finished with a smile as Kushina had a small smile on her face. In a way, they are friends after all. She thought. So what about Sakura, you still like her? She asked as he shook his head. I gave up on her, it was a mere schoolyard crush. He replied as he drank his orange juice. So who do you like then? Kushina asked as Naruto's cheeks were a little red as he muttered something. She didn't hear, so she got her ear to his lips. Eclair Farron, he whispered as she stood up and looked at him confusingly. That's a beautiful and foreign name. But the only Farron I know of is, she trailed off as realization hit her like the time Minato complimented her hair. Oh my, she muttered with a hand on her mouth as Naruto looked away embarrassed. Well, I did say you should find a girl like me, and she fits the bill in a few ways. She said as Naruto looked at her. How so? He asked. Well, she's beautiful, comes from a different place like me, kicks butt in combat, and wears the pants in the relationship. I approve, she replied with a smile as Naruto groaned at that. She might tease him later on, he could bet all of his Ichiraku ramen coupons on it. So, can I go to the land of iron? He asked as Kushina merely nodded. Giving his mother a peck on the cheek and I love you, Mom. He left for the ship. Once he was gone, Kushina sighed as Jaken came in. He truly does take after his father in a few ways. She spoke out loud as she gave Jaken his breakfast, who gave her a, thank you Lady Kushina. And ate peacefully at the table, just like you were Minato, our son is a lassie as well. She muttered as she prepared to go visit Minato's only living student and ask him a few things. When Naruto told Lightning that Kushina allowed him to go as they got in and had the ship's engines roar with life as it took off, startling many of Konoha's civilians and ninjas alike as they saw the ship fly off into the distance. So Naruto, Lightning spoke up, getting his attention. Care to explain why you want to forge your own gunblades? She asked. Well, I needed the right weapon that fits my fighting style. But your gunblades don't fit me well. You strike instantly as a soldier falls to your blade like lightning itself. I'm like the wind, strong, fast, and untamable. Constantly flowing and changing course, like in the middle of battle with my unpredictable stunts. He explained as Lightning looked at him from the controls. You're improving a little, at least it's a start. She said with a small smile as Naruto recalled what he said to his mom as he looked away sheepishly. The trip getting there was short, but the weather there was cold. Due to being in a warm place all the time, Naruto donned a cloak with a hood shadowing the upper part of his face while Lightning just walked out of the ship and into the snow like it's nothing. How can you be fine in such cold weather? Naruto asked, shivering even with the cloak on. On Cocoon, the winters in the Vile Peaks while on a mission is considered cold, here it's all child's play. Now let's find this mine you speak of and get out of here. She replied as Naruto sighed at her. She's all business today, he thought as he followed Lightning into the village of the samurai. In Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki was in the hospital, and no, she has no injuries, dear readers, she's going to go visit her husband's pupil, not like that anyways. When she found the room of one Kakashi Hatake who was sleeping peacefully, Kushina had a malicious grin on her face. She whispered something in his ear as Kakashi groaned and mumbled something, causing the red-headed mother to giggle as she whispered something else in his ear. No, please stop. The scarecrow whimpered as Kushina put her lips near his ears. Quote ellipsis dot. Get the hell up Kakashi or you're dead ttebane. she shouted, causing the man to jump up from his bed screaming in terror as Kushina fell on the floor laughing while clutching her sides. The masked Jonin looked at the woman in shock, as if he was seeing a living ghost. "Kei Kushina, is that you?" he stuttered, as he pinched himself to see if this was a dream or not. "Yup, it's me all right, and I'm back from the dead," she replied as she ruffled his hair like a little kid, much to his chagrin. "How do I know it's the real you?" he asked with a narrow eye as Kushina whispered something in his ear as pure terror filled his lone eye. The Jonin looked at her with pure wide-eyed terror as said woman was smiling like nothing happened, though he knew, deep down she was a cunning devil in disguise. "How is this even possible?" he began only for Kushina to cut him off. "Let's just say my son tends to make the impossible possible and leave it at that," she replied as Kakashi I smiled at what she said. "Then again, Naruto always tends to surprise me in one way or another," he thought as Kushina looked at him straight in the eye. "So, I heard you were my son's sensei. Tell me, what did he learn from you exactly?" she asked with a sickly sweet smile on her face as Kakashi began to sweat nervously. From outside the hospital, people heard screams of pain and agony as many men shivered as they realized it was a wrath of an angry woman and pitied the poor fool who angered one. In the land of iron, within the village of the samurai, Naruto and Lightning were walking around looking for someone who knows the place. But they knew something was wrong when they stepped in there. All of the warriors there looked at them with keen, sharp eyes that put the Tulasi on edge. "I don't like this one bit, Light," Naruto muttered to her. "Yeah, be careful in here, we're in unknown territory," she replied as they continued walking. The way the samurai looked at them, it was as if they were waiting for them to make the first move. Naruto, being Naruto, decided to be blunt and break the ice. He walked over to the nearest samurai and gave him a carefree smile. "Excuse me sir, we're swordsmen. Well, she's one and I'm a trainee. Can you tell use of any mines here in the land of iron?" he asked politely. Now this made everyone look at him like he was crazy as the samurai he asked pointed towards a massive building that reminded Naruto of the Cage Tower. "Ask Mifune-sama about that, he knows the area like the back of his hand." "And why do you need to know about the mines for?" the samurai asked. "Good question, I'm going to forge my own sword. It's a traditional thing for a swordsman, you know," Naruto replied as many of the samurai there nodded their heads in agreement in a silent understanding that Lightning could not figure out. "I see, well good luck kid, and may you have honored your family's name and country," said the samurai as he and the other ones saluted him. "Thank you, and may you protect your own families and your country's honor as well," Naruto replied as he saluted the samurai as Lightning dragged him towards the tower. "Okay Naruto, what was that about exactly?" she demanded as she continued to drag the shinobi lassie towards the building. "You see, even though these samurai wield short blades, they channel chakra to extend their cutting range and can manipulate it to various forms like maces to buzz saws." This made Lightning raise an eyebrow. "But that's not important. You see, a samurai here has a katana forged by their own hands. It holds their honor, their pride, and love for their families and country that they swore to protect. I heard a rumor that if they lose their honor, the blade will break and the only way to repent for it is by seppuku," he finished explaining as Lightning winced at that. "To redeem your honor by splitting your stomach open is a little too much for her. That's a little extreme for my tastes," she muttered to herself as Naruto overheard her. "Well, it is a traditional thing for a person of the samurai class, right?" he asked as Lightning nodded, recalling a fight she had with a few samurai-like warriors in her time on Cocoon and saw a few actually commit seppuku. She got used to killing people and seeing others go suicide, but she didn't like it when people commit suicide over the most ridiculous things, but for samurai honor is a big thing and she respects them. After all, they were dangerous opponents when you were facing a master of the katana. "So Light, how dangerous are the samurai in the other worlds like?" he asked as Lightning pondered that as they walked in. "Well, if they used their one-hit kill move, you would be headless before you even blink. They also might drop Genji equipment when you defeat them, though that would be rare for them to actually drop them and I doubt the samurai here would be the same like the ones I'm familiar with," she explained as Naruto let out a low whistle. "Man, if I could change class jobs, I would love to try the samurai class," he exclaimed as Lightning looked at him weirdly. "Speaking of which, how is it that you're able to use the dual-wield ability? You weren't even in the ninja class and the one you were once before wasn't a real version of the ninja class at all," she asked as Naruto froze in the hallway. "I'm not sure how to answer that Light," he replied silently as he felt uncomfortable about it. "Well, from what Shiryu said, it might have to do with your soul being split into multiple fragments and," she stopped when she noticed how uncomfortable he was really becoming. "Let's just go find the mines," she quickly replied, changing the subject as he nodded as the two lassie went to the head office. Mifune was a samurai of legend here in the land of iron. He fought against the legendary Hanzo the Salamander and lived to tell the tale. He's slain ninjas so fast that they couldn't even form a single hand sign in time when they realized they've lost their heads. Indeed, he was a professional samurai, a living legend that even in his old age he could still take on a member of the Sannin and even a cage in combat. When his door opened to see a pink-haired woman with a powerful sword spirit inside her, he knew she was a true warrior of the blade. He noticed the younger person beside her covered in a cloak with a hood covering the top part of his face. He noticed the whisker-shaped birthmarks on his cheeks, and he had a sword spirit that was many times more powerful than his or this woman's combined. He had to be cautious. Something was off with this young man. "Greetings, what brings two people here to the land of iron?" he asked in a noble, dignified tone as the boy in the hood bowed his head towards him. "It is an honor to meet you, Mifune Dono." The boy replied in a respectful tone that made the pink-haired woman look at him with mild surprise that was instantly suppressed. Clearly the boy must have had disrespect for his superiors, but it appears he had respect for Mifune himself, charmed. "We are here for something. Do you have any special mines anywhere?" he asked as Mifune narrowed his eyes at the mention of those mines. "Why do you want to know?" he asked with a little edge on his voice. He could see the boy's lips turn into a smile. "I need special ores there to smelt and forge into a blade that would fit me perfectly, to protect all the people I know and love. A blade made by my own hands with my own sweat and blood that would symbolize my honor as a warrior of the blade," he replied as Mifune's eyes narrowed more. This boy's sword spirit would be dangerous to be left alone without the proper discipline, but he could sense the possibility of becoming a noble samurai for some reason. He had a feeling that this boy could bring back the era of the blades once again. Might as well give it a try. "There are those kinds of mines, but they have been abandoned because of unwanted guests," Mifune replied as he felt the boy's hidden eyes on him as he continued. "Strange crystal-like creatures in the shape of warriors from unknown origins have popped up in these mines and have driven the miners out. Even with our most skilled samurai, there are too many for them to handle, like these creatures came out of a factory line." He finished as he noticed the shared looks between the boy and woman in a silent understanding. "Looks like your men are dealing with mannequins, crystal replicas of powerful warriors from different worlds and eras that only known death and destruction without rest," the pink-haired woman replied. "So, you do know what these abominations are, care to tell us how to destroy them for good?" Mifune asked as the woman shook her head. "Sorry, it's classified, but we'll cut off their source of mass production and clean up as much as we can. Then you and your samurai can handle the rest of them," she replied as the old samurai pondered for a bit. It was a win for him, but he couldn't allow a child with a powerful sword spirit just forge a blade without training. "If you do take care of these mannequins, you can get the materials there. But when the time comes, I also want to train this boy," he said pointing towards the cloaked boy, "how to control his sword spirit. Even with a good blade, he could do more harm than good to people without the control of it," he explained as the two turned to each other and stared at each other, like they were in some sort of quiet conversation in the form of telepathy. The irony of it all. The two stared at each other for 5 minutes before turning towards Mifune. "Deal, by the way, I'm Lightning." The woman introduced herself as she pointed to her younger companion. "This is my student whose name shall not be told, but call him Storm." She finished as Storm bowed his head in respect again. "Ikazuchi, Lightning, and Arashi, Storm, The man pondered as he thought of something poetic about the names but saved it for another time. "Very well, I'll lead the way," he replied as he got up and led the two newcomers with a few samurai to the sealed mines. Sealed mines, entrance. "Here it is, the sealed mines." Mifune spoke out loud as the two lassie looked up to see a massive stone gate with mysterious designs on it built into a mountain, and it looked as if it had been sealed for years. "Wow, I'm surprised the mannequins haven't broken out yet." Naruto whistled as Mifune nodded his head as he looked at the gate with narrow eyes. "Indeed, and that's what's troubling me," Mifune replied as he looked at Naruto. "I have a feeling that they are gathering an army, strong enough to break out and annihilate us all," he replied as Lightning's eyes hardened. "We'll make sure to take care of most of them while we're in there," she replied as the gates that had been sealed for so long opened with a massive groan. "Here, take this," Mifune said, handing Naruto a small side sword the samurai use. It's a wakizashi. Look it up on Wikipedia. I know you can use Chakra Boy, and I've been around enough of ninjas to know one, but you're different from the others. Just channel your chakra and I believe you know the rest," he whispered into Naruto's ear as his eyes widened in surprise as Mifune left the two at the entrance. With that, Naruto and Lightning entered the mines with torches in hand as the gate closed behind them, not noticing a certain white-haired girl with green eyes who goes by the name of Pandora watching over them from another mine entrance. "Well then, I wonder if they like the present I sent them." She giggled madly as she turned her back on them. "I wonder if they have what it takes to take on something made of shadow and flame," she asked herself as her deranged, twisted laughs echoed throughout the hollow cave entrance she was standing as she walked into it with a plan to enjoy her own little show. Meanwhile, deep inside the sealed minds, an ancient evil knot of the world of fantasy stirred, wondering where it was as its instinct to battle began to arouse it from its ancient slumber. Sealed minds entrance. This is strange, Lightning spoke up, getting Naruto's attention. For some reason, it's deathly quiet here. I don't hear the sounds of those warped voices of the mannequins. She trailed off as Naruto noticed crystal shards of a mannequin remains and examined it. Strange, this one was recently killed, but with fire and darkness. He asked confusingly. He was familiar with darkness due to his fight with the dragoon counterpart Highwind he met and fought in the rift before. He recalled the powers of darkness had a secondary effect, one that is lethal if constantly exposed to in combat. Whatever it is, it must be something quite dangerous if it's making the mannequins go into hiding. And I have a feeling we might run into it at a bad time if we aren't careful here. Lightning warned as she drew her blazefire saber as Naruto channeled chakra into the sword given to him by Mifune as the chakra became an extended part of the blade. Well, at least I have a blade, maybe I should use the Zantetsuken just in case, he muttered as Lightning glared at him. Whoa, bad call, almost forgot that thing shoots lightning bolts and are pretty loud. Don't want to call attention to myself. He replied quickly and quietly as Lightning nodded her head. Let's go, she said as they walked through the cavernous mines of the Land of Iron. They were both on edge, expecting mannequins to pop up and fight them, but something was wrong. They haven't seen head or crystal of the cursed mockeries anywhere, like they never existed. This is disturbing, Lightning, and can I say something that might make things turn ugly? Asked Naruto as Lightning sighed quietly. Go ahead, she replied. I have a bad feeling about this, he said in an unnerved tone as they noticed a tomb. I think we might have a clue here, she said as the two of them went inside and examined the skeleton remains. Some of them were samurai, mannequins, but for some reason, there were skeletons of short people here wielding axes and war hammers as well. Well, I'll be a cactar, it's a dwarf. Lightning muttered as she noticed a tome in the hands of one of the skeletons. Gently removing the hands of the dead man, she took it and opened it up to see what they are facing. There's no way out. All of the exits sealed and locked away, the crystal warriors charge relentlessly as if their life had no meaning. Then a roar broke out, causing these soulless creatures to flee, as if they had for the first time experienced true fear. A doorway from a different world that these creatures came from, a monster unlike any other emerged. A creature of shadow and flame, our greatest warriors fell to its might and we classified it as a demon of some sort. Its fury is unstoppable, it existed as if it was meant to fight. I pray that if there is anyone wise enough, please don't fight the asterisk. The name of what they were facing in here was smudged in blood of the writer it seems, and the mentioning of a creature made of shadows and flames brought confusion to Lightning. She doesn't recall any creature in any of the 14 fantasy legends like it, maybe it was a new species that was starting to emerge. Light, Naruto called out softly as she turned to see him examining the wall that had an image on it. Seeing it unnerved her instantly. Its body was made of shadows as its limbs had looked as if made of flames, but it had hollow white eyes that glowed in the darkness that was made of it. Even though it was a picture, the creature looked as if it was alive. What is it? Naruto asked as Lightning continued to stare at the picture. I don't know, but I can tell it's the reason why we haven't seen any mannequins yet. She replied as Naruto shuddered. I think I would rather face the mannequins than that thing, he said as Lightning nodded her head in agreement. Even though she sometimes fight with no info while on missions, this one was one of those that you instinctively must avoid facing at all costs. Let's get out of here and find that door to the rift, close it, and get the hell out of here. She spoke as Naruto nodded as he accidentally bumped into a skeleton, its skull fell into the well, clacking and echoing as the rest of the body followed as the entire mine was filled with the sound. Naruto, you're dead if we ever get out of here alive. She growled angrily as Naruto looked sorry at the mishap. That was then they heard the trademark warped voices of the mannequins echoing through the tunnels. Well, looks like we fight now. Naruto replied as his sword was drawn with the chakra aura surrounding it, increasing its cutting power and range. TCH, like we have a choice. She replied as she exchanged her blazefire for the Omega weapon. Not your lucky day, Lightning shouted as the mannequins charged into the tomb. With that, Naruto took on a false stalwart with an imaginary champion as its assist as Lightning faced a delusory warlock with a fleeting flash as an assist. Let's get this over with. Naruto muttered as he swung his blade to the side as he got into his stance as the mannequin charged with its massive blade. I'll crush you, the stalwart shouted as its blade turned into an axe that tried to crush Naruto, who dodged in the nick of time. His powers changing into the ones from Cosmos, he used launch on the mannequin as it crashed into a wall. Have some more, he shouted as his blade transformed into the fused Zantetsuken as he spun it over his head and swung it, creating a razor gale that charged at the mannequin, who had got out of the wall only to be hit by the attack and was pushed in deeper into the wall. It got out as Naruto ran up the wall trying to attack it, only for the false stalwart to counter by splitting its massive sword into two and made its counterattack as it relentlessly slashed Naruto and repelled him. It wasn't done yet. It recombined its swords into one again as part of it detached as it swung it, revealing a metal chain in the handle as the blade turned into a whip-like blade that made a direct hit on him as it threw him in midair as the mannequin chased after him, preparing its strongest attack as its blade was engulfed by a red aura. As it made its move, Naruto dodged it at the last second and stabbed it with his sword, causing it to be launched back into the wall as he chased after it in midair. His sword transformed into the twin Zantetsuken blades and charged its attack. The mannequin recovered just in time to see Naruto charge his attack and he slashed at it, causing it to crash into the wall. Naruto kept a good distance away from his giant foe as he switched to medic and focused on recovering his bravery energy. The mannequin got up as he was recovering and it dragged its blade on the ground as it charged at Naruto. "Ready." A smooth yet distorted voice spoke behind him as a light blue blur appeared in front of him with its sword outstretched. Without a blink of an eye, Naruto was beaten back and forth by delayed timing of slashes as he was frozen in midair by the attack as the imaginary champion vanished in thin air as the false stalwart appeared with its blade in the form of an axe. And this time, the blow made its mark on its intended target. Compared to the blow the Kane Highwind replica dealt to him, this one still hurts but not as much. Though the blow did something to him, his mind was assaulted by images of that woman in a red ballroom dress, swinging a sword in the shape of flames as she glided through the battlefield in an elegant slash of petals. She turned to him with a prideful smile as she spoke to him. "Ready, Praetor?" she asked as she held out her hand before she disappeared with the images, feeling something enter his mind. Was it knowledge? He didn't know, but he was going to find out. With that, Naruto stood up and shook his head as he dodged a slash from the false stalwart. "Disappear in a veil of petals, Rosa Ichthys," he exclaimed as he charged at the mannequin with incredible speed and slashed it, as rose petals appeared with the following of his slash. It surprised the mannequin as it was thrown back by the attack as Naruto leapt in the air while summoning the twin Zantetsuken blades. "Who are you watching?" he demanded as he dealt a crushing blow. "Sorry if it was a bad pun, folks," as the mannequin screamed in pain as it recovered in midair. "Unleash the fury." It roared as it held its massive blade up, coated in a fiery red aura as it made its mark on him. The mannequin's blade shot out multiple fireballs at him repeatedly as he was burned in the air as he were descending into the fiery depths of hell itself. The pain drove him mad as he recovered and got on his feet again. This time, deciding to show no mercy on the creature. "I'm not done with you, punk," he exclaimed as he combined the twin Zantetsuken into one and created a razor gale that followed the mannequin as Naruto hit it with a barrage of thunder spells to keep it in place as the razor gale hit its mark. The false stalwart let out an anguished scream as it was reduced to pieces in its defeat. Sighing in relief, Naruto turned to see Lightning sitting down with her legs crossed as Naruto noticed 23 remains of mannequins she had taken down. It didn't help that she had a smug look on her face. "Not," he growled as Lightning kept smiling at that. She stopped smiling when she heard more rumbling footsteps of even more mannequins echoing through the entire area. "Let's move," she ordered as she and Naruto ran through the tunnels into a massive hallway as mannequins surrounded them with weapons drawn. As if waiting for a battle, they were surrounded by the crystal replicas as the place became silent as a roar not human or mannequin-like broke the silence. The mannequins looked around with the tone of fear in their warped voices as they all ran into any nook or cranny, trying to flee with their lives. What could make them run in fear exactly? The answer was when at the end of one part of the vast hallway, was lit up from the light of flames. The growl echoed ominously through the minds as Naruto felt a sense of fear like no other had before. "What kind of monster is it?" he asked out loud, not knowing a certain Eidolon would give him the answer. "A Balrog, a demon from an ancient world, a creature of shadow and flame, that is what this creature is," spoke Shinryu from inside of Naruto's mind. "Is it native to the world of fantasy? Because it's giving off a sinister aura unlike anything I've ever seen." Naruto mentally asked his summon. "No. It came through the rifts, a powerful entity with the powers of discord opened one up and the creature was thrown into it. It originally came from a place called Middle-earth. I have faced one of these creatures before on my many journeys and they are worthy foes. Beware, descendant of Cypher, both you and your teacher are no match against this being at full power right now." The dragon warned as it cut the connection between them. "Lightning, run," he exclaimed in pure terror as he ran, Lightning right behind him as they heard the newly named Balrog roar in savage anger as its footsteps echoed through the mines as it gave into pursuit. "Why are we running? I'm sure I could have handled it just fine," Lightning asked as they ran down the stairs as Naruto looked at her. "That thing is called a Balrog. It came from a different world via rift and Shinryu fought it before. He told me we are not capable of defeating it," he replied as her eyes widened at the mention of Shinryu. "If that ancient dragon is saying is true, it must be a truly powerful enemy." After all, this was a dragon whose powers terrify even the gods if they tried to kill it. As they ran, they noticed a few mannequins were also fleeing, but through the tunnel the crystal replicas went through was suddenly engulfed in flames, which urged both Naruto and Lightning to run even faster than they were a few moments ago. Damn, hate to be those guys. Naruto exclaimed in shock as Lightning ignored his comment and noticed a bridge nearby. Quick, we can use it to get out of here, after that we destroy the bridge and hope the Balrog as you guys call it won't follow us. She said as they made their way towards another set of stairs. The roars of the Balrog were heard and it was not happy from the way it sounded. They ran, as fast as they could as they turned left, knowing they can't proceed right as it was blocked by a wall of flames. But that was when they stopped as the flames became hotter and brighter. Then like a phantom from a nightmare, a creature made of shadows taller than any human, erupted from the flames as its body unleashed flames of unfathomable levels of temperature as it roared. It sounded like an erupting volcano as hot wind blew in the two Lasse's faces. By instinct, they ran as the Balrog gave chase. Lightning was ahead of Naruto as they crossed the narrow stone bridge as Naruto was forced to stop as an arrow of some sort crashed right in front of him forcing him to stop. He turned to see a imitation liegeman with an arrow drawn showing it was the one who stopped him in his that. The Balrog roared at the mannequin as it made said replica flee in fright, knowing it could not slay a creature like that. With no choice, Naruto turned to face it, summoning the twin Zantetsuken blades at his side. Naruto, what are you doing? Get out of there! Lightning shouted as she blocked a sneak attack by a false hero and an idle sky pirate mannequin. Light, close the door to the rift, the big guy is mine. Naruto replied as the massive creature of darkness and fire roared in agreement with him. You're crazy Naruto. I won't let you, she shouted as she slashed at the idle sky pirate with a flourish of steel and used blitz on the false hero. Either way, this thing won't let us close the rift. I'm just stalling, you just focus on closing the rift light. Naruto spoke calmly as he looked at the Balrog with determined eyes. You cannot pass, he said coldly as the demon roared savagely as a blade made of fire appeared in its hand and swung it downwards as Naruto clashed his Zantetsuken blades against it, with electricity coursing through it. With a painful grunt, Naruto broke one of his Zantetsuken blades as the Balrog's own blade was destroyed as well. Go back to the shadows, he said as the Balrog roared as its body light up and created a whip of fire and hit the side of the wall, creating the sound of thunder as lightning destroyed the false hero mannequin and was in a deadlock with the idle sky pirate as she turned to look at the fight Naruto was having. He held the remaining Zantetsuken blade in the air as he gathered all of his magic into the blade to perform an enhanced spark strike. You shall not pass, he roared with determination and he plunged the massive sword into the stone bridge as electricity danced through the rock as the Balrog took a step back to see if something happened. Seeing nothing, the demon snorted and charged at the boy, not noticing his smirk as it raised its whip in the air intending to strike the child down only for the bridge to give into its massive weight. The demon roared in fury as it fell into the black chasm of the abyss, hating the boy for humiliating him so. Naruto sighed in exhaustion as he turned to see Lightning battling a transient lion, imaginary soldier, and a fallacious giant at once. He was going to run and help her as he suddenly felt something burning on his leg as he was dragged towards the edge of the bridge as he lost his grip on the remaining Zantetsuken blade as it reverted back into a wakizashi and fell into the abyss as well. Naruto! Lightning called out in horror as she tried to get to him, but the mannequins wouldn't let her pass as she kicked one in the face and chopped off the arm of another. Naruto, holding onto the bridge with one hand looked at her, hurry and close the rift light, I'll be fine. Don't worry, I'll be back, he said with a weak smile as he let go and fell into the abyss following his demonic enemy to the depths of hell. The battle is divided, as Naruto battles against a demon whose origins are from an ancient world and different dimension. Lightning must slay the mannequins and close off the door in the rift before they multiply even more and overtake the surface. In a battle to protect their world from a hidden threat, will our heroes live to save the day? How was Minato a Lassie before Naruto was born? And who are these mysterious people Naruto sees in visions and why he's learning something new from them? Will he discover what is going on with his true origins, or will he die never knowing them? Chapter 18, Forging of the Blades Part 2, Lightning. He fell, as Lightning watched her student fall into the abyss with his demonic opponent. She feared for the worse. She brutally cut all the mannequins there with all her might, not caring for the cuts and bruises she gained from them as they all fell to her blade with righteous fury. As they fell to pieces, she ran to the edge and looked into the darkness, seeing a faint glimmer of flames that was slowly fading, but she also noticed sparks of electricity clashing with the flames as they descended deeper into the darkness. Lightning tried to connect her mind with Naruto's as she was assaulted by images. Scorching wind and savage roars as the sounds of blades cutting molten rock as she saw through Naruto's eyes. He was fighting this Balrog in midair as they were falling. But her connection with him was consumed in darkness as she realized the sensation of cold water. They had both fallen into a subterranean lake. From a height like this, no human could survive a fall like that. She feared that he had died, but realized something was off. She wasn't sealed into her blade again. When one of her students was to die, she would instantly be sealed in her own weapon to suffer derangement and loss, and a ravenous hunger for blood would consume her until someone inherited her powers. From her own judgment, he was on top of the Balrog as they fell into the lake. He was probably rendered unconscious for the time being, and she felt through him a current was moving his body. She will have to go to the lower levels and find him before he drifts off into somewhere even she can't find him. But the main problem right now is, these guys are relentless. I have to seal away that door to the rift to prevent any more unwelcomed guests from entering. She said to herself as she turned and ran off deeper into the mines, determined to hurry and stop the mass production of mannequins and find where Naruto was before he gets himself killed. Then again, Naruto trying to get himself killed was a common thing since day one she met him, so he should be fine at the moment. While lightning traveled through the depths of the mines, Pandora pouted. "Oh pooh, now I have to do something," she said childishly as she prepared to summon something, only for Neon to stop her, and he wasn't happy at all. "Pandora," he growled at her, clearly showing his displeasure, "care to explain to me why there is a Balrog here of all places?" He asked angrily as Pandora looked at him sheepishly. "Well, you did let me summon a creature for extra protection here, right?" she asked as Neon groaned in frustration. "I meant a creature from the fantasy universe, not from any other universe, you twit," he shouted as he whacked Pandora on the back of the head. "Because of you, the universe will be demanding an explanation why a foreign object is in their territory," he snapped as Pandora had comical tears in her eyes as she tried to apologize to him. "Forget it, I'll let your boss know of this, and I hope you're ready for primordial chaos, awakening then, if you know what I mean," he said, pointing to her heart that glowed through her chest ominously. She whimpered at that, fearing the day the original chaos would awaken from its ancient slumber. "You know, I wonder why it chose you of all people to become the incarnation of discord," he spat as Pandora looked at him with angry eyes. "Well, I do my best creating chaos without even trying, thank you very much," she replied as Neon rolled his eyes, clearly not caring. "I'm going to take care of lightning myself with some old acquaintances of hers, you just watch the show. Oh, and don't get your hopes up because I'll be holding back on her," he said when he saw the glee in her face that equally disappeared and replaced with a pout. "You big meanie," was all she said. "I know I am, because I have a job to do, remember," he replied with a smirk as he left. Something was wrong. Lightning noticed there were few mannequins out here as she explored these once majestic mines as skeletons of samurai and dwarves littered the place. It was a graveyard of bones, ones without proper burials, as she felt the souls of the dead screaming for a release to Valhalla that were never answered. "Etro, if you're watching this, please help these souls find peace," she silently prayed to the goddess as she noticed a red glowing gate seal she was all too familiar with. The gate seals are used in World B during the conflict between Cosmos and Chaos. They contained enemies within them, she was certain. Without a second glance or hesitation, she entered the seal, not knowing an armored figure walking towards the area. The figure was a young knight in silver armor outlined in gold highlights, resembling the colors of Lightning's armor when she was serving as Etro's champion. The armor had clawed gauntlets, knee-high greaves, armored hooked boots, an armored helmet with a beak-shaped faceplate, a shield with Etro's symbol on it, and a white angelic feathered wing was sprouted from its left shoulder blade. "I shall help these souls for you, Eclair. These honorable warriors shall help her grace when the true day of reckoning has begun." The armored figure spoke out loud to nothingness as a gunblade with a traditional blade that had Etro script on the hilt below the blade appeared in its right hand. Lifting the blade in the air, Etro's gate appeared as spheres of light escaped from the skeletons surrounding the figure flew through the gate as it closed with a confirmed click. With that done, the armored figure sighed. Dismissing the gunblade, the figure pulled its helmet off to reveal familiar spiky blonde hair as blue eyes adjusted to the light as the figure used one of its fingers to scratch its whisker-shaped birthmark cheeks. "I wonder how Storm is doing with the Balrog. Since he and I are technically the same person after all, since our soul is broken into fragments and scattered through time and space," the Naruto muttered as he looked at the gate seal. Lightning went in. "Just hang in there, light, because you're about to be given a blast from the past," he said quietly as he placed his helmet back on and walked into the darkness with his wing folded in as a trail of white feathers floated in the air, intending to find the other Naruto and keep him alive. With lightning in the gate seal. When she entered, she sensed the nostalgic essence of battle and death. The mannequins were active in them as usual, it seems. Drawing her blazefire saber, she began her journey to the source, knowing that gate seals are the best bet of telling that she was getting near her target. They were all gathered at once in a massive group. They seemed to be on alert for something, and she then knew what was going on. As I observed these replicas of both warriors of harmony and discord, I realized that they had followed a pattern given only when they are being commanded by a powerful entity. She looked around her surroundings in this place, looking for something that will help her reduce the numbers of her enemies while being cautious of any leader of these creatures. These things don't serve the Balrog is one thing. For that creature brought fear to these mindless creatures of death. Maybe someone else is pulling the strings around here. She looked up, seeing stalagmites over the crystal dolls like spears falling from the sky. She knew what she had to do, but she will have to act fast with these mannequins. She continued to observe her surroundings, noticing a pathway towards a chaos sigil that was past the group, and then there seems to be an old cannon on a high cliff she could access by the nearby tunnel. Though it seems to be guarded by a fleeting flash and false hero, she'll have to use her stealth and speed to make this work. Quietly, she rushed towards the tunnel leading upwards and stopped near the end as she had her back against the wall and she cautiously peered out of the corner waiting for the right move. As soon as the mannequins had their backs turned, she began her assault. She quickly used Blitz and Scourge on the fleeting flash as it crashed into the walls as she quickly turned to the false hero and gave him a flourish of steel courtesy of her Zantetsuken as the creature staggered. The fleeting flash came at her with its own Zantetsuken as it delivered a crushing blow to her. She quickly recovered from the attack and noticed how weak it was compared to the mannequins she fought in World B and the Nightmare World B. This is gonna sting. She shouted as she called down a lightning strike that smote the fleeting flash's ruin as it fell to pieces. She then turned to the false hero just in time to be hit by a wave of light as she was launched in the air. The false hero followed in pursuit of her, trying to deal even more damage to her. She dodged its sword in midair as she slashed at the creature with her blazefire saber as it was thrown back from the counterattack. It was thrown back into the floor as it left a small crater after the impact as lightning smirked as she summoned her twin Zantetsuken blades. Enjoy the view. The legendary heroine shouted as the blades danced around her as streaks of thunder erupted from nowhere as they mercilessly assaulted the false hero as it screamed in agony before falling to pieces in its defeat. As she landed and dismissed her blades, she looked over the edge of the cliff-like peak of the monstrous cavern. The mannequins were on alert, looking left and right from down below, wondering who was attacking them. She needed to act fast. Looking at the cannon, she analyzed its mechanisms and was glad that it still had one shot inside it, but there was no gunpowder nearby. Knowing what she must do, Lightning put a hand into her pouch and pulled out a bag containing her gunpowder. Pouring it in the required area, she got behind it and aimed at the ceiling. With target confirmed, she took a good distance back from the cannon and used her fire spell on the area where the fuse was supposed to be. Then, the cannon roared like thunder as the cannonball flew into the air and crashed into the ceiling, causing the stalagmites to fall on the horde of mannequins as they were all crushed by tons of rubble. One thing that still works, when you can't use brute strength alone, use your knowledge and forge a plan instead. Lightning mused as she leapt down with the help of her Gravcon and observed the results. Mind over matter, people, she said with a small smile as she outsmarted a bunch of mindless creatures that would have been a problem if she'd faced them all at once. Without further ado, she left for the tunnel yet explored, not noticing a warrior that was not clearly a mannequin as the hulking figure chortled. Mwahahaha. Without anyone here to help her, this world will surely disappear into the void. The hulking armored figure spoke as he vanished in a ring of light. Lightning knew someone was where she was at. The presence of a warrior of chaos never left her memory as she recognized this familiar presence. Show yourself, X-Death. She called out into nothingness as she heard the echoed laughter of the evil tree. Ho ho. So the fallen warrior of Cosmos still breathes EH. The voice asked mockingly to her as she knew he was trying to make her lose her cool. Too bad she knew all of his taunts from the 12th cycle beforehand. Knock it off and show yourself. I don't have time for a moldy old tree like you. She replied coolly with a calm expression on her face as she felt X-Death's anger aimed at her from the shadows. Clearly he doesn't like being taunted by his origins, it seems, but it works to Lightning's advantage. You dare to insult me. You will be the first one of your world to disappear into the void. The voice growled as a ring of light appeared in front of her a few yards away, revealing X-Death. Go find your stupid void and stay there. She shouted, wanting to get this over with already as she had her gunblade at her side. With that, X-Death was surrounded by a pitch-black sphere that began developing cracks on it as Lightning smirked. Still uses the most easiest attacks I see, she thought as the sphere came at her as she slashed inside the sphere, making a direct blow on X-Death as she launched him to the ceiling. She shifted to Ravager and started casting a barrage of thunder spells at the corrupted tree as it was launched into the air with her chasing after him with her Zantetsuken ready to strike. X-Death recovered in midair, failing to notice Lightning there as she delivered the blow to him as he was thrown right into the walls of the cavern to add even more damage to his injury. How's that? She taunted as X-Death ripped his body out of the crater with an angry growl. I see you've still retained most of your strength since the 12th cycle, it seems. Xdeath commented as lightning switched her blazefire with her Omega weapon. And I see you're still terrible at offense and defense. No wonder Bartz was easily able to defeat you. She replied as Xdeath growled at the mention of the boy who ruined his plans of absolute nothingness. Lightning picked up his ire and decided to do what Naruto did best at doing, angering his enemies to the point they can't think straight. What's wrong? Still sore that a mere wanderer beat you even when the void was at your command. She taunted as the hulking armor as he let out an angry roar as he began to summon black spheres that circled her as she ducked just in time to avoid the beams that erupted from them as Xdeath teleported in front of her preparing to swing his sword down on her. With the speed of the name she called herself, lightning blocked it at point-blank range as the tip of the blade was mere centimeters from her face. It was getting closer to her as Xdeath began to add more force into his blade as lightning decided to do another thing that only Naruto would do. Think fast, she shouted as she quickly used her unoccupied hand to go into her pouch and pull out the survival knife that Sarah gave her for her birthday and tossed it like a kunai right at the warlock's face. This did the trick as Xdeath quickly shielded himself from the knife as lightning made her move. This is gonna sting, she shouted as she summoned her Zantetsuken swords and called forth a lightning strike on the tree. See ya, she said as she swung down as a massive bolt of lightning smote Xdeath as lightning began her finishing combo. I control my own fate, she shouted as she flipped in the air and fired a barrage of bullets at Xdeath who couldn't recover in time. With that, she used her Zantetsuken swords again as she swung her sword at him and swung them with massive force behind them, Stormblade slashing him and then calling down thunder that rained down on him, lightning strike leaping into the air as the Zantetsuken swords danced around her as even more electricity rained down on Xdeath as she landed and charged right at him, swinging her sword as a blade made of magic escaped from her blade, Razor Gale. She then did the grand finale, leaping into the air one more time with her arms crossed. She twirled in the air as the two massive blades danced along with her as rose petals followed in an elegant twirl as the blades, true nature cut through the dimensions around their target, dealing critical blows to their victim as she landed right behind him a few yards away. Bull's eye, she finished as the aftershock of the blades kicked in as Xdeath screamed in agony as he cursed the warrior of Cosmos. Ugh, it seems you've developed a few more tricks, Xdeath muttered as he knelt to the ground as parts of his body started to fade away. But it will not stop the inevitable demise of the multiverse. With Storm's death, all shall be swallowed by the void, he rasped as he let out one final laugh as he faded away into oblivion. But what he said about Naruto unnerved her. Was his death a key component in the destruction of multiple dimensions? As I looked at where my enemy vanished, I had a dark sense of dread that some dangerous force wanted Naruto dead. If he is the key to the destruction of multiple dimensions with the following of his death, then everyone and everything is in grave danger. I must hurry, these rumblings must be something, either more mannequins are coming from the rift or Naruto continuing his fight with the Balrog are neither good signs. I must find that doorway quick. With that, she picked up her survival knife and pocketed it as she ran towards the end of the tunnel and touched the chaos sigil, sending her to another location entirely. Upon realization that she was now at a different location in the mines, Lightning looked around and noticed a spiral pathway leading downwards, revealing a few more gate seals within them as the one at the bottom was releasing mannequins that were instantly teleported somewhere else. I've found the source, but now I'm in enemy territory. I've used a few rounds from my gunblade, still have a good amount of ammunition in my pouch, and from the change in temperature and my sense of time, it's nightfall on the surface. I'll have to find a place of shelter and rest for the night. I need to be in top shape if I need to take on an army's worth of mannequins, she thought. She found a broken doorway as she looked around the top of the area and went in, discovering an old office with a bed with a skeleton in it with a journal. Being respectful for the dead, she gently moved the skeleton against the wall as she took the journal from its hands. She opened it up and blew away the many years of dust it had collected and began to read it. It told great detail of what the dwarves were mining, a fiery metal of unknown existence that was rumored to be that of divine origin. With that detail, Lightning came to one conclusion: scarletite. The component she used to upgrade her Lionheart gunblade into the Ultima weapon as it soon became the Omega weapon she wielded now. She read as how they dug in with much greed as they realized how the warriors purchased it in piles to forge their blades. They discovered something else there too. It was a rare ore, shining like a combination of gold, silver, copper, and even platinum. She read as the sales for these types of ores were bought by the pound by blacksmiths as she recognized its description anywhere. Electrum, a metal that symbolized unity and harmony that the Mughals of World B sold for a high price. It helped her gain her lost equipment during the conflict between Cosmos and Chaos and knew that it was worth a pretty gill if sold properly. She skipped a few pages as she found what she was looking for: the mannequins' appearances. According to what this was saying, this area she was in was the mines for scarletite, and the bottom of this pit was where they encountered the mannequins. Since the bottom is where the mining of scarletite was the richest, the dwarves and even samurai hired to protect them fought them. They had been fighting for nearly 3 years with no changes as they discovered a black thing staining the earth, summoning more mannequins. That was then it appeared. A creature of shadow and flame with powers beyond comprehension slayed many of them as it rampaged through the mines. It seems to have experience with fighting dwarves as it became known as the bane of dwarfs as even the samurai had fallen to the creature. After that, nothing, only the owner of the journal's prayer for someone to destroy the mines, making sure that the Balrog and the mannequins never escapes to the surface. Something she agreed on, but as soon as she closed the book, exhaustion consumed her. She placed the journal in her pouch for safekeeping when she noticed something falling out. It was a map to the mines. One was the scarletite mines which she was in, and she looked at the location where Naruto and the Balrog fell. It would lead them into the bottom of the mines where the subterranean lake was used to supply fresh water from an underground spring. That area is the Electrum mines, and it lead to the top of the mountains on the surface where a once great castle of the dwarfs stood which she guessed is now in ruins. If the Balrog got to the surface, then the world will be dealing with something probably just as bad as a biju. It rampages across the elemental nations. She sighed, folding the map and placed it in her pouch with the journal as she turned to the bed and then looked at the broken door. She decided that sleep sounded good as she went up the doorway and closed it, moving the desk as a barricade which was quite pretty heavy for a wooden desk when something fell out of one of its drawers. It was a metallic cylinder-like object decorated in jewels. As she picked it up and examined it, she noticed there was a button on top of it and pressed it, causing the cylinder to open up and reveal nothing in it. Deciding it was useless, she placed it back in the drawer she found it in and noticed a small manual with blueprints written in it. Her curiosity took over her tiredness as she picked it up and opened it up and had a surprised expression on her face. I'm not sure how these dwarfs did it, but they had somehow stumbled on lost technology of my era. This was a prototype inventory device used to store various items in it. I recalled having one to store all of my gun blades, equipment, and even components to upgrade them inside. While mine is currently broken at the moment, this inventory device was designed for mining, and it is able to hold up to 10 mine carts worth of ores. This might be useful if I ever come back alive. With that, she pocketed the blueprints and the device in her pouch and went to the bed, finally giving into her exhaustion as she was consumed by darkness the minute she landed on the bed. That time she slept, she dreamt of swords and battles. She saw piles of bodies lying on the ground, with various blade-type weapons of all kinds littering the field with their respective owners. When she saw the faces of them, her face paled in shock and horror. They were all multiple Narutos, their eyes were lifeless, gazing to the sky with sad smiles on their faces as she looked to see a hill with swords acting like grave markers as 2 figures were standing on it. One was Storm, she was certain, because the aura he had was similar to the Naruto she knows of. And then there was a girl with red hair. She was a spitting image of Kushina. As she realized something, it was Storm's twin sister. Storm was wielding 2 swords in his hands and his sister was wielding a bow, but their outfits were different. They were both clothed in rags as they looked like they were starved as there were multiple cuts and gashes on their bodies. That's odd, where's the regeneration at? She thought as she noticed none of the wounds had healed like Storm was able to. Was the influence of the Kyuubi blocked? This is the last of them, sis. We've survived another round of his selections again. Storm said to his twin, who nodded her head weakly. Yeah, but I can't help but feel sorry for these other Narutos. They all had no souls in them as they were pitted against each other to see which one is the strongest. The girl replied as Storm looked at the dead lookalikes with sadness. Yeah, but this will be the last time we'll be killing another, me, so to speak, right? Storm asked with a tired smile as her sister nodded her head with agreement as they both slouched down, back to back with exhaustion written on their faces. Lightning was confused with this. What was she seeing? Was this some sort of dark past or an ominous future that is yet to pass? That was when the dream realm shook violently as she woke from her slumber. Holding her head in pain from what she saw, it was something she did not want to go through again anytime soon, that's for sure. While I can ponder about this mysterious dream I had, I must go and eliminate the doorway to the rift. If my training back in the military is correct, I have been sleeping up till dawn. I'm very grateful my biological clock is still the same after all of these years. And with that, she removed the barricade and broke the already broken door down and started to descend down into the spiral pathway into the first gate seal. When she entered, she recognized this powerful presence anywhere, especially that lone black feather lying on the ground. So, the one-winged angel is back, huh? I wonder what he's got in store. Maybe he'll have answers on how he and X-Death were able to get into my world. Lightning said to herself as she drew her gunblade just in time to block a sword strike from an imaginary champion. My blade'll fix this, she said as imaginary soldiers and imaginary brawlers also came out of the woodworks and surrounded her. This is going to be interesting, she thought as she prepared to take on a dozen mannequins at once. She quickly avoided a chimhazard from an imaginary soldier as its attack instead hit the imaginary champion, creating a friendly fire. Lightning then rolled out of the way of one of the imaginary brawler's meteor strike as it missed and hit another imaginary soldier. This resulted in the said mannequin to retaliate as it slashed at the one who did it to it. HMPH, bunch of idiots if they had any brains, that's it. Make them turn against each other. Lightning thought as she leapt in the air where an imaginary champion and imaginary brawler leapt after her. She timed it right as the two mannequins began to use one of their attacks at the same time as she flipped backwards in midair as the two attacks collided against each other. She landed on the head of another mannequin as another imaginary soldier leapt in the air as it tried to perform braver on her, which she replied by jumping onto another head of a different mannequin as the previous one she was on top of was crushed. If these things looked confused, now would have been a good time as their confusion of friendly fire caused a battle royal. The mannequins started to attack each other, thinking that they were the enemy as Lightning leapt away from the mob of fighting imitations and took a quick glance at them before smirking and dashing off. Now that was kind of fun, I wonder what I should do to the next group. Gah, I'm starting to sound like Naruto. She thought as she ran into an all too familiar area with swirling green energy and floating rocks. She was in the planet's core. Now, time to find our infamous crow boy. She muttered as she face-palmed herself as she realized she called Sephiroth something only Naruto would call him. Maybe he was rubbing off on her. So, the cursed warrior returns. A smooth voice rang from nowhere, this instantly put Lightning on edge. She recognized that voice anywhere as she instantly turned around and brought her sword up just in time to avoid being impaled by an extremely long katana. Good to see you, Lightning. The owner of said sword, Sephiroth spoke as his cat-silted green eyes gazed into her own. Nice to see you too. She replied sarcastically as she gritted her teeth at the force the man was putting into his blade. He wasn't even trying and she's already working up a sweat with him. I see you haven't changed since the last time we've met. Lightning said with edge in her voice as she had to add force into her feet to keep herself from being pushed back from their deadlock. Indeed, but I see you have taken on an apprentice. The fallen hero mused as Lightning narrowed her eyes. Yeah, what's it to you? She asked, not liking where this is going. Sephiroth's lips slowly turned into a smirk as his eyes danced with insanity. I too, have taken on an apprentice, another fragment of your student's own soul I believe. He replied as Lightning's eyes widened in shock as her sixth sense kicked in as she broke the deadlock and jumped back to avoid being impaled from above by another long katana. She looked at the one responsible and couldn't help but look at the figure in shock. It was Naruto, or more precise, a Sephiroth Naruto. This Naruto was dressed similar to the one-winged angel and had that cold, calculation expression his master had as well and recalled what the man said. How is this possible? I thought his soul fragments were in my world, Lightning muttered in shock at what she was seeing. No, after my branding as a lassie, my soul was broken into fragments. The Sephiroth Naruto replied as he continued explaining, but it didn't stop with the heroes and villains of your world. Other fragments were sent through the other ones, choosing a path of another hero or villain in their respective worlds. Cloud already has his apprentices, we have both clashed a few times already. But I've noticed that there were a few more fragments in my master's world that have yet to be awoken to their potential. He finished as he held his blade over his head in a stance. Though, enough talk, I want you to be on your knees and beg for forgiveness. The miniature Sephiroth spoke in a monotone voice as Sephiroth himself took a step back, watching the potential of his pupil and legacy. Show me your strength, Naruto muttered quietly as Lightning got into her stance. His eyes betraying no emotion as Lightning realized that she was facing a mindless, killing machine right now. Ready? He asked as Lightning instinctively blocked the sudden attack as the boy appeared a good distance behind her as she deflected all of the delayed attacks. Great, he's just as good as Sephiroth, but in movements, but not the skill nor experience. She thought as she noticed the difference between the two warriors. She noticed the delaying time in the attack and decided to take things up a notch. I am no one's slave. She shouted as she showed the young boy why she's an army of one as he didn't have enough time to recover from his attack as she ruthlessly assaulted him with slashes, bullets from her gunblade, and a barrage of kicks as she sent him into the air as she gave pursuit. Naruto recovered and elegantly twisted himself in midair as he defied gravity by sticking to a platform upside down as Lightning swung her blade at him. He quickly drew his blade and swung, generating blade slashes that she had to block as he swung his blade one more time, but with more force in it as she was thrown back and crashed to the bottom floor of the arena. When she crashed, she looked up to see the edge of his blade. If it's despair you want, he started as she looked up the blade to the handle then to his face, then I shall provide. He finished with a cruel smile on his face. What I want, she replied as she got up, is something I decide. She shouted as she got into her stance as Naruto did in his. "You're nothing but a puppet," he replied coolly as the two had a stare down as the swirling lifestream spiraled into a flux of a chaotic tempest, as a battle between warriors was about to be carved into the world itself. The two warriors were silent as they locked eyes, the imaginary sparks of electricity dancing in them as lightning tightened her grip on her gunblade as the Sephiroth Naruto was calm and focused, waiting for the first move. A piece of rock crumbled and fell. When it landed, the two opponents charged at each other, blades clashing as they parried, deflected, and blocked each other's swords as they locked themselves in a deadlock as their strength were on equal levels. "Not bad," Lightning muttered as Naruto just smirked as he broke the deadlock with a kick to the stomach. "You should know by now not to talk with an opponent like me," he replied as he swung horizontally as Lightning blocked it with her blade. "Point taken," she replied as she went on the offense and charged right at him, battering his sword aside as she landed a blow to him. He responded with a right hook to the face as a result as Lightning was knocked back and she could tell from the look in his eyes that he was angry. "That's enough, Naruto," Sephiroth spoke as his pupil froze, as the anger died from his eyes as his sword faded away. "Yes, master," he replied to his teacher as the man walked towards him and looked at Lightning. "Go on ahead, I came here only to see my student's growth." "You did well for a first-time battle, son," Sephiroth said in a fatherly tone. "Thank you, father," Naruto replied as he turned to Lightning and tossed something at her. "A gift to my former self, it would help to have another blade forged right," he asked, and Lightning could have sworn she saw a phantom smile that Naruto usually had when he was carefree as he vanished in a golden light. "I would like to see whose student is the strongest when the time comes. But like all gemstones, they first start out rough. But smooth them out and polish them correctly, they will become a sparkling crystal worth having. Farewell, cursed warrior of Cosmos." Sephiroth spoke out loud as he too vanished in a golden light with a smirk and a chuckle. Lightning looked down at what the Sephiroth Naruto gave her and it was a black crystal feather radiating some sort of power within. She cautiously pocketed it, wondering what was going on. "Although I didn't get any answers, I seem to be discovering that something big is going on here and I am willing to bet all of my gun blades that Neon is behind this mess. For now, I'll have to travel deeper into the mines and seal away the doorway to the rift and prevent more mannequins from coming up." With that, Lightning searched for the Chaos Sigil and destroyed it, completely destroying the gate seal as she returned to her previous position in the mines and continued downward, intending to stop the mannequins as she felt the atmosphere slightly becoming more ominous. As she neared the next gate seal, there was another Naruto in front of it, dressed similar to X-Death. She witnessed him destroy the gate seal as another Naruto jumped out and snapped at him. This one made Lightning pale in terror. This one looked like a mad clown and even had the intense insanity in his eyes. It was a Kefka Naruto, one she prayed to never exist. It was okay for Naruto to play a practical joke every once in a while, but for someone like this Naruto she was witnessing that was fighting the X-Death Naruto would be absolute chaos. Plus, he would infuriate and annoy her to no end and she would either kill him or kill herself just to escape from his annoying antics. The two were fighting each other over something, but she could care less as Kefka himself appeared in a face fault that made her wonder if the guy was bright at all. Now kiddies. Uncle Kefka has to take you guys back tilde. I hear there's a massive prank contest in a nearby country here," he shouted with twisted glee as the Kefka Naruto and X-Death Naruto developed the infamous mad genius prankster expression she had seen on Naruto's face so many times before when he was working on blueprints on his biggest prank in history. But in a different country that's not Naruto proof, she couldn't help but pity the poor place as there are two Narutos going to wreak havoc there. Oh, the untold terror yet to be unleashed. The three teleported somewhere else as she walked to the ruined gate seal area. While it was broken, she could still get through. She passed right through it without being sent anywhere and proceeded downward, sensing a foreboding aura of death within the final gate seal and concluded only one person could be there. "Neon," she growled with unsuppressed hatred in her voice as she walked into the gate seal, not caring what happened to her once she was inside. There were no mannequins in this area. The whole place looked like some sort of massive cathedral with beautiful stained glass windows featuring some sort of story that caught Lightning's attention. When I saw these windows, there was a story depicted in them. It was the same one from my dream of Naruto and his twin sister. There, a hill of blades was where the two stood back to back against an onslaught of multiple Narutos. A great battle as the copies were slain as there was some sort of rebellion Naruto and his sister lead. Another battle was waged, one with Naruto and his sister against a robed skeleton with a scythe and a legion of the undead. As I looked at the image, I noticed that Naruto and his sister bore wings. And feathered angelic one white as newly fallen snow sprouting from their left shoulder blade, and a pitch-black demonic bat wing from their right shoulder blade. What could these images mean? Lovely, aren't they? A voice rang out from the staircase leading to the bell towers, revealing Neon walking down them with a hand on the rails. Lightning was on edge as she instantly had her hand on the handle of Blazefire, waiting for him to try anything. Whoa there Lightning, this is a sacred building and I do not want to explain to my boss why the place is in ruins if we fought here. He said with a glare as a response from Lightning. What's going on here Neon? What do these images on the windows have to do with my dream? She demanded as Neon looked at her surprised. Impossible, you actually went through a dream cycle. But the Holy Grail wars in your world were over eons ago, he muttered as Lightning felt something was off when she heard him say something about a war. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I don't like it one bit. Explain, she demanded as Neon sighed. What you were dreaming was from storms forgotten, past, only heroic spirits and their masters can make that kind of connection unless, he trailed off looking at Lightning straight in the eye. What? She asked as she slowly drew her blade, not liking the way he was looking at her. Maybe you or Sarah were involved in it once, yeah, that would explain the paradox and the appearance of the Holy Grail there, he continued muttering as Lightning was getting to her boiling point with the guy. Are you going to answer me or not? She demanded as Neon glared at her as the entire area was crushed by a powerful pressure that was weighing down on Lightning. Be patient, he growled in anger as a book appeared in his hands as he started looking through it muttering something. Let's see here, he first escaped, appeared in the near side and far sides of the moon, ended up in Camelot, entered Fuyuki City during the fourth heavens feel as a servant, disappeared sometime after the fifth feel. Maybe that's where he came up in, Neon grumbled as he went through pages not knowing Lightning had her blade out, intending to strike a blow to him. With a quick swing of her sword, she dealt a blow that would behead any human, well any human of course. The moment the blade was closing in on his neck, Neon stopped it with his index finger and thumb, as if holding a fly. Now Lightning, it's considered rude to attack someone with their back turned. Neon replied like he was chiding a small child before frowning. You must be in a rush if you were trying to kill me. Then again I can't truly die because I'm death ya know. He asked mockingly as Lightning gritted her teeth in anger. I see that you want to close the rift door so I'll let you go and close it, but after that, it'll be my turn to fight. He spoke ominously as he and the cathedral vanished, leaving Lightning alone as she had a sense of dread at the thought of fighting him again. One fight with him left a lifetime of despair and agony due to being sealed into her blade by this guy, right after he brutally crushed her bones and ruptured all non-vital innards and stripped her of her powers given to her by Etro. She was forced to recover very slowly inside her gunblade for the last 9,000 years and they were excruciatingly painful at the time. Then dealing with derangement and a ravenous hunger until she was freed by a few warriors that took up her blade, she ate until she could eat no more. A part of her wanted to give that guy a thrashing he will never forget, and the other part of her wanted to live and see another day. Due to the situation right now, she had no choice but to fight him after closing the door to the rift. She descended into the depths, encountering very few mannequins as they strangely avoided confronting her. She realized these were lesser mannequins and guessed they were ordered not to fight opponents more powerful than them, especially her. The further in she went, the more the pressure and aura began to build up as she reached the doorway. There were no mannequins yet, but she can feel an army's worth of them heading towards the doorway. She looked around, expecting at least someone or something to be guarding the place. Did they leave just to see her fight Neon? That she did not look forward to at all. Summoning her Zantetsuken, she leapt into the air and twirled it in her hands as she landed and stabbed the very center of the doorway as it immediately vanished. See, if Fang could do it, so can I, albeit with a different weapon. She thought to herself, recalling how Fang would leap in the air and deal a finishing blow to her unsuspecting victim with her trusty lance. That was when she heard clapping as she turned to see Neon to be the one responsible for it. You know, I must say I have been eager for a rematch with you, but I needed you at your strongest without anyone's interference in it. He admitted as he walked towards her. That's kind from someone like you. But I have a feeling you're motivated for something else. Lightning replied as Neon laughed and applauded her. Correct. I wanted to see what new injuries I would inflict upon you before you vanish and return into the boy's mindscape. He said with a twisted, amused smile on his face as Lightning dismissed her Zantetsuken and exchanged her Blazefire for her Omega weapon. Let's make a bet, shall we? He asked as Lightning clicked her tongue in annoyance, but thought about using this as an advantage. Fine, name your terms. She replied as Neon smirked. If you win, I'll answer any questions that I am allowed to tell, plus let you see more of Storm's true memories and past. He said, gaining her attention, and if I lose? She asked as Neon's smirk turned into a full-blown grin. You must spend a night of sinful pleasure with both Anko and Kushina. He replied as his grin threatened to split his face in half. Lightning was caught off guard by that. Was this something straight from that stupid pervert Jiraiya's mind? She was going to neuter him when she got back. Meanwhile, in a hot spring resort, Jiraiya had chills down his spines that made him want to dig a hole, jump in it, and bury himself at the moment. Deal. She agreed nonchalantly, much to Neon's surprise. What? She's not shocked. Could it be she's? Neon thought in total disbelief at what was running in his head. Lightning got in her stance as Neon conjured aside as he covered himself in a robe with a hood completely shadowing his face as 4 pitch black wings sprouted from his back with blue glowing veins on them. Let's get to it then, he muttered. Do you have the resolve to win? Neon asked as Lightning shifted into commando. I always create or find my own, she replied as they charged at each other. As Neon raised his side high in the air, her instincts kicked in as she suddenly jumped to the side as he swung down as an arc of energy escaped from his weapon as it went through the tunnels and out of the mountainside before disappearing. Anyone who saw the arc of energy escape would have wondered what was going on in there. Not bad, I guess you've learned well from our last fight, he mused as Lightning looked at the spot where the energy arc went through. I could have died if I was there, she thought, recalling how easily he used it to break Snow's most powerful defenses with one attack. She switched to Synergist and immediately casted Haste, Vigilance, and Bravery on herself. So you're deciding to buff yourself That could lead to your downfall, Neon shouted as he swung his scythe that immediately extended towards her. Lightning shifted to Sentinel and her body felt lighter as she used her speed to avoid the slash as the scythe got stuck in the wall. Neon cursed as he struggled to free his scythe from the wall as Lightning switched to Saboteur and casted Deshell and Protect on him as he pulled his blade from the wall. He quickly charged at her, going into close combat as she shifted back into commando and charged right at him as well. She struck first, her blade clashing against Neon's side as a shockwave of power erupted from the blows. Neon responded with a blitz that knocked her back as she had a few gashes on her torso that were starting to bleed. They weren't deep much to her relief. Lightning noticed Neon had done a paradigm shift and was currently undoing the Deshell and Protect ailments she had done to him and shifted to Synergist and casted Vigilance, Haste, Shell, and Protect. Lightning shifted to Ravager and started casting Fire, Thunder, Water, and Arrow as Neon was increasing his defenses as he shifted to Ravager as well. Before she could blink, he launched her into the air and unleashed a flurry of blows as he used Smite to slam her into the ground. She quickly shifted to Medic and started casting Cure on herself before shifting into Sentinel as she dodged Neon's slashes as she took a few chances and made her counterattacks on him. Seeing he wasn't getting anywhere, Neon shifted into commando as his wings stretched out and fired his black feathers like bullets as they vanished into thin air, entering a different dimension completely. Damn, using his space-time powers already, Lightning muttered as she cautiously looked around, knowing they can appear anytime, anywhere if she let her guard down. Not from my side, nor in front or behind, it's not above me so, she thought as she leapt back as a barrage of feather erupted from the ground as they continued to the top and tore a hole in the ceiling. I see you've begun to become more aware of your surroundings, Lightning. Neon asked from under his hood as Lightning clicked her tongue in annoyance at him. Looks like I'll get to use the big one after all, he continued as his black wings stretched out in an arc as a small sphere of energy was gathering over his head creating a halo of some sort. Lightning instantly knew that Attack Anywhere, the spell known as Armageddon, had the power to slay even Ragnarok at full power. Even a not fully charged one could eliminate an entire civilization in one shot. She had to act fast before he fires it. As Neon held his side in front of him to make sure she doesn't interrupt his spell, he felt some sort of disturbance in this world's reality and his unseen eyes widened in shock as he looked up at the sky through the hole in the ceiling. Impossible, Storm has actually summoned his reality marble, he shouted in shock as he failed to notice Lightning switch her gunblade into gun mode and fired at the halo of energy, disrupting his spell as it backfired on him due to letting his guard down. Gah! He shouted in pain as he was forced into the staggered state, leaving Lightning at an advantage as she decided to give him a piece of payback for what he did all those years ago. Payback's a bitch, she shouted as she charged at him and began her assault of kicks, bullets, and slashes as she launched him into the air as she shifted to Saboteur and undid his buffs and added Imperil to her Deshell and Protect as Neon crashed into the ground. No, Lightning wasn't finished with him yet as she shifted to Ravager and began her assault of spells, intent on raising his chain to increase the damage inflicted upon him as she decided to use her most strongest thunder spell she had mysteriously acquired. Thundasia, she shouted as she swung her arm down as a massive, powerful bolt of thunder rained down from the heavens right onto Neon. Lightning quickly shifted into commando as she charged at him, not waiting for her Thundasia to die out as she launched Neon into the air and started launching a barrage of ruined spells right at him. She then leapt into the air and started slashing at him with her Omega weapon, black streaks following her blade as she slashed at Neon and decided to give him the perfect payback. What goes around comes around, she shouted as she used Smite on him, causing Neon to crash into the ground as a crater was formed from the impact as Lightning fell after him and impaled him through the back. He wasn't moving, uneasing Lightning. I won, I don't like it, she muttered as she pulled her blade from his body and leapt back. Damn, you sure did a number on me, and I wasn't even going all out, Neon groaned as he got up and cracked his back. When he turned to her, she could feel him smiling under the hood already as he sat down and laughed. "All right, deal's a deal. Ask away before I leave soon," he said as lightning narrowed her eyes. "What is cipher?" she asked, plain and simple, as Neon chuckled. Cipher is the power of unlimited possibilities, a kaleidoscope to be exact, and a cipher can travel through dimensions at will without creating distortions of the like. Storm is a cipher. He is the very heart of almost all other Narutos in other parallel dimensions save for 2 Narutos. He explained as her eyes narrowed even more. "What do you mean by heart all other Narutos, and what do you mean by the 2 Narutos?" she demanded as Neon sighed. "Simple, Storm's very existence helps keeps the dimensions both normal and parallel alive with his very breath, and the other Naruto's worlds would instantly be destroyed if his soul was to be destroyed, kind of like how Ki's got Noel to stab the heart of chaos and kill Etro," he replied as Lightning's eyes widened in horror. "If that were to happen, the destruction of all dimensions will be destroyed. But the destruction only works on those inhabited by other Narutos. The 2 original incarnations of all Narutos are immune to their dimension's destruction and are the only ones who can recreate them if they wanted to. Plus I was ordered to destroy all incarnations of the world of fantasy in all of the Naruto worlds, and Storm fits both bills at once. It's a win-win for me," he exclaimed as Lightning became very suspicious of him. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice cold as ice. Neon chuckled before it turned into laughter. "There is an ancient entity sleeping inside him that helped create the original universe, which from certain humans and their imagination, also created the world of fantasy and Naruto's existence by the after effects as time moved on. Once Storm's soul is destroyed, so is that entity's own existence, creating the most fatal paradox in existence." He trailed off as Lightning knew what he meant. "It'll erase all incarnations of the world of fantasy and Naruto's own world never existed," she realized with dawning horror as her eyes of Etro began acting up. She saw it, her universe, Storm's world, Highwind's, and all other versions of the Crystal Legends and all other worlds of other Narutos being reduced to absolute nothingness as countless souls screamed in terror, despair, agony, and pain as they were erased from existence, as if they were never there. And what remained of it was Storm, sitting upon Etro's throne in crystal, serving as an eternal epitaph as a lance was left impaled in his chest as everything faded into eternal oblivion. She instantly knew that someone was responsible for Storm's death and that the lance was the one responsible for destroying Storm's soul, and also the catalyst for everything's destruction. "Who was responsible for Storm's death, and how can I stop it?" she demanded as she grabbed Neon and shook him violently. It was Highwind himself, armed with the lance of Longinus that ended his life. That is what was responsible for everything, and it is impossible to prevent. When it will happen I cannot say, only a time streamer could help you with that. "Any more questions?" he asked as Lightning dropped him and fell backwards, taking in the current information right now. "What is Storm's real past?" she asked weakly as Neon sighed. "The dreams will tell you. I'll give you the information on Storm's true past when you sleep. When they come will vary on the bond you have with him," he replied as he stood up. "One more thing, did you split his soul into fragments and scatter them around this universe just to increase the chance of annihilating us all?" she asked. "Yes. And those fragments alone cannot stop the inevitable destruction you will one day see in real life. Farewell, fallen champion," Neon spoke as he faded from existence as Lightning pounded the ground in anger. With that, the gate seal was destroyed as she returned to the mines, feeling despair overwhelm her as she realized that she could not move. Somewhere deep in her heart, a piece of loss was in there, yet at the same time, a small light of hope glowed inside there. She realized that it did not come to pass yet, and she made a vow to protect the boy as she tried to help him discover who he truly was. With a burning resolve in her heart, she stood and summoned her idolith and slashed it, summoning Odin. "Let's go find Naruto," she spoke to her summon as Odin nodded and entered Gestalt mode, turning into a majestic white horse as she hopped onto its back and they rode, intending to find the shinobi lassie. They could come back for the Scarletite, but right now, Naruto was the most important thing at the moment. The horse galloped through the mines knowing where to go by the guidance of Etro as they found numerous destroyed gateways not from Lightning's adventures, making her realize it was Naruto's trail as it leads them to the highest peak of the mountains, where a ruined castle laid as they found who they were looking for. "Naruto," she called out as she leapt off Odin and ran towards the boy, seeing multiple wounds on his body as he was gasping for breath as he turned to her. "Hey Light, what took ya so long?" he asked with a weak grin as his eyes closed as he fell forward, right into her arms. She checked his pulse, he was still alive but weak at the moment. Then she realized something, where was the Balrog? Because as she observed her surroundings, the area was scorched with flames as she found the massive creature, but was surprised at what she saw. "As I saw the Balrog a good distance away from where Naruto was facing before, it was entombed in crystal. Unable to get out as it was forever doomed to become nothing more than a statue, but what was bugging me was how it was possible. Did Naruto somehow awaken the powers of Cypher, or was it one of his own natural abilities that had somehow been awoken during their battle? I'll let it go for now, right now he needs medical attention. With that settled, she carried the boy onto Odin's back as he carried the Master Lassie and her student towards civilization as they failed to notice Neon and Pandora walking in and looking at the crystallized Balrog. I still can't believe he created a reality marble, after all of his abilities sealed. But it seems he didn't use UBW though. Neon spoke as Pandora looked at him. By the way Neon, I thought the Lance of Longinus would only suppress storm, did you have a change in thought? She asked as Neon shook his head no. No, when he split his soul again to give his twin life, it weakened his own. Thus, even with the setting set on suppression, the Lance of Longinus will destroy his soul completely, thus herald the end to millions of dimensions as a result. I hope you'll love the chaos that will follow, he replied with a grin as Pandora's eyes widened with glee at the potential sight of mass destruction on an unimaginable scale. I think you gave me a birthday present worth more than all the ones I had before, I think have the perfect reward for you, she said sultry as she drew herself closer to him with a seductive gaze as he smirked. The two entities vanished as the countdown for destruction began to commence. Woo, man, that was a pain to write. At least it was worth writing and explaining a few things to you readers. Be sure to stay tuned for Naruto's side of the battle in the next chapter of Shinobi Lassie, Storm of the Revolution. Chapter 19, Forging of the Blades Part 3, Storm. He remembered this sensation. The sensation of falling always had its own meanings depending on whom and what you are. If you had wings, it would symbolize the biggest gamble on your life if you couldn't master the ability to fly. But for those who lived their whole lives on the ground in combat or those whose wings were torn in the air, it meant your demise. To Naruto, it reminded him of when Jiraiya tossed him down that ravine towards the pulse vestige and the awakening of lightning. How his own soul was broken into fragments and scattered through time and space. To him, it felt like a long half-remembered dream. He could reminisce later, he had a demon to slay. As he fell, he saw the wakizashi given to him by Mifune falling down further ahead. He reached out and grabbed it, channeling chakra into the blade as its cutting length extended as he continued to free fall after his enemy. The enemy was a Balrog, a demon from a completely different dimension that was made of shadow and flames. The air around that foul creature was hot, burning as it annoyed his skin as he drew in close and landed on its chest and began stabbing it. The demon roared in anger as it tried to shake the boy off of it as it crashed into one of the tunnel's walls, completely dislodging the small opponent as it took its chance to slam its massive hand against him. This made Naruto crash into the walls as well as he quickly recovered and ran down it while following the falling demon and began his assault. He threw water and thunder spells in junction as he threw a few ruin spells to keep the creature's stagger energy balanced and decreasing speed slow, bidding his time to go all out with his demonic foe. The Balrog was getting annoyed at the quenching of its flames, the assaults of thunder, and the strange offensive magic as it fell. It struggled as it constantly attacked every part of the walls of the tunnel as the rocks began caving in, forcing Naruto to leap onto its chest again, but this time, it was prepared. The Balrog grabbed Naruto in its clutches as he struggled to break free as he casted water and thunder right into the demon's face hoping it would be forced to release him. It didn't work. Instead, the Balrog slammed him against the walls as it too crashed into them, forcing the demon to let go of him. Naruto recovered as the Balrog twirled in the air as he latched onto its horns and proceeded to try and kill it by stabbing it in the skull. The Balrog screeched in pain as they reached the end of the tunnel. If anyone at the end of the tunnel was there, they would be caught in awe at what they saw from a distance. A demonic creature banished from the heavens into the depths of hell as it would fall into a lake and disappear into the abyss as a hero from legends past would continue his battle with the creature till the end of time. This is gonna hurt, Naruto thought as he realized they were going to crash into the lake as they indeed crashed, creating a massive explosion of water to rise with steam coming out as Naruto was rendered unconscious from the impact, unknowing being carried out by the underwater currents with the Balrog as well. Little did he know, the powers of Cosmos were starting to react violently inside him, gaining the attention of Shinryu residing inside the boy's heaven half of the mindscape as he looked at the small power of Cosmos with interest. Interesting, it seems the goddess of harmony's powers have begun to react towards Magatsu Arashi's chaotic powers. Now the Cypher's own Lassie crystal and the crystal of harmony are now in conflict due to him being part of the boy's own Lassie powers. If my theory is correct, the descendant of Cypher will suffer from crystals growing inside his body, looking for a way out due to the releasing energies from the conflict. An extremely painful and rare condition, the dragon mused, clearly wondering what will happen next with interest in its eyes, wondering if Naruto will overcome this situation in some impossible way. As Shinryu watched from inside Naruto whose body was dragged towards land by an armored figure, he twitched as he regained conscious as he sat up as he hugged his body in unbelievable pain. Arg, what's happening? He asked himself as a voice answered him. Your powers are going out of control. This made Naruto turn to see the armored figure around his age looking at him. Naruto immediately got up and got into a stance as the armored figure held his hand up. "Wait, Storm, I'm not here to fight you." The figure replied, making Naruto's eyes narrow. "Who are you? And how do you know me?" he demanded as the armor figure sighed. He pulled off his helmet to reveal, "Because we are two sides of the same path." Naruto replied, surprising himself. "No way, so this is the version based off lightning during the time she was a warrior goddess, huh? Nice armor by the way," he complimented. "Yes, though my creation was to do lightning's job until she regains her lost powers again, that an Etro is quite lonely in Valhalla." The new champion of Etro replied with a wry smile on his face. "You can say she and I can get along just fine, though she's quite curious of our culture right now ever since Grand Pulse had been changed over the years." He finished recalling his lectures to the lonely goddess of how table manners, eating with chopsticks, and even reading scrolls work. To him, it made him feel like Iruka-sensei at the time. And that was one big headache, as the goddess would ask questions even he didn't dare cross the line answering. "By the way, call me Tempest, okay?" he asked as Storm nodded his head. Now from here on out, Naruto will be called Storm through the chapter." "Sure, but aren't we supposed to be dealing with a certain problem?" Storm asked, getting Tempest's attention. "What kind of problem exactly?" he asked as Storm pointed to a massive black slimy creature coming out of the water. "That," Storm replied depend as Tempest placed his helmet back on and summoned his gunblade. Storm looked at the blade and was marveled by its beauty. The craftsmanship was beyond human capabilities. He sensed something familiar with it and he finally recognized that blade. It was Lightning's when she served as Etro's champion before her defeat at Neon's hands many years ago. How could Tempest acquire the blade if Neon stole her powers, unless? "Focus on the enemy, Storm," Tempest called out, snapping the shinobi lassie out of it as he saw Tempest fighting the slimy creature and cursed himself for distracting himself at the design of the blades and realized he no longer had the wakizashi Mifune gave him. "If only I had a sword, damn it," Storm mentally swore as he casted Libra on the thing and was surprised at the Balrog in a weakened form. Most of its former powers and strengths were removed after falling into the lake, it seems. Though it would still absorb fire spells to heal and regain its lost flames. "Looks like I'm a black mage for this fight, Tempest, slash and burn," Storm called out as Tempest shifted into Paladin as Storm shifted to Ravager. "Let's do this," Tempest shouted as the two incarnations of Lightning's legacy began their assault on the Balrog. Storm focused mainly on using water and thunder spells as Tempest used his blade and performed an elegant dance of steel as he gracefully avoided the Balrog's swipes and snarls as he landed successful blows on the demon. The stagger energy was building up nice and slowly as the Balrog began to relight itself in flame as Tempest was forced to jump back. "Shit, did we run out of time?" Tempest cursed as Storm shook his head. "No, it just relit itself, but it's still weak. We need to build up the stagger energy even more," he replied to his divine counterpart who nodded. "How about getting another ally into the fray? Tempest asked as Storm nodded as he pulled out the Magatama necklace he acquired and grabbed the glowing icy blue one. "Hey hero, it's show time, so come on out," Storm called out as a massive chunk of ice appeared in front of him and it exploded as Snow Jr. appeared. "Did someone say they needed a hero?" Snow Jr. asked in his usual demeanor as Storm just merely pointed at the Balrog. "Sweet, it's like one of those bosses from video games Snow showed me. Bring it on," he shouted as the three Narutos shifted to relentless assault with Tempest as the Paladin enhanced commando role and Storm with Snow Jr. shifting into Ravager. "I say it's time to cool him off, guys," Snow Jr. commented as he casted Blizzard and water spells as Storm followed up with his own water spells along with a few thunder ones in his arsenal. The Balrog used its arms to shield itself from these attacks as they only protected him from the front as Tempest attacked the creature from the back, making it difficult. The Balrog unleashed a savage roar as it released all the flames in its body into a wave of fire that singed the two lassie as Tempest was immune to the attack as he shifted to Night and used Immortal. Note to self, avoid that attack. The Knight mused as the two lassie glared daggers at him for not warning them in time. That's when they noticed the Balrog's body was emitting a red aura as they realized the stagger energy was at its peak. Storm and Snow Jr. unleashed a barrage of water spells in sync as the demon's body was engulfed in a golden aura as they shifted to aggression with Storm as the Ravager, Snow Jr. as a commando, and Tempest in his paladin role respectively. Storm furiously casted his thunder spells as quickly as he can as Snow Jr. gave the Balrog a nasty uppercut as the creature was launched into the air as Tempest leapt after the demon as dealt a series of slashes and landed gracefully as Snow Jr. launched a series of ruin spells on it. The Balrog's flames died out as it crashed into the ground, but Tempest decided to play juggle with Snow Jr. by using launch as he and the miniature, Mr. Hero, delivered their slashes and punches respectively as Storm shifted into commando and casted a barrage of ruin spells to keep the Balrog in midair. Storm noticed something was wrong with the Balrog. He realized that the stagger state it was in was almost over with. Get ready for it to revert back to normal, guys, he warned as he casted another barrage of ruin spells at the demon. Snow Jr. smirked as he joined in on the ruin spell contest as Tempest smirked under his helmet and leapt into the air again and dealt his usual slashes, but this time, when the Balrog was about to recover from its staggered state while in midair, Tempest used Smite as it made the Balrog crash violently into the ground with incredible force as it roared in savage agony as its body became still. The battle was going well for the Narutos as they cheered in victory, until Storm doubled over suddenly as parts of his body began bleeding. What the hell? Snow Jr. said, looking over at his electric counterpart with concern. Tempest ran over to Storm and started to examine the wounds, and from the sound of his voice, he was surprised. Cosmos powers and his Lassie powers are in conflict. They're creating crystals within his chakra network and they are trying to escape. Right now they're bursting out of his skin, and so fast, he said while muttering the last part to himself, examining the wounds very closely as he saw various types of crystals were indeed coming out of Storm's skin. They also radiated some sort of power in them. Tempest suddenly turned towards the supposed to be knocked out Balrog only to see it running into the tunnels, away from the Lassie in one night. Damn it, we have to stop it before its flames truly relight themselves. If we don't make it in time, it might reach the surface and who knows what it will do. Tempest cursed as Snow Jr. looked between the tunnel and Storm. You take care of Storm, I'm going to buy you guys time and try to stall it before it finds a way out, he replied as he pulled out a idolith in the shape of an icy blue heart and crushed it in his hands and started running, throwing it in front of him as the Shiva sisters came forth from a sphere of icy cold water as they followed their summoner as they transformed into Gestalt mode, which was in the form of a motorcycle, as Snow Jr. leapt into the air and landed in the seat and drove off after the Balrog before Tempest could even reply. Damn it, Snow Jr. One of these days your self-sacrificing nature you got from Snow will get you killed, Tempest muttered in annoyance as he looked at the unconscious Storm, whose face was twitching from some twisted dream. He was muttering something and unconsciously, Tempest removed his helmet to get a better hearing, and the words he heard sent a small chill down his spine. I am the bone of my crystal. Those words were no ordinary words. Those were incantations or an aria of some sort. Whatever it was, if Storm completed it in some shape or form, it would unleash a spell of devastating power depending on the length of it, something that might be useful depending on situation or location. He wondered what was going on in Storm's head right now, but he had to focus on reducing the crystal's growth on the body before Storm dies from the inside out. He observed the crystals up close and noticed that they were falling off, one by one, but the crystal fragments still emitted an incredible amount of energy in them. Could it be, Storm's body is producing crystals similar to the ones that are used to make Lassie? Tempest thought as he picked one up and observed it with his own eye, recognizing the similarities between the infant stages of an Lassie's idolith before it takes on a unique shape like a rose like Lightning's idolith or an apple-shaped one like Vanille's idolith. Tempest looked at his former self, realizing why Etro sent him to keep an eye on Storm after he and Lightning were separated in the mines. I swear I always attract trouble no matter where I am or what I do, he grumbled in place of all other Narutos out there. Storm's subconscious. It was dark, he didn't know how long he was trapped in the darkness, nor did he see any kind of exit anywhere. He walked, wondering which way to go as he found a familiar being with his back turned to him. A man with tanned skin, white hair, and a red coat while wearing some sort of skin-tight black armor definitely brought back memories. He was that man that had helped him regain his strength to take on Shinryu once again after he was defeated by the Doom spell. Who are you? He asked the man who turned at the sound of his voice. Not sure I can recall my name, but call me Archer, Naruto Uzumaki. The man replied as said boy raised an eyebrow. You know about me, but how is it that I don't know who you are? He asked as Archer snorted. Well, you were well known for being a hard-headed idiot most of the time. He replied as Storm glared at the man with annoyance in his eyes. Are you going to insult me or are you here for something else? Storm grumbled as Archer smirked. Just here to help wake up some locked memories, it's under my master's orders after hearing what happened to you. He replied as Storm looked at him confusingly. So what, are you a butler or something? He asked as Archer's face twitched at the suggestion. No, I am a servant. A heroic spirit summoned under a magus in a battle for the Holy Grail. You were involved in a few of them yourself, Naruto. Plus I also taught you my special projection abilities and made your own version of my reality marble. He replied as Storm looked utterly confused. Heroic spirit, servant, Holy Grail, reality marble. Now I'm completely lost. Storm replied to the man in red as he sighed. Should have known, your memories were tampered with, so it's no surprise there that you've forgotten everything. Looks like I'll have to do it the hard way then. Archer mumbled under his breath as Storm looked confused as he saw the strange look on Archer's face, and it wasn't a good kind. What are you do, Arg? He couldn't finish his question as Archer grabbed his head and mumbled 2 words. Trace, on. The man spoke as Storm felt a foreign energy enter his body as something switched inside of his brain. Images of some sort of ability was flooding in his head, images of creating swords out of thin air, various types with their own unique abilities, histories, and specialties. It was hurting his head, these memories were overflowing as everything around him was fading away. Looks like I was only able to awaken your ability of gradation error projection as it's most commonly called in your jewelmage craft skills. But the rest is up to you to remember. Good luck, Naruto. Archer called out from the darkness as it consumed him. Real world. Storm's eyes opened, feeling a headache as he sat upright and held his head in pain as he heard the sounds of armor clinking towards him. How long have I been out? He asked Tempest, who had his helmet off. For a few good 10 minutes. How's your body? He asked as Storm groaned. Like lightning went all out on me, he grumbled as Tempest chuckled at the thought as Storm noticed the crystal shards around his body. What are these crystals exactly? He asked as Tempest shrugged his shoulders. Beats me, they came out of you. I'm guessing Cosmos powers are in conflict with your Lassie powers for some reason and these crystals were born as a side effect. But that's just a theory. He replied as Storm collected the crystals and pocketed them away. These could be useful later. By the way, where's Snow Jr.? He asked. Well, after you fell unconscious, the Balrog regained conscious and started running off. He's stalling for time. Are you ready to get going? Tempest asked as Storm nodded. With that, Tempest refitted his helmet and from his chest, pulled out an idolith and summoned Lightning's old gunblade she had when she was serving Etro and tossed it into the air and slashed it, summoning Odin in all of his glory. 2 things happened right off the bat. One was that Storm felt his body react to the blade as images of some sort of blueprint was etched into his brain and he noticed that the Odin that Tempest summoned was different from the one Lightning had. What kind of Odin is he, Tempest? I've heard from Light that there were a variety of Odins but I only heard of Twilight Odin. He asked as he felt Tempest smirking under that helmet. He's Odin Aesir, an evolved form of Odin and a powerful version and is technically your summon. He replied as Storm looked at the Eidolon in surprise and awe. Really? But wait, I didn't find her yet. Storm replied as Odin Aesir and Tempest looked at each other and chuckled, much to the shinobi Lassie's confusion. Well, you actually did find her. But you don't recall because of Neon's influence during your hunt for Tsunade, that made Storm frown at the mention of the man. One of the regular untamed Odins responded to you and had somehow undergone the evolution. Which is this big guy here? He finished patting the Eidolon. Storm was getting confused. He didn't recall being influenced by Neon other than the time when he and Lightning were. You've got to be kidding me, Lightning was her. He asked as Tempest just merely nodded and was thankful for his helmet covering his face. His expression underneath looked like he was going to lose control and burst out laughing at any time. Well yeah, I was actually pretty surprised by that too. He lied with a straight face, knowing everything due to being inside Valhalla and seeing through Etro's eyes. Great, now what, do I get to own some super dangerous weapon next? Storm asked him sarcastically as Tempest shook his head no. Storm looked at Odin Aesir and noticed the difference between the Odin that Lightning had. While her Odin was white and in black armor, this one had a red traveler's coat and its left eye was covered in an eye patch. It wielded the trademark Zantetsuken in its right hand but instead of a shield in its left, there was a spear. As that, Storm muttered looking at the 2 weapons as he felt his eyes twitch in pain after looking at the weapons before it stopped. Yup, that's Gingnir in all of its glory. Compared to the original which is lost to all but the true Odin, this one follows the ability of never missing its mark like the original. Tempest replied. Nice, but now let's ride. Storm declared as Odin Aesir entered Gestalt mode, transforming into an 8-legged horse that neighed in a dignified way as the red traveler's coat wrapped itself around Storm as the Zantetsuken blades and Gingnir vanished as he hopped onto the horse's back. Tempest summoned a regular Odin as it too entered Gestalt mode as the 2 warriors rode on, finding their frosty counterpart and see if he was alright. They found a trail of ice indicating he was battling the Balrog with the Shiva sisters, stalling for time. This made the 2 twin paths of lightning to proceed to go even faster to find Snow Jr. as they found themselves in the same massive hallways where the Balrog first let itself known, and right now Snow Jr. and the Shiva sisters were in the fight for their lives. Come on girls, just a little bit longer until backup arrives. He shouted to the twin frosty girls as Styria and Nyx nodded as the Balrog's flames were starting to light up again. Hey, need a hand hero? Storm asked in a semi-mock tone as Snow Jr. turned and waved at the 2. Hey guys, ready for some action? He asked as Storm leapt off Aesir as Tempest followed suit as the 2 incarnations of Odin returned to the idoliths, the pink rose for Tempest and the blue rose one that came to Storm as he placed it near his Lassie brand as it was absorbed into it, with the red traveler's coat disappearing from his body. As he and Tempest ran towards the miniature snow, Storm felt something was wrong with his head but decided to ignore it. Thanks for the help girls, let me and my bros here will handle the rest. Snow Jr. called out as Styria waved at him as Nyx blew him an icy kiss before dismissing themselves. Always a flirt, aren't you girls? Snow Jr. chuckled as Tempest shook his head. The Balrog regained their attention by unleashing a savage roar as Snow Jr. huffed. That was when Storm casted Cure on him. Try not to go overboard, hero, don't want you dying on us, he said as Snow Jr. scratched his cheek sheepishly. That's nice and all, but we have an enemy to deal with. Tempest growled as he got into his stance with gunblade in hand as Snow Jr. got into his own stance as well. What happened next was unexpected for both parties. Trace, on. Storm shouted suddenly with his right hand outstretched as he looked like he was holding some sort of invisible weapon as the crystals from inside his body and the ones in his pocket reacted to the words as they escaped and gathered into an object. Words were ringing in Storm's head as they held a nostalgic part inside of his memories. He desired a weapon, and right now he wanted a gunblade, so the energy inside of him as parts of his body opened up, creating wounds in his arms much to the surprise to the other Narutos as crystals escaped from his body as those and the crystals inside his pouch merged and transformed into a crystal version of the Blazefire saber lightning was known for wielding. Let's dance, Storm shouted as he got into his stance as no one noticed how his eyes were glazed over, as if possessed by something. That was when the Balrog charged at them, making the three Narutos dodged it as the demon crashed into a support pillar causing the entire mine to shake violently at the loss of one of its support pillars as a massive pile of rubble fell onto the creature. It broke out of the rubble and was in pain, but it could still put up a fight. Storm casted Libra on the Balrog and noticed its status had changed from the last time it was fought. Its defenses halved all attacks save for ice and water spells which were its weaknesses at the moment. Relentless assault guys, Tempest use Ruin, Snow Jr. let's cool him off. He shouted as he pulled off his headband as a massive surge of magical energy erupted from his body as his eyes became as hard as diamonds. The release of his headband showed how serious he was as the mines shook under the very pressure from the massive surge of power. The Balrog started by gathering flames as it created a whip of fire and swung down where Tempest was standing as he dodged it and casted Ruin right back at the demon. Snow Jr. and Storm began with casting Blizzard and Water spells respectively from a distance as steam began to form from the Balrog's skin as it turned towards them, knowing that they are trying to weaken its flames. He does not look happy, Snow Jr. commented as Storm ran towards the Balrog despite his protest as the demon swung its whip at him only for Storm to dodge as he slashed at the hand with Aqua Strike, causing the Balrog to snarl at the boy with annoyance as it began to use its left hand to smack the boy, only to be hit in the face by a Ruin spell by Tempest. Hey ugly, over here. The knight taunted, distracting the Balrog as Storm slashed at the hand holding the whip with another Aqua Strike, soaking the hand as the whip faded away. Snow Jr. ran up to the Balrog and delivered his own Frost Strike right into its chest as the demon was forced back as Tempest slashed at its left hand. The Balrog roared in anger at the annoyance from the three warriors as the Trinity leapt away to observe their work. Right now the stagger energy had just grown past the initial levels and was a quarter full until the creature entered the stagger state. Its left arm was cut and the right arm was currently dosed and slimy-like as the ice on the chest from Snow Jr. was already melting. They needed to weaken the other arm as they noticed the right arm was now limp. They knew what they had to do. They used Paradigm Shift, used the Delta attack formation as Snow Jr. became a sentinel who got the pleasure of pissing off the enemy as Storm was the Ravager as Tempest shifted to his paladin role. Hey, you're so ugly, that when your mama sees you, she cries in her sleep. He taunted as the Balrog's attention focused purely on Snow Jr. with absolute hatred burning in its eyes. One type of taunts that works no matter what is when it's an insult to one's mother, and man, the Balrog was downright pissed at the moment. If he were to cook him, it would be burnt extra crispy right now. The Balrog charged at Snow Jr. completely ignoring the other two as it tried to deliver divine retribution for the insult to its mother, as it unleashed a furious blow of claws and fire upon him who was merely using Steelguard at the moment. Sweet, looks like I get to work on my Steelguard after all, he said jokingly as Storm and Tempest mentally groaned at that line. Storm focused only on casting water spells with a few thunder spells into the mix while adding a few slashes from Aqua Strike as Tempest's ability Armor Piercer took effect as he slashed at the creature's distracted back while breaking through its physical defenses. The Balrog was blinded by pure rage as Snow Jr. continued to taunt and block its attacks, making a few jokes just to keep it focused on him as the Balrog decided it had enough. Tempest noticed this in an instant. Tortoise now, he shouted as they all shifted into the strongest defense paradigm as the Balrog's body became outstretched as the entire area was consumed in flames. The heat was unbearable to the three Narutos. Snow Jr. was able to withstand it while Tempest was immune to it, but Storm barely pulled through as the flames soon died out and the Balrog was missing. They heard stones crumbling as they heard the Balrog's roar as they saw the pathway it went. Shit, That fucking bastard got to the surface, but it's at the summit, we have to. Tempest froze, as he turned away. I have to return to Valhalla. Etro is in danger from the Nero, the keys Naruto, sorry. He apologized as he began fading away. One more thing, Storm, he called out, getting his attention. To end this, you must sacrifice one source of power to awaken the right one to end it. He said cryptically as he disappeared for good. Storm looked at Snow Jr. and could tell the wannabe hero was exhausted. Even with his healing abilities it wouldn't be enough. Head back home, hero, this is my fight and I have to be the one to finish it. He said to his icy other, who shook his head. No way, a hero doesn't turn tail from a challenge. He stubbornly replied as Storm glared at him. Listen, this was my fight before you came in, and this is how it should end, plus I don't want to explain to everyone in your timeline how you died being reckless. He shot back as Snow Jr. winced from that. But you might die if you take that thing alone. He countered as Storm snorted. Who said I was alone? Even when they are not here, my friends, family, and loved ones are always by my side even in my darkest hour. With them cheering me on, I won't lose. He replied calmly and in a determined tone as Snow Jr. looked at him with shock and then understanding. Alright, you win. I'll be cheering for you, so go kick that thing's ass. Snow Jr. replied as he faded away, leaving a trail of snow petals in the air as they fell gently onto the ground. With that, Storm's crystal gunblade broke into pieces as it turned to dust as he walked out of the entrance as he noticed it was night outside already as he noticed a ruined castle at the top of the summit. But he noticed something was wrong. Where was the Balrog? He got his answer as he heard wings flapping as he looked up to see the Balrog flying in the air roaring in savage fury as it threw fireballs at him immediately. Odin Aesir, come forth. Storm called out as he dashed and proceeded to summon his eidolon by crushing its idolith and throwing it in front of him as his unique summon came into existence and entered Gestalt mode as he hopped on and the traveler's cloak covered him as they got away from the explosion of flames. The Balrog roared in anger as it gave chase in the air as Storm summoned Odin's Gingnir into his hand as he looked at his aerial foe. Forgotten time, be reborn. He declared as he held Gingnir up high as lightning danced in the heavens above as they fell upon the flying demon with vicious fury. The Balrog roared in anger at the skies as he gave pursuit as it threw balls of flames that exploded around the cloaked rider that missed or were blocked by Ular's shield as the benefits of Protect and Shell took over the boy. He threw Gingnir at the creature as another Gingnir appeared in his hands as he threw more and more, each hitting their marks on the creature's body. The Balrog roared in pain and anger as the spears faded away from its body as its flames became hotter than ever before as they were truly relit much to Storm's annoyance. Not kidding around, huh? He asked out loud as the chase continued as the two enemies were heading towards the top of the summit. He held Gingnir into the air again as sparks of electricity danced from its tips as it traveled to the clouds as a barrage of thunder fell from the skies upon the Balrog as he threw the spear at his desired target, the wings. The Gingnir soared through and following the powers of the original Gingnir, it reached its mark as the Balrog screeched in pain as its wings were painfully torn from its back as it fell in smoke and flames up ahead in front of Storm and Odin Aesir. With that, Storm exchanged Gingnir for the trademark Zantetsuken blades as they drew closer to where the Balrog fell as it stood on its legs as it roared in savage fury, the flames on its body burning brighter and hotter than ever before as it charged at them. Storm had his eidolon charge forward, cloak and cape flowing in the wind as they drew closer to their fiery enemy as time began to slow down. The Balrog didn't focus on the eight-legged horse, but at the rider on top of it instead. With its fiery claws, it aimed at the young boy as the horse transformed into a warrior as the cloak that the boy wore was now on this giant warrior's body as he held its claws right in front but realized something. Where was the boy? The answer came from behind as the boy wielded two twin massive curved blades as he let out a roar of defiance as he spun, the blades cutting through its blazing hide with incredible cutting power as the Balrog let out an agonizing roar as it decided to make sure both of them were burned to ashes for their insolence. "Aw crap," was the only thing the boy could say as everything around them was consumed in flames. The flames were hot, but Storm felt his body was being shielded as he felt someone cradling him in their arms when it was his summon that protected him. "Aesir," he muttered as the eidolon placed him down gently and he could see in its eyes an apologetic look. "Don't worry, I'll finish this guy off for the both of us, take care big guy." He replied to the unspoken apology as the eidolon nodded as he dismissed himself, leaving his summoner alone to the demon of shadow and flames. He looked at his enemy that roared in savage triumph of eliminating his summon and began to charge at him. Storm didn't have a plan and the castle might be a good place to start hiding as he ran towards it with the Balrog right behind him. "Let's dance big guy," he taunted as he was being pursued. The Balrog roared as it threw a massive fireball at him as he ran on the sides of the mountainside with his chakra helping him run on them as he casted a barrage of ruined spells at it as he flinched slightly in pain as he felt his chakra network being invaded by the crystals growing from the conflict between his Lassie powers and Cosmos powers. He then recalled what Tempest told him and realized what he meant. "Trace, on." He shouted as he gritted his teeth in pain as his wounds reopened as the crystals escaped from his body and blood pouring out of them as the blood-soaked crystals forged another crystal replica of the Blazefire saber, but this time he created a second crystal replica for him to use dual-wield as he shifted the weapons into gun mode and started firing at the creature as he continued running. The Balrog merely raised its arm to protect itself from the projectiles but noticed something was wrong with its arm. There were crystals growing on it as it painfully peeled them off its burning flesh as its prey escaped into the ruined castle. No matter, in the end, the child would be dead before daylight rises. Storm gasped in pain as he still held his crystal gunblades in his hands. The pain of creating them through his body was taxing on him as he tried to figure out a way to get rid of Cosmos' powers. Damn it, for powers of harmony, it's not helping me at all. I need to get rid of it somehow, but who could? Shinryu. He realized as deep inside of his mindscape, the Dragon of Ruin heard him call out to him. What is it, descendant of Cypher? The dragon asked, clearly interested in what his ally and summoner wanted. I need you to get rid of Cosmos' powers for me. You can take them, but I also need you to help jumpstart something inside of me. He replied as the dragon's curiosity grew. Oh, what is it that could possibly be inside you that might defeat a Balrog? The dragon asked as he felt the boy had a plan. It might be something due to this projection ability or whatever that some guy named Archer awoke inside of me. Look for the foreign source, both inside of my chakra and crystarium systems and see if you could fully awaken it, because these crystal replicas of Light's gunblade might be connected to that ability. He mentally replied as he cut off the connection. Shinryu grew interested in the mention of the alias known as Archer and recalled a certain war for an all-powerful wish-granting artifact he heard of from that clumsy man from the 5th legend Gilgamesh while traveling the rifts. There was this one ability from that world he was told of, where a man was able to alter reality within a miniature world egg as its power was that known as infinite creation of swords. He wondered which Archer was it, and how it was connected to the boy. It didn't matter, as long as he gained some power while staying with the boy, so be it. The massive WYRM flew deeper inside of his summoner and found the boy's Crystarium system. Deep down inside the dragon's heart, he had a feeling that it was connected to that unknown role the boy created during his fight to tame his power. He found it, but it was blocked by Cosmos' powers as the massive dragon grinned at the chance of gaining more power. He willed it, and the energies of harmony were absorbed into him as he gained more power. He looked at the unique roll in its crystals and noticed that a few were glowing, one that allowed him to wield two weapons at once and another was that attack that defeated him in battle. But the third one was completely new and it was actually two ability crystals clumped together and there were two branches in that roll's tree. One was quiet as the other one was faintly glowing, but Shinryu knew that the clumped one was the one responsible for the boy's weapons to be crystal-like in appearance. He split the clumped crystal into two as they still shone brightly as the connection with the boy reopened. Thanks Shinryu, now the pain has subsided, but the crystals are still inside of me. You have any idea what it is? He asked, and the dragon noticed his voice was tense. The WYRM looked at the crystarium system and the boy's chakra network and noticed how the two have almost completely merged into one. He reported his findings to the boy and mentioned something else. By the way, you can summon the crystals in a less painful method this time. They will still come out of your body, but in a different, and less painful manner than last time. Plus, they seem to be imbued with either massive amounts of chakra or magical energies. If you live long enough you might want to experiment with them. Shinryu spoke as it closed the connection as it went to lounge in the boy's mindscape again, waiting for an interesting show to start. In the real world, Storm was busy dodging the Balrog's massive burning sword when Shinryu told him about summoning crystals and in a much less painful method as part of the bottom his coat was cut even though he dodged it. He narrowed his eyes as he deflected the creature's blade with lots of effort, knowing he's being pushed back. As the Balrog made a swipe, Storm leapt into the air right towards the creature as he prepared to slash its face with his two blades as the Balrog quickly reacted and slashed at him. He deflected it with the blade in his right hand as it soon broke into shards as his cheek and right shoulder had blood coming out from the attack. So this is what happens after completely dodging it. He muttered as he held his right arm out as crystal energy escaped from his palm and created another crystal replica of the Blazefire. He shifted to Sentinel and used his enhanced agility to dodge the slashes as streaks of flames followed it, making it more dangerous. Storm blocked a diagonal slash with his blades as he felt the full brute strength of the Balrog as his crystal blades broke and he was thrown into the wall from the impact, leaving a crater in its wake. Blood dripped from his forehead as he fell on the ground, hearing the Balrog heading towards him slowly, taking pleasure of torturing him. He got up and he smirked as he created a plan as he felt the special role he created had unlocked a unique ability. Paradigm shift, Chosen, he muttered as a list of abilities in his head popped into his head. He leapt up to the next floor level, standing on the rails as the Balrog leapt after him, and Storm muttered something. I am the bone of my crystal. With that, a bow and arrow made of crystal were forged, he drew the string as the arrow was filled with massive amounts of energy inside of it as he unleashed it upon the Balrog. The energy was so intense that a pillar of light broke through the ceiling and the entire area shook from the power. When the light died down, the Balrog was on its knees as its arms were coated in crystal. That arrow had enough power to kill any ordinary lassie whose defenses are the worst. Then again, someone like Fang or Snow should be able to withstand the blow. But then again, you're a demon and they are on a different level. Storm spoke up as he noticed the crystallized flames and realized what he could do to defeat this creature. The Balrog got up and unleashed a savage roar as Storm leapt through the hole in the ceiling as the Balrog began to search the castle for the boy as it lit the massive main torch, causing all other torches in the castle to light up as it searched through the castle, burning anything else in its wake. Storm was waiting above the hole on another set of railings on a balcony where the hole ended as his eyes turned to the corner as he leapt away just in time to avoid the demon's blade from behind. "You move fast for something in a massive body," he commented as he leapt away again as the Balrog landed where he just stood, which was near the hole as its massive weight made it sink into the hole with both arms trapped. It roared in anger as it struggled to break free as Storm crossed his arms, this time creating two different weapons, crystal replicas of Hope's weapons. "Earth is my body. And fire is my blood." He infused them with chakra as he threw them as they bounced off the Balrog's body and then made two more crystal boomerangs. "I have witnessed the story of the crystal legends." He threw them as they followed their crystal brethren in an elegant dance that made them look like a mirage as they all collided against the Balrog in an explosion as more of its flames began to crystallize. He charged forward with his arms crossed, creating two crystal replicas of the blazefire again. Unknown to light. He then crossed them behind his back as they transformed into crystal replica of the Zantetsuken blades lightning wielded. Nor known to darkness. He leapt into the air, charging the crystal Zantetsuken blades with both chakra and magic as he swung down, creating a V/mark on the demon's chest as the blades dispersed. He leapt away in time as the Balrog was engulfed in an explosion while Storm held his left arm in pain. "Damn, there goes my arm," he muttered grimly with an expression to match his tone. Through the flames and embers, the Balrog stood, its chest and flames on its body frozen in crystal as it broke pieces of as it slammed Storm downwards towards the lobby area as he sat up with a smile as the Balrog landed a few yards in front of him. "You are one powerful and worthy opponent there, Balrog. Merciless to your enemies, and from what I am seeing in front of me as you wait, have a sense of honor like a true warrior." Storm spoke up as the demon snorted as he stood up, "But I'm not going to die easily, Balrog. Go easy on me as much as you want, but take a few more of these weapons with you." He finished. Fate Stay Night soundtrack, Emiya Kenji Kawaii version. Storm then created a crystal-bladed version of Hope's boomerang and threw it onto the rope holding a massive bell that is hung over the main torch, causing it to fall as the flame was put out, and as a result all other flames were instantly put out as the Balrog looked around. It couldn't sense the boy. Did he flee? That was then. Moonlight poured from the hole in the ceiling as it moved slowly, showing the boy, kneeling down like a loyal knight. It looks like any lunar deity in this world is not on his side. Withstood pain and loneliness to create cherished and unbreakable bonds. He recalled Iruka-sensei, Old Man Hijiran Sarutobi, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, all of the other fellow rookies, Lightning, Kushina, and his twin sister who was finding her way back to him through her journey in time and memory. The Balrog roared in savage triumph as it charged. Yet, even in the depths of the void I shall continue to shine. He felt it, the bonds from his friends, family and loved ones encouraging him to end this battle once and for all as the Balrog drew closer with its blade. As my life begins anew in the... That was when the other half of his soul, the one he gave up to save his sister's life, resonated and realized that she had awoken Sarah from her slumber and inherited her power. He was now even more determined to end this and complete his focus so he could see her again and be reunited in open arms of joy. Fabula Nova Crystallis. He finished it. The aria he had chanted is now complete as he looked up with a smirk as an illusionary flame encircled around them as they were engulfed in a bright light. When it died down, the Balrog looked shocked as it was in a pitch-black void as small lights floated in the air as various colored crystals of all shapes and sizes floated aimlessly in the void. The Balrog sensed something behind it to see Storm standing a good distance away from it with a smirk on his face as blood drifted from his forehead. A small light landed in his outstretched hand as it transformed into another crystal blazefire saber as he held it to his side. As you can see, what you are facing is the power of the crystals, the source of the entire world of fantasy. These crystals are the very thing that will serve as your prison for eternity. He explained as he held the crystal gunblade in front of him. Throw aside your fear and take me on. He challenged, one that the Balrog accepted as it drew its massive blazing sword as they both charged at each other, unleashing their war cries as one thing made it final. After this fight, only one will be left standing. Chapter 20, forging of the blade's final sacrifice. Pain and darkness, that was all he could register as his conscience took over as he awoke in the land of the living. Did anyone get the number on that behemoth king's collar? He groaned out as he felt a pat on the shoulder, adding more pain to it than last time. Good to see you too, Sunshine. Lightning replied as Naruto's eyes adjusted to the light. How long have I been out? He asked as Lightning looked at him. For nearly a few days, it's already noon. She replied as she helped him slowly sit up as he scrunched his face in pain. Ugh, that fight did a number on me, he grumbled as he flexed his right arm while noticing his left arm was bandaged up and was in a cast. You sprained it. When I found you, you were covered in wounds both from within you and from the Balrog. Speaking of which, she said as she gave him a curious look, what happened when we went separate ways? She asked as Naruto sighed, knowing she was going to ask away. He told her how he met Tempest and how he, Snow Jr., and himself battled the Balrog as he acquired a new summon, how he defeated the Balrog by imprisoning it inside crystal with his new powers. Lightning was silent, wondering what this boy in front of her really is. She knew he was human, but also, not human at the same time. He had abilities that were not from the world of fantasy. It was as if he came from a completely different universe with its own set of rules. Who is he really? A single boy defeating a high-caliber demon from another universe was impossible, but she scratched that, recalling how he made the impossible possible many times before. Was this world really the future of Grand Pulse? Or was it a paradox on a powerful level that is connected to this boy as history was severely altered? Somehow, she felt as if she discovers more about his true past, the more the world makes less sense. And it must be connected to Neon in some way, for he seemed to have had this planned out all along for some reason. Was the death of Naruto the key component for the many dimensions to topple into the void? She had to make sure that scenario does not go through. She had already taken Highwind's summon stone and locked it up in a multi-lock safe, so even if one lock is solved, over a dozen more need to be undone. She would not let this boy die. She had seen his pain and wanted to help him. But he seems to be a magnet of trouble that leads to life-threatening situations. She made her resolve to be by his side and help him uncover who he really is and help him complete his focus. But something inside her heart was acting on its own, as if recalling something important to her. She helped him put his upper clothes back on as they exited the building, revealing Mifune and his samurai there. I see he has recovered well. I must thank you too for saving our minds from these crystal abominations. Now we could return to mining them for our blades, he said as he and his samurai bowed in respect. And as a reward, he added, gaining their attention, we will let you come back for more ores for your blades as many times as you want as a token of our gratitude. He finished as he and the samurai stood up. Thank you, it was a real honor of meeting you, Mifune-sama. Naruto replied, also bowing as the old samurai lord smiled at the boy. I've heard from him of how you were planning on forging your blades. I look forward to seeing them once they are complete. Mifune spoke up, getting the boy's attention. You're familiar with the blacksmith? He asked as the old man chuckled. Boy, he's a legendary smith that many samurai of the old era knew, one that many would die to see his unique blades come to life on the battlefield. He replied as Naruto began to slowly put pieces of the puzzle together, but still couldn't pinpoint the name of this swordsmith. Collect what you need and be on your way, young one, for the time draws near for you to face dark trials ahead. He warned cryptically, something Naruto understood. Very well, I will face them then, even if I do not know what they are. I know that I will come out alive. Naruto muttered as Lightning was directing people to move carts of ores into the ship. He walked into the ship, heading towards his room there and rested, not knowing what he will dream of this time. Memories of a blood-tainted past. This dream was one of swords and battles. He and his fraternal twin sister were fighting numerous Narutos, some of them female versions of himself as he newly dubbed them Narukos, as some new twin sibling incarnations joined in this battle. All of them with the intent of killing him and his twin sister as they fought on, having each other's backs as they parried, deflected attacks as they killed the other Narukos, and the twin incarnations relentlessly, disregarding their own wounds and exhaustion, for the adrenaline kept them fighting as their hearts beating with the fury of titans as many fell to their blades. When the battle was over, the hill they fought on was stained with blood and littered with swords, as his twin sister's body began to fade away. Due to so many battles, it couldn't handle any more. No, don't go, he cried out, hugging his twin sister with tears in his eyes as she looked at him with a gentle smile. Don't worry, brother, she spoke gently as she wiped the tears from his eyes. My body may be gone, but my soul will live on inside you until we are reborn again like the other naturals. So please, live to see another day for me. I'll be asleep for a while, but when the time comes, I might even return to the physical world and continue the fight with you. But for now, I must rest. She finished as her eyes closed as her body faded away, leaving a floating, glowing sphere of light that went inside him. He held the empty spot like if she was still there, as his heart was torn inside as the pain grew inside of him. The pain was unbearable, his right arm burned in his anguish as he roared to the heavens with his right hand outstretched as a blue flaming sword emerged from his hand as an angelic wing erupted from his right shoulder blade, and a demonic batwing from his left shoulder blade as the area shook from the power as the souls of the dead became visible. They felt his anguish as the energy from the blue flaming sword danced around the area, showing them images of their torment as the dead Narukos, and the multiple twins of different timelines were shocked after learning the cold truth. With that, they all knelt down to him, as if acknowledging him as their leader. He made his resolve and he wanted to atone for ending them, starting with the demise of the one responsible for this battle. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been cheated and lied to. The man promising to bring back your dead parents was a lie just to facilitate me and my sister's powers for his own gain. He shouted to his army, "We have suffered many pains for this curse and in return ended your lives and dreams. You are all dead, but your fighting spirits live on in this battlefield, your hopes and dreams in ruin when you died." He spoke remorsefully as they all understood him. But today, this cursed cycle will end. He declared as they all looked at him with full attention, as they felt his determination surging in them. Today is the day we storm the console he lurks in, working on his twisted experiments as he gets the laughs as he watches us kill each other for over false promises. He will face the justice he had eluded from for so long as this world will burn, cleansed from the stains of war as life will flow anew in this desolate land. My brothers and sisters, this is war. He roared as he pumped his fist in the air as his newly formed army raised their weapons in the air and roared with him. Naruto watched this vision of his true past as his younger self lead the army towards countless victories in the rebellion. He was a great leader and mighty warrior, almost like a lion. He noticed how his twin sister's soul also joined the battlefield a few times. He knew from there that her strength to maintain her physical form was limited, but she inspired the army to fight even fiercer than any shinobi world war in history. He wondered how she did it though. He mused that she had a fiery spirit that was moved by his actions in looking for a tomorrow. He had no idea how long these battles lasted. It felt as if eons had passed in this world as the battles raged on as it soon reached the grand finale. With one familiar face he had known to hate, Neon. "So, you've become a rebel, Neon asked, clearly amused by what he was seeing as he sat on his throne as the younger incarnation of Naruto snarled at him. "It's time to end this, Neon, your game is finished." He snapped at him as the man responsible for everything stood from his seat with a smirk on his face. "Of course, after all, your time on the wheel of fate is already at its end. It is time to end this charade once and for all, mongrel." Neon mused as he held his head up as if gesturing something. The air rippled behind him as numerous types of weapons appeared as Neon had a smirk on his face. "Like it. It's the gate of Babylon, King's treasure. It took me years to recreate it after I slayed an incarnation of the King of Heroes. It is my most powerful and useful weapon of choice," he explained as Naruto looked at the weapons with narrow eyes. "What sort of sorcery is this?" he demanded as Neon laughed at him. "This is a symbol of a hero of the ancient past, a noble phantasm. In these gates hold all original weapons that mold into new weapons of legends as time passes through as they would be held by heroes of the next generations." He relied as Naruto looked at him with hate. "If that's so, then it's considered an original, like the other Narukos, and their twin siblings while me and my sister are fakes, correct?" he asked in a quiet tone as Neon chuckled darkly. "Indeed, both of your origins are nothing more than that of artificial test tubes with an artificial womb to birth the two of you. You don't exist anywhere beyond this world. Surrender these pitiful hopes of freedom, relinquish your will, and feed the wheel." Neon spoke as four pitch-black wings sprouted from his back with blue glowing veins on them. "Never," he snarled as Neon frowned. "Then spend an endless eternity tormented in the abyss until the end of all creation," he replied as he gestured the weapons as they started firing at Naruto like rapid bullets as he was engulfed in an explosion. Smoke covered the area where Naruto stood as he was completely unharmed as he was wielding a sword and spear as Neon looked shocked. "Impossible, you've recreated the noble phantasm Knight of Honor," he demanded as his slowly narrowed his eyes, "plus you've laid your filthy hands on my treasures, you must really want to die, damn brat." He shouted in anger as dozens of weapons appeared behind him. "I'm not sure how you recreated a noble phantasm like that, Cypher. But let's see how much your thievery will keep you alive, show me," he ordered as he fired his weapons at him. "I don't know what you're talking about, but if this helps me kick your ass then I don't care." Naruto shot back as he deflected more weapons. Naruto watched in awe of his younger self, of how he easily deflected and used the weapons of Neon against him as he threw two of them right back at him, forcing Neon to leap away as his throne as it was reduced to rubble as he stood on equal ground as him. "How dare you," Neon growled as his shoulders trembled in anger, "make me share the same ground as you." He finished as he looked at Naruto's younger incarnation with absolute hatred in his eyes. IWHO dance among the very gods themselves. He roared as his flesh, muscles and such dissolved, revealing an angry, demonic skeleton in robes with hollow eyes glowing red with hate and anger in them as thousands of blades appeared in the air, all of them aiming at Naruto. Your impudence has sealed your demise. Once I'm done with you, not even a shred of your soul will be left to be recycled for the wheel, you damn brat. He shouted as Naruto stood there, his angelic and demonic wings outstretched as he had a satanic face as the wind started to twist around him as he looked at Neon as his blue fiery sword erupted from his hand. The two sides stared at each other in hate, one for ruining thousands of lives while the other for ruining his pride and ego. The air was tense from the desire to kill each other as they charged, Neon drawing two blades from the gate as Naruto had his unique, Wraith blade, as his sole weapon as the two forces clashed against each other, creating a shockwave of such incredible force as the area around them collapsed, revealing the battle outside with the other Narukos, and the twins of other timelines clashing with Neon's own army of the dead. The two sides stopped when they saw their leaders fighting for dominance as they fought to a standstill. That was when Naruto's twin materialized, her own set of matching wings like her brother as she held her own set of blades as she shouted to the army, "My brother faces their leader, defeat the enemy's army and regain our freedom from this hell." She shouted as the army roared with renewed vigor as she led the battle as it became even more intense than ever before. The sounds of blades clashing intensified as Naruto and Neon fought with inhumane speed in their swings, as one of Neon's own blades finally broke as he was forced to fight with one sword. To think, he started as he clashed blades with Naruto again, that I'd lose to a mere counterfeit like you. He roared in anger as he constantly screamed out, "Bastard." Every time their blades collided as soon, his last blade broke. TCH. Looks like I have no choice but to end this now. Neon declared as the gate appeared as he began to pull something out, something that sent chills down Naruto's spine as he realized what it was. "Like hell I'll let you," he shouted as he swung his wraith blade on the arm that held a scythe, or to be precise, Death's scythe. The arm was cut as the weapon of Neon's flew in the air as he dashed backwards trying to catch it as Naruto was going to make the final blow on Neon. That was when it happened. A black hole appeared from the gaping wound of where Neon's arm was once there as he looked at it in shock. "What?" he exclaimed in shock as he was sucked into the vortex as his army froze at the sight of their leader vanished in front of them. The undead army soon turned to dust, with no master to sustain their existence as the army of Narukos, and the twins of all incarnations cheered in victory. That cheer did not last as something grabbed the younger Naruto's arm as they stared in shock as a massive black hole stood a good few yards in front of him, a chain of some sort latched onto his arm. "To think that my self-destruct system was to be forced to activate," a familiar voice spoke from the void as something was slowly coming out of it. "But I won't do that unless I take you down with me." Neon shouted in anger as Naruto's twin sister tried to sever the chains as a voice made everyone freeze at the familiarity in it, dodge to the right. The voice said as Naruto did so, as a tri-pronged kunai sailed past him and pierced the skeleton's skull, with black blood leaking out of it. "Damn you to the lowest pits of hell, Cypher," he rasped, "Minato Namikaze." He finished with absolute loathing and hate as the chains gripping Naruto's arms broke as Neon was completely swallowed up by the vortex as it vanished for good this time. Naruto gasped for breath as his sister hugged him, tired from his duel with Neon as his sister helped him up as they turned to thank the person who saved him as they froze as the other Narukos, and twins of various incarnations looked at the man who saved him. The man was an older version of himself minus the whisker birthmarks, and a short-sleeved long white coat, decorated with flame-like motifs on the edges, with the kanji for, 4th Hokage, on the back. This made him and his sister look at the man with unhidden awe. The man they were all looking at was Minato Namikaze, or at least, his Cypher counterpart. But a living legend in the flesh. "Are you alright, Naruto?" he asked as Naruto merely smiled and chuckled as he fell into darkness, exhaustion consuming him completely. Memories of a blood-tainted past, complete. He awoke to the land of the living, sitting upright drenched in cold sweat as he put his hand to his forehead as he panted. "That was definitely something of my past," he concluded as he realized that the ship was flying, probably lightning piloting it while he slept. He knew that he had a grudge from Neon unleashed as the physical form of death is constantly toying with him at the moment, bidding his time to take full revenge for that humiliating defeat eons ago. He had to be cautious now that he regained parts of his memories of his origins. He knew Neon would not rest until he got payback for his defeat. Knowing from his faint memories, he'll manipulate someone into killing him. Well, there was an old saying, one must keep his friends close, and his enemies even closer. He had a theory that it was someone he knew, but the main question was who. Neon woke up from his small nap on a tree branch as he rubbed his forehead with bitterness, recalling from his dream of the past of how the Cypher Minato killed him all those years ago to save Naruto and his nameless twin. "One day, Minato," he growled in absolute hate in his voice, "I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death." He finished as he checked his agenda and smirked. Yes, for now, let's see how much your brand will grow after losing someone close to you, Naruto. He grinned, phasing out of existence with a plan in mind as the forest around the tree, as said tree itself also instantly decayed as the animals around there were instantly turned into skeletons. Lightning set the ship on autopilot as she went to check on Naruto after he awoke. He was fine, but it looked as if he had a nightmare of some sort. She reapplied some bandages on him as she noticed the minor wounds are already gone, probably from Kyuubi's influence, as some of the major wounds were already healing up nice and slowly. He didn't use his medic role as he thought of it as a waste to the effort that the nurses had applied for him. At least he's respectful for their effort, and he was nice enough to not start using cure on himself. So, how are you feeling? She asked as she looked at her young apprentice, who gave her a tired smile. I feel a lot better than before, thank you. He replied as he went to lie back down and closed his eyes to rest some more. Usually he's energetic, but it seems that fight with the Balrog took a lot out of him. She could use the quietness at the moment. She looked at the sleeping boy, proud of how he stood his ground against a powerful opponent and that drive to never give in. This boy is truly promising and would have made a great warrior in the Guardian Corps, when it was still around. As a reward, she took of his headband and gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead as she placed his most treasured item on the stand and left, leaving the boy to sleep peacefully. In Konoha sometime afterwards. Sakura panted as she focused her chakra into healing a fish. She constantly pushed herself to and beyond her limits with her sole drive to help her teammates. She felt guilty of how she had treated Naruto after all of those years, neglecting his feelings just so she could focus solely on Sasuke. She began to miss a bit of the old Naruto already, how he would constantly declare how he would defeat Sasuke and become Hokage. His cheerful demeanor was now gone after meeting that lightning lady. He was cold to her and the others of Team 7, especially with Kakashi for some reason. She recalled how he talked to Naruto about something and he snapped, and whatever he said to him, Kakashi-sensei felt as if he was hit with a low blow from the expression in his lone eye. But after he came back with Lady Tsunade, he was acting like a brother to her. Cheering her up as Tsunade healed Sasuke from his mental illness. She thanked him when he replied, "No, I should be thanking you. If it wasn't for you and Sasuke cheering me on at a certain point, I would have been dead." She wondered what happened as Tsunade explained how he died in a battle against some sort of dragon, how her heart reconciled with him in the limbo world alongside with Sasuke and the others, giving him the fighting spirit as he came back to life and defeating the dragon, gaining control over its tremendous powers. She was also surprised when Naruto suggested to Lady Tsunade to let her take her on as an apprentice. From that point on, she constantly challenged herself in her medic studies as she mastered the basic tools in medical treatment as she began on her hardest challenge in medic ninja training, the Mystic Palm Jutsu. If she could master this, then she's an official medic nin and she'll get to learn more advanced medical techniques and prove that she isn't weak at all. She pushed every inch of effort into the Mystic Palm as the fish suddenly twitched and started flipping in the air as she quickly caught it and put it back in the water as it swam away. Not bad, Sakura. A voice from the entry spoke up, revealing Tsunade herself with a smile on her face. "Oh, it's you, Lady Tsunade," said Sakura as she bowed to her master, who walked up towards her. "Good news, you're an official medic nin. Sasuke is out of the hospital, and Naruto is on his way back from the Land of Iron," she explained as Sakura looked surprised at all the news. "You can take a break and have a team reunion, though Kakashi won't join due to extended injuries from making a mother extremely angry." She finished with a wry smile on her face. Kushina strikes again with her menacing fists of fury. "Thank you so much for the information, but where is Naruto going to come from? The West Gate?" she asked as the Slug Princess shook her head. "Nope, he's coming home from the sky," she replied nonchalantly as Sakura looked confused. "You'll see what I mean later," she quickly replied as she gestured to follow her. The two went to the top of the Hokage monument where a red-haired woman was standing there, as if waiting for someone. The woman turned and smiled. "Tsunade. It's been a while." The woman greeted in a carefree way as Sakura looked at her. "She's beautiful, but she gives me this vibe similar to Naruto for some reason," Sakura thought as Tsunade smiled. "Well, I've been busy on my studies to help one Rock Lee recover use of his limbs. So far its successful rate is 55% at the moment, but I have a feeling with Naruto and Lightning's help, it could be even higher," the busty blonde replied as Sakura looked confused. "Excuse me, Lady Tsunade, but who is she?" Sakura asked as Tsunade bopped her fist in her palm. "Ah, that's right, this is the first time you two have met," she realized. "Sakura, this is Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto's mother," she explained as Sakura looked surprised at that. She looked at the woman and wondered how she could not see the resemblance between them. He had her eye and facial shape, but the hair and eye color were off the mark by a long shot. "So, you're my son's teammate. It's a pleasure to meet you," Kushina greeted with an energetic smile, one that made even Sakura smile. It's nice to meet you too, I hope you can now help fix Naruto's common sense and pranking habits. She replied as Kushina had a questioning look. What are you talking about? The redhead mother asked the pinkett as she realized what she had missed out on. Well, one thing was for sure is that Naruto was the academy's dead last and Konoha's master prankster, as he would skip classes just to pull off crazy stunts like putting graffiti on the Hokage monument. She explained as Kushina looked surprised at that, while Tsunade could picture Naruto running from ninja after completing said prank. This made Kushina smile in irony. Like mother like son, he really does take after me. She said with a smile as Sakura looked at her with shock. You've got to be kidding me. I thought it was the father he inherited that personality. Why, I could have sworn that his mom was a lady of noble birth or something to be that beautiful. She thought with dismay. That was when the wind picked up around them as they looked up to see a massive, metallic flying object land right in front of them. Sakura recalled seeing that thing twice, once when Naruto made his free fall stunt during the Chunin exam finals and winning that most dynamic entry award which Lee and Guy were so focused on winning before, and when it took off to somewhere else a few days ago. The hatch opened revealing lightning and a bandaged Naruto smiling at them. I'm home, guys. Did ya miss me? He asked with a grin as Kushina ran up and demanded an explanation of how he got those wounds like any concerned mother would. Sakura was also curious of his injuries as Tsunade looked surprised at the wounds. The Slug Princess knew hands down that Naruto fought a powerful enemy in order to receive such wounds. And then me and my enemy charged at each other, both knowing that after it was over, only one would be left standing, so here I am. He finished explaining to his mother, who sighed. For once, can you not go somewhere that doesn't get you nearly killed? You're giving your poor mother a heart attack. Kushina replied as Naruto hugged his mother, knowing he had her worried. I'm sorry, Mom, I really didn't mean to make you worry. He apologized as Sakura noticed a glint of mischief in Kushina's eyes. She recognized that look instantly. It was usually when Naruto's newest prank victim was in position and ready for utter embarrassment. Never really a good thing for anyone. So, did you meet any cute girls while you were away? She asked, catching both Naruto and Lightning off guard. Wait, what? He gasped out as Kushina had a sly grin on her face. What's wrong? Were you that ignorant of any girl staring at you while in the land of iron? She asked as Sakura looked surprised at the name of the place, the neutral area home to the samurai, ones that can easily kill a ninja with their blades alone. What in the world was he doing there? Now that I think about it, I did recall a few girls hiding behind corners of the buildings in the village peeking at you when we were about to leave. Lightning pointed out as Naruto groaned. Now she was ganging up on him with his mom. Could it get any worse? Apparently, Murphy's Law kicked in. Just like your father, you're a heartthrob to the girls in Konoha as well. I've heard there's a fan club focused mainly on you. Tsunade said, adding her own 2 cents with a hint of dry humor in her tone as Naruto face-palmed himself with his right hand, causing Sakura to giggle at that. So Naruto, why were you in the land of iron for? It's not the friendliest place for a ninja to go to. She asked as Naruto looked at her, as if she saved him from further teasing from the 3 women around him. Well, I went there to collect ores for forging my new blades. Why do you ask? He replied as Sakura merely shrugged. Well, I didn't really see you around in the village for a few days, so I was curious. She replied as she recalled something. That's right, Sasuke's out of the hospital now. What, to give him a visit? She asked. Sure, I still need to recover, so I can't train or anything at the moment. Besides, he trailed off looking at his mother, who was smiling innocently. I haven't been around my team in a while, so we have some catching up to do. He finished dryly. So how's it been, Sleeping Beauty? Naruto asked in a joking tone as Sasuke scowled at him while Sakura just giggled at his sense of humor. Terrible. The Uchiha replied dryly as they sat down at the dango shop enjoying some nice tea as Naruto and Sakura ordered dango as Sasuke didn't want any since he didn't like sweets. It was quiet for the 3 as the air was so tense. You can easily cut it with a butter knife and eat it and suffer a stomach ache. So, Sakura started, trying to break the ice. Naruto, what did you get involved in that had this lightning lady be your teacher? She asked as Naruto sighed as if he knew that it was going to happen sooner or later. This made Sasuke raise an eyebrow in curiosity. I'm actually pretty curious myself. What in the world did you do that could get you into so much trouble, and acquire those strange powers? He admitted, curious of the powers Naruto used in his fight against Gaara. This made Naruto groan as he bit into a piece of his dango. Fine, it's now or never anyways. He replied with annoyance as he finished his piece. One word, Lassie, simple as that. He said as Sasuke narrowed his eyes. You're hiding something, what is it? He asked as Naruto wished Sakura didn't bring this subject up now that Sasuke is probably going to want those powers as well. The lassie is a human chosen by some divine-like crystal machine called a falsi that brands humans with a special mark on a part of their body. He explained as he unzipped his turtleneck to show his lassie brand that was right over his heart as it was in its fourth stage. These brands enhance and grant new powers to the humans they select, though any ninja will lose their chakra network if they are branded. He explained as he zipped up his turtleneck. But Naruto, you still have your chakra network though. Sakura replied, confused as Naruto looked sheepish. Yeah, Light and I are wondering how that was possible, but the crystarium system and my chakra network are merging into one inside my body right now. He admitted as Sasuke looked at him. Where can I find a falsi and become one of these? Lassie, he asked as Naruto glared hard at him, one that actually made the Uchiha flinch. Sasuke, you are walking on dangerous grounds now. The shinobi lassie spoke darkly as his eyes made contact with the Uchihas. With great power, always comes with a terrible price. After the branding, the chosen lassie is given a focus, a task by the falsi they must complete. If they complete it, they are turned to crystal and gain eternal life until they are needed again by the falsi. Naruto explained as Sakura felt something was off if Naruto was this serious, but what happens if the lassie fails their focus? She asked as Naruto looked at her and let out a bitter chuckle. The lassie brand is a time bomb, it grows through time and when one suffers mental shock on a strong caliber. Once the brand completely grows, they turn into a ka'ith. A damned being cursed to walk the face of the earth in eternal agony as a monster until their bodies turn to stone, waiting for another lassie to fulfill their focus in their stead or until they are slain. He finished darkly as Sakura gasped in horror as Sasuke immediately decided not to become one of those lassie. Being branded by Orochimaru was bad enough and he did not like the sound of what the dead last of their academy was saying. If the power comes with a price, then would using Orochimaru's cursed seal mean losing something of equal value as well? Then I must never resort to using the cursed seal unless it is a last resort. Sasuke mentally decided, not wanting to know of the consequences if he used its power constantly. I'm asking you both as a friend, if I fail my focus and become a ka'ith, just put an end to me. He begged quietly as they saw it in his eyes, despair, one that made their goofy, carefree ramen-loving friend look like a tragedy beginning to unfold. Is this why you've trained with that woman? So you can avoid becoming this ka'ith creature? Sasuke asked as Naruto nodded. Yes, she is one of the few who escaped from the curse and is helping me. But right now I'm still a novice lassie compared to her who's a master lassie. He admitted as both Sakura and Sasuke began to feel like they understand their blonde teammate a little more. So, how's it coming along with forging your new blades? Sakura asked wanting to change the subject before it became darker. This made Sasuke raise an eyebrow, what was going on while he was trapped in Itachi's genjutsu? So far I've gotten the ores, now I need to smelt them and create the handle, hilt, mechanics, and the blades themselves and give them a test drive. Well, that's the plan anyway. He admitted sheepishly as he bit into another piece of dango. What is this about forging swords? Sasuke asked as Naruto filled him in on details while he was comatose. The more he listened, the more he felt that Naruto was reaching ahead of him in power. He listened and heard of Naruto's painful farewell to his sister, trapped in another timeline completely and is searching for a way back home to him. Something that Sasuke can't help but pity on the inside, the older sibling risking everything to save his younger sibling. He was completely different from Itachi, who took away everything from him. You would have made a great brother if she was here now. He spoke out loud without thinking as Naruto looked surprised and smiled at him. Thanks, it means a lot to me actually. Older siblings would sacrifice anything, even if it meant to be hated by their younger siblings, just to keep them safe from danger. He replied as the words echoed inside Sasuke's mind as he instantly recalled something all those years ago that he didn't remember before, on the very day he wished he didn't remember, the Uchiha clan massacre. Part of his memory returned as he recalled chasing Itachi in the dark district of their clan as Itachi turned to him, with that Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye spinning as a single shred of tears fell from it as he was sent into the nightmare of Tsukuyomi and witnessed the butchering of his entire family. Sasuke. The voice of Naruto rang out, snapping him out of his trance as the lone Uchiha shook his head. You okay, Sasuke? Maybe you should rest some more, there may be side effects from whatever put you in a comatose state by him. He asked as Sasuke shook his head. No, it's alright, just remembering something. The Uchiha replied as he excused himself and left, walking through the busy streets pondering about what Naruto said in that flashback he had. Itachi was crying, but for what? Was it really just to keep me safe? Or was there something else involved that I was too young to know? And how is it all connected to my clan's massacre? He thought as he continued walking home, many new questions from that one statement from Naruto dancing in his head as one thing was clear, did Itachi sacrifice his entire clan just to keep him safe? If so, keep him safe from what? That was unexpected of him. Well, I guess we should be heading back. Want me to escort you home? Naruto asked, finishing his dango and tea as Sakura shook her head. No, it's alright. Thank you for asking though. She replied as she left, leaving Naruto alone as he paid the bill. Sometimes I wonder if this team will last any longer. Naruto muttered to himself as he went home, wondering what was for dinner. Late night. Naruto gasped for breath as he quietly focused on his newest project in his room. Jaken and his mom were already asleep as he focused on the task at hand. With his willpower, he shifted into sentinel role and started focusing on his new powers, which he dubbed Crystal Genesis, as he focused on creating gemstones of great power and value. He forged a few rubies and sapphires from his commando and ravager roles respectively, each of them containing massive amounts of energy inside them that could be useful in battle, or selling them for money. They took a great toll on his body as he created a topaz from his sentinel role. He realized why was out like a light for a few days after fighting the Balrog, because he ran on pure adrenaline alone, as creating crystals made from his Lassie magic had took a lot out of him and paid the price after his victory. So he was training himself to manipulate his crystal manipulation so he can use them in battle like last time. So far he worked solely on making jewels and imbuing them with his energy and tests their limits so he could see when they would start breaking from energy overload. He noticed that the bigger the jewel, the more it could store, as he tried that once, and creating them was taxing enough when he made one the size of a pendant. The next phase was to shift them into whatever he desired in combat, but that will have to wait as he created more crystals, this time with chakra, as they were created in astounding speeds. He realized it was because he was so used to using chakra so much that he can create chakra-related crystals like the one he won from Tsunade, which he kept around his neck all the time. These chakra crystals were the easiest to mass produce, but they held no powerful properties besides storing and releasing massive amounts of chakra in them compared to his magic-infused ones. He could guess they could also be used to replenish chakra for any fellow shinobi ally if they ran out. So far he had created a jewelry box amount size of chakra crystals as he stashed them in a pouch and hid it under the floorboard, planning on creating more of them later. For now, he needed his rest. Dream Realm. This place brought back many memories for a reason. This place was that forge that made many metal objects from horseshoes to swords. The very place that old man taught him how to make blades. You've been busy. A familiar voice spoke up as Naruto turned his head to the side to see the very smith himself looking at him. Indeed, now what are the next steps for creating my new blades, sensei? He asked as the old man smirked. Bring the scarletite and electrum to the tower in training ground 44. There is a blast furnace there, but make sure to create more crystals. You will need 13 rubies, 13 sapphires, 13 emeralds, 13 topaz and 13 massive chakra crystals. If I were you, I'd start working on it when you wake up. He replied as the dream was disrupted as Naruto was thrown into a world of darkness. Reality. Naruto woke up abruptly, flexing his arms as he checked the clock on the wall. It was only 6 in the morning. Looks like it's time to get working, he muttered as he went for his secret stash of crystals he created. He checked how many magic-infused crystals he had and was slightly disappointed at the amount he had. He had 4 rubies, 3 sapphires, 6 emeralds, and 1 topaz. He was going to be busy for a while as he started using his Crystal Genesis ability. The time to create the magic-infused crystals were agonizingly long as time flew. He had already completed making the required amount for the emeralds and rubies, but he was already tired. It annoyed him to no end as 3 hours have passed since he had been working on his Crystal Genesis abilities, as his body was begging for food and rest. Something he could not ignore. Good morning, Naruto, exclaimed one cheerful mother known as Kushina Uzumaki as she bursted into the room, startling Naruto as an explosion of magic engulfed the room due to trying to create a ravager-infused sapphire as he was electrocuted from the backlash. Itai, ohayu gozaimashita, Ka-san, how was your morning? Naruto greeted as Kushina pumped a fist and grinned. Very relaxing, son. How was yours? She asked. Mine was pretty good so far, nothing interesting happening, he replied sarcastically, one that Kushina couldn't tell due to him saying it with a straight face. That's good, she said as she had a curious look on her face. So what were you doing? She asked. Just experimenting with my powers is all, Naruto replied half-truthfully. If he told her how he could create crystals, Kushina might get a little greedy and have him create even more, something he wasn't ready yet. I see, well, hurry up, breakfast is ready, son, Kushina said as she left, causing Naruto to sigh. Sometimes his mom could be the death of him when she pops out of who knows where when he's working on dangerous experiments. Oh well, breakfast actually sounded good right now. Naruto did not regret breakfast. Whatever his mother put into it besides her love sure gave him an energy boost. He finished making his latest batch of crystals as he put away the sapphires into the pouch with the other gems as he began to work on creating topaz and be done with it. He paused, recalling his efforts in battle and decided to update his crystarium system once more, wondering if he had enough to update his rolls. He felt the Christogen energy he had forgotten he had collected over the battles flow through his crystarium system as he focused mainly on his sentinel role. He was fine with his current offensive abilities, but his defenses are the worst right now. He needed to increase his agility when taking on taller enemies like the Balrog, something he noticed earlier. He sacrificed a massive amount of his Christogen energy and felt his body become lighter. He felt a new ability enter his mind as he unlocked a new ability as he relaxed himself. He wondered what Lightning was up to in the ship. Deciding to take his mind off of crystal making, he went to go visit Lightning. Maybe she could offer him some advice. He wondered how it changed from asking Lightning advice to target practice, with him being the target. Even though she's shooting him with rubber bullets while they were in the training ground, those things still hurt like soccer's punches back then. How is this supposed to help me exactly? He asked as he dodged another bullet as it grazed his skin slightly. It's to test your speed and agility to see if you've been slacking off. At least I'm using rubber bullets this time, she replied as she focused on her aiming again, pulling the trigger. Naruto focused on the bullet this time and saw its trajectory this time. It was still fast, but he can see the trail in the air as it was heading towards the direction he was dodging towards. As if by instinct, his crystal genesis kicked in as a crystal version of Lightning's blazefire saber erupted from his hands as he used the flat end as a shield. How did I do that? He thought to himself, completely shocked that it didn't drain him like the time he was creating those crystals as the rubber bullet was deflected. Lightning observed that crystal weapon with great interest. Naruto, can I see that? She asked as he tossed it to her. She observed it and felt the texture. It was smooth on the surface when her fingers gently trailed the weapon. She went to a training log and with the crystal weapon in hand, she slashed the log. When she turned around, the training log was split cleanly in half as Naruto had his jaw down. Scary, I had forgotten how skilled she is with a blade sometimes, he thought as he observed the result of Lightning's attack on the poor log. Incredible, this thing is light as a feather but as hard as adamantine. Very interesting, Lightning thought as she swung the crystal gunblade as if it was her own weapon before it shattered on its own. It seems it has a limit before it breaks. Crystals are hard to break, but I can tell that the structure of this crystal is durable enough for a single battle before they break, forcing Naruto to create a new one. She mentally noted as the energy of the crystals eerily reminded her of a newborn Lassie's new crystarium system. She's been around with former Lassie pupils trying to use their powers to tell when they're newly born or not. She secretly went through his current memories and was surprised as how his crystal genesis worked and how he was producing a variety of crystals for this forging. Was it some kind of ritual of sorts? Whatever it was, he was lacking the amount of topaz to complete the requirements. Judging from the amount of time he placed his effort in making them, it drains a lot out of his body. Maybe it's time for me to use that, she muttered, getting Naruto's attention. Huh, what was that light? He asked. It's nothing, you might want to finish with whatever you're doing. She replied. Okay. The young Lassie replied, skeptical of what Lightning was planning as he turned back home. Once he was out of sight, Lightning turned towards the ship with something planned for her student. She was going to make the infamous concoction for Guardian Corp, members who stay up late and tend to crash from their own methods of getting energy. The bitterest drink in existence that had no official name but a nickname, Mystery Drink X. Naruto sighed, sitting on a branch of a tree as he rested his back against a trunk. He was tired, his own body cried for rest, even his inhuman stamina has its limits before it too gives out. He was going to close his eyes for a little bit, yeah, just for a few minutes. Hero of wrought iron. My body is made of blades, iron is my flesh, glass is my heart, and fire courses through my veins as blood. I have faced many battles, both as the victor and the loser, never understood, as I stood on the hill of swords alone, intoxicated in battle, I pray to one day reach the ever-distant utopia, to reunite with my loved ones. I continue to fight, knowing that my life had no meaning, for this body was truly made out of blades. There was a barren wasteland littered with countless bladed weapons of every variety known to man, with some of them even unknown to them as well. The very sky was pitch black with giant massive gears turning in the distance, red embers dancing in the air as clouds rained blood on the field, as if the world was crying tears of blood in its sadness. On a hill of swords, Naruto stood, looking up in the sky as various metals, sorceries, and other components known and unknown to all worlds danced in the air as he held his hands out, transforming them into weapons of new legends. The blades had the very souls of lions in them as they roared with majestic fury as he slashed at the very air, the aura of power radiating off of them as shockwaves danced from their edges as they transformed into guns and he pulled the trigger, causing the bullets to take off with the sound of a lion's roar. Naruto realized what they were his new gunblades, calling their master out, to forge them so they could taste the essence of battle and become swords of legends. He accepted their calling, as the realm he was in shattered into many shards. The two mysterious gunblades followed him into the darkness as he saw a katana following him. He couldn't make out the details, but when he saw the blade, great sorrow filled his heart as everything was engulfed in darkness. He hated the darkness for a reason, he felt alone in it as even the blades disappeared. That was then he felt a hand grab his own as he looked at who it was. It was that blonde woman in a blue dress. Her beauty was still breathtaking as she smiled at him. "It is time for you to forge the blades truly meant for you alone, Naruto." She spoke, her voice captivating him as his blue eyes locked into her green ones. "Who are you?" he asked, lost at the woman who smiled at him. "You may have forgotten me, but I have never forgotten you," she replied, as her lips claimed his own much to his shock. The kiss felt familiar, as images of another life flowed through him as a lone tear fell from his eye. "Arturia," he whispered in a small, happy tone as his hand caressed her cheek. "I believe you have some explaining to do," she replied as Naruto chuckled. "Well, sit down, because this is going to take a while," he said as the two blondes began to catch up on all the lost time in the realm of dreams, where time does not exist. Hero of wrought iron end. He awoke from his slumber, smiling at a nostalgic memory as his right hand was outstretched. "I will regain my lost memories, and reclaim my lost noble phantasms. Just you wait, heroic spirit Naruto will make his comeback, believe it," he exclaimed with a determined look on his face as he knew what he had to do. "Time to forge me a new set of noble phantasms," he spoke to himself as he dashed back home with invigorated energy as he greeted his mother and told Jaken not to let anyone bother him until he was finished with his experimenting. That was when lightning came in with a bottle containing a mysterious bubbling purple liquid inside it. "Where's Naruto?" she asked in a business tone that left no argument in her tone when she looked at Jaken directly in the eyes, the ones that can make any weak man cringe and fear. "He's in his room working on his experiments, he doesn't want to be disturbed until he's done," Jaken squeaked, completely terrified of the woman in front of him. She walked away, causing Jaken to fall on his knees and started breathing heavily. That woman could have killed him with a glare if she wanted to. Kushina looked at poor Jaken with pity. "Don't worry, Jaken, compared to others, Lightning is actually a nice woman once you get to know her," she said, trying to reassure the poor boy. Jaken just became even more depressed now. Lightning didn't even knock as she opened the door, kicked it down, and startling Naruto as he had just finished creating a topaz. "Light, what is up?" Whatever he was going to say was ruined as Lightning shoved the purple liquid down his throat. "You'll need it," she said bluntly as the last drop went down his throat as he choked and gagged from what he drank. "What the hell was that?" he demanded as he ran to the kitchen to find something to get rid of the incredible bitter taste in his mouth. Lightning looked amused at the reaction, recalling that as her first reaction when she drank the stuff. Sometimes he just brings back memories of her time in Cocoon, but inside, she felt as if there was a missing piece in her life, like something from a half-remembered dream. She didn't know what it was, but she had a feeling at the end of the day, she might uncover part of Naruto's past, and the meaning of Neon's mumblings in the mines days ago. Naruto came out of the kitchen and he was not happy when he saw Lightning's amused expression. Was she trying to torment him or something? "Okay, Lightning, what the hell did you shove down my throat? And quit smiling like that, damn it," he snapped as Lightning's smile just grew. "I just gave you Guardian Corp's infamous energy drink, known to be the bitterest drink ever created," she replied as Naruto blanched. And it was the worst tasting as well. He grumbled as he still felt the taste on his tongue. "Well, you need the energy for today, so how is your Crystal Genesis going?" Lightning asked as Naruto gave her a thumbs up. "A lot better now actually, creating the topaz aren't that hard like they used to be," he replied as he showed her his hard work. She saw crystal energy erupting from his palm as it turned golden color as the magic became crystallized, as a determined look on his face meant he was concentrating as he gritted his teeth as she saw a topaz created right in front of her eyes. She was amazed by the scene, she had never seen anything like it as Naruto placed it in a pouch. "Now it's time to work on the easy parts, chakra crystals," he said as he sat on his futon and began meditating. Lightning was in for a treat as she saw his chakra leak out of his body, and like the magic, Naruto's chakra was also being crystallized. These chakra crystals were yellow, signifying that they were made from his chakra. Chakra was usually blue, but like Naruto's, a person's own chakra is a different color if they will it to be seen. She watched as the chakra crystal grew to massive size, until it was the size of a child as he began creating more of those chakra crystals. She wondered how he was going to move all of them out of his room without creating a scene in town. This is going to be interesting. Tower of Training Ground 44. Man, that was ridiculous. Naruto sighed as he placed the last chakra crystal inside of the massive blast furnace that the strange blacksmith somehow installed into the tower. He looked around as Lightning observed the massive furnace with interest as she examined mysterious writings on it. Interesting, these are all languages from different cultures, one that I know of, and many others I don't know, she muttered to herself as she recognized Etro script as one of the languages there. Hey old man, you're here. Naruto greeted as the elderly smith walked in. Ah, it's been a while, my pupil. I hope you don't mind the company I brought in. He replied as Naruto looked to the side to see Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Akamaru, Shino, Kurenai, Neji, Tenten, a still crippled Rock Lee and maid guy helping him, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Asuma, Konohamaru, Hijiran Sarutobi, Shizune, Tsunade, Taunton, and even his own mom. Hi mom, hey guys. He greeted with a wave as most of the people there looked confused as they looked at Kushina, who waved back. Most of the senseis minus Kakashi looked shocked at the sight of a living Kushina Uzumaki, while a few girls were stunned of how beautiful she was. Kiba's jaw dropped to the ground. Choji stopped eating his chips. Shikamaru just muttered, troublesome. Sasuke had his usual expression but had a raised eyebrow. Neji kept his cool. Lee was spouting how youthful Kushina was. Kushina smiled and politely waved. Hello, my name is Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto's mother, it's a pleasure to meet you all. She greeted as many of the male genin politely greeted her. Even the lazy Shikamaru and the wild Kiba were extremely polite. That alone surprised many of the female ninjas there at how those two reacted to her. That's mom for ya, she can change the people around her with her personality faster than lightning, shooting me in the head with her gunblade. Naruto thought with a sweat drop and a sheepish expression. What brings you all here? He asked. Well, Mr. Masamune told us that you were going to create your blades and we had to come. Sakura explained as they all nodded their heads in agreement as Naruto's eyes widened. Masamune, as in date Masamune, the legendary swordsmith whose blades are yearned by the samurai. Naruto asked, completely in awe. Yes, the old smith admitted as Lightning looked at the man with a keen eye. Now I recognize that name. Sephiroth wielded your blade when I crossed blades with him. She said as Date sighed. True, only those with a calm, sharp mind can truly wield my swords. It pains me to see a madman using it for bloodbaths. The smith replied with guilt at how one of his prize creations was being used for dark actions. Hey, don't pick on the man, Light, it wasn't his fault, it's the wielder of the swords that give the smiths their reputations. Naruto spoke up, now let's get this started. He exclaimed as he casted fire into the furnace as it lit up with great fury. Bring in the scarletite, he shouted as a dozen clones marched in with the ore of the fiery metal as they carefully inserted it into the blast furnace as the crystals inside there began to glow. Great job Naruto, now you need to, whatever the blacksmith was going to say. Naruto held his head up to silence him. I have something else in mind for melting these ores. Everyone please do not freak out with what I am about to do, he said out loud as everyone looked at him with a feeling something crazy was going to be involved. They were correct, as Naruto leapt inside the blast furnace and the clones closed the furnace door right behind him. What the hell is he doing? Naruto! Everyone exclaimed in horror as Date looked surprised at the action. It can't be, he's using himself as a human sacrifice to gain access to the blessings of the divine. He asked himself, knowing of one pair of married swords were forged the same way, Kansho and Bakuya. Asterisk in the blast furnace. Okay, now this is what I call a disco inferno. Naruto said for no reason at all as he stood over the ores as the crystals glowed brightly as the flames danced around his body. He closed his eyes, and let the energy possess him as his eyes glowed brightly. And spoke in an ancient language as words left his mouth. Ancient smiths and craftsmen, mortal and divine. I call thy name in terms of our contract. Kaiyu. Hephaestus. Muramasa. Shvarog. Kotar. Wayland. Sethlins. Vishvakarman. Kathar wa Kasis. Luptane. Kreen. Goibniu. Ninigal. Ogun. Canaan. Vulcan. Azazel. Masamune. Grant thou sacred metal for thy blades. I the descendant of Cypher, Naruto Uzumaki ask thee. With that, the entire blast furnace was consumed in flames as the crystal radiated power and the flames devoured Naruto. His body was not harmed by the heat as it danced around him. The energy from his own soul leached into the ores as they changed color and transforming into alloys, signifying the blessings of the smiths and craftsmen of old legends that heard his call. Thank you, for helping me, he said to the flames as they soon became embers and the inside of the furnace became very dark. Outside of the furnace. What the hell was he doing, Masamune? Was this some trap? Lightning demanded as she held the smith in front of her with incredible force. No, he did that on his own. He must be trying to acquire metals of the divine. he exclaimed as lightning shook him violently. If he doesn't come out of this alive you'll do what light? A familiar voice rang out as Naruto walked out of the blast furnace with two colored alloys of sorts in his hands. You're alive, Sakura exclaimed as the rookies ran up to him, checking to see if he was alright as a few of them bopped him in the head for doing something reckless like that. Ouch, okay I'm sorry. Sheesh, I told you guys not to freak out for what I was doing, he said as Hinata poked her fingers. Well why you did startle us there Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered shyly, relief her crush was still alive. Yeah, I mean I thought you were turning into a filet mignon in there Naruto, by the way, nice outfit. Ino replied as Naruto chuckled at her, she always won for fashion taste. Naruto-kun your flames of youth burn even hotter than ever. If I cannot run through a field of hot charcoal 50 times barefooted then I shall climb the Hokage monument with 4 boulders on my back. Lee exclaimed as Guy and his pupil continued their rants of challenges causing everyone to sweat drop at their antics. That was insane with what you just did, and what kind of alloys are those? Tenten asked with interest in her eyes as Naruto smirked, sorry hun, it's a trade secret. Naruto replied with a sly smile and a wink as she pouted. Man, don't ever do that again Naruto. I could have lost my stomach thinking you were roasted in there. Choji spoke up after opening his new bag of chips. Sorry man, how about we get barbecue after this? He asked as the big boned boy gave him a thumbs up due to having food in his mouth. Can you not be that troublesome again Naruto? I mean I was probably going to be forced to go to your funeral by my mom. Shikamaru asked with a glare, clearly not amused by Naruto's stunt. No can do man, that's how I roll. Naruto replied as Shikamaru groaned and muttered, troublesome. You really are an interesting person, Naruto, said one Neji Hyuga as he observed Naruto with a sharp eye. When I looked in there with my Byakugan, all I could see was something on kin to the sun inside of there, what was it? He asked, his voice betraying nothing as Naruto looked at him with a straight face. Sorry, like I said to Tenten, it's a trade secret. I'd tell ya, but then I'd have to kill ya. Naruto replied bluntly as Neji saw that Naruto was serious about it by the look in his eye. Very well, with that, he stepped aside so he could walk up to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto, Sakura started as she punched him in the stomach, something he came prepared for as the mithril mail underneath his turtleneck shirt took the blow. You idiot, what were you thinking scaring us like that? She demanded as Naruto looked sheepish, sorry, but it was one of those, ancient kind of forging methods that tend to have good results. He half lied, he recalled a few things about his true past, but the forging part came to him when the scarletite was in the furnace. Images went through his head as the words and his actions took over him as he leapt inside the flaming furnace. Naruto, no matter how much you change in personality or fashion, you're still an idiot. Sasuke said bluntly as Naruto scowled at him, yeah. Well you're still an antisocial emo prick. He shot back as they bumped fists as they smirked. The fellow senseis just sighed in nostalgia at how well they were all getting along as Kakashi felt as if their bonds were growing even deeper. What the hell? Lightning exclaimed as everyone turned to see the furnace burning with renewed flame as Naruto's eyes widened. Shit, there's still ores in there. The ritual is still going on, he said in shock as everyone looked at him. Explain now Naruto. Tsunade shouted as tendrils of flames started moving out of the furnace. Well, you see, that ritual I did allowed one to acquire metals of divine origins for sacred blades, made from the finest components but require one important ingredient, a human sacrifice. He explained in alarm as he dodged one of the tendrils that attacked him. Did you just say human sacrifice? Heijiran gasped as he created a wall made of earth that blocked a tendril of flame aiming for him. Yeah, it's the craziest but effective method when trying to forge the perfect weapons. Naruto admitted as Date Masamune slashed at another tendril of flame while lightning doused the ones coming after her with a simple water spell. That does not explain why the flames are coming to life though. Lightning snapped as Naruto felt stupid right now. Well since there is still some scarletite that has yet to be transmuted into a unique metal, it's looking for someone willing to offer themselves to the flames so the scarletite can grant a new type of metal. Date Masamune explained as he slashed through another tendril, when did he have that katana? So the question is who is brave enough to sacrifice themselves to stop the flames? Kushina asked in a grim voice as everyone became tense after hearing that from Naruto's mother of all people. Sakura felt something hot around her waist. Due to what Kushina said, she let down her guard from shock and looked down to see a tendril of flame wrapped around her waist. It wasn't burning her no, it was communicating with her. It showed her many images of Naruto's true past, along with his anguish and despair as his only companion was only a katana and his gunblades. Ones that remained loyal to his side as the blade of the katana itself was the color of cherry blossoms with a story of sacrifice, friendship, sadness, and hope behind it. Do I really want to do this? She thought. as she realized time had frozen, and she was assaulted with images of another Sakura Haruno, one who was in a war being a medic nin as she tried to help Naruto take on a mysterious masked man using a massive statue of some sort as the world became undone. That Sakura stood beside that Naruto as a fellow ninja, a friend, almost like a sister. She was then given another image of a different Sakura, one who became branded as a lassie as a white pulse lassie mark on her hand as she sacrificed everything to help that Naruto, who had donned armor in the image of a dragon to help him on his quest. And then another image, of one where the Naruto she had now doubt was his past incarnation, was impaled by a strange sword. "I am, as before, your sword. Now you shall see, the true enemy," he gasped out as his soul became trapped in the blade as a man who looked like an older version of Naruto looked at what happened with horror as the body of the boy faded away. "Naruto," he said with anguish in his voice as he pulled the blade out of the stone and finally saw a creature too hideous to describe. She couldn't hear what they were saying as the man and monster fought each other, with the man being victorious as he was now standing on a balcony looking out to the stars. No, they weren't stars, they were other worlds, both old and new, with many possibilities in them as the man looked up upon them. "Most ironic of all, was the last gift you gave me, Naruto." The man spoke to the blade, as he rested it in front of him as he looked out the balcony. "More powerful than the sword that now holds your soul. More acute than even the sacrifice you had envisioned, the first, bitter taste of that terrible illusion, hope," he said with a small sad smile as the vision ended. "I wasn't sure what I saw, but it seems as if this Naruto I know," she thought as time was moving slowly, "was involved in something that gave hope to that man, probably to save all of us from a hidden threat that existed before we were born. This is crazy, but deep down I know this is a cold truth. That Naruto had suffered so much, I resolved myself into helping him, but that katana I saw meant my death. I'm terrified, despair is overwhelming me. What will happen to my soul? Will it continue on, living somewhere? Or will it perish into oblivion? I'm scared, but those other Sakuras risked everything to help them, trying to prove that whatever they did helped their respective Narutos. If I cower from this, then I'd disappoint the other versions of me who wanted to help." She looked at the metal burning inside the furnace, as if waiting for her decision. "It was then, I knew what I had to do," she thought sadly as her eyes narrowed. "I alone could help him," she finished as time moved forward. She ran towards the furnace, ignoring the shocked cries of her names as she leapt into the furnace as the flames swallowed her whole. Her whole body burned in pain. She didn't scream, she accepted it as her own means to help Naruto, the one who had suffered more than anyone else and was struggling for happiness. She turned her disintegrating body around and looked at Naruto, who was horrified at what he was seeing as she smiled towards him. Her lips parted as she spoke something that only he heard. She saw his eyes widen in shock, realization, understanding, sadness and grief, and under it, a small confession of how he once loved her and a silent thank you. She smiled, knowing that in the end, her sacrifice would help Naruto escape from his fate as the cursed lassie. She had given him a sword that had given him hope. Epilogue. 4 months later. Naruto stood with the rebel army, his twin gunblades slashing through the enemy ninjas with grace and power as he turned his sights on their leader who challenged him to a one-on-one fight. Accepting the challenge, Naruto sheathed his unique weapons and drew a katana from its white saya. A saya is a Japanese sword sheath that was strapped to his waist. Its design was unique to its wielder. It had lavender handle, a cross guard with an open frame, and a bronze guard. But what catches the attention of anyone is the katana's blade. It was a beautiful shade of pink, resembling the colors of cherry blossoms in bloom as it was surrounded by a red aura outline, giving it a beautiful but deadly appearance. "Bloom and scatter elegantly, Chizukura," Naruto whispered as the blade unleashed its true power upon his foe. One that brought terror to all enemies that dare try to harm its wielder with forbidden fury. Chapter 21, Heroic Spirit, Naruto the Lionheart. It was already a week. A week since Sakura's sacrifice, Naruto had locked in his room with Jaken being the only one to go in to deliver whatever he needed. I wondered how he was holding up in there. The sounds I heard were that of a hammer against metal as I heard him speaking in a strange language, with a female voice I wasn't familiar with as some sort of sorcery was going on in there. I tried to open the door with many methods from gentle to violent, but it didn't budge. In fact, the door had no dents in its details. I had decided to ask Jaken about what Naruto was doing in there and he told me that he was making his swords. Is he being stupid? I asked myself, recalling all the crazy things he's done while I was with him. He was like a kid who wanted to be a superhero like Snow, but unlike Snow, he woke up to a harsh truth. I had tried a few times calling him out of his room but I had no reply. Sometimes I think he's dead from his grief. But I hear the hammer crashing against metal in that room still as that female voice continues to converse with him. I couldn't make out the words they were saying, but I at least have the name, Arturia. That name sounded familiar, like from some sort of legend or something. But whoever this Arturia was, but she was helping with Naruto on his project it seems. I wasn't sure if she is friend or foe, but Naruto seems to trust her as if they've been together for a long time. I shook my head, trying to get rid of these strange thoughts as something tugged at my heart. I am sure whenever Naruto is ready, he will tell me everything I want to know. At the ship. I observed the ship's designs and noticed an additional location there. A forge was added as a gift from the famous date Masamune who had left this dimension. It made me question how a man like him had traveled through dimensions without consequence. I should have asked him, but he knew how to elude me even when I was shadowing him. It was a disgrace to my skills as a former Guardian Corps soldier. For now, I was currently going through the drills I had done many times in training when I was still a sergeant in the military. A training course filled with traps and vicious animal from the forest of death. Recalling of how I got them in there was actually a good challenge for me. My current time record for completing the course was 1753. I had to beat that record. I had to surpass myself since I have been slipping after being sealed in my own weapon for thousands of years. That was then, I noticed I had a visitor. It was Naruto's teammate, Sasuke Uchiha I believe was his name. What is it? I had asked annoyed at the intrusion as I had beheaded a tiger and was working my way out of the course to see what the so-called lone Uchiha wanted. How's Naruto been for the past week? He asked bluntly, something that surprised me. I heard he cared for nothing but his vengeance on his brother Itachi who had wiped out his entire clan. He's been locked up in his room doing who knows what. Why do you ask? Concerned for him. I asked as the boy's dark eyes looked at me. What I saw was concern for one saved for those in the family. Yes, he admitted, something I was inwardly taken aback by. I had seen memories of him and he never truly saw eye to eye with Naruto and the others. What could have changed him so fast? He's a team member of Team 7, one of my, he had trailed off, as if struggling to say the word, as if his pride won't allow him to do it. Friends. He admitted, that was good. Most people hate to admit things. When they do, it usually feels like a ton of weight was removed from his shoulders. My opinion of him has changed. I guess Naruto does have that natural charisma that changes people from the inside. But it looked like something else was bothering him. Do you want to talk? I asked, now curious of Naruto's lone wolf teammate and see if I could change him in some way before he does something he'll regret. We leaned on a tree as we both waited silently, waiting for one to start the conversation. A few minutes have passed and he decided to speak up. Do you have a younger sibling? He asked. It was an unexpected one, but I somehow knew it would be related to his older brother. Yes, a younger sister named Sarah. I replied, planning out what he might say and the best response for them. Do you love her so much, that you would even risk being hated by her just to keep her safe? He asked, with a quiet tone in his words. Ah, I see, he wants to know if his older sibling truly did love him. But what does this mean? I'll have to ask why he brought up that subject after I reply. Yes, an older sibling will always do what they must to protect their younger siblings from any danger, regardless of what becomes of them. That's what an older sibling's love is. Even if you would hate them for life for what they've done, deep down, they will always love you. Why did you bring this up? I replied as Sasuke sighed and shook his head. Because of what Naruto said about his younger twin sister, in my flashback of my clan's massacre. He replied, a look of twisted agony in his eye at the mention of that day. I wouldn't blame him. I see, so he told you about her, huh? I asked as he nodded his head as he looked at the sky. He told me of what happened that night, of how his clan was slaughtered, how he pursued Itachi as he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to send him into a nightmare world, but not without noticing his brother crying. For someone so heartless, he still had a heart. It made me wonder though, did Itachi really kill his clan to test his strength? Or was it all a lie as something bigger was going on? This is something I'll have to investigate. Maybe something in the classified files the Hokage's use will be of help to me in some way. I see, I replied, knowing that he is in a crossroad between vengeance or not. You must pursue the truth then. I finished as he looked at me oddly. What I mean is, find out if Itachi really did kill your clan just to test his strength, or it was all a lie just to keep a dark truth that would endanger you if you knew. I explained. I watched the boy beginning to start pondering, as he excused himself as he left, trying to pick up the pieces of a massive puzzle in front of him. I hope that, whatever he does not choose a path filled with regrets. That was then, Naruto mentally called me, wanting to talk to me in his room. As I made my way towards his house, I looked at the cherry blossom trees and what I saw unnerved me. The cherry blossoms were blood red. I blinked, and they were the usual shade of pink again. Was it a vision? Or was it all a mere hallucination? Whatever it was not a good sign. It just made me run towards the house, ignoring Kushina's surprised expression as Jaken leapt away for me to get through as I entered Naruto's room. In there, I saw him sitting there at his desk, 2 gunblades and a katana at his side. He turned his head to the side, looking over his shoulder. "Hey Light, we need to talk," was all he said to me as he gestured me to sit down. I followed suit and began to wonder what he wanted as he turned towards me. That was then I noticed something was wrong with his skin. It was tanned, big time. "I believe you are curious of my past, aren't you?" he asked me, in a monotone voice as his eyes were blank, as if waiting for me to reply. "Yes," I admitted, "because ever since you defeated a powerful demon in the Land of Iron. A demon from a different world, an era that even someone like me probably would have trouble with, yet you defeated it alone. Just, who and what are you?" I asked. My curiosity is starting to take over now as the now tanned boy smirked and leaned back. "Compared to other Narutos and Narukos, which are versions of me who were born as girls, I am a Naruto born from genetic experimentation," he said bluntly, leaving no tone of joking in his straightforward answer. Now this was an interesting twist. Just what kind of alterations did he go through? I can't help but picture him with something from another creature, maybe a tail from a fox or even giant beaver teeth. "Ha, ha, ha," he laughed sarcastically at my comment. "No, not even close to that. I was created with cells of a heavenly dragon and one of the ultimate class hell dragons along with the original Naruto's DNA." He replied with annoyance in his voice, probably still ticked at my comment earlier. But now I am confused. How does he know? "Well, what else did you think I did besides creating my swords for a whole week? Reading?" he asked sarcastically. I was also going into my mindscape and began digging away at fragments of my true past and stumbled upon those 2 dragons in my mindscape. I was almost eaten if it wasn't for Shinryu being there and defeating those 2. He replied as he had a nostalgic look on his face. "It makes me wonder if this kid is sane." So after those 2 were tamed, they explained a bit more of my origins and I had been grateful, though it's a bit crowded in my mindscape with the Kyuubi, Shinryu, Magatsu Arashi, and now those 2. He grumbled, with an extremely annoyed look on his face. "Wow, he's practically a living hotel now. I wonder if I could get room service." "Okay, that was a low blow Light. Now they're all laughing at me and are asking me for foods I don't even know of," he snapped. "Okay, my bad. But even I needed something to lighten up the mood around here." "True, but now we're getting off the subject now. And no more jokes," he replied cynically at me. "What's up with him? Oh well, and who is Magatsu Arashi?" "Good question. Have you ever heard of Angra Mainyu?" he asked me. I had never heard of Angra Mainyu before. What exactly is it? "It's not exactly a creature, it's a dark god. Known to people as all of the world's evil. I was exposed to its essence once during the Holy Grail Wars and it became a stain on my soul. It's a terrible curse. I was immune to it, but it seemed as if a fragment of it remained in my soul as I was reborn in this world. Plus, with the Kyuubi, my hatred and the Lassie branding, it had created an evil entity inside of me. It enjoys nothing more than destruction and wants to take control of my body to commit evils beyond imagination. He is my symbiotic power at the moment and the main fuel for my Ka'ith forms. But to me, he's nothing more than a parasite bidding its time for the right moment to gain freedom," he explained to me, showing his Lassie brand that was on its 6th stage already. "Is it waiting for the brand to fully grow?" "Yes, for the past week when I wasn't working on my blades, I was learning about myself as I learned about how he came to be with Arturia's help. I had regained a good proportion of my memories but not all of them, so I can tell you a bit more about myself," he said with a smile on his tanned face. "Now I am starting to wonder what kind of madness Neon sent me after sealing me in my blade for all those years. The simplest question right now I can think of is how he was born. He said he was created with cells of dragons. And those of the original Naruto. What did he mean by that? What was the Holy Grail Wars? And who is this Arturia person he mentioned? All good questions. I'll start with the basics of my origins first." And he said it all in a carefree way, as if he wanted to share this story with someone for a long time. It all started because Neon wanted to create an anti-world warrior capable of slaying even the greatest of heroes in history and destroying the multiple worlds out there. So he decided to experiment with some of the most famous people in other worlds. Most popular of them was Naruto Uzumaki. The way he said it, it was like he was referring to himself in third person or something. I kept that to myself as I let him continue on with his story. Neon needed a version of Naruto that was truly powerful than the original, so he took some of his DNA and started creating hybrids of Narutos with DNA of other creatures of mystic powers like the Phoenix. Now that would be a nightmare. No matter how many times a Naruto like that is killed, he'll keep coming back from the grave to cause more trouble. I just hope there aren't any like those made by Neon roaming around the dimensions. She didn't notice that he had finished listing the many hybrids ending it with dragons as he closed his eyes. The main problem for his hybrids is that the human body couldn't handle the powers of these creatures, so they end up self-destructing in a way. The way he said it, it was a terrible sight. He must have seen one of them suffer like that when he was trapped in Neon's lab. I was born with cells of the original Naruto as Neon inserted 2 different dragon cells into the fetus. The side effect was the creation of my twin sister due to the surge of power from the 2 different dragon cells. But we were both going to die in the end. He sighed, holding his heart as if to see if it had stopped beating. I was actually unnerved by this. Did he actually die in birth? I wasn't sure how my sister and I survived, but whatever happened got Neon's interest and for some reason, called us ciphers. I don't recall what ciphers are, but I can tell they must be the most dangerous beings for what he had in store for the both of us. His expression was bitter, as he continued to recall everything of that time. Was it related to the dead Narutos I had seen in a dream? When I asked him that, he looked pretty surprised. You saw them, that shouldn't have happened. He grumbled. He was still bitter about killing, well, himself. I know I would feel uncomfortable killing someone looking like me, or was me from a different dimension. I'd feel like I was constantly throwing my life away. Well, since you saw it, yeah, my sister and I had to kill those Narutos. The ones that were in Neon's lab that weren't hybrids anyways. The way he trailed off and that sad look on his face made it look like the ones he killed were close to him. Were they? No, they were Narutos who had no souls in their bodies. A twisted version of life, a state of living death. Usually if there's no soul in the body cannot live. But Neon made it possible as we both killed all of them. That's when things went from bad to worse. He had an anguish expression on his face, one filled with guilt and remorse. What was it that could make Naruto here look like he was haunted from past sins? Neon grew interested in our abilities we had displayed and decided to force us to accelerate our skills in battle. He summoned many Narutos, Narukos, and even their twins if they ever had any from many dimensions with a prize if any one of them were able to kill us both, resurrection of their parents. The hollow look in his eyes showed nothing but a path of blood in them. Neon is truly something far worse than Desley when it came to manipulation. To use his powers over the dead, it is possible. And all of those Narutos and Narukos, plus the ones with twins were slain by this Naruto's hands. They wanted to see their parents that badly only for Naruto here to deny them that by killing them. But he didn't have a choice for he and his sister would have died instead. After many battles, my sister's body could no longer sustain itself as her powers dwindled. Her body began to vanish as her soul went inside my body. The world I was trapped in relied on beings to have energy in their body. If they could not sustain it, their bodies will be erased by the world's will. My anguish for her being forced to sleep as my body served as a host for her soul. I awoke to my powers' true potential as the ones I had slain were brought back to life as wraiths. Seeing through my past, they acknowledged me as their leader as we waged war against Neon's own army. From the look in his eyes, I'd say he won that war against Neon. Yeah, you're right, I even faced Neon one-on-one and defeated him. He was going to self-destruct but he tried to take me down with him. I thought I was a goner if it wasn't for Cypher Minato Namikaze appearing and dealing the finishing blow, causing Neon to self-destruct alone. He had a smile on his face. I do know I have some clues on what a cipher is, but I only have that from what Neon told me. If this helps knowing what a cipher is, then we could understand more about what Neon is planning, especially since he's plotting for the destruction of millions of other dimensions with Naruto's death. I recall that this Naruto I have as my pupil is the heart of multiple dimensions where other Narutos live in, and if his soul was to be destroyed, then those dimensions will also be destroyed. But Neon said there was an ancient entity inside of Naruto that was connected to something called the original universe, and with Naruto's demise, so will this entity's own demise follow him, creating a paradox on a massive scale that not only would erase the existence of all Narutos and their counterparts but other worlds, and even the world of fantasy is no exception. Neon said that the original universe was the source of how all worlds of the fantasy legends in Naruto's own world originated from. But how exactly, I do not have the answers, and Naruto has no memories on what a cipher truly is. If I don't have all the pieces to this puzzle, then we're all going to die. But I wondered, what happened after the Cypher Minato appeared? Well, he took me and my sister away from that hellhole for one thing. And the other versions of me and those twins followed us to a special dimension. We were both adopted by him and the Cypher Kushina Uzumaki as they began training us in the ways of a cipher. But there was also a coronation for me and my sis for defeating Neon and foiling his schemes. The way he said it, it was the happiest moment of his life. He and his sister had actually found a family to love them. So, what was this reward he gained? Well, for my bravery, leadership, and fighting prowess, I was now called Naruto the Lionheart. For my skills I mentioned earlier reminded the other versions of me and their twins of a lion, so the title fitted me well. My sister was known as the Godslayer. He had a wry smile on his face for his sister's title. Don't tell she actually. Yeah, she slayed a god on her own, something considered impossible for many people to perform without a team with the right weapons and items. But she did it with a mere knife, and just that alone. If it was anyone else, it'd be suicidal. Indeed, I am actually starting to like his sister already. And I just noticed something. Why was he given the title of Lionheart? I thought it was just the name of a weapon. No, it's actually a symbol for great leaders. The Lionheart Gunblade you and Squall have as honors to that name. It symbolizes you for military leadership, and as a warrior. Which both of you have, which makes you warriors worthy of celebrity status actually. Why, if you were in a place that people respect those connected to the name of Lionheart, you'd already have fans at your feet. I'm not sure, but I'm actually flattered by this comment. I guess Lionheart is a respectable name after all. So what happened next? Well, the one thing I do remember is that all the souls of the Narutos, Narukos, and their twin siblings cheering our names and titles. After that, I learned I had the ability to devour the souls of Narutos and Narukos while my sister can devour those of their twins. Hold on a second, did I hear right? For a moment I thought I heard him say he had the ability to devour souls. It's the truth, all ciphers have that default ability. For me, if a Naruto or Naruko is willing to be reborn again in the next life, which means dealing with the hardships that come with it, I devour their souls so they could enter the state of rebirth by the Wheel of Fate. Wheel of Fate, somehow I don't like that name at all. It sends bad vibes just hearing it, but what is the Wheel of Fate exactly? It's a cycle that all souls are drawn to, the pattern of birth, death, and rebirth. A continuous loop for all souls at the end of their journey, and that's all I can remember about it. I know deep down that this Wheel of Fate must be some sort of twisted system used to manipulate life of all living beings. Just like a puppet master using us as pawns or something of the sort, and we are not aware of it until the very end, as they return to the wheel. Is there anything else he could remember about afterwards? Yes, I had devoured all of the souls of every Naruto and Naruko who wanted to be reborn. Some went to the afterlife to rest in peace. Same thing happened for my sister when she was dealing with the twins that wanted to go. And that's all I can remember about my origins, I'm afraid. He's speaking the truth, I can see it in his eyes. So now that his past is revealed, I'm curious, what did he mean by original Naruto, exactly? He is the progenitor of all Narutos and Narukos out there. He came from the original timeline, one that had no what-ifs that ever took existence, like what if the pulse vestige was down that ravine I fell in. It never existed there in the original timeline, which is considered the true timeline. Basically he's the father of all Narutos, so to speak, if even the most powerful of Narutos would lay in defeat to the original due to a paradox that exists inside of him. If he dies, then all Narutos and Narukos that came into existence after him will die. Scary, so if I was a lightning from a different scenario, then I have an original out there that is my own lifeline, like this original Naruto, huh? Exactly, you're pretty smart, Light. Flattery won't get you anywhere, but thanks anyways. Though now that I think about it, how were Narukos born? The sexy jutsu paradox. Thanks to the original creating the technique, it unknowingly created a female Naruto dubbed Naruko that in a different timeline was born. Thus making us Narutos half and half, so to speak. Ah, I see, like the one version of me in a relationship with Fang we met in the rift. So he's implying that. Don't say it, you'll make the yaoi fangirls wake up. The way he finished it, it was like he was afraid of them or something. This calls for blackmail in the future. But now that I think about it, how does he know all of this? Simple, I was educated in it by Cypher Minato and Cypher Kushina. The most basic for a cipher to know, and the only thing I can remember about ciphers. I should have seen that coming. Now that that's out of the way, who is Arturia? She's my girlfriend. Okay, I admit I did not see that coming. And why is he so flustered like that? Well, it's complicated with my love life, okay. Alright, I won't question that, but who is she? Her full name is Arturia Pendragon. I'm sure you can figure the rest out just by her name. He doesn't say another word, but the name sounded familiar. Wait, Pendragon, is she related to King Arthur? Close, but at the same time wrong. Arturia is King Arthur. Now I'm confused. I'm sure the legend of King Arthur had him as a man, not a woman. Well, Arturia had to hide her gender to hold up order, because you know, gender issues in a certain era, right? Now that's an agreement. Back in Cocoon there were woman rights being fought during the time people first inhabited it. So basically, Arturia changed her name to Arthur and dressed as a man to keep up order in an era where women had no rights. Cunning. So, how did they both meet? During the Fourth Holy Grail War, my memories aren't the best, but I knew we were both enemies at the time. During the Fifth Holy Grail War, we became lovers. He smiled at that part, apparently going into bliss of memories, though I wonder, what was his relationship with Arturia like in those wars? Bam! Asterisk. The way I phrased it was vague, but at least I brought up that question I was now dying to know. By the way, the sound you just heard was Naruto falling from his seat. Just for the record, I fell out of my seat because I lost my balance, not because of your question. Oh, I totally called that. Listen Eclair, it is nice and all to know more about me but leave some of the more personal stuff out of it. What if I asked you about your love life? Fine, ruin my fun why don't ya? So anyways, what is the Holy Grail Wars? Now you're getting somewhere. The Holy Grail is a sacred relic that summons heroic spirits to do battle for the omnipotent relic so their wish can be granted. Heroic spirits are heroes from legends all around the world in history summoned to the war. I see, so how do heroic spirits work in all of this? Well, they are used to acquire the Grail, but they must eliminate other heroic spirits first in order to get it. In order to summon one, you need to have certain requirements, the ritual circle, the catalyst item, and a lot of magical energy called prana. Then they will tell you which class they are. I see the summoning I get, but what about class again? Because it reminds me of the various classes like Red Mage, Knight and so on. It's similar but different. There is the Saber class, a Knight of the Sword who is the most outstanding of all of the classes, Lancer, most agile warrior with a spear, Archer is a Knight of the Bow and has perfect aim, Assassin, well if you let your guard down even for a second you're a goner, a Caster is usually a magic user, Rider, a warrior who uses their mounts to change the tide of battle, and of course, Berserker, a hero who traded their sanity for incredible power, difficult to control, but lethal in battle. The way he described the Berserker class, he must have had a bad experience with them. You're telling me, Lancelot and Hercules were the most lethal of all berserkers out there. I'm lucky I'm still alive after facing those guys. I don't know who Hercules is, but I know Lancelot hands down. Better known as Lancelot of the Lake, the perfect knight who defeated even Gawain in battle, his sword Arondite, the unfading light of the lake, legends say that sword is bestowed upon the perfect knight and as a result, was immune to any form of attack. Legends say it would be like attacking the surface of a lake, making it impossible to harm the wielder, and it was forged by fairies, proving to be a lethal weapon not made by mortal hands. For Naruto to encounter an insane Lancelot with Arondite, made me pity him even more than ever. I'm starting to think that Lancelot had nearly killed him a few times. What's with that look for? Anyways, back to the subject. During the Fourth Grail War, I was unknowingly summoned as a special servant for an 8th master under the title Protector. Oh, a servant is the heroic spirit who serves someone called a master. They help us sustain our existence during the war, but at the same time commands us in battle and might resort to using command seals to perform miracles. I see, so what are command seals? Judging from his frown, he hated it. Command seals force a servant to do something against their will, even if it's against their beliefs or code. But sometimes can save a servant from death. Understood, so what does Angra Mainyu have to do with these wars? Simple, he corrupted the Grail when he was summoned in the Third Grail Wars. He was defeated and his soul was trapped inside the Grail, tainting the contents within. This allowed the summoning of evil-aligned heroic spirits. During both wars, he sought for his birth in the world as the incarnation of all of the world's evil. I see, so what happened in the Fourth War? In the end, a great fire engulfed the city as thousands had died. My master used up all of her command seals to have me save one person who survived. I did my best but he wasn't going to make it as my existence was fading away. The boy gave me something in his dying moments so that I can find out the one who was responsible for the fire, his own existence. His own existence, what did he mean exactly? The boy gave up his own body, his magic circuits, his own right to live to allow me to exist in his place as he moved on into the afterlife. I was reverted to a child and lost all of my memories in the process. Kind of how he lost his memory now, and the magic circuits like the Crystarium system, correct? Wow, looks like Sarah isn't the only one to earn all straight A's in class. He mused as he nodded his head. Yes, a magic circuit is like the Crystarium system. But back to the subject at hand. He gestured to his left arm, showing weird circuit lines on them, probably showing them off. Anyways, when I possessed the body and transformed it into my own, I realized there was smoke in the lungs still as I suffered a bit of a problem. Since I had no regeneration abilities at the time I was a goner until he came. Arturia's former master, Emiya Kuritsugu, and as my other adoptive father. He taught me their ways of using spells called magecraft and the time spells he used, which are now part of my Crystarium system that will take time to unlock again sadly. He looks at the glowing circuits in his arms with a sigh. I had to reawaken these circuits and it will take some time to fully awaken all of them, so I can't show you my full capabilities before I was reborn in this world. I'll say, I'm actually curious of his full potential now. So how many Grail Wars was he involved in? I would say 2, but since I saw 2 servants in a vision that know me and called me Praetor and Master in a unique way, I would say 4 Grail Wars, in total. Wow, were they all girls? Yes, why do you ask? You're not planning on making a harem, are you? Objection, on what grounds? I think thou dost protests too much. You know what they say, denial ain't like the river in the land of rivers. Look at him clutching his fists like some sort of cheesy superhero. So, what happened after you were adopted by the man? Well, I enjoyed a normal human life for 5 years, he told me of his dream of being a superhero and I decided to be one for him since he couldn't be one. He died that day smiling. And for the next 5 years I would meet Arturia again as her master in the 5th and final Holy Grail War. I'm not going into details, but it was chaotic. We finally destroyed the Grail though with her noble phantasm and she went to Avalon in the end. He's hiding something, but I'll let it slide for now. But what is a noble phantasm? It's usually a crystallization of one's heroic deeds in life, Arturia's Excalibur being the most famous of noble phantasms. Known to many as the Sword of Promised Victory. That sword is the very pinnacle of holy swords in existence. Wow, I guess the Excalibur in various versions of the fantasy legends replicate the effect of the true Excalibur. I actually had the archetype version of Arturia's Excalibur, but since I lost all of my memories, I can no longer summon it. Quite powerful as well. Is he joking? He has Excalibur as well. A prototype one as well. This kid is too much for me. Well anyways, I entered Avalon myself in the end, and for a peaceful lifetime we spent our time enjoying each other's company. I was able to go to Avalon since I had her sheath inside me at the time and served as my main source of regeneration during the 5th Grail War. But it amplified my origin and affinities even further. I'm not going into detail with all of those, but I'll leave it to your imagination. He likes to hide stuff about himself. Then again people would love to use his powers for their own twisted schemes. So how did he get into Avalon? I know it's a location in the afterlife, so how did he die? Well, sometime after the war, I focused on being a superhero at the time. I was pretty darn famous with the people and infamous with certain associations which led to some of the most dangerous fights in my life. But my last act of heroism left me on every history book when I had to stop a nuclear meltdown. One of the cores had melted down and someone had to stop it. Bypassing security at the time was easy with my methods. He was saying it like it was no big deal. I'm aware of the dangers of a nuclear meltdown and any sensible person with a brain would have run away. Oh well, at least he got one heck of a tan from it. Ha, ha, ha. I don't think even Rin Tasaka is capable of saying something so heartless and cruel. I got like this using thaumaturgy, not because I was toasted by radiation. Are you done insulting me? He's pretty angry right now, and now that I see it, his skin was back to normal, not tanned anymore as he wrapped his arms in sleeves of a scarlet shroud. Believe me or not, but I am starting to think he is a real hero, one who sacrificed his own happiness for that of others. He must have made Kuritsugu proud in that world. But now, he walks the path of an anti-hero and he's not afraid to show it. So, what's his plan this time? With him being one of us, Lassie and all. Well, since the 10 tails is the source of chakra and all of that, I'm going to destroy it. But I know people won't stop till they get their hands on such incredible power, so I'll have to make everyone hates chakra, which in return hate the shinobi system, which will also abolish the creating of Jinchuriki. I am going to create a revolution. He's lost it. Just how is he going to create a revolution? You forget, Eclair, that I created a revolution once, and I can do so again. I'll start in a place perfect for the initial stage, Kurigakure in the land of water. Now that's suicidal at the moment. If I can recall, there's a bloodline purge there at the moment and he's cunning. I saw the plans he is plotting, what he was planning to say to the people in my mind, and this kid could easily make Kiri hate the shinobi system instantly and will easily ban it from that place for good. Such cunning and audacity, it's impressive. Why thank you, Light, I worked on those just a few days ago. I must admit, I have one interesting pupil with a crazy history. So, what kind of gunblades and katana are those? Ah, you mean Leosaber and Elosaber. Arturia helped me make them, and compared to most blades, these are sentient. Why don't you guys greet her? Sentient blades, he's given his gunblades life. The grips of the gunblades were made of electrum that were wrapped in the highest quality of leather. The hilt below the blades were those of lions roaring as the blade looked like it spewed from their mouths as the blades took on a flame design like the Lionheart gunblade. But what made them different was their color. The one dubbed the Leo Saber was a vast white color with orange highlights, while Elosaber was pitch black with blue highlights as the gunblades transformed. I'm not sure what he did, but in front of me are two lion cubs, one white with a small orange mane and one black with a small blue mane. Gao. They spoke in sync. If I was an ordinary woman, I would have turned into a squealing girl and played with them till I would notice it would be nighttime already, but since I'm a trained soldier, cuteness doesn't truly break me that easily. But he didn't explain the katana though. Oh, that one, is made with the metal Sakura made. I see, her body was reduced to ashes as her flesh, blood, and bones became one with the metal as it turned into pink color that matched the cherry blossoms in bloom. Does it have a name? Yes, Chizukura. Blood cherry blossom. I understand it has her name in it, but why add the blood to the name? Because when I created that one on my own, it creates a streak of cherry blossoms in the color of blood in the air when swung. I see. So that must explain why I saw blood-colored cherry blossoms earlier today. Will he have the will to draw it out? I can draw it out, but I don't want to waste it on unworthy opponents. Compared to the cubs here, he said, pointing at said cubs that were rubbing themselves against my legs like cats, that need experience. Chizukura is a blade made in the ways the warrior. It would prefer fighting worthy opponents than weak fodder enemies. Why is he referring the blade like it was alive? Did he? No, because I didn't give it life and I don't want to ruin it in battle against the weak ones. This blade Sakura sacrificed herself to give to me as one for hope, a hope of overcoming the most powerful of enemies. I see, a blade meant for only the strong. I can respect that. So, when does he plan to create this glorious revolution? In 3 weeks' time. For now, I need to get more experience and retrain my old abilities. I'll be heading out now. Let's go, guys. With that, Naruto and the two cubs left the room, taking Chizukura with him as I wondered what kind of twisted plot in the timeline's Neon planned. With Naruto, his paw. I walked with the two cubs towards a training ground when I sensed it. A piece of me is calling me out in that location and I must find it. We ran to the source and noticed a distortion in time, locating to a different era and dimension. Leo and Elo, which I had decided to call them since adding the saber part of their names as a mouthful, looked at me with curiosity. Gao. Yes, Leo, we are going on a road trip, plus it's time to give you guys a test drive. Gao. Elo replied with vigor. With that, they hopped on my shoulders as I jumped in, letting the hands of fate guide me as I travel into the depths of oblivion. Secret files, forgotten paradox. There raise not the dead. There cannot recover lost things, never again. Even the greatest miracle can only affect the living. In the floating utopia known as Cocoon, Naruto walked through the empty train station at night as he faced a man older than him with red eyes and flame-like spiky hair across the train rails. The man smiled at him. It's been a while, holy sword wielder. Hasn't it been 7 days since we last met? He asked as Naruto scowled at him. Hey, you sure don't like to talk, he said as he walked to his right with Naruto following him on the opposite side of the station. Sarah Farron has only 3 more days to live, he said out loud, surprising Naruto. My master told me to simply watch you both as you perish eventually, but, he trailed off, showing a small vial with a glowing liquid in it, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes. They stopped and faced each other again. If you want it, come get it, he taunted as Naruto stood there staring at his opponent in the eye as a train passed by. Through the windows of the next cart, the man was now wearing golden Mesopotamian armor, and when the train was almost past them, Naruto was wearing Arthurian armor as a blade appeared in his hands as he leapt at the man with a roar. The countdown to my death sentence reached 0. In a graveyard, underneath a black umbrella stood a young Sarah Farron as she looked at the tombstones of her parents and her sisters, ignoring the footsteps heading in her directions. Today is the death anniversary of my mother and sister. Sarah stood in the old home of her family, cleaning it up as she finished making breakfast for herself. I had lost them both to a murderer that was about to kill me, but was saved by a mysterious boy. She had opened a doorway and entered an elegant greenhouse garden she and her family used to play in as she opened a bird cage and pulled out a pigeon, putting it on a cutting table with a cleaver in hand. She was nervous, panting as the knife in her hand trembled as the other pigeons looked on as she brought the blade down. I had learned of something called the Holy Grail, was capable of granting one's wish. As she walked with other students, Sarah looked at her bandaged finger. But the requirement was to be a magician, to use magic in order to compete for the Grail. I had to follow a morning ritual of offering blood, but since I couldn't have the heart to kill another living being, I used my own blood instead. The rain was even heavier now in the graveyard as a figure walked towards her, carrying a bouquet of flowers. At the stroke of midnight, it would already have been 8 years that have passed since the incident. The man spoke in a sad tone. That man was Lieutenant Amodar. I smell a war brewing, but the problem is where? Be careful, Miss Farron, if you get caught in it, you might die, and I don't want to see that happening to you. He warned her in a fatherly concerned tone as Sarah smiled gently at his concern. She had decided not to be involved with the Grail, but her eyes widened when a ghostly voice whispered in her ear. You have nowhere to run. With that, the young Farron ran home, locking the doors and windows, placing wards to repel intruders as she hid herself behind blankets, waiting for the day to end. That was then, the windows broke as weird dog-like creatures charged at the girl. With a wave of her hand, black feathers emerged from nowhere as they darted towards the creatures, killing them as she ran into the hallways, encountering a man in purple armor resembling a dragon. Are you the lady of this house? He asked, with a spear in his hand. Go away, she shouted as she created more black feathers that darted towards the man. He swung his spear, causing the air to knock her back as her feathers latched onto the man's spear. This is old black magic, he noted out loud. Sarah created another barrage of feathers that charged at the man as she dashed towards her only place she could be safe, the garden. She closed the door and with her magic, made the plants grow as they barricaded the door. When she turned, an explosion from behind blew her forward as the man in dragon armor walked in. She got up and walked backwards in fear as the man drew closer, spear in hand, as she knew she would die today. Someone, save me, she thought as she called her parents and sister. Little did she or the man know a figure in another world with whisker-shaped birthmarks had a smile on his lips as the spear impaled Sarah's chest. The pigeons within flew out as the man sighed, hating himself for killing the girl, but orders were orders. That was then, there was a bright light at the spot where he stabbed her as he was blown back by a powerful force as the winds tore through the garden as the flowers opened up. When the wind died down, it was as if the heavens had blessed the girl as a boy around the same age as hers floated down, wearing armor like those of a knight and a face from those of fairy tales. She was entranced by him as petals of white danced in the air as the man looked surprised at the boy's summoning as he smirked. HMPH, not bad at all, black mage. The man called out as he stood, the boy turning as he swung something invisible horizontally as the man blocked a shockwave made of wind as he was pushed back. His spear broke and he looked impressed. The man jumped out of the window, retreating under orders from his master. With the man gone, the boy looked over his shoulder and gave the girl a gentle smile. So you have the command seals, that means you can visit this chapel at any time then. Naruto and the man in golden armor continued their battle within the train station as it collapsed from their duel, taking it to town of bottom as their blades clashed with astounding fury. Master Degrees the 7th, Princes. I already said I don't want to fight. Why do you keep pestering me? Have you forgotten our pact? Naruto asked the girl who voiced her dislike for fighting in the Grail Wars. But, they'll kill me, she replied as Naruto tried to reassure her. Master Degrees the 6th, Powers. Let's kill these ones, we'll earn enough once they're dead. A woman spoke to a cloaked figure with a mask of a smiling skull. Understood, Master. The figure replied as they faded away into the shadows. Master Degrees the 5th, Virtues. I am the most powerful heroic spirit in existence, exclaimed the man in golden Mesopotamian armor as his master smirked. Indeed, but the plans for summoning the Maker must be complete. If you help me acquire the Grail and in return summon the Maker, you will be known as the greatest hero of Cocoon. Master Degrees the 4th, Dominion. Farewell, my great master, now for more summonings to throw this world into chaos for you with the heavens stained with the greatest cool. Exclaimed a middle-aged man, shouted with deranged eyes as demons multiplied in existence as they devoured the people of Eden. Master Degrees the 3rd, Thrones. I never had any friends, but when you came, I was happy. Spoke a boy lying in a hospital bed as he used all of his command seals. But I believe you deserve a second chance at life, please live on for me, the boy uttered as his eyes closed as his servant bowed his head in grief. It will be done, but I will win the Grail so you too could have a second chance. With that, the servant began on his quest for the Grail. Master Degrees the 2nd, Cherubim. A quickly made spear did not make a good choice, so I had no choice but to retreat. The man in dragon armor replied to his master, who sighed. Who would have thought Kane Highwind was a coward? The voice of a woman asked. It's called strategy. I was facing an unknown enemy with mysterious abilities. I might not be alive right now if I faced them without a plan. The legendary dragoon replied. Master Degrees the Absence, Void. I despise this swarm of vipers. For I am anomalous, shouted a deranged man as he ordered his servant to lay waste to Nautilus as he laughed. One thing about him was his clothing, coming from the dreaded place known as Pulse as he laughed at the deaths of thousands of people. I will fight, protecting my home and everyone I hold dear. Sarah declared as she looked at the deranged man of Pulse with determination in her eyes as she showed her command seals that were on the skin of her chest as the light from it blinded the man. Come forth, Saber, she called out as everything was consumed in light. The battle's conclusion. Naruto lay on his back in a crater on the world below known as Pulse. His opponent, away in cocoon, looked down at his foe. The man in golden armor smirked as his left eye was closed as blood trailed down his face. "Prepare yourself for this," the man exclaimed as he combined his two swords into a bow as he laughed. "Face the heavens," he shouted as an arrow came into existence. As he drew his arrow back, the flames of destruction are filled. "This is the moment of reckoning," he declared as he fired the arrow down onto Pulse as it descended down like thunder. Naruto turned his head to the side and avoided the arrow that might have grazed his cheek as a light went up to the sky as a massive glowing sword surrounded by 6 bolts wrapped around it as it descended from the heavens. It exploded as a shockwave shook the land as a massive, circuit-like design domed the area as the dimension broke as a massive flood devoured Pulse. The man smiled with content and turned his back laughing even though he was tired. "It appears that I am the victor of this match. Sarah is mine," he declared. "Don't get cocky." A familiar voice rang out as in the depths of the great flood, there was a golden glow within as the man turned around in shock. "Holy sword wielder," he exclaimed in shock. In the flood, Naruto gritted his teeth as he wielded the sword radiating with holy light and called out its name. X. The man knew that was bad news if he finished the move and quickly drew another arrow. "Bastard," he shouted out. "Calibur RRR." Naruto finished as he swung the sword, vaporizing the flood, as a ray of light consumed his foe in its brilliance. The fateful day asterisk. Once the man with the now broken spear left, the boy dressed as a knight turned around and introduced himself to Sarah. "I'm Saber," he said as she looked at him with awe, "a servant that will protect you." He finished with a smile. Shinobi Lassie Origins. See the paradox that started it all. Master Degrees the First, Seraphim. "Just you wait, Naruto-kun," a blue-haired girl with white eyes spoke with glee. "We'll be together forever and ever," she said as she laughed with twisted madness within it as she danced in a field of skeletons. Chapter 22, Just a Normal Day. He's been gone for a few days. Not a word, letter, or a sign. This led most of the rookies and one Hokage worried as they looked around for him. When they tried talking to Lightning, she said that he'll be back soon after causing some chaos elsewhere. Where he was the question they're looking for an answer to. As Team 8 was taking a break in their hopeless search for the elusive Naruto Uzumaki, Akamaru barked as he picked up on his scent. Kiba, Hinata, and Shino proceeded to go after the puppy as they found Naruto sleeping against a tree with wounds on his body as blood dripped from his forehead. He was immediately taken to the hospital, and while he was taken there, with Leo and Elo following behind, Naruto dreamt of things of the past, of why he was here. Forbidden truths must remain hidden, else mankind would slaughter each other like startled cattle to the Fane wolf howls. In an ancient giant underground cavern, a 3-dimensional circle flowing with magic was there with a natural furnace dwelling there. A giant cliff hung over as he saw many people walking towards the edge. Weeping as their hollow eyes held despair as their bodies moved against their wills as they tossed themselves off the cliff. Into the soupy, black mud that resembled the ocean as far away on the other side, something was coming, no, more like it was being summoned. He knew this object, Holy Grail. This one had one function different than others he encountered. It was a cauldron used to create the beast. The embodiment of humanity's greed and sins as it was destined to bring forth chaos. But why is? He saw it, an eye from the monster's body as it was destroyed by purifying light as the eye was falling to the ground, sinking into the very earth as the eye changed. It took form as the many years went by and... No, Naruto muttered at the vision as he saw what the eye of the beast took form of. A monster with 10 tails bringing chaos in its wake. The 10 tails, the eye of the beast became the 10-tailed beast. The ninja world he was in, was created by sins of the past. Truth is what helps, and also what hurts. There are some truths that are better left forgotten for the sake of the world. He awoke to a white ceiling, the smell of a recently cleaned room, and medicine. Hospital again, he muttered as he got up and looked around. It was his room in the hospital, complete with personal bathroom. He tried to move his legs, testing to see if they were weak and numb as he saw that they were not. He proceeded to look for his clothes as he found them neatly folded on a nearby table with Leo and Elo in their gunblade forms, resting against the table. He quickly used the restroom and proceeded to change as he picked up Leo and Elo and tossed them in the air as they magically transformed into lion cubs as they hung onto his shoulders. He then leapt out of the room via window and proceeded to make his way home. He wasn't sure what happened after he fought his future self, but he needed to quell his mother's wrath because he was aware of one thing. When time traveling or dimension hopping, time moves at different speeds and he might have been gone for a few days already. He could already feel her fists banging into his skull, ouch. Tsunade was amused. Shizune had a group of medic nin going on a manhunt for Naruto who had fled from his hospital room. They were going around various places they suspected him to being at. One was at Ichiraku's ramen, the hot springs, and Lightning's ship. She watched as Shizune had a frustrated look on her face as she was just about to give up. Did you try looking at his house? Tsunade asked, as she knew that her pupil was mentally smacking herself at the most obvious place he'd go to. To say Kushina was angry was the least of concerns. No, she was downright furious as the minute Naruto came home, she chewed him out with a nasty bash to the head and one very long hour of lecturing as Jaken cowered in fear of the enraged redhead and hid in the kitchen to avoid the upcoming chaos. You shouldn't have done that, Naruto. Do you know how worried I was? Kushina demanded as Naruto kept his head calm as he knew the horrors of an angry woman, but when said angry woman is your mother, you're a dead man walking. He had to tread carefully, because if he says the wrong thing, he might suffer a fate worse than death. I'm sorry Ka-san, he apologized. I shouldn't have done that so recklessly, but it was to help find out who I am. He told her as she paused in the middle of her ranting. She had eavesdropped on his conversation with Lightning, hearing of how he was a legendary hero from a different timeline or whatever, but his past was more sorrowful than she'd expect it to be. Even though he was a creature of great power in one life, he was still her son no matter what, and she'd be damned if she wasn't there to support him like this, Cypher Kushina did. She hugged him in a motherly embrace as Naruto was startled by the action. I understand, but promise me Naruto, don't do things alone. You have me, Lightning, Jaken, and all of your friends here to help you. Please understand that by doing this alone, makes everyone else suffer. She told him as Naruto closed his eyes. I promise, he told her, meaning it as he felt his mother's concern for him. This warmth, the one he had longed for, and had forgotten, the embrace of a caring, loving mother that was there for him no matter what. It made his heart ache, knowing his sister is out there somewhere in the Historia Crux, isn't experiencing this overwhelming emotion he was. But Kushina knew it, and was waiting for her to come back home, so that they could be a family. For the first time since the end of the wave mission and bidding farewell, he cried. Kushina held her son gently comforting him as she soothed the sadness and made it all gently fade away as he slowly fell asleep, definitely what he needed right now. Moms definitely know what's right. And don't you dare say no otherwise. There he is, came the voice of Shizune as they found Naruto as Kushina looked up with a menacing glare at her and the other medic nin who froze in their tracks. They had walked in on a mother-son time and ruining it was a really, really, bad idea. Sorry. She whispered apologetically as she and the others retreated hastily as Kushina returned to the bonding with her son. Definitely know what's right indeed. Lightning knew Naruto was the strangest being she had ever met, but this practically took the cake. While going into his memories, he had fought, and won against his future, more experienced self in a one-on-one duel. But what plagued her were the dreams she started having. Ones that held the legend of the one called Cypher Naruto Uzumaki, the Naru killer, Death's Slayer, Naruto the Lionheart. Vision of the past. There are some things that mankind are forbidden to perform. Human cloning is one of the highest atrocities besides human experimentation. This was a sin from Genesis. Two blue eyes slowly opened half asleep as he looked out of the strange colored liquid he slept in. Where am I? He asked himself as he saw shadows looking at him as he squinted his eyes. No, this isn't the same as before. Was everything before just a dream? He pondered as he felt his eyelids grow heavier. Why? Was the last thing he thought before falling back to sleep again. Doctor, look at this. A scientist called out to Orochimaru who looked at the scanners and frowned. Quick, stabilize the boy. Neon will have our heads if he dies on us. He roared in anger as the scientists ran around, flipping through switches to see what the source of the alert of their specimen, not realizing that it was awakening. He heard them, the laughs, the cries, and the calling for him. Those voices, they're outside, where I must be, he thought as his eyes opened and glowed as the tank holding him cracked and then broke as fluids leaked out. Tell the boss's helicopter what's happening quickly. A scientist shouted as Orochimaru gestured him to be silent. Let the boy speak, his synced link with her must have given him the knowledge he needs to speak. He said. Synced, link. The boy rasped out, as if his voice hasn't been used for many years. Yes my boy, as you can see you were our perfect creation. Through our experimentation we sought to create a unique being capable of destruction. The snake Sanin replied as he gestured to an image of a boy that looked similar to the boy that broke out of his tank. We cloned you from the DNA of a great hero known as Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome, Naruto 2. He said as the boy looked at the image of the boy in an orange jumpsuit. Naruto too? He asked, with a strained voice as he felt lost in this world. Am I just a copy? A mere shadow of Naruto's? He demanded as the man in front of him chuckled. No, you are greater than him, we have altered your DNA making you different from him, or those parallel versions of him. He explained. This made the boy raise a brow at what the man said. So I am the end result of your experiment. So what happens to me now that your experiment is now over? He asked as Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, it's not over yet. Now the real experiment begins now. The white-skinned man replied as the clone narrowed his eyes as the other scientists congratulated themselves on a job well done. These humans care nothing for me, he thought bitterly as he looked down at his hands and clenched them into fists. He recalled people he didn't recognize as he realized these were his original's memories as they soon vanished just as they came. Is that my purpose? Am I just an experiment, a laboratory specimen? This cannot be, he thought as a wing of an angel erupted from his right shoulder blade, pure and untainted as a demonic bat-like wing erupted from his left shoulder blade, giving off a sinister appearance as two tails erupted from his tailbone, one black and one white as he looked at them all with utter hate. My destiny. He finished as the tanks of other specimens broke as his eyes glowed blue ominously as he flexed his wings, creating a shockwave knocking everyone back. The machines broke as mechanical arms tried to restrain it, but the energy he was emitting from his body destroyed them as he swung his left arm downwards, as a trail of black flames consumed the people in that direction as he swung his right arm down, calling forth bolts of thunder that obliterated those that tried to restrain it. The whole lab was in flames as Orochimaru was sitting down with his back against the wall as he looked at the carnage with a look filled with equal parts horror and fascination at the sight. In the flames, a silhouette was seen floating as the figure opened the flames like a curtain without injuries from the heat as the boy in front of him was glaring at him with absolute hate. We dreamed of creating the ultimate engine of destruction, he whispered as the boy's face glowed satanically as the energy from his body became visible around him. And we've succeeded. He finished as the energy from the boy's body consumed everything as it was all engulfed in light. Vision of the past end. Lightning never felt horrified in her entire life at the scene. It was all real, but there was something off with that version of Naruto than the one she was familiar with. The one in the vision was empty, had no signs of any happiness in them, and pure, uncontrolled rage that destroyed everything in its path. The Naruto she was familiar with had a warm aura around him, a sense of happiness, and at the same time, a human heart. That one she saw didn't have the capacity to be human. It made her wonder what miracle gave this boy a compassionate heart. But at the same time, she wondered how powerful he was in his prime. Since his branding into a new lassie, his soul was scattered into numerous fragments and scattered across time and space. Was his power that terrifying? If so, then she's nurturing a new form of power only he could wield to his already deadly arsenal. He's like a fungus that grows on you, but the kind you just don't want to remove. Maybe he could hold the key to a few questions she has in the later future. But for now, she had to return something to him. Holding the newly repaired Blazefire saber spear she gave him, she made her way to his house, sensing him there as she bumped into Team 8 while on the way. If it isn't the rookies that found Naruto, what brings you here? Lightning asked as they were heading into the same direction. Well, Hinata said, holding a box in a heart shape in her hands as Kiba beat her to the punch. We came to see Naruto and see how he's holding up. He told her. I see. I was on my way to his house to return something to him. Lightning replied, holding the repaired gunblade to the side as Shino stared at the blade warily. He wasn't one for words, but his silence holds what he was thinking, especially with what his bugs were saying about Lightning. The four went together as they made their way through the busy streets of Konoha as Hinata was curious of Lightning. She was beautiful, strong, elegant, brave, and cool. But she wondered, how did Naruto meet her? Excuse me, Lightning-san. Hinata stuttered out, gaining the Master Lassie's attention. How did you and Naruto-kun meet? She asked, gaining the curiosities of her fellow teammates. That is a logical question, plus, that mysterious new power he wields is not chakra at all. And it corresponds with your appearance in Konoha. So logically, you were involved with him gaining them. Shino spoke up as his glasses gleamed in the light. Lightning was prepared for this, she knew that they would ask this question sooner or later. He saved me and my friends from our torments. She replied, surprising them. Though he was cursed like me and my friends, he still went out of his way to help save us, albeit unknowingly. He pressed on, no matter how powerful the enemy was. He didn't give in, he sought to protect his bonds he made from great threats. His will was what impressed me, which is why I act like a second sensei to him. She explained as Shino pushed his glasses back. So this curse is the source of his new powers? Shino asked as Lightning looked at him and nodded. Sharp one, she commented as Shino had a hidden smile. Yes, while freeing me and my friends, he bears the same mark we once had. While it bestows him great power, it came with a heavy cost. She told them as Kiba looked at her seriously. Just what kind of cost? He demanded. No way was he going to let his rival go down from some stupid curse. Lightning looked at the three genin in front of her and decided to come clean with the horrible fate to anyone who became lassie. Eternal suffering is a mindless beast doomed to wander the lands till death, or turn to stone with their souls bound to it and never finding any peace in the afterlife. She replied. The looks of horror on Hinata's and Kiba's faces were expected, and Shino was calm underneath that hood. Sometimes she wondered if he keeps his emotions bottled up all the time. He still has time, he keeps fighting his fate, clinging on to hope of finding his freedom. Help him when the time comes, and cherish the times you have with him, because they are limited. She told them as Kiba and Hinata snapped out of their shock as the three nodded. But since this was an opportunity, she might as well ask Hinata something. Alright, Hinata, what made you like Naruto in the first place? She asked as Hinata jolted in shock as they made their way to the forest of cherry blossom trees that were strangely blooming in this weather. Hinata said as her cheeks burned red. Hey look, you're blushing. Kiba laughed as Hinata tried to make him stop. Young love, Lightning thought, it's beautiful, but at the same time, carries its own tales of sorrows. She mused, recalling the love Snow had with Sarah as they went through hard times. Even then, they had that happiness in that strife and their love endured, truly a testament of true love. I'm not sure, but I guess it started out as admiration at first. She replied shyly as Lightning listened carefully. Even though she was a veteran warrior, she was still a fellow woman who should help the younger generation of girls with anything they need. I was always considered weak by my father, but one day on the market streets, Naruto-kun shouted his declaration of becoming Hokage, despite being alone and no one to rely on helping him. Hinata continued as Lightning nodded. So, you felt the similarities with yourself because you also sought for acknowledgement as well, huh? Lightning asked as Hinata nodded. When I was young, I was picked on by a bunch of bullies. He stood up for me as they beat him up and rendered him unconscious. He believed in me at the time, and it inspired me to do my best and become stronger, and to never give up. So I want to catch up to him, to be by his side. Hinata told her as Lightning nodded. Hinata is a good kid, one of those that make it really hard not to like her unless that personality of hers was a fake. But she had no hidden malice of any kind, she was pure white. I see, but there will be times that you might question yourself, that if following the same path he is going to walk in, now that his goals have changed since this curse had shown him the truth. I'm not sure if he'll still want to be Hokage or not. She told Hinata, while noticing that Kiba, Akamaru, and Shino had their fingers in their ears, as if plugging them, but for Akamaru's case, using his paws to cover his ears. I don't care which path he will take, I will follow him to the bitter end, even if he might not acknowledge my feelings for him. She relied to Lightning, because I will never go back on my word, because that too is my ninja way. She told her boldly, surprising Lightning at the sudden backbone. This girl truly had fallen hard for the kid from a simple inspiration and then admiration. She was willing to go to hell and back to be there for Naruto. Talk about true love in a new twist. But how will she react to Naruto's planned revolution? She knew he meant well. From his opinion, chakra is a mistake that shouldn't have been discovered due to the constant use of it in war. But she also realized that people can create new techniques with the right amount of time. Something that clicked in her head as a new sense of horror as realization dawned her. What if someone planned to create a new technique that could wipe out an entire city, no, an entire country? But at the same time, it would need a massive collection of chakra to use it, something like a... Oh, Etro no, Lightning thought with utter dread as her outward appearance was still the cool-headed lady she imposed. She had realized that's why the 10 Tails was Naruto's focus. Not only to end the source of all chakra, but to make sure no one can ever use its powers for the likes of global domination or mass genocide. That demon is the center of all the chaos that will soon come to pass. If Naruto's planned revolution starts slowly, it would take forever to finish the job. So he needed a quick way to spread his beliefs on the ninja system. That's why he chose Kiri, because he could use its reputation to amplify his beliefs of how cruel and twisted the ninja world is to make those who have lost so many people from the bloodbath to make them hate the system. The feudal lords, who seek to keep their people from any dangers once they hear their demands, would make the law to abolish the system. Once again, Naruto's proven his cunning and audacity on new levels. Where the hell did this kid learn all of this? Lightning thought as they reached the house where Kushina was standing outside, as if expecting them. He's asleep, but if there's something you need from him, wait till he wakes up. She said in a final tone. Lightning was no fool, familiar with a mother's protective instinct due to acting like a mother herself with a few people in the past. She'll make it quick and simple. She handed Kushina the spare blazefire saber as Kushina nodded. Make sure he doesn't break it again. She told her as Kushina nodded. That was when Kushina turned to Hinata, who felt pretty intimidated by the redhead. It's Valentine's Day today, so please Hinata stuttered uncontrollably as she held out the box of homemade chocolates to Kushina. Please make sure he gets them. She finished hastily as Kushina took the chocolates as Hinata dashed off. Hey, wait up Hinata. Kiba shouted as he and Shino chased after her. You sure know how to scare them off, don't you? Lightning asked with a slightly teasing tone as Kushina frowned at that comment. It's not my fault that I have that natural talent for intimidating people at times, though she's one strange girl. Kushina added as she watched teammate disappear. She's a gentle girl, one that has a crush on your son due to him being a inspiring role model. Lightning told her with a wry smile on her face. Kushina looked at her as she chuckled. Well, he does have his parents' natural charisma for that. And enthusiasm is part of his charm. She replied as they shared a small laugh. So, can I help in my son's future revolution? Kushina asked, catching Lightning off guard at the question. Because I overheard my son's plans to end this conflict. I'm not what made this happen to him, but I want to support my son as much as I can. He's the only family here right now I have. I don't want to lose him, nor Shayna when she comes home. She told Lightning. I'll see what I can do, but I'm sure he won't like the idea though. Lightning replied, and, Shayna is a good name. She told Kushina, who smiled. Thanks, Naruto thought of it actually, like she was meant to have that name. She commented as Lightning had a feeling that Naruto did name her that in their first life when they met. His true past was shrouded in fog, but she believed that one day, she will hear of the legend of the cipher known as Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 23, Missions of a New Day. Valhalla. Year. Asterisk. Lightning looked on to the field of battle as the war continued. Her servant walked by her side, frowning at the display before him as he shook his head with disappointment. These Neris will never learn. They will never become the Maelstrom King due to their natures and ideals. He said as Lightning looked at him. He looked just like Naruto, but with an aura of death surrounding him and the eyes of a veteran warrior who had seen countless battles in his eyes. This was Lionheart, Naruto's past self that was created from the memories sealed within the necklace Naruto had cherished, one that had a matching pair that his sister had. He was a legendary hero in his past, the one which killed countless numbers of other Naruto and Naruto Uzumaki incarnations that come from all across time and space for the crimes they've committed in disrupting the space-time continuum. His killing record was unmatched by even the heroes and villains of the other Crystal Legends combined. One who had beaten death himself at his own game and had become a hero to all of the worlds threatened to be destroyed by Neon. The original Maelstrom King that keeps other incarnations in check for the sake of the fabric of reality, one of the most powerful warriors to ever be summoned by her will. I guess you're right. They're trying to follow their own paths and ideals without knowing the cost of being the Maelstrom King. Lightning agreed as she looked at Lionheart. What is the duty of the Maelstrom King exactly? You've told me little about it besides keeping the other Neris in check and the fabric of reality itself from collapsing. She asked as Lionheart sighed. To be the Maelstrom King is to govern the way of life of all Neris out there. To birth the infinite possibilities out there for them to learn, grow, change, evolve, and find their own paths to happiness. My job was to do so and I did it. But it is because I will it, for one who is the Maelstrom King, controls the infinite possibilities out there for the Neris. Lionheart explained. This made Lightning begin to wonder if there is more to it than meets the eye. So, what happens if a different Naru becomes the Maelstrom King? Lightning asked as Lionheart had a serious face on his expression. If that ever happened, then that Naru will be able to influence every Naru out there to follow his or her way of life and limit the possibilities out there. Basically, it takes away those Neris, free will and rights to become something that could unlock their unlimited potentials. He replied, his voice cold and menacing at the thought. For example, if the original human Naruto Uzumaki were to ever become the Maelstrom King, he will eliminate every possibility that connects to any other Naru and make them stay only on the path of a ninja and the path of light. If that happened, there are no new possibilities, time will be ruptured, space will become unstable, and reality itself will collapse, destroying everything around it. That is the price for narrow-minded idiots who choose to bear such a heavy burden. He told her. His voice was silent and cold, as if he was a living corpse as Lightning shuddered at the scenario. And of course, my former self wouldn't have met you or fallen for you. He added, and as Lightning felt her cheeks warm up from that. She recalled that confession, when the day came when he was going to die. He told her those words before he went to face the inevitable fate ahead which leads to his death. While he had the body of a child, his soul was older than hers and was a good person at heart. She hated to admit it, but when she spent time with him, she fell in love with him as well. But she knew his time was limited before he would no longer be there, as the two timelines would split and the time they had together would be forgotten, like those many years ago when Cocoon's history was corrupted. He came to fix it when she was a teenager at the time. Looking back, she recalled herself traveling back in that time to help fix history, which she had already done before meeting Lionheart and now was forced to help control the Maelstrom Wars from becoming too chaotic. To her, this war was a bloodbath for personal gain, power, control, ideals, and for their own pleasures. She hated it, it was worse than anything she ever fought in during her time as a member of the Guardian Corps, and as Etro's knight. But for now, she had to survive in this war, and wait for Naruto's rebirth to restore balance to reality itself. Konoha 013 aka after Kyuubi attack. Naruto awoke from his slumber, rising up from his futon as he looked around. He was in his room again, and there were 2 boxes of chocolates there for him and a repaired blazefire saber by his side. Oh yeah, Valentine's Day, he muttered, recalling that yesterday. He knew one was definitely Hinata's, but the other one he could not identify. Good morning, Naruto-sama. Jaken greeted as he walked in the room as Naruto sat up. Who sent this box of chocolate? Naruto asked, pointing to said one as Jaken looked at it. That one, my lord, is from Princess Sarah of Roland, if I recall correctly. The vassal replied as Naruto looked at it with a smile. He recalled the day when he first met the Princess of Roran. 2 days before finals of Chunin exams. Rise of the Knight of Roran. Man, lightning is such a slave driver, Naruto groaned as he walked into the nearby town near the first arc. How they had failed to discover the ancient death trap he'll never know. He didn't care. Lightning wanted him to rest up for the next 2 days and he was going to enjoy it. But Lightning made sure to give him a spare copy of her blazefire saber, which didn't have any writing on it like hers did. He wondered why she got him one when he had hers and she told him that hers is more special. It was a memory of hers. Respecting it, he agreed to take the spare blazefire gunblade and had proceeded to the nearby town. He just hoped nothing chaotic will happen for the next 2 days. As Naruto was walking on the road, he spotted a series of caravans moving towards the town, probably traders or travelers looking for a place to rest. Curious since it's been a while since he's seen ones while in Konoha, but out here made him wonder what it's like to travel to minor towns that don't involve villages. He decided to tag along. As he got to the town with the caravan, chatting away with the people and learning they were nomads of sorts and a brief history of how they came to be, he began to look for something to eat. The rule was from orders by Lightning herself, no ramen. While he hated the fact he can't enjoy his favorite dish made him depressed. But when he smelt the barbecue of a nearby restaurant, it reminded him of Choji. He might as well eat there then. After enjoying a good combination of beef, vegetables which he's gotten used to eating thanks to Lightning's strict diet, he was going to find a nice place for a nap. Help! A scream cried out, gaining Naruto's immediate attention. So much for that nap, this is such a drag. Naruto thought before mentally slapping himself. He was starting to sound like Shikamaru as he dashed towards the scream. Princess! Voices called out as Naruto noticed it was the nomads again, and it looked like a red-haired girl in orange robes. He liked the style just by seeing it. Plus, it's easier to read the atmosphere of what's going on. As she was being carried by a few ninja against her will. Looks like a kidnapping, he thought as he leapt after the ninjas, and they picked the wrong time to do that. He added in as he began pursuit. Sometime later. Let me go, the redhead demanded as she struggled against her captors as they looked at her. She's a feisty one, better tie her up and then gag her so the trip can be much quieter. One ninja said as the second one nodded. Indeed, for Kumo's sake, we'll need every bit of military boost in power we can get for it, and this girl's power over the ley energies is the key to improving it. The other one replied. The girl's eyes widened in realization. These ninja were after her powers over the Ryumyaku, but what they didn't realize is that it was sealed away by a hero in her mother's dreams when she was young. But what about the seal that holds the energies back? The fourth Hokage made sure such powers could not be freed to be used for war ever again. The third one asked as the other two nodded. There's a research team working on the seals. But it seems that the seal's matrix is beyond our level and would take years to unravel. If only we had an Uzumaki, then we could undo Namikaze's work and gain the power for Kumo. The leader said as the trio nodded. While they were talking, they didn't notice their prisoner pulling strands of hair out and dropping them on the ground, leaving a trail behind, hoping someone would save her. Naruto followed in pursuit. He nearly lost them in the forest until he saw strands of red on the ground. It was hair, a lovely shade of red that was nostalgic for some reason. He felt happy, yet sad about the color. It felt like his heart was torn from him, like he had lost something that not even the greatest of powers could offer. The boy ignored it. He could figure it out later. Right now, he had to save that girl from those Kumo ninjas. His blood was pumping, feeding him adrenaline as he knew he was going to fight alone. These kinds of battles would have been easier if Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi were here. Heck, even lightning would have sufficed. He had tried numerous times to contact her telepathically, but no avail. She blocked him out. He had no choice but to do this alone. He observed the three Kumo ninja. Their outfits alone said Chunin, with the last one being a Jonin, from the flank jackets' designs being different from the ones the two Chunin wore. It would be a tough battle if he jumped in head first. He'll need to weaken them somehow. Pick them off one by one would suffice. Now all he needed to do is plan things out and use whatever resources he had. This is one of the times that Naruto had to thank lightning for making him redo the basics of military survival training and how to make the hunter become the hunted. Damn sadistic bitch. Hey, is it me, or is the forest more quiet than usual? One of the Chunin asked as the Kumo team stopped. You're right, the birds aren't chirping and squirrels aren't running about. The leader replied, taking notice of the silence in the forest. The leader's years of experience had taught him one thing: when a forest is silent like this, you're being hunted by another enemy, whether it is man or beast. Keep your guard up, we're being hunted. But the question is by who, or what? The experienced Jonin told his men as they drew out kunai as their eyes narrowed as they cautiously looked around. The princess stayed quiet, hoping that whoever it was the one who would save her, and not some predator that will probably feast upon her. The silence continued as the sounds of birds chirping returned, causing one of the Chunin to sigh with relief. Well, whatever it was looks like it's over, he said as he looked around. I'm using the bushes, he quickly told them as their leader groaned. You've got 5 minutes. Make it quick, he told his subordinate, still on edge from the previous silence. He had a feeling that whatever was following them was waiting for the right time to strike. Naruto slowly walked down the tree his target was relieving himself at, his coat hanging on the branches as his kunai was drawn. Once the target was done, turning his back from the tree, he made his move. Dashing as fast as he can, he leapt, his arm outstretched as he covered his taller enemy's mouth and slammed him into the ground and quickly impaled the heart with the kunai. He pressed it as hard as he could as he muffled the man who tried to push him away. But his physical enhancements by turning Lassie made it possible to withstand the strength of his taller opponent. With that done, his target's arms fell, dead as any other corpse can be. But now that he's done with one, he needed to take care of the other two. This calls for a trap. And he had a clone scout ahead and mentioned 2 trunks of wood lying around, strong and hard, time to squash a bug, Konoha style. He's sure taking his time. Should I go check on him? The Chunin asked as the Jonin nodded. He went to where his teammate had gone to, only to see the corpse in front of him, and snakes, lots and lots of snakes. There's only one ninja besides the infamous Anko who could use snake jutsu, he muttered with dread as laughter rang out from the forest. It sent chills down his spine. It meant that the infamous snake Sanin was having the same idea as they were. Not good at all. Naruto watched from above as he placed his coat on again as it fluttered downwards as the cape on the left shoulder blade of the coat swayed from the wind. He smirked. If things went just as planned, then the idiots won't know what hit them. Using shadow clones and turning them into snakes fooled these guys easily. He recalled how dangerous that grass ninja was back in the forest of death and how he used snake-themed techniques in battle. He had a feeling that these people would be intimidated. But he didn't expect it to be that intimidating. Oh well, time for phase 2 in butchering these bastards. The 2 Kumo ninja moved one, taking their prisoner with them as they were on edge. After what happened to their teammate, they knew someone was after them, and after hearing the dozens of snakes surrounding the body of their deceased comrade, they feared Orochimaru of the legendary Sanin had taken interest in their prisoner and is currently taking them out, one by one, till only their prisoner remained. We should just leave her here and flee for our lives. I'm not suicidal in facing Orochimaru of all people. The Kumo Chunin told his superior, the fear slowly eating his heart from the inside as the Kumo Jonin glared at him. I don't care if it was the Sage of Six Paths himself, I'm not going to fail this mission because of some rogue snake is after our objective. Now get your ass in gear and move it, he ordered as his subordinate sighed in resignation. He had a feeling that things were going to get from bad to worse any minute right now. The princess had doubts that it was this, Orochimaru, person that killed their teammate. If there was one thing she learned from her travels and stories from other ninjas, is that making it look like an infamous shinobi did the deed to intimidate an enemy and make them paranoid. Once paranoia kicks in, they freak out. Did you hear that? The Kumo Chunin asked, hearing the bushes rustling as the Jonin merely threw a kunai at the bushes and checked it out, only to see a dead rabbit. You dumbass, it's just a rabbit. Now go check the pathway and see if we have an ambush of any sorts up ahead. The Kumo Jonin ordered as the Chunin nodded and ran forward to scout. That was when a voice rang out. Welcome to my parlor, said the spider to the fly. It said in a mocking way, as the Kumo Chunin stopped at the voice as the Jonin noticed where his subordinate was standing. K, get out of there, he shouted. But it was too late. The trap was sprung. K was pulled up by a rope wrapped around his leg as 2 massive tree trunks revealed themselves as they collided together, with K in the middle as he was mercilessly crushed by the colliding force as his bloody remains rained the spot he was at. The princess turned her eyes at the last minute to avoid the sight. As the Kumo Jonin looked shocked at the sight, his comrades were all wiped out. He was the only one left, but who was the one responsible for doing this to his team? Definitely not Orochimaru, for the voice was a child's. Whoever taught this child how to make a trap that horrifying was a monster, for no human would make a trap for brutal and gory like that. Show yourself, brat, or are you afraid that you can't beat me one-on-one? The Kumo Jonin demanded as the princess kept calm and looked down. She heard footsteps from ahead, calm walking ones as she looked at the one who came to her rescue. A boy around her age, with blonde spiky hair, blue eyes cold as ice and ruthless, a serious expression on his face, and whisker-shaped birthmarks as his coat and long red cape fluttered in the invisible wind. The Kumo Jonin looked like he had seen a ghost back from the dead. "I am possible, how can you still be alive, Namikaze?" The Kumo Jonin asked in absolute shock as the boy raised a brow. "I'm not sure who's this Namikaze person is, but I'm here to save that girl you kidnapped for no reason at all." The boy replied coolly, his hand reaching behind him as he pulled out a strange contraption that transformed into a saber as he pointed it at the Kumo Jonin. "There is no way I'm going to let you take her, boy." The Kumo ninja told him, "Her powers are unique, so rare to find one that Kumo can study and exploit in our cause to increase our military powers. I will not let this mission fail while I still live," he told the boy who narrowed his eyes. "That could be arranged," he told the older man and charged at him. The two ninja clashed kunai against sword as the sparks from the blades erupted. The man and the child glared at each other, not giving an inch to each other as they swung their blades. Fury behind each strike they swung as their blood speed up. Adrenaline pumping as the two warriors slashed at each other, deflecting their respective blows over and over again as the two enemies came in contact with their blades again. "You're quite the swordsman, kid, what's your name?" the Kumo Jonin asked as the boy merely raised a brow. The princess watching the battle in awe as she was watching excellent combat prowess from two warriors, one a man, and one, a child. "Shouldn't you give your name out first out of courtesy, or did your mother forget to teach you manners?" the boy asked mockingly as the Kumo ninja furrowed his brows in anger at that insult. "Name's Jay, yours," the Jonin replied as the boy smirked. "Name's Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage." The boy replied as Jay's eyes widened. "Uzumaki." As in Ku, Jay started as he felt something pressed against his chest. He looked down to see a strange contraption of some sort that reminded him of the boy's sword, which was in his right hand. "Never let your guard down, even when talking in battle," Naruto chided as his finger pressed the trigger. The princess watched, as the sound of roaring thunder echoed throughout the forest as blood erupted from the back of the Kumo ninja's back as the man stiffened. She watched as the older man fell on his back, stiff and silent as the kunai he had in his hand fell as the boy named Naruto sighed. "Great, I had just washed this too," he grumbled as he turned towards the princess. She saw his face and clothes, stained in blood of his enemy as he wiped the blood off his face and grimaced. "Ugh, this is going to smell bad," he said as he sniffed himself. The princess chuckled, he was more worried about his hygiene than the fact he killed someone in cold blood. "What an odd person. You all right?" he asked as he sheathed his weapons and walked towards her, a concerned expression on his face as he undid the rope that tied her arms together. "Yeah, thank you for saving me from those ninja," she replied as Naruto chuckled. "No problem, I do my best to help others. Now let's get you back to the others," he said as he scooped her up bridal style and leapt up to the tops of the trees, the full moon shining brightly as they saw the lights of the city ahead. "So, you have a name, princess?" he asked as the princess looked at him. "My name is Sarah," she replied as Naruto smiled. "I see, so Sarah, hope you enjoy the ride," he told her as he leapt from tree to tree as Sarah hanged onto him while doing so. "How did you find me exactly?" she asked as Naruto looked at her and smiled. "I noticed your beautiful hair right away," he replied. Sarah's cheeks turned red at that. It was the first time a boy around her age complimented her hair before. His eyes were different than before, she noticed. Back in the fight, his eyes were cold and merciless, like a trained warrior who knew how to kill, but now, they were warm, caring, and completely different from then. She felt like she was swept away by an angel as he leapt into the sky with her in his arms. What was this feeling? As Naruto landed in front of the city, he gently let her down as she stood up. "Thank you, Naruto, I don't know how I can repay you." Sarah thanked him as Naruto smiled. "Well, I'm not one for rewards, but just avoid trouble so this doesn't happen again, okay?" he asked as he began escorting her back to her caravan. When they reached there, Sarah ran to her people as they were overjoyed as an older woman who resembled Sarah in appearance hugged her. He turned to leave when he heard Sarah call out to him. He turned, seeing everyone from the caravan there looking at him with gratitude in their eyes. They were thanking him for saving someone close to them, and they want to honor him in some way. "Can you come here, young Konoha shinobi?" the older version of Sarah asked him. This made him comply. If Sarah is the princess, then this woman is her mother and queen. Really bad idea to get on royalties, bad side. He walked towards the queen who smiled at him. "Thank you for saving my daughter from those ninja," she told him as Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He wasn't used to such gratitude, or being thanked for. It was nothing, I only did what I thought was right. He replied. The queen looked at him and an idea came up. For going out of your way to save my daughter, I have a reward for you. I hope you can accept the gift, she said as she pulled out an old worn blade. That's a Konoha chakra blade, what's she doing with it? He thought as she asked him to kneel down. For your valiant efforts and compassionate heart, I, Queen Sarah of Rorin, make you, Naruto Uzumaki, Knight of Rorin. She announced as she tapped his shoulders with the blade as his eyes widened by the announcement. The people of the queen's caravan clapped and a few whistled as Naruto felt happy. So, this is what it's like to be acknowledged, he thought as he spent the last 2 days with the people of Rorin celebrating and having a good time. Rise of the Knight of Rorin end. Now that was a good time, Naruto thought as he ate the chocolate. It was warm and sweet in his mouth, and full of gratitude, definitely a friendship he would never replace in the entire world. When he finished it and bit into Hinata's chocolate, he felt the smoothness of the chocolate, gentle, warm, sweet, and comforting. This made Naruto mentally kick himself. How was he going to break it to Hinata that he was in love with someone else? One of the many trials in love life, and he'll have to do it the old classic way, tell her straight out and try and keep the bond between them as friends and keep it like that. Naruto, Kushina spoke up from the hallways, gaining Naruto's attention as Jaken handed his lord his trademark coat and shoulder pauldron as he walked out of his room. Yes mom, the shinobi lassie asked as Kushina looked at him. Tsunade is asking for you, saying something is wrong with your body after you were admission to the hospital, and that I come along as well. You might want to get Lightning to come along, this is important. She told him as he nodded. Jaken, could you? I'm already on it sir. The former Iwa ninja now servant replied as he dashed off. Now what was left was to find out what Tsunade Ba-chan wanted and what she discovered about him. Konoha Hospital. Glad you three could make it. Tsunade said as Naruto, Kushina, and Lightning were seated as Tsunade looked at the file she was holding and looked at Naruto sharply. Naruto, have you been aware your, lassie powers I believe, are double-edged swords? She asked as Naruto nodded. Duh, I'm on a time limit, once the brand reaches the final stage, I'm a dead man walking. He replied bluntly as Kushina had to resist the urge to smirk at Naruto's disrespect for the Hokage, then again, she did so in her youth and it wasn't anything special. That's not what I meant. Tsunade said, gaining the sudden attention of the three. Naruto, your very body is slowly being turned into crystal and swords. She told him seriously as Naruto kept himself calm as Lightning and Kushina's eyes widened in shock. But that's impossible, no lassie power can do that unless, Lightning said looking at Naruto as his eyes showed that he knew the answer for why it was happening to him. 2 reality marbles are in conflict, and they are starting to take effect on my body. He told the three as they were all wondering what a reality marble is. Here's the rundown version since I'm not a fan of giving lectures. A reality marble is the inner world of a being that is able to be projected into the real world by using the world egg theory. The reality marble itself works, in a sense, as a dissimilar method of world creation that creates a world that defines the practitioner and all of the rules and it must be followed. It is closer to ancient magic than any other spell out there and is a taboo among taboos and a mystery among mysteries. The reality marble is the diagram inscribed on the soul, showing the person's true nature and view on the world. A world that the practitioner forever alone stands in. He finished as Lightning instantly knew that he was referring to bits of his old past's powers and how it works. Kushina and Tsunade were amazed by what he was saying, and Kushina knew that he must be talking about his dark past while Tsunade assumed it was an ability bestowed to him when he turned lassie. I see, but this doesn't explain the crystal and blades replacing your muscle tissues Naruto. Tsunade told him as he looked at her. Due to the nature of my reality marbles, 2 of them, and my fast regeneration abilities, it's forcing those 2 internal worlds to start physically manifest by replacing the damaged tissue. If I don't find a way to both save myself from the curse of the lassie and whatever group Itachi and the fish man were working with that are after me, I'd be killed from either being skewered by blades or parts of my vitals being turned into solid crystal. He told them, and all 3 women cringed at that. For such great and terrible powers, come heavy, painful, agonizing prices. Is there any way to fix such a condition Naruto? Kushina asked her son, hoping there was another way as he shook his head no. Impossible, my 2 viewpoints on the world are now clashing for control, with my body paying the price. If I don't find a way to make them find a middle ground, I will probably die in less than a year. He told her as Kushina looked horrified as Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She had one thing she was proud of as a medic nin and that was finding a way to heal her patients, and she would be damned if she lost her distant relative to some supernatural powers gone out of control inside of his body. Anything else you need Ba-chan? Naruto asked cheekily as Tsunade resisted the urge to punch him in the face. Yeah, she knows that she's old, but he's really pushing it at times. But for some reason, she feels like it's a family nickname for her. Oh well. It's not like he's going to be stopping calling her that anytime. Well, I have a mission for you to do. Tsunade replied as Naruto looked at her. The look in her eye tells her that it was going to be an interesting mission. Go on, he told her as Tsunade had him reeled in. Ever since Orochimaru's stunt back when you and Jiraiya came to Tanzaku town to get me, he's up to something terrible that's affecting other hidden villages. Since we're all low on manpower, Genin are now allowed missions higher than C rank. So I want you to help out with something. She explained as the look in the Genin's eyes knew she had him hook, line and sinker. How is this supposed to be an interesting mission again? Naruto thought in annoyance as he pulled the cart full of supplies as he made his way to Tanzaku town. It was a simple D-rank mission of course, and every entity living inside of him was laughing. You have to admit Naruto, you always did have strength to do things no single person can, but this takes the cake. One voice replied as Naruto's brow twitched. True, while it is due to his Lassie enhancements, I think this teaches him diligence and patience, seeing how he's instantly disliked the mission right off the bat. Another voice replied to the first. Hey, how about making us a meal with some of that? Magatsu Arashi asked jokingly as the other voices laughed. One of these days I'm going to kick your asses for this. Naruto thought bitterly as he paused for a second as he noticed a mere run-out-of-the-mill bandit ninja in brown traditional ninja clothing. Kid, drop the goods and go. The older ninja told him as Naruto cracked his neck. In your dreams pal, I've got a delivery to make and I would avoid trying to take me on if I were you. Naruto told him as the older ninja scoffed. I'd rather avoid killing, but nothing beats hunger as a motivator. Then the sounds of a rumbling stomach confirmed this. It can't be helped, prepare yourself. He shouted. Naruto smirked, this was going to be easy. 2 minutes later. Hey, there's no way in hell I'm going to lose to some starving ninja. Naruto said to himself as he pulled the cart away from the beaten-up body of the older ninja. Reaching Tanzaku town was easy because he remembered being there before, so it'll be a breeze when taking the road there. Thanks for the help kid. The traitor shouted as Naruto walked back home. He merely gave him a wave as his coat fluttered from the gentle breeze as a mission was a complete success. That was fast, Tsunade stated, as Naruto sat on his chair with a yawn. Only thing there was a ninja bandit, a starving one at that, and was pretty easy to take out. Got anything else interesting? He asked boredly. Naruto, please show respect for the Hokage. Shizune chided as Naruto looked at her with a sly look. Really, you didn't say that back in Tanzaku town when we were all alone. He told her as he watched Shizune's poor face turn scarlet red at that night. Oh, do tell me what happened then Shizune. I'm quite curious of what made you scream that one night. Tsunade told her pupil who looked like she was having a heart attack. I need to go check on the status reports on the recent road attacks, so if you will excuse me. Shizune replied as she dashed out of the office. You are one horrible person Naruto. Tsunade told her distant relative with a wry smile on her face. Of course I am. I'm fucking evil like that. He replied with a grin on his face. Tsunade already knew he had inherited Kushina's mischievous personality, but to play with a girl's heart makes him a devil in disguise that she'll never stop being amused by. Alright, here's your next mission. There's a request from the only store that sells ninja equipment in the village, Emporium Karin. You are to go to the shop and learn of the owner's situation and help restore the business. She told him as he nodded. I'm on it, he replied as he stood up to leave until something hit him. By the way, did the Chunin promotions get announced yet? He asked. Tsunade shook her head. Due to the current situation, decisions for those capable of being Chunin are decided by the results of missions completed and skills. From what I hear, you gained the interest of a few feudal lords during the fight with Tsuna's Jinchuriki, while Shikamaru is definitely getting promoted due to his high IQ, which is actually a common thing when the Nara clan is involved. Plus Sasuke has his own positive reviews from other ninjas as well. Tsunade replied. Naruto nodded, turning to leave as he began heading towards the directions of the shop he was hired to help out. Naruto slid the door open as he walked in and closed it behind him. The store was dark, and was deathly quiet. He didn't like it. So this is Emporium Karin So where is everyone? Hello. He called out. Can I help you? A female voice spoke up as a girl appeared out of nowhere. She had brown hair that reached down to her neck, red eyes, and wore traditional shopkeeper clothes with a red obi on. The only thing Naruto could do at that moment was scream in shock. Damn it, she appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. Naruto thought. And she's gloomier than one. Poor girl must have had a hard time coping with the loss of a loved one. The voice replied. I get it Tenryu, let me handle this. He mentally replied as he looked at the girl. I'm sorry, I'm Karin Kagura, the owner of Emporium Karin. The girl bowed and apologized. He walked up to her. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I came here on a mission to help out," he told her as she looked at him. "Oh, right, that," she said, recalling having sent a mission for a ninja to help her. "Actually, I have a favor to ask," she replied, her voice sounding depressed, which really got to Naruto. One thing he didn't like are sad people, and he'd be damned if he left someone in a state like that. "So what's your request?" Naruto asked, hoping that whatever she needed him to do will help brighten up her mood. "Well, actually," Karen began as she looked at the shop. "Last month, my dad died after an illness. And I inherited this shop," she explained. "So I was right on the mark once again, time pay up Naraku." Tenryu spoke up as Naruto heard Naraku groan about, "Stupid holy dragons always being right," and such nonsense. In no time at all, the customers stopped coming, she continued as Naruto's sweat dropped. "I'm not surprised. He though, especially since Karen has a depressing aura around her. It makes people want to stay away. If this keeps up, the shop will go under. So, please, please, please save my shop," Karen begged. The look she had looked like she was really desperate, and Naruto knew that if he helped get people to shop here, then Karen's spirit might lighten up a bit. "Alright, what do you want me to do?" he asked. "If you could just help advertise the shop," she said as Naruto's brain froze for a second. Extra. Naruto Uzumaki, once proud shinobi of Konoha, now advertising sap, is currently doing his pathetic job in advertising in order to help a poor little girl from going out of business. Magatsu Arashi exclaimed as Naruto twitched a little, not that Karen noticed. "Any suggestions on how to advertise for the shop, because I'm not sure there are any good suggestions that'll get the customers' attention?" he asked Karen, who nodded. "Well, you know how there have been a lot more of outlaws as of late?" she asked as Naruto nodded. "Yeah, ninja bandits, some try to steal precious cargo and freeing fellow criminals and all that. Met a few and gave them all a good beating," he replied. "If you could fight the outlaws, and punish them," she began as Naruto realized at what she was getting at. "By making the village safer, then it will help increase the sales of the shop when I advertise by beating them up," he concluded. Karen nodded. "It would also help if you pass out flyers as you fight," she told him as she handed him a good amount of advertisement flyers as he noticed they were quite a lot of them. Then Karen gave him several ninja tools from kunai to shuriken to bombs as Naruto noticed a nodashi on the wall. Since he didn't need his gun blades, he left Leo and Ella with Kushina, who was probably giving them baths to keep their fur clean, and kept his blazefire saber in his room, and using Chizukura against mere bandits is an insult to him in the blade. But using a normal blade with good quality metal like that, one could benefit for his swordsmanship. Karen gave him permission to use it as he felt her place something on his back. He looked to see another advertisement poster attached to the back of his coat. "All right," he replied as he knew if he refused, she would beg again. "I'll do my best. Wish me luck," he told her as she thanked him greatly. With that, Naruto walked into the light, going on his way to become a hero. As Naruto walked through the outskirts of the village, he knew he was being watched already. He felt the hostile intent aimed at him from the trees as he stopped. "You can come out, you lowlife scum," Naruto taunted as a group of ninja appeared several yards ahead of him. They were definitely bandit ninja, regular people with basic ninja training and no ability to use chakra that make them both easy and annoying to deal with. "You look like a fine kid, you little brat," the leader said, holding kunai knives out intimidatingly. "Hand over your wallet and pretend nothing happened, kid, and we'll let you live," he ordered Naruto, who looked at the kunai knives his victim had. "Man, I've seen crappy gear, but that takes the cake. Emporium Karen has better quality ninja gear than wherever you get that piece of crap you call kunai." Naruto mocked as the bandits narrowed their eyes in anger. "Are you mocking us, brat?" another member asked quietly as Naruto smirked. "These idiots are so easy to trick." "Oh, of course not, I'm just saying you should change the gear. The metal quality is bad and it looks like it was made in a half-assed attempt to be sold," Naruto replied, with his voice being straight as he pulled out one of the kunai Karen gave him. And even then, the outlaws and the nearby pedestrians who were sneaking past them noticed the quality of the weapon. "Here I come, you morons, do you have enough weapons at your disposal?" Naruto asked as he charged in. "You better beg for mercy for that, you son of a bitch." A ninja bandit snapped as he drew his sickle as Naruto's eyes narrowed at that insult. That man was the first to pay. Drawing the nodashi, he deflected the blade of the sickle as he swept a nearby bandit's leg and did a heel drop kick in the stomach before throwing the kunai he had in his right hand right in the leg of the third member of the group, rending him to limping as Naruto broke the sickle's blade with a quick twist from the blade in the right amount of force. Then, Naruto decked the guy right in the face and slammed him headfirst into the ground. "Don't you ever dare call my mother a bitch, you asshole," Naruto told the unconscious man as he threw one more kunai as the ninja bandit limping away was hit in the shoulder and fell. I feel bored with these guys. Heck, fighting Seath was more challenging than them. Naruto thought with annoyance as he tossed some flyers into the air. If you're looking for good quality equipment, come shop at Emporium Karen's today. He shouted out loud as he turned his back as everyone saw the advertisement on his back. 3 hours later, Konoha Dango shop. I heard you took another odd mission again, Naruto, and you didn't take any of your gun blades or Chizukura. Lightning spoke up as Naruto sat at the Dango shop for a break. Yeah, I'm advertising for Emporium Karen by hunting down ninja bandits and handing out flyers. I show off the weapons and all that, but now I'm all out, and I'm tired of facing. Naruto trailed off, trying to find the right words. Lame, non-ninjutsu using ninja that don't have a life. Lightning guessed as Naruto snapped his fingers. That's the exact words I'm looking for. He replied as he took a bite of dango before sighing. Sometimes, I wish for more challenging opponents. The monsters back in your time sounded promising. I mean, they can probably put up better fights than most ninja in this era. He told her as she sighed. There's one thing I've learned about a few things in life, and that is to be careful with what you wish for. She told him as a couple of chunins passed by the dango shop. Hey, did you hear about Emporium Karen? The female of the chunin asked, gaining Naruto's attention. Yeah, I hear that place has good equipment. Plus, I heard a ninja used equipment from there to take down dozens of ninja bandits. And from what I heard, powerful paper bombs and sturdy kunai that don't break half the time like ours do. Another one spoke up. We should check it out. I heard that it's quite popular as of late, maybe we can find something we like there. He told them as they all nodded. Looks like I should go check on the shop. See you later, Lightning, Naruto said as he ran off again. Lightning smiled, that boy was truly something else at times. She still had questions for him, but she could hold it off till another time. Emporium Karen. Hey Karen, how's business? Did it work? Naruto asked aloud as he looked around, seeing most of the stuff being gone, and from the looks of it, the shop did really well. Oh yes, it was so busy all day. I had a rough time with it. Karen replied as she smiled a bit. Then I did one hell of a job advertising then. Naruto said as Karen nodded. Yes, thank you, very, very much, Karen told him with pure sincerity in her voice as the mission was a complete success. Now Naruto had one more thing before he left. He returned the borrowed nodashi and gave a bit of advice for Karen. Hey, Karen, just for the record, you shouldn't be gloomy. If you do, then it'll make the customers stop coming again. Just smile, you look better like that. He told her as she looked at him. I understand. I'll try my best, she told him as she smiled, an actual joyful smile that radiated happiness in it. Uzumaki household sometime later. It needs a little salt, Naruto said as he tasted his recipe in the kitchen. Here you are, sir, Jaken replied as he placed a pinch of salt into the cooking stew as Naruto tasted it and gave him an okay sign. Dinner's ready, Naruto exclaimed. Lightning, Kushina, Jaken, Leo and Elo all sat in their respective seats at the dinner table as the special stew Naruto and Jaken cooked together was divided evenly among everyone. Let's eat, everyone announced as they dig in. The minute everyone, minus Naruto of course, since he made it himself and knew its taste before, were all froze in amazement by the taste. Son, Kushina said silently as she looked at him, you definitely know how to cook. She told him straightforwardly as Naruto looked at her sheepishly. Well, I did inherit your skills with cooking, so I went out of my way on how to improvise and make new dishes with you. He told her, but inwardly, Kushina and Lightning knew he was probably referring to Kushina's cipher counterpart. How Kushina would have loved meeting her cipher counterpart, it would have been an honor. So, how well did you do on your mission without using ninjutsu or your lassie powers? Lightning asked as Naruto smiled. Well, using only taijutsu and kenjutsu, pretty boring. The ninja bandits I fought were pretty lame. I hope a better challenge will come up that I'll need backup. He replied as Kushina looked at him thoughtfully. Well, I'm going to be shopping for a while, how about taking Jaken with you to help out with the missions then? She asked, getting Naruto to nod. Good idea, I want to see how my loyal vassal performs in combat. He replied as he looked at Jaken. Don't worry sir, I won't fail your expectations. Jaken saluted as Leo and Elo purred in delight of their stew before speaking up. Gao, go. Leo spoke up. Oh really then, you two want to join me and Jaken tomorrow? Naruto asked. Gao, Elo replied with a nod. Alright, then I'll make sure to take you both then. Besides, I wanted to see how well I did with creating my latest and proudest creations. He told the two lion cubs that held their chests up high with pride. Kushina, Lightning, and Jaken merely blinked at the sight, and wondered what kind of sorcery he did to give such weaponry life and the ability to transform like that. Truly the unpredictable ninja indeed. Konoha unknown time. No, Enko wailed as she fell forward crying. It's gone, the one favorite of hers besides Dango is gone. But she wasn't the only one sobbing, but the fellow sweet-toothed brethren beside her as they wept in great sorrow and anguish. The Tomasaburo was out of stock. Nighttime. Naruto's room. Naruto opened the case and examined the contents. He wondered how he found it, but he heard from Magatsu Arashi he found it in a weird dimension of sorts and won it in a game competition of sorts, which was confirmed by Leo and Elo as he observed the weapon in front of him. It was a weapon from a different era and world completely. An American gun called the Thompson Contender that was modified to the original user's style. Its grip and forearm are carved in walnut, making it reminiscent of a dagger, and its scabbard as the only visible mechanical parts were the trigger and the hammer, with neither a cylinder nor a slide on the simple exterior, making it similar to the percussion pistols used in the last hours of the Middle Ages, with a 14-inch rifled barrel made for hunting specifications and fitted for .3006 Springfield bullets. This is the weapon of the legendary Magus killer Kuritsugu Emiya, the hero of justice forgotten to all but the few that truly knew the great man for who he was. Naruto recalled this weapon many times in his previous life, how he used it only against the strongest of enemies among magi. He was the second coming of the Magus killer in one life, and now must make a new bullet and become something just as terrifying as the Magus killer himself, the shinobi killer. He opened the weapon and slid the bullet he made and took aim at his target. And pulled the trigger. Chapter 24, The Tomasaburo Incident. Naruto Uzumaki knew something was going on today, and the news that he heard from it made him wonder what the big deal was, as a bunch of kids and grown-ups alike were crying in some childish way, like their candy was stolen from them or something. You know, Naruto-sama, I've never seen such behavior from Konoha people before. Jaken commented as he joined his master on his way to the Hokage's office. You're telling me, and I've never seen the likes of this for the last 13 years of my life. The shinobi lassie replied as he really wished that they would be more mature about whatever happened to them. He felt embarrassed by being a member of the same village with them all. All he hoped was that his mission wouldn't be involved with whatever happened with these people. One explanation on the mission later. I curse both the Root and Kisher Zelrech Schweinerg and even Anko herself for making me do such a mission. Naruto growled. The mission was to figure out why the Tomasaburo was out of stock, since Anko had become ill without it, and needed to get one to help her feel better. He didn't know what to think, but he was seriously going to kill someone, namely the asshole responsible for the mess in the first place, and take out the rest of his frustration on a new victim of his newly discovered sadism. Well, Naruto-sama, if we could hurry and find out why, then the better the day will end, right? Jaken asked nervously as Leo and Elo hung themselves over Naruto's shoulders. Gao, Gao, Gao. Leo asked. Yeah, I'll never figure out how Anko became ill without a simple sweet like that will never be understood. Naruto replied as he recalled that lady is the examiner for the Forests of Death part of the Chunin exams. So, our destination is the East Town, right? So once we get there, Jaken, start looking for information. He told his loyal servant who saluted him. Jaken nodded as the two humans and two sentient weapons left Konoha to the town to find clues on where to find some Tomasaburo. Half an hour later, East Town. Wow, call me impressed, but there isn't any Tomasaburo in any shop at all. Naruto whistled as Jaken panted from exhaustion. They had split up and traveled to every shop in the area to see if there was any Tomasaburo being sold, and all ended up in failure. If that's the case, Naruto-sama, maybe we should go find the maker. Jaken asked. Naruto looked at his servant and smiled. Brilliant idea, Jaken, but the problem is, where is he? He asked with a wry smile. They were both stuck at a dead end. Maybe we should check another town. Jaken suggested sheepishly as Naruto merely nodded. Off onto another hunt for a mere sweet. Naruto was ready to kill someone right now. Tanzaku Town. You know, I've been here a few times already, that I might as well buy a house here then. Naruto mused as they walked through the big city, as the casinos were full of people as usual. One thing about Tanzaku Town is that it had many things from shops to casinos and hotels of all kinds. You might as well when you have saved up enough money, Naruto-sama. With your luck, you'll be a millionaire before you know it. Jaken agreed as they decided to be more direct with the search for Tomasaburo. Asking the nearest pedestrian, they've learned that the maker of Tomasaburo had stopped making it all of the sudden, which as a result, gained Naruto's irritation as they heard he lived in the South Town. Faster than anyone could expect, Naruto dashed towards the next destination as Jaken tried his best to keep up with his master. One thing Jaken was grateful for, was working for a guy like Naruto. Sure, he defected from Iwa to survive, but since he was only an orphan and he hated the constant annoyances of his former home, he kinda enjoyed his new lord. He treats him like an equal and puts his faith and trust with important errands. He would be damned if he made a pathetic vassal if he didn't show how useful he was as a ninja. While his jutsu arsenal was limited, he could still use them to help change the tide of battle for his master. But as of now, he was impressed by the sight he beheld as he round Naruto currently snapping at the maker of Tommasaburo. So you're telling me that some ninja bandits have made Honeydew Mountain their hideout and are forcing you to pay your hard-earned money just to even visit the place or to gather the ingredients. No wonder why you stopped making the Tommasaburo. But next time, send a request to Konoha if something like this happens. I've seen things from sweet-toothed people that make it embarrassing to look at. Naruto told the Tommasaburo maker. Alright, I'll be sure to keep that in mind then. Just take care of those ruffians and then gather the ingredients. Then I can make some Tommasaburo. The maker told him as he nodded and walked towards Jaken. Knowing the situation, we'll need extra muscle, or should I say big-boned muscle. Naruto told his servant with a knowing look. Jaken looked at him questioningly as Choji ran towards them. Let me help out. Choji blurted out as Jaken looked at the pleasantly plump boy questioningly. Why do you want to help? The servant asked as Choji looked like he was on the verge of crying. I'm a huge fan of Tommasaburo, and the sudden disappearance really hit me. So I decided to go on an investigation of my own until I found and heard of the situation. So please, let me help. Choji explained as Jaken looked at his master as they shared a dry smile as Leo and Elo's sweat dropped at the reason. Only Choji would be serious when it comes to the sake of food. You're in, they replied in union. Honeydew Mountain. I think it's a fitting name for the mountain, don't you think, Jaken? Naruto asked his servant, who nodded his head with agreement. Yes, for the ingredient we need is honeydew and this mountain is the source that provides it. Jaken told him as Choji looked at the master and servant duo. The maker said that the honeydew is located near the top of this mountain. Once we can get it, we can get the Tommasaburo. Choji told them as drool dripped from his mouth. I'm willing to bet he'll try something just to get his hands on Tommasaburo. Naruto thought as he knew the chubby boy before him after all the years in the academy. How about knocking him out if he tries anything to get the Tommasaburo? Tenryu asked. Oh, what a good idea, then we can explain why we did it to him once the mission is over. Naruto mentally replied. Gao, Elo spoke up, causing Naruto to stop in his tracks, gaining the others' attention. We're not alone. He said as a ninja bandit jumped down. Hey kids, you want to get through here, you'll have to pay a toll. The man told them as Naruto merely took Elo from his shoulder as the cub transformed into its gunblade form and turned to gun mode as Naruto fired one bullet right to the bandit's head. Needless to say, the bandit fell on his back dead. That's for causing this headache of a mission in the first place, asshole. Naruto stated as Leo transformed as well as Naruto held his two gun blades, Lia-edge and L-edge, and sync. Get ready guys, beat the crap out of them, tie them up, and leave them to me to take care of. He ordered them. Choji, for once, had the urge to pity the bandits for some reason as Jaken knew full well why he should feel some sympathy for the idiots taking up residence here on the mountain. Suddenly, a whole bunch of them appeared and surrounded the group, which was what Jaken needed as he flipped through some hand signs. Earth style, earth flow divide. Jaken shouted as the mountainside moved violently, parts of the cliff they were standing on began to fall apart as the ninja bandits near the edge fell to their dooms as the cliff fell apart. Get them, one of the bandits shouted. Partial expansion jutsu. Choji roared with anger as his right arm literally expanded as he swung it with pure rage as it knocked more bandits around as they were sent flying, some crashing into walls as a result of it. What are these kids? One of the remaining bandits asked in fear as he felt a foot on the back of his head, thanks to Naruto landing on him as he used the bandit's body as a surfboard as he fired bullets at the other legs of the other ninja bandits before making the one he was riding on crash into another bandit. Konoha ninja delivering retribution for the crimes of making Tommasaburo go out of service. Choji replied as he used the human boulder to knock down a gathering group of bandits. A perfect strike. Jaken announced humorously as Naruto deflected kunai with L-edge and slashed down another bandit with Lia-edge. Retreat. The bandits shouted as the remaining ones ran off. They're heading deeper into the mountains, after them. Choji shouted as he ran after them. Naruto looked amazed at how serious Choji was in this mission. You know, if it wasn't for the Tommasaburo, I would be downright amazed by Choji's attitude. Naruto muttered as he heard Naraku laughing inside his mind. Ahahahaha, that glutton is always following that stomach of his. So if we were to bribe him with good food, maybe he'll join you in the cause for the revolution you're planning. He joked. Very funny, next thing you'll know, Shikamaru will stop being a lazy ass and take things seriously. Naruto thought as they trio headed towards the summit. Nice job with the jutsu Jaken, very useful with that earth jutsu. He praised as Jaken looked sheepish. Gao. Elo called out in its gunblade form as Naruto looked up ahead. Reinforcements and they're using kunoichi this time, he sighed. He was going to watch, because Choji's eyes were on fire as he began to use his clan's techniques. Needless to say, the kunoichi were scarred for life by how a big-boned boy defeated them all by himself. Master, Jaken spoke up in a very tiny voice at the carnage he was witnessing. What's up? Naruto asked calmly as he eyed the mayhem Choji wrought upon the enemy bandits. Remind me not to get on his bad side. The servant told his master, who nodded sagely. A wise choice, for destruction waits for the idiot who dares to provoke the Akamichi's wrath. Naruto replied as they watched Choji's rampage with mild awe and terror and a bit of amusement in the end. The end result of Choji's rampage, a mountainside full of rubble and beaten up bodies of bandits. You went too far, Choji. Naruto told his friend bluntly, who smiled and whistled innocently. While going past the carnage made by Choji, they traveled towards a closed-off area of the mountain and saw an interesting flower there. Choji, is that the… Naruto trailed off as the food expert nodded his head. The honeydew plant, from the looks of it, the bandits had torn up the area, so it'll take a while for any more to grow. Choji replied. Those assholes, when I get my hands on them, I'll rip them anew with them screaming for a death that'll never come. Naruto growled, and he had a good reason too, for he'll be stuck dealing with the whining of Tomasaburo fans for quite a while. That won't be, a problem, one of the bandits replied as he stood up and nursed his wounds. Thanks to you, we're pulling out, he told them as they watched as the ones who survived Choji's rampage fled with their wounds as Naruto sighed at the thought of traumatized idiots running around. But hey, what could he do? Sometime later in the South Town. After delivering the honeydew plant to the Tomasaburo maker, they waited as they caught a whiff of a sweet smell in the air as Naruto was impressed with the scent as Jaken never thought of something probably tasting deliciously sweet before. Choji, on the other hand, was sweating like crazy. The hunger for Tomasaburo was beginning to overrun his mind. Here it is, boys, with the amount I had, I could only make one. The Tomasaburo maker told them as he handed Naruto the candy. Ooh, so this is what makes sugar lovers go crazy, might taste good too. Naruto commented as Choji's drool was beginning to leak out of his mouth. He wanted it so badly. Next is to deliver this to this Enko person, Naruto-sama. Jaken recalled as Naruto nodded. Right, let's go, Naruto announced as the trio made their way to Konoha. Leo and Elo knew something was up with Choji. Their animal instinct sensed the burning hunger in the fat boy's stomach, of how it wanted the Tomasaburo. They knew it was a matter of time before the fat boy snapped, but they did not worry. Their father knew what he's doing, he'll know what to do with the fat boy and show how much of an alpha he is. It is only a matter of time, so they can finally taste the blood of a warrior in the making. Hey Naruto, how about I carry the Tomasaburo? Choji suggested as he gained the attention of both Naruto and Jaken, who were conversing on what to cook for dinner tonight for the Uzumaki household. No can do, Choji, for it is part of my mission to carry it back. But knowing you and your appetite, you want to eat it, don't you? Naruto stated with narrowed eyes, with the keen eyes of a ruthless killer in them as he glared at Choji. Just hand it over, Choji shouted as his stomach had taken full control of his mind as Naruto wielded Lia-edge and L-edge in sync as Naruto clicked his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, fat ass had finally snapped. Jaken, do your best in support, he ordered as Jaken nodded and prepared to gather chakra to make any jutsu to help his master in any way he can. Naruto leapt back instantly as Choji threw a flash bomb at him. He began analyzing Choji with memory and current status with the Libra spell. I see he's improved since the Chunin exams, at least by a little. Naruto thought as he read Choji's status. Partial expansion jutsu, left arm. Choji shouted as his left arm became the raging fist of a giant as it made its way towards Naruto. Earth style, fortress barrier jutsu. Jaken's voice rang out as a massive wall fit for a fortress rose up and blocked Choji's fist as Naruto whistled in impression as Choji's fist was halfway through the wall. Thanks, Naruto called out as he leapt over the wall, shifting into commando and casted ruin at Choji. That was then, Naruto could see the stagger energy inside of Choji. It was a small speck at first, but he'll be able to build it up sooner once he changes roles. Quickly shifting into Ravager, he unleashed a flurry of thunder spells. Since Choji's weight reduces speed, it makes it easier for swift attacks like a mere thunder spell. Snap out of it, Choji, or else I will come at you with the intent to kill. Naruto shouted as he fired bullets from L-edge as Choji clumsily dodged them. There is no way I'm giving up on Tomasaburo, Choji shouted as Naruto really hated this situation he was in right now. Jaken, catch, he shouted as he tossed his servant a good amount of explosive tags and looked at his master questioningly. Bring the house down, Naruto shouted as Jaken knew what it meant. I'm right on it, Jaken called out as he used the hidden mole jutsu to go underground and prepare for his master's plans. Naruto fired a few fire spells before charging in and slashed at Choji with a spark strike with Lia-edge and gave Choji a kick to the face while doing so. Snap out of it, Choji, learn to control that appetite of yours or you'll regret it. Naruto told his friend as was burnt, slashed, and partially paralyzed from the spark strike attack as he glared at the shinobi lassie. I will never give up, not until I have devoured the Tomasaburo. Choji yelled as Jaken popped up near his master with thumbs up. Well, got a blast, Naruto told his enraged friend as he made a one-handed hand sign as explosions erupted from the ground below Choji as he was taken in by the rubble as the ground caved in. That should keep him down for a bit till we get some help digging him up. Nice job Jaken, Naruto praised as Jaken took the praise with gratitude. That was when the ground shook as a giant Choji erupted from the ground, and it was way bigger than the human boulder technique Choji was well known for using. Run, Naruto ordered as the two ninja dodged a giant fist heading towards them as they dashed towards Konoha that was several miles away. You're not getting away Naruto, Choji yelled as Naruto flipped the bird at his fat friend while still running. This only served to make Choji angrier as he began to follow the two ninja. Jaken, more tags, more cave-ins, Naruto ordered as Jaken nodded. Using the hidden mole jutsu again, Jaken disappeared underground and began making tunnels and setting up explosives ahead as Naruto casted Libra on Choji again and was really taken back. The stagger point for him was none, he was completely immune to it. What is he, Titan? Naruto muttered to himself as he began running around in circles around the giant Choji and proceeded to fire bullets at his feet. He was surprised at how the 9mm bullets bounced off the skin and gritted his teeth. Damn it, looks like I'll have to use that gun then. Naruto thought as his two gun blades transformed back into Leo and Elo as they followed their master's mental commands to stay on his shoulder till he needed them. From a hidden holster on his belt, he pulled out the Thompson Contender and from the pouch on his thigh he pulled out 1.3006 Springfield bullet he requested Lightning to make before he went for the mission he was on now, and he was grateful. Plus, he'll probably have to try the special Crystal Origin bullet he had Lightning made as a last resort if the Springfield bullets won't work. Loading the bullet in, he aimed and fired at Choji's giant ankle and watched as the destructive power of the weapon pierced the flesh and got right into the bone as Choji screamed out in pain. You'll pay for that Naruto. Choji snapped as he lifted his giant leg upwards as he prepared to squash Naruto. If this was a movie, people will be amazed. Naruto muttered. Kyuubi, you know what to do. Naruto thought as he felt the red chakra of the nine tails surging through his body. Fate Zero soundtrack, Emiya Time Alter. Naruto felt his body grow lighter, faster, stronger, now he had the advantage. Faster than I could blink, Naruto reloaded the old gun and took aim at the foot still standing and fired. The bullet ripped through the air as it pierced the other foot, causing Choji to lose balance from the stinging pain of the powerful bullet as he fell backwards. Naruto felt the burst of power end as he placed the contender away as he charged at the down Akamichi and had his gun blades out in an instant as he stabbed the giant in the stomach and ran upwards, tearing flesh as Choji tried to stop him as he dodged all the swipes as Naruto did a heel drop kick on Choji's massive head as he flinched. He ran, dashing towards Konoha as Choji got up and chased him, never reverting to his normal size as he crushed anything in his path to get Naruto. Triple the acceleration, Naruto shouted as Kyuubi gave him the necessary surge as he dashed through the forests of Konoha with inhumane speed as Jaken was further up ahead waving at him. Fire in the hole, Jaken shouted as he set loose the explosives as the ground shook violently. Choji was in the middle of a minefield that was beginning to explode as the many tunnels Jaken dug up with his jutsu made the giant fall. Fira, a familiar voice rang out as lightning's fireball scorched the cuts on the giant's belly as Choji cried out in pain. Naruto charged forward, his decision to teach his friend a painful lesson was needed as he got to Choji's face and slashed at his face. Then everything was engulfed in smoke as Choji was back in his normal size as Naruto gave the Akamichi a good knuckle sandwich before he noticed as Choji was thrown back the enhanced lassie strength of Naruto. Choji had not refused to give up, his desire for the Tomasaburo was so great, and he'd resort to using those. Pulling out a capsule with 3 large food pills in it and Naruto's Libra alerted him of the dangers if Choji ate any of them as the boy already ate the green one. Before he could blink, Choji was already in front of him and delivered a destructive punch into his stomach that launched Naruto all the way into a tree's trunk as his body left an imprint on it as he fell off. The hell, when did he get that fast, the pill? Naruto quickly realized as he shifted to medic and started healing himself. He eyed Choji wearily as he prepared to shift into sentinel at any second. When he saw Choji begin moving, he switched roles and barely dodged the fist as the force behind the blow scratched him as he made his distance and began firing bullets at Choji. His normal size was now easily damaged by simple 9mm bullets as the clips in his gun blades ran out, and the worst part is that it'll take a while to reload in this situation and he needed to cripple Choji fast. No choice, this hungry dumbass wants something to eat huh. Let's see how he likes my special bullet. Naruto thought grimly. He never thought he'd be forced to use it on his own friend, as he had Leo and Elo return to their cub forms as they acted as support while he pulled out the contender again and loaded it with a bullet made of crystal and began loading it into the gun. To enhance the already destructive power of Kuritsugu's Thompson contender, Naruto shifted into commando as Choji pulled out the yellow pill. Sensing the danger if the fat boy ate it, Leo and Elo charged at him and latched their jaws onto his left arm and right shoulder as Naruto finished loading the gun. As he took aim, Choji shook of Leo and Elo and consumed the yellow food pill, and a massive surge of chakra erupted from his body. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto aimed his gun with the eyes of an emotionless killer as Choji charged at him with his right arm expanded and reeled back into a fist. Naruto and Choji locked eyes, the eyes of an emotionless killer and the eyes of a hungry beast. The pull of the trigger, and the pressure of a heavy step on the ground, the two friends were about to exchange the final blows with their respective choice of weapons. Determination filled their eyes as time came slowing down, as Naruto's eyes became silted and blood red like a demon's. The gun of a forgotten hero and the reeling fist of a titan exchanged the final words as their battle had met its conclusion. Konoha Hospital. Why the hell did you do that to him? Shikamaru demanded as Naruto grunted in anger. He started it. He was interfering with my mission and he attacked a fellow Konoha shinobi. What else was I supposed to do? Let him eat the Tomasaburo and ruin the mission while I have broken bones? Naruto asked as Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. You really have changed. You're not the Naruto I knew, are you? He asked as Naruto nodded. I'm not. That child woke up to reality, though parts of him are still trapped in the dream that seek to reign and control and to follow a flawed ideal, knowing the consequences in the end. After all, it is still a beautiful dream to pursue. Naruto replied as he walked past Shikamaru and towards Lightning. Thanks for showing up, but why cast the Fira spell on Choji? He asked as Lightning looked at him. He was getting ready to do a feint on you. She replied cleanly as he nodded. One thing Lightning knew that Naruto learned the hard way was that she could read her opponent's moves by looking at their eyes, for it is the window of the soul as the expressions are written in them. I've got the Tomasaburo delivered to Anko, which is good news for her as she's back to torturing the ninja that worked for Orochimaru. I've been given a day off tomorrow after Choji's little stunt back there. Want to hang out tomorrow? He asked. Lightning looked at her student. It had been a while since she bonded with him, and it is important for a teacher to bond with her student to understand them better and help them achieve the goal they are pursuing. Alright, but to avoid your friends with Arlesi status, I'm going as a Claire. She replied as Naruto nodded. Hospital room. Tsunade observed the damage Choji had taken from both the pills, and the bullet in the right shoulder from Naruto's mysterious weapon as she saw the internal damage that special bullet caused. The damage was horrifying. Choji's chakra system was downright destroyed. The analysis showed that the crystal origin bullet Naruto used had crystallized Choji's chakra system once it made contact with it, and then afterwards, shattered into multiple fragments that were scattered throughout the body and is currently being extracted from the body. This combined damage was fatal as it had placed Choji in cardiac arrest as the damage got worse. Naruto had developed a weapon that is the ultimate nightmare to any ninja, a weapon that could cripple a ninja who had used chakra for his entire life, only for it to be taken away in just a mere pull of a trigger. Naruto had become a monster that ninjas will fear the minute they see him, making him a powerful asset to the village, and at the same time, a threat to it. From her sense of judgment, Naruto is an unstable being. First, the situation where his body is going under. First, his muscle fibers are changing into swords and also going under crystallization from his licit powers, not the good version of course that will slowly kill him as he constantly regenerates from his wounds, and now this. If it keeps up, Naruto will be a danger to everyone around him. Plus, she also needed to know of his mentality, to see if she would have no choice but to lock him up for his own safety, or do something even more drastic to save him. She won't allow her family to die while she was still breathing and will be damned if that'll ever happen. Chapter 25, Evening Calm. Naruto dressed moderately for the occasion. He was off of shinobi business and he wanted to spend this time bonding with Lightning. For some reason, he felt connected to her in some way. He didn't know how though. His memory was still in fragments, but at least he knew his mission in this world, but will be saddened by the results of what will happen afterwards. He had to go. Lightning was, no, Eclair was waiting for him, and it would be rude to keep a lady waiting. Several hours earlier, Lightning. These dreams again, the ones that show more of Naruto's true past, comes to light as Lightning watched them. A great battle raged as dragons roared with unrelenting fury. She saw the two mightiest of them rage on. One was the Dragon King, Bahamut himself, not the Eidolon, but the legendary beast himself in his true and majestic form as he clashed with the infamous Tiamat as her five-colored draconic heads roared with savage fury. Down below, where the humans were running for their lives, two people clashed blades against each other. Lightning was shocked at who they were, and why they were fighting. It was Naruto, and his twin sister Shana, wielding twin blades now separate from its married half as the two siblings came at each other to kill. With each clash of the blades, their sorrows grew, with each cut on their flesh, their tears flowed, with each passing moment, an agonizing torment drove them against their will to fight each other. It was painful to watch, Lightning had never seen such pain before. It was too much, she wanted this painful scene to disappear. Then she awoke, cold sweat dripping down her forehead as she panted from the intensity of the dream. It was sad, siblings on opposite sides forced to fight each other to the death over a conflict she had never seen. She knew that this was a story frozen in crystal, in a world lost to the ravages of time itself. The day was radiating a nice warm sunlight at the moment, and besides, she was supposed to meet Naruto in her eclair form. She had one of those, age disguise, candies Neon gave Naruto. Well, she might as well get ready for the day. They were supposed to meet at the dumpling shop around noon. Everyone was on their way doing their ordinary routine as Naruto sat down at the bench in casual clothes. It was a simple white dress shirt and black pants with brown shoes as he came a little earlier than he expected as he kept his eyes out for anything pink. But for some reason, he felt like he was being watched, or should he say stalked. Hinata Hyuga was a girl with unrequited love for Naruto Uzumaki. While the crush started in the younger years when they first enrolled in the academy, she admired his will to never give up, his kindness, and at the same time, his past. She never knew who his family was until the sudden appearance of his mother Kushina, and left her wondering, where was she when Naruto needed her? Did she abandon him, a long-term mission that made many believe that he was an orphan, or even, died and was somehow brought back from the dead? No, that would be impossible. Then again, what if there was a jutsu out there that summons the dead? Hinata shook her head. That idea was inhumane, twisted, and a violation of many things. Who would be completely stupid or downright insane to create a jutsu like that? She watched Naruto sitting there, as if waiting for something. She had to admit, he looked good in those clothes. It almost looks like he was going on a date, a familiar feminine voice said, finishing the thought as Hinata let out a startled gasp as she turned to see Ino smiling at her. Hinata looked flustered at the question as Ino chuckled. Well, if you two are going on a date, then don't keep him waiting. Ino told her as Hinata shook her head. No. It isn't like that, I just noticed him just sitting there a while ago, like he's waiting for someone. Hinata stuttered as her cheeks went red at the thought of going on a date with Naruto. Sorry to keep you waiting. A new voice spoke up, gaining both girls' attention as they saw a shade of pink hair way too familiar to them. Sakura, they thought with shock as they noticed the pink-haired girl dressed nicely. But two things Ino noticed about this girl were that she didn't have a massive forehead, and her eyes were blue. And she was way prettier than Sakura. With the fact that her best friend and rival were dead, this should be impossible. Could it be that he met someone else that was replacing Sakura as his interest? Unbelievable. Then the duo left, leaving Hinata and Ino behind as their curiosity took over. Who is that girl, and why is she with Naruto? They began stalking them, wanting to know how close their relationship is as Ino could use this as an advantage to make Hinata more confident in herself and finally confess her love to Naruto. All these years of admiring and stalking is really getting on her nerves. Don't look eclair, but we have stalkers. Naruto whispered to the younger Lightning as she looked over her shoulder, pretending to look back at a certain item as she noticed Ino and Hinata at the last moment before they hid behind the corner. Curious aren't they? She asked as Naruto laughed. Well, they haven't met this form you're using, so that's why. He replied casually as they carried on. Tenten. Tenten was a kunoichi of weaponry. She had various kunai, shuriken of all shapes and sizes, sickles, swords, you named it. But those two weapons she saw Naruto use in his training this one time had made her instincts go wild. The craftsmanship between the Lia-edge and L-edge swords of his were outstanding. The way he used them was like they were a part of his own hands themselves. But the metal he used to make them were one of a kind and were the best quality ever used. She wanted to know the secret. If she could sneak into Naruto's room where he should have kept his weapons whenever he's off of ninja duty, she could finally learn what metal he used and try and reproduce it on her own. She wanted to make a cool weapon just like that. She was cautious as she snuck through the window. The residents were still in, and if she made even the slightest of sounds, then she'll be busted and would have to explain herself to Naruto's mother. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha is well known for being a loner and one who broods all the time. But ever since the incident that led to Sakura's death and hearing of what happened to Choji made him wonder what is going on with Naruto. It's like he's gone under a complete personality change. He used to be idiotic, wearing orange, and shouts to the heavens of becoming Hokage. Now, this Naruto is not the one he knew. This one was in a sense, heartless. He no longer smiled, he was blunt, and he was merciless to those who got in his way like Choji did and was now crippled and unable to use ninjutsu ever again. Sasuke didn't know what was going on with his friend. It's as if this lassie business is destroying Naruto from the inside then out. That was when he noticed Ino and Hinata peeking from a nearby alley corner as he was strolling. He knew Hinata was stalking Naruto all the time since the academy years, but why is Ino with her unless? Great, another fangirl has changed targets, joy. Sasuke thought dryly as he was relieved that Ino had probably given up on him and was now probably after Naruto instead. Now he doesn't have to worry about Ino's constant attempts to seduce him or something along the lines. Deciding to see what Naruto was doing that had these two stalking him, Sasuke looked at the same direction they were, and blinked and rubbed his eyes. Was he hallucinating, or was Naruto going out with another pink-haired girl that reminded him of Sakura except with several differences in appearance? His curiosity got the best of him, and decided to shadow Naruto and his date, and see what is going on here. And he wasn't going to stick with Ino or Hinata. Girl gossip was one thing he couldn't handle even in the academy years. Sasuke wasn't the only one to notice it. Kiba and Akamaru themselves took notice and were having a hard time believing that Naruto was taking some beautiful girl out on a date. They had to follow him and find out what he was up to. There might be some good blackmail potential to use on Naruto later. Tenten knew Naruto was an unpredictable ninja in many ways, but this time, he had taken it to a whole new level. How could a mere genin pull off legendary blacksmithing skills? She heard of blacksmiths of great skills and fame were able to breathe life into their creations, but Naruto had done just that as she is currently struggling to get Elo's jaw off her arm and Leo off her head. While they weren't using their full brute force in their jaws, their teeth were still sharp enough to draw small amounts of blood. Well now, what brings a friend of Naruto's here? A familiar voice spoke up in a deathly quiet tone. Tenten froze still as Leo and Elo instinctively let go of their grip on her as they scuttled away from the terrifying aura behind Tenten. Nervously turning around with a stiff back, she saw one Kushina Uzumaki, with her hair flowing wildly in the air like it was alive, and she was not happy. Hinata, Ino, Sasuke and Kiba stalked the assumed dating couple from their own personal positions, wondering what they were up to as surprisingly, Naruto had taken this girl out to eat at a fancy restaurant. This shocked most of them greatly, because Naruto was well known for eating ramen as a meal every day for breakfast, lunch and dinner. For him to do something like this was something unexpected and unnatural. The date. You know Naruto, if this keeps up, they will think we really are on a date. Eclair told Naruto, who shook it off. Let them think that, right now, it's just us now. He replied as they began to eat their orders. Eclair had never really had these types of foods before, and had no experience with chopsticks much to her embarrassment. To make things even worse, in her opinion, Naruto fed her himself. This got the attention of other couples nearby as the men tried the same thing he did as the girlfriends of said men went on at how sweet Naruto was. Dang, he's good, too good. Kiba muttered from his spot. That was definitely a powerful move Naruto pulled there. For a girl who is new to this kind of stuff and then personally feeding her as she's helpless without knowing how to use chopsticks, Naruto was a lady killer. Ah, he's so sweet, Ino cooed with hearts in her eyes. She was one of those girls who fall for those sappy classic love stories that if used in real life, makes her want to find a man just like that. Hinata though, looked sad. She had this feeling, that being at Naruto's side forever was like a distant dream that should never be realized. It hurts her to see him like that with another girl. She ran home, tears beginning to form as her heart ached with pain. It hurts so much, the pain was unbearable, and can she really take this all in? Ino knew that when Hinata ran away, it was an emotional crisis. As a fellow girl, she had to help a friend in need and will do whatever it takes to make things right. She'll need help planning so Naruto and Hinata could get some alone time. Maybe asking Lady Tsunade would help with the situation. Deciding on that, Ino ran to the Hokage's office, a plan settling in as she began thinking of scenarios that would benefit for Hinata. Unrequited love was one of the most painful types of love, especially with it being in a love triangle. Plus throwing in the life of a ninja, many bad endings could occur at any moment. Sasuke sighed as he turned away, feeling embarrassed by such cheesy romance in the air. It reminded him of the stories of how his parents met and fell in love with each other. That same lovey-dovey atmosphere they had was somehow hovering around that restaurant Naruto and that mysterious girl was in. He needed a cold shower. Too much romance is bad for one's health. Kiba Inuzuka was a boy loyal to friends like a dog is to his or her pack. Courtshipping a girl needs privacy and respect for their decisions. For now, he'll leave them be. His animal instincts tell him to leave the alpha and his potential mate alone, or else face ugly consequences in the future if he lingered any longer. He wished them both luck, and proceeded to head home. He realized he should also get his own love life as well. Maybe he should talk to his mother and sister for some advice while at dinner. The sun was going down as Naruto and Eclair finished their food while talking, laughing, and even crying a few times as these moments they had were cherished. Naruto took her to the Hokage monument as they stood on the Minato's head as he showed her the sight that captivated her. The setting sun over Konoha looked like something out of an artist's greatest masterpiece as she took in the entire thing. "It's beautiful," Eclair told him as her eyes watched as the last of the sun's rays faded away. "It is, and so are you," he replied quietly. He must have meant to say to himself, but she heard as her cheeks warmed at that. While she was her adult self, Lightning was a warrior who was called many things and ignored them altogether. But as Eclair, she was the lost human self she casted away to save the world from many perils. She was beginning to enjoy this life as an ordinary girl, but these times she takes this form was limited. She would treasure them still, for they were connected to her bond with Naruto. These feelings, these memories, the time they had together, all of them was part of something she would cherish as long as she lived. She would do whatever it takes to help save him from his curse, even if it means to face a god in order to save him. This is the oath of the girl who had awoken from a long-distant dream. This is the path of the boy who had awoken from a dream that will never be real. Time and memory were frozen in crystal as this one small bond bloomed into a radiant light that would one day lead them to the path of happiness at the end of their journeys. With the stars starting to reveal themselves in the night sky, Naruto escorted Eclair back to the ship, silently noticing the scent that Eclair would be recognized. This smell of sweet peach smell followed by rose and then a feminine musk, this was what Eclair smelled like. A girl, who is sweet, has the beauty, passion, and thorns of a rose, and the grace of what women should be. She was someone on a much different scale than any other woman he knew. She was special, but for some reason, he felt like he knew her before all of this. He decided to ignore it for now, the truth will come to him later. "Thank you Naruto, for this experience I never had in my entire life." Eclair thanked him with a smile. "It's nothing really," Naruto replied, looking away with a bit of embarrassment as he smiled. "We should do this again whenever we get the chance, huh?" he asked as Eclair nodded. "It's a promise," she told him as they bid each other good night. As Naruto made his way to the front door of his house, he noticed one thing that made him raise a brow. Tenten in the front lawn buried headfirst into the dirt with her legs sticking out straight like a spear. "Do I even want to know what that was about?" he asked dryly as he made his guess. Tenten, being the weapons girl she is, snuck into his house to look at Leo and Elo in their gunblade forms. Got busted and his mom unleashed her infamous fury upon Tenten and tossed her out. Yup, that sounds like the possible scenario playing in his head. Moms are truly scary, and tough. That night, as Lightning was back in her adult form, she dreamt. The dream wasn't horrible, ugly, or anything of the sort. It was a beautiful dream. Naruto was standing on an open grass plain as the wind gently swayed his unrestrained hair and clothes as he was smiling at the place. Where was this beautiful place? Was it heaven, or a utopia that he once told her before, the one that was free of conflict and strife that he sought to return to? The ever-distant utopia, Avalon. As if sensing something, he turned towards her and smiled, his hand outstretched, as if he was waiting for her. She took the step forward as this dream was slowly becoming a reality little by little. The new dream of the girl lost in time, seeks the utopia others have sought. The new dream of the boy continues to find his happiness among the trials of sorrows. Two different worlds and two different hearts combine as the sun and the moon settle down in between the horizon. And gives all who see, the evening calm. Trailer. Rain. It poured endlessly in this nightmarish version of Konoha. She hated it. Shadowy figures run the run-down streets. This fake timeline sickened her to the core as her flying companion followed her. The creatures emerged from the shadows, peering at their target with beady red eyes. Her brother was waiting for her, and the older sister of her displaced friend was waiting for the return of her sister. The beasts snarled as they jumped at their prey. But now, the time gate is ready, and the journey can begin anew. Shana Uzumaki and Sarah Farron stood back to back as the shadowy monsters gathered around them. They looked to each other and smirked, they charged, their bow blades at their side as they began the battle to save the flow of time and space. Chapter 26, The Remaining Rookie's Thoughts. The date went off without a hitch last night, and for that, Naruto was grateful for. But the main problem is Orochimaru at the moment. He's done some investigating on Orochimaru, from asking Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Hijira Sarutobi to piece together clues on what Orochimaru wants. He's heard of human experimentations, twisted research on jutsu, and the desire to master all the jutsu out there. For that, Orochimaru needed the Sharingan, but Jiraiya said that the immortality technique that Orochimaru uses needed him to switch bodies every 3 years. And the fact there are thousands and thousands of jutsu out there, including bloodline ones that can't be copies, it is impossible for Orochimaru to master them all with Sasuke's body if he actually succeeded. In other words, Orochimaru is on a fool's errand. With that out of the way as he filed it for later, Naruto got ready and took Leo and Ella with him as he began to start off his rounds of missions that Tsunade Ba-chan probably has for him already. Shikamaru Nara was no idiot, that role belonged to Naruto, or, used to. This guy, who looked like Naruto, wasn't the Naruto he knew since the academy years. This one was ruthless, serious, and hardly smiled with a carefree expression on his face. No, it was a veteran of war he saw in those eyes, not those of a ninja, but of a warrior who faced many enemies without flinching. Shikamaru knew that it was still Naruto, but the question was, what was the catalyst that caused the sudden change in his friend? To make him do something like that to Choji, who can no longer be a ninja anymore due to the special bullet Naruto fired at him, crippled his best friend for life. It was too troublesome to figure it out, but at the same time, he had to know, what made his friend grow up so fast that everyone else failed to notice it. Kiba Inuzuka was a hot-blooded young man who followed his pack ever since he got Akamaru. The ones he refers to his pack is the entire Rookie 9 that entered the Chunin exams. He's seen many things in the short amount of time between his graduation from the academy and his genin days, but the news of what happened to Choji put him in shock. He knew Naruto had grown stronger over the past few months, but enough to do that to Choji, who had eaten special medicine that greatly enhanced his abilities, is unheard of. Now that he looked at it, Naruto was the Omega of the pack back in the academy days, and was already going up the ranks. He'd say he was either Beta or Gamma in the order. It's only a matter of time before something else went down. But what bothered the Inuzuka was the change in personality of Naruto. He used to be a loudmouth idiot who proclaimed of being the future Hokage, but now his scent, Kiba shuddered. Naruto's scent reeked of blood, metal, fire, and malice. It was inhuman. Naruto wasn't human. That scent did not belong to the Naruto he knew all these years in their younger years. Whoever this guy is, while he is in a sense Naruto, at the same time, he is not Naruto. Was this a clone of Naruto's? Or was this something twisted and complicated that he couldn't understand? For now, he'll observe the new Naruto, and from there, decide if he will be a friend, or an enemy. Shino Aburame was a boy who followed things logically. Yet somehow, Naruto Uzumaki defies all logic before him. He was likened to one of his own bugs, unique and mutate with natural selection that would allow them to evolve into more lethal allies at his beck and call. Naruto was like them in a sense, for he had undergone a mutation of sorts, which pitted him against the naturally gifted, and evolved to a superior beast than the others. Naruto Uzumaki is, logically, a new generation of shinobi with his unique abilities. These abilities to use elemental powers without hand signs is a desire for most ninja, for flipping through hand signs would be time-restraining and required focus. Naruto was the deus ex machina to this problem. If he ever had children, then would they inherit his ability as well? Shino quietly mused, maybe the answer will show itself in time. For now, he'll observe the specimen known as Naruto Uzumaki, and see the results in the line of ninja evolution. Would this one person be the key to unlocking new potential in future generations of ninja? He'll just have to wait and see. Ino Yamanaka was a girl of confidence of herself. She worked hard and went on diets to maintain a figure to attract boys, and she never understood how Sasuke never paid any attention to her. But, chasing after Sasuke now felt empty. Without a rival, without a friend like Sakura, things will never be the same. Their rivalry turning into races of competitions, the insults, and the laughs and cries they shared. Ino would wear the red ribbon she gave Sakura long ago, who returned it to her as she declared her rivalry for Sasuke's affections. The ribbon was on her right arm as she would look at it now and then, remembering her beloved friend for life. When she told Sakura's parents of what happened, they cried. The loss of a child was incredibly painful for them as they went into despair. But when Naruto arrived, presenting the blade that had Sakura's very flesh and bones imbued within it, Chizukura, she recalled the name, as the Haruno family looked at the craftsmanship of the beautiful blade as they saw the look in Naruto's eyes. She had seen them too. He had a childish crush on Sakura since the academy years, and it was funny how Sakura always rejected his attempts to ask her out with a punch. But the last exchange they had before she sacrificed herself for the blade now presented to Sakura's parents was a deep understanding affection between the two. Ino had no idea what it was, but it was a sad ending to a love story if it ever was one. Chizukura, Blood Cherry Blossom, when Naruto named it that, it was out of tribute of Sakura and the blood sacrificed to make this blade. When Ino saw the weapon in all of its glory, it was beautiful, like a cherry blossom in full bloom. Naruto had tried to hand over the blade to Sakura's parents, but they refused, in a knowing way as from what Ino and others had told them, Kushina included, that Sakura cared for Naruto's well-being and made that choice. They sadly agreed to Sakura's choice, as they believed that Sakura's sacrifice to help save her friend and teammate from whatever situation he was in was a noble choice. Should he return the blade without being free from all burdens, they wouldn't forgive themselves. He kept Chizukura, and told them that he would always remember Sakura with that very blade being her very soul itself. Ino agreed on the sentient, and whenever she saw Naruto, she would look at the katana on his waist and smiled at the blade. "You've bloomed into a beautiful flower, Sakura." Nor did the owner of Chizukura notice the blade glow faintly, as if it heard Ino's comment, as if recalling the words of an old friend once again. Hinata Hyuga had heard of what Naruto did to Choji, but in his defense, Choji started it first. While said boy was in the hospital as Naruto was off on another mission, she couldn't help but wonder, how far ahead is he than the others? Her feeling, unrequited love was something that plagued her. She had admired Naruto's stubbornness and willpower, and it grew into an innocent type of love. She wanted to be strong like her father, and kind like her mother, but she had only been able to be more like her mother, and could not be as strong as expected to be. It had pained her, but Naruto, he had nothing at the beginning, and refused to give in as he fought tooth and nail for her when she was in the sand ninja's grip, on the verge of death. It had strengthened her resolve to grow stronger. She wanted to be at Naruto's side on his journey, but a powerful wind is pushing against her, as if testing her small pitiful strength, making her back away from the challenge. But then she saw him. He walked through the powerful wind without flinching as his coat and cape fluttered in the might wind. His back tall and proud as he looked over at her with a calm expression. "Can you keep up with me?" he asked. It was as if to scorn her, as if to believe in her, to wait for her to reach him on the other side as he went on ahead. Hinata had made her resolve, to never back away and never go against her word, for that too is her ninja way. And one day, she will make it to Naruto's side, or die trying to. Sasuke Uchiha knows of burdens, and the weight they hold on people. His burden is to avenge his clan's demise from Itachi's hands. But what would that do after he was done? He restored his clan's honor, but what else was there for him to do? Naruto had revealed many things about his burden, the curse of the lassie, and of his sister, who was now trapped in another part of history rewritten for her. Naruto's sister was alone now, while Naruto had a mother there for him. Kushina Uzumaki, the one person who knew his mother while she was alive, and had told him that he and Naruto would have been good friends if the Nine Tails attack and the Uchiha clan massacre hadn't been made onto history. Maybe it was a time of change. While Itachi can wait, it was probably time to make up with Naruto and start all over, to become friends, like how their respective mothers wanted them to be. It was the least he could do in memory of his mother, and as a best friend, he would do his best to help Naruto with his lassie burden in any way he can. Sasuke knows that by doing this, he'll be faced with painful dilemmas and painful choices, but he had already accepted this when he chose to become an avenger for his clan. Naruto had taught him two things that kept repeating themselves in Sasuke's mind. No one should carry all of the burdens alone, and that older siblings like Itachi, while their actions could cause their younger siblings to hate them, they would still love and care for them. The latter one was what had Sasuke ponder about why Itachi did what he had to do. Once he got strong enough, he would ask Itachi to tell him the entire truth, no half-truths, no dodging the questions, just the plain truth. He will make his choice on how to kill Itachi. Will it be out of hatred, or anguished forgiveness once Itachi finally falls dead at his feet? Forgiving Itachi will be painful, but if the answer he got from Itachi was what he needed, he could finally forgive his brother, as he will shed tears of blood at the end of a strained, saddening relationship with his brother. It was time for his next mission. Naruto was doing his missions as well. Maybe it would be time for a team mission with him next time they're called in at the Hokage's office. He'll be sure to request that. He's not sure when Naruto will turn into a Sith, but will try his best to make the best of memories with his friend before the end comes for him. Chapter 27, Trouble in Suna. Naruto sneezed. Someone was talking about him, and he knew it. Maybe it was due to the Tomasaburo incident when he crippled Choji and ended his ninja career like that. The crystal origin bullet, or the CK bullet as he liked to call it, crystallized all 361 tenketsu points and then the entire chakra pathways in the body. End result: after it was all crystallized, they fell apart and Choji no longer has chakra, but the crystal fragments of his tenketsu points and chakra pathways are still in there. From what Tsunade has told him, the surgery to remove the crystals inside of Choji is fatal. Naruto didn't care. To him, this was not the Choji he truly shared a bond with. Recalling the cipher, Choji left a bitter taste in Naruto's mouth. He lost most of his memories and only recalls certain sections. They were still fragmented and he was only able to tell Lightning the only ones he could remember. Of course, he remembered what happened to the cipher counterpart and how he died. He didn't regret killing that version of Choji. In fact, he helped put that boy out of his misery after the state he was found in. That's right, these versions and the cipher counterparts were similar and yet different at the same time. Naruto hated them both to a degree. From what he could recall of his cipher friends, they betrayed him, and the ones in this world are pure fakes of the original incarnations of the true timeline. He was sick of this false reality. He was sick of this fake life. He was sick of everything. Just destroy it all, King. This crude reality is filthy, ugly, and unfit to live in. Magatsu Arashi whispered in his mind as Naruto frowned. It seems his seeth other is already influencing his mind more ever since Sakura died. He needed to control himself, or else everyone will face a monster far more terrifying than the Kyuubi himself. The more his lassie brand grew, so does Magatsu Arashi's influence on his mind, and the closer to becoming a monster he hated to be, one that has no ounce of humanity. He needed to prepare for his revolution, and he needed to stop the bloodline purge and Mizu to gain followers. But with the situation with Orochimaru now is slowing his progress, and since everything else is on hold with all 5 nations, it'll give him the time he needed to prepare for it once the war returns. Right now, he needed to help Karen, for another round of advertisement again. Apparently, Kunoichi hired by a rival shop has made them ruin Emporium Karen's reputation. Which explained his current situation as he looked at the down enemies with contempt. They were the usual ninja bandits with no use of chakra and only basic ninja training. How dull. With his forehead dripped in sweat, he undid his headband and shook his head, causing the sweat to fall off as he felt the eyes of female predators lock onto him. Oh no, Naruto mentally grimaced as he looked behind him to see the Kunoichi who were knocked out minutes ago back on their feet good as new. He realized now why girls of many ages from his to their early 20s were attracted to him. His charm was that of a man that had been through hell and back and looked good during the trip. It usually takes effect whenever he's in his adult form, but now since he was slowly returning to the cipher Naruto he used to be, the charm was starting to take effect on weaker-hearted girls. Well, time to do it then, he thought. With a mere gesture of his hand, he brushed back his hair and held his index and middle finger to his lips. Overwhelming sex appeal, Naruto muttered as he blew a kiss at the Kunoichi. Uzumaki kiss tilde, he finished as the effect was instant. They all fainted as they were all subconsciously in a state of spasm from the technique Naruto performed. They won't be up for a week at tops from a direct attack from that move. This is how to take down fangirls without running away. He muttered to himself as he noticed a lot of female ninjas of other nations who were traveling nearby as they were all taking flyers from him before he could blink. Once he did, they were all gone. Damn his A-ranked charisma, it always does this with girls. Lightning. Lightning Farron was well aware of the damages the bullet did to Choji from the minute she went to observe the damages to his body from the reports that day. It was a terrifying result that if he were to use it on other ninja, his reputation as the most infamous ninja would be well known. And he'll make newer enemies faster than Snow would charge head first towards his enemies and be blown back by a barrier of sorts. This kid was really too much for her at times. As she stood over the Hokage monument, taking in the sight of an active village, she wondered, would New Bottom be like this if Neon hadn't ended her era? Lightning, could I have a word with you? Tsunade asked as she walked up towards the Master Lassie. By all means, she replied as the two women looked at the village down below. The people of Konoha have a distrust of you, despite your connections with Kushina, Naruto, and Asanin. She said as Lightning knew that like the back of her hand. Paranoia of someone who looked, dressed, spoke, and acted differently from the others grows distrust in people. Let me guess, you want me to work alongside a few of Konoha's forces and work my way into earning their trust? She asked as the Hokage nodded her head. There's an A-ranked mission I'd like you to perform, and your teammates for the mission will be Naruto and Shikamaru. She replied as Lightning looked at her with a serious expression. With all due respect Tsunade, I don't think having them on the same team is going to be a good idea, especially with what happened to Choji. She replied as Tsunade sighed. I know, but Shikamaru's IQ will be very helpful, and to see Naruto's growth is add. Be careful though, I've heard rumors that the Akatsuki were seen in the area of Suna, where the mission is taking place. Tsunade told her as the Master Lassie nodded. It seems her extra mission is to keep Naruto safe from the Akatsuki while on the mission, just what she needed. And with the turmoil in her teammates, things were going to be fine. Suna. The trip from Konoha to Suna had been surprisingly quiet, yet there was a hostile aura in the team. Lightning looked at Shikamaru, who was glaring at Naruto every once in a while as said boy was ignoring them like they weren't even worth being bothered by. How could he ignore such glares is beyond her, but then again, he takes after her in some aspects. As they infiltrated the castle walls, Leo and Ella were instantly in their gunblade forms as Naruto had a calm, quiet expression on his face. We don't know what traps are here in this, stay alert. She ordered as the two boys nodded as they all put their backs against the wall as they waited quietly as footsteps were walking in their direction. Seeing it as a ninja guard, Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu as Naruto went in for the kill, piercing the man's heart with his L-edge gunblade. Well, it seems you've made your heart strong enough to take a life, Naruto. A familiar voice spoke up. With that, Naruto turned to see Jiraiya himself standing there behind him with an amused expression on his face, but his eyes that of a seasoned warrior. So you're the contact of this mission, great, Naruto grumbled as Jiraiya sighed. Why are you like that? Aren't you supposed to be happy with seeing yours truly? He asked as Naruto just gave him a deadpan expression. No, you're a super pervert, a drunkard, and enjoy tossing little kids to their dooms. He replied bluntly. Yeah, he's still sore from the ravine incident. Aren't you quite the snark? Jiraiya asked dryly as Lightning nearly sighed. Jiraiya was a good man in his work, but his eccentrics makes it hard to control the urge to kill the man right there and now. From the looks of it though, I guess I can leave it all up to you three then. Jiraiya said as Naruto mere groaned. Let me guess, more research, as you would call it. Dirty old man, Naruto commented as Jiraiya went off for his research. But what Naruto didn't notice, that Lightning did, was the look in Jiraiya's eyes. It seems that he knows the Akatsuki are here as well. In his eyes, they told her to keep an eye on Naruto. Let's just get this troublesome mission done already. Shikamaru grunted with annoyance as the two lassie agreed. With the moonlight being their source in the night, the three traveled by the roofs of the castle area, finding a warehouse within that proved to be a useful area to enter the castle from, since the buildings were connected to each other. Something is off here, be careful you two, there might be an ambush. Lightning ordered as the two boys nodded their heads. As they walked towards the center of the warehouse, a group of ninja appeared, armed and ready. Looks like they were waiting for us, Naruto commented as Shikamaru just sighed. Slowly drawing out kunai with exploding tags on them, Shikamaru prepared for some trap making as the two lassie drew their gun blades. With a savage roar cry, Naruto charged first. The sight Lightning and Shikamaru saw made them wonder what overcame him. The way he fought the ninjas was unnerving. To them, it was like a group of brawlers trying to tackle a beast. A massive ferocious one that reeked of death of humans as Naruto kept fighting. Lightning jumped into the fray, her blade gleaming in the darkness as she gracefully slashed and deflected blows against enemies. Shikamaru merely threw his exploding kunai at gathering groups, forcing them to scatter. It made picking them off one by one easier for both Naruto and Lightning. Once it was over, a pile of corpses littered the floor as Naruto sighed in relief. Naruto, what is wrong with you today? Your fighting style was different from what it usually is when dual wielding. Lightning asked as Naruto sighed. I'm just not feeling well mentally at the moment, something just bugged me is all. He lied. He didn't want Lightning to find out Magatsu Arashi has been warping his mind since the brand had grown for some time now. Lightning was skeptical of her student's behavior. She'll have to check him out later after the mission is over. They made their way through the nearest window connected to the castle and snuck inside. When the three got inside, Naruto was instantly impressed with the interior designs of the place. Now this is a castle. See anything, Shikamaru? The shinobi lassie asked as the Nara merely rolled his eyes as he peeked through the corner of the hallway. Other than the fact that some blue-skinned fish man conversing with a guard, nothing much really. He replied with obvious sarcasm as Naruto recalled that one reference anywhere. Isn't it the guy the first gave 1,000 years of death delight? Naruto asked as Lightning nearly nodded. Trying to stifle her laughter as she recalled the incident, no matter how many times she tries to forget it, it was still downright hilarious to recall. That's odd, they're talking about some sort of operation, and we should follow them. Something big is going on here. Shikamaru told them. Mind if I tag along? A voice spoke up. Naruto widened his eyes at the dull empty voice as he turned to see Gaara right behind them. Gaara, what brings you here? He asked as the sand ninja looked at them unblinkingly. I had a mission to investigate the incidents going on around here. My siblings are investigating the lower areas of the castle. You wouldn't mind, would you? He asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I wouldn't mind. In fact, you'd increase our chance of survival against a member of the Akatsuki that's here. He replied. Really, and with me, what is the percentage rate of our survival? Lightning asked with her arms crossed as Naruto looked sheepish. Well, if it was me and Shikamaru, it would be 15% chance. With you, a warrior with dangerous abilities and has no chakra against a guy like him, I'd say 50%. But with Gaara, it increases it to at least 63%, that is, if we all work together. He replied as Shikamaru looked at Naruto oddly. What do you mean, against a guy like him? He asked as Lightning was the one to answer. Kisame Hoshigaki is known as a tailed beast without a tail, due to his massive reserves of chakra. and his sword the Samahata literally shaves the chakra of its victim and gives it all to Kisame. With someone like Naruto and Gaara, it's like feeding Kisame an all-you-can-eat buffet as everyone would be worn out while he's still good to fight. Since I have no chakra, I'm immune to the sword's abilities, and my special, jutsu, is not using chakra at all. I'm the perfect counter-weapon against him. My main weakness is that I don't have enough brute strength to fight him head-on. But my speed should make up for it in the long run. She explained as Shikamaru nodded. This woman is troublesome in a good way, which is actually surprising in the young Nara's perspective of women in general. If the information is correct then the first thing we need to do is to separate Kisami's sword from its wielder and make him run dry on his own reserves of chakra then. Shikamaru stated as the others nodded. I can hold the sword within my sand, it should keep Kisame from getting his hands on it later on. Gaara added in as Shikamaru looked at the sand ninja. Good idea, then Naruto and lightning can take him down. Shikamaru concluded. But there is one problem, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto spoke up. This made lightning frown. While she might have immunity to Kisami's tactics, Itachi and his illusions might be another thing. While normal genjutsu is useless against her since she had no chakra, the special technique in this, Mangekyo Sharingan, he had might have an effect on her. She wasn't crazy enough to willingly test it out on the field, so she'll have to be careful when fighting him. If he shows up, I'll take him on. You three can handle Kisame enough to wear him down. Itachi is more dangerous of the two. Naruto, you have permission to use that form at the start of battle. She told him as he understood what she meant. Kisame was a monster, and to fight a monster, what better way to fight a monster is with another monster. It felt ironic for Naruto, for he was called a monster in his youth, and he was facing someone who is an actual monster himself in more ways than one. Let's go then, he said as they chased after Kisame and the man he was with. In Lightning's opinion about the castle, while it did have good designs, the traps and guards set here were horrible. She was already beginning to miss how things were back in her time when it came to fighting for survival and saving the world. These people are absolutely hopeless in this time. The traps were simple automatic crossbows designed to fire whenever she or anyone else were to step on hidden pressure plates. The guards were out-of-the-mill ninjas, and they had even worse gear than what the standard hidden villages use. But that didn't stop Naruto from salvaging their junk, calling them treasures, much to everyone's confusion as he took the kunai and shuriken that looked like they would fall off any minute. Oh well. As they reached a room while they traveled higher up the castle, they found the very same man that was with Kisame, and was wounded. They interrogated the terrified man, who was thinking he was going to die as he spilled all the info he had. Apparently, the lord of the castle had hired bodyguards to increase his security, but Kisame took the job and after revealing his intent of slaying the lord, injured the man in front of them. Knowing how politics are at the moment, it would be crazy to kill a lord, it would cause chaos once the news gets out. And it seemed Kisame knew they were here and was waiting at the castle tower, so they decided not to disappoint him and chased after him, ignoring the man's complaints of leaving him to die when he really isn't. What a wimp, Naruto muttered as they chased Kisame. Castle tower roof. Silhouetted by the moonlight, a tall figure stood, his inhuman appearance making him more terrifying in the night as Naruto, Lightning, Shikamaru, and Gaara landed on the roof as the blue-skinned human with a shark-like grin on his face chuckled. Wondered when you'd show up. I thought you'd be like Kakashi and be late for the party. Kisame joked as Naruto snorted. Please, we actually like being on time, saves us the hassle of being annoyed by others who snap at us for being late all the time. He replied as he noticed the look on Kisami's face. Yup, still pissed off about the 1,000 years of death stunt while searching for Tsunade. Remember the plan, Naruto? Shikamaru told him as Naruto scoffed. Please, you're not the one fighting a troublesome opponent like him, so bite me. He shot back. With that, he drew Liege and L-Edge and begun his transformation. In Naruto's place, a fox stood on its back legs like a sapient being, holding the two gun blades in hand. Its body made of crystal, with blue glowing veins that are actually the entire chakra network in the being's body is a single fox tail made purely out of chakra as its blue eyes, the ones of Naruto, looked at Kisame with the intent to kill, and bloodlust. Oh, so the little kitsune has a few tricks up his sleeve. Come on, boy, let me take you out on a walk. Kisame taunted as the Seath Naruto roared in a savage way as he charged forward. Fate, Hollow Ataraxia Ostavenger. Kisame and Naruto, to all who watched this, would be like a warrior trying to grapple with a beast in this battle. The warrior is Kisame, the beast was Naruto. They fought mainly with their swords alone, no jutsu, no taijutsu, just pure swordsmanship. The Seath Fox's speed was beyond impressive, it was nimble and swift as his strikes head home. While Kisami's blade blocked each attack possible as he dodged the other twin blade that the fox wielded. The two had injured each other with their weapons as blood slowly dripped from the areas that the Seath had slashed through, while bits of crystal fragments fell onto the roof from the areas that the Samahata crashed into. The blades clashed against each other, creating sparks upon sparks as the two beings exchanged blows with their weapons. Even with a massive sword like the one Kisame had, he could still swing it like it was a mere stick. Naruto's swords, however, while they lack the powerful strength of heavier swords like the one Kisame had, made good use with his speed as he had already made several cuts onto his opponent's chest. The crystal flesh of the sheath form protected Naruto's chakra from the Samahata's ability to shred and devour chakra. A frustration that was echoed in the sound of the bandaged sword's displeasure as it cried in anger at being denied food. It sensed the massive amounts of chakra in its victim, but knew that one way or another, it will finally get what it wanted. Kisame was impressed with the defensive measures of the strange crystal armor the Jinchuriki had, as he noticed that it was chipped off little by little whenever he got a blow on the boy's body. He must break that armor to make it more fragile, so his precious sword can feast upon the massive amounts of chakra the boy possessed in his very being. The boy's swordsmanship was a joke with how he fought. It was embarrassing to think that the boy would have developed some new tricks to surprise him with. Naruto, on the other hand, was frustrated at how powerful his opponent was, with just a sword. The way the fish man was smiling like it was no problem whenever he landed a cut onto his opponent's flesh as he swung that giant sword incredibly fast despite its size. He had to do better than that. His very life was at stake here since he was battling a very powerful enemy. He had to break every limit in his body if he had to survive as the adrenaline began to flow through his body without stopping. Faster, if Kisame did it that fast, Naruto had to go faster. Stronger, if Kisame could block the blow and return one just as strong, Naruto had to return one stronger than the last. His eyes were bloodshot, his breath was ragged, his body ached from the use of power and exhaustion behind the blows Kisame inflicted upon him as he either tried to block or dodge them. Yet he ignores them all completely as he immerses himself in the battle. His body was without limits. No, he didn't care what his limits were. He was a beast stricken with madness that makes it impossible for him to process what is happening to his own body as it begins falling apart from exchanged blows and injuries. Lightning and Shikamaru were disturbed by this exchange of blows. It wasn't a fight between humans, no, it was truly a fight between a demon and a monster. The demon was Naruto, and Kisame is the monster. Gaara was impressed by Naruto's determination and the speeds of his blades as they made their cuts into Kisame's flesh that instantly healed them from every blow Naruto inflicted upon him. Naruto's brain ached from the lack of oxygen as he continued this fight. He ignored the limits of his body as he focused on the task at hand. He didn't care if he lost, or if he died, all he cared was to kill this enemy in front of him. To compare their abilities, Kisame was an impregnable fortress to Naruto. Even with all the speed and power he could wager his entire life for with his ninja, lassie, and Jinchuriki powers, he could never reach a lethal blow onto his enemy. Ah! The demon roared in savage rage, as he continued to charge towards his demise. The flurry of blows the fox had unleashed was upon thousands of countless blades in a torrent. Yet they were considered mere scratches to Kisame as his powers healed them. Kisame had finally gotten bored with his opponent, and had decided to end this little charade once and for all. Swinging his blade downwards, he will end the fight and stop the meaningless rampage for good. Clink. Asterisk. Or so he thought. A sword breaker. Kisame exclaimed in shock, as those types of weapons were dangerous to professionals with them. Ha! Finally took the bait you guppy. Naruto mocked as he laughed derisively as the Samahata was locked in between the parry hook near the edge of the gunblade edge, which he was grateful for making to resemble the Lionheart gunblade lightning used as he brought up its mate, Liege in his right and prepared to pierce Kisame's heart. Nice try, kid. Kisame grinned as the massive sword ripped its bandages apart, revealing the scale-like blade in all of its glory as the blade of Liege broke from the expanded size of the blade as Kisame quickly swung it and destroyed Liege's blade. Ha! Naruto asked dumbly as he realized what was happening as Kisame swung his blade down onto Naruto. What kind of bullshit crap did you pull, you ugly ass mother? Naruto screeched in rage as he pulled back, but was too late. Foom. SKRRK. Fate Hollow Ataraxia Ost Avenger End. TCH. Naruto grunted as Kisame's sword broke through the armor and tore through his flesh, causing the Samahata to devour a portion of his chakra as well. Damn it, that bastard is all high and mighty now. If I can get even with that son of a bitch. Naruto thought as he sneered at his opponent. Looks like I'll have to help you again, King. Magatsu Arashi replied in Naruto's mind as he felt his lips move against their own will. Verg, false copy, his voice rang out, gaining everyone's attention as Naruto unleashed a deranged laugh that was not his own. Avesta, of inscribed creation. He finished as strange marking appeared on his body as it now appeared on Kisami's own as the markings faded away from both bodies as Kisame fell to his side, clutching the same area where he had shaved Naruto in pain. What the hell was that? Shikamaru exclaimed as Lightning was well aware of dark magic from many beings before, and this one she was too familiar with. It's a curse, of shared pain. She realized as Kisame gritted his teeth, he felt his own blade turn against him once that tricked the Jinchuriki. It hurts like hell. Naruto merely sat back, gasping for oxygen as the adrenaline died down. He reverted back to his human form as parts of his torso was bleeding heavily as Kisame still clutched his own torso from the same injuries. But Gaara was able to notice that the curse was still on. Now's our chance, he muttered as Lightning dashed forward while Shikamaru activated his family's jutsu to help subdue the target. Kisame forced himself to get up, only for Lightning to appear right in his face with a nasty right hook as he dropped Samahata as it was quickly held in Gaara's sand as it began to struggle to break free. Kisame still had a massive amount of chakra inside of him, so he was going to go all out. As he began to make hand signs, he felt his own body freeze as he noticed Shikamaru in his trademark jutsu stance, smirking. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success, he said as Kisame gritted his teeth in anger. That was when he felt the sand beginning to wrap around his arms. I'll make sure you don't use jutsu ever again, Gaara stated calmly as his sand coffin was completed. As he was about to crush the arms with sand burial, a wave of fire forced everyone to dodge as Lightning picked up the weakened Naruto and pulled him to safety. Appearing like a ripple of water in the moonlight, Itachi Uchiha appeared, his calm stoic face looking down at his partner. Kisame, what are you doing fooling around with children? He asked as Kisame freed his arms and clutched his torso due to the curse Magatsu Arashi placed on him. Just testing the boy's abilities, and with my carelessness, I'm in a fishnet with guppies. The shark man replied annoyingly as Itachi merely closed his eyes. My turn then, he replied. I think not. Another voice called out, and white smoke appeared as Jiraiya appeared, doing his trademark kabuki dance. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, the traveler of the four winds, the man whom women swoon and babies cry out his name, the gallant Jiraiya has appeared. The Toad Sage exclaimed dramatically as everyone depanned at the intro. You're late, did you get lost on the road of life? Naruto asked with annoyance as Jiraiya face faulted. You and your snark, what will I do with you? The old man grumbled as he looked at Itachi who merely smirked at Naruto's witty comeback. Well then, if it's a fight you want, then how about I provide one for you? He asked Itachi who narrowed his eyes. Kisame, we're leaving, he ordered as Naruto stood. And as for you, Itachi added, looking at Naruto right in the eyes. It seems you'll be staying in the hospital for quite a while. He said as his eyes turned into their Mangekyo Sharingan form as the world around Naruto went dark. When he came to, he was crucified as thousands of Itachi clones with swords in their hands slowly walked towards Naruto. One blade danced in front of him, leaving after images as it aimed for his forehead, and stabbed him. Chapter 28, Naruto's Stats Version 1. Ninja Profile, Naruto Uzumaki. Birth date, October 10th. Age, 13, looks 14 due to Lassie enhancements. Rank, Genin. Height, formerly 145.3 centimeters, Lassie branding, now 163.2 centimeters. Weight, formerly 40.1 kilograms, Lassie state, now 45.7 kilograms. Ninjutsu, 2. Taijutsu, 2.4. Genjutsu, 1. Intelligence, 2.5. Strength, 2.6. Speed, 3. Stamina, 4. Hand seals, 1. Total status as a ninja 18.5. Lassie status. Commando level 2, Blitz, Ruin, Life Siphon. In-game it recharges one full ATB gauge, but in the FIC, increases Naruto's reaction time after slaying an enemy. Power chain, usually when an enemy's stagger energy is 0, deals massive damage. Ravager level 1, Libra, Thunder, Water, Spark Strike, Aqua Strike, Fire. Medic level 1, Cure, Accessory Slot, Isuna. Sentinel level 1, Provoke. Chosen, Naruto's unique role, level 1, Dual Wield, Rasengan, Fabula Nova Crystallis Reality Marble. Base Strength, 77. Base Magic, 63. Equipment List. Leah Edge and Ella Edge, twin heirs of the Twilight Jungle. Level 1, Strength 10 Magic 10. Details, Naruto's personal gun blades he crafted. Born with infusion of his powers during the forging process, these blades were bestowed sentient life, and one of the few kinds of living weapons that exist in the ninja era. Naruto had fallen in love with the sword designs of pulse gunblades that he crafted them after the ones Lightning had used on her journey, which were the Hauteclair and the Lionheart gun blades. Deciding to blend to weapon designs of both cocoon and pulse gun blades, Naruto had designed the weapons, gun mechanics after the Sanctum gun blades, which allows shooting bullets to fire more easily. They also take 9mm bullets at the moment and a capacity of firing up to 24 bullets per round. But what makes the weapons differ from other gun blades Lightning had wielded is that the hilts resemble heads of roaring lions as the blade comes out of their mouths as if spewing fire. The weapons have the hidden ability to shape-shift into other weapons, but the limiters that were set only allows them to combine into about a fire arrows. What kind of arrows Naruto uses is unknown at the moment, but will be revealed soon. Blaze Fire Saber, Blaze Edge. Level 1. Strength 15, Magic 15. Details. A spare version of the gunblade Lightning uses. People can tell the two apart as the one Lightning owns has writing from an unknown civilization on it while Naruto's doesn't have any writing. He mainly uses this one in battle because he doesn't want to expose his dual-wielding fighting style to opponents just yet. Thompson Arms Contender. Level unknown. Strength. Magic. Details. 8.223 Remington version that was modified with a different barrel to use .3006 cartridges. It belonged to a legendary man given the name, Magus Killer, for his feats. A memento to Naruto as he treasures that gun like it was a sacred relic. The barrel is a 14-inch rifle barrel that is used for hunting purposes as the cartridge of the .1006 Springfield bullets fit into it fine as this type of bullet is stronger than 8.208 Winchester rifle bullet as this weapon surpasses the hand cannon power of a magnum gun. Naruto seeks to recreate this weapon and alter the replica for a third gunblade and name the weapon after the man himself who was an unsung hero. Crystal Origin Bullet. Level unknown. Strength. Magic. Details. A bullet made of special crystal Naruto focused on creating. It is the ultimate weapon that could end a ninja's career once the requirements are fulfilled. The bullet is loaded into the Thompson Arms Contender and the opponent must use a jutsu that requires a massive amount of chakra. When fired, the bullet will pierce the incoming jutsu and strike the enemy's flesh. That's when the bullet's true nature kicks in as it crystallizes the chakra pathways and the 361 tenketsu points in the ninja body, sealing them for good as surgically removing them is fatal, forever stripping a ninja of his ability to use chakra forever. It is truly the most dangerous weapon in all of the elemental nations. Chapter 29, Road to Naruto. Naruto was in bed at the hospital back in Konoha. Itachi had crippled him with Tsukuyomi and had left her with a message from one person she did not want to hear, Neon. Make sure he has Chizukura, for where he's going, that sword is his key home. Was the message Itachi relayed for her as he and Kisame fled. She knew that somehow, Neon had altered Itachi's Tsukuyomi and had him use it on Naruto. Whatever it did to him, she did not know. Even Tsunade was baffled, as a Yamanaka checked the boy's mind, only to come back saying there is absolutely nothing there, an empty void. This news was quite bad as Kushina unleashed hell in the hospital trying to get to her son after they refused to let her through. She had brought Chizukura at Lightning's request and she placed it in the comatose Uzumaki's hand as it suddenly became a tight grip on the handle of the katana. Even the others were surprised at such a grip he had, for his mind was gone, banished to a different world if Lightning had known better. But knowing Neon, he must have sent Naruto's mind into a different world. But the question is where? Every time she tried to enter Naruto's mind, she was blocked by a powerful barrier, no doubt Neon's work as well. For now, she had to wait it out, as Naruto was still garbed in his gear, which might have followed him in the other side of the world she cannot follow. Kakashi Hatake was a man of many talents whenever he was serious. In his youth, after his father committed suicide, Kakashi followed everything to the word without question. When he was in Team Minato, he would learn from his sensei and try his best at being a shinobi, learning a few tricks from his deceased sensei as he tried to deal with the antics of his teammates. But when he looked back, Kakashi saw a similar resemblance in Obito whenever he looked at Naruto before this transformation he took. Now, he was seeing another version of himself like what he saw in Sasuke. But what was worse, Naruto had crippled one of his own teammates for interfering with his mission. He feared that Naruto was walking towards a dark path up ahead. He had taught Sasuke the Chidori to use as a symbol to protect those close to him, while Naruto would inherit the technique his father invented, the rasengan. But now, he feared that whatever is happening to Naruto is going to get worse if he doesn't do something. He had yet to teach Naruto how to discover and train with his elemental affinity yet. Maybe some time after recovering, can he teach Naruto of his affinity and of the great importance of treasuring your friends and teammates. He refused to allow another Obito and Rin to happen to him, for Sakura was the Rin as Naruto was the Obito, while Sasuke was the Kakashi of the younger times in this team. He did not want this to be a repeated loop of tragedy again, and he'd be damned if he can't stop it. Tsunade was one who had never been ceased to be amazed by things that Naruto is involved in. While the Tomasaburo incident was one that horrified her, it also surprised her of such an ability to seal away a ninja's ability to use ninjutsu like that. Such a unique ability like that was one that was unheard of, and when this becomes public knowledge, Naruto would be feared by both teammates and enemies alike. She had to keep this under wraps and wait until the rumors stop, for this is an ace of Konoha that makes it an advantage over other villages. But as of now, that kind of thought is out of her head, as concern for a distant family member of hers is in a crisis. Naruto is in some sort of coma and his mind is gone. It's like an empty shell is just lying there, waiting to be filled. She had tried her best to heal the damages, but the only ones she could heal were the physical wounds on the body, as the mind was gone. It wasn't an erasing type of genjutsu that could make one lose all memory of their life. This one completely took it all and sent it somewhere else. She had faith in the potential Naruto had, for he had carried on the memory of her beloved brother, and of her dear love. She would wager her life to keep him safe from this burden, so that day, she can see him become the next Hokage. Jiraiya was a man of many things, a student, a teacher, a sage, a writer, and also a godfather. While the last one he could not do due to his belief in being unable to help those he kept close to him, he spent his life with a spy network and being a pervert of the highest caliber. When he returned to Konoha, doing some research, and the news that Orochimaru was back in town, he had to investigate the matter. But encountering his godson that day changed everything. While he looked much like Minato, he definitely had Kushina's personality at the time. He soon came to regret his decision of tossing Naruto off that ravine. Because now he was a different soul now, a bitter being with a different look on life. Naruto was being devoured by a creeping darkness inside of his heart and will destroy him. It might interfere with Minato's seal that kept the fox at bay. He must look into that as soon as possible. Konoha doesn't need a second attack from a tailed beast at the moment, and he didn't want to lose his godson to the beast nor the curse he has over his heart. Once the Akatsuki is gone, he is going to stay in Konoha and spend more time with Naruto, and who knows, maybe Naruto might inspire him to write a new book that's not Ika Ika. Because there is one thing that Naruto is good at, is creating a new world full of adventure by taking the first step there. Made a guy as a man in his prime. Fighting in the springtime of youth against his eternal rival Kakashi is what he lived for, as his blood boiled with passion and the guts to never give up. At first when Guy met Naruto, the child had the blazing passion of 1,000 suns, truly the most youthful boy he had ever met besides his beloved pupil Lee. But somehow within the span of a few months after the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, that youthfulness was gone. In that place, a cold winter was in those eyes, and also betrayal, loss, pain, and a deep hatred that chilled Guy to the bone when he saw Naruto's eyes. Naruto's latest action against Choji was quite unyouthful, as the poor boy was crippled and unable to use any chakra for the rest of his life. Guy was not sure what to think of Naruto now, for even Kakashi wasn't that cold with his aura. And even now, Guy could smell faint traces of fire and metal coming from Naruto, and blood, an ocean of blood that made him want to puke. Kurenai was a mature woman for her time as a jonin. She cared for her students greatly, like a mother to them, especially towards Hinata, who had a hard time when she first met the young heiress all those years ago on her first assignment to keep an eye on her. Back when she was still quitting and giving up, even on training. She didn't know what to do with her, until she saw Hinata peeking from a corner, looking at one Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. While he was hated and alone, he didn't give in to pressure, he kept fighting on and never gave up, determined to become Hokage no matter what. That was the boy that Hinata fell in love with, and Kurenai found it cute in the beginning. But now, seeing Hinata trying to do her best, following the same Nindo Naruto made, really did make Kurenai realize the extent of Hinata's affection towards Naruto. It was an unrequited love. Ones like that are supposed to be in love dramas and romance movies, but now, she was seeing one in real life. She recalled the vision that Hinata had, of a raging wind and how Naruto was unfazed at it, asking her if she could keep up with him. It was then, Kurenai saw the young girl turn into a real kunoichi, determined to face everything in her path with all of her heart, as she refused to back down and give up. Just like Naruto was, and that was what surprised her. Even after the incident she heard about Osamu's student being crippled for life, Hinata continued to follow Naruto. Her goal was to be there right at his side no matter what. It really did show how much Hinata loved Naruto. No matter how he was walking a dark path, she would follow him to the end itself. As she currently looked at her three students who were sparring, Hinata was pushing her body beyond its limit, as her will was burning with an unquenchable fire in it. She was determined to reach Naruto's side on the windy path that blocked her way. Maybe she could have Naruto do a few missions with her to help with the shyness she had around him. Because every once in a while whenever she's close to Naruto, she would faint, much to her own embarrassment. Well, it was one thing at a time for now. One thing Naruto Uzumaki hated right now was Neon being the pain in the ass troll he was. After being impaled by thousands of blades, courtesy of Itachi and his fucking Tsukuyomi, Neon appeared and laughed at him while he was tortured. While Naruto was used to such pain, with Neon around it pissed him off to no end. As the torture was done, Neon told him that he sent 2 members of the Undying into a different world, and then proceeded to mock Naruto's abilities and the chance to kill those 2. He told the damn skeleton that he would be proven wrong and would take care of those 2 before getting back to the real world, which Neon took as a bet. So Death decided to send Naruto into another world as he was in his current situation now, falling from the sky headfirst downwards like a spear. You know, if Neon was going to send me to another world, couldn't he have at least had me be on a ship or something instead of falling? He asked himself as a familiar voice spoke up. Well, since you don't have wings like you used to, you could have flown and landed somewhere away from civilization before investigating the place. Tenryu replied as Naruto sighed. I can agree on that, my only companions are the voices in my head, 3 dragons, 2 eidolons, a seath other, and 1 giant 9-tailed fox in this new world I have absolutely no clue on. He replied as said voices in head laughed. And the fact we've been falling for a while now makes me wonder if everything will be alright in our attempt to land. Naruto replied in a dry tone as he looked up since he's falling upside down and noticed how far the city below is. This velocity you're falling at is definitely no joke, Naruto. Naraku commented as even the black dragon knew his physics well. At this rate, you'll be nothing but a pile of goo when you land, well nice knowing you, Naruto. He added as Naruto frowned at that. I'll find a way to land, maybe I should summon Esir to help me. He asked himself as he continued falling. Down below. Is it some kind of illness? A boy asked as he put a finger in his ear. Damn it, we don't have time for you to be acting dumb. The blonde-haired boy in orange snapped as he pointed at his friend accusingly. Then a sight to behold, a giant massive white dog bit the other boy in the butt and tore his pants. Back with Naruto up in the sky. Huh, what are those 6 little blob things? People, a group of friends. Naruto pondered as he focused on them. Wow, my eyesight is pretty amazing for me to tell what they are and their genders, even their hair colors. Then Naruto cupped his chin in thought, or maybe it's some kind of evolved kind of kinetic vision. Like seeing a baseball's stitches in motion. He told himself. Damn it, Naruto, do I have to be the straight man in this story? Now's not the time to go off in a ramble when you're falling. Kyuubi snapped, making Naruto blink and recall the situation he was in. You're right, falling from this height and angle means, crap. Move, 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 move. Naruto shouted in absolute shock. Down below. After explaining that Kiba was a cat lover, Shino heard something and looked up, and behind his glasses, he blinked. While he was ignoring the usual hostility Hinata was giving to any girl around her crush who was in orange for some reason, he wondered what the hell was falling and shouting to move. Oh, it's a person falling from the sky. Shino spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Shino, what do you mean by move, 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 move? A familiar voice shouted from above, when the orange-clad boy looked up only to scream as the falling person fell right on top of him with a loud crash. Ouch, ow, 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 that's gotta hurt for a month. The voice said as everyone blinked and tried to see if it was some sort of genjutsu. Because what they saw was a younger version of the orange-clad friend of theirs in different clothing as he rubbed his head in pain. Naruto. A pink-haired girl exclaimed in shock as said boy looked at the source of the voice, blinked, and grinned. Ah, so there's a Sakura in this world, and a Kiba, Hinata, Shino, and wait, where's Akamaru? The young Naruto asked as he noticed something was wrong. Everyone was older than him and looked at him like he was some alien. Oh right, sorry, forgot to introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, a pleasure to meet you all. He greeted. How long are you going to chat while sitting on me? And what do you mean you're Naruto Uzumaki? A voice from below demanded as Naruto jumped up to see another Naruto. Crap, someone's growing out of the earth. Don't tell me that the shape-shifting mole men are here and beginning their invasion. He exclaimed. Oh, so that guy's a fake and a mole man. Kiba asked as the orange-clad Naruto snapped, like hell if I'm one of those ugly mugs. He snapped as the younger Naruto blinked as the other Naruto and him locked eyes. Then everything seemed to have rewinded itself back to the past. They knew each other, you. The 2 Narutos exclaimed as they pointed an accusing finger at each other. As history repeats itself, Cypher Naruto Uzumaki clashes with the canon Naruto Uzumaki as both are trapped in a new world of chaos. Chapter 30, Road to Storm. Naruto Uzumaki was surprised to see the one being he didn't like at all. Himself, well, an alternative counterpart known as Cypher Naruto, who landed on top of him and had used him as a cushioning pillow when he fell. And from the looks of him, had a new wardrobe design. Of all the people I had to run into in my life, it had to be you. His younger counterpart grumbled with annoyance as Naruto felt his eyes twitch. That's my line ttebeo. Naruto shot back as the cipher Naruto merely sighed. And you still have that annoying verbal tick from last time. Geez, can't believe I was created with your DNA, ya know. Cipher Naruto asked as the two Narutos glared at each other. Here are two Narutos. Sakura exclaimed in shock. This broke the eye contact as Cipher Naruto merely shook his head. Man, this is a long and complicated story. I'm not telling you guys why we know each other. He spoke up and dashed off into Konoha. Wait, Naruto called out, chasing after him as Sakura followed in pursuit. Two of Menma Kiba whistled as he looked over at Hinata whose eyes were overshadowed. Hinata, what are? Wait for me. Hinata called out as she chased the three counterparts, and was that drool coming from her mouth? It seemed seeing the younger Menma, no, Naruto, had awakened a lolicon instinct in her. Shino commented as they watched her chase Menma, Naruto, and Sakura. Damn, I nearly forgot how persistent that dumbass is, and I'm him. Cipher Naruto muttered under his breath. He had run through alleys, jumped over piles of garbage, and even used shadow clones to distract them, but they still kept coming. Even worse, was this world's older version of Hinata, and that look in her eyes, it was worse than the ones fangirls have. Naruto, who is he, and how do you know him? Sakura asked as she and Naruto chased the other Naruto through the night streets. He's someone I need to ask for answers to, for we share quite a history and he knows things we need to know. He replied as he continued to pursue his cipher counterpart. As they passed by the trademark barbecue place they're familiar with, Team Asuma are used to eating it, they didn't think of looking in there for the cipher Naruto, who was currently having a ball with the team inside. So I said, I'd tell you to bite me, but it seems you already want to. Cipher Naruto told Shikamaru, who laughed like a loon as Choji nodded his head with a smile on his face. Ino giggled at that as they ate. Cipher Naruto knew this version of Team Asuma was different, and decided to hang out with them at the barbecue, thinking he was Menma in a henge to look younger. He was not surprised when Naruto and Sakura ran past the place and wondered where their brains went. But oh well, he's having a blast here so he couldn't care. And while he was at it, he could appreciate some feminine beauty, who knew Ino could look like that when she's older. But this is a shyer version of said girl, but who cared? Oh Naruto-kun tilde, a voice rang out behind him as Cipher Naruto sighed. What's up Hinata? He asked as he felt his head being pulled back into two soft pillows. I'd say she's in between 84 to 87 on the bust measurements. He thought as Naraku snickered and Tenryu sighing. Shinryu just continued to watch on as a mere observer as Esir merely waited to be called on. Kyuubi was just annoyed with how calm his vessel can be in a situation like this, but had the feeling that he was overreacting to being sent to a new world. I take it you've taken a liking to little old me, yes? He asked as the older Hinata merely wrapped her arms around him and personally hand-fed him the barbecue. Now this I can enjoy, he thought as Naraku laughed at that. Hail to the king, baby. Tenryu joked as Cipher Naruto merely agreed on that. Now only if he could get Ino to join in so he can make jokes about making a harem to Naruto and see the look on his face. That, and to see Sakura beat the crap out of him when he said that it was a dream that his original had. Oh, he was going to enjoy that prank if he ever had the chance to make it. Public baths. We meet again, and in such short time. Cipher Naruto mused as Naruto merely frowned at him as they were all scrubbing their hair with the rest of the guys in the men's side of the baths as Sasuke merely blinked at the two Narutos. Menma, did you botch up on your clone technique and it gained a life on its own? Sasuke had asked as Cipher Naruto laughed at that. No Sasuke, I'm Naruto, a counterpart to Menma in an alternative world. An accident of sorts sent me here, and now I'm just trying to find my way back before mom grills me. He replied casually as the Uchiha looked at the young boy and shrugged. Hey, he's seen weirder things in the ninja world, so this one wasn't any different. As Naruto was disturbed with how everyone was reacting differently from the way he was used to, Cipher Naruto was having a blast as he and Shikamaru were bowling with the stools and landing in the big tub to cause water to fall out. One thing that bothered Naruto was how his Cipher counterpart is back and how he remembered that boy when his memory of their encounter was sealed. Did his reappearance cause the memories to return? Hey, Cipher, what are you doing in this world anyways? He asked as Cipher Naruto's head rose from the water with a frown. Just call me Storm, that way, you don't have to call me your Cipher, ya know. He asked as Naruto had a twitch. The other version of the verbal tick was kicking in it seemed. Alright, Storm, what you are doing in this world exactly? He asked as Storm merely relaxed in the water. Simple really, I was thrown in here by an insane immortal man who sent two dangerous monsters here that I have to slay before they start killing people left and right. He replied nonchalantly as everyone froze and blinked at what Storm said. Was it something I said? He asked as everyone minus Neji nodded his head. That said, Neji had his Byakugan activated as he seemed frustrated at something as he looked at the wall, which was where the women's side was located. Nice knowing you, Screwy, Storm told the Hyuga boy as a look of fear was on his face. Damn it, he exclaimed as Storm merely nodded sagely as Naruto just sighed. This world didn't make sense to him at all. Then the sound of crashing and a loud feminine scream was heard. What was that? Naruto asked as Storm was somehow in his trademark clothing in an instant and was running out towards the women's side. The result was a running Lee with Storm in pursuit as he paused to look at everyone. Get ready to catch a pervert, you guys, he told them before continuing the pursuit of Lee as Hinata was already in pursuit in her clothes as the other guys were getting changed. Naruto and Sakura were still lost with what's happening as Naruto knew Sasuke was still the arrogant bastard he was before, but Kiba was into cats, Shino hated bugs, and Shikamaru was an idiot. It didn't make sense to him. But if Lee was the same as usual, then he wasn't peeping at the girls. Somewhere up ahead, Lee was on his stomach as Storm sat on top of him, reading a book. Took you long enough, now apprehend this leech before I butcher him, please. He told them as he got off Lee as the green-clad boy tried to explain that he was only training as Sakura tried to help him as she grabbed the torn part of his clothing to reveal something that should not be seen by the human eye. Lee, in girl undergarments, and from the reaction of Tenten, was hers. This caused Sakura to scream to the heavens at this development. Storm was laughing up a storm at the sight, as he won't let the Lee of his world live it down once he shares this info when he got back to his world. It never ceased to amuse him of how silly this world can be. Good times like these are meant to last. Hokage Monument. Naruto, Sakura and Storm sat on the stairs near the fourth Hokage's head, which was, instead of Minato Namikaze's, was that of Sakura's father, Kazashi Haruno. Storm, please tell me you know what's going on here. If I have to see another change in someone I know, I'll go insane. Naruto pleaded as Storm merely chuckled. It's an alternative timeline born from a what-if situation. Like what if Sakura's father became Hokage? But there are alterations to this world as everyone acts differently in some way. While some like Lee, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba are examples of being different to the ones you know, some parts of them will remain the same like Sasuke's personality. But I have a feeling he has another side to him we haven't seen yet. He explained. This caused Sakura to sigh as she tried to clear her head of the image of Lee in girl undergarments. She was scarred for life now. So we should probably go and gather information on this world tomorrow and then find a way out. Sakura told them as she realized one question that was bothering her. So Storm, what's your story with Naruto? She asked as Storm groaned in annoyance. Let's just say human experimentation with this numbskull's DNA is what happened and leave it at that. He replied, his tone of voice saying he didn't want to go into detail with it. But as of now, you shall be called Menma, because it seems to be the name of the other, you of this world and everyone is calling you that. Storm said to Naruto. Naruto exclaimed. That's actually a good idea, right Menma? Sakura asked teasingly as she proceeded to walk home. Even Sakura-chan is calling me that now, Naruto muttered as he looked at Storm. What are you going to do? He asked his counterpart who shrugged. Might as well hang over at your place, that is, if you're not going to start asking questions at this hour, I want my sleep now. He replied as that, Naruto can also agree on. As they walked towards Naruto's apartment, Naruto just realized something, the look on his face made Storm snort. I see you've finally realized it, which means they must be alive, nay? He asked with a wry smile on his face as Naruto dashed off. He began following in pursuit as he snickered to himself. He could tell that something amusing would happen. As they reached the apartment complex, Storm watched from the side as Naruto opened the door and beheld a sight he did not know. But the result was junk from a scrubber, a bowl, a rice cooker, and even a HD TV were thrown at Naruto. Wait, when do HD TV exist in this era? Storm thought in bewilderment as he made a mental note to have his eyes checked when he got back home. Naruto was shocked that his apartment is no longer his in this world as he shouted out loud saying that if it was some kind of joke, it wasn't funny. The result was the owner of the room throwing a couch at Naruto, much to Storm's pleasure and amusement. Now to help the idiot and get a place to crash at least his abilities should be able to get him and Naruto a nice room for the night. Thank you Crystal Genesis. Alternative world canon side. Standing upon a bridge on a red moonlight night, the man in an Akatsuki cloak and an orange spiral mask on his face stood, looking at his reflection as Neon sat on the rails of the bridge while a humanoid being that looked like a Venus flytrap looked at him disturbed. I see you've added your own spice into the mix Neon, and I am surprised of another Naruto being there, and that the Naruto I know knows of him. The masked man said as Neon chuckled. Well, these two had met in a different time and place before. But I won't go into details, thought the battle they commenced against each other was quite the show. He replied as the masked man looked at him, his visible Sharingan eyes showing hints of curiosity. Oh, so who won it? He asked as Neon merely stuck out his tongue. That's my little secret Madara Uchiha. But I can tell you this, the fun will begin once all the pieces are in place. Let's see what else we can use to make this show more interesting. Neon grinned as the water reflected an image within the limited Tsukuyomi, showing a masked man dragging the body of some ninja away. He'll do, Madara replied as he proceeded to make contact with the masked man. Alternative World Limited Tsukuyomi. The masked man dragged his victim away, preparing to extract everything he needed from this man, when he heard something unexpected. Bloodline limits and secret techniques, a voice spoke up, gaining the masked man's attention as he turned to see a phantom figure looking at him. He dropped his prisoner and fully turned his body as the two masked men looked at each other. Collecting strength and hoping to control the ninja world, such an easy to understand ambition. The orange masked one spoke. You have too much ego to be a ghost. Who are you? The kitsune masked man asked in a dark tone as the orange one replied. It doesn't matter, I'm here to help you. He replied. This gained a small interest from the kitsune masked man as the two stared at each other. Night Konoha Limited Tsukuyomi. Storm had rented a room at a hotel with Naruto, wearing his noble clothing, and had Naruto transform into a bodyguard as he paid with expensive-looking jewels as they were both enjoying a high-quality hotel room. After a nice massive meal of fine dining, the two Narutos slept in their own respective beds, not knowing that the seals on their stomachs were resonating. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was in cage area that held the Kyuubi, much to his surprise as he turned to see a light at the end of the tunnel behind him as his curiosity took over. As he entered the light, the fox's cage followed him as the sight was one to behold. It looked like a realm right out of a fantasy book, as there was a floating world as a fiery realm was visible below, the grace of nature and its creatures on top of it, as a ghostly stairway in the center of the land ascended towards the heavens. What is this place? Definitely not one of my usual dreams. Ttebeo, Naruto spoke up as he ducked, avoiding a passing dragon that roared and flew towards the stairways. HMPH, unlike you who isn't aware of things boy, this is the mindscape of the cipher Naruto you faced eons ago in a different world. I was drawn here because I felt a resonance with my chakra here. You were undoubtedly dragged along as well. The Kyuubi replied as Naruto looked at the fox behind him. Really? What could that mean? He asked as the giant fox merely shrugged its shoulders as the cage transformed, turning into chains and a collar on the fox who blinked at the sight. Interesting, it seems I'm invited to this mindscape, the fox spoke as he took step into the other world, following the resonance he felt within towards the burning hell as Naruto ran after the fox in pursuit. When the duo got there, they were beheld a sight of a familiar cage with the paper tag labeled, seal, on it. I see, you're the ones responsible for this, spoke the voice of the Kyuubi that dwelled within. This caused the Kyuubi who was with Naruto to look at his vessel. Now I'm starting to hate this parallel universe thing. Meeting another me and probably making conversation with me is bad for my health. He told him as Naruto merely scratched his head in frustration. I don't get it. Last time me and Storm fought in that world, he wasn't a Jinchuriki. What happened to him? He asked, starting to hate these whole counterpart universes and all that. It was giving him a headache. Ttebeo. Simple, I went through reincarnation genius. The reply from Storm who walked in behind them. His face was calm as Naruto noticed something odd about his counterpart, a strange malevolent crawling thing was covering the left side of his torso with a glowing red heart exposed. Such hatred and malice, no human could hold such a thing, Kyuubi noticed as the massive beast looked down at him. What happened? He asked as the Kyuubi in the cage made the reply. All the world's evil is what happened. The caged Kyuubi told him as the visiting incarnation nodded his head. I see, to inflict such a curse is much worse than anything I've ever seen before, even on someone like you Storm. The Kyuubi said as Naruto screamed out in utter frustration. Hey, can you guys speak normally please? I can't understand anything you're saying. Naruto snapped as a laugh echoed out, two to be precise. Damn, this kid really is dumb like the last time I've seen him, that's for sure. A booming voice rang out. Indeed, makes me want to rip him to shreds and eat his brains, that is, if he had a brain. Said a voice with maniacal glee, then more laughter rang about as Storm face-palmed himself. Oh for the love of Etro. Get out here Magatsu Arashi, Utanaraku. Storm ordered with annoyance. With that Naruto and his Kyuubi witnessed the sight of a human-sized black two-tailed fox with glowing red fissures all over its body, with a massive black dragon that had lava leaking out of its body, as if its powers were erupting out of it like a volcano. Impossible, two beings inflicted with the curse. How are you still sane with those two? Kyuubi exclaimed in shock as he felt the same dark emotions connected to Storm. By having another being represent all the good of the world in me. He depanned with sarcasm as he pointed to the heaven domain of his mind that had a choir singing. You've become a hotel for a lot of stray beings, huh? Naruto asked as Magatsu Arashi and Naraku laughed as Storm frowned with annoyance as a tick mark appeared on his head. It was alright when lightning said it, but when it comes out of your mouth, it pisses me off to no end. He growled with annoyance as Naruto merely shrugged. Same with you, Naruto replied, so, how did you become a Jinchuriki again? Naruto asked as Storm, Magatsu Arashi, Naraku, and the two versions of Kyuubi face-palmed. Did he miss the whole reincarnation thing? Here's the story, Storm replied calmly with a twitch in his eye. 15 minutes later. And then that's how it went, got it? Storm finished as he looked at the beaten-up Naruto who had a swelled face as he nodded his head dumbly in agreement. So, how's things with your Team 7? He asked as Storm looked away with a stern expression. I don't want to go into detail about them. He replied, instantly gaining Naruto's curiosity. Did Sasuke already defect to Orochimaru as well? He asked as Storm looked at him with a raised brow. He did. No, that didn't happen. The only incident that affected most of us was Sakura's death. He replied, startling Naruto with what he said. Sakura-chan died. Naruto asked as Storm nodded his head. Yes, she threw herself into the flames of the forge to create a metal like no other, for a sword like no other, as I call it, Chizukura. Storm told him as Naruto flinched at that name. It was a taint to the name of Sakura herself. One tainted with blood. So where is the blade exactly? Naruto asked as Storm sighed. Sadly, since I'm not in my body as my mind was thrown into this world, it's back home. It's not like I'll wake up and then, hey, there it is. As it's on my lap when I wake up after this. Storm replied sarcastically as Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, Naruto forgot how his partial clone was sometimes quite the snarker when he wants to be. Even though Storm had pretty much lost most of his memories, Naruto remembered the battle and learned that Storm was only a partial clone of him. There was a fourth strand of DNA mixed with the two strands of dragon DNA that created this strange being in front of him. And he should know when they fought with everything, Naruto lost because Storm had an ace up his sleeve and his will was stronger than his own. One of the few people he could not change as Storm pursued the path of vengeance. But if his vengeance was over like he said it was, how was he reborn when he should have stayed in the afterlife? Or, did he kill himself at all? That was what bugged him. Storm said that he would die after his vengeance was done. But parts of his memories were jagged at the moment. For some reason, he recalled wearing the Hokage hat and a coat similar to what his father wore, and the one that Storm wore as well. It was frustrating and confusing as hell to him, so he's going to let it go and end this connection. He's getting too much confusion from trying to put these things together. Now if you two don't mind, get out. Storm shouted as Naruto and Kyuubi were thrown right back into their mindscape as reality started to crumble. Morning Konoha Limited Tsukuyomi. Storm calmly opened his eyes and rose from his bed, letting out a yawn as he felt something weighing him down on his lap. When he looked down, Chizukura was on his lap. This caused a twitch in his eye as he recalled what he told Naruto before, and he was not going to say anything. And speaking of said idiot, he was still asleep. With nothing else to do, Storm got his clothes on as he left, knowing Naruto would catch up sooner or later. Sakura Haruno had enjoyed this pleasure of never having parents as she enjoyed it all to its fullest as she ate as many of her favorite foods without restraint. That, and Sasuke is returning her feelings is like a dream come true. This world was definitely something to look forward to enjoying till the end. As of now, she was looking for Naruto and Storm, only to see Storm sitting down and reading something. Took your time, nay? He asked without looking up as he closed the book and pocketed it away. Where's Naruto? Sakura asked as Storm walked past her. Still sleeping from what happened last night, got hit with a couch. He replied as Sakura stiffed a giggle. It was so like Naruto to get involved into something like that. She followed the young counterpart towards the Hokage's office, as she was in no hurry to leave at all. Hokage office. What do you mean that they're dead? The shout of Tsunade was heard from behind the door just as Storm and Sakura were about to open it. Believe me, Tsunade-sama, a strange monster just crushed them. Shizune's words sprang out as Storm narrowed his eyes as he opened the door and walked in. Did this monster happen to be a giant with a massive right arm and a strange glowing red brand shaped like some sort of eye in the center of its chest? He asked as he walked in, startling the two as Storm really noticed the difference with three people if you count a pig as a person. Tsunade was wearing glasses and had a small chest size, while Shizune had lipstick and Tsunade-sized breasts while holding an aggressive, black-skinned tauntaun. From what the reports say, yes, and why are you in a hengemenma? Tsunade asked as Sakura walked in. Tsunade-sama, this isn't Menma, you see, she said as she tried to explain the situation. -10 minutes later. I see, so you're trying to find your way back home. And these monsters this, Neon, said here are your responsibility. Tsunade asked as Storm nodded his head. That's right, if these monsters remain in your world unchecked, then there will be many deaths. He replied as Tsunade cupped her chin with thought. Alright, if what you're saying is true, then I need all the information I can get on them so we can develop a strategy in an effort to slay them. She said as Storm shook his head. This is my job, Hokage-sama. He said in a serious tone, one that surprised Sakura at how formal he was when he's serious. Not even Naruto spoke with formality with anyone, not even nobility. Only my abilities can truly destroy them, your jutsu and tricks will only temporarily slow them down, not slay them. He replied as Tsunade had a headache with Storm already. Fine, but I want a team to go with you so they can help stop these, undying you call them. The safety of these people depends on the success of their demise. She said. Then may we join? A male voice spoke up, as Storm became rigid at recognition of that voice as he slowly turned to see them. It was Minato and Kushina in Jonin uniforms as they looked at each other. We're back, reporting in on a successful mission. Minato said as Tsunade smiled. Just in time, Minato, Kushina, this is Storm Uzumaki, your son from a different timeline completely who somehow got sent to this world. She said in a short explanation as Minato and Kushina were startled by that. It's true, I saw him fall from the sky and onto Menma last night. Sakura added in, trying to be helpful with Storm's story. You can ask the others about it to prove it is true. She said as Storm just looked at Minato. I see. Well then, nice to meet you, Minato said only to be cut off as Storm hugged Minato. Dad, I finally get to meet you. Storm spoke, a tight hug onto Minato who smiled, and inside, worried about this version of his son. From what he just said, it seems he didn't grow up with a father. He didn't know the half of Storm's story. Ah, he reminds me of his days at the academy. Kushina said with a gentle smile, as she recalled how young Menma was full of energy and life in his time at the academy. Sorry I'm late. Storm forgot to wake me up and Naruto shouted as he bursted in, only to freeze in shock at the sight of Minato and Kushina. Mom and Dad, he said silently. Q1 of Kushina Uzumaki's trademark violent bursts. Sometime later. Storm had quite the amused expression on his face as he, Naruto, Sakura, Minato, and Kushina leapt tree after tree towards the benchland that the reports said about his target. The reason for his amused expression, Naruto's bruised up face courtesy of Kushina due to him not being at home last night. Explaining that he had a bit of amnesia due to falling on him, and the fact a couch was thrown at him which caused Naruto to scowl at Storm for bringing that up. He couldn't remember where he lived. That was, he told Kushina that after she beaten Naruto up for his own joy at seeing his cell donor's misfortune. Ah, only if he made that harem joke when he had the chance, that, and Naruto isn't being social with this world's version of their parents. What a dick. What is that? Minato asked as they landed at the edge of the forest, noticing the strange atmosphere and fog in the area. This feeling, why do I just want to turn back and not come here again? Kushina asked as Storm sniffed the air. He smelt rotting flesh and stone. The presence of our target causes this kind of atmosphere. The undying are dangerous to take on alone and this atmosphere proves that this one is dangerous. He explained as Naruto looked at his cipher counterpart. He got the gist of it, a strong enemy, simple as that. Alright then, let's go in. He said, only for Storm to put him in an arm lock. Hold on idiot, we don't know which one of the undying it is, running in there without bait to see which one is utterly suicidal. He scolded as he made a shadow clone who proceeded to scout the area as it ventured deep within the fog. Wow, you really know how to use that head of yours, Storm. Sakura praised as Storm smiled. Thanks, my teacher taught me that the hard way during survival training. He replied as Naruto merely frowned at the praise Sakura was giving Storm. How come she never does that for him when he does something impressive? Then Storm blinked once, then twice, and then finally grinning. My clone found and lost to the target, but now I know who it is, Geyserich the Profane. A brute that's weak to elemental attacks. He said as he let go of Naruto as he cupped his hand under his chin in thought. So Storm, what plan are you working on? Minato asked as Storm looked at him. A relentless assault on him, he's pretty much immune to physical attacks with his height and strength, but he's slow, and I'll need to call in some special backup if I want to have that giant fall. He replied as he pulled something from beneath his turtleneck shirt, revealing a necklace with 6 magatama on it. 3 of them shined brightly in the fog as one glowed dully. There was power radiating from the jewels as Storm touched 2. Veritas, Snow Jr., show time. He said as everyone watched as 2 more versions of Storm appeared, wearing different apparel as they stood. Yo, what's up Storm? I see you slayed that demon on your own and still kicking ass as usual. Snow Jr. said as Storm snorted. Please, like it'd take fire and shadows to take down the lovable protagonist of the story. As if, he replied as Veritas looked out to the benchland. I see, so we're facing one of the Undying. The Hope Path Naruto asked as Storm nodded. Yup, you're vital in this, as Snow Jr. as decoy. We'll start with the Mystic Tower combination and then switch to coordination when we're close to the stagger state. Once we're 90% done with that, shift to Delta Attack and then Relentless Assault when the big guy is on his last legs, and remember to shift into Combat Clinic if Snow Jr. is getting fatigued. Storm ordered as the two Lassie paths nodded in agreement. Sakura blinked. This Naruto, who was called Storm, really knew how to strategize beforehand. But this made her realize something. Where do we fit in? Minato asked, answering the mental question that the non-Lassie party members were wondering. You can improvise with the best of what you can do. Menma, you can use that form like last time we met, yes? Storm asked as Naruto nodded his head, knowing what his cipher counterpart was referring to. I'll need 2 of those shuriken ready under my signal, he said as Naruto raised a brow. How will I know when it's the signal? The original asked as Storm grinned. By using the same taunting tactic I used on you before, remember? He replied as Naruto blushed with indignant anger as Kushina and Minato looked confused as Sakura raised a brow, extremely curious of the relationship between the original and his genetic clone. Mom, Dad, whenever I or one of my counterparts need help, get them to a safe place and have Sakura heal them when necessary. Other than that, Sakura, when I say your trademark line, give our target the Tsunade special. He told them as the 3 nodded. Alright, let's move into position and roll out. He grinned. With that Naruto began to meditate, gathering sage chakra into his body. Minato placed Hirishin seals on Snow Jr., Veritas, and Storm as Kushina looked a little worried about Storm, who gave her a reassuring smile as the 3 Lassie moved in. Sakura placed her combat gloves on like a professional as she flexed her hands. Then, they saw it, a giant humanoid being of decaying flesh and crystal climb out as it let out a roar of sorts as it looked at the 3 Lassie. Begin! Storm shouted as Snow Jr. began to provoke the beast as Veritas and Storm unleashed a fury of fire, thunder, water, wind, and ice as the gigantic Undying Geyseric began to attack Snow Jr. The force behind the blow of the blue giant was beyond what normal humans could achieve even if they trained with their very lives at stake. Yet this seath is an exception. Geyseric was once a former human turned Lassie as he had gained incredible power for his mission. The gentle giant that was once human became a monster as he cursed the Falsi, the ones who gave him this burden as he quickly became a Seath, his hatred consuming him as he refused to turn into stone as he led fellow Seath into chaos. All that was left of Geyseric before his fall into one of the Undying was the bitter hatred for the Falsi, branding him and his fellow brethren with tasks they did not want to complete. Denial of freedom, the right as a human, was the source of their endless hatred. The giant endured the assault of spells as he whittled away at their only defense, who was quite the stubborn child as he refused to die so easily here as the boy continued to taunt him with many insults. What is that idiot thinking? I would have just crushed the guy with everything I have, including a rasengan, but no, I have to use Sage Mode and 2 fully charged Rasen Shuriken for no reason at all. Naruto grumbled with annoyance. He was in Sage Mode already as he was currently preparing the first Rasen Shuriken as he watched the battle. Given the impression of the tide changing to Storm's favor due to the enemy turning golden in color by some sort of trick, Storm made his move. Hey shit face. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, also known as Storm the Heir of Lightning, and I have something to say. He called out, gaining everyone's attention as the giant Seath looked at him. Naruto rolled his eyes. He got hit with that insult pretty hard back then, recalling it just made him depressed now. Minato, Kushina, and even Sakura were quite surprised at the foul language that Storm used, as he flipped the bird at the giant with his right middle finger. You're a dickless, retarded, hopeless virgin that's never gonna get laid. Take this and shove it up your ass. He shouted. That's the signal, Naruto thought wryly as he threw his ultimate wind technique as Geyseric roared in anger, just when the Rasen Shuriken hit him with tremendous force as he was consumed by the energies, creating a large crater as a result. Everyone shielded their eyes from the light as Naruto sensed the creature was still standing. He was impressed with it as Storm looked unfazed as the Undying looked at him with hints of anger. Really then, if that's not enough, Storm asked as he held out his left hand and flipped Geyseric with that one as well. His cousin has something to say about it. So take them both and shove them up your ass. He finished as Geyseric charged at Storm with utter hate as it failed to notice the second Rasen Shuriken heading towards him. That was when Minato noticed something. He had seen the range of damage Menma's technique, and with where Storm and his other parts are at, and the close proximity of the giant. Living up to his reputation as the Yellow Flash, Minato appeared behind Storm, grabbed him, teleported behind Veritas and Snow Jr. and took them with him with the Hirishin as all four blondes were at Kushina's side, just enough time to see Gaizurik consumed by the second Rasen Shuriken. "Thanks for the save, Dad," Storm said as Minato rubbed his head. "That's what fathers are for," he replied with a smile. Then they all heard a groaning sound, as Gaizurik, whose massive body was torn and battered from the Rasen Shurikens, walked out, black blood falling out of gaps in his massive body as a putrid smell that could knock out a person. Naruto was shocked at the sight of that creature. It was more durable than he expected, rivaling the Kyuubi in endurance to the Rasenshuriken as it took 2 consecutive hits from a technique of that caliber, and still survives. What a powerful opponent. Storm analyzed the damage to the target's body, surprised that the 2 attacks Naruto inflicted upon the Undying Seath only took half of its vitality. "Shanaru," he quoted as Gaizurik looked up to see Sakura high above him, with a heel drop kick to the face. The result of her work as a student of Tsunade, a massive quake shook as everyone tumbled from the force as everyone's eyes popped out comically. "Holy shit, what insane brute strength she has." Magatsu Arashi spoke up in utter shock at the sight of Sakura's strength as the dust cleared, to reveal a massive dent in Gaizurik's chest. "You're telling me, that blow must have killed the big guy by now?" Storm mentally replied as Snow Jr. whistled at the sight as Veritas blinked owlishly. "Is that even possible?" the Hope Path asked as Kushina was the one to answer. "Of course, with the right chakra control and precise timing, a powerful blow like that can be made possible," she told Veritas, who nodded his head blankly at the sight. With that, Storm and his 2 paths walked towards the crater, high-fiving Sakura as she exited and looked down. Gaizurik was still alive, but barely. That final blow of monstrous strength courtesy of one certain girl, and was coughing up blood. A voice rasped. The 3 lassie paths blinked as they looked at the giant where his eyes were supposed to be. "Finn. Shish, me, and, curse," Gaizurik gasped out. It was a tone of pain, anguish, and despair. Nodding, Storm looked at his 2 paths and gave them their orders. "Try disaster," he told them as they began their assault anew. The barrage of searing fire burned flesh, the cool water drowned out the cries, the chilly ice ate flesh, ravenous lightning surged through the remaining nerves, and biting wind tore away at Gaizurik's flesh as the giant let out one final anguished cry before lying still, finally free from thousands of years of torment. The brand of the giant glowed as a red crystal erupted from the dead monster's chest as Storm stood all as it flew collided with his hidden lassie brand. Then it happened. Naruto was shifting in between his Seath mode and his human form in constant motion as he clutched his heart, then swinging it to the side as thunder roared in the heavens as he remained in his human form. Interesting ability acquired, King. Magatsu Arashi spoke to his human self. "Shall we test the ability later on?" he asked. "Yes, and also, it means that your influence is now reduced," Storm mentally replied as he felt the malice of Magatsu Arashi lessen inside of his mind. With the masked man. Neon sat on the railings of the hideout the masked man had taken residence in, whistling at the sound of thunder. "He's gotten stronger, so, waiting on them finding that scroll then taking the power for your ambition?" he asked as the masked man remained stoic. "Indeed, if this power is as legendary and destructive as you say it is, then taking over this world will be quite easy," he replied. Looking to the side as inside, the masked man smirked. "Cypher, the powers of unlimited possibilities will be mine." Chapter 31, Road to Ninja. Naruto had locked himself in his room when they got back to Konoha. He really didn't want to see his parents, knowing that they were mere illusions in this genjutsu world that Madara had thrown him and Sakura in. He hated it, and the additional fuel to the fire was Storm's sudden appearance. That, and the fact that he was having a lot of bad luck, much to the amusement of said counterpart, really pissed him off to no end. "Menma, open up, it's time for dinner," Kushina called out as she banged on the door. Minato and Storm looked on as the former had a nervous expression as the latter had a curious look on his face. Hey mom, want some help knocking down the door? It seems Menma barricaded himself in," Storm asked as Kushina looked at him and smiled gently. "Don't worry son, it's 100 years too early for him to think he could take me on," she replied. That instantly sent chills down Storm's spine as she punched the door with her bare knuckles and destroyed the barricade just like that as her hair flailed wildly. "Mom is scary, mothers are all scary," Storm thought, terrified as many of the residents inside of his mind agreed to the sentiment, for most of them know what a mother's wrath is like and don't want to be on the receiving end of one. That moment, Naruto and Storm knew the true meaning of fear by the wrath of Kushina as Naruto was spooked into joining them to dinner. And the main problem now was, what the hell is this? Naruto gasped in horror as he looked at the plate in front of him. His senses screamed danger at the red colors, the bubbling effect and the heat it emanated from within the dish. "Ah, I see you've noticed my red hot blooded habanero mapo tofu special. I recalled this old recipe and decided to cook this alongside with whatever mom was cooking. Storm replied as he was the first to bite into the mapo tofu. Naruto flinched at the bite, and he knew mapo tofu was a spicy hot dish from hell that burned one's mouth into ashes. He had one bad experience with it and it scarred him for life. How could his cipher counterpart stand it? And why was he eating it so fast like his life depended on it? So Storm, why did you name the dish like that for? Minato asked the dimensional counterpart of his son as Storm paused from his eating and smiled. Because it reminds me of mom's cooking, how it strikes me to the very core of my happy memories with her. The love I had from her was overwhelming, that I had to make something that could remind me of that wondrous feeling. So, I experimented with habaneros and discovered how to use it to replace the chili peppers of the mapo tofu dish. Once I complete it, it reminded me of all the times I had with mom, as I can enjoy something to remember her by. He explained as Kushina blushed and fidgeted. Son, you're a teaser. You're a sweet child to make a dish like that for your mother. So, what's it like over there, in your dimension and with your version of me? She asked as Storm froze. Naruto had noticed it, for only a brief moment, pain, grief, and loss. But at the same time, hatred, a powerful hatred that reminded Naruto of the kind that Sasuke back in the real world had, the one that led to his path for vengeance. It's a complicated story, he replied, I'm not sure if I should really go into detail. He replied as Naruto looked at him, if one thing Naruto was good at, was understanding people. Can you just tell us? He asked as Storm knew his counterpart's intentions. He knew he should have kept his emotions in check when Kushina asked him that question. Fine, but you're not going to like how it starts. He replied. Well, Storm, me, Kushina, and Menma have faced many things before and have heard of many things. I'm sure it won't be that bad. He told him as Storm eyed him. With the two of you, it'll be painful knowing how me and Naruto were like growing up alone and rejected by others. He thought as he finished his dish quickly. Then he told them the story, of how his version of Minato was the fourth Hokage and how his mother was the vessel of the Kyuubi, which surprised Naruto of how he's using the same exact story he heard before from the real Kushina, and how sad this world's counterparts to the ones he knew for a short time had. But it wasn't all that bad. Well, due to a certain snake wanting revenge on me, he used Edo Tensei and brought mom back. Storm continued as Kushina was startled and Minato looked angry. After all, Edo Tensei is a violation against life and death itself, even Naruto himself was surprised at finding himself angry. We fought a good battle, as the battle woke up one angry dragon god and the bastard fled, forgetting to desummon mom who regained control of herself. Next thing we knew, we were in a battle for our lives and the full might of a mother's wrath revealed. He continued as he shuddered. I'm still wondering how she could throw something that huge with little effort or without Tsunade's strength. He muttered, which everyone heard as Naruto and Minato cautiously took a few steps away from Kushina who was engrossed in the story Storm was telling her. We won the battle, but new revelations showed up. Mom actually had my hidden twin sister in her womb still when she died. He continued as Naruto knew that Storm was referring to Shayna, the girl he never met in person, but knew of in name. Using the powers of the dragon god, she was given a second chance, but was sent to another world to grow up in. Right now, she's looking for a way back to me and mom, trying to reunite the fractured family. He finished as Kushina was teary-eyed as she hugged Storm, albeit a bit too tightly. Oh Storm, I'm sure the me of your world would be worried too. But as long as I'm here, I'll help take care of you just like Menma was your age. She said with determination behind those crying eyes. Minato was moved by the story as he wiped a tear from his eye. I'm sure the me of your world would be proud of you finding the happiness you deserve. He told them as he then took a bite from Storm's special mapo tofu. Instant KO. Minato. Kushina exclaimed in shock. Well, that's the natural reaction to someone who can't handle their spice. Storm mused dryly as he looked at Naruto with a grin. Naruto's stomach burned that night as he and Storm shared the bedroom with each other. So, you're living my life? Naruto asked as Storm scoffed. I was, but history was once again altered and I'm dragged into some task of eliminating a monster that'll end the world. As of now, I'm living a different way of life from the one you have. His cipher counterpart replied as he turned in his futon. That made Naruto curious, so, what happened that made you walk a different path? He asked curiously as Storm grunted with annoyance. I'm placed with a curse that'll give me a fate worse than death, but in exchange, great power. But I am running low on time so I have to postpone the beast's rebirth. I'm planning on a revolution, one where ninjas are no longer the superpowers of the world, and a new era born from the bloodstained world that will no longer follow the path of a ninja as military power. It will be ugly, but I will follow this belief no matter how painful it is, for I believe there is a better way of living than being a ninja. The Lassie counterpart replied as he shifted in his futon. A revolution. Storm, do you know how much hatred from the blood spilt from this plan of yours, and the many lives that might be lost? Naruto demanded as Storm rolled his eyes, not that Naruto could see it from behind anyway. Hatred, it is one of many things that show we are human. We are human before we become ninjas, and no matter how much we kill our emotions, we'll still cry when we lose a loved one. And that pain is what changes love into hatred, wanting to avenge the loss of a loved one. Humans are stupid in that regard, for humans are ruled by emotions that create this chain. That's why when I was created, after observing humans, that I'm grateful I'm partially human, because even with their ugliness, they still have that hidden beauty within. He said as Naruto was surprised by his cipher counterpart's words. Humans are superior to angels and demons, because unlike the former two who naturally know good and evil respectively at birth, humans can learn and make their choices as they grow. But tell me Naruto, do you think the choices you make are always the good ones? He asked as Naruto froze at that question. It was like he was mocking him in some way, and he wasn't even sure where it was in that question. It only served to piss Naruto off as he grunted. I know my choices are the right ones, and I'll never regret them, no matter what. He shot back as Storm chuckled. So self-sacrificing, so much like a hero would do, wouldn't you agree? The shinobi lassie asked as Naruto knew his cipher counterpart was mocking heroes. What, weren't you a hero yourself? Naruto demanded as Storm turned from within his futon and looked at Naruto dead in the eye. Partially, I'm actually an anti-hero. Heroes are not all righteous and glorious as you picture them. For people don't look at the pile of corpses the hero has built up from his or her heroic services, heroes are sinners as they live as some sort of example to give rise to evil. You try to bring peace that will only last how long? By then, over time, no matter how long it is, a new conflict will arise and the death toll will continue. Hell is literally on earth Naruto. We kill, steal, and commit sins that stain us black. Even heroes have a dark side hidden from us in the world so they can be glorified and be remembered for all of history. That's what you want to become, a hero whose famous deeds in life are remembered for everyone to see, but not the crimes you've committed so that makes you look like a saint. He spat with distaste as Naruto saw red. He knew his cipher counterpart was true, but the way he talked about heroes, and in a sense, his dream of becoming Hokage, was really rubbing him badly. He was basically insulting them. That was when Storm turned over, making this conversation end. Naruto just wondered why his cipher counterpart is so cynical. Does he ever smile back in his world? What made him act this way? He needs to know, so that way, he can save his other self from the hatred that binds him. Lightning was never one to take dreams for meaningless fantasies. Due to being bestowed her own version of the eyes of Etro, she was granted visions of things yet to pass. They rarely happened compared to what Sarah went through when she went time traveling with Noelle and Mog, but this one was definitely different from the rest. Naruto was in it, and from the looks of it, he's just as surprised as she was. Okay, first the dream sharing with my canon counterpart, and now with you, when will the surprises never end? He asked with sarcasm in his voice as he smiled at her. I take it that you were enjoying your new adventure and who knows where while you were asleep Naruto. Lightning asked as Naruto shrugged. I know for a fact, that my previous lives were much more exciting than living as the idiot version of me. He replied nonchalantly. So, what brings you back to this world, albeit, for a dream? The Master lassie asked as Naruto was in thought before something came up. I need you to return my magic circuits I have left in my drawer. He replied. Lightning asked, not understanding what he was saying at the moment. While she recalled that sphere with the green circuit designs and that it was placed in a drawer when she was told of his origin legend, that if he added any more power to his body, it would destroy him. That's suicidal Naruto, you told me that if you had any more foreign powers in your body, it would kill you. So why are you trying to get yourself killed? She asked in a very serious tone, the kind showing that she'll beat him black and blue if she doesn't get a good answer from her student. Well, despite the fact that I'm in an alternate universe right now with my original counterpart and the possible native one that originally lives in this world, I'll need the firepower if I'm stuck in a three-way battle with them. Imagine what it's like if 3 Jinchuriki of the 9 tails were to fight at full power and I'm not truly at my peak and it's a life and death situation. He told her. Now that gained her attention as he filled her in about the Genjutsu world and how everything is opposite in its own way. And Lightning doesn't believe what she's seeing in Naruto's eyes, paranoia. The kind of paranoia of something big and terrible is going to happen. But what is it? What is it about that world that has him unnerved? Remember, there is infinite possibilities out there, Light. Naruto asked as she nodded. She recalled that easily. I just have a feeling that the Naruto of this world, Menma, is one of those evil incarnations, if you know what I mean. He told her honestly. Now that made Lightning shudder. She's heard of evil incarnations from Naruto's lectures on parallel worlds. They are more dangerous than the heroic type ones like herself and the canon Naruto she's heard about. But the question is, once it's all over in that world, will you be able to separate those circuits again? She asked. Naruto looked at her straight in the eye and said no. No, because once it's done, I'm a living time bomb as both Unlimited Blade Works and Fabula Nova Crystallis will begin fighting for dominance for my mind and body. My cells were being transformed like Tsunade said yes, but it was at a slower rate because I separated the two inner worlds. But now, once I gain my circuits, my body will start destroying itself if I keep using my powers. It's a lose-lose-lose and my situation is a lassie with too much power. The price I must pay and the reason why I must quicken my revolution. He told her. She saw it, determination and fear. He was willing to be at death's door if he could utilize all of his powers. It was nerve-wracking for Lightning, for she wondered if Naruto will survive to the end of this journey at all. But for now, she must help him to the best of her abilities. Fine, but in exchange, you'll tell me more about yourself later. She said as Cypher Naruto nodded his head. Deal, he replied as the dream ended. When Lightning awoke, she was sitting in a chair next to the comatose Naruto in the hospital room. It was noon from the direction the sun was setting. She needed to get that item fast, because if there was any possibility that time flows differently in different dimensions, then even after the dream had ended, right now, Naruto could be fighting for his life against a very powerful enemy. She ran towards the Uzumaki household, dodging and avoiding incoming people as she was as swift as her code namesake and reached her destination. She quickly went into Naruto's room and opened the drawer she saw him place the sphere in and pulled it out. It was just like she saw it last time. A black sphere with glowing green circuit line designs on it as it radiated power. It was warm, felt like steel, smelled of molten metal, and blood. She ignored the feelings behind this object and quickly returned to the hospital, taking to the roofs as she felt her own body being enhanced by her haste spell as she moved as fast as she can to deliver the sphere to Naruto. When she got there, she placed the sphere onto his chest and watched it sink in, as if absorbed by Naruto as his body pulsed from the power. Now, she must wait, for she had a feeling that something chaotic is about to happen in the other world Naruto was in. Storm had heard many things in his life, but the news of Jiraiya, the infamous self-proclaimed super pervert and one of the legendary Sannin was dead definitely caught him off guard. Naruto was taken hard as well as he was having a hard time believing it, as the report said that the masked man was responsible for his death, and of the capture of Yugito-ni, the vessel of the two tails. So is there anything that could help us with what Jiraiya-sensei was doing? Minato asked as Tsunade nodded her head. Yes, there is the Red Moon Scroll that Jiraiya was searching for. It was part of a prophecy that the Elder Toad foretold that when the world was threatened to go into chaos by the hands of the masked man, the Red Moon Scroll will restore order. Jiraiya went out to seek this scroll, and had left a message of where he left it. But the message is coded and we need Tai to decrypt it. Go with the Cipher Division and see what you'll learn from it so far. She ordered before realizing something. Oh, and don't freak out when Orochimaru greets you guys. She added, much to the shock of Storm, Naruto, and Sakura. Orochimaru is here, they thought in sync. Cipher Division. Why hello there sweeties Tilda. This must be the first time we've met. Orochimaru winked at them as Storm and Naruto felt sick to the core at how strange this world's Orochimaru was. He was dressed and was an outwardly flamboyant homosexual with the way the other guys of the division were reacting to him. It's official, Orochimaru is the biggest creep in all of our collective history. Tenryu said. Agreed, just looking at him gives me the willies. Naraku replied, yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I prefer the original than this creepier version of him. Storm mentally replied as Orochimaru did a little spin as he leapt towards the table with the coded message from Jiraiya. So, anything yet? Minato asked as Orochimaru appeared from behind him with a tisk, tisk. Sorry honey, but this little toad won't croak for us yet. It seems that Jiraiya-chan was using an old language of Konoha to hide the message. Even now we're all struggling to properly translate the words. Some of it was soft for us with the easiest ones to translate, but the rest was hard on us that are leaving us exhausted. Orochimaru replied, stretching some of his words as Storm wanted to kill the snake Sannin there and now. This version was on so many levels of wrong. Even Naruto and Sakura were disturbed by this version of Orochimaru. Well hello there cutie pie, you must be Menma correct. Orochimaru said, noticing Naruto as he crept up to the orange-clad ninja. Why yeah, so. Naruto stammered, the chills down his spine were going like crazy. I was wondering, if you'd like to, lend a hand in our, group project. Orochimaru said as Naruto turned green. No thanks. He spat out as he tried to get out of Orochimaru's grip. Kushina sighed at the antics of the snake Sannin, he always does this to others just for the laughs. Despite his oddity, he's been quite the help in Konoha's need, especially when researching on code messages and what kinds of enemies we've been dealing with. With his help we've remained top dog in the military powers. She told Naruto, who looked at her with disbelief. For real? He asked with skeptics. Is that so wrong? Orochimaru asked as his right hand was in front of Naruto's face and was wiggling like snakes. Want to give these fingers a test drive? You never know, he said as his eyes narrowed as his voice was filled with hungry lust. You just might, like it. Shing. Asterisk. Die. Naruto exclaimed as he drew a kunai and was way on the other side of the building. It's something called humor, honey, about time you get one. Orochimaru said in a feminine way, much to Storm's amusement and disgust at the same time. Hey Naruto, Kushina said, gaining Storm's attention, why don't you go around town and find something to do? It'll take a while for us to decode the message and go find the Red Moon Scroll. You just take it easy for now, she told him with a smile. It was better to agree with her, so with that and a goodbye hug, Storm dashed off. Wandering the streets of Konoha, with nothing to do, oh Naruto-kun, a familiar older voice spoke up as Storm turned. It was Hinata of the Genjutsu world, and she was still dressed the same as last time. And once again like last time, introduced to Marshmallow Hell courtesy of said girl as she was hugging him tightly. Now those are a nice size, and quite soft as well. Magatsu Arashi commented, which Storm, Naraku, and Tenryu agree. Kyuubi just wondered what is with it with male humans and their fetishes for female breasts. Odin Esir was curious of how the female body could make a warrior like his summoner unable to fight back. Shinryu was content with his entertainment as Storm was one who never ceases to amuse him. Came the muffled voice of Storm as Hinata began taking him to her family's home, a desire hidden in them as she found something cute to enjoy. I'm grateful the Hinata of our world isn't this crazy, Storm thought as he walked to the stage. Hinata set up as the female Hyugas began catcalling, screaming and whistling at him, much to his dismay. The problem he had was his outfit. Hinata decided to dress him up more like violate him in his opinion, as he was now part of the Hyugas fashion show that happens every month. Some were even taking pictures of him as he had to do poses for the cameras. I hate this, I really hate this, Naruto thought with annoyance. He had been stuck in this ridiculous show for the last 3 hours. It was already the afternoon and he was still here. Someone kill me, I can't handle women with their obsession with fashion. Magatsu Arashi wailed as he was driven insane by how these women keep doing various things with clothes, from finding the matching pieces to which one is the cutest or sexiest outfit. It was long, boring, and agonizing for the Seath counterpart as he wanted to take control and butcher everyone there. Fortunately, a savior has come to rescue him, in the form of one Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, there you are, it's time for dinner, she said as she walked into the Hyuga household and took him, much to his relief. Oh, don't forget these Naruto-kun tilde, Hinata said, tossing him his clothes and Chizukura as mother and son left the place. Storm was forever grateful with Kushina's perfect timing that day. Oh Naruto, you look nice in those type of clothes, you should wear casual ones more often when you're not being a ninja, she said as Naruto mentally sighed. Another fashion comment yet again, and he thought he was done with them back with the Hyugas. When he gets back to the real world he's from, he's never setting foot in the Hyuga household ever again. This one is troubling enough. Genjutsu world unknown. In an unknown location, the masked man sat in his throne, his expression hidden as Neon was leaning on a nearby wall. I've heard the Konoha dogs have gotten their hands on the Red Moon Scroll, which if fulfilled, then the cipher will return to his world, and that great power will be lost. Neon spoke up, as he noticed that the masked man tightened his grip on his throne, albeit a little that no one else would notice. I'll go, and get the scroll, take the cipher's powers, and help gain more power from Madara's help, he said as he stood and slowly walked off. Neon smirked. Now, let's see the resonance from 3 incarnations of the 9 tails in one spot. How much will it affect Storm's seal? He thought with interest, as he could feel the chaos from the results coming in. Go with him, he said to nothing as the sounds of flapping wings were heard, following the masked man. Genjutsu World Konoha Night. Sakura Haruno thought she had everything, but it turned out, it was wrong. It was lonely at home, Sasuke was really a playboy, and she missed her parents. But, seeing Naruto and Storm from the window of the house they were sharing with Minato and Kushina, it was like a dream for them. She now knew what Naruto and maybe even Storm went through in life without family, and it hurts. Now you know what they go through, huh? A voice spoke, startling Sakura as she turned to the source of the voice. Sitting on the railing, wearing a pink kimono, shoulder-length blood-red hair, and amber-colored eyes that shined in the moonlight, a little girl was there. And to top it off, she's transparent. At first, Sakura thought it was an ally of Madara, but couldn't sense any hostility from the child and calmed down. Who are you? She asked. My name is Chizukura Uzumaki, the daughter of Storm Uzumaki and the Sakura Haruno of his world. She replied with a polite bow as Sakura was startled by that. She's so young, and so was Storm, and to top it off, she is in a sense, her own daughter. Well, in a spiritual sense anyways. I'm actually the spirit of the sword he forged, made from mother's sacrifice, her flesh and blood and my own father's tears and blood as he crafted me. She said offhandedly as Sakura was thrown into a loop. What do you mean, from your mother's sacrifice? Sakura asked as Chizukura had a sad expression on her face. When father was creating divine metals, I was about to be born, but I required a human sacrifice to bestow a weapon like no other. I was out of control as I manipulated the flames to search for someone and found you, mother. The spirit explained as Sakura sat next to the spirit. Back then, I had no sense of self, but a will to be born as you willingly jumped into the fires. The wish you had helped birth me as your very body merged with the sacred metal born from your death. By then, I was already crying for losing you, and so was father. She finished as Sakura nodded her head. I see, so Storm finished crafting you into a sword, and gave you your name. She asked her daughter, so to speak. Yes, when he shaped the blade in the heat treatment and hammering parts, he shed both tears and blood onto me as he began to finish creating me. When he was done, after testing my ability to cut, he bestowed me the name, Chizukura, in memory of you, mother. Chizukura finished. Blood cherry blossom, Sakura muttered, this child was born, from spilt blood and sorrows, but something about this girl felt comforting. What wish did the other me of Storm's world, your mother wished for? She asked. This made the little girl smile, to give father hope, the hope to overcome his despair and to free him of his curse and to find happiness. I am the sword that will do that miracle, for I am the embodiment of humanity's prayers of hope and salvation, but at the same time, the bringer of despair and sorrow to humanity. A double-edged sword to what is known as hope. Chizukura replied with that smile. Hope, it was a powerful thing, the greatest miracle that any human could wish for, but at the same time, the cruelest gift that tortures humans time and again in times of strife and conflict. This girl is the embodiment of the good and evil halves of the concept known as hope, a sad miracle given a life of its own for the sake of the one she calls father. Then take care of your father since the other me in that world isn't alive there anymore, then okay? Sakura asked as Chizukura nodded her head. With that smile from the spirit, she faded away as Sakura smiled. She could wait a little longer to return home. It was actually time for Naruto and his cipher counterpart to have some semblance of happiness, even if it'll take time. But as if reality was being a bitch, an explosion leading to the Hokage's office erupted. Walking from the smoke, the masked man appeared, with 9 strange creatures as Tsunade held the red moon scroll in her arms. I thank you for removing that scroll from the barrier. Now, I seek to retake what is mine, he said with his hand outstretched. That was when Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, and Guy appeared, armed and protecting Tsunade. Naruto, can you feel it? Storm asked as he, Naruto and Sakura were standing on top of some rubble, watching the events. You mean the pain in my stomach, yeah. The original said as Storm narrowed his eyes. My theory is correct then, after sharing an encounter with our own tailed beasts. It's the resonance of the 9 tails chakra, which draws each other towards each other, meaning that the masked man is the real Menma. He told them as Naruto was startled. When there is a good, there is an evil. Just like how you're a hero in your world, your antithesis, the evil you must be born somewhere else, and Menma embodies it in this world. Storm told him as Naruto knew what he meant, that means Menma is just as powerful as. We need to stop him now. Storm, you think you can take him down like you did to me years ago? Naruto asked as Storm shook his head. Impossible, I'm not in my original form, and I'm not at my full power. I'm actually pretty weak now, and I know for a fact that I'd lose to Menma with my current abilities. But I can at least wear him down before I lose. Storm admitted. Naruto was startled by that answer, from the cipher counterpart who defeated him in a different timeline to lose most of his power. Admitting that he could lose now is unexpected. But since his back's turned, I'll give him a nice treat for coming to us, and to teach that asshole not to make his parents worry. Storm added as he held his left hand out. Crystal Genesis, activate. I am the bone of my crystal. The first part of the aria is spoken. The inner world of the void crystals glowing and growing in size as they began producing the materials needed for the master. Sakura watched in awe, as crystals began materializing in the palm of Storm's hand as it took shape of a recurve long bow. In his right hand, a spiral-shaped arrow took form, and it began to glow. Sakura knew what that was. He was transferring a large amount of chakra into that arrow, enough to cause a powerful explosion when it hits. Placing the arrow in and drawing it, Storm focused on the masked man and breathed steadily. The target had taken out most of the ninja forces guarding Tsunade, as Minato and Kushina were in danger. The spiral arrow radiated power as the air around it began turning. Releasing it, the crystal arrow spiraled through the air at 100 miles per hour. But just as the arrow was about to hit, it froze in midair, only inches away from its target. Burst, Storm commanded in monotone as the crystal arrow glowed brightly and exploded. You got him, Naruto said in shock as Storm clicked his tongue in annoyance. No, he escaped at the last minute, used a substitute jutsu to switch with a rock. Storm replied as he looked around his surroundings cautiously. Look out, behind you. Naraku exclaimed as Storm leapt forward, as Sakura and Naruto did the same. I see, that is one dangerous ability you have right there, Cypher Naruto. The masked man spoke as Storm smirked. Thanks Menma, that means a lot coming from you. The lassie replied, surprising Minato and Kushina at what he said. Menma, Kushina asked, confused at what Storm had just said. Mom, did you think I was the only one not native to this world? The Sakura and supposed, Menma, in orange here are also from a different world, and his name is Naruto. Storm shouted as he leapt in the air and fired another explosive arrow at one of the strange beasts, one shaped like a turtle as it was pushed back from the force. It's true. A man named Madara Uchiha threw us in this world for his own plans, and we've been trying to find a way back. Naruto supplied as he avoided the seahorse-like beast as Sakura avoided the white tiger. So Menma, why don't you take off that mask and prove me right, and that both Madara and Neon are involved on this scheme? For you to call me a cipher must definitely involve Neon. Storm demanded as he readied another arrow, aimed at the masked man. The masked man chuckled, his body shivering as it turned into full-blown laughter as the masked man removed the mask from his face, revealing that shaggy black spiky hair, blue eyes, and 3 whisker-shaped birthmarks on his cheeks as Menma Uzumaki smiled at everyone. The sight of Menma being responsible for this destruction had horrified Minato and Kushina, as the incoming Konoha 12 were startled by the revelation of the fate of their friend. You're a sharp one, aren't you? Too bad I'll be taking your powers to fulfill my own ambitions. Menma spoke as the Shinigami charged at Storm, who turned and fired the arrow at point-blank range, consuming both in the explosion. Storm! Sakura exclaimed in concern as said boy leapt out of the smoke, partially singed by the explosion as the Shinigami was injured. But alas, I need to compromise. Menma said as he appeared behind Sakura and knocked her out with a chop to the neck. Give me the Red Moon Scroll, and I'll give her back to you. Menma said as he took the satchel Sakura had and tossed it to the ground. Sakura-chan! Naruto exclaimed as Menma floated in the air with Sakura over his shoulders. A parting gift from me, to you my counterparts. Menma said as his hand was outstretched, a black spiraling sphere made of chakra with a ring of wind around it as his strange creatures disappeared. Menma, stop, that much concentrated chakra will. Minato shouted as Menma was floating high above the village, smirking. Great spiraling fear wheel, he said as he dropped the jutsu. Storm's senses were screaming to avoid contact as it was too late for anyone to react. The minute the jutsu landed, it was as if a nuclear warhead had crashed as it exploded. The shockwave from the power shook all of Konoha as everything faded to black in Storm's conscious. But he was able to summon Esir in time to protect him from the incoming blast before he fainted. That power was too strong to face at the moment. The sounds of screams, of people in pain, the voices of people calling each other out, was what Storm awoken to as he noticed Esir by his side. Thanks, he said as he got up and looked around. Konoha was nothing more than a giant crater now, all from one jutsu had leveled the mightiest of the ninja villages. If this was a different situation, Storm would praise Menma, but now, it was all senseless slaughter. Then, he felt his lassie brand pulsing, resonating, one of the Undying is near. Can't I ever get a break today? He thought with annoyance as he saw the target circling the center of the crater. And I don't have a weapon to fight with, great. He said dryly as he sensed a pulse from his waist. Looking at it, Chizukura was the source as Storm was now aware, the blade wanted to fight. So be it, my little cherry blossom, he muttered as he drew the blade from its sheath. The blade drew attention to everyone as he drew it. The hilt was made of carved ivory, wrapped in lavender silk, with the tsuba being roundish, resembling a cherry blossom that has yet to bloom. But what made the tsuba unique, was that it was crafted from pink coral, and then the blade, compared to others made from steel and made to look like metal, was in the color of cherry blossoms in spring. But what drew attention to the blade, was the aura outline around it. There was a white aura outline on the blade as it instilled peace to the panicking people. With that blade drawn, Storm leapt down to the center of the crater with Odin Esir right behind him as they made their way to the center. There, the flying Undying, Mithridates the Lone, waited. Let's show them how we do things, lassie-style Esir. Near the remains of the Hokage's office, Naruto awoke to the sounds of Kushina calling to it. She and Minato were concerned as Kushina hugged him. Is it true, are you our son from another world like Storm is? She asked as Naruto recovered, and gently, leaving that embrace. It's true, Sakura-chan and I are from a different world. And I need to rescue her. He replied as Minato looked depressed. But the problem is, our own son is responsible for this slaughter. He choked as he gritted his teeth. The revelation of Menma being the masked man, the one who killed Jiraiya, and for Konoha's destruction, was leaving a heavy weight in Minato's mind. Noticing the Hirishin kunai and the satchel Sakura had, Naruto took them as he donned the fourth Hokage coat that his real father had worn, and the one that Storm wore in similar design as he had a serious face on. Don't worry about him, I'll take care of Menma. That, and I won't forgive him for making his parents suffer from what he did. He told them as he turned and smiled at them. After all, I am a hero and future Hokage. He finished as he looked down to see Storm and two weird creatures in battle. The tall warrior one is an ally it seems. But what caught his attention was the sword he was wielding. It was beautiful, as if patiently crafted by a master swordsmith for years as Storm slashed at a wing. It left behind red-colored cherry blossoms in its wake as Storm and the giant warrior decimated the creature as a part of it entered Storm like that time against that other giant creature. Storm looked up from his position and he had that smirk as words left his mouth. Naruto couldn't hear it, but he sure knew what his cipher other said. Ready to kick some ass. Many things are least to be expected in this alternate world, but Naruto didn't care. He's going to beat Menma with Storm's help and return home. They had taken the Red Moon Scroll and were now at Menma's base, already engaging in a fight with him and his 9 masked beasts. Too many for all 3 of us, Storm commented as Oden Esir mentally agreed as all 3 dodged. Well, Storm and Esir did. Naruto was pulled back by chakra threads as everyone looked to see something completely unexpected. The mercenary group, Akatsuki. Menma growled in anger as the numerous S-rank ninja began their battles with the 9 masked beasts. Let's go Naruto. Storm shouted as he and Esir were already giving chase to Menma as Naruto followed them into the building. As soon as Menma entered, the gears of the inner works of the building began activating. This caused the 3 to be on edge. Esir, bring the house down. Storm ordered as the summoned one complied as he began cutting through all of the gears and metal with Zantetsuken. While I cut worthless junk, you get to fight a worthy opponent for the Zantetsuken. So unfair. The summoned telepathically commented as Storm chuckled as he leapt after Naruto deeper into the labyrinth of gears. His honed 6th sense kicked in as he ducked to avoid a kick from Menma as Chizukura glowed in hunger as he swung his katana at the black-haired counterpart who leapt back from the swipe. That blade, such terrifying power. Menma muttered as he eyed the blade warily. What kind of being are you to wield a sacred sword of forbidden power? He demanded as Storm smirked. I'm a cipher, we who are chosen to wield the forbidden to bring order to the worlds. He replied as Naruto, in sage mode, was ready to bring down his punch on Menma. He grabbed it, and a foul purplish chakra aura surrounded Menma. Be careful Storm, this Menma is utilizing dark chakra. The Kyuubi warned as Naruto knew that anything with dark in its name usually means it's extremely powerful. With that, Storm charged at Menma with his sword at hand. Menma smirked as he slammed Naruto into Storm as both fell into the pit of spikes as a training dummy took its place as Naruto stood on one of the spikes as Esir had arrived in time to rescue his summoner. This guy is good, Storm mused, wondering if he could ever get the chance to fight against such an opponent at full strength again. The both of you, sicken me with just the mere sights of you. Menma growled as the hostility in his eyes bore into both of them. Did this guy chose to be Jinchuriki by choice or was driven mad by his version of the fox? Storm muttered under his breath. Leave this one to me Storm. Naruto ordered as he created 2 shadow clones as Menma prepared a jutsu of equal power as they clashed. The resulting explosion destroyed everything there from the ripping winds. Storm too if Esir wasn't there as he used the last of his power to protect his summoner before being dismissed. Once the light died down, Menma was partially exhausted as Naruto was on his stomach. My turn, Storm mused as he walked past Naruto and pointed his katana at Menma who grinned. Hey, for a twerp like you, this will be too easy. Menma laughed as Storm narrowed his eyes. He's right, unless I wear him down enough, we're both dead. Huh. Installation complete, unlimited blade works restored. Warning, errors in installation. Unable to deploy unlimited blade works or use projection, magic circuits are damaged from chakra network and crystarium tree. Process of restoring circuits in progress. Restoring magic circuits, 5% complete. Available abilities, time alteration. Storm grimaced at the information, as his safest use of time alter is double excel. But he still had his Lassie powers and Fabulanova Crystallis reality marble. If he could get Menma in that to stall for time and let Naruto recover. He needed to give Naruto time, and right now, Menma had to be weakened for Naruto to have a chance at beating him. Thank you Lightning, he thought as he knew his teacher and secret crush had helped him at his time of need. Time alter, double excel. The shinobi Lassie thought as his body began accelerated. He charged at Menma and swung his blade, and judging by Menma's eyes, he was surprised as he harrowingly dodged it, but did not escape unscathed as a line of blood showed that Storm claimed first blood. He released his spell as he felt the incoming pain, altering the time of his body damages it, and even with Kyuubi's regenerative capabilities and the Uzumaki clan's vitality, it still harms the user. I'm not sure what jutsu that was, but to accelerate your body like that is pretty risky. Menma spoke, have studied the technique and its after effects. Well, one thing for sure, I'm not done with my surprises yet. Storm replied as his left arm turned into a fist as he punched the air in front of him. And that's when it happened, an ethereal arm of demonic origins appeared and punched Menma, launching him into the wall as he was stunned by that trick. That was from defeating Geyserek the Profane. To summon ethereal appendages to inflict powerful blows of brute strength at enemies, the cost though, is a good mass of chakra to perform. Right now, Storm was sweating, because it was his first time using such a power, and he had to keep his chakra high to last long enough against one who has more chakra than him. To compare, Storm's chakra reserves are beyond that of Jonin Ninja, rivaling Kage in that level, but Naruto and Menma, their reserves rival that of at least 2 Kage, without using their tailed beast chakras. He had to use his chakra sparingly, or else risk exhausting his own body down. Magic Circuit Restoration, 7%. Menma conjured a rasengan, with a purple core and black chakra spiraling in his hand. Storm replied by creating his own rasengan as well. Chizukura safely in his left hand as the two charged. Rasengan. The two counterparts roared as their spheres collided. It was a standstill as Storm and Menma were in a deadlock with their jutsus. Storm was gritting his teeth as Menma smirked, but turned to shock as Storm swung Chizukura and got a deep gnash on Menma's right leg. Earth is my body, and fire is my blood. Storm placed Chizukura in his right hand as he began to cast Thunder, Arrow, and Blizzard at Menma who flipped through them. No choice, close combat it is then. Storm thought as he charged at Menma, the Spark Strike spell surging through Chizukura who hummed with the power. When he slashed, Menma pulled out a kunai to block the blow, only for Chizukura to cut through the knife and reach its target's chest. The surge of electricity fried several nerves on Menma's chest as Menma punched Storm in the face, launching him back with the brute force. Damn, that hurts. It's like Tsunade but more hate in it. Storm thought as he recovered, only to avoid a heel drop kick at the last second. Menma had gotten even faster, and Naruto was still recovering. It seems the resonance is more painful than expect, and even Storm was feeling it, albeit to a lesser degree since he and his version of the fox get along better. But what's keeping Storm on edge is the possible control of the 9 tails that Menma owns. He hasn't tampered with its power yet, as if he doesn't have it. Better wear him even further before he does get serious. Storm thought. He was aware that Menma was merely toying with him at the moment, and that will be his downfall once Storm brings out his ace. Storm casted fire as the fireball chased Menma as Storm felt his body feel better with every second. Magic Circuit Restoration, 12%. Pre-projection ability available. Circuit, Ignition, Storm muttered as he felt the old feeling of awe flowing into his body as blueprints of possible weapons to recreate were going through his mind. Right now, none of the weapons he could project will be useful in changing the tide. For now, he'll use Fabula Nova Crystallis to slow down Menma and change this battle for the better. Menma charged as Storm leapt at him, swinging his blade down as Menma stepped to the side, only for Storm's boot to meet his chin as blood came out of the black-haired counterpart's mouth as he spat out. Unknown to darkness, nor known to light. Menma had no idea what the cipher was saying, but it didn't matter, he will win this fight. Right now though, his 9 masked beasts were fighting the Akatsuki, and are losing. He needed to finish this battle soon and take the cipher's powers. Dance in elegance Chizukura, Storm muttered as he got into a stance as his katana shined in the white moonlight. Menma was instantly captivated by the beauty of the sword as Storm made his move. Time Alter, Double Excel. He commanded as the new experimental technique was about to be tested. Wisdom and Strength, Yin and Yang. Storm charged, as Menma was prepared for the attack. While Storm was now faster, Menma could still catch up to him to a degree. But he did not expect this new strategy Storm was using. Naruto, who was recovering from his side effect, watched the technique in action. Awed at the dance Storm was doing. He was leaving afterimages with his accelerated body that slashed at Menma with fire, water, electricity, and ice. Our bonds carry mountains. Storm's left fist was ready as he delivered an uppercut to Menma's chin, and the ethereal arm erupted from within to increase the force as it launched the target towards the air. Our wills split heaven and earth. Storm stood below the launched Menma as his katana, Chizukura shined as he slashed from below, producing a powerful force of air pressure that once it connected to Menma's body, left a very deep wound on his back as Menma coughed up blood from the impact of the swing. Our stories reach the hearts of all. When Menma flipped in midair to recover, Storm's accelerated form produced 4 shadow clones that in perfect order, slashed at him in a 5-pointed star pattern as he kicked Menma in the face with both feet. The clones poofed away as Storm charged at his opponent relentlessly. The two of us cannot be severed from our paths. Storm grabbed Menma and headbutted him repeatedly before slamming him into the ground and began channeling a massive surge of chakra into Chizukura, that radiated a white flame as he leapt back for the final attack. Brother and sister, at eternity's end. He brought his blade down, and the kinetic force unleashed behind the blade as the white fire shot forward and collided with Menma, resulting in an explosion bigger than the clash between Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and Menma's spiraling fear ring. With that, Storm deactivated his time altar and fell to his knees, coughing up massive amounts of blood. Damn it, keeping time altar on that long while still recovering my circuits is painful, he thought as he coughed again in pain. But thanks to Menma's overconfidence in my abilities, I landed a good blow. But now I've got to heal, and I doubt Menma will let me take a breather. From the smoke of the white embers, Menma rose, parts of him burned, his face partially dirty from soot, and a pissed-off expression on his face. I'm going to shove that sword up your ass and into your skull once I'm done torturing you. He growled in anger as he began making his way to Storm, who shifted into medic. Damn, he grunted as he can't properly heal himself with Menma only a few meters away. That was when the sounds of chirping birds was heard as Menma leapt away from a Chidori, courtesy of Sasuke Uchiha of that world, as his Sharingan flared to life. Menma growled with absolute loathing. Loser, Sasuke replied to his old friend with a stern expression. To think you'd have the gall to take me on, you're a fool. Menma told him as Sasuke smirked. Who said, me, don't you mean, we? He asked as Menma realized what he said. That was when Menma froze and looked down to see his shadow connected somewhere else. Shadow possession jutsu, success baby. Shikamaru said with a carefree smile. Body expansion jutsu, both arms. Roared the voice of Choji as 2 giant fists slammed into Menma from above as Storm flinched at the sight. That's gonna leave a mark. He mused as Ino rushed to his side and began healing him, as he did so with his magic as well to speed the process. Naruto rushed over to Storm as the cipher gave a weak smile. Hee, I overdid it, ya know. He told him as Naruto smiled. Not bad despite not being in your prime. He told Storm as the ground shook as Menma threw the massive arms off of him as Shikamaru took that cue to leave. Need more time to recover, think you, Sasuke, Hinata, and Kiba can stall him? Storm asked as Naruto gave him a thumbs up as he walked past his cipher counterpart. Joining Sasuke, Hinata, Kiba, and Akamaru charged at Menma. Fang over Fang. Chidori Senbon. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. 4 power techniques launched in sequence as Menma avoided the Inuzuka's combination attacks, but was stunned by needles of lightning, pushed back by the air, and was forced to clash with the Rasen Shuriken again with a hastily constructed spiraling fear wheel as the great explosion returned as everyone else leapt back as the light died down. You're so annoying, it's pissing me off. Menma growled as he recovered. I'll kill you all with no mercy. With the Akatsuki, who had finished off the 9 masked beasts to reveal their true forms as masked fox kits, recovered and leapt into the air and converted back into pure chakra that rammed into Menma. Everyone was on edge as the earth shook, and Menma smirking as his eyes turned red and demonic. Unleashing a roar, he was engulfed in smoke as he stood on the head of a black 9 tails. Oh crap, Shikamaru stated as most of Konoha's ninja and the Akatsuki looked at the beast and its power. This isn't good, Storm said as he was fully healed and he looked at Ino. Get everyone else to a safe place, me and Naruto will handle Menma. He ordered her as she nodded and used her clan's jutsu to mentally warn the others who shared the sentience. Naruto quickly, head deeper into the mountain. Storm shouted as he and his other self, ran deeper into the mountain as the giant black 9 tails followed them. Have withstood pain and loneliness to create cherished and unbreakable bonds. The 2 Naris ran from their black-haired counterpart in his version of the fox, and Naruto had to say this, what will it take to knock down this son of a bitch? He shouted. Well, he is you and me, so you're basically insulting yourself. Storm replied with a smirk as Naruto grunted. You and your snark can it. He shot back as the black 9 tails roared from behind. Storm gathered chakra to his feet and ran up the walls until he was on the ceiling and landed on the black 9 tails head as Menma turned around. Time to settle this Menma, care for a rematch. Storm taunted as the wounded black-haired Naruto narrowed his red eyes. With that, the 2 opposites clashed once again. This battle was different now, as Menma and Storm are not fully recovered. Storm's insides were still hurting from time altar while Menma had his wounds Storm gave him earlier, and the additional pains from when the other Konoha 12 came in. There was no fancy jutsu, or spells being cast, it was all just pure combat with blades. Menma's kunai knives, against Storm's Chizukura as the blades clashed and created sparks from their conflict. Storm was no longer taking it easy. No, he knows that Menma is serious about killing him, so he had to increase his normal speed and footwork to their limits. Faster, if Menma could quickly counter that blow, Storm had to go faster. It was a battle of speed as the adrenaline ran through Storm's body, as he ignored the limits as he fought Menma. His power surging forth as he and Menma dealt each other a blow, one that knocked Storm off the Black Nine Tails as they had entered an underground lake. Storm landed as he winced from the punch Menma pulled, that'll leave a bruise later. Now the main problem was Jairu Uar. The Black Nine Tails and its master. Storm noticed Naruto on the ceiling, gathering chakra to prepare some sort of assault. He needed to buy time for Naruto to pull it off. Yet, even in the depths of the void, I shall continue to shine. The Black Nine Tails looked around as Menma noticed it too. The air around them was different than before. It radiated a great power as Storm tore off his headband and a massive surge of power shook the cavern. Now Menma knew what those words were for. It was for a special technique that he alone possesses. Honor. Menma shouted as the Black Nine Tails charged at Storm. But Storm smirked as he activated his ace. As my life begins anew in Fabula Nova Crystallis. A ring of fire consumed the entire location as the Akatsuki, Konoha 12, and Sakura watched as the world around them was changed. Is this some genjutsu? Sakura thought as she felt at peace in this area. The world they were all in was a black void that held little floating lights, no, floating crystals, as everyone was seeing Storm facing off Menma and his tailed beast. Even Madara Uchiha was impressed by this world. The power from it was something unexpected as his ghostly form stood on the tallest tree that was dragged into this world as Neon surveyed the sight. What jutsu is this? Madara asked as Neon laughed. This is no jutsu, it's Storm's inner world being projected to all who can see. As of now, we have to play by his rules as long as this place stays standing. Neon replied as he conjured up popcorn and enjoyed the feast and show. Storm avoided the maws of the Black Nine Tails as he held Chizukura up high as the reality marble began to work its magic. The floating crystal lights gathered into the sword as it glowed with power, one that made the Black Nine Tails go on edge as it began gathering chakra in front of its mouth. The two opponents glared at each other, as the fox fired the concentrated beam of chakra at Storm, who swung his blade downwards. The kinetic energy intensified by convergence and acceleration as light escaped from the tip of the blade as it was swung. It became a wave of light that traveled at great speeds as it clashed with the Black Nine Tails chakra beam. The resulting clash of energies caused an explosion that Deidara would have wept to tear it as the smoke covered the battlefield. And that was when Naruto made his move. Utilizing all of his normal and sage chakra, Naruto created an army of clones armed with a rasengan in hand as Menma noticed this. Rasen. Naruto shouted as he and his clones aimed in as the fox turned its head towards him and roared, dispelling the clones and knocking Naruto into the water. Naruto! Storm called out as the fox slammed him into the water as well. Damn it all, he cursed as he sank deeper into the depths. This is a disgrace, to lose to such a fake. But then again, you did do a number on the vessel, I'll give you that. The Kyuubi spoke as both Storm and Naruto were connected by minds again, and by their respective versions of the fox. Thanks buddy, but how are we going to take down Kurotan up there? He asked as the Kyuubi of Naruto snorted at that question. Even though it is a fake, it is a Kyuubi like us. And Naruto could only use the little amount of my chakra he pulled away from me. He told them as Naruto bit his lip at what the truth the fox said. That was when the Kyuubi of Storm spoke up. How about, we switch places and fight the fake? He suggested as Storm smiled at the thought. Great idea partner. Now, I'll use as much power of Fabula Nova Crystallis that I can to create a temporary body for you to fight in. Storm told him as his tailed beast smiled at the thought. But I can only use up to at least 5 tails, unless we can somehow tamper with the seal to use all 9 in one go. He told him as Storm put himself in a thinking position, and an idea grew. Armored Gestalt mode with you and Shinryu, his powers could condense into the next 4 tails. The body I'll create will be the vessel from which you can control inside the seal and use your abilities, and Shinryu in the armor form, will act as the shell to help control the powers and give you the 9 tails you need and protect you to the best of his abilities. He explained as the Kyuubi laughed at that. Once again Storm, you never cease to amuse me with these ingenious ideas of yours. But the main problem, is those two. He said as Naruto and his Kyuubi were dumbstruck in the friendship the counterparts had with each other. You two take your time. Storm said as he got into the lotus position and began meditating. Outside in the real world, the crystal lights gathered and entered the water, as Menma watched, wondering what else the cipher had in store for him. HMPH, to see those two acting all buddy-buddy makes me wonder how soft I must be in a different timeline. But they do make a point Naruto. The Kyuubi of Naruto said as he looked at his jailer. Between being trapped with you or trapped in a world by Madara Uchiha, I would choose you instead. I'll help you out, just this once. He told Naruto as he was forced to ponder his choices. It was true, the Kyuubi hated Madara Uchiha more than himself, and being trapped in the world created by Madara is a terrible thought. And Sakura-chan is still there as well. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, he muttered as he turned to the seal door. Alright, this is a one-time offer. He replied as his right hand grabbed his stomach and turned it, just as the lock on the fox's seal was undone as the doorway opened itself as the Kyuubi stood in full glory. It's showtime, Storm thought with a grin as he felt the constructed body for his Kyuubi finished. Shinryu, it's time for you to take the stage with us. Storm called out as Naruto and his tailed beast saw the dragon, and felt the power. Very well Cypher, I've been aching for a battle for a while now. And you've set me up with a good opponent. The dragon spoke as it looked at Storm's tailed beast, it would be a pleasure fighting with you. He said as Kyuubi grinned. Likewise, he replied as they began to prepare for a battle that'll shake heaven and earth. Naruto the movie equals Road to Ninja Ost, Ninetales vs Black Ninetales. Note, Kyuubi is Storm's version of the fox, and Ninetales is Naruto's version of the fox. The water below the Black Ninetales glowed with a brilliant light as Menma looked down, knowing that Storm was responsible for it, but what he didn't expect was the Ninetales to erupt from behind, biting on his version of the fox on the leg and tossing them both into a stone pillar. The light died down, as Storm and his Kyuubi, wearing dragon armor with 5 complete tails and 4 additional tails made of pure golden energy erupted from the water as Kyuubi and Ninetales charged at the black counterpart. Naruto, Menma, and Storm, 3 incarnations of Naruto Uzumaki, jailers of their respective incarnations of the nine-tailed fox clashed in a battle that would echo throughout history. Kyuubi tackled the black Ninetales as the regular Ninetales bit into the neck and pushed it deep into the lake as water rose from the battle. When the black Ninetales resurfaced, Kyuubi raised a fist and slammed it into the black counterpart's face, as it was taken aback by the attack as Ninetales resurfaced and began firing concentrated chakra beams at the black Ninetales who leapt into the air and started counter-attacking with its own. Both Kyuubi and Ninetales quickly dodged the incoming attacks and retaliate with their own as they kept missing and hitting the cavern walls. Outside of the mountain terrain, the world was still in Fabula Nova Crystallis as they saw the beams of light erupting from the earth as destruction followed its wake. What is going on? Itachi asked as Deidara smirked at the sight. This is some serious art, It won't end with just the landscape changing, he said as he nearly shed a manly tear that moment at such wonderful explosions. Go for it Naruto, Storm. Sasuke muttered. Do your best you guys, kick Menma's ass. Kiba cheered, don't give up. Shikamaru shouted out, good luck Storm-san, Naruto-kun. Ino whispered, teach Menma a lesson for me Storm. Hinata cheered on, show Menma's UNYOUTHFULNESS a lesson in youth. Lee shouted out, teach that jerk a lesson you too. Neji called out, slice and dice him guys. Tenten cheered, do your best, Naruto-san, Storm-san. Shino muttered, go for it Naruto, Storm. I know you two can do it. Sakura shouted out as Sasori looked at the Konoha 12. What a lively bunch, he muttered. Erupting from the earth, the 3 incarnations of the Ninetales soared through the sky. While Ninetales and his black counterpart were using a special jutsu to do so, Kyuubi used the wings of his armor to help fly, and it felt like he was an actual dragon. Damn you both, why won't you die? Menma demanded as Naruto and Storm were feeling it. I'll be the one who survives. Menma declared as Ninetales and Kyuubi looked at the evil counterparts. Even with both of us combining all of our powers, he's still able to push us this far. What an enemy! Storm exclaimed as he and Kyuubi charged at Menma and head-butted each other, causing Menma and Storm to leap into the air with weapons drawn. Their blades met in midair as they clashed with each other. Menma and Storm were fighting each other while free-falling thousands of miles in the air and were descending fast. Ninetales quickly went to aid his other counterpart in the battle against the Black Ninetales as he tackled the deadlocked duo from the side, biting the back of the Black Ninetales as Kyuubi delivered a right uppercut to the chin before diving after Storm. Storm and Menma were in their own deadlock while free-falling. As Storm blocked the kunai with Chizukura, he kicked Menma in the stomach as Menma punched him in the face. Storm gritted his teeth as blood dripped from his gums as his fist met Menma's cheek. With a swing of Chizukura, Storm separated from Menma as Kyuubi took him as the Black Ninetales, with a deep bite wound on its back, took Menma to the skies again. This time, Ninetales and Black Ninetales were the ones to charge and headbutt each other. Just give up, and die already. Menma shouted as he and Naruto leapt into the air as he punched Naruto. Like hell I'll die. Naruto shot back as he dodged the incoming fist and retaliated with his own, with enough force to knock Menma down as the Black Ninetales fell in defeat by the original Ninetales as he returned to Naruto's body. Thanks for the help you guys, well then, see you guys next time. Storm shouted as he jumped off Kyuubi, who smirked as his replicated body faded away as the dragon armor transformed into Shinryu, who then disappeared. Storm reached out for Naruto, who had lost conscious from the exhaustion of the battle, and grabbed him. Then, Storm's back changed as his coat was torn and two sets of wings erupted from behind. A rosy pink one, an icy blue one, a bright green one, and a passionate pink one with hints of purple in it as Storm flew himself and Naruto to the ground and landed, noticing Menma crashed into the broke bridge and was out for the count. And with that, Fabula Nova Crystallis crumbled as the world returned to the way it should be. With the battle done, the wings retracted and faded away as he surveyed the destruction. This was definitely the best fight ever. Naruto the movie equals Road to Ninja Ost, Ninetales vs Black Ninetales equals end. Finally over, damn it, I need a break from all of this chaos. Storm said to no one at all as he fell on his back exhausted. He felt the power of the Pulselessy brand kicking in, rejuvenating him and restoring his energy. But that was only physical health, as Storm was still mentally exhausted from the fight. You truly are a wild card, Storm. A familiar voice said as Storm's body froze to the core as he turned to see Neon and Madara near Menma's unconscious body. Pushing yourself to the limits, trying to save both others and yourself from situations so dangerous that no normal person could get through, you're definitely my favorite little hybrid experiment. Neon told him as Storm stood up and spat out the blood-mixed saliva as he glared at Neon. How do I get back home, asshole? He demanded as Neon merely, tisk, tisk, that won't be easy, as you'll have to read the Red Moon Scroll to find the answer. But, he continued as he somehow entered Menma's body alongside Madara. You'll have to survive long enough to know how. The voice replied as Menma smirked and flipped back up. Plus the three-way resonance between the three foxes as it has now weakened both seals, but while yours is still strong, there is another one that is weak, just like that one night. Madara's voice spoke as when Menma turned, his right eye was no longer blue, no, and it was now a Sharingan as Storm realized whom he was referring to. Naruto. He thought as Naruto was still unconscious. He needed to buy time for reinforcements, and it seems that the Konoha 12 is on their way with the Akatsuki. While no doubt Madara would flee, Neon was a different story and a different league completely. Magic Circuit Restoration, 23%. Kansho and Bakuya are available to Project Trace, on. The aria he was familiar with, one he learned how to do best at, creating weapons. With Chizukura already sheathed, it was time to call in his favorite swords as he felt the aura of irritation coming out of Menma's body. Remember these sweet little things, darlin'. Storm joked with an accent, knowing full well how Neon had bitter memories of the times they've fought. The knowledge flowed through him as the married yin-yang swords became his old traditional style of dual-blade fighting. To Storm, even with fractured memories, this reminded him of the Maelstrom Wars, the war that took endless lives for Neon's plans. The situation is just as bad, and his mentality is fractured from his fight with Menma, along with using the powers of Kyuubi and Shinryu together as well as utilizing Fabula Nova Crystallis, a heavy strain on his mind. The only reason he wasn't losing conscious was his willpower to not lose to Neon's plans. Then, the double-edged sword finally took its toll on him. Kansho and Bakuya faded away as Storm fell to his knees as he grabbed his entire right arm, feeling intense burning pain as he lost all feeling in his entire right hand. Because now with Reality Unlimited Blade Works reinstalled, Fabula Nova Crystallis is now in conflict with the Reality Marble as now the crystallization and SW ordification had increased. Now the more he used his special powers that were neither ninja nor lassie, his body would fall apart and his mind will be distorted before he loses his entire mind. It seems the toll of using most of your powers has taken effect. Neon mused as Menma's grin grew. You'll be a good puppet once Madara erases your memories. In fact, I'll let him borrow you for his war. He added as Storm gritted his teeth. Shanaru. An all too familiar voice rang out as Menma jumped away to avoid Sakura's heel drop kick. Sakura. Storm exclaimed in shock as she turned and smiled at him. You and Naruto rest up, we'll deal with them at the moment. She said as the other Konoha 12 and the Akatsuki landed nearby, all determined to win this. We'll probably get a big-time bonus for helping take down the big boss. Kazuku told himself as they all heard Neon's laughter echoing throughout the world. Oh, this is going to be fun. It's been a while since I've fought, and now my blood burns for death. Time to kill, kill, kill tilde. He said in a sing-song tune as he charged at them. Storm was forced to watch, as everyone fought Neon, and he knew he was merely toying with all of them. He had enhanced Menma's abilities beyond human limits and was evading all attacks like they were dodgeballs. Storm made his choice. He got up, and walked towards Naruto and placed a hand onto his chest and begun transferring as much of his chakra as he can into his original. While he did not know how to transfer it at first, the resonance from them both having the very exact same chakra allowed Naruto's body to absorb it. Then, Naruto awoke. "I'll leave this fight to you, hero," Storm said as he fell to his side, losing conscious from the transfer. Naruto quickly looked around and noticed Menma fighting everyone in combat and was winning. He had crippled Kiba and Akamaru, knocked out Shino, blew up Sasori's head, and also hit Neji with pepper spray, in the eyes. "Man, I always wanted to do that," Neon exclaimed as his laugh was heard. Madara, sharing the body of Menma, rolled his lone eye at the stupidity. Why do the insanely strong ones have to be idiots? Even the Akatsuki rolled their eyes at Neon's stupidity. It was ridiculous on a massive scale. When Menma turned and saw Naruto, inside, Neon frowned. "Sorry man, but taking down Naruto isn't on the kill list, orders from higher ups." "He's yours," Neon said as he had Menma flip through hand signs as the special jutsu activated. Everyone minus Naruto was instantly paralyzed as Neon jumped out of Menma. "My special ninja paralysis technique works like a charm. Madara, Naruto is yours." He gestured as Menma walked past the frozen bodies. "I'm undone Naruto, get out of there. It's his eye technique, if he succeeds, then I'll be pulled out the same way like Kushina was." The fox warned him as Menma pulled out a kunai and attacked. "I'll be taking the Kyuubi." Naruto was forced to dodge the attacks, as he needed to come up with a plan to beat Madara and return home. "Oi, if you look at him in the eyes, then it's all over." Kyuubi warned him as Naruto kept his eyes away from the face, only seeing Menma's smirking and the kunai in his hand as he charged. As Naruto ducked under a swipe, the possessed Menma got on his hands and twisted his body with his legs out, resembling a top as he got Naruto on the right cheek as he was knocked back by the force and was kneeling down. "Damn it, is it going to end like this?" he thought as red moonlight filled the land as Menma's sinister smile and reversed grip kunai gleamed in the night. When Naruto noticed the red moon, he knew that it was time for that prophecy as he pulled out the scroll he took and prepared to open it. Just what Madara needed as Menma charged forward and cut the red moon scroll in half, startling Naruto who made eye contact with his other self, and felt the foreign presence in his mind. "Forget everything," Madara commanded as Naruto's eyes became dull as he fell on his back, with half of the scroll in his direction. "I win, now the Kyuubi is mine," Madara stated as red chakra engulfed Naruto as his body slowly started to float. The Konoha watched in despair as they were forced to watch the sight as Madara was winning. "It's over," Madara said as Menma turned, only to avoid being impaled in the head by Chizukura thanks to Madara's time-space ninjutsu. "Au contraire, my arrogant friend," a sinister voice spoke up as the extraction was halted and Naruto fell to the ground. Everyone, minus the Akatsuki, was shocked at Storm's sudden awakening and foiling Madara's plan of extracting the fox from Naruto. But what disturbed them were the glowing yellow eyes. They were painful to look at for some reason as Neon looked impressed. "HMPH, another nuisance, I should have ended you before taking Naruto down," Madara said as Storm laughed. "Kill me, please, while King is out, I get to have some fun," he said as he charged at inhuman speeds, much to everyone's shock as he kicked Menma in the back, launching him forward. He recovered and looked at his enemy with utter confusion. "What trickery is this? A side effect of some jutsu of yours, boy?" Madara demanded as Neon spoke up. "That there is the curse of carrying all the evils of the world in one body. Ultimate enemy to humanity and has the special talent of killing humans in numbers that'll make the shinobi world war look like child's play. Even you would fall if you get too cocky," he told him as inside of Menma, Madara narrowed his eyes. "Once again, a troublesome opponent, looks like I'll have to take you to the other side and lock you up there for the time being," he stated as Storm grinned. "Bitch please, all I need to do is stall the clock for Mr. Big Shot Hero to kick your ugly ass from here to the other world," Storm replied with a snort as he held Chizukura in reverse grip. Then Menma's body was instantly on edge by Madara's control as Storm charged at him again, but unlike last time with skill and elegance behind the fighting, it was more like fighting a demon in blind rage and a focused target. Madara had to keep using his time-space ninjutsu just to avoid being bisected by Chizukura as this time, the blade had made first blood again against a powerful enemy. And what made a startling surprise, it pierced through Madara's jutsu to fulfill its duty. Sakura was bewildered by the sight of the sword nullifying Madara's intangibility and injuring the possessed boy. Then she understood, the miracle the sword created allowed it to break through Madara's intangibility. Such a weapon could be helpful when they face Madara back in the real world. "That blade is not normal," Madara stated as his puppet Menma leapt back, away from the sword's range as he eyed it. "End time is up," Storm said as he fell to one knee as Naruto walked past his cipher counterpart who patted him on the shoulder as he walked forward. This caused Menma to smirk again, clearly amused at the sight. "I didn't think you'd get up again," Madara spoke up as Naruto had a serious look on his face. There's no way I'd forget what my master had taught me, this rasengan in my precious name. Naruto replied as a clone helped form the one technique he loved to use so much. The title of the book called, Tale of the Gutsy Ninja. And the child of two heroes it was from, was me. He replied with his trademark smile. Madara, still possessing Menma, had a bored expression like he had heard it all before. Just hand over the Kyuubi and die in this world. Madara shouted as Menma charged, the Sharingan blazing in his right eye as Naruto drew a tri-pronged kunai out and charged at Madara. Menma. My name isn't Menma, Naruto stated as he threw the kunai at the black-haired counterpart as it just went through him, only to notice that Naruto was gone as he was right above Menma. Madara with rasengan in hand. It's Naruto. He finished as he slammed the jutsu into his back as the two counterparts were thrown back by the force of the jutsu, with Menma crashing into a rock. Well, looks like this is time to fold in. Neon mused as he snapped his fingers, causing everyone to move freely as Neon disappeared. HMPH, the last time I was hit with that jutsu, it was 16 years ago. Madara said as he warped out of Menma's body and floated in the air. And from this situation right now as even Neon has left. Fighting everyone will be, ah yes, too troublesome when I have gained the data I needed and enjoyed this little show. You've won this time Naruto Uzumaki. Madara said as he faded away just in time to avoid a kunai to the eye as the limited Tsukuyomi was slowly becoming undone. Naruto. A familiar voice spoke up as Minato and Kushina appeared. Mom, Dad. Naruto said as Kushina ran up to him, what happened? She asked as Naruto merely looked at the unconscious Storm and Menma, a battle that shook the heavens. He replied as Minato ran to Storm and began checking him. He's alright, partial chakra exhaustion. He called out as he began transferring some of his chakra into the cipher Naruto. Storm of course, was recovering, and when he woke up, he immediately punched Minato in the face, hard. Can't I get any sleep now that it's over? He grumbled as he wobbled a bit before sheathing Chizukura. I felt like I was running all around the 5 major nations with no food or water in the span of 3 days, he groaned as he noticed the still unconscious Menma lying near the hole in the ground. With Minato's help, they both reached Menma as a worried Kushina checked on her real son. When Storm got near, Menma's body glowed green as the energy was transferred into him as his mind was assaulted by the knowledge in Menma's mind. Now this stuff will be useful in the revolution I'm planning. He thought as the green light died down as Menma looked just like him and Naruto. It looks like the ripples from us appearing in this world are fading away. Naruto spoke up as he, Sakura and Storm were glowing. We're returning. Sakura realized as Storm let out a whoop of joy. Finally. No more out of character and older version of my friends, no more evil clone, and finally, no more you. He said pointing at Naruto who frowned at that as Sakura giggled at that while everyone else chuckled. So, this is goodbye then? Kushina asked as Storm nodded. Yeah, but don't worry Mom, I'll see you back home. He replied as he looked at Minato. Thanks for being there for me even if I wasn't from this world Dad, I just wish we had more time together as a family. He told him as Minato had to hold back tears as Storm looked at Naruto. While I didn't like you at times, I kinda thought of you as the annoying older brother that a kid brother would love to mess around with, ya know. He told Naruto who laughed at the thought as he smiled. Yeah, I kinda figured you as the smartass little brother type. But I guess I know how it feels like to have a little brother, even if it was for a short time. He replied as Storm looked at Sakura. Be sure to keep Naruto in light for me, because you know how trouble is attracted to him in spades. He told her as Naruto scowled at the comment as Sakura giggled. Don't worry Storm, I'll keep him in check with my fists. She told him as he nodded. With that, Storm and Naruto looked at their friends in the Akatsuki. Thanks for your help guys, Naruto thanked them, we couldn't have done it without you. Storm finished as they looked at Minato and Kushina one more time. And thank you, for being parents for us both. They said in sync as Menma, while still unconscious, smiled. With that, the 3-dimension travelers returned to their respective worlds. Canon side Hokage office. I see, to think that Madara could sneak past our security without a hitch is troublesome, but for that peculiar jutsu and this Storm kid, Tsunade trailed off as Naruto shook his head. Leave Storm be, he's off doing his own thing, walking his own path. He doesn't have regrets as he pursues his true self and goals. Plus, he's my brother, what do you expect from someone who's related to me? He asked as Tsunade wanted to know more about this kid, but Naruto wouldn't say a word, and neither did Sakura. Once they went home, Naruto recalled some personal words with Storm that they shared in private. No matter how far apart you are, even if you're dead or alive, the bonds you share are eternal. And never forget, to be a hero, not only do you save others, but you must also learn to save yourself. You have a right to happiness like I do, so don't give it up all the time for others. Live. Naruto smiled at that words of wisdom from his now little brother figure and will try his best to find his own happiness, especially after he becomes Hokage. Now, when he entered his house, Ruruka-sensei was there, with a birthday cake for him and a warm smile. That was when Naruto realized something: he was never alone. And the next morning, when a brand new day had started, Naruto ran out into Konoha with a smile on his face that day. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And I'm a ninja datbeo. Shinobi Lassie Konoha Hospital. Storm's eyes opened to the unfamiliar ceiling, his body in pain as he laid in bed. Soon, after dealing with Orochimaru and ending his annoyances, the revolution shall rise, nations will fall, and the earth bathed in blood. He closed his eyes, entering forgotten dreams as time continued to flow, and the countdown to the end draws near. Chapter 32, Hospital Chats. Naruto hated hospitals. Sure, they were important to help heal the sick and weak and such, but right now, he's annoyed by orders from Tsunade. After that stunt in the Genjutsu world and reinstalling his unlimited Blade Works powers, the SW ordification and crystallization of his body had grown. Tsunade had taken interest in his right hand, as the inside, the blood, muscles, and even bones were crystallized underneath the flesh and he was still able to flex it like it was normal. He had a feeling that she wanted to dissect that hand there and now to see how she can fix Choji up from that bullet he took from the Tommasaburo incident. Though thanks to Kushina's concern, he was safe from any nearby scalpels in the vicinity for the time being. One of the other reasons he hates hospitals is that he ends up being bored out of his mind. Eyeing Chizukura, he caressed the katana like that of a child in his hands as he smiled. The first time he had actually wielded the katana, it felt like his arm had extended, became one with the blade as it danced in the air as it was swung. He eyed the details, and a painful memory of Sakura's sacrifice echoed in his mind. Even if it wasn't the cipher Sakura, this Sakura cared for him as well. Then he also recalled a memory that wasn't painful, but a pain of annoyance. He needed to talk to Kushina and Lightning about this, no doubt they will be pissed at what he had to say. And boy, he's willing to bet the remains of his savings that they'll try to kill him. Well, he's betting it's worth to try explaining to them. Some time later. You did what? The two women exclaimed in anger as Naruto winced at the volume. Like I said already, I used most of my savings already. Though if you would patiently calm down and let me explain, then I'll let you clobber me afterwards, okay? He asked as he saw them giving him the look that demanded an explanation. You know how most blacksmiths always take pride in their prized creations, yes? He asked as Lightning and Kushina looked at each other confusingly as Naruto had to resist smacking them up in the head. They know nothing of the art of blacksmithing and craftsmanship. Apparently, Lightning felt the irritation through the link and looked at him. What did we do to get your ire? She asked as Naruto grumbled in annoyance. Forging a blade like Chizukura is the pride of blacksmiths. It requires the rarest of items to craft it into a beauty like it is now. What, did you think it formed the handle, guard and sheath by itself? He demanded as Kushina was the one to reply. I pretty much did, due to all the magic and gods and such. She replied as Naruto and Lightning looked at her. I can understand Mom, but you Lightning, as a swordswoman, should know better. Your Blazefire saber isn't just for killing efficiently. Every maker of a weapon has pride in their creations, and makes it look good and functional in battle, so everyone knows that it was that person who made such a weapon of such skill and quality. Unique weapons just don't pop out of nowhere, ya know. He asked as Lightning realized he was one of those weapon experts and crafters. A smith warrior like the dwarfs, who create weapons of such quality, while looking dazzling to the eye, but at the same time, extremely pricey if you want it. I can agree, so, you bought high-quality goods for Chizukura's construction? She asked as Naruto nodded his head as he held out the sheathed weapon from his bed sheets. Exactly, which is why I'm telling you now, if I want the revolution I'm planning, we need income and resources. I'm sure I can get connections with the Land of Waves for supplies in the revolution, but we need money, which I'm forced to be stingy with. He admitted as Kushina eyed the blade and looked at the details and bit her lip. Ivory for the handle, high-quality silk for covering it, coral of a rare pink color similar to cherry blossoms for the guard, and a sheath made of common polished wood. She said looking at Naruto who looked away shamefully. My only regret was not getting a sheath made of ebony. That would have made a nice design as well, he replied as Lightning rolled her eyes at that. Blacksmiths and their pride of craftsmanship, they always have that habit it seems. So what are you getting at if you're telling us this? Lightning asked as Naruto looked at them both. I need you both to help out by doing missions as well. Mom can easily take care of herself with her skills, and you can beat most missions like it's child's play, which would make higher ranked missions a good source of money income. He told them as they nodded. Kushina was happy that her son was able to believe in her skill and abilities. Is there any other ways to get the money? She asked as Naruto thought for a while as Tenryu spoke to him. How about trying to be a thief? Ninjas just don't do assassinations, but thievery and spying as well, remember? He asked as Naruto mentally nodded his head at that. Thievery? He asked as Kushina bopped him in the head. Baka, just who would you steal from exactly? She demanded as Naruto rubbed his head where she hit him. Why the corrupted nobility, of course, they should learn to share the wealth after all. He replied as Lightning shook her head in disagreement. Naruto, for what I know of, nobility of this era should have guards patrolling every hallway of the place you want to steal from, and traps that could kill you. And last time I recall, you were never one for stealth. She told him as Naruto frowned. Hey, you're talking to the guy who defiled the Hokage monument and wasn't noticed till after I was done and I looted others just fine. Iruka-sensei was able to capture me because I let my guard down. He shot back as Kushina was picturing that event. She heard of Naruto's levels of practical jokes before he became a ninja, and was impressed. Although, they weren't up to her level yet, but she had a feeling he'll outdo her with one someday. Alright then, I'll have to talk with Tsunade about returning to shinobi business since I'm labeled deceased right now. She told her son as she got up and walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. What I wouldn't give to have my gates of Naraku right now. He muttered as Lightning overheard it as she looked at him. What is this gate you mentioned? She asked as Naruto looked at her. It's a special vault containing various treasures, which are weapons, armors, trinkets, and of course, other things that show you live the life of the Golden Rule. In one of my previous lives, I collected a lot of treasures that I could be considered a need if I lived like that. He replied as Lightning narrowed her eyes at that. Then you could easily fuel your revolution with the money and get that sheath of ebony like you wanted. She told him as he shrugged. True, but living the rich life doesn't suit me and I prefer working hard for my cash. Although it would help me out big time with what you said right now, especially since I'm going to have to take in more missions just to save up for the money. He agreed nonchalantly as Lightning pondered something. She wanted to know more about this mysterious being that exists in place of the one originally supposed to live in that body. She wanted to know more about Cypher Naruto Uzumaki and what kind of person he really is. Naruto, I'm not sure what a cipher truly is with the limited knowledge I have, and from your amnesia, can you give me any more specific details? She asked, trying to bring up a conversation, and know more about Naruto. Alright, since I'm in a good mood and I'm bored, and the fact I have regained a bit more of my memories, I'll explain a bit. He complied as he sat up straight. A cipher is nothing, a void human that is filled with infinite possibilities. They are not born normally as they are, created, by both man and divine. He told her, allowing her to gain insight on what he was. Ciphers are created by human imagination, fictional characters in a sense if you will, that were given names and a concept of whom and what they are. The rest is up to human imagination to design the personalities, physical appearances, and roles they play in. Gods play the role of breathing life into the void human, birthing the possibilities. Ciphers are born with incomplete souls as a god or goddess chooses their cipher to bring order and peace to the multiple dimensions, also known as the multiverse. The cipher and deity they've bonded with are always various, but the cipher is usually bestowed a power that most humans cannot wield to the utmost degree. He explained, pausing for breath as he let Lightning take it all in. When she nodded her head, he continued, like for example, in one world, people can bend certain elements to a degree, but with a cipher that is connected to that world in some way, can manipulate an element to a degree that even the masters of that art is baffled by how superior the cipher's skills are with that element they wield. Ciphers also can learn and train with other abilities from other worlds they've visited and gained, though the degree of mastering those abilities varies. Naruto told her as she raised a brow. Does that mean the unlimited blade works is an ability you learned over time from another world? She asked as Naruto nodded his head. Exactly. Although it took me around 10 full years to truly master its powers when I first started out training with my abilities when I came to that world many years ago. He admitted as Lightning was impressed by that. Does that mean you're a slow learner? She asked with a sense of teasing in it as Naruto frowned. Har, very funny. He snarked as he crossed his arms. The degree in learning and mastering abilities depends on the world a cipher is in specifically. In the world where I learned and mastered unlimited blade works is a serious one where even the smallest of experiments gone wrong can lead to your death. I was risking my whole life of being skewered from the inside by countless tiny blades from my special use of magic and being hunted down by people who were interested in my abilities. In a world like yours, light, that kind is the faster kind, where your power grows with the amount of battles you've been in, and what kind of foes you've defeated. The world I was in was the slow learner kind in a sense, while your world is more attuned to fast learners. He told her as she blinked. She realized he had a point there. Her licit powers always grew with every foe she slayed, every battle she participated in. The results had always allowed her to learn her abilities faster as she grew much harder to kill in battle. It was the rules of that specific world that cull the strong from the weak. That was what Naruto was saying, for he had to put effort and training into mastering his abilities, while Lightning just had to fight to master her abilities, but she also had her natural effort in her soldier training. Such a huge difference. It's like Lee's hard work against Neji and his natural-born genius talent. With Naruto in a world of fast learning, no wonder why his body was going through with what it is now, because the world of hard work and effort was clashing with the effortless use of Lassie magic. The result was a body horror of crystallization and being turned into a sword little by little. It made her wonder how he's always handling this kind of stuff. But to him, within his recognition with the SW ordification part of his body, she'd say he's done it before some time in his previous life. So he's aware of his own death clock and how long it will take. But a sudden curiosity filled her, one that desired to know more of the truth of the world Naruto grew up in. What is it like traveling the multiverse? She asked. Naruto froze, slowly looking at her, and smiled in a friendly way, a bad sign. It was hell, rather, it hurts like hell. He replied calmly with that carefree smile on his face. Oh, it was that bad of a question for Lightning to ask. You see, you lose your physical form as you are painfully turned into pure energy, as you feel like you've been thrown into a blender going at supersonic speeds while crashing through other objects in the void of nil, which is like crashing into lumps of extremely dense metal by the way, and the crash landing to your destination while you try and return to your physical self without losing concentration or risk looking like a deformed human. He finished as Lightning felt her stomach doing hurls inside of her as she thought of that. Does it always happens? She asked uncertainly. No, usually happens to younger ciphers, was his reply, and a fast one, which gained another question in her mind. Younger ciphers. How old are ciphers to be at least a teenager in your term of years? She asked as Naruto laughed at her question. Now that is a good question, curious of the lifespan EH. Well, to be a teenager in human terms, you have to be at least 4,227,890,345 years old. The answer left Lightning looking at Naruto with a disturbed look, and now wondered how old this kid was. To answer that mental question you're broadcasting right now, I'm only 30,649 years old. I'm still a child in cipher standards. But I'm still older than you. Naruto said as Lightning shook her head. These ciphers were probably much more dangerous than any Lassie known to both Grand Pulse and Cocoon history combined. But that also triggered an even bigger question, one that is instantly putting her on edge. Naruto, how powerful can ciphers become? She asked as Naruto laid on his back as he relaxed onto his pillow. Compared to what I can do when I'm at full power as a cipher, the older ciphers that came before me can kill numerous gods and create and destroy worlds on a whim. That is, if they keep collecting knowledge and power from their journeys in the multiverse. He replied. That answer shook Lightning, to know there are other ciphers out there that could do those kinds of things so easily. Basically, the older the cipher is, the more powerful they are. My sister and I are special exceptions to this because we were created with the DNA of the heavenly dragons and hell dragons of Genesis and inheriting the dangerous knowledge and powers they wielded. But only to a degree. To say it bluntly, I could at least injure an older cipher to a degree that he or she will be impressed before I get creamed by them. He admitted without shame as he closed his eyes. Anything else? Because I have nothing else to say about ciphers. He told her as Lightning sighed. This knowledge she was getting was dangerous right now, so the best solution is to not ask any more about ciphers, something more trivial and human-like. What was your love life like? She asked, knowing there is bound to be some reaction to it. She wasn't disappointed when the bed broke and caved in, sandwiching Naruto inside of it. It was amusing as his arm was flailing about for help as Lightning pried the bed open for Naruto, who looked disheveled. I thought we went over this and not talk about love life the last time we chatted like this. He told her with a scowl as Lightning shrugged. Well, I don't have much of a love life due to my time as a Lassie, Knight of Etro, and of course Neon ruining history, so I never got that much of a chance to find a guy. Not like there is anyone I like in my era. She confessed as Naruto sighed. Fine, if I tell you, will you stop bothering me about it? I don't want to go through with this a third time. Naruto told her as she nodded her head as he grumbled a bit. I have had a nasty habit of somehow getting a harem against my will. For some reason, a lot of girls have taken a liking to me and things get out of hand. He admitted as Lightning had to stifle a giggle. She could just picture some girls giving him a headache with arguments of who gets him next and all of that. But I do find myself falling in love with each one of them because of who they are. And well, he trailed off, a bit of red adorning his cheeks as Lightning knew what he was referring to. You sly dog, she said with her 2 cents as Naruto grumbled at that. You make it sound like I'm Ero Sennin, and I'm not. Naruto said as he looked at her. While I usually settle for one of the girls afterwards, we end up being separated due to my duties as a cipher. So it's a bit of a heartache for me when I recall them. he said as he had that lonely aura around him. He must have really missed these girls, maybe because they have a special place in his heart somewhere. Lightning thought as Naruto continued on. Even though we are separate, we're still connected and usually have a special token that symbolizes our love that will remind us of each other no matter what. In the end, when they die, they reunite with me in a special utopia that I had access to, Avalon. Avalon, the utopia King Arthur, or Arturia had sought in her life. She heard that Naruto had entered there to reunite with her, but now these girls entered it as well. Lightning won't let Naruto hear the end of it. You sure you're not a sexual deviant? She asked as Naruto developed a tick mark at that question. No, only the man-horneris I've encountered and butchered in my first life were like that. They ruined the meaning of love by covering it with shameless lust for women and meaningless sex. Those kind of people sicken me, he told her with a scowl on his face. I see, so you only have sex with the girls you truly love? She asked as Naruto nodded his head. Yes, to me, it's to share my very existence with that girl, that unbreakable bond that we cherish even if we were to face the end of the world itself, for in the end, we still have each other. Naruto told Lightning with a nostalgic face on him. Lightning was a trained warrior, but the feminine side of her still appreciated the devotion of love Naruto would commit to. Sarah would have found it sweet and romantic if she was here and heard this from Naruto's mouth. Well, that's it for that. Now since I'm going to be released in a few days, you'll have to take over for the missions with Mom for a while. Is that okay? He asked as Lightning nodded her head. Sure, I could use the workout instead of lingering in Konoha. Place was starting to get interesting as of late. She replied as Naruto had a confused expression. Didn't you hear? It seems that Orochimaru's scheme is slowly revealing itself. While I decided to go with Hinata to gather herbs, we found a ghost town with all of the residents missing. Then someone had tampered with a keystone in that area as a strange monstrous creature attacked us. From the reports Tsunade gave me after studying the corpse, it looked like an improved Edo Tensei. Lightning said as Naruto frowned at the mention of that jutsu. Thanks for the info Light, now you can go. I'll be fine now, he said smiling as he lied back down and closed his eyes. Lightning then stood and walked out the door, turning to look at the resting boy before having a small smile herself before closing the door behind her. Was it wise to tell her about the ciphers? Naraku asked. Yes, it's because I can trust her. For some reason, I just know I can. Naruto mentally replied as Tenryu spoke up. That is without the doubt because she was connected to the Holy Grail Wars of Cocoon eons ago, but with history corrected after the supposed destruction of it and the contents, the memories was rewritten. You must have been allies with her during the time to trust her completely. The Heavenly Dragon theorized. True, and if that's the case, she is the only one I can truly trust in this world alone. He replied. For now, he'll play the waiting game and recover his strength. But when the time comes, Orochimaru will fall and the battles filled with blood lie ahead. Naruto clenched his teeth, the inevitable day where Naruto will enter the hell known as war again, and see the evils of humanity surge through once more. This time, the bloodshed will be in the thousands once he enters. Chapter 33, Lightning's Minor Missions. Lightning sighed as she looked at the assignment she was given, filling in for Naruto who was currently resting in the hospital. She and Neji Hyuga, a once big-time fatalist, now mellowed out but serious ninja as usual are to clear out a cave and work as stud men for a TV action drama show. It kinda amazed Lightning that even ninja of all people have TVs in their era. Technological differences aside though, this mission felt a little off. 1. The director hasn't come back from the filming location Dragon's Pool, and secondly, that aura of dark promotion Lightning was getting was a very familiar one, and it was sending warning signs into her brain like a Gatling gun going off. If she was what Naruto would call genre savvy, which she wondered why he called her that but now she knew, then Orochimaru was involved in some way again with his recent actions. The location was located underneath a massive tree with an underground cavern where popular worship of a dragon god was held there. Lightning knew better than that, for she was beginning to think that certain entities on the top of her list were being worshipped. Bahamut, Tiamat, Shinryu, or some other lesser dragon she didn't know about and was dwelling there. It could be an interesting event in her opinion. As they entered, Lightning stopped, the same thing Neji did as his Byakugan was instantly activated. We're not alone, are we? She asked as Neji nodded. That was then, they appeared, and the ninja that reeked of death as Lightning narrowed her eyes. Careful Neji, these are undead ninja that were created by Orochimaru. He must have set up shop somewhere down here, she warned as she drew her blazefire saber. The two charged at the group of undead, Lightning's sword shining as she twisted and turned, cleaving these undead ninjas with no restraint as they fell to her blade. Neji jabbed at certain areas of the others as they fell to the gentle taps of the fingers. They both shared the same thought, the director must have been captured by the enemy and must be rescued immediately. As they disposed of the last of them, they charged deeper into the cave, not noticing a single enemy as they found a man-made reservoir, and Lightning felt something as she heard something in her head. "Hey Light, look inside the water, there's a door there." Naruto spoke to her via telepathy. Lightning knew he would be bored and would be watching. He's nothing more than a viewer right now, only giving her pieces of advice when he needs to. And down in the artificial lake, there really was a door there, but with the water pressure, it will be impossible to be opened. "Lady Farron, over there," Neji spoke up, gaining Lightning's attention as she turned to where he was looking, a mechanism that could be used to release the water. Finding it useful, she went over and activated the machine as the water flowed out. "Now let's see what Orochimaru's been up to," she said as they leapt down and opened the door and ventured in. In the final chamber, where there should have been an altar, was something else. The director was found, but was babbling utter nonsense as he was terrified with what he had seen. "Well, looks like this guy is going to be stuck in therapy for a while," Lightning thought as Neji walked towards the end, noticing the strange table with restraints and a strange helmet-like object on the top. Lightning noticed it too and walked up to it as she narrowed her eyes. There was a busted computer nearby and she had a feeling Orochimaru definitely had a hand in this contraption as the dark foreboding grew. Her sixth sense kicked in as she turned to see a giant praying mantis land, hissing at them as its mandibles moved. To them, it had just found prey. "And here I thought giant bugs were a thing of the past." Lightning mused as she had her gunblade in gun mode and fired a bullet right at the head, causing it to fall down in a heaping mess as its body twitched. "Let's take the director and get back, we need to tell the Hokage about this," Lightning said as Neji nodded his head in agreement. As they made their report, Tsunade was disturbed by this and sighed. Looking at AC rank scroll, she looked at Lightning. "While I would love to give Naruto this mission, he's currently unfit to do missions until further tests are done on him. I want you to do this until we do more investigations on the recent abandoned villages," Tsunade told her as she tossed the scroll to Lightning, who opened it. With the connection, Naruto saw the contents and Lightning felt his concern for Karen. "Light, please make sure she's safe. She's just like me before Mom came back, and just like you and Sarah," he told her. She knew that tone, he sympathized with the girl and had that caring heart. Plus, Lightning had taken a liking to that girl as of late. She usually delivers her a good supply of good quality metals for her bullets at discount prices due to him. "I will, Naruto, you can rest now," she mentally replied back as she felt the connection with her student loosen. She had eased him for now, and the most basic thing to do is to find any clues of Karen's disappearance before her shop is closed for good. Emporium Karen. As the door opened and the bell rang, Lightning looked around for the sole owner of the store, only to see Konohamaru there. "Oh, you're Lightning," the boy exclaimed, pointing at her as she knew her reputation with being Naruto's teacher was a hot topic in Konoha. "Hello Konohamaru, I'm here on a mission to investigate why Emporium Karen hasn't been on business. While this was technically Naruto's mission, I had to do it for him since he's in the hospital," she told him as the boy looked surprised at that. "Oh, he is. Did he get hurt fighting a powerful ninja and taking him down in a blaze of glory?" the excited boy asked as Lightning looked at him. The battle was a mutual defeat, but Naruto learned well from that battle. "You should pay him a visit, he's been rather lonely," she replied. "I see, I'll go visit him after I finish this errand. But from the looks of it, it'll be a while," Konohamaru told her as Lightning thought for a moment, maybe this kid knows of Karen's whereabouts. "Konohamaru, do you have any possible ideas of where she went?" Lightning asked as the boy looked at her before getting into a thinking pose. "Ah, the Blue Dragon Cave. I hear that's where she gets her raw materials for her tools she makes. It's just northeast of Konoha, past the Hokage monument," he told her as she nodded. "Thanks for the help, kid," Lightning told him as she turned and walked out, knowing that somehow, Orochimaru was involved. After all, his experiments as of late seemed to be taking place in caves. Blue Dragon Cave entrance. The minute Lightning entered the cave, revealing to be a mine, her senses were screaming as she drew her blazefire saber immediately. "Kill the intruder," a raspy voice spoke as the shadows of the cavern walls took form as the undead ninja looked at her with the intent to kill. "Come and die," Lightning taunted with a gesture as she counted the numbers. 10 against 1, nothing for her to worry about. With that, she sprang forward as 3 charged at her from the front, and 2 from behind. With her reflexes, she immediately bisected one of the undead ninja and twisted her body to avoid a dozen shuriken and kunai as her weapon shifted into gun mode and fired off 3 consecutive rounds. The marks hit true as 3 more fell. It was 6 against 1, no, 5 as she grabbed the nearest one and slammed it to the ground and stomped on the head, crushing the skull as the body turned to piles of ashes. "I guess these undead ninja are mere bandit variety if they're not going through jutsu. My advantage here," she thought as she drew upon her magic and smirked. Thundiga, she ordered as a massive barrage of thunder singed the last 5 as they dispelled into ashes. Not even worth cutting with my blade. Lightning muttered to herself as she turned and walked further into the mines. As she ventured in, once in a while killing a patrolling undead ninja, Lightning marked forked pathways to help her find her way back to the entrance once this was over. So far, no sign of Karen. But due to Naruto's insistence at the time, she ventured deeper in. Once she made it to what probably is the deepest parts of the mines, she decided to try something Naruto would have done if he was still an idiot, which she has a 50-50 bet on that he still is. Karen, are you here? She called out. Lightning, is that you? A voice spoke from behind a boulder. Peeking from behind it, Karen Kagura walked out with a relieved expression. You okay? Lightning asked the girl, who nodded her head as she looked at a certain tunnel. While I was gathering minerals to craft my tools, I heard a loud scream from other there. Then these strange ninjas started appearing out of nowhere. I hid at the time until you showed up. Karen explained as Lightning narrowed her eyes at the direction. Go back to the shop, I've cleared a way out for you already. I'll be back soon, she told the girl, who nodded her head and ran towards the direction Lightning came from. With Karen safe, Lightning ventured to the heart of the mine and felt the heat of magma nearby. When she walked in, she noticed a few corpses and a platform with a variety of seals inscribed on the floor. She immediately scrunched her face in disgust as the smell of decay hit her nose. Noticing a body in the center of the seal array, she walked up and examined the body. Dead, the body went through some sort of internal strain as necrosis was beginning to eat away at him while he was still alive. Tortured by this method till he died, she realized as she looked to see one of the corpses rise. Green mist, become like us, the dead, it spoke as Lightning narrowed her eyes. That was an important clue to the situation. A green mist made these zombie ninjas. This will be very helpful in knowing where Orochimaru will strike. You will not leave alive. Another corpse spoke as it too rose from the dead. Then the entryway Lightning came from had closed itself and sealed shut as the entire cavern shook. They're trying to bury me and erase their little secrets. Lightning mused as she looked at them disappointedly. Sorry boys, but you'll have to do better than that, she said as she vanished in a flutter of petals as the place collapsed on the secret laboratory. Konoha Hospital. Lightning reappeared in a flutter of petals next to Naruto's bedside as said boy was sitting upright reading a book. How is she? He asked as Lightning smiled. She's safe now. I'm going to the shop to see how she is, she replied as Naruto smiled at her. Thanks Light, he told her as Lightning felt the warming kindness from him as she walked towards the door. Oh, and can you bring me the fragments of Leo and Elo afterwards please? I want to show you a trick of mine, he told her. I'll think about it, she replied as she left the room. Emporium Karen. Lightning opened the door and moved aside as a few ninja left the shop, happy with their new tools as Karen ran up to her. Lightning, you're alright, she said as Lightning, having a big sister feeling at that moment, rubbed Karen's head. Why wouldn't I be? It'd take more than a few zombie ninjas to take me down, she replied as Karen laughed at that. Of course, but for now, I'll have to go somewhere else to get my raw materials. Feel free to come back anytime. Oh, and give Naruto my regards, Karen told her as Lightning nodded and left the shop, with another mission complete, now to report to Tsunade of her findings in the cave. Hokage office. A green mist you say? Tsunade asked as she cupped her chin in thought. Yes, and it seems these zombies are created from this mist as it reanimates the corpse while damaging the cells on a molecular level by giving them necrosis. Lightning told her as Tsunade furrowed her brow. I see, well, tomorrow I'm having someone examine Naruto's mind, and I want you to help escort him through any defenses Naruto would have set up in there. We need to know if he's stable or not after the Tomasaburo incident and the incident at Suna, she told her. Lightning had a feeling Naruto wasn't going to like this at all. And the results would be fatal. Chapter 34, Rehab. You ready Naruto? Inoichi asked as the blonde boy sat on the hospital bed with a blank expression. Let's get it over with, he grumbled as Inoichi connected their minds together and delved deep into Naruto's mindscape. When Inoichi landed in the mind of Naruto, he was in awe of the heavenly sky, the gentle earth, and the hellish pit that separated into 3 realms. This is Naruto's mind. What a find. I've never seen a mindscape like this before, he thought as he walked forward on the earth mind as he looked around. It was nature at its finest, the trees were strong and big, the wind was cool and gentle to his skin, and the very grass felt soft. I'm off to school mom, bye dad, spoke 2 young voices as Inoichi turned to the source. It was Naruto, and a girl around his age that looked like a carbon copy of Kushina as they were dressed in strange clothing he was unfamiliar with as Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze waved at the 2 who were running off with smiles on their faces. I see, this earthly realm of Naruto's mind must be the basic desire that Naruto sought his entire life. All he wanted was a family and a life that wasn't connected to shinobis, just an ordinary civilian life. Inoichi realized as he nodded his head. Then he pondered, was the heavenly realm some sort of realm of bliss and joy? Not exactly. A familiar female voice spoke as Inoichi turned to see Lightning standing there, watching the same thing that the mind diver had seen moments ago. I've been in the heavens. Feel part of Naruto's mind, as he calls it, contains a library holding numerous scrolls and books of many ages that are locked tight. I had managed to open a few to see they were happy memories he had, and knowledge he collected in his time. She told Inoichi as he looked at the other side, one that felt dark, ominous, oppressive, and death. Then that realm is, he guessed as Lightning nodded her head. He calls it, Heaven's Fall, the dark side of his view on the world. That place is dangerous to enter. He's created his own imaginary demons that guard the place, and I'm the only one they don't attack. There are horrible, dark memories locked there or fractured that I can't get a glimpse of yet. But at the same time, there is a special field located somewhere in there that you must not enter. Lightning explained as Inoichi nodded his head. And the Kyuubi? He asked, locked over there as well, but be warned, I'm not going to guarantee your safety if you enter there alone. She warned as she began walking past him towards Heaven's Fall. He followed her, wanting to see this, Heaven's Fall, for himself. By the kami, Inoichi muttered as he gasped at the sight. If he knew the Christianity religion, if it existed in his world, then he would compare it to hell itself. The evil he was seeing was too real to exist in such a mind. He was seeing things he did not want to see at all. It was revolting, hideous, and he might be driven mad if he continued to look at this. Snap out of it, Inoichi, this is part of the collective human unconsciousness we're in. Naruto is somehow connected to it by some unknown means, and it's showing us this for a reason, and one being knows why. She told him as Inoichi broke from his trance glance and looked at Lightning. Who, or what exactly? He asked as a dark chuckle echoed in the air. That would be me. Who knows the answer, Yamanaka? The voice spoke, malicious, twisted, evil to the core, as Inoichi shuddered at the sound of it as the presence drew near. When he saw it, it was a four-tailed black fox that looked like its fur was partially made of crystal as red fissures covered the body. Magatsu Arashi, I heard about you from Naruto. Still trying to take over? Lightning asked with her arms crossed as the black four-tailed fox laughed. Indeed, but I shall play the waiting game, waiting to see when the brand opens to the final stage, and consumes him. The dark fox laughed as Inoichi was on edge. What are you? And how are you connected to this nightmare? He demanded as the fox hissed at him. Don't make commands against a creature like me, human. It growled as its glowing yellow eyes pierced through any courage the blond man had. But I shall indulge you, for you survived seeing most evils here in Heaven's Fall. The fox chortled as he stood upright. You do not know of Zoroaster, but I shall explain on basic concept of this religion. Magatsu Arashi said, waving his hand like he was doing a magic spell dramatically. What kind of religion has to do with this place? Inoichi thought as Magatsu Arashi smiled. Zoroaster is the very first religion to have two beings do the classic good versus evil cliché that many humans have used in their own religions, folklore, and fairy tale stories on their children for countless eons and ages in the history of man. Two gods, Ahura Mazda, god of all the good of the world, and Angra Mainyu, source of all the evils of the world. The mentioning of Angra Mainyu in the Heaven's Fall realm shook greatly as the human screams worsened. But Inoichi knew one thing, this Angra Mainyu is connected to Naruto and this demon's existence. What does Angra Mainyu have to do with Naruto? He asked as Lightning knew parts of it. By exploring some of Naruto's memories, there were two types of Angra Mainyu, the evil dark god himself, and the human sacrifice given that name as a title to be the one who carries all evils within his soul. It can't be, she realized, but it was impossible if Naruto had contacted the latter version of Angra Mainyu, the human sacrificed version, and took some of the taint. It shouldn't have corrupted parts of his mind to create this mental hell. It only had enough evils and curses for the likes of Magatsu Arashi to be born. You guessed right, Lightning, Naruto was chosen to become an Angra Mainyu-like avenger by the will of the gods. Magatsu Arashi grinned as Lightning eyes flashed in anger. Even in this new life and age, the gods are up to no good. She thought bitterly as Inoichi narrowed his eyes. So in other words, Naruto is declared insane then, correct? He asked as Lightning noticed his hands were cautiously and slowly moving up to perform the release seal. Oh no, he's actually resisted the curse due to only Naraku being infused with it, and it was only 1/3 of him blackened like that. But circumstances from previous encounters like Avenger had made it a 50-50. The more despair, the more hate, the more madness that consumes him. I shall be born into the world and all humans will be devoured by my shadows. And there is nothing you can do that can stop the inevitable. The monster laughed as the shadows started moving. Lightning drew her blazefire saber quickly and sliced the demon fox in half as it fell apart. The shadows dying as well as Inoichi looked at her. Hey, this won't change anything, my queen, I'll be back, Magatsu Arashi warned her as that split face smiled as he faded away. She sheathed her weapon with a concerned look on her face. What he says is true. She replied as she looked at him. You cannot stop it for Naruto's curse, the curse of the lassie and the death clock he has will consume him, and that monster will enter your world and end it, with the powers of the Kyuubi as well. She told him as Inoichi shook his head. There has to be a way to remove this thing from him. Therapy, constant medication, something. He exclaimed as Lightning shook her head. No, the god-hallowed pulse branded Naruto with the curse, only a god or goddess of equal power can undo it, and free Naruto from the dark influence. She told him as Inoichi fell to his knees. We have to keep him in Konoha. He told her as she walked up and punched him in the face, hard. Idiot. You cannot stop this inevitable scenario like that. Not even delaying it, as this curse grows with every passing second. Do you want this thing to be born and ready to kill inside Konoha? She demanded as Inoichi widened his eyes as he was plagued by possible scenarios of what would happen. He was told of the lassie curse, of the brand's evils if the focus was incomplete, and the fate of such failure the gods of Lightning's era will inflict. What can we do then? He sighed as Lightning turned from him. Don't give up hope. That's what Naruto is trying to do. She replied, not looking back as she disappeared in a flurry of petals, leaving the mind of Naruto as Inoichi began following suit. As Inoichi opened his eyes, he looked at Naruto's calm face and his eyes spoke one message: you've seen him. Inoichi nodded as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. I hope you know what you're doing, he said as Naruto smiled a bit. You forget, I'm the most unpredictable person you've met, remember? He asked as Inoichi smiled a little before getting up and walked out of the room. He's clean, he told Tsunade, who waited outside the room as she narrowed her eyes. She felt like he was hiding something from her. She walked into the room and placed a hand on her hip. Since you've been given a clearance, you can leave, she told him as Naruto nodded his head and stood up, stretching as he cracked his neck. Finally, the long dark days of hospital foods and beds are over, he exclaimed as he walked out, flashing Tsunade a smile. Not so fast, Naruto, Lightning spoke, appearing right behind him as he paused in mid-step. You just got out, and have gotten rusty. You are going through rehab, and no excuses, she told him in a serious tone. Understood, Naruto sighed in defeat as Tsunade smirked. Looks like someone was able to tame that little ball of energetic trouble for once. Training grounds. Kakashi watched as Naruto and Lightning stood in front of each other as she handed him two broken swords. He looked at the swords Naruto took. They were advanced technology that the people of this era could not use. Too advanced for ordinary warriors to use. The reason why Kakashi was here was to help Naruto with one thing and one thing only: elemental chakra manipulation. For now, he must wait and let Lightning's rehab class begin. Sorry, but I was able to gather most of the fragments after Kisame broke them. Lightning apologized as Naruto held the broken Lie-Edge and L-Edge gun blades and their respective sword fragments. You just made it easier to fix them, actually, Light, he replied as he grabbed the handles of the two broken gun blades. The lion eyes of the hilts glowed with new life as the maws opened to extend the broken blade parts as energy seeped out of them and searched for the fragments. They immediately melded into one with their respective parts and were perfectly restored. This sight amazed both Lightning and Kakashi as Naruto smirked. These guys are still in their beginning stages, so it will take time for their durability to fully kick in, he told them as Lightning gentle caressed one of them. The metal was shard when she gently traced it as a small cut caused her blood to trail down the sword as it was absorbed by the sword itself. Lightning knew these gun blades were forged by some sort of mystic arts, but the way and methods are unknown to her since she was but a mere soldier of war. It seems Naruto's skills as a smith was something truly to be reckoned with if he had the right materials. These two are ready, how about you, Light? Naruto asked as Lightning smirked and drew her blazefire saber. Ready when you are, she replied as they both jumped back as Kakashi held his hand up. Begin, he declared as the two lassie charged at each other. Lightning ducked under a swipe, only to see the second blade coming in as she blocked it with her blade. Naruto twisted his body as he slashed at her with Lie-Edge and made a feint with L-Edge. Lightning didn't fall for them as she quickly thrusted her sword forward as one of the hook-like appendages of Naruto's weapons caught and moved the tip aside from nearly piercing his body as he switched Lie-Edge into gun mode and aimed at Lightning point-blank range at her head. Lightning smirked as Naruto felt something press against his heart as Lightning's Omega weapon gunblade was in gun form as well and was aimed at her heart. Draw, he asked as Lightning chuckled. If I was serious and went all out, what would you think? She asked gently as Naruto sighed in defeat. There's no beating you even with every last bit of power I have right now, he admitted with a shrug as Kakashi eyed the two. For some reason, they remind me of a recently married ninja couple, he thought as he smiled. Well, now that your rehab duel is over, it's my turn for teaching. He spoke up as Lightning and Naruto separated, sheathing their weapons as Naruto looked at Kakashi. I recalled you were going to teach me elemental manipulation, correct? He asked as the silver-haired Jonin nodded his head with a hidden smile. That is right, and to help you with your training, use this. He said, tossing a slip of paper as Naruto caught it and examined it. Just pour some chakra in there, and behold the results. He told Naruto. The shinobi lassie nodded as he began pouring a bit of chakra into the paper and was startled by the results. At the same time, the paper crumpled and was cut into threes as one was turned to ash, another part got soaked, and the third one crumpled and was cut into pieces. 4 affinities, Kakashi muttered as Naruto heard him as he looked at his hand. Maybe my lassie powers were infused into my chakra network to give me those affinities, because they're based on the spells I use in my Ravager role. He guessed as Kakashi looked at Naruto. Well then, we'll work on one elemental affinity at a time. We'll start with the 2 prime affinities, wind and lightning. He spoke as Naruto looked at Lightning with a wry grin. Funny how my name means maelstrom, because the winds and lightning is at its most destructive nay. He asked as Lightning smiled a little at him and his wits at times. She watched as Kakashi gave Naruto lessons on how to manipulate wind chakra by cutting leaves with just his chakra. It took a while, but Kakashi was impressed by the progress he had by himself, since he didn't tell Naruto of the shadow clone method. Not bad Naruto, it's as if you've known how to use wind chakra for most of your life. Kakashi stated as Naruto laughed sheepishly. Lightning resisted rolling her eyes, she knew that this Naruto was a clone of the original timeline, Naruto and inherited a certain degree of memories of his original and is practically cheating with the wind chakra. How did she know? She spent some time looking into his memories to find out what info he might have that could speed things up, but due to his mind being fractured and split into other parts of his soul via Neon's trap in Anima, only a few things could be learned. And found a door leading to some of the canon Naruto, as Naruto calls him, and found the wind manipulation one, and the results of training into this rasengan he invented. She had to admit, that was one awesome killing move on that strange thread monster he fought. Well then, since you've pretty much mastered the basics of wind chakra, we'll work on the lightning chakra, and I have to warn you, it's not a fun one. Kakashi stated as Naruto snorted. Nothing is fun in training unless you're competing against someone you call a rival. He retorted as Kakashi smiled. He wondered what the unpredictable Naruto would do, since he had taught Sasuke how to use lightning chakra before. 3 hours later. Naruto panted as he swiped the sweat from his brow and took a massive gulp of water from the water bottle offered to him by Lightning as he sighed in content. Man, lightning chakra is no joke light, I actually fried a few of my nerves while practicing on harnessing it. He told her as she had her arms crossed. So, what did you learn from it? She asked as Naruto grinned. It works the same as wind chakra, they both can enhance bladed weapons with more cutting power. But wind chakra is more on raw power while lightning chakra uses vibrancy frequencies to work. It also adds numbness, and the fact lightning chakra is energy, the cutting power could surpass the already brute strength of wind chakra if one hones in their skills with it to the point of mastery. He explained as Lightning let out a low whistle. Now that is something useful, I wonder if I could pull off the same trick with my spark strike. She wondered as Naruto nodded. Yeah, that would be an interesting theory to try out in the future, but for now, let's relax. He told her as he pulled out a bento box. Thank you mom for your glorious cooking, he praised as he opened it and separated the box layers as he shared some of his food with Lightning. You know, Kushina really does know how to cook. Lightning admitted as she bit into a specially seasoned rice ball. I'll say, a mother's love is the secret ingredient to making a delicious dish. They proved to be the best chefs that no one could beat. He replied as he bit into another dish. The wind blew gently as Lightning took that special candy and took on her Eclair Farron form as she smiled in content. This form is more comfortable when we're eating now, she said as Naruto smiled. I agree, he told her as they continued eating in this peaceful atmosphere, not aware of Kakashi hiding in one of the trees as he smiled at the sight. My cute little student is growing up, he told himself jokingly as he leaned back on the branch he was on and opened his adult romantic slapstick comedy make-out violence. Hokage's office. This is crazy sensei, why would you go after Orochimaru yourself? Tsunade demanded as Jiraiya was there with his arms crossed as Hijiran sighed. He is a mistake I intend to correct. I'm dying already from time, but if I ever wanted to die, it is by dying as an honorable shinobi of Konoha. The old Sandame replied in a calm, elderly tone, but with edges of seriousness in them. This caused Tsunade to slam her hands on her desk as she snapped. You old fool, I will not allow another person I cared about die like that. Why can't you spend the last of your days with your family and pass on like normal old people? She asked as Hijiran chuckled. But that would be giving up Tsunade, and I have to tell you something, I ain't dying until Orochimaru's threat to everyone is gone for good. he told her as Jiraiya sighed. Well, I had just recently found our teammate's lair, guarded by undead ninja not worthy of that cheap knockoff of Edo Tensei while investigating on how to undo the jutsu. We'll need the best of the best to go in there and storm the place. Taking out the source of the undead ninjas would be one of the key strategies of our victory here. The other is taking out Kabuto and Orochimaru as well, and they are both cunning bastards that will escape us a second time. Jiraiya told them as Tsunade merely sighed as she sat down and looked at Naruto's profile, only to catch her eye on 3 words. Fabula Nova Crystallis, she muttered as she had found her answer. Boys, I think we found our ace in dealing with our slithering friends so they don't escape for good. Tsunade spoke up as they saw the trademark look of the Sannin who will gamble with her life on the line. Chapter 35, Fabula Nova Crystallis, Legends released. Naruto packed his gear, tied his headband onto his left arm as he placed Shizakura in its sheath on his left hip on the belt like how the samurai do it while placing his blazefire saber onto the back sheath like lightning does as Leo and Elo, his sentiment gun blades that transform at will latched onto his shoulders as he stepped out in the early morning light. Today was the day that Konoha would go and take down Orochimaru and end his plans once and for all. Naruto just hoped that this battle will warm him up for the hell he will soon re-enter in Kiri once it's over. You ready, Naruto? Spoke Lightning Farron, legendary hero of an era long forgotten as she appeared out of nowhere at his side as he nodded his head. Yes, the time of the Serpent's eternal loop shall finally end. Naruto spoke as he and Lightning dashed for the gates. The assigned teams were probably heading there as well, and Naruto played an important part in taking down Orochimaru and Kabuto. The teams were set, and Naruto and Lightning were part of the final assault group. Jiraiya, Hijiran, Kakashi, and Sasuke were part of it as additional teams served as the cleaners that take care of reinforcements on the enemy's side. Including members of them were the rest of the Rookie 9 as Naruto had to harden his heart. This is a war now. People you knew and care about will die, prepare for painful partings. Let Operation Orochi begin, Hijiran Sarutobi called out as everyone nodded their heads and charged into their assigned destinations. Fang over Fang, Kiba shouted as he and Akamaru spun into the air like drills and decimated 4 zombie ninjas as Rock Lee released the weights on his legs and brutally smashed through 7 more at inhuman speeds. Lee, behind you, Tenten called out as she threw her kunai and shuriken past Lee as he turned to see 10 of the undead ninja fall to the ground. Thanks Tenten, Lee called out with a good guy pose. Now's not the time Lee, we have to keep moving. Neji snapped as he disabled another enemy as he was surrounded. Rotation, he called out as a dome of chakra repelled the surrounding enemies around him. Shadow Possession Jutsu, success. Shikamaru stated with a bored expression as Ino flipped through the air and tossed some special smoke bombs that exploded. Those bombs contain a certain essence of a certain flower called Death's Breath. It's over, she stated as the zombies fell dead for good. Devouring insect swarm, Shino muttered as his insects did their job as they dug into the flesh of the zombies and ate them from the inside out as some popped out bigger than before. Ew, how can you live with those things inside of you? Ino demanded with disgust as the cavern ceiling shook. Hey, where's Lady Hinata? Neji asked as Ino was the one to reply, she's with the demolition team, serving as a scout. She told him. There, all set, spoke one of the Konoha ninja as he looked at the young Hyuga heiress with a smile. You saved us from an ambush, thanks. He told her with gratitude as she nodded her head. No problem at all, she replied as far away, parts of the caverns there had fallen as rubble buried some of the tunnels. She chose to be on this team for a reason. With her clan's eyes, she could see the perfect weak points in the cavern's areas and bring them down, reducing the amount of reinforcements as they're forced to take longer routes. By that time, Orochimaru should have fallen by the main team and the dead will stay dead for good once it was over. Naruto, Lightning, Sasuke, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hijiran ran in the main tunnel, using the chaos caused by the other teams to help get past the lesser fodder as most were already occupied by other Konoha shinobi as they made their way to the deeper parts of the caverns. Hey old man, you must be in quite the pickle taking on a student you cared about before. Naruto spoke up as they kept running in. Yes, I am indeed in conflict with myself. Hijiran agreed as Jiraiya looked at his sensei as they kept running. He was like a son to you, and because of that, you let him go when you had the chance to punish him for his crimes. Jiraiya told him as Hijiran nodded his head. Indeed, but this time, it will be different. I'm putting an end to a mistake I made once and for all. He spoke with utter seriousness as the professor was back in business. They reached a massive chamber with spinning obelisk stone-like objects with glowing runes spinning as they stopped. These are keystones, defiled by Orochimaru's work no doubt. They must be the source. Lightning stated as they heard clapping as out of the shadows, Kabuto walked in. My, look what the snake brought home for dinner. He mused as Naruto twitched his right hand. He really wanted to give Kabuto a taste of his crystal origin bullet and see how he'll like it. But he resisted, he wanted that son of a bitch to suffer. And he had an interesting idea of his ideal version of mercy is. Mercy is a fate worse than death, and Naruto has been merciful many times before. This time won't be any different. So, this is the traitor. I should have known that someone like you would be in league with that snake bastard Orochimaru. Sasuke stated as Kabuto frowned but didn't move. So, we met again Kabuto, Kakashi told the glasses-wearing boy as he slowly lifted up his headband to reveal his Sharingan. And this time I won't hold back. You will die here, he finished as Kabuto smirked. Well, that's what you think, he replied as he snapped his fingers, as a massive giant human with a strange tag with writing over its eyes appeared with a giant spiked club as several undead ninja appeared. But the numbers on my side will change that. He finished. Naruto hated this jutsu violated the dead in so many ways it was against the honor of many people's wills and sacrifices it sickened him. Sure, Edo Tensei made bringing back the dead possible, but it should be impossible to call forth such an army. That kind of knowledge was forbidden, unless. Tenryu, you don't think that? Naruto mentally spoke out to the heavenly dragon as the being replied to him. Ask him before confirming it. The dragon replied as Naruto spoke. Kabuto, how did you and that genetic abomination named Orochimaru get a hold of such forbidden knowledge to summon so many dead people? The amount of human sacrifices is impossible with Edo Tensei alone. Kabuto, just what did you find to gain such knowledge? He demanded as everyone looked at him like he grew a second and third head, except for Kabuto who laughed. Wow, so you must be one of us to have read one of them to meet him. He mused as Naruto narrowed his eyes in absolute seriousness. Hermaeus Mora, I should have known. Still out to cause indirect problems with those blasted books. He growled as Hijiran Sarutobi for the first time was confused. Who? He asked, speaking the unspoken question that the others were wondering. He's known by many names, the Demon of Knowledge, Prince of Fate, Lord of Secrets, and the one whom you don't want to double-cross if you've made a pact with him. He replied as Lightning knew right there that Naruto was very familiar with this being if he knew what was the source of this undead army. I take it your soul was taken or something if you grew this smart in the last few months. Sasuke retorted as Naruto scowled. Blow off, asshole, now's not the time for exchange of witty commentary. If we don't take Kabuto and the keystones out, then that cursed black book will be a pain to deal with if Orochimaru keeps his slimy hands on it. Naruto snapped with utter seriousness as he called forth his Idolith from his chest. Lightning followed suit as they immediately summoned their respective incarnations of Odin as they both drew their weapons. Sasuke, you and the old man take out the keystones. Kakashi, support them by defense. Light, we're about to break down hell. Naruto ordered as they charged to their respective targets. The entire network of caves shook as Kiba sniffed the air. The enemies have stopped coming, and it seems a big battle with the boss of these clowns is underway. He guessed as Lee pumped a fist in the air. Right, then let us finish off these unyouthful zombies and work on taking down Orochimaru. He shouted as he was fighting with renewed vigor as two fell to his swift feet. I agree, let's go Akamaru, and time to go wild. Kiba howled as Akamaru barked in agreement with his partner. Twin Wolf Fang. He shouted as he unleashed his ultimate jutsu technique and ravaged the decreasing forces of the undead as Tenten threw exploding kunai to collapse the ceilings above of her enemies as they were crushed mercilessly. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji exclaimed as he disabled another opponent in his pile of enemies, as explosions and earthquakes became more violent. Lady Hinata, Neji muttered as he disposed of yet another enemy. He had a bad promotion about letting her join the demolition crew. That dream he had earlier did not comfort him due to the fact that he saw Naruto impaling his sword into her chest and the Tommasaburo incident in his mind. He had to hurry, because even though he no longer believes in fate, he fears that is the fate of Hinata in the end. Hinata stumbled as the cavern walls begun collapsing violently, the debris blocking most passageways as the entire place shook. Her Byakugan guiding her as her fellow teammates were already crushed by the rubble. She was above the area where Naruto and his team were at, fighting against the source of the undead army. While she would love to watch him fight, she needed to save herself first, and the floor was starting to crack. Oh no, she thought as the floor gave way as more debris from the ceiling came down with her. She tried to scream, but the sudden weight of the rubble knocked out any air she would have breathed as she felt an incredible amount of pressure crushing her lower abdomen. With Naruto and his team, Kabuto jumped back as he held his stomach in pain as he coughed up a bit of blood. He had 2 bullet wounds in his left shoulder and right kneecap and a series of gashes from Naruto and Lightning's blades as the keystones were destroyed. Game over Kabuto and you are going to be crushed like a bug. Naruto stated as he aimed Lia-Edge and L-Edge and their gun modes right at him as the ceiling gave in above Kabuto as debris crushed him with a sickening squish. Well, you did say he's going to be crushed like a bug. Maybe you should do a bit of fortune telling when you're older. Kakashi joked as Naruto glared from over his shoulder as the older ninja immediately became silent. Now that the undead ninja are gone without their source, may they finally rest in peace. Hijirin muttered with a relieved smile on his face, only for it to fall down as he noticed a hand sticking out. It was not Kabuto's hand, but someone else's. Quickly, give me a hand. He shouted as everyone noticed what he was going on about and began pulling debris away to reveal a heavily bruised Hinata Hyuga. She won't make it, Lightning stated, getting everyone's attention. By the time any medical support comes in, she'll already be dead. She explained as Naruto grimaced. And at that time, the pain will grow worse. She'll die suffering from her injuries. He speculated as Sasuke shook his head. Dope, can't you use that magic of yours to heal her? Sasuke asked as Naruto shook his head. I could probably heal the pain, but the ability to fully heal her is beyond me or Light's abilities. She'll still die, but she won't suffer that badly. And I prefer ending it quickly before it becomes agonizing for her. He replied as Hinata coughed up blood and looked at him as he said it. See, can I please speak with you? She gasped out in pain as Naruto casted a few cure spells to relieve the pain. I can guess where this is heading, can you all please? Naruto asked looking at the others as Hijirin nodded his head. I'll go on ahead with Kakashi and stall Orochimaru, you better hurry. He replied as he and Kakashi dashed deeper into the caverns. Sasuke and Lightning went to the other side of the cavern to give the two alone time as Naruto knelt down beside her and shook his head. You did a good job, Hinata, he said in a small smile. I wish you could have grown into a fine kunoichi when you got older. He told her as Hinata weakly raised up her blood-stained hands and gently caressed Naruto's cheek. Enna Naruto-kun, she stuttered as she coughed up blood horribly as Naruto held that arm. I wanted to tell you, she said as Naruto casted another cure spell on her in order to ease the pain on her body as she looked at him. That I love you, she confessed as Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry Hinata, but, I can't return these feelings. He admitted, looking at her weak eyes. The you I've known had made me suffer so much in my previous lives, that I can't love her when my heart is filled with nothing but hatred of her. He replied as Hinata smiled weakly. I see, she said, a little sad as she looked at his empty blue eyes, a blue void threatening to devour her as she wanted some final words with the boy she fell in love with, even if she were to die here and now. But, looking back, I didn't regret falling in love with the real you. She told him, causing him to blink as she coughed a bit. The boy, who had been suffering for so long, always alone, kept on fighting no matter how horrible his life was, no matter how powerful the enemy was, no matter how hopeless the situation had become. He had always endured and won, becoming that star of hope that I wanted to reach one day. No matter how bitter, how cynical, or how cruel, I will always remember that kind heart deep inside showing me the boy that I fell hopelessly in love with after all those years. She spoke with nostalgia in her tone as Naruto felt something inside of his heart move. The hate in it vanished, no, rather, it moved somewhere else at the time. I take it all back, he suddenly said as he looked at her gently. The Hinata I hated was the cipher one that tortured me for so long. Not you, not the human, normal girl who was reconciling with her family after I beat Neji. You have a good heart Hinata, and deserve a better chance in life. He admitted as he raised her head. I'll end it quick, so the pain will end, and if you were ever reborn into a new life, I promise one day you and I will try and go on one date and see how it goes. He told her as they both shared a weak smile on their faces. Can you use Chizukura please? She asked as Naruto looked at her. I want my death to be the very same like Sakura's, a symbol of even if we're both gone, we'll still be there, at your side, cheering for you, supporting you, when you are ever in pain. She told him as he nodded his head. But first, he trailed off as he drew her face closer to him as he drew Chizukura with his other hand. A final gift before you die. He told her as their lips met. At that same time, the blade found her heart as it had stopped beating. As they separated, Naruto saw Hinata smile gently at him for one more time as her eyes closed as death had claimed her. As the blade absorbed Hinata's blood, the blade glowed slightly as the petal-shaped cross guard that was once a bud bloomed open into a 5-petal-shaped cherry blossom. Lady Hinata, Neji called out as he ran towards where Naruto sat and saw the blade in her chest as he pulled it out and sheathed it. You, Neji said, seeing that horrible dream come true as the others came in to see Hinata's dead body and Naruto sheathing his sword as he turned and looked at them. Empty. Those were what were reflected in his eyes, a sense of loss and bitterness in them as Naruto had lost another bond in life to death's cruel grip. Farewell my place in the sun, will we meet again with all the sins I've collected in my past? He thought to himself as he slowly walked towards Lightning and Sasuke as the two Odin summons bowed their heads in respect and sorrow. Neji had fallen to his knees and gritted his teeth as he tried to keep his composure while trying not to cry at the death of a rekindled family bond that was ended in Target. Lee sobbed loudly. Shikamaru looked away, and his expression was dark as he punched a nearby wall. Ino looked like she was going into a coma in any second while Kiba openly cried as little Akamaru held in sorrow. Tenten went to check on Neji as she tried to comfort him. Sasuke looked at his friend, knowing that Naruto now had lost two close bonds with people he knew, as it had to be a painful parting. Losing someone close will destroy someone from the inside, and Naruto must be suffering from it. Turning towards Hinata's direction, where her body laid still, he saw it, Hinata's soul. Cipher ability reclaimed. Soul devouring. Devouring the soul of a person will give them a chance at redemption of eaten whole, allowing reincarnation and absolving them of sins. If devouring a fractured or a soul that is ripped apart beyond repair, then the cycle of reincarnation is denied to the soul. Warning: will suffer a mutation and might gain a new power depending on importance of the soul. That knowledge that had long been lost to his memories had returned, and now, he must feed that forbidden hunger that had returned. But he wasn't the only one to see Hinata's soul, everyone else did as well as it took on her form and walked up to him, smiling. I see, I shall grant you the biggest send-off ever, Hinata. But first, please say goodbye to everyone. I can wait, he told her as the soul of Hinata looked at everyone. She floated over to Neji and with two hands, held his spooked face and kissed his forehead and smiled gently. But Neji saw the message in her eyes, they were asking him to protect Naruto in her stead. It was the only request she wanted. I will do this for your sake, Lady Hinata, he sniffed as he tried his best to smile at his cousin's ghost who floated towards the others, bidding them all a gentle goodbye as she went to Lightning last. Take care of him, please. I want him to experience a bit of happiness in his life. That was the message the spirit gave her as Lightning nodded her head in respect. I will do the best I can, Hinata, and take care of yourself in your new life. She told her as Hinata nodded and floated to Naruto. Are you ready? He asked her as she nodded her head. Holding out her hand, he took it in his left as she seemed to be absorbed into him as Naruto felt all of her feelings for him surge like a blazing sun as his eyes burned with white-hot fire as he closed his eyes and gritted his teeth in pain as he fell to his knees. He felt someone supporting him as he opened his eyes to see Neji, who had a startled expression on his face. No, rather, everyone else's, as he noticed his arms felt a bit heavier as well. When he stood straight and examined his arms, he noticed Leo and Elo and turned into gauntlets of sorts as his eyes were seeing chakra. What is this power? He asked himself as the knowledge only a cipher can obtain gave him the answer. Nensho Byakugan, burning white eye, the blessings of Amaterasu. By mutating the Byakugan, she bestowed upon you once Hinata Hyuga's soul was devoured. It works like the Byakugan and affects Leo and Elo as they are now gauntlets that allow you to utilize the gentle fist like if it was naturally part of you. This is due to the cipher ability to bestow possibilities, as this one in particular is the, what if Naruto was actually a Hyuga? This fiery gaze sees through lies and virtually almost anything else. There are a few things that are exceptions and carries the same weaknesses as its predecessor. It also inherits the techniques used by the Hyuga clan from its long line via the human genes within the souls connected to it. Careful not to get anything in your eyes. Great, the telepathic tutorial system from the Wheel of Fate kicks in once again. Naruto mentally grumbled as he flexed his fingers as the gauntlets felt like a part of his hands. He looked towards where Orochimaru was and saw Hijiran, Jiraiya and Kakashi in jam battling Orochimaru, who had been keeping them on edge. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the white flames that consumed them glowed as he began walking there with a calm face. He ignored what the others were saying, as lightning followed him as the others did too. I am the bone of my crystal. My body is made of crystal. Naruto let the knowledge of Menma flow through him. Now was the time to unleash all the frustration, the hatred, the malice, and all of his wanton anger upon one fool. He began to utilize the forbidden knowledge of how to create dark chakra and how to use the power. Earth is my body, and fire is my blood. My flesh is that of the earth, and obsidian glass is my heart. A dark aura surrounded him, surprising lightning, but startling others with the coldness emitting from it as Naruto's blonde hair turned black as his whisker-shaped birthmarks became more feral-looking. I have witnessed the story of the crystal legends. I have walked endless paths in the tales of crystals. Lightning had seen the memories of him fighting Menma with the canon Naruto once before, and now that she is looking at him, she is seeing more Menma in physical appearance than Naruto Uzumaki than ever before. And that is when he was serious. Unknown to darkness, nor known to light. Both as a monster and as a savior. Naruto tore off his Konoha headband he had on his left arm, and everyone felt the huge influx of chakra and magical energy erupting from him as he continued through. He didn't care what the others thought, he wanted his revenge, and he was going to get it, one way or another. Have withstood pain to create cherished and unbreakable bonds. But even then, I am not alone. The shaking of the caverns signified the intense battle up ahead. the amount of killing intent and chakra in the air was strong enough for most of the remaining rookie 9 to shiver at the intensity. Naruto stopped and looked over his shoulder, looking at them. He only had one question to them, as they were now being held back by the powerful wind of hesitation from the battle. Most of them shaken and felt their nerves giving in as his fiery eyes looked at them and asked them one question. "Can you keep up with me?" he asked as he looked forward and kept moving. Sasuke was the first, his pride as a loyal Uchiha of Konoha, and his ego of not wanting to be weak so he can fail and lose another bond kicked in. "No, how about you keeping up with me?" he retorted as he continued on afterwards, running up to Naruto's side as Lightning smiled as soon afterwards, they all kept moving forward. It was time, the final battle against Orochimaru was underway, and he will fall once and for all. The sounds of explosions, shouting, blades clashing, and even running feet were getting closer as Naruto clenched his hands into fists as his fury rose. Yet, even in the depths of the void I shall continue to shine. Even in the emptiness of despair, I will continue to find hope. The rest of the living rookie 9 prepared themselves as Oden and Esir were on edge as the two summons had their weapons ready for the biggest battle of their lives, as Naruto's fiery eyes glowed in the darkness as he completed the final lines of the aria. As my life beings anew, in fabula nova crystallis. For my story is forever etched into eternal crystal. The world around them as they entered the heart of the lair was engulfed in flames as they now found themselves on a strange platform in a black void as little lights twinkled in the darkness. This of course paused the battle that the four currently fighting shinobi were in as they turned to the source. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Hijiran looked shocked at Naruto's interest as Orochimaru looked at him with interest, no doubt interested in such a specimen to study. My, aren't you always full of surprises Naruto-kun, Orochimaru mused as no reply came from the shinobi lassie as he got into the gentle fist form, much to everyone's surprise. "Oh, trying to take me on with just taijutsu, what a naive boy." He laughed as he charged at him at fast speeds. Esir reacted to his master's mental commands and threw Gingnur at the incoming serpent as the intended mark hit without fail as Orochimaru was baffled as his right hand was pinned to the ground as Naruto was already in front of him with Neji from behind. "Neji, let's do that." "Right. You are within our range." The two exclaimed as Orochimaru realized what was going on. He needed to get out of range. 8 trigrams 64 palms. They exclaimed as they unleashed their combined might. That happened immediately after Orochimaru spat out another him as they had to stop the technique and turn towards him as Orochimaru attempted to punch Naruto right in the face. "Fire style, dragon flame jutsu." A voice called out as Orochimaru turned his gaze at the incoming source of heat as he was taken by it courtesy of Sasuke Uchiha who utilized the jutsu. "Thanks for the save," Naruto called out as he leapt back and kept his distance as Orochimaru came out of the flames unharmed, although his clothes weren't. Orochimaru chuckled, "Is this the best you can offer?" he had asked, only to look down to see a shadow connected to his. "Shadow possession success, Ino, do your thing," he told his teammate who nodded and threw a barrage of exploding kunai as Orochimaru conjured up some snakes to take the blows as they exploded into guts and blood. He commanded another one to attack Shikamaru as said Nara was forced to cancel his jutsu and get back to avoid being bitten by a venomous viper as Rock Lee and Tenten made their moves. Dynamic entry, he proclaimed as he performed the infamous flying kick that his sensei taught him as it made contact with Orochimaru's face, and the fact that Lee had removed his weights earlier had made it unpredictable for the snake Sanin as he was pissed at that stunt. "Why you little," he seethed, only to feel his arms being jabbed at as he saw both Naruto and Neji were the culprits as they sealed the chakra paths in his arms before leaping back at the hissing snake. The sounds of surging lightning and chirping birds reached Orochimaru's ears. He turned around to see Sasuke and Kakashi with their Chidori and Reikiri in hand respectfully as they both charged at him. From behind, Lightning and Naruto charged with their gun blades at their sides as Orochimaru noted the burning white flames in his eyes were gone as they charged at him. Naruto and Sasuke leapt into the air as Kakashi and Lightning continued straight towards him. Hijiran and Jiraiya looked at each other and nodded their heads as Jiraiya began to summon a toad as Hijiran began flipping through hand signs to prepare for the combination attack. Orochimaru reacted quickly, summoning snakes from his arms. They lashed out at Lightning and Kakashi whom continued to dodge the swarm of vipers and kill any that got in their way. The two veterans of war needed to end Orochimaru once and for all, and their students were the ones who will help in doing so. "Chidori," Sasuke called out as he drove the white lightning chakra into Orochimaru's stomach as Naruto landed behind the snake Sanin and with all of his strength, he bisected the man from his legs and torso as his upper body was sent flying. Then that's when master and student took the next move. "Now," Jiraiya ordered as the toad fired oil in Orochimaru's direction as Hijiran unleashed his strongest fire jutsu as the two components combined. "Fire style, flame toad bomb." They exclaimed as Orochimaru's upper torso was consumed in a scorching inferno as Neji's Byakugan watched as his eyes widened. Everyone, get back, he shouted as the entire place shook from a massive surge in power and mass. Erupting from the flames, a giant 8-headed serpent with 8 tails ruptured from the flames as they roared in great anger as they began to go on a rampage. Odin, Aesir, keep everyone safe. Naruto ordered as the 2 eidolons complied with the command as they quickly rounded up all the Konoha ninja and kept them protected in a barrier as only Naruto and Lightning were left to face the beast. Any ideas, hero? Lightning asked in a calm manner as Naruto smirked. Time to call in the Lassie cavalry, he replied as he pulled out the Lassie Path Magatama as one of the serpent's heads charged at him. Destruction. A voice called out as waves of slicing lights severed the massive head as much to the surprise of Naruto, and other incarnation of him appeared. I don't recall you being a fragment of my soul, but we resonate like lost pieces. Naruto stated as the other one nodded his head. I am indeed a fragment of your soul, but Neon secretly pulled this crap out while you were branded. Call me Arbiter, the Gabranth Naruto, and the one whom you channeled through when testing your Seath mode when you used it against Lightning. He depanned at the explanation. That does explain things, she said as they turned to see the now 7-headed serpent hiss with annoyance as Naruto began calling out the other paths. From a chilling atmosphere as a blizzard ruptured the air, an icy blue light appeared as Snow Jr. walked out with a cocky grin on his face as he saw the massive monster before him. I'll get to be the main weakness if he's a reptile, he told himself as he punched the air a few times and got in a stance. The blizzard died down as a falling star landed near as Veritas, the Hope Pathlessy appeared with his eyes calculating the situation. So, this is one of those kinds of enemies you need to magic at its best to take down. I'm in. He spoke as he pulled out his boomerang as Lightning couldn't help but notice that it was modified with bladed edges, a customized version fit for him it seems. Then, a symbol in the void sky as a tribal-clothed warrior with a spear appeared. Lightning was almost certain that it was Highwind, the Fang Naruto they met in the rift, but this one was totally different in appearance and personality. Sorry I'm late mate, been on a good hunt when you called. Spoke Abel, the true Fang Path Naruto as he grinned at the massive beast before him and whistled. He even carried Fang's accent with him as he twirled the bladed lance in his arms and looked up at the snake. I'd wager ol Orochi-chan is pissed to use that form, he asked as a roar from the 7-headed serpent was the reply. Alright men, and lady, time to kick some ass. Naruto shouted as his counterparts agreed as they and Lightning charged forward. Let's take our time shall we? Abel asked with a smirk as he shifted into his saboteur role and began casting slow on Orochimaru's monstrous form as Snow Jr. had summoned the Shiva sisters. Let's give this overgrown reptile a chilly reception shall we girls? He asked as the Styria and Nyx agreed as they began their icy assault on one of the head as it recoiled from the cold. Well, looks like he doesn't like the cold, how about I warm you up? Veritas asked as he fired a Fira spell on one of the head, as a massive explosion scorched half of the face as it hissed at him in anger. Know this pain, Arbiter roared as he fired his fulminating oblivion as the red-orange flames engulfed another head as he quickly fired his ruin unflinching without pause as the serpent head was sent into a daze. Take your last breath, Arbiter mocked as he gestured the energy swords into impaling the serpent's head as he gathered the last amount of energy for the final blow. Surrender now to oblivion, he roared as the serpent head was swallowed by the black hole attack as now 6 heads remained. Naruto and Lightning ran up the back of one as Naruto drove Liege and L-Edge into the flesh as he continued running up, leaving a long line of blood in his wake as one of the other heads turned and snarled at him as it lunged. Naruto reacted quickly and jumped off as the serpent bit itself as Lightning dived in and impaled her sword right into its eye as it lashed out half-blinded while Lightning activated her Gravcon unit to allow her to hang on as she pushed her blade deeper in, ignoring the blood spraying onto her as she plunged it into the brain as that head fell dead, leaving a total of 5 heads. From the center head, its mouth opened to reveal Orochimaru, laughing at them. Nice try Naruto-kun, you cannot defeat me with just copies of you with various powers alone. You are just a no-name ninja who stumbled upon great power, nothing like Sasuke, he said, eyeing the Uchiha who was a great distance away, who watched the battle and heard what the snake Sannin was saying. He was born with the greatness in him, and the Sharingan will help him make things go his way. Which will also be mine once I take his body for my own. He chuckled as Sasuke shuddered violently from the way he said it. It sounded so wrong in so many ways that Sasuke swore he was a pedophile of the highest caliber. Tell me you freak, did genius like him take out 3 of your heads, or did I just get lucky? Naruto shot back as Orochimaru scowled at that and smirked. That was when the 3 destroyed heads began regurgitating something as 3 new heads spurted out of the old ones. You were saying? He asked as Naruto flipped the bird at him. Damn, this guy is an immortal create that can regenerate indefinitely, an impossible foe to slay. Even with our abilities, they're all designed to take down single enemies and up to teams, but even a force of an army can't slay this thing. You'd have to slay it with one blow capable of destroying fortresses, and creating Kyuubi a new body to fight him with Konoha ninja around will cause some unwanted attention and problems. Naruto analyzed as he looked down at the katana on his hip, sheathed as he noticed the guard's cherry blossom bud now opened due to Hinata's sacrifice. This blade grows stronger with every sacrifice to the concept of hope for me being able to achieve the impossible. In its initial state, it could only handle single enemies no problem, but now it is capable of taking down teams and armies depending on how much power I put into the attack, but it must rival Arturia's ultimate trump card, an anti-fortress weapon capable of cleaving the land with its very power, Excalibur. He thought as his other selves kept Orochimaru at bay as he weighed his options down and came to a bitter conclusion. But to unleash such a power, another bond must sacrifice itself to acquire the power to rival that holy sword. The question is, who is willing to sacrifice themselves to awaken more of Chizukuru's sleeping powers even further? He thought as he looked at the eight-headed serpent and clenched Lia-edge and L-edge in his hands tightly. He must make this choice here and now while Fabula Nova Crystallis remains active, or else risking Orochimaru escaping. He turned to where everyone he knew stood and looked at them. Death must claim another life. Chapter 36, Orochimaru's Demise. Naruto looked at the Konoha ninja protected by Odin and Aesir and felt his headache and pain. Must he make another sacrifice to obtain power for Chizukuru to defeat Orochimaru? He had to get that power to destroy the snake Sannin, but is that price worth it? Hold it, descendant of Cypher, Shinryu spoke, snapping Naruto out of his mental conflict as he avoided a serpent's head. This regeneration this bastardized serpent uses cannot last much longer. Use as much of power as you can and force him to heal himself constantly, lower his reserves of energy to the point he cannot use that form ever again. Summon me to aid you after your other summon is gone. The dragon spoke as Naruto blinked and turned to his other counterparts. Arbiter and Snow Jr. were already exhausted, Veritas and Abel were slightly worn but capable of fighting, and Lightning looks fine as ever. Very well then, he agreed as he looked at Aesir. Aesir, to my side. He ordered as the Eidolon complied with his master's wishes as the two walked side by side with each other. Snow Jr., Arbiter, you two are dismissed, get your rest. You two deserve it, he told them with a calm expression as the two Naruto counterparts looked at him. You have my thanks, judge this vile serpent in my place then. Arbiter told him as he faded away as Snow Jr. gave him a thumb up. Kick ass for me, he told him as he vanished along with the Shiva sisters, returning to his own timeline. What's the plan? Lightning asked, as she hit one head with a Thundaga and Orochimaru laughing. He's utilizing a jutsu that should be taxing on chakra, all we have to do is keep damaging him until his reserves are low, which will happen when he constantly heals himself like now. Naruto pointed out as the head hit by Lightning's Thundaga was healed. In other words, inflict terrible damage to the point he can't maintain that form. She said as he nodded his head. That's the plan, he replied as Abel smirked. If you need a friend with destructive capabilities, I'm your man then mate. He said as he activated his Lassie brand and pulled out a fang-shaped crystal. Come on out Bahamut, he called as he tossed the crystal into the sky as a massive dragon-like being flew from the portal as Abel smirked. Gonna make you squirm, he told the snake Sannin who looked intrigued by Abel's summoning as Abel started casting slow and to protect on him. Let's strategize while Abel keeps Orochimaru busy. Lightning told Naruto who nodded as Veritas joined in the group as they began planning. Okay, once Abel damages Orochimaru enough to make him regenerate, we focus on staggering and then Veritas will hit him hard with Alexander. The amount of damage should be enough for me and Lightning to handle by ourselves to make sure you and Abel return to your timelines after that. Once me and Light make Orochimaru enter the stagger state again, we'll hit him with our Eidolons. He told them as they nodded. It was a simple yet effective plan. They turned to see the eight-headed serpent already healing from many wounds, and Bahamut hasn't even turned to Gestalt mode yet. This isn't going to be pretty for Orochimaru. Veritas stated as Naruto merely nodded his head in agreement. Let's cook us up a snake shall we? Abel grinned as the mechanical wyvern roared as it proceeded to fire the snake Sannin with multiple blasts, creating giant holes in the being's body as it quickly began healing itself. Burn to ashes bitch, Abel exclaimed as Bahamut charged up a miniature sun in its mouth as Naruto, Lightning, and Veritas had to shield their eyes from the incoming explosion as smoke consumed the place. When it died down, they looked to see a third of Orochimaru's monstrous form reduced to a burnt skeleton as the main head was still intact. Damn, I didn't know that Fang had this kind of firepower. Naruto and Veritas muttered as Lightning smiled. Well, she never really used Bahamut for any real reason unless the foes were too strong. You can say she's holding out on you if you face her. she replied as Naruto and Veritas looked at each other and then back at the destruction Abel and his summon did. No thanks, they depend. Orochimaru cursed Naruto Uzumaki for what could have been the 100th time today as he regenerated missing heads while looking down at Naruto. Because of this blonde idiot, he wasted lots of chakra just to maintain this form and to heal himself constantly, even with his natural healing abilities. This boy has angered me for far too long, he thought as all 8 heads gathered together and began gathering chakra into a familiar ball. Naruto sheathed his gun blades and decided now was the time to draw his sword as Chizukura hummed with an unnatural aura as it radiated a radiance of blood as Naruto glared at the snake Sannin and spoke to his sword. Bloom and scatter elegantly in the battlefield, he chanted as he raised the sword up high. Everyone saw its radiance, and it was a thing that was both beautiful and hideous at the same time. Just looking at the sword's radiance created this overwhelming feeling that they cannot comprehend. The blood-red light was swallowing, compressing, and accelerating the wind pressure around the blade as it looked like a blood-red colored tornado was the blade in Naruto's hands. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at the sight of such power as he finished gathering chakra into his chakra ball and prepared to fire. Die! He shouted as the 8 heads fired the concentrated blast of white electric-shaped chakra orb as Naruto swung down his sword. Chizukura! He called forth as a straight line of crimson lightning as it made contact with Orochimaru's attack. The result caused the 2 attacks to cancel each other out as a massive explosion shook the entire place. Veritas and Lightning took action, with Veritas unleashing a barrage of blizzard and arrow spells as Lightning followed suit with her blizzara and arrow spells. The lower parts of the body was slowly beginning to freeze up as Naruto ran towards the 8-headed serpent and began channeling his chakra again as another head rushed towards him. Esir bisected it, protecting his master as Naruto leapt onto the severed part and ran up the regrown head as Esir pushed back another head with his shield and threw Gingnur into the brain of another head as Chizukura was fully charged once again as Naruto leapt and aimed at the center of the body and swung his sword. The 8-headed serpent jutsu Orochimaru was using was hit with crimson lightning as all 8 colossal heads fell as the main body of the beast was destroyed. Reacting accordingly, Orochimaru escaped from the head that held him and began slithering away only to avoid being put on ice by Veritas who noticed him. Odin! Lightning called as she and her eidolon were already near him with swords ready to strike as Orochimaru flipped through his hand signs. Wind style, great breakthrough. He announced as he blew wind at the 2 as Lightning and her summon were unfazed by it as they cut through the wind and loped off his arms and torso. Damn, she's too powerful for me. I would have loved to take her as my new body. Orochimaru thought as he opened his mouth as he shedded the old skin so to speak as he kept his guard up. I'm not done with you yet you bastard. Spoke the voice of one Naruto Uzumaki as his katana radiated an unholy aura from the blade as he walked slowly towards Orochimaru. His eyes cold and unforgiving as the crystal lights of the reality marble Fabula Nova Crystallis shone bright and ominous as Orochimaru felt like things have gotten very dangerous. Crush him! A voice called out as Orochimaru's instincts kicked in as he dodged a colossal being's fist as he really needs to stop being impressed by all of these tricks Naruto keeps pulling out every time they met in battle. Orochimaru immediately summoned a swarm of snakes from his mouth, all of them venomous as they charged at Veritas and Alexander. Gestalt mode, Veritas ordered as Alexander transformed into an impenetrable fortress as his master leapt onto the balcony part and held his hand up. Prepare to fire, set. The cannons were drawn open. Steady, aim. The cannons acquired target as they all aimed at Orochimaru and the incoming snakes that hissed in hostility. Fire in the hole, Veritas shouted as Alexander unleashed the battalion upon Orochimaru and his snakes as the crystal lights of Fabula Nova Crystallis glowed brightly and like falling stars, fell upon Orochimaru and his snakes with their own barrage of explosions. Orochimaru leapt out of the smoke with only a missing arm as Veritas smirked, right on time. He said as Orochimaru heard him and had a very bad feeling about it. The gears of the living fortress spun rapidly as Alexander's chest armor opened, firing lasers that were creating a strange spell on the ground below Orochimaru as he widened his eyes in realization as he was engulfed in an explosion in a pillar of light. The smoke died down, revealing Orochimaru badly wounded as his left leg was gone as Veritas looked up at the sky and saluted the summon that was flying away. "See ya big guy," he shouted as he returned to his timeline. "Our turn," Lightning stated as Orochimaru was really pissed off as Naruto and Lightning stood side by side with serious expressions. Hijiran Sarutobi had seen many things in his life, from people teleporting around the battlefields killing others which involved his sensei and Minato Namikaze, a giant 9-tailed fox the size of the Hokage monument tried to destroy Konoha, and even animals that could freaking talk. But that was it, he had seen everything. Naruto in his opinion, made a fine shinobi, but he lacked the will of fire that he once had, as if the fire was snuffed out by a cold, unforgiving wind. What could have changed the boy, who wanted to become Hokage? Sasuke Uchiha knew this was the incredible power of the lassie that Naruto had told him and Sakura when she was still alive. It was incredible, to push Orochimaru, a legendary ninja, to a corner after using such a powerful technique and injure him multiple times. He felt envious of the power, but Naruto warned him of the price it carries. Naruto was a slave to something that will cause him eternal suffering in some way that does more harm than good for his teammate. They both lost their families, but Naruto was able to bring back his mother. What would happen if his own mother was still alive, spared from the massacre Itachi created? Would he himself be the person he is now, or a better person? Could things truly be different? He did not know. Shikamaru Nara, a brilliant, yet lazy mind, knew that Naruto wasn't the Naruto he knew and grew up with all these years as he watched the one he could once call a friend battle with the snake Sannin Orochimaru with lightning and the two summons. He was no longer human. This is what is going through Shikamaru's mind, for Naruto is displaying such power that should cause some sort of pain to him but isn't showing any symptoms. If Shikamaru had known better, Naruto was hiding that pain right now as he fought. It was troublesome. Even if he'd put Choji in the hospital and crippled him of his ninja career, at least he could still live the life of a gourmet. And if he decides to help take down Orochimaru in this kind of fight, it'd be dangerous. What a drag. Neji Hyuga watched the fight, his Byakugan activated as he saw what was happening to Naruto's body, and it horrified him. He saw how Naruto's own body, from the right side, was turning into crystal, and from his left, swords were replacing muscle on such a scale that terrified him. Hinata would have been greatly worried if she were alive, and would do whatever it took to find a cure for him. Hinata died, asking him to keep an eye out for Naruto, a wish she had since she is no longer there. He failed to protect her life. This request she made, he intended to follow in memory of her. Ino Yamanaka could not believe how powerful Naruto had become. He was like one of those tough yet handsome guys found in typical shoujo manga she reads. She thought that Sasuke was the best, but now, she was having second thoughts as she's seen Naruto take down Gaara, the one to crippled Lee, and now, fighting Orochimaru and nearly matching him move by move. Had she really underestimated Naruto? She'll need to apologize to him once this mission was over then. She had been part of the group that had made fun of Naruto back in the academy, and now here he was, making them eat their own words as he was doing what Sasuke couldn't pull off. Rock Lee cheered on for Naruto for a reason. Even if Naruto was cold to some people, Lee could see the caring nature he had in his eyes, and found that his never give up attitude was one worthy of a genius of hard work, that his flames of youth burned brighter than both his and Guy Sensei's combined. He was more like a younger Kakashi in a way. Wait, a worthy eternal rival has appeared. While Naruto ducked in time to avoid an incoming snake, he felt a chill go up his spine. Tenten is a kunoichi with few feminine traits in her. With her tomboyish nature and love of weapons, she really stood out from the more recent female graduates by being their senior in the field. But when comparing experience, Tenten noticed she was really behind Naruto. His eyes were sharp and accurate and honed to battle, a veteran of war that is haunted by his actions. What made this out of the academy genin turn into such a thing? His weapons and gear was beyond the normal ones she had collected. She wanted to know how they work, if it was possible to create more of them, and she finally got to see Chizukura in action, and it was spectacular. What secrets of craftsmanship has this boy been hiding? Kakashi Hatake could not believe it, yet, he believes it. Naruto Uzumaki was taking on a Sannin, Orochimaru of all people, and was winning. He admitted that he himself, the Sharingan warrior, would have a hard time defeating such an opponent, but Naruto is going through with it like it was a walk in the park. Naruto was really pulling off his trademark title as the most unpredictable ninja right now with what he's doing with all these abilities, and they're not even ninjutsu at all. It was like if this power he was wielding was from a different world and time completely, something that was impossible in this day and age. He felt as if Minato-sensei was still here, helping his own son. Why won't you die? Orochimaru demanded as he was hit with the full power of both Naruto and Lightning's Zantetsuken. He had suffered burns, frostbite, cuts from wind, electrocution, and even nearly drowning of all things while fighting these two as the two Eidolons left the battlefield. Because I won't rest until I get the full satisfaction of torturing you once you lose. Or are you such a loser after being beaten at the invasion, at Tanzaku town, and even now? Naruto cheekily asked as Orochimaru scowled at that mocking tone he had. Why, you little? You sought immortality. To be the ultimate being. He asked the snake Sannin with a scoff. To seek such a trifling thing like that is more of a curse than a blessing. You modified your body, swapped said bodies to continue your version of immortality, tried to master and obtain all ninjutsu, all to what? Even if you did somehow get all of that, what else will you gain from it? He asked as Orochimaru was baffled by this boy's questions. What else would he gain from having all of that? Nothing, that is what you'll have. Even if you had all the power in the world, you cannot obtain the true desire you had truly sought for in the end. You call yourself perfection, bah, perfection is impossible for any being, from gods to the crawling ants in the dirt. You're nothing but a snake that sought to find a way off the ground and into the sky. Naruto told him as he drew another idolette from his brand. You sought Sasuke, a fletching hawk chick, and planned to nurture him until he was a strong bird capable of fulfilling that dream. But in your blind ambition in reaching for the skies, the growing hawk will wise up. He continued as he summoned Shinryu in all of his majestic glory. You shall indeed fly in the sky, Orochimaru, Naruto told him as the dragon transformed into armor and became one with Naruto, who now hovered above the ground. In the talons of the hawk. He finished as Orochimaru was immediately cut into multiple pieces as only his upper body remained as he shed his form and created another body and began speeding away as the crystal lights bombarded him left and right without rest. Orochimaru began panicking, he was running low on energy, and Naruto was still after him. If this keeps up, he'll definitely. Where do you think you're going? Naruto asked from right beside him. Orochimaru gasped in absolute shock as one of the crystal lights appeared in Naruto's hand and transformed into a spear as he pinned Orochimaru down as more lights became blades that restricted any movement as from under the visor, Naruto glared at him with utter disgust. Game, Naruto said, raising Chizukura in his hand, over. He roared as he drove the katana into the snake Sanin's skull as a massive surge of power erupted from the sword as everyone saw it. The souls of millions of lives that had suffered under Orochimaru's experimentations and cruelty gathering above in Fabula Nova Crystallis like a raging storm as despite the blade in his skull, Orochimaru chuckled, before laughing with twisted glee. You truly are an interesting boy. Very well then, he spoke, his eyes focused on Naruto and saw the truth within that boy. You seek that power to destroy this world, and my knowledge is the key. Take it all, because from now on, all of Odo and my works, are yours. You are my successor. He exclaimed as the countless number of souls entered Chizukura as the blade channeled the energy as Orochimaru's body was disintegrated to dust as the entire reality marble shook from it. Deep within the heart of the hidden sound village, a bedridden man heard the message by Orochimaru, and saw the boy who had inherited his legacy. He is the one he must follow now, in order to prove his unwavering loyalty to the now dead Orochimaru. Naruto, Uzumaki, the man whispered. That man wasn't the only one who felt it. Orochimaru had somehow telepathically alerted the imprisoned Sound Four of the new heir of his work and held their heads down with shame, as their lord had fallen, and a successor had risen. They must not fail this time. Naruto could not believe what he heard, but then for that glimpse of the moment before the souls came to smite Orochimaru's existence from the world, he saw the eyes, they were not of the snakes, but that of a cipher's. Cipher Orochimaru, we met again, and like the last time we met, I ended your life. Naruto thought as he separated himself from the armor as Shinryu roared in triumph as Naruto looked at him. Thanks for the advice, as a show of gratitude, take the last bits of energy this world has for yourself. He said as the dragon absorbed all of the remaining power of the fading reality marble as Shinryu disappeared, waiting to be summoned again. Lightning had heard what Orochimaru had said, and saw his eyes flash in a different shape and color, and from Naruto's expression, he recognized those eyes. He sheathed Chizukura as he turned to her, a weak smile on his face as he fell to his knees. She knelt in front of him and hugged him. Let it out, I'm here. She said as Naruto began crying. She had sensed his anguish and grief when he killed Hinata, and did not let it show for the whole time, but now that Orochimaru was gone, he was letting it out. Jiraiya, who had remained silent and observed everything, knew Naruto was hiding something. He couldn't help it but, he felt as if Naruto would become a threat to Konoha. A struggle between loyalty to Konoha, or to save his godson from a path he cannot see, things were going to be messy. Once Naruto had finished let out his tears, did lightning help him up as they both felt the dark power at the altar in the center of the room. A black book with an unknown design, and an ominous aura it had. Naruto walked up to it and picked it up and took it, the book opening up as he saw the mass of eyes and tentacles looking at him. Then, he heard the voice of Hermaeus Mora once again. Greetings my space-time traveling champion, I see you have been busy as of late. Spoke the Daedric Prince of Knowledge and Fate. You too Keeper of Knowledge, I take it you've enjoyed collecting things since I dropped the book in this world. He asked as the being laughed with glee. So much new knowledge collected, and as always, you have proven your loyalty. In exchange of all this acquired knowledge, I shall let you gain as much knowledge as you need for this journey that can aid you. Hermaeus Mora told him as Naruto nodded. Thank you Great One, I humbly accept this generous gift. He replied as the mass of eyes and tentacles disappeared as he closed the book. Naruto, what was that? Hijiran asked as he walked up to Naruto who turned to him. Oh, just meeting an old acquaintance of mine. Naruto replied with a smirk, but underneath that smirk on the inside, Naruto laughed. A victory like no other was now his, and he will destroy this world and remake it anew in sake of all humanity, even if he must destroy it first. Chapter 37, Sound Village under new management. Konoha, for some reason, it didn't hold that warmth it had to Naruto as he returned, clutching the black book as he made his way to his house, knowing his mother and vassal Jaken were waiting for him as Lightning walked alongside him too, concerned for his well-being due to what happened in the cave. But she knew that a person from his past had returned at that moment Naruto killed Orochimaru. It must have been a cipher counterpart, and if what Naruto said about ciphers were true, this Orochimaru was merely holding back with his powers. She shuddered at the thought of Cipher Orochimaru unleashing his full power. Even Lightning herself would be defeated by a powerful being like that, even with the powers as Etro's champion. But what worried her even more was that book he carried, a book that contained forbidden knowledge and power. The temptation is sinful indeed, as she knew that many people would go to very dangerous lengths to acquire such power. Don't worry, Light, I don't sway under the temptation of power and knowledge that easily. He told her out of the blue as she blinked. She sometimes nearly forgets that they're mentally connected to a degree, and must have sensed her concern. Me and Uncle Mora go way back thanks to Tenryu. He's been one of the few I can call family, in a sense, the strict librarian uncle that is. He replied with a chuckle. So, how is it that his book was in this world exactly? She asked. Good question. Wherever I am in any world, I act as a beacon so Uncle Mora can send a black book there and begin his quest for knowledge collecting. And he's collected a lot from the eras, some that may be useful to us in the future, along with Cipher Orochimaru's secrets. He replied as Lightning already knew that Naruto must have a mad scientist side to him to say it like that. But enough about that, let's eat and get some sleep because tomorrow, we're going to see what the 4 bodyguards that were captured in the invasion have to say. He told her. Now that got her curiosity. The next day asterisk. Greetings Lord Naruto, we've awaited your return. Spoke the big one of the 4 as all 4, even though their arms were restrained, were kneeling before him. Lord Naruto. Hijiran asked as he was there, wanting more information on Orochimaru's bases, and see what he can do to save any other victims of his students' experiments. Yes, for you see, Orochimaru made this boy his heir, the one he entrusted everything to, and in so, is the will of Orochimaru himself. The 6-armed man replied as Naruto raised a brow. Release them, he ordered as everyone looked like he grew a second head. I inherited this from Orochimaru, and he has entrusted me with something very important that even though he's done some things that are unforgivable, I kind of owe him this favor. He told them as Hijiran narrowed his eyes. What could Orochimaru entrust you with that could only you could know about, and what do you owe him? He asked, almost demanded. Pipe your tongue you wrinkled ass fart. Why do I have to serve a pint-sized midget twerp is beyond me. Exclaimed the red-haired girl of the 4 shouted as Naruto had a very thin smile. Now to Yuya, a lady doesn't use such. Shut it fat ass. I don't give a crap what you have to say about any of. Yuya snapped only for Naruto to walk up to her, and he had a very ominous aura around him. You are quite the feisty one, I'll enjoy putting you through utter humiliation and pain on levels that'll make you beg for death. And trust me on this, you don't want to make the guy who Orochimaru chose to hold your very fate in his hands angry, do you Yuya? Naruto asked in a sickly sweet tone as a sinister monster of untold evil, Magatsu Arashi, appeared behind him in a phantom form. Needless to say, it scared the crap out of Yuya as she realized she had just said some very rude things to the guy that Orochimaru had entrusted with everything, even her own life with, too. And it was just as bad because he already reminded him of Orochimaru in some way. Forgive me Lord Naruto, I've been a fool and I was horribly rude to you and anyone else I spoke bad to. She bowed her head to the ground as Naruto had Elo in sword form and personally undid the restraints. Arise Sound 4, we have some things to discuss, and work to do. He told them as the Sound 4 stood for their new master as Naruto looked at Hijiran with a serious expression. I need to go over a few things with you and Ba-chan. He told him. Hokage's office. I see, Tsunade replied with her hands together as she leaned forward on her desk, looking at Naruto, Lightning, and the newly clothed Sound 4. So, you're going to quit being a Konoha shinobi for the time being, help take care of things in the Sound Village, and then going off to finish your focus, correct? She asked as Naruto nodded his head. Yes, because with every day that passes, a little more closely I'll become a Sith. That is why, I must give up being a ninja till this lassie business is done. He replied as Tsunade looked at him, and saw his eyes pleading at her behind his serious expression. He was an Uzumaki, a relative of hers on her grandmother's side of the family, and so was Kushina as well, and she wants to help her son as she is only temporarily a reinstated ninja. This lassie curse is one worse than death, and is terrifying, and she doubted even she could handle such a burden. If I say yes to this, once your focus is done, you'll return as a fully reinstated ninja. She asked as Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Alright then, permission granted. Your headband please, she replied as Naruto took off the headband that was given to him by Iruka and handed it to her. I'll keep this safe for you, she told him as he smiled at that. He turned to Lightning and the Sound 4, we're moving out. He exclaimed. Sound Village. Now this is a dark and gloomy place if I ever set eyes on a ninja village. Kushina commented as various ninjas of the village, now under Naruto's command, were helping moving in furniture to the room Kushina was going to stay in as Lightning and Naruto were heading towards the medic wing. In there, they saw a man with white hair and 2 red dots on his forehead as they looked down at the man. So you're Kimimaro. I see that this disease is truly lethal. Naruto spoke up, as the man looked at him. You are, the will, the legacy of Lord Orochimaru. He asked as Naruto nodded. I am, and I want to give you a second chance. A chance to prove yourself as the great loyal man you always were, to me. He told him as Kimimaro looked at him directly in the eyes. How can I have a second chance? This disease is beyond even Lord Orochimaru's abilities to heal. He asked as Naruto merely smiled. If there is one thing Kimimaro, is to never give up hope, or else everything you believe in is truly lost. Lightning, please cure him. He told her as the Master Lassie looked at him and began drawing out power from her brand. Isuna, she commanded as she guided the light to Kimimaro as it entered his body as he gasped in bewilderment as his body felt different, as if he was reborn anew. This Kimimaro is your second chance. Will you walk alongside me to the new future? Naruto asked, a hand outstretched as the man looked at him, and took it. I will follow you to the very end, Lord Naruto. He replied with utter devotion and loyalty. Alright, next one goes over there, and put that one there. And where is that map? Lord Naruto needs it soon. Jaken ordered as the labs and prison cells were being reorganized as most people were set free, happy at the newfound freedom from the cruelty of Orochimaru's experiments as Jaken checked the list. So far, this base is cleared. Now to find this, Karen girl at a different base, she's a powerful sensor type that will be useful for Lord Naruto. He commented as he checked her profile. He checked another file on a man named Jugo and raised a brow. Now, this is an interesting person that Lord Naruto would love to investigate. He muttered as he immediately ran off to find his lord. As soon as he found Naruto, he handed the 2 files as Naruto looked at them and read through them. So, this is the origin of the curse mark? He asked with a raised brow as he looked at Kimimaro. Yes, Jugo is a friend of mine that tends to absorb natural chakra from the world and turns into a berserker. I usually help keep him under control when he starts absorbing too much energy. He replied as Lightning looked through the file herself and frowned. What are you up to, Naruto? She asked as Naruto smirked. I'm going to help our dear friend Jugo regain his senses so he can't go psycho on anyone. He replied as he looked at Kimimaro. Where is he? He asked. At the northern hideout. He replied. Northern hideout. Well, fuck me sideways and call me a bitch. To Yuya swore as she and the rest of the Sound 4, plus Kimimaro, Naruto, and Lightning were at the entrance that was destroyed, as numerous prisoners that were influenced by the curse seal were in monstrous forms as Lightning looked at them with contempt. They remind me of Seath already. She said as Naruto nodded his head. Kill them all, but spare Jugo. He ordered as the Sound 5, renamed 5 now that Kimimaro is back in action, began their slaughter. You really aren't getting your hands dirty this time. Lightning noticed as Naruto scoffed. I'll dirty my hands in blood of ninja, not experiments of Orochimaru's doing. He replied as he walked on forward with Leo and Elo in blade mode as he cut down any stragglers who got in his way as he walked into the building with Kimimaro following him. Lightning shook her head as she shot a prisoner trying to sneak up behind her without looking and began following them. The hallway was a wreck as Kimimaro had opened a certain cell door and walked in, with Naruto following behind as he saw a giant of a man sitting there with his head down. So, this is the infamous Jugo I've heard all about. I know appearances are deceiving, but your personality tells me otherwise, makes you more dangerous for some reason. Naruto spoke up as he looked down at Jugo. The man was afraid, and Naruto knew why from the file on him. I'm here to give you a second chance, a chance away from here, and find a way to control yourself. He explained, as Jugo looked up at him. Can you really cure me of my insanity? He asked as Naruto looked at him. For someone like you, it is all about control. With my wisdom, we can help make sure you do not become insane against your will and go killing anyone recklessly. I helped cured Kimimaro of his disease, giving him a second chance. I want to give you Jugo, his best friend, that same chance as well. Naruto replied with his hand outstretched. Jugo looked at the hand, and then at Kimimaro who nodded with a faint smile on his otherwise blank face as he reached out and took it. Welcome to the family, Jugo. Naruto greeted him with a smile. Sound Village. Alright now, Ladies go on the left, men go on the right, children are to head into the middle. Jaken ordered as medics were currently diagnosing the people who have been experimented on by Orochimaru, to see who will be alright, and check for those who still want to be a ninja for the Sound Village. Jaken felt he was competent enough to do this. After all, being spared into serving as a vassal for his lord Naruto would be very beneficial in living a good life without dying. He'd give up his ninja career just like that if he wanted to live. As he went through the files of more unique individuals Orochimaru had stumbled upon, he picked up one name among them, Gurren. A ninja with the ability to use the crystal techniques. Jaken had heard of fairy tales about such a chakra nature for that existed, but only in stories and myths, but this woman was the real deal if these photos had anything to say about it. Now he had to send messengers to get Karen and Gurren to meet with Lord Naruto. Things always keep getting interesting around his lord it seems. He needed the best of the best that can be offered right now at Naruto's request. He's seeking a team for his next assignment that will test them and their skills to the limit in what the young lords request. The biggest mission they are going to perform was to end the bloodline purge in Kiri. A task that was going to be quite dangerous, but knowing Lord Naruto and his ability to make the impossible possible was going to be nothing. Several days later. That's a fucking lie, the woman named Gurren shouted, enraged at what she heard as the Sound Four looked at her. It's the truth Gurren, Lord Orochimaru has fallen, and chose this one to be his legacy. Saken told her as Gurren shook her head hard. He gave us a vision of his last moments, and made his decision upon that Naruto Uzumaki was to inherit all of his works. He showed us this vision, to follow the new master, and we shall, for it was the will of Lord Orochimaru. Jirobo added politely as Kidomaru nodded his head in agreement. He wants the loyalist of men at his side, and will let others go do their thing if they do not join him, but I can tell just by looking at him, he's got the same vibe as Lord Orochimaru does. He spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. How can I describe this? He's got this aura like Lord Orochimaru does, but more benevolent, which somehow sends chills down your spine. Like he was a demon waiting for the right moment to steal your soul. Kidomaru explained. And how right you are my arachnid friend, a voice spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Lord Naruto, what a surprise, Tayuya greeted weakly as Naruto walked in with Kimimaro and Jugo. Me and Orochimaru are past acquaintances of sorts, long before he had you guys in his village. He was quite the man alright, and he was merely holding back with the knowledge and experiments he did. He explained, gaining the attention of the Sound Four and Gurren. What do you mean by holding back? Gurren demanded as Naruto smirked. He had an improved cursed seal designs. To have a better survival rate, improved abilities, and even, a stronger version of the next stage. He replied, causing most of the people in the room to widen their eyes at what he said. Right now, with my research on it, and adding in something else with the knowledge I have created a new type of cursed seal. The seal brand, he explained as Tayuya, the ever-expressive one, was a little skeptical. Wait a minute, how come Lord Orochimaru never brought this new upgraded version up before? She asked without swearing, because she knows that Naruto will punish her in the worst way possible if she showed any disrespect for him. Because he didn't need to upgrade it at the time, for it wasn't time for desperate measures, so he kept it under lock and key at the time till he chose me as his successor before he died. He replied coolly like it was second nature. So, are we going to get these marks? Saken asked as Naruto smirked. Once the human trials on these are done, I'll consider giving you guys them, and you will know true power. But I'm still looking for those with absolute loyalty to me like Kimimaro and Jugo, so a test for loyalty must be conducted. And what better way to test it out than on the battlefield? He asked, gaining even Gurren's surprise at what he was saying. What are you getting at? She asked as Naruto smirked. All of us here are going to go to Kiri, and the bloodline purge by killing the Mizukage. Only the bravest and strongest will survive, and will prove their loyalty to me. So, are you in with the big bad wolves, or are you out like a chicken? He asked. Even Kimimaro was surprised at what the boy was saying, but thanks to him, for giving him a purpose and finding a second chance to prove himself, he'll follow Naruto to the ends of the earth. Jugo was there with Kimimaro all the way, for the two were best friends, and after gaining words of wisdom from Naruto on how to control himself, he will help to end the blood spilling of innocence. Now all was left, was the Sound Four, and Gurren. Hey, this sounds like a challenge, bring it on. Kidomaru exclaimed with excitement. Hell yeah, kicking them blood-cock-sucking barbarians right in the balls is something I live for. Sign me up, Tayuya shouted with a fire in her eyes as Jirobo merely nodded his head quietly. Very well then, I guess this will prove that we the Sound Four are the best at what we do, and are worthy of protecting the legacy of Lord Orochimaru. Saken said with a smirk as Gurren looked at them and then at the ground. She was lost in thought. Orochimaru had given her meaning with her existence, and was gone now. She had nowhere to go, but hearing that this boy in front of her was the very legacy of his whole work and ambition, she must see if he lives up to Orochimaru's expectations. Alright, I'm in too. She spoke up as Naruto nodded. Very well then, met up with Lightning you guys, she'll want to see if you're in tip-top shape before we prepare for this. Don't disappoint me with your results. He told them as he walked out with Kimimaro and Jugo following him. Once the three left the room, they walked down the stone hallway and into a big empty room as Naruto stopped. So, what will you do now? Will you walk beside me as a man in pursuit of knowledge, or as an obstacle in my ambitions, Kabuto? Naruto asked, as from in the darkness, a figure pushed back his glasses that gleamed in the darkness as the figure walked up to him. I'm sure you already know of my answer, Lord Naruto, replied the voice of one smirking Kabuto Yakushi. Chapter 38, Madness of Naruto. Lightning Farron was a woman of various things. She is a soldier, a former champion to a goddess, a teacher, a legend. But there was a part of her that had a very limited amount of patience with Naruto Uzumaki for a reason. Sure, she could tolerate the childish persona which is now gone from him. But this Naruto was different, or rather, not human, in a way. He was more of an arrogant jackass that thinks he knows everything, and he seems to be, how would she describe it? Empty. This Naruto Uzumaki is an empty being. A hypocrite of the highest order. While he blames other versions of himself for having harems, he gets his own harem as well. Sickening indeed, a sick creature that somehow exists in this world. He is a creation monster of mad science, born with the blood of dragons that in lore, fit to be known for arrogance, greed, power. He was frivolous to a point it made her want to cut him down, but cannot, for she would be sealed away again into her blaze fire. But now Lightning knew that this Naruto she is dealing with is something unpleasant and an existence that should not be. He was still weak, but even killing him could cause problems. For one, he can still reincarnate into a new life and spread whatever madness he had. Come to think of it, they share a mental connection. Maybe if she could just peer into his memories, she can learn of his nature, and his real intentions for this world. She dived into the deepest parts of his mind, and felt madness. Death awaits all. Death is a mercy. Death is eternal. Death is final. Death is the beginning of the end. What is true death? An everlasting rest, free from a hollow life with no meaning. Humans cannot find true happiness in the world. I cannot understand. I am not human. What is it to be human? To do good. To do evil. What am I? An empty being. A hollow shell. A fake life. A monster. An abomination. A mockery of life. A cursed existence doomed to enter endless cycles, never knowing true happiness. What is love? A feeling, a passion, a drive. Love is. Love is. Love is fake, for it does not truly exist in reality. In stories, love can be manipulated to the author's end. Can I feel love? No, you are a disgrace to even exist, or even feel love. Why? You do not truly possess a human heart. What is this, human heart? Something a demon like you will never have. Can I express love? No, you cannot truly love anyone. A fake cannot truly love. Lightning was baffled by these mental rambles. This was definitely the inner conscious of Naruto going to work. No, this is what he was dealing with most of his life. He questions even himself, he's disgusted with himself. Cypher Naruto is a being that cannot understand love. To him, love is something he cannot comprehend. Now she knew that, he tried to love someone else, but in the end, while those girls loved him, he cannot truly love them back. It was a hollow, empty love that cannot be called love. I really wish Snow and Sarah were here to give this guy a lesson in love. But I have a feeling that won't help at all. She thought wryly. Even she knew how to love, but it was only familial affections. To her, at least that was something. Am I a hero? Am I a monster? Am I good? Am I evil? Your very existence must be eliminated, faker. Due to you being a clone, a copy of Naruto, you cannot comprehend anything about what is love. You're bitter with not being able to understand it, yet you try. You try to grasp that feeling, yet, you cannot. Even with all of these girls you were with in previous lives, they were truly only tools to you till the end. She started a sense of anger and disgusted pity for him. Try as you may, you cannot ever find true love as you desperately seek to find it. A hollow being seeking to be filled cannot find the one to make you whole. Your life is full of despair, yet you try to cling on to hope, trying to seek something else as well. What is it that you are looking for? She asked. She began delving in deeper, into his very mind, to the very roots of his origins. I want to die. My existence is suffering. I die like mortals, yet I am instantly reborn. What is the answer to life? That answer, can I find it? No, I cannot. Besides Shayna, I am alone. Empty. Hollow. No real me. Human morals have no effect on me. Morals should affect you. Why? Because human morals affect your conscience, and helps decide things. If you do not have human moral, then you are not a human. Lightning answered. I see, I am not human. I am a monster that does not stay dead. I have no one to really love. Fine, I shall live my own way then. Whether people like me or not with the way I act, who cares? No one would miss me, nobody would care for me. I am no one. I have no real identity to these strangers. What is it you are seeking? Lightning asked as she was shown a mental picture. It was Konoha at night as Naruto himself was flying overhead as an army was there behind him as many ninja of Konoha were prepared for him as he smirked. At the stroke of midnight, hell broke loose. Konoha was falling into a sinkhole as the Hokage monument exploded, falling down onto residential areas as Naruto looked at his hands. These hands of mine have been stained with blood of both the innocent and wicked, Konoha. You're trying to stop me from realizing my intended role as a weapon of destruction won't do you any good. No, in fact I welcome it. He told them, after all, we are family. He added before chuckling, and then full-blown laughter as buildings, people, animals, it didn't matter as many lives were crushed from the trap Naruto had laid as his insane laughter echoed throughout all of Konoha's ruins. Perhaps this is what I've longed for the whole time since I was created, the destruction and loss of everything. That's right, because Naruto Uzumaki isn't real, just a fictional character brought to life by humans who created him. He exclaimed, surprising Lightning with what he was saying. This emptiness was because I had learned the truth deep in the abyss. I tried masking my discovery at the dark truth that kept beckoning it. Now at last, the restraints are off. I'll keep killing until Naruto Uzumaki no longer exists. I'll find the source of the origin, and destroy it, then no more Naruto Uzumaki. He finished with a mad grin adorning his face. Now then, he added, now bearing the face of a demon of unfathomable horrors finally unleashed unto the world. She needed to get out of here and end this now. He's worse than Barthandelus, worse than Keys, even worse than the Maker. I won't allow you to interfere. A voice spoke as Lightning ducked and rolled out of the way in time to turn and see, herself staring back at her. She realized at the difference in their eyes. Her eyes have a white concentric circle pattern to them, while she did not. Those eyes were inhuman, and yet, she recalled Orochimaru himself having those eyes as well at the last moments before his death. Only one person that was more powerful than she was right in front of her. Chapter 39, Accomplices. Lightning looked at her cipher counterpart with shock. She felt the other one's power, unbelievable. She felt like she was a mere ant looking up at a giant that towered over humans in fairy tales. The difference between a regular counterpart and a cipher counterpart was something to believe in. Something much more powerful than the Maker walking in human form, right in front of her was stopping her. The question is, why is her cipher counterpart stopping her from ending a potential threat to countless lives? I have my reasons, some that are irresponsible. But Cipher Naruto must not be stopped, yet. Cipher Lightning told her as Lightning shook her head. Why? Why, when he might kill thousands, if not millions of lives in the future? She reprimanded as Cipher Lightning held her hand up. Those lives will help open up the chaos and consume the world, but unlike the way you're familiar of it, it needs the important people to die and spread the chaos faster into this world. It is all to slow down the process of the beast's rebirth. Cipher Lightning told her. The beast? She asked as her cipher counterpart nodded her head. The embodiment of humanity's dark desires, unlike all the world's evil that he has told you about, this one will cause humanity to face judgment, both living and the dead. Depending on your way of living, you get either salvation or damnation when you die, without your consent. She explained as Lightning did not like the sound of it. Then why cause the chaos to burst into this world then? She asked as Cipher Lightning sighed in sadness. Because once the chaos is unleashed, there can be no new life, and no births. It goes without saying, the tailed beasts cannot be revived if they were slain if both worlds are one. She replied as Lightning was putting things together. Wait, the 10 tails is the beast. She realized as her cipher counterpart nodded her head. A fragment that was gathering power to reform into the complete thing, but due to a past incident, the tailed beasts were created to make sure the monster's rebirth was impossible in this altered history. But what about Neon and his plan with Naruto's inevitable death? Lightning demanded as her cipher counterpart smirked. That's where I come in. I'll help limit the damages to the entire space-time continuum with the other ciphers. It will be taxing, but it will be until his rebirth. She told her as she crossed her arms. But, there is one problem with Cipher Naruto that makes him too dangerous, it's his lack of compassion and love. Cipher Lightning told Lightning as she raised an eyebrow. It was still odd talking with herself. What's that got to do with this? She asked as Cipher Lightning looked like she was suffering a migraine as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Cypher Naruto has been in battle pretty much since the day he was born. He doesn't know how to truly be kind, loving, or polite. He makes it all an act due to not having that emotion of empathy compassion. He needs to be taught that, and that's where the two of us come in. Now Lightning did not like the sound of this. How so? She asked as her counterpart smiled. I am also a Cypher, and at the same time we both made the impossible possible in our battles. What I am going to do is, seal myself into you. She explained, surprising Lightning with what she said. I see, though I had expected much from a viper like you Kabuto. When I acquired my new eyes, I saw that tunnel you created with your jutsu as you made your escape that day, cunning to the very end. Naruto commented as Kabuto chuckled. Well, what could you expect from a student of a Cypher? He asked as Naruto immediately narrowed his eyes. I know you, Cypher Naruto, were the prize creation that Orochimaru had created in a previous life. He explained, gaining a surprised expression from Kimimaro, who looked at the new leader of Sound, and how he wished to see your growth. I guess seeing how dangerous you were, even if stripped of most of your power and forced to take in new ones, went beyond his expectations. You also inherited his hunger for knowledge that was forbidden in many ways to have the Daedric Prince Hermaeus Mora as an ally. I too, seek that knowledge, and pledge my loyalty to you. Kabuto told him as he bowed his head in respect. You are a seeker of knowledge as well, fine. But I don't want any double-crossing or your soul is mine to feast upon. Naruto warned him as Kabuto chuckled. I could also provide you with some information that I picked up while you were beginning to move in. He added, gaining Naruto's curiosity. I found a strange place in the mountains, graveyard. A lair belonging to the Akatsuki, he added, making Naruto raise an eyebrow. I see, I'll have to look into that after I've taken care of my business with the Mizukage. Naruto replied calmly. You seek to create a revolution against the ninja system itself, yes? Kabuto asked as Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously, knowing that Kabuto is very dangerous and useful at the same time. I can help, by exposing all of the 5 great ninja villages' secrets to the press, their dirty laundry revealed, and of course, the cruelty of creating Jinchuriki. He added as Naruto was forced to admit that Kabuto is very impressive with his cunning. It was putting Naruto on edge. Kabuto could still kill him in combat if he's not careful, especially with his medic training and his knowledge on the human body. What do you truly seek from all of this? Not knowledge, but your heart's true desires. Naruto asked, a hint of edge on his voice as Kimimaro was prepared to make a move at the slight movement of any hostile action. An identity, was the reply. One that surprised Naruto as his eyes widened. I lived a life of amnesia, of a spy with different identities. But I never knew who I really am, he admitted as Naruto nodded his head. I share that same desire as well, Naruto replied, causing Kabuto to look up at him. Because I am a clone of Naruto Uzumaki, granted the honor of being a Cypher, and living in the shadows of possibilities. I weave and create them, but can never find a place to call home or people to truly call friends or family. I travel, seeking many things that help me find that answer, yearning, hoping, to one day find a name to make me separate from the identity known as Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto confessed as Jugo, Kimimaro, and Kabuto were left speechless by it. But, I can take you guys along, so we can see the infinite worlds out there, and find our place to call home, and live the lives we seek, with our own selves and identity. It's a big ocean out there, because this world is merely a puddle. He told them. Seal yourself into me. What kind of game are you playing? Lightning demanded as her counterpart looked grim, the gambling kind. She replied as she looked at Lightning. But if we can at least get Cypher Naruto to feel empathy, compassion, then he could learn to love, and limit the killings. Cypher Lightning told her as she looked to her side. Even we Cyphers, just get tired of killing and seek to find alternative means. She admitted as Lightning sighed, closing her eyes as she opened them again. The question is, how we are going to teach him something like compassion? She asked as Cypher Lightning smiled. I picked up a few tricks dimension traveling to restore balance. I met this demon named Sesshomaru who had a sword of healing given to him by his father to teach him compassion. Needless to say, we just need to create a gunblade with those capabilities, and the right person to spark that compassion. Cypher Lightning trailed off as Lightning was beginning to understand. But why do you even care for him? He's an asshole with the way he talks at times, and the way he decorates that sword Chizukura make me want to hurl at times. Lightning told her, just recalling how he wasted money on making a sword look good. Because that sword is alive, Cypher Lightning told her, causing Lightning to look at her other like she grew a second head. Somehow, the sword gained sentient will and became alive. It has a newborn spirit dwelling within it, born of the sacrificed blood of Sakura Haruno, and the emotions and spilt blood of Cypher Naruto, a child that no one but him can see, and the only one he can spoil. She deepanned as Lightning knew the feeling of some father spoiling their daughter. Wait. Is that spirit his daughter? She realized as Cypher Lightning nodded her head. Pretty much, she doesn't have a body, so she inhabits the blade. She's the blade's source of power, bestowed with 2 miracles of human prayer, tempered by a cipher and the will of the planet into a weapon of dangerous power. Hope and despair, she told Lightning, who recalled the power Chizukura had when used on Orochimaru. The light it emanated was captivating, and terrifying at the same time. The captivating light was the human prayer of hope, warmth that made Lightning feel like the sins of the past were forgiven, and a redemption that put her at ease. But it also contained despair. It made her fear for her very existence, and of Sarah's when she saw the light smite Orochimaru with unbridled fury. It was a weapon like no other in this world. If he had no mercy, no compassion, then he will deliver a world stained in blood with that weapon. Sometimes, your choices are tangled up like a bag full of snakes. She had to accept this, if she wanted to limit the casualties created by this future revolution in the making. Very well then, what must I do? She asked as her cipher counterpart smiled. This is going to hurt a bit, please bear with it. She replied as she began walking up to her counterpart. Chapter 40, Prelude to the Battlefield. Naruto twisted and turned in his bed, his dreams were in disarray as he delved into his own mind. Naruto looked around in his dream, seeing nothing but the blackness of the void as he proceeded to walk towards nothing. There was no color. There was no sound. There was no smell. There was no feeling. It was truly the empty void he wandered in. As then he stopped, as he heard something. R. He turned to where the source was at, but found nothing. It was like it was all around him. Who are you? He asked quietly as the voice repeated itself several times, until it was finally clear. Saber, is that you? A female voice asked as Naruto froze and his eyes widened as he turned to the source. Master. He spoke in shock as he realized the girl standing before him was Sarah Farron, master of the 4th Holy Grail War of Cocoon and current rank of Seraph. Naruto remembered that voice quite well, and he saw that Sarah, his former master that had summoned him to battle, had grown into a real beauty over the years. He still faintly recalled how much of a frightened cat and lonely girl she was when they first met. But her eyes, they were more mature than at that final battle with her, more so than he could even remember. The little angel has grown into a goddess. He mentally mused as Sarah ran over and gave the young boy a bone-crushing hug. And she's still got that brutal grip as well, he added as he heard something in his bones pop as she released him. I did not expect to see you after all of these years. I heard you got married, congrats. Naruto had a wry smile on his expression. Guess who I married? He told her. Sakura. Sarah guessed as Naruto shook his head. Lightning, he told her straight out, getting a surprised, speechless face from Sarah who truly didn't see that one coming. Though truth be told, we were drugged and tricked into getting married, but I'm willing to divorce her if she wants to. I don't marry a girl unless I love her and she loves me back. Naruto added with second thoughts as Sarah shook her head. No, I think you should try and build a relationship with her. She said, catching Naruto off guard with that comment. Even before, during the war, when you tend to get an unwanted harem of girls, you were always alone on the inside. Since you're incarnated as a human, I think you should try living like a person instead of a warrior. Sarah told him as her eyes were as hard as adamantine as Naruto sighed in defeat. Sarah Farron never backs down and has the glare in her eyes that can pierce even the toughest hides of a behemoth and send them running to their makers. Alright, I'll do it, but if Lightning's not interested, then I'll divorce her. He replied as Sarah smiled sweetly as she was beginning to fade out. Looks like I'm out of time, take care Naruto. Shayna says, hi, and tell Lightning that I'm on my way back to her along with Snow and the others. She exclaimed as she faded away and the dream ended. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and yawned, rubbing them childishly as he got up and began stretching his body as he felt the stiffness in his body fade away. It was dark in this new home of his. What was once Orochimaru's lair was now his. He checked the clock, 2:04 in the morning. He had 26 more minutes before the long and dangerous mission before him was to begin. To stop the bloodline purge of Kiri and end the civil war in there. 6 minutes later. Naruto, fully clothed, armed, and ready to go, ran towards what would be the kitchen and prepare himself a light meal, only to see Kushina in the kitchen already and Lightning already finished eating. Morning Naruto, are you ready for one of the biggest things in your life? She asked with a smile as Naruto was surprised how early his mom was up. Lightning he could understand, but his mother who loved to sleep in. I must be catching a cold. He mentally decided as he sat down across Lightning. It was quite at the table as Kushina hummed a tune while she was cooking. The tension at the table was so heavy that Kushina was certain she could cut it out with a knife right now as she began feeling it from behind her. I'm sorry, Naruto spoke up, surprising Lightning and Kushina with that sudden apology. I'm sorry for the way I've been talking to the both of you as of late. My old, king, personality is starting to take over again. He apologized again as Lightning and Kushina knew what he meant with the way he was talking. He was referring to the disrespect he had given them back in the hospital, and had somehow convinced them to do some missions in his stead while he was incapacitated. But, king, personality, Kushina asked from the stove as a pancake soared onto Naruto's plate. Yes, it's a cipher thing, because back in my prime, I was a king, and I had a personality that made me unpleasant to be around. He admitted as Lightning crossed her arms and shook her head. That could explain how a good-natured boy like you turned into someone whose rudeness levels are on the point of wanting to kill you. She said, adding her own sense as Naruto chuckled bitterly. Well, that's because I'm merely borrowing this body. He replied as the sound of metal hitting something was heard as Kushina had the stove off as she turned to the shinobi lassie. What do you mean by borrow, exactly son? She asked as Naruto merely eyed her. You see mom, I'm merely a foreign being inside of who should be labeled as Naruto Uzumaki, yet I'm not the one who originally inhabited this body. I am merely the spirit of Cipher Naruto Uzumaki that had just taken over the body of the Naruto of this world. He explained in a calm way as Kushina was left speechless. Don't worry, this world's Naruto is in a trance of sorts. His conscience is subdued and cannot awaken until I am done, and by then, history will be corrected. Naruto told her as Kushina walked up to him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Even now, you are still my son, and no matter what, I'd still love you. For some reason, I just feel a great sadness in my heart when I look at you. She told him as Naruto paused and then looked away. Lightning saw that face he had, it was of loss. He must have remembered something to have that expression, I won't ask about it. There are some things that must come out on their own accord. No need to push in on it, she thought. The atmosphere in the kitchen was oppressive for the rest of the meal. 10 minutes later. Thank you ladies and gentlemen for being here today. Naruto spoke up as he walked in a military fashion with his arms behind him as Lightning, Kushina, the Sound 5, and Kabuto were in uniform as Naruto began briefing. Strange how it's the kids giving military orders instead of adults. Funny how times change things. Lightning mentally mused as Naruto continued on. For the record, I'm not sure if any of us will survive this mission I have created, or rank S1 at that, so if any of you want to chicken out and preserve your own lives, speak up and you will be dismissed. Naruto spoke firmly as no one spoke or budged an inch. This S-rank mission is to end the bloodline purge and civil war of Kiri, with a catch, Naruto continued as he looked at every last one of them. I want little to no casualties in taking down people. This is a stealth mission. Or should I say, a ghost mission. Naruto told them as everyone's eyes widened. A ghost mission is where stealth is at its most importance. Do not be detected by anyone and take care of the assigned target. Knocking out or killing any potential threats in reaching said target is required to not be seen or alert any security. Our target is the Mizukage Yagura, Naruto continued as a projector revealed a young man who looked like a kid. He is the source of this conflict and is responsible for numerous deaths of innocents with his prejudice against bloodline limits. We are to take out certain key people and then take down the Mizukage Yagura himself. Naruto explained as he looked at Kabuto. Kabuto here will explain which targets we have to eliminate first, he finished with a nod as Kabuto took stage as he bowed. So the Viper lives, and why is he allying with us, after Naruto took down Orochimaru? Lightning thought as Kabuto was preparing his own briefing. Thank you for having me here, and I'm going to cut to the chase since I know all of the Sound 5 whom I know won't fail Lord Naruto. He said as said team were immediate and on utmost attention. First off, is to eliminate the strategist of Yagura's army, Tomoya Fushimi. Professional at Kenjutsu as per usual for Mizu Ninja, he has been through the Third Shinobi War as a simple chunin but when his skills as a strategist was revealed, he became one of the higher-ups in 5 years. Even now, his reputation precedes him as the leaders of the rebellion are having a hard time dealing with his impressive defensive strategies. Kabuto told them while pushing his glasses back. He has solidified his security quite well to make sure an attempt at sneaking in and assassinate him are rendered useless, and using force is nearly suicide with the patrols and archers up on this fortress of his. Apparently he's got a knack of being very dangerously genre savvy as he's already eliminated virtually every possible spy in his ranks and assassins. But there is one way to kill him, and that's where you come in Kitamura. Kabuto explained as his glasses gleamed as he eyed the boy. Your skills as an archer are one that has made Orochimaru proud of, as your sniping skills are top-notch. Kitamura looked away from the phrase as Naruto eyed him. The plan is simple, using very powerful arrows at certain key locations, will weaken the defenses of the base, as the rebels will do the dirty work for us and eliminate Tomoya. With a snap of his fingers, several men walked in with suitcases in hand as they opened up and showed the contents to Kitamura. These are crystal arrows infused with my wind nature chakra, Naruto spoke up, gaining the boy's attention. When it makes contact with any surface, the natural cutting nature will pierce through stone like butter and explode, releasing that chakra into a bomb of cutting devastation. You must use these arrows at the designated spots to weaken the fortress, as the rebels will be tipped off by a hidden ally of the situation. I trust you can fulfill this, can't you, Kidomaru? Naruto asked as said boy gulped at that look in Naruto's eye. I won't fail you, Lord Naruto. He spoke with finality in his tone. Yet, his eyes were slightly unnerved at such a task. Yes, he was confident in his skills, but something about Naruto gave him the chills. He had a bad feeling that if he failed, something very terrible will happen. Next on the list is the funding for Yagura's supplies. A man named Jigen helps funds Yagura's men with money, food, and other necessities to help keep their morale. To Yuya, your job is to send him packing, which should break Yagura's men's morale. Kabuto continued without pause as he flipped through the next picture as Yuya grinned at the newest victim. She was so going to have fun breaking his mind when she found the fucker. Jirobo, yours is the easiest one of all. Capture every student at the academy and lock 'em up nice and tight till the civil war and purge ends. Enjoy your feast. Kabuto grinned as the big one remained stoic as usual. As Naruto spoke up, Sakin and Udon, Kimimaro, Jugo, and Karen, the 5 of you are with me, my mother, Lightning and Kabuto as we give the Mizukage a visit. He told them as they saluted him. But before that, I have masks for us to wear, for absolutely no one must ever find out who we are, or risk having our village attacked. They will be handed out accordingly. Kidomaru was given the mask of a spider, which he gingerly placed on his face with a smile. Jirobo was given that of an elephant as he politely bowed his head in thanks as he placed it on. Yuya was given that of a tiger, as she smiled at the resemblance of her personality. Sakin and Udon Naruto did not learn of the other brother until he checked the profiles on his subordinates, and gave him a unique pair of Oni masks that had horns on opposite sides to show the difference in the twins as both brothers politely accepted their masks. Walking towards Jugo, Naruto handed him a mask of a wolf to describe the man perfectly. While he is calm, his viciousness in battle is likening that to a wolf. As he walked towards Kimimaro, Naruto smiled. You fight with grace and power, like a sacred Wyrm of old. I give you this mask to reflect on what you are. Naruto said, handing Kimimaro the mask of a dragon as the man accepted the gift and donned it. Naruto walked up to Karen and felt something nostalgic about the girl, almost familiar as he handed her the mask of a priestess as she donned it as Naruto merely tossed Kabuto the mask of a snake before walking up to Lightning and Kushina. These 2 masks I had been personally involved in making, to help keep in touch with you two in case we get separated. Naruto told them, handing Kushina the mask of a kitsune as she smiled at her son's humor at the irony of the mask as her past had returned while Lightning was handed a mask of an animal Lightning did not know of. It's a Kirin, a legendary chimeric creature that sacredness surpasses even the dragons and phoenixes themselves in certain lore. You are my mentor who's still fighting besides me even if I'm not the perfect kid or student, and one of the few to actually gain the trust of Cypher Naruto. This mask is my way of saying thank you, for all that you've done for me. He told her sincerely as Lightning felt a spiritual weight from the mask as she turned it to the back and raised it to her face. Trust, one thing she knows she cannot betray in this world, they were connected to this fate, they were fighting destiny, and no matter what, they will survive this ordeal no matter what. I met Sarah in a dream last night, she wanted me to tell you that she and the others are on their way back to you. It was Naruto's voice whispering in her mind, that was good news as she donned the mask. And from behind the eyeholes of the mask, Lightning's eyes glowed with power from her cipher counterpart dwelling within her. Konoha. Jiraiya finished his briefing with Tsunade as the Hokage shook her head and chugged down a bottle of sake in one gulp as the door to her office opened up. Just the few people that I need, I'm assigning you on an S-ranked mission into Kiri. Chapter 41, Momentary Setbacks. Kidomaru leapt through the trees of the misty land, only to stop and hide every time he heard footsteps and battles raging nearby to find out what was the situation at the time. He checked his surroundings, corpses littered the area and the stench of blood and corpses reeked in the very air itself. So far, he's cautiously avoided conflicts with both Kiri Ninja and the rebels. He needed to fulfill a task of great strategic importance for the one who inherited Lord Orochimaru's will. The one who would give them all second chances to live. Kimimaro was one such person to acquire it, and he rewarded the boy with unquestionable loyalty. Kidomaru wanted to see where this boy would go, to see if he's truly the one that Lord Orochimaru deemed worthy as an heir. So far, he's grateful for the boy, to show mercy on his men and inspires them to improve themselves to be better than they were before. While he is strict, he is kind, and while brutal, is merciful, he is one strange master to serve for indeed. The lens of the mask changed, showing human heat several meters ahead. The heat vision of the mask was pretty useful in the damn fog in exposing enemy locations. When normal visibility is problematic, searching via heat signatures from the mask was quite useful. Human bodies needed to stay warm in these cold areas of Kiri, so they were like beacons with the heat vision right now, which gave Kitamaru time to figure out how to plan his route to his destination. Since the mission was a ghost one, he had to avoid being detected or set off alarms, which will be problematic for the entire mission if he's caught. He wondered if Tayuya was having fun on her assigned task. Tayuya was having a blast, posing as a poor, traveling musician hoping to lift the spirits of warriors with her flute. The damn moron she's assigned to eliminate took her in. And he didn't even have her checked for anything lethal besides her flute. To her, only her flute is required to get this mission done. Now all she needed to do was take care of the target, and as a joke, give the sleeping wounded a song that'll haunt their dreams quite well tonight. Kitamaru shook his head with a wry grin. Tayuya is probably hatching some sadistic scheme on the wounded by now. He thought, knowing his teammate well for her foul mouth, and was sure she was doing her thing right now. He scanned ahead and noticed the location was 65 kilometers ahead, but the bad part was that the surrounding area was an open field if he stepped out of the forests. Kitamaru prayed that somehow, Lord Naruto found a way to improvise. Somehow, it seems that help with blending in just got granted as a group of rebels charged, blades drawn, hand signs weaved, and chakra saturating the very air itself. Then, the chaos ensured as the rebels were actually in a minefield as the earth exploded randomly when an unlucky rebel stepped on one. That's when his sharp eyes noticed the craters formed, and recalled how trapdoor spiders use tunnels. The spider ninja grinned as he quickly made his way to one such hole and began utilizing the cursed seal on his body to the second stage as he began weaving his webs of destruction as he began pulling out one of the arrows Naruto had entrusted him with using wisely. Naruto's team traveled quickly as Jugo gave him the latest report in on how Kitamaru and Tayuya are handling their tasks. Tayuya has killed the target and has used a genjutsu on the wounded that's breaking their fighting morale in a dreamlike state. Kitamaru has begun his assault on the weak points of the fortress, and has succeeded in destroying a few as now the rebels Kabuto has tipped off are now starting to raid the place. Jugo reported as Naruto nodded his head. That's good, now all we need to do is. Naruto replied before snapping his head out into the direction of the ocean as something big came out of the water as lava seems to be fired at it from a long distance. Ah, the Mizukage has entered his tailed beast state and is currently battling the leader of the rebels, Materumi out there. Jugo added as they noticed the three-tails Mizukage began firing black spheres of energy in random directions. Shit, we better get moving before. Naruto swore as a stray-tailed beast ball came to their direction. Shell. Lightning spoke up, casting a purple barrier and channeling the strength of her cipher counterpart inside of her to amplify its defensive powers as the black sphere made contact with her spell as a massive explosion erupted. Against something like this, her Lassie powers are clearly outmatched by the raw power of a tailed beast. Even using the powers of her cipher other within her could only minimize the damage as the ground below them began to give in. Now this is bad, down there is the Kabuto realized from the intel he had on this nation's secret projects and the secret underground horrors they've dug up trying to utilize as weapons of war. Before he could say any more, the ground broke as the entire team fell into the darkness. The falling rocks separating them as they fell into different directions, as Kabuto could not tell them that this was a habitat for vicious animals far older than the era of Chakra Ninja. Damn it, they've fallen in. Neji cursed as he saw them fall into the abyss below with his Byakugan as Jiraiya cursed under his breath. That dope always tends to pull something like this every time something big happens. Sasuke said with annoyance as he looked at the transformed Mizukage with distaste in his tone. So what, we go after him? Kiba asked as Akamaru whined in a feared tone. Impossible, I've heard rumors of animals down there are far more vicious than your everyday animal and are smarter, and equally as vicious. No one who's set foot down in that forest never comes out alive. Jiraiya retorted as he knew this was Naruto they were talking about. If anything, Naruto will get out just fine and do so in a big, dynamic, and very dramatic way. Sasuke added with a wry smile as the next member of the team chuckled. True, he is called the #1 hyperactive knucklehead ninja for nothing and the most unpredictable ninja as well. Kakashi said, adding his own 2 cents in as he closed his book. Well, since chit-chat time is over, Jiraiya said as Kakashi prepared his Reikiri, Sasuke with his Chidori, Neji in his battle stance, as Jiraiya prepared to pull off a summon as a bunch of Kiri ninjas surrounded them. Let's begin Operation Maelstrom, they announced as the battle began. Lightning held Kushina's arm as her sword was embedded into the wall of the massive underground forest as she gritted her teeth from behind her mask. Great, more underground adventures. And here I thought the mines of the Land of Iron were bad if this forest is still around after 10,000 years. Lightning spoke with minor annoyances. Kushina swung and used chakra to walk on the wall as Lightning did the same with her Gravcon. You know this forest, Lightning? Kushina asked as Lightning looked down at the strange trees. How can I not? It's the Gapra Whitewood, a bioweapons research facility, home to some of nature's most ferocious beasts. She replied with calmness. For her, this was a walk in the park as a master lassie, but she also found this to be a perfect place for Naruto to train in. But that would be after taking care of the Mizukage problem first. Jugo and Kimimaro shook their heads as they looked around from the area they crashed in, and noticed large wolf-like creatures encircling them with fangs bared as one of them barked angrily. We should leave, we're invading their territory right now. Jugo spoke up, translating the beast's words to his friend as Kimimaro shook his head. No, Lord Naruto might be injured, and I will cut down every last one of these beasts to find him. He replied with utter determination as his bloodline activated as his bones grew out of his body into blades. Taking it as a hostile action, the pack of Silver Lobo charged at them as Jugo activated his bloodline as his controlled bloodlust kicked in as his slasher smile adorned his crazed face. It's killin' time, he cried out with glee as his arm turned into an axe. Kabuto leapt from branch to branch, considering himself lucky to survive that fall as he was eyeing the beasts down below to see which ones were dangerous and which ones were not. So far, he's found that every beast is lethal in their own way and that not even one of them was harmless. In his experience in the Chunin exams after so many times as a spy, he found that these animals makes the ones in the Forest of Death look like child stuff. Perhaps after the operation, Lord Naruto will allow me to do some experiments on these creatures. He thought to himself as his glasses gleamed dangerously. The mad scientist part of him was kicking in again. Oh, how that feeling makes him shudder with such anticipation. How these creatures kill and adapt made him want to dissect them right now, damn it. Naruto groaned in pain as he gritted his teeth and pushed his left arm back into his socket as his pain tolerance made him refuse to scream out in pain as Leo and Ella looked at their master's left arm with worry as numerous gashes were adorning it. I'll be alright, just turn into armor for my left arm to allow me to use it and to keep the scent of blood low. He told them as they did just that as his entire left arm was now in armor as he flexed his left hand. He felt the pain, but he'll live. Leaning back against the trunk of the tree with his blazefire saber out, he closed his eyes as he began taking a light sleep. Preparing to kill anything that might try to kill him right now in his condition was a bad thing, especially if it's a big predator or a pack of carnivores. Just when he was about to fall asleep, the bushes near the trees in front of him rustled as his eyes widened behind his mask. As he looked at the source, a young girl, younger than him, perhaps at the age of 6 with blue hair and blue eyes that looked nervous at him. Naruto didn't know if the girl was an ally, or an enemy, and would have probably killed her if she didn't walk towards him and picked up his left arm, surprised that Leo and Ella retracted to expose of his injured arm as the girl poured herbal water over it. It burnt his skin in 2 ways, due to the healing effects of the herbs, and of the water being boiled. He would have hissed out in pain, but refused to show any weaknesses right now. From a fall over a 100 meters high, and crashing into many things and ruining his left arm while healing his body from most damage took a toll on him. He would have healed his left arm the next day the minute he woke up. But yet, this little girl come out of the blue and helps healing it. Even now, she's bandaging it. Just kill her now, King, she might alert enemies of our presence. Magatsu Arashi whispered in his mind as the shinobi lassie shook that voice out. Naruto just waited as the girl left, as she looked back at him before returning to wherever she came from. Once his arm was covered in armor again, Naruto had to ponder, why did Leo and Ella retract from the girl so willingly, in an almost friendly disposition? Then he made a conclusion, the girl found him unconscious after he fell. But the strangest thing was, the girl didn't speak a word the whole time since she found him as he rested his back against the tree and tried to rest. His body was aching all over and he hated it. And right now, night dawns in this unknown place. 2. Ru, 2. The communications he built in the masks were still working, but the signal was weak right now. And from the voice, it was Lightning. And, you, me. Partially, Light, where are you? He replied, activating the comm link of his mask. Unknown, we're in, Ood. Repeat, Gapra, Ood. The first word made sense to Naruto already, first the Vile Peaks, and now, the Gapra Whitewood. That means unlike machines in that junkyard, he was going to face animals. High ground. The transmission ended as Naruto ended the link. His task was simple, get to high ground. Just as he stood up, a scream echoed through the forest as Naruto immediately dashed into the source of the voice. With effort into it and blazefire drawn, Naruto leapt and brought down his blade against a silver lobo and turned the blade into gun mode and fired at another several yards away and ducked to avoid a tackle of a third one as it turned and snarled at him. With caution and eyeing the area, he found that little girl again, scared at the predator as Naruto had blazefire in sword mode once again as he and the silver lobo circled each other. The beast charged first as Naruto followed suit. With a flash of steel, Naruto severed a front limb as the creature fell to the side with a bloody stump as it whimpered in pain. Seeing it no longer a threat, Naruto turned to the girl. "You okay?" he asked as the girl's eyes were looking behind him, which caused him to turn just in time to see the silver lobo's jaws about to reach him as he raised his blade in between its jaws as he was knocked back. He struggled with keeping his blade with him as the beast tried to rip him apart, only for a fireball to hit it as it was startled by the attack. But by then, Naruto created a crystal knife and repeatedly stabbed it in the neck numerous times as the beast choked on its own blood this time as it fell to the side and died. Naruto got up, and turned to see the girl's head outstretched, showing she was the one who casted the spell as she shyly hid behind the tree. "So you can use magic too, huh?" he asked her, as the girl's eyes widened at that as Naruto demonstrated his own use of magic. "Where is your family?" he asked as the girl looked away sadly as Naruto knew what she was. An orphan, parents who must have died by predators of this place, as it seems she is able to use magic of the lost era of the crystal legends. "Do you even have a name?" he asked as she shook her head no. "Such a development. You are just going to leave her, right? She's total dead weight if she comes along." Magetsu Arashi spoke as Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger at such a remark. He may be heartless at times, but he's not that bad of a person to others, especially if they're children. "Aqua," he said, gaining the girl's attention. "Your name is Aqua, and, thank you for helping me," he told her gently as he turned and began walking away, only to feel the young girl's hand grabbing his armored left one. He looked over his shoulder and saw the loneliness and fear in her. She must have lived here for a long time to cling to a complete stranger like this. "Kill her, king, such a brat like her would only slow you down with your mission, remember?" The voice of Magetsu Arashi told him with snide as Naruto mentally growled at his seath other's suggestion. "You can come along if you wish, but," he spoke as Aqua hugged his waist tightly. "I'm too kind for my own good, especially with kids," Naruto thought to himself as he smiled behind his mask and ruffled her blue hair a little. Little did he know, a strange father-daughter relationship was beginning to develop at that very moment. Chapter 42, Conflict on the Surface. "URK!" exclaimed Akiri Nin as he fell dead to his side as a kunai was lodged into his neck as Sasuke weaved his hand signs and unleashed the trademark fireball technique his clan had used as a rite of passage. It burned with a searing heat that laminated the misty land the lone Uchiha was in as his sensei Kakashi kicked one into a tree's branches as he was impaled upon it as blood fell down the bark. "I've got 15 here, how about you, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked as the Uchiha grunted in annoyance. 13, was his reply. He wondered though, why did he take this mission in the first place? Konoha a week ago. Tsunade stamped the last piece of paperwork and placed it neatly on her completed pile as she sighed with content and pulled out a bottle of sake. She was going to enjoy her moment of peace, until she felt that presence nearby. "What now, Jiraiya?" the fifth Hokage asked as a window in the office opened to reveal the Toad Sage Jiraiya himself with a calm expression on his face. "Normally I'd be in a cheerful, lecherous mood, but not today. I'm here to report of what's happening in sounds since the kid took over." Jiraiya replied as Tsunade paused from her attempt to sip at least one drop of her alcohol, only to stop and put it down to turn and listen what her teammate had learned. "Tell me what's going on, Jiraiya, because this sounds important. And it better not be anything stupid," she told him sternly as Jiraiya had that serious expression on his face. "Lately, the Hidden Sound Village has been going under some reorganizing as I was able to slip in a few spies and many people who were actually experiments of Orochimaru's were mostly released and some going under rehab from the horrors they've endured. But as of now, Naruto is leading his new village into a more positive direction, but he's still allowing experimentations to be carried out, albeit in more sane and humane methods." The Toad Sanin reported as Tsunade leaned back in her chair and sighed. "What kind of experiments is he doing?" she asked with a sense of caution in her tone as Jiraiya sighed. "Mainly on the human body in order to improve on medical treatments and to create an improved medicine," he told her as Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "That's it? Nothing that reeks of Orochimaru?" she asked, as Jiraiya nodded his head. "There is one. Naruto is seeking to improve on Orochimaru's cursed seals, making them less lethal to receiving the mark, and to keep the user sane when using a supposed second state of the cursed seal," he replied as Tsunade frowned. "He's studying on Orochimaru's cursed seals and seeks to improve them. I'm sorry, but the academy records show me that he's got the lowest IQ of his class and failed terribly on his written exams," she said, disbelieving what she heard about her distant relative as Jiraiya shook his head. "No, he has some sort of book said to contain forbidden knowledge in it, and I speculate it contains secrets on Orochimaru's cursed seals, which means he might figure out how to improve the seals, and the fact that Kabuto is still alive and working under him makes it more believable. Jiraiya snorted with distaste with the name of the snake Sanin's right-hand man. That caused Tsunade to tense as she looked at Jiraiya dead in the eye. That's impossible. Kabuto was reported dead during our raid against Orochimaru, crushed by a cave-in. She told him as Jiraiya shook his head. No, he deceived us well with a well-timed earth jutsu and made it look like he died. Naruto allowed him to live once he found Kabuto alive in front of him. But from what little my spies have told me from fragmented pieces of their conversations, they are on well terms, almost too well on terms. Jiraiya told her as Tsunade wondered if Naruto was up to something. Deception was one thing that boy had much in, able to beat her with her temporary fear of blood and make her believe in the dream Dan and Naoki had by taking up the mantle as 5th Hokage in their memory. Something about that boy scared her, and she didn't like it, not one bit. Naruto Uzumaki was unpredictable and chaotic. Anything else? She asked as Jiraiya smirked. Yeah, well it seems the Runt wants to stop the civil war in Kiri for some reason, I'm not sure why though. He admitted with a shrug as Tsunade's eyes widened at that bit of info. Jiraiya, why didn't you tell me that first? She demanded as Jiraiya looked at her. Because you'd jump the gun and call in any team to do something dangerous that involves Naruto in a heartbeat. He replied. Tsunade grumbled something under her breath, knowing that her teammate had a point. But with the way the Kiri civil war is right now is suicidal since rumor had it the Mizukage was stepping into the battlefield himself. And the Yondaime Mizukage Yagura was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and was no pushover. When is he planning on heading out? She asked. By the end of the week, along with Orochimaru's elite bodyguards the Sound Five, Kushina, Jugo of the Balanced Scales, Kabuto, and of course Lightning. He immediately answered her, his tone of calmness and seriousness in it. It seems that Naruto's bringing the best of the best with him. But his own mother as well, Tsunade thought as she recalled stories of Kushina Uzumaki. Her reputation was something that had even gained the attention of the Sannin themselves and would become wife to Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. If anything, she thought the mother-son duo were going to give her migraines on a level that not even large consumptions of sake could undo. Damn hot-blooded Uzumakis, always charges headfirst into danger. It's going to require a team to keep those two alive. The others that accompany Naruto and Kushina don't matter. Can somebody get me a team in the next hour? She groaned while rubbing her forehead in annoyance. Damn Uzumaki, always causing trouble without even trying and they're not even in Konoha. Kiri no Kuni now. Oh, so that's why. Damn it you loser, why do you always get yourself into these kinds of messes? Sasuke hissed under his breath as he pulled a Senbon needle from his skin as he felt the pressure from the injury disappear. He had recollection of the Haku kid when he got hit with that needle. Maybe that was it, which was a reason why Naruto came here to Kiri. He didn't want any more people like Haku to suffer from this purge. Sasuke had a hunch that both the numbskull he calls a teammate and Haku had a connection of some sort. A bond. It was something Sasuke had begun to understand as of late. Sakura's death rattled him, but he couldn't say that they were close. She always kept ogling him since the academy along with other girls at the time. But she had her brains that helped them survive, and the courage and guts to stand tall even if her opponents were stronger than her. That's what he likes in a girl, but Sakura wasn't his type. Maybe if she just didn't focus on trying to gain his attention and focused on training maybe, just maybe he might have taken interest in her. But since she's dead, he'll never know if Sakura Haruno would ever change. Flipping through hand signs, Sasuke blew another ball of flame, bigger than his body at the nearest barrel that gave him an idea. Since it was near a group of enemies, it should be very effective. It was, as an explosion knocked everyone off their feet as debris was sent flying in the air as Sasuke and Kakashi were caught in the blast. But unlike those at ground zero of the explosion, they only had minor injuries and mild burns. I see you're using the environment to your advantage. Nice job Sasuke. Kakashi noted as the Uchiha grunted as he pushed himself up from the ground. Where's Jiraiya, Kiba and Neji? He asked as the Jonin shrugged as he ducked under a kunai's aim and flipped through a barrage of hand signs and casted the water dragon missile technique as it blasted away 5 Kiri nin as they noticed the rebels were pushing back the opposing forces' army. Not sure, we'll have to regroup as soon as we can though. Kakashi replied as the Uchiha agreed with the sentiment. He was not in good condition from his reserves of chakra nearly depleted. They both have to get out of here fast, and luckily, rebels are coming in from everywhere at the moment, and it seems they were on their side this time. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, Sasuke noticed something very wrong with the picture, or rather, a single person there that should not be there. A girl, around his age with dark blue hair and green eyes, but her clothes looked otherworldly and had a sense of purity to her. She smiled and turned away, walking towards another figure, one with spiky blonde hair, a type of hair that Sasuke recognized instantly in a heartbeat. Naruto, he asked to himself as Kakashi noticed his gaze and his eye widened when he saw the blonde and the girl with him, although he looked older as he was walking away with the girl. Impossible, he looked older, and had a different set of clothes and weapon. Kakashi noted as Sasuke shook his head. Remember those other versions of him in the battle against Orochimaru? The Uchiha countered as Kakashi recalled that event clearly. From the report on the Chunin exams, one incarnation of Naruto, dubbed Snow Jr. was summoned from a different branch in the timeline and served as both an opponent and a future ally for Naruto. Perhaps this one is. We should see if he's our ally or our enemy. Kakashi told him as Sasuke bit the inside of his lip, not wanting the one he called friend as an enemy. And with little effort and avoiding stray attacks from the battlefield, they followed the other Naruto and the mysterious girl. Kurigakure outskirts. Sasuke and Kakashi managed to trail the two as their targets stopped as the older-looking Naruto with a sinister-looking greatsword on his back turned and smirked at the two. It's been a long time, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke. Has it been days, weeks, months, years, millennia since we had last met, old friends? The man asked as Kakashi noted that this Naruto was in his 20s at the most. Who are you? Sasuke demanded as he noted the dark aura and bloodlust within this one as he chuckled. I am the black to the white, the destroyer to the redeemer, the pawn to the messiah, the great chaos to the great order. One who seeks to return time to nothing. He answered cryptically as Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Final Fantasy XIII 2 Ost, Chaotic Guardian. Are one incarnation of him, that has fallen. Kakashi asked Kunai out an instance as Sasuke was doing the same. That term of, fallen, means one who has embraced a darker, more sinister path in life that lead to the likes of Itachi and Orochimaru, which the older Naruto merely chuckled. You may call me Nero Ballad, the guardian of the Seiress Yule. He replied as he gestured to the girl who looked at Sasuke with a melancholy, and Sasuke noted a sense of sadness from her. It was in her eyes as she looked upon him. You are the one with the eyes of the Cursed One. She told him, her calm, serene voice piercing his mental defenses as something about her was otherworldly. You who carry the energy of the fallen sun, burdened with hatred in your soul. You seek vengeance in many lives, only to fail by the false successor. Puppet in every generation, yet those pasts linger in grief. Even now, you suffer from loss of those dear to you. She said, her words piercing through his chest as she slowly walked towards him. You who had learned to develop bonds must be warned of a future you cannot change. One that will affect Konoha as a whole. She continued, gaining the two Konoha ninjas' attention. One who inherited the power of the infinite possibilities, carries the burden of everlasting hate. He shall lead all in this world to destruction at the end of the world and to its salvation at the end of time. She said as Sasuke had no idea who she was referring to in this riddle. Who is this person responsible for such a travesty? He demanded, attempting to grab her, only for Nero to grab his arm in a tight grip. That is for you to know, he is the disruptor of the balance of power of this world. The winds of change are coming, Uchiha, but the question is, will you live to see it long enough? The chaotic guardian asked mockingly as the water around the village erupted as a large, serpent-like creature that no one has ever seen roared as tidal waves struck the village as people who were swept in it were transformed into monstrous creatures. If you seek answers, Uchiha, Nero began as he grabbed Yule gently. Then come find us at the end of this village. He challenged with a smirk as the two were covered in a strange black smoke as they disappeared. Wait, the two exclaimed as they were gone as the strange monsters began charging at everyone ranging from civilians to even shinobi themselves. Isn't it strange how these things look similar to that weird form Naruto took to decimate Orochimaru's army? Sasuke noted as they noticed the same red-eyed markings on the creatures' chests, that looked like the one Naruto had, but with an open eye that was sinister. It gave the two a bad feeling. This is the fate Naruto will face if his mark becomes like that. Let's do this, Sasuke, Kakashi started as he charged his Raikiri up in his hand as Sasuke flipped through his hand signs and created the Chidori. Let's hurry and stop him. The Uchiha agreed as they dashed forward, cutting down the seath that got in their way as they made their way to Nero Ballad. Every seath they encounter, they saw the mindless agony of the victims still screaming as they were punctured with holes in their bodies. Sasuke had enough chakra to use Chidori one more time, and he was going to save it as his last resort, and there was no way in hell was he going to use that cursed seal on him to get an advantage, and the fact that this girl yells words pierce him, it got under his skin in so many ways that it was wrong. He needed answers from this Seiress, and figure out what is going on, and what this has to do with Naruto. His Chidori faded out as its runtime expired. These creatures were relentless and were attacking everyone. It sickened him as he saw the Leviathan responsible for this heading towards where Nero and Yule would be if he guessed right. He will get the answers he seeks, one way or another. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu, he exclaimed as he flipped through the appropriate hand signs and unleashed his flames unto the seeth. Jaken flipped through reports as he sighed and rubbed his forehead. Serving as a vassal for Naruto-sama was hard and effective work. He was busy with the orders handed down to him before his noble lord left for Kiri and was in quite a debacle. Right now the research on the cursed seal is postponed until he returned with Jugo, and remodeling the entire place and repurposing the village, which was all underground, was hectic. He was busy assigning minor missions to get the money for the village so they can prosper, but right now this place was a wreck. It seemed as if it was more for cannon fodder than actual elite warriors, minus the Sound 5 and a selected few handfuls of interesting individuals. Damn you Orochimaru for not training your ninja properly, save for your damn favorites. Jaken knew this place was worse than his native village Iwa, which he betrayed in order for his master to spare him and make him a loyal vassal when it comes to military strength. None of these genin under his master's command are not even up to par with most graduated genin in terms of skills. Plus, since there is no jonin here, there can be no advanced missions, so they're stuck with mostly D-rank ones to get support from the village. But loyalty from these ninja is something worth it in exchange. Glancing at the nearest training grounds, he saw many men, women and children determined to be ninja for Oto, training with great effort to prove loyalty for Naruto. His charisma and compassion for these people have won their loyalty to the point they will willingly die for him. That was a real leader, one that Jaken himself was proud to follow even now. Jaken noted, seeing someone sneaking off, something to take notice of, as he decided to have a few members of security keep an eye out for that one. He has the profile on that one, so he won't be getting away anytime soon. If he's a spy, then Naruto-sama would be pleased of how serious security is in this village. Someone get me Karen and Guren on the stat. He ordered the nearest shinobi, who saluted him in response. The dream of eternity. He dreamt of eternity. He had been awoken prematurely and with his great power, saw what future pertained if Goddess Etro was destroyed. He called upon a being that had the power to end him, requesting a change in this inevitable scenario, and with that being's power, the history was changed. He slept again, waiting for the time when the unseen realm will reopen again so his mother shall truly be destroyed. Yet another problem occurred in God's long slumber. Humanity went beyond the falsi and had gained new powers separate from that of Lassie. Chakra it was called. It was a vile taint, that of a demon he saw from his dream, that will destroy everything he will ever create. He tasked Mighty Pulse to find a Lassie capable of eliminating this foul energy called chakra, and requested the entity Neon to capture the best of Pulse's Lassie and seal them away. Waiting for the right tool to be educated in the ways of a Lassie, and to master their powers. This one that the fallen knight of Etro had recently taken up looked promising, and at the same time, a potential threat to his ambitions. Lindsay shall watch over this one's progress as he continued to sleep. Almighty Bunavels continued dreaming of eternity as his crystal-encased body continued to shine with a blinding radiance. Soon, the true meaning of eternal life shall be his. Not even death cannot stop him or his dream. Chapter 43, October 10th. Naruto followed Aqua through the thickening floral of the Gapra Whitewood, and he had paid attention to the details of the area. From the young girl's movements and familiarity of the area, it seemed she knew the place like the back of her own hand. Due to borrowing the body and heart of this world's Naruto with his awakening, he was allowed to feel emotions even if Tenryu and Naraku aren't connected to him, as Cypher Naruto was feeling torn. While he was proud of the young girl's resources, and yet, saddened by how much of her innocence was taken from her at such a young age. As he was pondering, he noticed they were near a rusty old toolshed. It was old and rusty alright, but it looked like it was turned into a small house capable of living in, and was well kept. As Aqua unlocked it and gestured him in, he was surprised by what was in this toolshed. It was a bedroom. Nothing fancy of course, but still had the basics of a home. It had a hearth in the center for fires, a corner where he assumed the pile of leaves and ragged old mattress as her bed with blankets, and in another corner, a small collection of plants that looked like herbs. There was even a bit of kitchen gear here, as he assumed was what she used to cook her food. Where she got her food, he could relate and picture easily in his mind. This child shouldn't have to live like this. This was a new resolve of his, to make sure this girl survives and gets a family full of love that she deserved. Still thinking of your past, King? The Seath taunted in his mind. He mentally shook it off, as he sat near the hearth as Aqua lit it with her fire magic as they bathed in the warmth of the flames. He was feeling sleepy, as he felt his eyes begin to drop slowly as he let actual sleep take him, as he began to see into the eyes of other Narutos across time and space, seeing things from their eyes. There in one dream, one incarnation of Naruto and Sasuke at the Valley of the End, at the peak of their powers, clashing with their Rasengan and Chidori respectively, the explosive power sending them into a different incarnation of Cocoon, meeting a younger Sarah and Lightning there. Cypher Naruto chuckled in his dream as he gazed through that Naruto's eyes. Of how he soon fell for Lightning himself as he and Sasuke traveled with the famed Master Lassie heroes of Cocoon in this different timeline, with a few differentiations in the story as that version of the team were heading towards Erba. He noticed though, that it seemed that this Sasuke and Fang have a thing for each other as well, very interesting. In another world, one other incarnation of Naruto Uzumaki is the son of moon goddess and huntress Artemis, clashing with Ares the god of war, and ripping apart even the Kraken itself. It was interesting to see one version of himself as a demigod, and would love to clash blades, or a contest of arrows with that warrior. This third one was trapped in a virtual world, determined to save many lives from this death game while trying to help beat the seemingly impossible challenge. Courage and compassion was in this Naruto's heart, and Cypher Naruto respected that in this boy. Now, the Maelstrom King began to dream of normal dreams once again. His wings outstretched as he soared through the skies, into the sea of stars and of infinity, and beyond, to his destiny. Then he awoke, blinking slowly as he breathed in the cold natural air of the forest as he felt something cuddle around him. It was Aqua underneath his coat, but also Leo and Elo. He carefully moved the hair from the young girl's face, and his soul pulsed. It was not the soul of Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who dreamt of Hokage, but the soul of Cypher Naruto, the Maelstrom King who weaved the infinite possibilities for his incarnations. This girl was an anomaly in the space-time continuum, and was not meant to be in this world or time. He was being granted a vision, of whom this girl was meant to be, Keyblade Master Aqua. Keyblade, that was a weapon he hadn't wielded in eons since the Maelstrom Wars. He was no master of that blade or its secrets, but he picked up a few tricks from some self-proclaimed Keyblade Master versions of Naruto he had killed back then. Especially the inheritance ritual as a successor. He has to take responsibility if he wants to keep this girl alive and safe from the self-correction will of the world itself. He would have to do that ritual and be responsible for training her, unless an actual Keyblade Master comes to take her somewhere safe. Being a Cypher, he was allowed to learn of things that he'll need to know if he gets involved in something like this. Earning his Keyblade was a surprising thing, and was actually a last resort. No one knows of his secret, not even Shayna, his own fraternal twin sister whom he shared everything with. He began to gently stoke the embers of the hearth and was carefully helping rekindle the flames as he felt something furry to his right. He knew for a fact that Leo and Elo are not real lion cubs and thus, do not have any kind of fur. Plus they and Aqua were on his left, while this furry thing was on his right side. Slowly looking to his right carefully, he saw a silver lobo, and for once, breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a pup cuddling to him, as he noticed at the front door, with only its head visible, was the mother resting peacefully. But he realized it was happening again as he knew that it was an entire pack of silver lobos out there, drawn to him as he was dreaming. Every time he dreams and subconsciously uses his Cypher powers, animals of all kinds are drawn to him and want to sleep peacefully under his presence, as if he was an alpha predator of the ecosystem that protects them all. For now, he smiled, recalling one time with a pack of normal wolves as he began to feel drowsy again. They'll leave him and Aqua unharmed, for now, dreams were calling him, and thus glimpsing into the realms of infinite possibilities continued. Kushina hummed a gentle tune as she fiddled with something in her hands as Lightning kept position as she eyed the area where the smoke was coming from down below in the forest. Lightning didn't need to second guess that it was Naruto responsible, lighting a campfire in a forest full of dangerous animals. He'll never change, especially with his habit of getting into trouble. You know, it's already morning so I prepared a little something for Naruto. After all, today is a big day. Kushina spoke up with a smile as Lightning turned her head towards her friend. What do you mean? The Master Lassie asked as Kushina merely smiled. What's the date today? She asked with a cheeky grin. Raising an eyebrow, Lightning recalled what the month was, and the current date which was yesterday and, oh. October 10th, Naruto's birthday. She realized. Lightning remembered her birthday, the last one she celebrated with when she was still on Cocoon and Sarah was still with her. Not the best birthday due to circumstances, and never got the chance to actually even enjoy the cake. It made her regret snapping at her own sister and Snow on such an important day, and to not believe in her sister when she said she was turned into a lassie. But that was then, this was now, and she'll make it up by getting Naruto something in this forest. There was no doubt that there was something here that could make Naruto's day if she could help it. What are you making him? Lightning asked, as her old friend smirked and showed her a metal wristband. It had inscriptions on it, a series of seals on it for purposes she did not know. A good luck charm to keep him safe, she replied with a tone of concern on it as she looked at Lightning straight in the eye. What did you get him? She asked as Lightning was left lost for words. How is the stoic soldier of Guardian Corp ever going to get out of this one? If Lady Luck was smiling upon her, an old enemy she was familiar with, an Aster Protoflorian appeared, with the intent on killing the intruders of the forest. And Lightning knew the bio-weapons of the Sanctum always had AMP chips in them and were useful in developing new things in all sorts of fields. And knowing how Naruto loves to be flamboyant when it comes to making things, maybe this will be a start. Mine just came in the delivery, was her reply as she drew Blazefire from its sheath and began slowly walking towards the bio-weapon with a slight smirk on her face. Needless to say, Naruto was going to have one interesting birthday today, and this was just the beginning. Chapter 44, Reunion, Boruto and Himawari. Path of the Fallen Savior. Naruto, why? Sasuke shouted as Naruto coldly looked at him. Silence Sasuke, I will fulfill my duties as Cypher and rid of this cursed existence in every person using chakra. I shall return this world to Ash and save it, destroying this so-called bond we have. I will sever these links once and for all, for I am, Naruto replied as his left hand began crackling with electricity as the sound of 1,000 birds. Sasuke raised his right arm as a spiraling sphere made of chakra manifested at his command. A destroyer of worlds, he finished as he charged at his opponent. Naruto. Sasuke called out in a desperate plea as he too charged at his former friend. Sasuke. Naruto called out as his Chidori became darkened and corrupted by his Seath form consuming him. Chidori. Rasengan. The world before them shook as their powers clash engulfed both in a bright light. Lightning shook her head from that memory fragment, wondering how her pupil had fallen so far. He was a good kid, with a good heart. But she realized as she delved deeper into his memories at the time, he suffered so much, that he hated everything. Hated so much, he was willing to destroy worlds and end countless lives to be alone. But that moment when he died, a final connection reflected a revelation and an epiphany he had discovered. Within it, she felt it within his dying emotions. A single tear had escaped from her eye that day. What she felt from the depths of Naruto was. Lightning tossed the small pouch in her hand containing numerous AMP chips within them as Kushina couldn't help but look at awe at how many of those bio-weapons the Master Lassie had single-handedly slain alone. You really are an army of one, aren't ya? Kushina asked with a knowing smile as Lightning nearly looked towards the dying source of smoke. Let's go get him, Lightning told her and proceeded to head towards the direction Naruto was definitely at. Naruto and Aqua. Ready? Naruto asked Aqua as the little girl slowly nodded her head. Naruto held his hand out and closed his eyes. He never thought of summoning that accursed weapon again, but in order to protect this girl, he must do this. Keyblade. It appeared before him, old and rusty, the old battered Keyblade still had the noble beauty it once held. Abade was its name. He began the ritual, going over what words he could faintly remember as Aqua touched its hilt gently, feeling the warmth of the blade as it returned to where it rested in. Now keep this a secret, okay? If you don't, then the magic will disappear. He told her with a knowing wink as Aqua brightened up and did a, my lips are sealed, expression. With that, they turned towards the direction where the sounds of thunder had echoed earlier, Naruto knowing Lightning using her trademark spells anywhere as he knew she found him from the smoke. It didn't take them long to find her and Kushina as the two women looked at Aqua whom shied away and hid underneath Naruto's haori. Don't worry, he reassured the girl, that's Lightning, my sensei. He gestured towards the rose-haired colored woman whom felt to a degree, happy at being called a teacher in a respectful way. And my mother, Kushina Uzumaki. He gestured towards the redhead. Aqua peeked out from behind his shadow and smiled gently and a bit nervously as Kushina glomped the poor girl and started rubbing her cheek against Aqua's. Ah, she's so cute. Kushina exclaimed as Naruto looked away, embarrassed by his mother's antics as Lightning looked on with a slight smile on her face. I see the four of you are having fun, spoke the voice of Kabuto as the four turned to see him, Kimimaro and Jugo walking towards them. I take it the natives here were friendly to you? Naruto asked in a dry tone as he noticed the state of clothing the three were. While Kabuto and Kimimaro's weren't that bad, Jugo's was the worst. Torn and bloody, he looked as if he was thrown into a blender set on high as Naruto merely chuckled at his appearance. That was when he instinctively reached out to grab something tossed his way by Lightning. I'd think you'd like those. She told him as Naruto was confused as Kushina walked up to him and attached an armlet with seals engraved on it. Happy birthday son, she told him with the gentlest smile only a mother could pull off. Naruto just froze, dumbstruck by this development. Because he never remembered anything about anyone celebrating his birthday with the exception of when he and Shayna were still together as ciphers. His birthdays were all conflicts and deaths, but for once, someone cared enough to even get him a gift and wish him a happy birthday. With the heart of the Naruto he inhabited, Cypher Naruto was overwhelmed with joy as a single tear escaped his eye as he smiled. Thank you, he said as his wavering tone of sobs also moved him. Kushina hugged her son, not Cypher Naruto or Naruto Uzumaki, but the person known as her son, her precious child she wanted to hold so much. Kabuto blinked as a vision of sorts, a phantom memory surfacing up as he recalled an important person he thought of as his mother. Seeing his new lord and his mother like that woke something within Kabuto, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Who was he exactly? That was Kabuto's only question that Cypher Naruto sympathized with. They both want to find out who they really are and where they truly belong. He was a spy throughout most of his lifetime, and yet some memories, old ones before his days as a spy, broke out at the sight. He quickly shook his head. He could do that after they get out of this death place. By the time Kabuto regained his senses, Naruto was already back to the way he was. Aqua, can you lead us to the surface? He asked as the girl was hesitant at the question. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Just stay by my side. Naruto reassured the child, whose cheeks turned slightly red at his statement as she gently grabbed his hand and began leading the team through the forests of the Gapra Whitewood. Surface Civil War. Nero Ballad and Yule. Sasuke and Kakashi finally reached the two waiting for them, Nero calmly stepping in front of Yule protectively as he looked at Sasuke right in the eye. You seek answers for what is yet to come. You must earn it through battle. Nero told him as he brought forth his greatsword and pointed the massive blade at the two Konoha shinobi. Seriously, this is tiring right now, Sasuke commented as Kakashi breathed heavily in exhaustion and agreement. Then the two of them were engulfed in a bright light as their injuries and exhaustion disappeared like it was never there. Yule was considerate of healing you since you've proven to be quite determined to find the answers you seek. Plus fighting all of those Seath and making it here, still alive, which shows some promise in you. Nero spoke as the two got into combat position with kunai drawn at the ready. Then, the chaotic guardian charged. Even with the Sharingan active, Sasuke barely dodged that slash as Nero unleashed the Eye of Bahamut upon Kakashi, who tried to counter it with his Reikiri, only for the spell Nero casted overpower his jutsu as he was hit with the barrage of chaotic energy. Sasuke quickly responded by throwing kunai at the enemy as Nero merely held his blade up like a shield as the weapons bounced off it harmlessly, failing to notice Sasuke's smirk as Nero immediately realized they were explosive kunai as they detonated. Yule calmly observed the battle, seeing things within Sasuke that only the seeress can see as Nero emerged from the smoke unharmed as he smirked. Sasuke could only click his tongue in annoyance as he leapt back and began weaving hand signs, fire style, fireball jutsu. He exclaimed as he breathed fire. Nero smirked and with one swipe of his sword, bisected the fireball only to hear the sound of crackling electricity and the chirping of 1,000 birds. Reikiri. Chidori. Nero looked down to see two arms piercing his body, one from Sasuke's Chidori, and one from Kakashi's Reikiri. The guardian's body came still as they pulled out their arms as Nero fell. Yule calmly walked up to them, her expression ever stoic and calm as Sasuke looked at her. Then he saw a strange glowing symbol in her eyes, a dojutsu of some sort. It will take more than pure power to overcome trials ahead. The bonds forged with the fallen Cypher will change him, redeem him, and save this world. The twin soul shall heal him, and the girl born from manipulation by gods shall cleanse him of the corruption and hatred in his heart. A faint glimmer of hope that will become a shining star in the sea of chaos, she spoke as she closed her eyes as she fell back, only to be caught by an uninjured Nero, much to the absolute shock of Sasuke and Kakashi. How? The copy nin asked, disbelief in his voice as Nero looked at the unconscious Yule sadly. I bear the heart of chaos, a manifestation of the goddess Etro. This heart is to keep me immortal, to fulfill my duty in protecting Yule throughout the eternal history ahead. He told Kakashi as he looked at Sasuke. Take heed of her message, Uchiha, your time will come very soon. He warned as the duo teleported away from the two ninja. Then a shockwave erupted as the student and teacher turned to the source to see the giant sea serpent clashing with the Mizukage in tailed beast mode. Let's find Jiraiya-sama and the others. We need to regroup and find Naruto. Kakashi ordered, which the Uchiha could agree with. Gapra Whitewood upper levels. Naruto froze in step, all tense as it gained everyone's attention as they noticed him looking around, as if searching for something. Do you guys sense it? That chakra? He asked them as everyone minus Aqua knew someone else was here, but who? Even Kabuto noticed it himself, was intrigued. I felt it, it was your chakra with someone else's. But that person's is faint, as if close to death. He trailed off as he saw Naruto dashing into a certain direction as everyone was quick to follow him as they found themselves at the base of a massive tree as a collection of crystals were growing out of the bark as a silhouette was within it. Another lassie. Kushina guessed as Naruto shook his head and reached out to touch the crystal. No, for some unknown reason, it seems I created this. But that should be impossible because, Naruto began only to trail off as if realizing something. This display of his crystal genesis is more advanced and powerful than his current self's condition right now, which could only mean time travel, lightning finishing off his line of thought. Somehow, You manipulated time to seal this person in crystal stasis, but why here in the past? She asked as Naruto frowned. I'm not sure, but I'm going to find out. He replied as he channeled his power into the crystals as they melted away in a water-like fashion as inside was a girl sleeping, with a hole in her chest area of clothing as Kushina's eyes widened in shock at who it was. Rin, she exclaimed as she ran up and pulled the girl out and examined her thoroughly. Ah, now I know who that is. Kabuto said with a snap of his fingers. She's Kakashi's teammate, killed over 13 years ago by a plan from Kiri. Reports said her body disappeared and wasn't in enemy hands. Now we know why. He told them as Jugo examined the girl. She's breathing, he noted as Naruto sighed. Jugo, you carry her and make sure she stays safe. Kimimaro, keep Aqua safe. I'm getting a feeling we're going to be encountering something quite dangerous once we near the exit. He ordered them in a calm tone as the two complied with their orders. With that, Naruto brought out the Omni Kit from the wristband machine from the Mirage Arena and quickly did a few modifications to his Blazefire saber, using the sheath components he had with him and a few claws and fangs of the creatures of the forest into it. That should do it, he said as its rank in power went up by 2 levels as he slashed in midair, noticing a faint difference in weight. A lot lighter too, he smiled as he sheathed the weapon. With that, they walked towards the next platform as it began to rise. Then, a roar echoed out as a feral behemoth landed in front of them, snarling savagely as Naruto and Lightning drew their gun blades out. Let's do this light, Naruto calmly stated as the feral behemoth charged. Lightning was the first to react as her blade clashed with the beast's crest as Naruto charged from the side, infusing his weapon with the magic of water as he delivered an aqua strike to its hip and leapt away when it attempted to swipe at him. The Master Lassie was quick to respond as she blasted a Ruina at point-blank range as the explosion knocked the feral behemoth back as Naruto fired a water spell to the side. This was the slash and burn paradigm shift, the combination of natural physical combat and magical offense to weaken an opponent and increase their stagger energy. But this feral behemoth was a veteran in combat, and quickly launched Naruto in the air and slammed him hard into the ground as lightning slashed at its side, causing blood to seep out from the deep cut as she pulled Naruto away from the beast as he began healing himself with the medic roll. Damn, hits as hard as Gaara when trying to manifest Shukaku, he grumbled as Lightning sighed in relief. Sorry if I worried you sensei, he apologized as Lightning felt a bit better being called a respected title like that. Inside though, she wondered if he's suffering from some sort of mental issue due to his change of mannerisms at various times, which her cipher counterpart merely chuckled dryly at from within her mind. In a split second she grabbed Naruto's own blade and swung it, clashing with the feral behemoth's crest without looking behind her as Naruto could only let low a small whistle of awe. Man, I have got to learn how to do that. He commented. Trust me, it'll come to you naturally. She replied nonchalantly as she spun and delivered a kick to the beast's face as it was pushed back as she handed Naruto his gunblade and picking up hers. They noticed the being was faintly glowing, stagger form was near completion. Naruto fired a water spell and then charged from the side with an aqua strike as Lightning supported him with a ruin spell and a blitz to the feral behemoth's face. That's when the feral behemoth glowed brightly as it was sent into staggered form. I control my own fate. Lightning announced as she activated Scene Drive as her barrage of slashes, bullets and kicks were blurs to the human eye as it looked like the feral behemoth looked like it was spasm in internal pain. Once she was finished, the creature fell down and faded into chaos as spoils of battle were given. Naruto took them without looking at them as everyone proceeded to leave as the elevator reached its destination as the doorway to an open field was revealed. They were back on the surface, and they were seeing the three tails fighting off a massive sea serpent as Lightning looked at the creature with disbelief. It can't be, the Falsi Leviathan. She asked as Naruto looked at her. You know that Falsi? He questioned. He's responsible for cleaning the waters of Cocoon. I thought he slept with the other Sanctum Falsi when Orphan was killed. She replied as Naruto eyed the creature. Well, clearly someone found a way to bring him back. Probably to help maintain the waters in this planet, especially with what's going on in this era. He mused as he rested his weapon in front of him as he eyed his surroundings. Let's continue with the plan, but first, Saken, Uken, get your asses out here. He shouted as from the bushes, the fused siblings came out looking sheepish behind their masks. Ahahaha, you knew I was there. Saken asked as Naruto from behind his own mask glared at him. You ran away as we fell and you have the nerve to ask me that. He growled as the man fell to his knees and bowing his head hard onto the ground. Please forgive me Naruto-sama. I was a failure of elite by not helping you down there, but I did get some nice information. He pleaded as Naruto looked down at him. Enlighten me, he ordered as Saken refused to look up and began to speak. It seems that the Godime Hokage has sent a team to aid you. One is Kakashi Hatake and the Uchiha, a Hyuga, a kid with pineapple-shaped hair, and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Saken spoke as Naruto stiffened at that. Well now, this complicates things. Naruto trailed off as he looked up at the darkening sky and the retreating battles. Yet the others Saken and Ukin, were in need of camping and planning since we've changed the tides for now. Regrouping is a priority, stat. He barked as the man split into two with his sibling as they immediately saluted with a, hi. And dashed off to find the others. Now that was an order from a general, alright. Lightning thought as they went into the trees and began setting up a basic camp for the night. Through that time, Naruto was pondering why a teammate of Kakashi's, whom been dead for years, was preserved by his crystal genesis from a future self. Judging from the way she was breathing, she was in a comatose state as he felt his energies resonate within her. Recalling the gunblade lightning gave him, maybe he could. Musing himself, he held his hand out as the gunblade manifested itself in a flurry of white feathers as he eyed it. His power traced its origins of cipher creation, using demonic energies that were purified to create a miracle of life. Funny, for when he was a cipher, the god that had bonded with him when he was born was a god of percent carat and dollar. Error in memory, corrupted files due to fragmentation. Naruto inwardly grimaced at the information. He was a former cipher now, and his memories were still damaged from the trap Neon set up with Anima. He eyed the blade as Leo and Ella looked at it curiously. From this moment forth, I dub thee, Requiem. He whispered to the blade as he tried to channel the power of cipher into it. It was barely working since his will was not strong enough. How could he save someone who is pretty much dying right now? An image of Hinata dying at that time from the cave-in flashed into his mind, and something stirred within the emptiness of his soul. Something he could not describe as he slashed the air above Rin as he felt like he had cut something as a lone tear escaped his eye. Why am I crying? He asked himself emotionlessly as he wiped away the tear, confused as he knew he was reverting to his empty emotionless self slowly. It's simple, Naruto, Tenryu spoke, even though me and Naraku are no longer one with you at the moment. When you recalled Hinata's death in her confession, it stirred an emotion within you. An actual emotion. The yang half of his heart replied. I was feeling. He asked himself as he heard his yin half, Naraku, chuckling. You were feeling guilt of not being able to save Hinata, that and a bit of grief. I don't know why though, but it seems Hinata's feelings for you were truly genuine, that when you absorbed her soul to reincarnate her, those feelings of love were reaching for you and not this Naruto whose body you're borrowing for the mission, Naraku replied as he heard sniffing in his mind, from both of them. Are you too crying? Naruto thought with disbelief as he got confirmation from both dragons. Naturally, since the time we saw canon Naruto's memories of his last story, we all turned into saps for love stories. Tenryu sobbed as Naruto calmly face-palmed at the answer. I'm serious with this, it was heartwarming and symbolic for canon Hinata as well. Maybe that's why this version of her affected you. Naraku reasoned as Naruto mentally raised a brow. You know, you guys have been chatty as of late. I know we can telepathically communicate across time and space and all that, so where are you guys and why talking to me in my current adventure? He mentally asked. I'm still trapped in Excalibur, sleeping my ass off due to complete boredom. Tenryu told him as Naraku was next to speak up. Currently taking over the world after bringing forth the cataclysm, the so-called Avatar hasn't showed his face in over 50 years already, coward probably freezing his ass off in some cold place. Thought I'd see how the progenitor himself is doing without us. Naraku replied nonchalantly. Go figure, Naruto mentally depanned as he dismissed Requiem and began examining Rin as he noticed the injuries were vanishing as she was breathing gently in a normal pace. So back to Hinata, I think she's the key to what you seek. Tenryu spoke up as Naruto carried Rin back to her resting place and pulled a blanket on her. I mean, canon Hinata did heal canon Naruto of his despair, maybe one Hinata that truly loved you for being you can help heal what has been lost. He reasoned as Naraku scoffed in bitterness. Please Tenryu, as long as other ciphers keep hunting him, Namikaze won't rest till that plan is complete for Naruto's sake. Trying to get him healed will be impossible. Not to mention Naruto's still having problems due to that other fake cipher Hinata and what she did to us. Naruto nodded his head in agreement at the mention of Namikaze. He was the only one at his side whenever he was truly alone in any world. His only companion that is currently sleeping, and he prayed that no fool would try to wake him. Konoha team. They stood near the campfire warming their hands as Neji was chattering with his teeth as Shikamaru was shivering. It was cold due to the area and the fact that it's winter now. It was unpleasant by a large margin. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Jiraiya were fine, channeling fire chakra through their bodies as they all sighed tiredly. Talk about troublesome, Naruto's character is even different from what it was beforehand. I mean, did you see his strategy right there with that archer? The Nara asked as Neji nodded his head in agreement. I agree, he had that archer fire strange arrows containing Naruto's own chakra in it and damaged the fortress to the point the rebels could overtake their opponent. Not to mention he had another one take down their main income of supplies. They're guarding every bit of ration they can find like they depend on it. He's crippling them so that the rebels win, and from the looks of it, he's got it planned out nicely, although falling into that underground forest wasn't. Jiraiya mused dryly as Kakashi and Sasuke stayed quiet. The two were pondering of the warning of the Ceres Yule and the encounter with Nero Ballad. The two know that something big was going on, and they need to warn Tsunade of it when they get back. But Sasuke was pondering of some strange connection to the riddles the girl had said. For some reason it disturbed him on a deep level, almost right into his soul. While Sasuke was pondering about Yell's warnings, Neji was in his own thoughts. During his time checking the battlefield, he was baffled at what exactly he saw. He saw himself, older as well, and with the very same chakra he had right now, but in larger reserves. The confusion from that was baffling as he noticed the older him having two children with chakra that resembled this new Naruto. He's been known for a while. He wasn't any fool. He noticed the color of Naruto's chakra changing from yellow to white. His presence was different, his personality a 180 change, and even his power and intellect were not those of the Academy's dead last. He always wondered what the deal was. He noticed it during his younger years. When Hinata had followed the boy on her free time, he saw a faint white in the boy's chakra, likened to a faint dying ember of a fire, and pondered if it was some sort of unknown bloodline. Back then, he thought not much of it, but over time, when he encountered the boy in the Chunin exams during the preliminary matches and noticed how bigger it had become. Then at the finals, that white chakra, no, it definitely wasn't chakra at all, had enveloped most of the chakra coils in the boy's body. It was like a parasite slowly devouring the host and taking over the body. Then the chakra of Naruto became white like the strange energy as Neji refused to look at it closer. That white chakra brought forth a dread in him he could not describe at all. But the white chakra in the two children the older lookalike was escorting had this gentle warmth that put him at ease. Neji knew they were connected to Naruto on some way, and he needed answers for them. Naruto and his team. Saken and Ukin had returned with Tayuya and Kitamaru in tow as Naruto calmly looked in the air. I take it Jirobo was busy? He asked as Saken and Ukin knelt down to him. Yes my lord, he's still capturing academy students and escorting them to safe places. He's collected a massive reserve of chakra from his tactics now. They reported as Naruto pondered for something as he knew what he could do with that much chakra. As he began to plan on what to do with that much chakra, he sensed it. The presence of another cipher within range. He dismissed the four and told everyone that he needed some alone time and quietly walked away from the campsite with Leo and Elo behind him. As he stopped near a small pond, he looked around. I know you're there, Cipher, come out. He warned as he heard a twig snap and with trained reflexes, turned with Leo and Elo in gunblade form ready to spill blood. Always the cautious one Naruto, you never change. Spoke an all too familiar voice of Neji Hyuga as he walked in. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he noticed the white pupil and limbal ring in his eyes, that and he was older proved this was the Cipher Neji that was speaking to him. Even with his damaged memories he knew Cipher Neji was a loyal ally that had constantly helped him out when he needed it. Slowly, he lowered his blades and eyed Cipher Neji cautiously while looking relaxed. So, what brings you here? I really doubt that this is a social greeting. He asked as Cipher Neji chuckled. Well, these two wanted to see you after all this time trying to find you. The Cipher Hyuga replied with a small smile as Naruto raised a brow as he heard two pairs of feet running towards him and before he could blink. Dad! Shouted two young children as he was tackled and was thrown backwards by the impact as he dropped his weapons from the force as he landed on his back, looking down to see two children hugging him very tightly, to the point he was feeling his bones starting to get crushed as his oxygen was going down real fast. Is this even possible? Tenryu screeched out in utter shock. I know what you're saying, they should be dead. Even more, they also have that blood in their veins. Naraku exclaimed in utter shock. As Naruto looked down at the kids who looked straight into his eyes, he felt something in his mind break. Memory error corrected. Restoring damaged areas due to Cipher's presence. In a flash, Naruto's empty eyes widened with realization as he slowly sat up and with trembling arms, hugged the two kids. Boruto, Himawari, is it really you kids? He asked. He remembered them. They were that guy's kids that also looked to him as a father when they were thrown into his timeline due to the event known as the erasure. Since then, he kind of adopted them and raised them for a time as his own, but due to that bastard, they were murdered in front of him. He desperately tried to save them, imbuing his own flesh and power but failed as they couldn't contain the power. But with what Naraku just said, it seems that the blood of the primordial dragons that flowed in his own veins now flow through theirs. But, how did you two survive? He asked as Boruto smirked. Easy old man, we didn't give up on living. He replied as Himawari nodded her head. We wanted to see Papa and Mama again and we tried really hard to get up again. We heard you crying and we wanted to help. I didn't want to see Papa cry. Himawari told him as Naruto was completely silent on the whole thing. Naraku and Tenryu aren't with you. Boruto guessed as Naruto nodded his head. If he had them right now, he'd be crying in relief, and he felt deep within his fractured soul, a powerful force stirring from within, and he knew who that was. Far away, hidden in the trees, Kushina and Lightning leaned against the trunks as Lightning had a small smile on her face as Kushina was brimming with tears as she silently sniffed and wiped them away. To see my son actually having a family of his own in the future and grandkids, Kushina sniffed, I'm so happy. She told Lightning as she blew her nose in a handkerchief. So, those are the other ciphers, huh? Besides their age difference and minor difference in appearance, they are quite powerful. She noted as she felt her cipher counterpart agreeing with that. The two watched as Naruto conversed with Boruto and Himawari for a bit. Seeing Boruto having a knowing smile and Himawari a worried look as Naruto was giving them a reassuring look and a hug as the three ciphers departed, leaving Naruto alone as he began walking away. As Naruto walked back towards camp, he felt the presence in his soul grow, and he knew who it was. So you're awake at last, huh, Namikaze? Naruto thought as the other one spoke to him. He smiled a little, knowing a companion that had been with him through hell and back had returned, and was ready for the next battle. With key parts done, the battle against the Mizukage Yagura will be the last stage of the plan. Now all he had to do was deal with Leviathan. Chapter 45, Yagura's Downfall. Naruto smiled softly at the nostalgic return of an old acquaintance. Cipher Naruto Namikaze, or Namikaze for short, was a cipher Naruto from a different timeline that wound up having his soul bound to his. The story was a complicated one, but he knew Namikaze would help him out whenever there was a problem he couldn't handle alone. He heard his counterpart whisper in his mind as he began taking place in his conscious, hidden from the sights of Magetsu Arashi and his summons, but Tenryu and Naraku were already aware of Namikaze's awakening. He felt comfortable now, knowing he had a secret ace. Things were going smoothly, but right now, he must take care of a loose end, or in this scenario, several. First is to find out what Konoha Nin want with him, second was to either tame or destroy the Falsi Leviathan, third, kill the Mizukage Yagura, fourth step, add as many steps as necessary. First, sleep. Nay, Uncle Neji. Boruto spoke as he got Cypher Neji's attention. Do you think we could stick around a little longer? I want to see my old man in action. He asked as Himawari looked at him with hopeful eyes. Can we? She asked as Cypher Neji took a step back and tried to keep a stoic face. He hated it when Himawari used that look. It was adorable and effective on levels it should be labeled as kenjutsu. Please Tilda, she begged, her tone matching the look on her face as Cypher Neji slumped with defeat in his tone. Fine. Yay. Morning. Sasuke's eyes snapped open at the sound of snapping twigs as the entire Konoha group immediately stood up with kunai in hand as they saw Naruto and his team walk in. Geez, can't believe you came here of a place's temp. Naruto grumbled as he scratched the back of his head with annoyance. Everyone eased as they knew this was definitely Naruto. His lack of respect for Sasuke was a key clue. Dope. Sasuke grunted with a small smile as Kushina eyed Kakashi who scratched the back of his head sheepishly. They're former teammates and rivals. He explained as simple as he could. She nodded at this, recalling having a much more civil rivalry with Makoto years ago when they were younger and trying to see which one would confess to the boys they fell in love with. It was good seeing that kind of rivalry in these boys, even now that they're friends even if they both won't admit it. So tell me, Naruto began as he eyed the team in front of him. Care to explain why you are here? He asked in a stern tone. Kushina blinked at that tone he was using. She knew that tone anywhere. She remembered her father using that exact same tone whenever he was going to give her an extreme ass chewing for doing something wrong. We came here to help you out with this troublesome civil war going on. Shikamaru replied as Naruto narrowed his eyes as they felt him slowly emitting killing intent. Oh really? Did it ever occur to you that Konoha might be in deep water if you guys die here or even get captured? He asked in an eerily calm tone as his calm expression did not hide the fury behind his eyes. Kid, you're talking about a team of some of the most skilled ninjas, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and one of the Sannin, either getting killed or captured. What, have no faith in us? Jiraiya asked as Naruto gave him a glare that sent chills down his spine. Where should I begin? Naruto asked before snapping his fingers and began one of his most popular lectures during his time as a cipher. Lightning and Kushina had to admit after 30 minutes later that Naruto was quite terrifying when he was chewing people out for not thinking things through and not being responsible as everyone in Konoha's team were in Caesar position and were trembling from Naruto's stern expression. In their opinion, he was living up to his past as a former king chewing out his loyal subjects for their stupidity and causing problems. Lightning knew this from her cipher counterpart dwelling in her had experienced one of his lectures in her younger years as a cipher, and Kushina because Naruto reminded her of her father when he did that and she was proud of him living up to their family reputation. They both mentally agree that Naruto was going to be a great leader and a father in more ways than one. Now that my lecture is out of the way, where is Leviathan at last time you saw him? Naruto asked as Kakashi blinked at the name. So that's the name of the sea serpent turning people into those monsters. He asked as Lightning instantly narrowed her eyes at that detail. Seath was running rampant again. Not on her watch, which means this fal'Cie was an enemy to humans. Any more of them popping up anywhere? Naruto asked with a serious look on his face, resembling his Lassie master's fury and seriousness. They've been gathering around the edge of the lake nearby, as if waiting for something or someone. They've only attacked only if one enters their territory. Jiraiya supplied as Naruto was quiet for a minute. Team, let's go greet our army. He spoke as he walked towards the direction of the lake the Seath were located as Lightning understood what he was saying as everyone was out of the loop. As they walked, Kakashi noticed a familiar face on Kimamaro's back and his lone eye widened. Rin, he gasped out as he stood up abruptly and began to follow Naruto's team. Sasuke merely raised a brow and proceeded to follow his sensei, knowing that their mission was to aid the knucklehead ninja and make sure he stayed alive. Jiraiya scrunched his face in disgust at the sight of the twisted beings remaining still as Naruto approached them. Seath, huh? So Naruto would become this if he fails this, focus? He asked as Lightning nodded her head. That's right, a fate worse than death. Doomed to rot in your own body till you're put out of your misery. She answered as Jiraiya looked down with guilt and shame on his face. He had condemned his own godson to a burden worse than a Jinchuriki, and is forced to be a slave to the gods of a lost era that Lightning only knows about. All because he wanted the boy to use the Kyuubi's chakra at will. He was a terrible godfather, he admitted. But he still cared for the boy. He was the one paying his apartment bills and sending him a monthly allowance that would allow him to get his groceries, get clothing, and purchase ninja gear. But he couldn't be there for him, to train him and raise him like the godfather he should be. He threw himself into his spy network and research for Ika series, not bothering to once even check up on him until the Chunin exams. How can he face his godson when he learns of the truth? He snapped out of his inner thoughts as he saw these Seath kneel before Naruto like he was their king. Their groans were that of loyalty. He noticed Naruto and Lightning having some sort of telepathic conversation, to avoid some sort of eavesdropper from learning of them as he noticed one speaking in a strange pattern of groans and moans of agony. No, gather them. Naruto replied as he turned his back as Jiraiya saw something disturbing in his eyes. I will take them all. He finished as Jiraiya saw the cold emptiness of Naruto's gray eyes. Kakashi caressed Rin's face with trembling fingers, trying to see if he was hallucinating or having a nightmare. Kushina explained how she was found, left barely alive until she was properly healed by Naruto. Kushina shared that her son sometime in the future must have time traveled in some way to make sure Rin survived her untimely death. She was in a comatose state, but from Kabuto's analysis, she was making an excellent recovery and will be conscious within a week. The Jonin had a weary expression as he eyed Orochimaru's former right hand as he diligently cared for injuries of his teammates. That man was capable of decimating the Anbu guards he assigned to Sasuke during the Chunin exams when he was in the hospital, and why were Orochimaru's men showing loyalty to his student Naruto? He needed answers, but now was not the time for that. Why luck really is on my side today. I'm so going to gamble when I'm old enough in salute of her favor. Naruto smiled as Lightning merely shook her head in mild amusement as Kakashi saw that the creature, Leviathan, was in front of his student as he patted its head. He turned as his gray eyes looked at Team Konoha as everyone was disturbed by the new eye color as they noticed that even when he was smiling, it showed no genuine emotion. Kakashi and Jiraiya summarized that his Lassie burden is stripping him of his emotions. Sasuke thought the constant battles and loss of people he called friends was doing him in, as Kushina and Lightning knew that Cypher Naruto was beginning to manifest his true form into this world slowly. This is our last battle here, our target, Yondaime Mizukage Yagura, and put down the bloodline purge once and for all. His purple eyes surveyed the battlefield as his men were falling one by one to these beasts. They were numerous and his shinobi were exhausted from the numerous battles as they were being overwhelmed. Yagura did not like this one bit as he personally decided to end it himself. Biju mode, he mumbled quietly as the red chakra enveloped his form as a massive creature took place, towering over everything in sight. A giant turtle with a crab-like shell and three tails resembling those of shrimps as the beast roared with unbridled fury. From the depths of the water, Leviathan erupted as he bellowed his challenge to the tailed beast. The three tails hissed in hostility as both partners in crime remember this serpent of the seas. It had destroyed his army with tidal waves and turning them into abominations that fought against him. It was an unforgivable affront to the Mizukage as his monstrous form roared as he charged. Barrages of crystal arrows collided against the three tails as they exploded into spheres of blades made of wind tore through his side. The three tails screeched in pain as Leviathan fired a Blizzaga spell to engulf it in ice as it instantly broke apart from a kinetic force as the three tails was thrown back by the force. "Nice shot," Naruto commented as Kidomaru smirked as he notched another crystal arrow and fired it. "No problem Naruto-sama, I take time to grind and level up my archery skills to max stats," he replied as Naruto's emotionless smile grew dangerous. "Well, make sure to work on your dodge and parry skills," he told him as he poofed away, revealing to be a cage bunshin as Kidomaru was swallowed up by a wave from the shockwave of the attacks he fired. "He's got a point there," Kidomaru mused mentally as he tried to get to higher ground to take aim again. Naruto blinked as he looked at Jiraiya and nodded his head. Grinning, the Gamma Sennin bit his thumb and began weaving through the hand signs and slammed his hand to the ground as he summoned Gamabunta to the water. And one thing is for sure, he was not happy with what he was facing. "Jiraiya," the chief toad growled out as the Sannin was on his head. "I am not some suicidal fool. I fought Kyuubi 13 years ago and then Shukaku just a while back. There is no way in hell that I'm—" "Ah, come on chief," Naruto called out as he jumped on top of his head. "Don't you think it'd be awesome for the toad summons to get an awesome reputation of helping taking on not one, not two, but three-tailed beasts and live to tell the tale? That would make you sound like a total badass," he reasoned as Gamabunta thought about it for a moment and a puff of smoke escaped his lips. "Point taken kid, and from the looks of it, that serpent there is our ally," Gamabunta mused as he drew his massive blade from his side. "Consider it a done deal," he roared out as he charged forward. Kick, barrel roll, punch to stomach, left uppercut, Sasuke did those moves as he downed the next opponent as the Seath army charged and took down other Kiri shinobi with their unnatural strength and powers. He didn't like them one bit. They were unnatural, twisted, empty, and dead. This was the fate of his final teammate when the time limit was up. He was not going to give up on his teammate, the one who understood the pain of loneliness he had when his clan was slaughtered by his brother. The one who always helped be the push to make him try and be stronger, the one who drew him into a connection. Sasuke had realized then, he had a bond with a fellow orphan whom he could relate to, and they both bear brands of cursed powers on their bodies. They were both seeking seemingly impossible goals in life. There were two girls that liked them and they are both dead, and they were searching for power. But there was a big difference in that sought-after power. Sasuke was becoming aware that to acquire such power, one must give something of equal value in return, and he was seeing the toll it was taking on Naruto. It terrified him on the inside, to know that every second counts before your time's up and a fate worse than death is set upon you. Desperation to stop it will make one go through drastic means to make sure one's life is still beating. He was seeing Naruto's inner self coming out, an empty person born from loneliness fighting against all odds against him. Sasuke had a family at the start, Naruto had none at the start. While Sasuke soon lost his, Naruto regained his mother. But instead of being happier, Naruto seemed to become darker, colder, and distant. It was unnerving, and he knew Naruto was supposed to be a ramen-loving, carefree energetic idiot of a loser that works hard and wants to one-up him in some way. It was as if he was a different person all the same. "I am the bone of my crystal." Those words, he remembered those when Naruto went to face Orochimaru, the fury in his eyes, the power he unleashed and used to slay the madman with. It was an Arya, one that told him of what Naruto was. "Earth is my body, and fire is my blood." He was saying things that describe what crystals were made from. The raw materials of the earth make the crystal body, as the fire used to mold it acted as lifeblood to forge the crystal. I have witnessed the story of the crystal legends. From another area observing this, Boruto and Himawari were at the edge of the lake, leaning forward in excitement as Cypher Neji held them by the back of their shirts so they don't fall in. He would not want a repeat of treating them well when they had colds. Thank you very much. Unknown to darkness, nor known to light. Boruto, Himawari and Cypher Neji knew of Naruto's path, of his past, and the journey he's enduring. He was a being that walked in between good and evil, suffering and healing at the same time as he endured through numerous battles, barely clinging to life, but still a victor at the end of those journeys. Have withstood pain to create cherished and unbreakable bonds. Kushina lowered her head, knowing that both her son and the Cypher Naruto that has taken over for him have both endured enough suffering from this painful loneliness she had been spared of. Knowing that both of them even have at least one bond to cherish brought hope to her as a mother. Yet, even in the depths of the void, I continue to shine. Lightning drew her blade as she activated her Gravcon device as she walked on the water with the AMP technology while drawing upon her idolith as Gamabunta, Jiraiya, and Naruto himself drew nearer to the transformed Mizukage as Leviathan slammed his opponent into the lake floor. Boruto and Himawari charged in, much to Cypher Neji's sudden surprise as he saw their determined expressions as they went to the battlefield to reach their father. They wanted to be by his side and are willing to risk the danger of their existence to help him like always, and would not let a freaking tailed beast of all things ruin the bond they have. As my life begins anew in Fabula Nova Crystallis. The world was engulfed in flames as Team Konoha, Team Oto, and the Cypher Uzumaki were taken into the new reality. The three tails blinked in confusion as Yagura was trying to comprehend this new world engulfed in crystal. He could not comprehend it or his Biju as well. It was an alien world and also, his opponent had companions, as a giant toad was involved. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya called out as he breathed fire as Gamabunta shot oil at the Biju as the collaboration technique collided against the hard shell of the turtle. Anyone up for turtle soup? Jiraiya asked cheekily as everyone, even Gamabunta face-palmed at the question. The mass of flames spun and died out, revealing a pissed-off three tails as it bellowed angrily at them. TCH, gonna bring out the big guns. Naruto grumbled with a tone of annoyance as he summoned his idolith as he threw it in the air as it shattered as his summon heeded the call. Shinryu. Naruto called out as the sky of the crystal realm shook as thunder roared in the dark skies. By grace of Etro, let destruction herald your awaking. Come forth, Lord of the Rifts. A name in blood, a pact of dragons. Shinryu shall rise, his bond eternal and unyielding. The dragon bellowed as the world shook from its roar as Shinryu launched flare as the mighty explosion collided with the three tails as lightning charged on in with Odin as their blades left deep marks on the shell of the Biju as the three tails coiled up and began spinning rapidly towards Shinryu. In response to the attack, Shinryu merely activated Mighty Guard as the three tails collided with the barrier and all efforts were for naught, as the attack could not crush the barrier. That was when Shinryu's maw glowed an ominous orange, which caused Yagura's instincts to kick in as he willed his transformed self to bounce away as Shinryu casted Atomic Ray in the area. As Yagura bounced away from that attack, he felt a strong and powerful gaze onto his transformed self and it was very unnerving. Lock on. Before the transformed Mizukage could comprehend it, the mighty-tailed beast was knocked to its side as it felt intense pain from the insides as Himawari with Byakugan activated, poked at certain areas on the three tails body as Boruto fired off one of his special projectile rasengans right in the eye as the beast howled in pain. Naruto was honestly caught off guard by their appearance in this battle but allowed it. He knew these two were strong in their own ways, and Namikaze was assuring him as well. Kushina used her adamantine sealing chains and binded the massive turtle as Yagura struggled violently against the restraints as Himawari began striking certain pressure points on the creature as Boruto delivered one of his special vanishing rasengan to the side, causing the transformed Mizukage to be knocked onto his back as he struggled to turn right side up. Now's our chance. Lightning called out as Odin activated Zantetsuken. Gamabunta utilized his Toad Blade Cut technique as Shinryu drew power from Fabula Nova Crystallis and activated Chaotic Deluge as he unleashed the power of the four fiends into a pillar of destructive light as everyone shielded their eyes from the combined attack's brightness as a massive collection of dust kicked the air from a resultant explosion. Careful guys, he's pissed ya know. Kushina called out as her chains were shattered as a menacing growl echoed out. Tailed Beast Bomb Barrage. Yagura growled out as Naruto's eyes widened. Shinryu. He called out as the dragon Eidolon knew his summoner's intent and quickly scooped up Boruto, Himawari and Kushina and activated Mighty Guard once more as the destructive volley of concentrated chakra exploded the world. Lightning was safe due to Odin, and Jiraiya quickly did a reverse summon with Gamabunta to get away from the attack. But one person was not so lucky. Tu-chan. Boruto and Himawari called out as Kushina's eyes dilated at the sight of her son being engulfed by the attack as the Fabula Nova Crystallis was destroyed and they were all returned to the normal world as Yagura's tailed beast mode grinned. It's over, with your pathetic leader, it's over assassins. Yagura laughed. Kushina was about to erupt, until she felt a release of a massive amounts of chakra that caught everyone off guard as a figure stood in the dust, his silhouette visible. Don't underestimate me Ttebeo. Naruto the last Ost, the last. Thousands of clones appeared, chakra gathering in their hands as it glowed with unbridled power as they dived like a barrage of energy missiles. Naruto 2K spiraling barrage. They roared out as their assault smashed right into the three tails as an explosion of pure chakra erupted as the beast roared out as its massive form shrunk and was sent into version 2 mode of the Biju chakra shroud. Wah! Bloom and scatter elegantly in the battlefield. Naruto's voice rang out as Yagura felt a chill down his spine as he turned to see Naruto wield a sword glowing a menacing blood red and was looking right at him. Chizukura. He roared as he swung the blade, unleashing a straight line of crimson lightning as it collided against his version 2 cloak, causing an unsurmountable level of pain as he was forced into version 1. Lightning, Odin, Shinryu, Esir. He called out as he summoned his other Eidolon as the four came to his side as they made their move. I control my own fate. Lightning called out as she assaulted Yagura with her army of one skill, her relentless barrage of sword strikes, punches, kicks, and bullets flowing faster than what the human eye can see as Odin began his relentless barrage right after, utilizing his flourish of steel, breaking his blade into two to deliver the crushing blow, and then a skyward swing. Esir preferred his trusty spear Gingnur, with speed and grace his attacks connected blow to blow onto Yagura's body as Naruto charged in with Lia edge and L edge in hand and threw them like shuriken as they spun with speed and slashed at the Mizukage before flying off as Naruto loaded the crystal origin bullet in the contender and fired it as the bullet's power took effect the minute it pierced the chakra shroud and into Yagura's flesh. Yagura screamed out in pain as he felt his chakra network being crystallized and body feeling weakened by the lack of chakra as the blade spun back to their owner and master as he slashed at him. Kneed Yagura in the ribs, delivering an X slash across the chest and a roundhouse kick in the head as Naruto knew this was the last chance to deal some lasting blows. The stagger state on Yagura was activated. Mom, Boruto, Himawari, let's show him the might of the Uzumaki clan TT Ibeyo. You got it, TT Ibeyo T Tabasa. Kushina, Boruto and Himawari called out as they charged forward. Boruto started first, passing Naruto while taking Lia edge and started a palm strike in the Adaman, as a Kage Bunshin manifested itself carrying Lia edge and performed a horizontal slash as the real Boruto threw his projectile rasengan. Himawari was next as Naruto passed her L edge as she carried it on her back as she utilized the gentle fist and deliberately struck certain pressure points that were crystallized as the pressure and force behind them caused them to snap as Yagura howled in pure agony as Himawari drew L edge as it shifted into a gauntlet onto her hand and her eyes glowed dangerously. Lock on. And with only her index finger, struck right into Yagura's stomach as he was sent flying towards one Kushina Uzumaki who was smile as a menacing red aura surrounded her. My blood is boiling, she snapped as Yagura landed right in front of her and was scared right out of his mind from the scorn of this angry mother as her footsteps shook the ground. Time for a royal beatdown. She growled as she grabbed him by the scruff of his collar and with her right hand, clenched it into a fist. One ripe tomato, coming right up. She shouted as she began decking his face in as the ground below them started cracking as Yagura in his dazed status, could have sworn he was being beaten down by a sadistic demon instead of a woman with the way her face was glowing demonically with that cruel smile on her face. With one more punch resulting in a crater and a sickening crunch, Yagura was sent flying as Naruto stood his ground as he slowly opened his eyes as the Nensho Byakugan blazed in his eyes as chakra surged from his body as he charged forward. A rasengan in his left hand as it turned white as another, foreign chakra began manifesting and combining itself with the jutsu in the form of a majestic lion head over the sphere. I have enough to help you one more time. Naruto-kun. Thank you Hinata, for being there for me across time and space, or should I say. Cypher Hinata. Naruto knew this truth now after all this time, only Cypher Hinata would follow him and will do whatever it took to help him on his journey with each death and rebirth. He had a feeling, that version of Hinata he kissed and bid farewell was the Cypher version in disguise. Even when she's not here, remnants of her chakra was still capable of doing her will for this one last task. And to pull of a collaboration technique. Gentle steps spiraling twin lion fists. He roared as he slammed the jutsu into Yagura as the incredible surge of chakra from the attack enveloped the two Jinchuriki. In a bright light. Chapter 46, Silhouettes of the End. The desolate future. Lightning breathed in the cold air. It tasted stale, old, empty like an old tomb or mine that had not tasted open air in the centuries. Chaos swirled the air as she walked through the ruins of Konoha and recalled the adventures and battles waged in the boy's time. Here, she could only see the empty shells of the past coming to life, in the form of a silhouette of Naruto Uzumaki. This place was the last battle that had decided the fate of this world. Play Silhouette English cover by Natwanstu Battle. Shinobi Lassie, Storm of the Revolution. I can see it. The gates of Etro manifested in the sky, illuminating the night sky with its otherworldly glow. We'll book it to the goal line. Still you and me we don't know. Storm walked forward, his time here as a once proud shinobi of Konoha finally coming to an end as he recalled everything he had done during his life here. We don't know enough about it. Lightning walked towards the incoming army of Konoha shinobi, looking up with a bitter resolve and a fire within her eyes as she drew her omega weapon. We've gone past it. To the point of no return, no looking back. Sasuke calmly assessing the situation, slowly weaving through hand signs as the army of Seath began charging towards Konoha. We don't know. The surviving members of the Uzumaki clan began to create and activate their seals, their fiery red hair flowing in the wind. We don't know enough about it. Naruto laughing as everyone face-palmed and dropped their heads at his answer. We got this, we got this, we got this now. Naruto and Sasuke smirking as they fought the enemy together, and in that moment, a feeling of camaraderie erupted from them. Getting all fired up, we'll let. The two shinobi dashed forward, smiles on their faces as they charged, facing a seemingly impossible battle. Sweat dripped from every pore now. There's so many things we don't know. They charged forward, passing debris as their attire changed, signifying their time growing up to the people they are now. We'll remember our journey home. Their chakra was visible as they stood at the Valley of the End, one at Madara's statue, the other at Harashima's. Everyone. Naruto in his version 1 demon fox shroud with one tail. Even him. Sasuke in his cursed Mark II form, fully matured Sharingan spinning with power. Become silhouettes. The chaos of Valhalla that Etro tried so hard to contain now unleashed upon the world. You and I are now growing old. Kushina guarded as she engaged Tsunade in a taijutsu duel. Her rage visible as Tsunade had a look of reluctance, yet also a strong resolve within her eyes. There's some things that we can't protect and hold. Lightning proving herself an army of one as she single-handedly began decimate the shinobi forces by herself with just her blade. Don't let go. She leapt as she avoided Kakashi's Reikiri as she dashed for it with Kakashi was in pursuit. We both know. Guy activated 7 of the 8 gates as blue vapor surrounded him as he and Kakashi utilized one of their best techniques against the Master Lassie who smirked at the challenge. We'll never give it up. So many things we don't know. Odin and Esir charging, leaping as their blades clashed with Gamabunta and Jiraiya in sage mode as the two Eidolons were putting their lives on the line to protect their masters. We'll remember our journey home. Naruto and Sasuke clashed with blades, sparks dancing from sword and kunai as they tried to end each other. Everyone. Naruto in his demon fox shroud created the vermilion rasengan, the spiraling sphere humming with power. Even him. Sasuke in his level 2 form formed the Chidori lament, the cursed power changing the white chakra into black with the sounds of flapping wings replacing the sounds of chirping birds. Become silhouettes. They leapt from their positions, at the peak of their power as they unleashed their attacks, creating a sphere of explosive energy that shook the entire valley from the collision of powers. And one last time our shadows dance in the wind. Both combatants were heavily injured as they slowly walked towards each other and smiled, making the seal of reconciliation as they laughed. Like a leaf we'll all just float away. And then one of them broke the seal, falling forward dead. As the other one, eyes red from his own power, cried tears of blood as a new power awoke within him. Konoha. Buildings erupted in explosions as a figure flew into the air, screeching in rage as it was silhouetted in the moon's light with its 8 wings flapping in the wind. This was Vercingetorix, the Doom Herald, Lord of the Undying, Bane of Life. From the debris, another Seath in the form of a white 9-tailed fox came out and latched itself onto Vercingetorix and bit into the Undying's neck. This was Naruto, Storm, Uzumaki, Revolutionist and Lassie Legacy of Lightning. He was currently utilizing his Seath form to combat the final member of the Undying as this battle was meant to be finished as fast as possible before collateral damage became big. The fox Seath roared as it began wrapping its tails around the wings, restraining them as they began to fall and with a grunt of effort, tore those wings from the creature's back as Vercingetorix screamed out in utter pain as they slammed right into the pavement, creating a crater from the impact as Storm began to savagely rip into Vercingetorix's body with his claws. Bits and pieces of the Undying flying out of the crater as it quickly rotted away and turned to crystallized dust as Storm impaled his arm into Vercingetorix's Seath brand and pulled out the maleformed idolith from within, causing Vercingetorix to turn to crystal and shatter into numerous pieces as the fox's tail swayed in the moonlight as it unleashed a roar of triumph as it devoured the idolith and absorbed its power. The fox's form began to change as it stood upright and became more humanoid. In place of the fox a warrior stood there. Donned in a white coat made of chakra, he wore a black bodysuit as he had horns made of crystal on his head as the back of the coat had the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back and clawed gauntlets made of adamantine. Well, that's new. Storm muttered as he flexed his fingers as he dismissed the new form and donned his usual attire he wore throughout his time as a Lassie. At least you've kept the destruction to a minimum. Magatsu Arashi grumbled in pain. That's right, this is your last moment here. Storm mentally replied calmly. Yes King, I'm ceasing to exist now that you've controlled your Seath powers fully. I'm being reabsorbed into you and Frankie, I'm proud of you. You've become stronger by embracing darker powers yet managing to overcome my corruption and strong to erase me. There is nothing left for me to do. Farewell my king, you were worthy to rule. And with that, Magatsu Arashi, the dark aspect of Storm's Lassie powers faded away in his mind, this time, forever. Storm turned away and walked towards the gates of Konoha. His mission done, people will be investigating the scene, and he did not want to be involved with Konoha any more than necessary. Leaving soon, Yujiro Tonkachi spoke a familiar voice that naturally made Storm frown at the mere sound. Naturally, my business here is done, Tem. He replied as he turned to see Sasuke leaning on the wall with his arms across his chest. With that, Storm walked away, leaving Sasuke to his thoughts at the sight of his friend. It pained him to see his best and only friend descend into a dark path and becoming something to be feared. He knew that this was not his Naruto, but a cipher counterpart possessing his body if the entity Neon said was true. A Naruto who hated the world of shinobi, and vowed to destroy it. For a brief glimpse in his eyes told a different story, that even the loudmouth idiot was still alive and was trapped inside his own body. All he needed to do was find a way to save that knuckle-headed idiot and stop the revolutionist from ending this world. Time was coming to an end if he didn't succeed. Sound Village. I take it your mission was a success, my lord. Jaken asked as Storm calmly walked past his loyal vassal. Naturally, although the target has put up quite the fight before I slayed it. How's Lightning doing? He replied. Training the recruits, as usual, sire. Jaken replied as Storm nodded his head. Any news I should be aware of? The shinobi Lassie asked. Yes, the Fire Daimyo is requesting your presence for a conversation. The new cursed seals, or should I say, the Lassie seals are developing quite well and are almost ready for human testing. Jaken reported as Storm nodded his head. I see, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to rest. He told him as Jaken bowed his head and left. Storm quietly entered his room and locked it, weaving hand sign as he clasped his hands into the dragon hand sign. Soul Fission Jutsu. He whispered as a light escaped his body and took form of another Naruto, wearing an orange tracksuit and Konoha headband. Been a while. Naruto Uzumaki. Storm greeted, his gray eyes looking into the pained and angry blue eyes of the human counterpart. What do you want? He demanded, bitterness in his tone as Storm gestured him to take a seat, which he did. This is going to be a painful experience for you. The sight of losing those people you care for and being powerless to stop them. He began, the emptiness of his tone holding no emotion. You will hate me for this, and I know the experience of being powerless to stop those from taking away those you hold dear, so don't say I don't know. Because if things go according to plan, Konoha will fall. And if you wonder why, I'm aiming at the system, not the people. I will be humane, reason and convince them to surrender. I will only kill those who resist with lethal force. He told the boy as Naruto glared at his cipher other. What about the others? Kakashi-sensei, Haruka-sensei, the surviving rookies. He demanded. I'll spare you the pain of that and let those live. I'm aiming to subdue, not kill. Knowing whom we'll be fighting, it's obvious that those that hate you will be fighting first, and those that know and care about you will be the last to fall. If possible, I'll even spare Sasuke, out of the supposed bond we shared. Storm told him. Why are you doing this? Naruto asked weakly, as if he was trying to hold back tears as Storm rubbed his head like an older brother would. Don't worry, when I reset this world, this will be all a bad dream. I'll be gone, Neon's and the beast's influence on this world won't exist. The people who've died will be here, like nothing ever happened. He reassured him. This caused Naruto to look up at Storm, who smiled softly at the human counterpart. This sin is mine to bear, and I promise you I will fix this, even if it takes thousands of years to do so. You'll know happiness one day, so please wait a little longer. He told him, his once empty tone filled with a hint of comfort to it as Naruto looked down. I'll let Kushina know you're out so you can be with her. She's always happy to see you out and free. Go on, spend time with her, because a mother's love helps when you're down. They know things even if you're unaware of it. Storm smiled before turning and leaving the room, leaving Naruto to think what cipher Naruto was saying. He knew from faint glimpses of Cypher Naruto's memories that he wanted him to enjoy time with his mother, for Cypher Naruto had lost his and wanted to cherish those moments. In those brief moments he understood what he spoke about. With a small smile, Naruto left the room to find his mother, and spend actual quality time with her, because he won't know when it would be the last time he'll ever see her again. He will cherish those moments with his mother like Cypher Naruto did with his own. As Storm entered his personal chambers, he sensed something was wrong, there was someone else here. He began sensing the chakra, not Jugo's, not any of his surviving Uzumaki kin, not Suigetsu that's for sure, and definitely not Kabuto. Rin, what are you doing here? He asked as from the shadows, Rin walked in, a pink silk nightgown adorning her body as she looked at him. Naruto, I want to sleep with you. She told him as Storm blinked once. The nightmares still plague you? He asked as she nodded her head. He walked up to her and hugged her, giving the girl comfort. I know, the nightmares born of regrets and pain. He whispered in her ear, you regretted lots of things, but you can still atone, but not for the past, but for the future. He then made his way to his dresser and began changing as Rin looked at him. He was her lifeline, his very power is what sustains her existence from the deathblow she took years ago with Kakashi's jutsu, giving her an artificial heart that is linked to his very life force. She slowly over time saw the other Naruto and Cypher Naruto as two different individuals. One a child that reminded her of her best friend and teammate Obito Uchiha, the other one, a lonely king who walks alone in solitude against a threat too big to face alone. They both had hardships in their lives, and yet, the girl who was suspended in time was drawn to the king. He admitted he had many lovers in numerous lifetimes, but none were capable of fully healing the emotional pains in him. For now, this one time tonight, she would try to ease it. Again, lightning ordered as the trainees were sparring with each other, each with a determination and fire she saw within Naruto and Storm. She felt proud at the progress, and how Storm inspired these people to make a stand and change this world. It reminded her of her own defiance against the sanctum long ago when she was just a recently branded lassie. Unlike then, Storm was fighting to end a cycle of pain and suffering and the abuse of a power humans have arrogantly abused. The battles they've fought within the year had reflected on Storm's growth, and now, he was finally a master lassie. The plan was in motion, and all they had to do was prepare everyone for the oncoming chaos that will be unleashed upon the world itself. Valhalla. Tempest, the soul fission fragment of Cypher Naruto looked upon the empty throne of Etro, kneeling before it with his hand over his heart as he heard the goddess, gentle cries of sorrow as she knew what will become of the plan Storm had set in motion. Lady Etro, he began, a sad smile on his hidden face behind the visor of his helmet. I promise this sin that I will commit will be atoned for in time. The threat to this world will be postponed at the most. I know I will not be forgiven for my transgressions. But I can still give people hope. He finished as he felt the goddess, gentle spirit hugging him. Fire Daimyo's palace. Greetings my lord, Storm bowed, kneeling before the old feudal lord whose tired eyes looked worn and wise. The old ruler knew this child was something else. The grace in the way he walked, the manner he spoke, and the mere presence was more akin of a mighty ruler that people bow before in reverence. He remembered this child, the one in the Chunin exams who confronted the Jinchuriki of Suna and Wan, making the one-blood-30 child into a mighty protector of his village. Even his granddaughter had taken a liking to him when he appeared in one of the Princess Gale movies. Naruto Uzumaki, I've known you've been creating a revolution here in this world. The daimyo spoke, his tone strong and firm. I have seen how Kiri, Kumo, and Iwa have fallen, their villages dismantled and disgraced by your hands. Some ended with blood, some without lifting a finger to kill. Tell me child, why do you seek this revolution? The daimyo inquired. Storm raised his head towards the daimyo and looked at him evenly in the eyes. To end the arrogance and cruelty of shinobi. He answered. Have you forgotten the dark secrets many of the hidden villages have kept locked away that I've exposed? The things they would do if they had the chance. He asked as the daimyo recalled all of those dirty laundry this child has exposed and had in return, dismantled the villages. He's created power vacuums in the lands and if not for the samurai retaining order, chaos and war would break out. Even Konoha has its share of dirty laundry you would share with me I suppose. The daimyo inquired as Storm chuckled. Of course I do my lord. He answered. But I want to make the dismantling of this village to be as bloodless as possible. Because it was once your home. The daimyo asked as Storm shook his head. There are good people there. Just make a decree of Konoha's dismantling and let the innocent leave unharmed. Those who stay and defy. Storm trailed off as the daimyo nodded his head. Understood, so tell me child, what has Konoha hidden from me? The old ruler asked. I believe Hermes Mora will answer that for you. He answered as he presented the black book to the daimyo. Konoha. Shizune, call back all forces and reinforce the gates. Tsunade ordered, startling her assistant as she saw the lottery ticket in Tsunade's hand and widen in horror. She won, the ultimate jackpot. Civilians were being evacuated left and right by all forces into the emergency shelters. The fear and paranoia seeping into the air as the day was slowly turning into night. Deep in his own personal bunker with his root shinobi, Danzo frowned at the inevitable ruin of Konoha. He had sent many assassins to stop the accursed rogue Jinchuriki and while he proved useful in ending the other villages, making Konoha the strongest of them all. He was aiming to end Konoha's time in its prime himself. That he could not allow. He sacrificed many things, an arm, his right eye, and his own humanity to keep Konoha safe in the shadows. He accepted the role as a war hawk, but now, he was going to play the role as a protector of Konoha, as a shinobi of Konoha one last time. Sound Village. Storm looked at the scroll, the royal seal of the daimyo on it as he felt the spiritual weight of it in his hands. He glanced at the reformed village as many people were smiling and laughing. He remembered back in his cipher days, of when his own kingdom on a planet similar to Earth was like this when it first started out. This place will end in chaos unfortunately. If he had his emotions, he would regret doing all of this, but since he didn't, he won't regret it. He saw Rin scolding children sneaking sweets and recalled what happened last night and shook it off. He did not want to recall what a night it was thanks to her, and it made him wonder where the hell did she learn those tricks from and why did she choose him. He hoped the girl wasn't developing feelings for him after all this time. The way he is now won't be capable of recuperating with her feelings. Something that if he had his own emotions, would feel ashamed of. Rin was a nice girl, and deserved someone better than the likes of a monster like him. His hands are stained with too much blood to be allowed the right to love. As that was going on, Naruto sat with Kushina and Lightning as they conversed for one last time, knowing things will change for better or worse if Storm pulled it off. No matter how many times I want to reject the plan, I feel like I can believe he'll keep his word. Naruto told them as Lightning recalled the intel she got about the Maelstrom King. Because he's you in a sense. She guessed. No, because I think deep down, he cares for other incarnations of Naruto if he promises to help make things better in the long run. Naruto answered. Kushina nodded her head, recalling how Storm acted like the older brother to her son in the few times they've sparred with each other. He was more of a clan head looking out for his clan as he found several other members of the Uzumaki clan that had survived and had rescued from their fates of being used by others or in one case, almost eaten by an experimental summoning monster that went berserk. This was kind of partially what she wished Naruto had, a clan by his side to help him out with what he needed, but that was impossible then, and it was now possible thanks to Cypher Naruto. It made Kushina be lost in thought. She wondered how his twin sister was and how much she resembled in personality. Was the girl alright? Was she eating well? She's not being a playgirl and toying with hearts of boys for her own amusement. In the Historia Crux, one Shana Uzumaki sneezed as she was on her way to correcting yet another timeline. Afternoon. Karen, Hinoka, Kushina and Naruto sat in the briefing room as Storm walked in, a calm expression on his stoic face as he turned to them. This is our last battle, he spoke up after a moment of silence. The time for Konoha's end is coming, and I have one question, will you be there with me, or will you stand aside? I respect your choices, he told them as the four Uzumaki clan members were sitting in thought before Naruto spoke up. Well, I'm with you. Only because you promised to set things the way they were before any of this stuff Neon messed with happened and everyone who was gone will be back. Naruto answered as Kushina nodded her head. I'll follow the both of you, after all, you're both my sons in a sense you know. She smiled as Storm had a small smile on his face. You helped my mother when she needed it, and I intend to repay that favor by all means. Karen responded with a fiery resolve. Your family, and you helped save me and my fellow employees from getting eaten. I'm returning the favor by helping you to the best of my abilities. Hinoka replied with a gentle smile as Storm smiled at that. Thank you, when I reset this world. I'll make sure to have Kushina survive, and all of you having your memories regained when the time is right. That way, you can be together again in the next life. To be family, he told them as Naruto raised a hand. Will you be there? He asked as Storm was caught off by the question before shaking his head no. There's too much blood on my hands, I don't deserve to be part of a family. He replied, his tone dry as everyone flinched at the sense of guilt he had. They nearly forgot that Cypher Naruto's past was filled with blood and a guilty conscience lies within that emotionless warrior king. Listen Storm, Naruto began, gaining his Cypher counterpart's attention. No matter what you become, we'll always think of you as family and will be there for you, believe it. He said with a carefree smile and a thumbs up. He's right, fit or not, your family ya know. Kushina replied with a pumped fist as Karen and Hinoka joined in on the conversation. This surprised Cypher Naruto very much, and for the first time since he awakened in this world and lost the emotions he borrowed from Naruto, he gave them a genuine smile. From behind the door, Lightning smiled at the bonds they forged with each other, and inside she prayed to reunite with her friends again and go on one great adventure one last time. So, since this may be our last time together, I think a feast should be made, any requests? Storm asked. Ramen, Naruto called out laughing as everyone face-palmed and dropped their heads. Outskirts of Konoha evening. This is it everyone, are you ready? Storm called out as his Seath army, shinobi and samurai companions saluted him, signifying they're ready. Let's do this then Naruto. He spoke to the young boy who nodded his head as they bumped fists and became a single entity again known as Naruto, Storm, Uzumaki. He activated his Seath mode as the now human form took flight with wings made of energy as he hovered over all to see as he looked down at Konoha, the village the human other lived for 13 years of his life as he glared at it calmly. People of Konoha, I am Storm. By decree of the daimyo of Hai no Kuni, you are to surrender and cease all operations as a shinobi village. If you do not yield here and now, then it will be taken as an act of treason in the entire village, its history, and the people within will be liquidated, with prejudice. The gates did not open as guards lined the wall as Naruto noticed Sasuke standing there. I will have my friend back, and I won't let you destroy everything he believed in. Sasuke shouted as Naruto's eyes momentarily turned blue before turning gray again. Quote. You have until the red dawn rises before everything is destroyed. Come Sasuke, we'll have one last talk before it starts. Naruto told him as the Uchiha followed the flying warrior into the forests. With Naruto and Sasuke. You're actually going to do this, aren't you, bastard? Sasuke growled out as Naruto looked at him with sadness. I am, this is a path we both chose to make, he answered as Sasuke's eyes widened as he noticed one eye was blue while the other was gray and the emotion in that voice. Why you've actually agreed to do this Naruto? Sasuke asked, to both human and cipher incarnations as Naruto nodded his head. I do. We've walked separate paths Sasuke, and we both think of you as a brother, our bonds with each other will last even beyond death. But I'm afraid the leaves will burn, and even if we regret doing so, the future must be saved by this sin. Naruto replied as he looked at the Uchiha straight into the eyes. Embrace your hatred for me, Sasuke. Let that path you've chosen be the one to lead to the one you truly seek if you wish to fulfill that dream you've sought ever since that day. Naruto told him as he turned his back to him. Goodbye Sasuke, our days as shinobi of Konoha were fun while they lasted, but now they're over. Take care, he told him as he flew off as Sasuke gritted his teeth and clenched his fist in anger as the cursed seal of heaven pulsed ominously as he turned and retreated back to Konoha. Outskirts of Konoha. It is time, Naruto spoke as everyone nodded as he hovered in the sky, gaining the attention of all available Konoha shinobi who had weapons drawn and hand signs ready to be woven. The darkness of the night vanished as the sun was rinsing, its color was red, signifying a red dawn as all forces were aiming at Naruto's flying form. That was when hell was unleashed. The ground on Konoha's gates, walls, the very village itself began to collapse as if a massive sinkhole was below it as Naruto smiled darkly. Sasuke, even though we knew each other for 13 years, my hands have been stained in blood since the first life the moment I awoke in a lab. Your coming to face me now won't change anything at all, in fact, I welcome it. He began as he rested his head in his right hand. After all, we're friends aren't we? He asked with the word friend being used in a sarcastic way before laughing with malice and joy as the sounds of people's screams echoed in the background. This is what I've longed for ever since that day, Naruto mused, the destruction and loss of everything. That's right, destruction always comes before creation of peace. In order for that to come to be, the root of all evil must be destroyed and for that goal, even my own conscience must be cast aside. The only thing left is straight ahead. He stated as he looked down at the ruined village with a cruel smile that was fitting for a demon on his 14-year-old face. Now then. Chapter 47, An Overture of Chaos. His laughter echoed out wide and far as Konoha fell apart before him. His smile at the sight of his enemy's forces crumbling from this brutal case of cunning and strategy. His plan began with the Falciatamos tunneling beneath Konoha and then carving support pillars below that once destroyed, will cause Konoha to fall into a massive sinkhole. Then while surviving forces are confused and weakened, attack with his Seath forces as the Uzumaki girls cripple the seal barrier surrounding Konoha so they can't detect the number of forces. While that happened, he, Lightning, Kushina, and several others will take on the most dangerous of the ranks and secure victory with Tsunade and Hiruzen captured. All is going according to plan. My, this is unexpected. Neon noted with a frown as in the stasis tank, when Itachi Uchiha broke out and he looked at him. Good morning to you it was. He greeted. Look Itachi, I'm Neon, the guy that saved your life with advanced cybernetics beyond what ordinary humans can achieve at the moment, and you're still not halfway through the implant procedures. Neon explained as Itachi stumbled onto a monitor as his cybernetics were scanning through the data on what's happening to him. Sir, Storm has begun his assault on Konoha. A scientist ran in, screaming the words as Itachi's eyes widened in shock. Naruto oh. He screamed out in deranged anger as he fell to the ground twitching violently. Shit, he's suffering right now. Stabilize his vitals, place him in a coma and continue the implanting procedures. Neon frowned as he barked his orders. Konoha. Storm landed at the front of the ruined gates of Konoha, walking forward calmly as Naruto's feelings flowed through him. Memories of loneliness, anger, bitterness, joy, jealousy, and hope surged forward as Storm inwardly sighed at the conflicted feelings of the child. Peace young one, all are one in the end. Never give up Naruto, I will atone for this once everything is restored the way it should be. He felt Naruto's feelings subside as the boy's spirit rested as he began summoning the other paths to him. Willing it, Abel the Talons of Fang, Veritas the Radiant Hope, Kuritsugu the Sharp-Eyed Sniper, Snow Jr. the Unbreakable Ice Guardian, and Thanatos the Reaper. With him, Storm the Lightning's Bolt, the 6 paths of the Lassie have gathered at long last. You know what to do. He told his soul fission fragments as they nodded their heads, a bitter expression shared on all 6 faces as they marched forward to complete the task at hand. Lightning. Her Omega weapon shined in the darkness, streaks of black following it as blood danced in the air as bodies fell in a rhythmic passion. She was disappointed with these shinobi, they were born with this unnatural power and used it as a weapon. Typical of humans always wanting the bigger stick in power. Now she saw why Storm despised chakra. Humanity in this era were stuck in a stagnant past, a world of memories. They did not evolve, no new progress was made, no peace. They were condemning themselves to self-destruction, thus she saw from her visions of what has yet to pass. I should have known you'd be the one responsible for this. A male voice called out as Lightning slowly turned her head to see Kakashi, sharingan out and a serious expression on his face. It's been a while, Kakashi. Lightning greeted as the Sharingan warrior narrowed his eyes with hints of anger in them. Ever since you've appeared in his life, Naruto has never been the same. You did something to him, and I will make sure he's back to normal once you're gone. He told her, fingers flexing at his side as Lightning pointed her blade at him. You think you know Naruto? Have you seen the horrors he's endured? The madness that plagues his soul? The will of fire was snuffed out of his heart long ago. Did you even know of it beforehand? She shot back as Kakashi flinched at the subtle anger in her eyes. She had seen things that should never be known to mankind if she was this angry. You claim to be his teacher, the master that guides the pupil down the right path. Where were you when he needed you? You set him up to some guy just to teach him chakra control. What about refining his combat skills? His solid rock whenever he was down and needed a friend. She demanded as Kakashi felt an arrow pierce him as he took a step back. You may have helped with his element training, but in the very end, you left him behind with a godfather that hasn't done much for him besides learning Jujutsu. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Remember those exact words, Kakashi Hatake. The words were cutting him deep down. Naruto was a late bloomer, his real talents were beginning to show themselves, besides, Jiraiya was the one training him, wanting to make up for lost time. Things were showing promise for the hopeful genin until that incident in the ravine. He hadn't become the same boy after he met Lightning, she was the source of all of this. True, I may be worse than trash, but I'd be far worse if I didn't at least try to save him from the likes of you. Kakashi snarled as he charged with his Raikiri as Lightning used a spark strike to clash with the jutsu as a shockwave of electricity surged the area. Then were in agreement, as his teachers, were both trying to do things for the good for him. But sadly, only one teacher must be left standing. She replied with a firm resolve as they broke the deadlock and skid back. Dynamic entry. Lightning quickly ducked to avoid Guy's entrance as Kakashi looked surprised at his rival's appearance. Kakashi, my eternal rival, you'd think I'd let you take this adversary alone now? Guy asked with a cheeky smile before turning serious as he looked over his shoulder to look at Lightning. She's something else, Guy, you won't stand a chance against her. Kakashi reasoned as Guy smirked. Not alone, but together while using our strongest forms will we have a chance. Lightning narrowed her eyes as she noticed Guy's skin turn red in the blue vapor and a sudden release of chakra. She activated Libra and her eyes widened in surprise at the release of 7 of the gates opened at once, the enhancements to all of his parameters and a warning to avoid a very powerful attack. It would normally make normal warriors feel unnerved by such power, but this was Lightning Farron, soldier from Cocoon, Master Lassie, a defier of fate, and one who does not bow to godlike entities. She would not falter here, she will fight with everything she had. With that, she began moving forward, unyielding and fearless against 2 of Konoha's mightiest Jonin as the 3 charged at each other knowing that only one side will be left standing. Veritas jumped in time to avoid the shadow as he eyed Shikamaru and Ino in position. Please don't do this, for what remains of the bond we shared I don't want to kill you guys. The Lassie of Hope begged as Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. How do we know we won't end up like Choji? He demanded as his shadows began stretching again, only to be repelled by Verita's spells. He's alive at least. Did you prefer him dead? He calmly asked as Ino smirked as her hand sign was in position. Mind transfer jutsu, she exclaimed as Veritas felt an unwelcome presence invade him. Ino, you're going to regret going into my mind. He shook his head as the girl's body slumped to the ground as he looked at Shikamaru blankly. Ino, are you in? The serious Nara asked as Veritas blinked. Ouch, she just had to meet the residue of Magatsu Arashi. He winced as Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock at the Lassie's apparent immunity to Ino's technique. Rule number 1 when possessing someone, make sure there's nothing else inhabiting the host, which includes Jinchuriki, humans possessed by demons, and also symbiotic lifeforms. Veritas chided with his hands on his hips and a shake of his head as Shikamaru's eyes widened with a dark realization. No, Ino is. Oh no, she's still alive, but the resident malice residing within is still capable of doing inappropriate things we wish didn't happen. Veritas admitted sheepishly as his cheeks turned a little red. Shikamaru's brain processed what he said and the blushing and could only image what the blonde girl was enduring inside the knucklehead's damaged mind. You troublesome blondes. He face-palmed exasperated. Oh come on kid, don't, Cha got some new tricks that'll impress little ol' me. Abel grinned as Kiba growled with slitted pupils as Akamaru's red fur turned back into its usual white. Damn it, I've trained myself to do better than during the preliminaries, but the difference between our abilities is still that far off. He shouted furiously as Abel laughed it off. Relax mate, I'm a late bloomer. The ones that make him so-called prodigies look pathetic once the effort kicks in. He answered as Kiba's eyes widened in realization at the term. Prodigies were natural geniuses that were different in skill and talent than the rest. Kiba was within average potential, but the most dangerous were late bloomer shinobi. His mother Sume taught him of this when Naruto defeated him in the Chunin exams a year ago. Late bloomers were the weakest at the start, but if one were to diligently train them with enough effort, the end results at their prime will be the strongest shinobi that'll make prodigies look second-rate material. In other words, Naruto was a late bloomer that will without a doubt surpass even Sasuke, since he already defeated Neji, the previous genius before their generation. A sense of dread was swelling in him as he recalled this version of Naruto and the presence he had. He was wisecrack for sure, but that hides the talons he hides. Abel turned his head to the side to see Shino collapse with utter exhaustion as Thanatos rested his foot on his opponent's back. Last chance Kiba, surrender and live, or death. The lycée student of Veni told the Inuzuka, please, for Hinata's sake as her treasured friends, don't throw your lives away. Abel added as Kiba gulped as he knew he and Akamaru were out of options against these two. And knowing that Hinata wouldn't want her friends to suffer, raised his arms up in surrender for his late teammate and friend. You know, I always wanted to be a hero when I was a kid. Snow Jr. admitted as he sat side to side with an unconscious Rock Lee. I always wanted to make people look up and admire me, to look at me as a somebody instead of a something. In my continued deaths and rebirths, I learned that heroes are never alone, they have friends and loved ones that continuously support us no matter what odds are against them. Me, my family is mostly gone, I view people that think of me as a friend as mere acquaintances and those who love me as people trying to know the real me. Until I heard Hinata's confessions, did I truly understand that those girls in previous lives truly did love me, an idiot who's done horrible things in his life, and wished to help him get back on his feet. He continued as he had a weak laugh. Wish I had my own heart, so that way, I could convey those lost feelings to those who probably were real bonds. He sighed as he looked to see Kuritsugu pointing his finger in a gun-like fashion at half-conscious Tenten with a deadpan expression. Bang, he told her with a fake shot as the weapon's user fell unconscious from her exhaustion. Seals are down, they won't find the amount of intruders in Konoha. Hinoka told them as Karen narrowed her eyes. We've got company at 8 o'clock, 400 kilometers. Let's book it. Hiruzen and Tsunade stood on top of the Hokage monument, witnessing the chaos within Konoha as a pained expression was on their face as a single pair of footsteps walked towards them. You know, I had always thought Konoha as my home even now. It pains me to see it being destroyed like this, all the work Minato had in hopes of making this a peaceful world only to end up in ruins because of the policies of the Nidaime, and the shinobi system itself. Kushina spoke as the two-cage turned to her. Kushina, if this place is truly your home, how come you haven't stopped your son from doing this? Hiruzen asked, his voice weary and exhausted as Kushina's red hair fluttered ever so gently in the wind. Because Cypher Naruto wants to correct the errors in this world. If the world keeps going on as it is with that thing still out there, then humanity itself will perish to that terrible evil. She answered as Tsunade narrowed her eyes as tears were on the verge of escaping. What was it that Kushina saw? What horrid nightmare has this world come to? I admit, I did not expect to suffer amnesia when Deus killed me, or even survive to actually be reborn. Kushina admitted, causing the two to blink at the statement. I was trapped in an infinite loop of deaths and rebirths as Kushina Uzumaki until my son came into this world. His presence awakened me from my death-induced amnesia when I heard his story as a cipher. Even now he thinks I'm still dead, but I'm going to remedy that and make sure he doesn't stick another toe out of line once he's back to normal. The words coming out of her lips disturbed the two Kage as they recalled Neon's tale of Cypher Naruto. There is one that even the gods fear, Cypher Kushina Uzumaki. She alone was one of the few ciphers that could rival primordial gods in their prime and the one who spawned Cypher Naruto and his twin Shana. They were the most feared trinity, and despite the twins' powers capable of defeating even me, Cypher Kushina alone had the absolute power over their very lives that without a doubt, made them fear her above all. Be very afraid of your mother, for she bore life to create you, and with that right, has the power to unmake you. Is an old saying. Cypher Kushina has the power to undo the life of her own children, a detail that made them fear her anger the most. But fortunately, she loved her children and never was that angry to abuse such power. When she lost her life, her son went on an unholy rampage, his love turned to hate, and a new cycle of war began once again. His sister tried to quell his wrath and the two have battled fiercely throughout their cycles of birth, death, and rebirths that caused the very planets they lived on to take up new shapes. Only Cypher Kushina could end it, but alas, the Soul Empress lies dead, and the father, the Thunder Lord, long since missing. The world laments of how the actions of an arrogant being, dooming everything as two children orphaned by Deus are cursed with fighting each other till the end of time. The very revelation that Cypher Kushina, the mythological Soul Empress, lives and was in front of them, gave a cold sweat down their faces as Kushina flexed her neck. I've gotten a bit rusty since my time in amnesia. Care to be my sparring partners? Kushina asked with a grin as Tsunade stepped forward. I want to make a bet, Tsunade stated, surprising the redhead as she saw the resolve in the Sannin's eyes. If I beat you, you'll stop Naruto and make sure he does not harm anyone again. She told Kushina, who blinked at that. Then if I win, you'll teach my daughter, Shana Uzumaki, everything you know. This made Tsunade blink at that. The price of stopping her son was teaching her daughter everything she knew as a medic ninja. Then again, the tale recounts Shana trying to stop her brother, and in a sense, would give her a fighting edge against her brother. But there was one main problem. How am I supposed to teach her if she's in a different timeline if that was true? She asked as Kushina merely gave one of her trademark grins. This caused the blonde to face palm, forgetting what kind of entity she's betting with. I take that as a deal. Kushina asked as Tsunade looked up, the yin seal undone as markings began adorning her skin. I'm betting everything on the line here, so I'm not holding back. Tsunade roared as she charged forward towards her opponent. Sensei, help Jiraiya, keep Naruto busy. She ordered him as her fist slammed against Kushina's open palm as a shockwave tore into the earth itself. Sasuke. This is bad, Sasuke noted grimly as he noticed the Seath hordes taking down shinobi after shinobi without tire as their unearthly screeches chilled them to the bone. He had already taken his 13th kill, but they keep coming relentlessly and without number. They were swarming and killing no matter how many they took down, and the fighting moral was falling badly at the moment. He charged his Chidori, his Sharingan spinning wildly as Sasuke roared defiantly, charging in like a madman as his defiant will kept him from falling. Storm. You disappoint me, Naruto, Jiraiya stated as Storm calmly looked at the Toad Sage. If you're referring to the child of prophecy, then I'm doing my job. Storm replied as Jiraiya shook his head. You were supposed to bring peace to the land, not destroy it. He shouted as Naruto merely shook his head. You deluded fool, the prophecy stated that this child would either bring peace or destruction upon the world, and I think I'm doing a good job at that. Doing the latter, of course. He mused as Jiraiya had a serious expression on his face. You had a hand in doing this to me, in turning me into what I've become. Storm told him as Jiraiya lowered his head down in shame. You're different than Cypher Jiraiya at least. Storm spoke up, surprising Jiraiya with what randomness he spoke. You see, in one of my old lives before this one I inhabited, he betrayed me when I trusted him the most, sold me out, and had my family killed. Then I knew that peace he spoke of came from the destruction of the world. What? Jiraiya asked, horrified at the delusions and madness his godson was speaking of. There are many concepts of peace, and I came to a conclusion when I saw the future of mankind. You see, when people learned that the end of the world was coming, people feared it, and at the same time embraced it. To the latter, mankind's destruction is its salvation. No longer will they be bound by earthly attachments, and will transcend beyond death. This future shown to me realized that humanity as a whole will find peace if they are not bound by mortal desires. That is the mission Cypher Jiraiya gave me. Storm told him as Jiraiya shook his head and snarled at him. I don't think he approved of genocide. He retorted. No. Storm replied, a ghost of a smile on his face as he drew his idolith. This is peace of our time. He stated as Odin Esir landed beside his master. Jiraiya bit his thumb and quickly went through his hand signs as he summoned Gamabunta. Esir, take care of him, and no killing, he's a good friend. Storm told the Eidolon as Esir nodded his head and charged at the chief toad as their mighty blades clashed. As they did so, Storm noticed Jiraiya's face, and how, toad-like it was as two elderly toads, Ma and Pa were on his shoulders as he narrowed his eyes. Sennin mode, he muttered quietly as he activated his Seath mode as the two clashed with their respective rasengans. He grinned with bloodlust seeping out of his body as their techniques raged against each other. This isn't the first time we've fought, Yano. Especially since you used it in our last battle in Konoha lifetimes ago. He spoke as Jiraiya's eyes widened as his Senjutsu-empowered Rasengan was pushed by the magic-infused Rasengan. He crashed through several buildings as Storm calmly walked towards where Jiraiya was sent flying, only to quickly dodge the adamantine staff wielded by Hiruzen. Old man, shouldn't you be busy with Kushina? He asked as Hiruzen growled at the boy. I'm sure Tsunade can handle the Soul Empress by herself. He replied coldly as Storm narrowed his eyes. You dare call her? Storm froze as he turned towards the Hokage monument and felt it. That chakra that made his spine run with chills, that heavy rock in the pit of his stomach, only one person could do that, and the anxiety of hope filling his heart. Mom, she's alive. He asked. He couldn't believe it. She couldn't be after what Deus did to her. He saw her heart ripped out right in front of him, the very core of her power torn right out of her body and rendering her a corpse as her soul faded into a faded husk of its former self. Before he had more time to ponder, a Rasengan Cortesti of Jiraiya slammed him into 3 buildings before he crashed at the 4th building. Okay, my bad for being caught off guard. Storm mused as he patted his shoulder, knocking off the dust as Jiraiya and Hiruzen narrowed their eyes as they noticed the attack didn't even leave a scratch on him. Well, not going out on you since you did so is insulting, I should do so as well. Storm mused as the 2 old men had a bad chill down their spine as Storm's smile was the source of it as his eyes turned red and slitted. Ready, Kurama? He asked as chakra enveloped him as the roar of the nightmare from nearly 14 years ago filled the night air. Lightning. Kakashi and Guy froze at the presence of the chakra and the accompanied roar that shook the village. Every available shinobi of Konoha looked to the source as it casted its massive shadow over the village, and their hearts were refilled with the fear of that day once again. It's the Kyuubi. One screamed as the legendary beast began its rampage once again. Impossible, the fox is released. Kakashi, I thought the Yondaime's seal kept the fox locked away. Guy called out in shock as said Jonin was frozen in despair. No, the only way the fox is released is if the willpower of the vessel is, Gurk. Kakashi felt something warm running down his chest and looked down to see his own chest impaled as blood was dripping down it as the edge of Lightning's weapon showed who was responsible for the crime. You're wrong, Naruto and the fox have developed a bond and he has mastered unity with it. They're working together, just like Minato intended in the beginning. She told him as she drew her blade out of him. Kakashi staggered, slowly trying to walk towards where the fox was rampaging, his hand outstretched as he tried to call out to Naruto one last time before falling forward dead. Guy was left in a state of shock, only for pure and utter anger envelope him as he thrusted his right thumb right into his chest as the blue vapor turned red as autumn leaves. 8 inner gates formation, he roared out as an explosive shockwave from the release shook the village. Lightning gritted her teeth as she felt the power saturate the air as the Libra spell told her that this was a very suicidal battle in her current state. He was going to die from it and will make this battle a defeat on Naruto's part until he expires. All she needs to do is stall for time. Time to up the stakes, she said as she swung her blade as her appearance changed. She donned the armor she wore as the Knight of Etro as her trusty gunblade overture was summoned in place of Omega weapon. Come and die, she taunted with a, come here, gesture as Guy charged at her. She raised her shield in time as it blocked the incoming fist as another shockwave erupted from the collision as Konoha was shaken to its core as an explosion of dust kicked up into the air. Kurama roared, firing a tailed beast bomb at the coordinated area as it decimated the refuge for the civilians as he saw the numerous little lights escape from the area he destroyed as he saw the faint glow of Etro's gate appearing over Konoha. He saw the 2 Eidolons facing off against his old acquaintance Gamabunta and decided to settle an old score with the toad. Leaping high into the air, he curled himself up into a ball and descended, crashing on top of the toad before unfurling and snarling at the chief toad. Remember me, punk. Kurama growled as Odin and Esir looked at each other and nodded, leaping away as they went to aid their respective masters. Hiruzen grunted as he sat upright and coughed up some dust as he saw Storm flying away. He saw Jiraiya coughing as he stood up and his eyes widened at the sight of Kyuubi unleashed. We need to seal the fox away again. If we don't stop it, Konoha will be. Jiraiya panted out as everyone heard bell chiming ominously in the air as the gates of Etro manifested themselves as an ominous black cloud began spewing out of it. Kushina sighed as Tsunade held her dislocated shoulder as she saw the gateway open as the chaos of Valhalla began clawing away at the world. Looks like you've lost in more than just the fight, she said sadly as Tsunade's eyes were on the verge of tears. I've won, now I'll send you to my daughter. She can give you the edge against my son, but she needs help mastering her newfound abilities as a shinobi. Kushina told the slug princess as she held her hand up as if aiming a spell. Please, help save my son, she begged, and Tsunade saw the desperation and despair in those eyes, and her heart softened. Very well, send me to her and I'll make sure she's strong enough to stop Naruto, she replied with a resolved tone as Kushina smiled. Thank you, her name is Shayna and she is the splitting image of me. Shouldn't be hard to find. Take care, she replied with hope in her voice as she began her spell as the chaos consumed them both as it began spreading over Konoha. Outskirts of Konoha. Storm marveled at the sight of Konoha being swallowed up by the chaos as he sensed Kurama rejoin him as he took in sight of Esir rejoining him as Lightning and Guy were in a deadlock when the chaos swallowed them. She will be fine, Lady Etro will guide her through it. Now that Konoha is done for. And explosion of a portal opening up startled the revolutionist as a giant ghostly Tengu warrior composed of chakra flew before him, and in the center of the jewel adorning the forehead was. All hail Britannia! Exclaimed the one and only Itachi Uchiha as Storm took note that said Uchiha had cybernetic implants that probably belonged to said kingdom that was modified onto the man's body. Neon, you bastard, deciding to make yourself known. Naruto, is that you? What evil, such misfortune. Is that really you, Orange-kun? Storm asked, disturbed at how unusual and out of character Itachi was acting. His question, however, causing Itachi to stammer as if that insulting nickname he was given was a hot button. I beseech you, he prayed as he calmly glared at Storm with both Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. I'm begging you, please die, he said in his usual calm manner, and Storm instantly knew fighting that technique was bad in current form. Esir, Armor Gestalt Mode. He called out as he flew to his summon as the giant warrior's body began restructuring as he slid into it, becoming encased in armor as the chakra entity collided with him, sending both of them sky high. I shall rid the world of its enemies, yes. All hail Britannia, Itachi exclaimed wildly. Damn it, you bastard, stay out of my way. Storm growled. Naruto ooh, Itachi bellowed in blind rage. They ascended higher into the sky as the chaos swallowed them, and any who bore witness claimed the sky was raining fire and thunder as meteors of crystal descended from above and rained onto the earth below. Unaware though of below, Sasuke Uchiha made his way to one possible location that Neon predicted, intending to get answers from his friend once and for all. Valley of the End. Storm descended upon the head of Madara's statue as he breathed calmly, reverting to his normal form as the power was worn out. Naruto's soul was acting up again and he was doing his best to soothe the child's anxiety. It was an ugly mess and he was exhausted from that battle against Itachi and his complete body Susanoo. He fought that form in one lifetime to remember not to face it when not in peak shape. The plan was complete though, enough lives were lost to cause the gates of Etro to appear and cause the chaos to flow out freely. Now all that was left was to hold it, knucklehead. Storm inwardly cursed as he turned to see standing on the opposite statue's head, Sasuke Uchiha. Storm doubled over as he opened his turtleneck shirt and saw the lassie brand slowly opening its eye as he growled in anger. Determined to stop me, Uchiha. He growled out as his now glowing red eyes glared at Sasuke's dark eyes. Naruto, why? Sasuke demanded, pain in his voice as Storm looked at him coldly. Silence, Sasuke. Storm ordered him. He had an act to keep up. Letting Naruto's emotions overwhelm the mask of indifference and of a madman will ruin what he must do. I will fulfill my duties as cipher and rid of this cursed existence in every person using chakra. I shall return this world to ash and save it, destroying this so-called bond we have. I will sever these links once and for all, for I am. He paused as the eye of the lassie brand opened up as black crystal began covering his left arm, torso and face like armor. A destroyer of worlds. He finished as his left hand began to be coated in white lightning as the sound of 1,000 birds echoed the valley. Sasuke widened his eyes at the fact he knew the jutsu, but decided to retaliate with a jutsu that Naruto knew. Holding his right hand out, he gathered chakra as it took shape and spiraled into a raging storm in his hand as both opponents glared at each other as the two charged at each other. Sasuke. Storm bellowed as his seethed powers began corrupting the Chidori into a blood-red color and the sound of hawks. Naruto. Sasuke cried out as they clashed with their Chidori and Rasengan respectively, unleashing a destructive force of energy that blew each other back as Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Fire Style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke shouted as he exhaled a massive ball of flames as Storm drew upon his magic. Watera. He countered as the massive sphere of water clashed with its bitter rival as steam engulfed the area. Storm ducked under a kick, swiftly bringing in a punch that Sasuke blocked with his arms. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he twisted midair and delivered an axe kick which made its mark known as Storm's head was moving down from the impact. Not losing momentum, Sasuke spun his body to make a side kick only for Storm to speak one word. Protect. A green barrier erupted before him and blocked the kick, and Sasuke compared it as if kicking a concrete wall, which meant it really hurts as he gathered distance from his opponent. He can't maintain the barrier for a long time. He'll have to recast it once it wears off, and there's a time lapse when he switches between his fighting tactics. Those few seconds are all I need to change this around, Sasuke thought as he recalled the drawbacks on Storm's paradigm shifts. He noticed that Storm had a blue aura this time and knew he had to either keep a good distance or go in close range. He was going to use his magic, and most of it is mainly long range, and he took notice that he doesn't have any of his blades out, or rather, how Storm lacks them. What's wrong, Naruto, out of swords already? Sasuke taunted as Storm narrowed his eyes. I think I shall correct that, nay. he asked, a tone of solemnness in it that caused Sasuke to stay on alert as he noticed a strange energy in the air that was definitely not chakra. I am the spirit of the blade. Sasuke's eyes widened as he recalled Naruto using something similar against Orochimaru and the Mizukage Yagura, but the line was completely different and something felt off by a large margin. Not blinking, Sasuke dodged the sudden incoming projectiles out of nowhere as numerous blades pierced Harishima's statue. What the fuck? Sasuke exclaimed in shock as he heard Storm chuckle. Ah, first time seeing me use my old Abelites Too bad I wasted Fabula Nova Crystallis against Itachi earlier. Bastard took both of my summons and that reality marble before he ran out of chakra. He got away scot-free, but not you. At the mention of his brother still alive, Sasuke glared at him. While he may have forgiven Itachi for that, he would not allow not even his best friend for trying to kill him. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. He shouted as he ran through the hand signs. But he didn't aim the technique at Storm, he fired it directly into the sky as the clouds gathered and the sky darkened. Sasuke, you aren't going to use that technique, are you? Storm asked, a small bead of sweat dripping down his cheek. Not only did you destroy my home, you tried to kill my brother, but you tried to destroy this entire world in your sick dreams. Your very existence was a mistake. Sasuke growled out as Storm's eyes widened at the worlds. Your very existence is a mistake. He recalled Cypher Sasuke saying that long ago, and it stung in the worst way possible for him. Storm was now seeing red. I'll do the world a favor and rid it of you. Sasuke snarled as he manifested Chidori and held it up high as the lightning above. Iron is my flesh, and glass is my heart. Sasuke. Storm snarled, thousands of blades created by his powers projected upon the world taking aim and firing at Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke roared as he brought his hand down, the Kirin taking form in the sky and roaring at Storm as it descended towards its victim. The arrow of swords and the descending beast of thunder charged at their intended targets, as watching from above, a different Naruto from another dimension by the name Highwind, watched the battle with the lance of Longius that Neon had entrusted him. Shell. Storm called out as a purple barrier erupted in the nick of time as the Kirin clashed with the spell, destroying it to Storm's shock as the lightning enveloped him as the valley shook from the strength of the attack as a crater was formed and was rapidly being filled with water. Sasuke had dodged all the incoming projectiles thanks to the foresight of the Sharingan as he panted from the usage of such a technique. Done, it's finally over. He grunted as he leaned against a wall. I have crafted over thousands of blades. Is this the death you've envisioned for me? A voice asked as Sasuke's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he looked up to see Storm rise up from the water, his clothes damaged greatly as his wounds were rapidly healing while a shroud of red chakra in the shape of a fox was wrapped around him. The Kyuubi, Sasuke growled, nearly forgetting his teammate was a Jinchuriki, and had access to a great deal of power. Ready for round 2, Tem. Storm taunted as Sasuke sighed and growled. Willing it, the cursed seal of heaven that Orochimaru had given him a year ago began to glow and travel across his body, and this time darkening his skin, a star-shaped mark appearing on his nose, his sclera turned black as his hair grew longer and his hair turned dark blue. 2 webbed claws erupted from his back, acting as a pair of wings that flexed. I won't lose, Sasuke declared as the 2 opponents charged at each other. They traded blows with each other, foregoing their use of ninjutsu and magic as they relied on enhanced physical proneness to overcome each other. Each blow more painful by the second as a blow in the jaw caused Storm to spit out a tooth as he slammed a fist into Sasuke's chest, breaking a rib or two with an audible snap. They were on their last legs as they panted with exhaustion as they delivered one more blow to each other, knocking them back against the feet of the statues. Sasuke on Madara's side, and Storm on Harishima's. Enough. Let's finish this, Sasuke. Storm called out as he held his right arm out and started gathering chakra. Likewise. Sasuke agreed as he began flipping through hand signs and summoned his Chidori, which darkened with the power of the second stage Cursed Seal. Cursed Power, Chidori Lament. Sasuke announced as he saw Storm's Rasengan form with the mixture of his own and of his tailed beast. Sealed Power, Vermilion Rasengan. The blonde growled out. The Sharingan eyes bore into the demonic red eyes as there was resolve in both pairs of eyes of their respective owners as they leapt forward with their jutsu charged as they soared in the air. Chidori, Rasengan. The world shook from the clashing powers as it tore the very waterfall itself from the force as the death match reached its conclusion. Sasuke looked down, seeing his own chest pierced by Storm's claws as his once demonic red eyes were now the very same blue he remembered. Sasuke. The boy began, and Sasuke realized whom it was now. Finally took control Naruto. Sasuke gritted out as Naruto looked like he was in anguish. Cypher Naruto wanted me to have a final conversation with you. He knew how important our friendship was and wanted me to talk to you one last time. He answered as Sasuke coughed up a laugh. Looks like he does care. Believe it or not, I thought of him as a brother. An aloof one that still cares kind of brother. Sasuke laughed weakly while grunting in pain. Yeah, he is like a big brother to us. Naruto replied, recalling how much Cypher Naruto did for him and Sasuke time to time even when they were enemies and allies on certain occasions. I nearly forgot. Sasuke mused weakly, I never did give you your birthday gifts last year. He told him as Naruto was confused at what he was saying. Cypher Naruto, can you do the same thing you did to Hinata for me? Reincarnate my soul, and acquire my eyes as well. Naruto widened his eyes as he felt Cypher Naruto's shock at such a request as the lone Uchiha wrapped his arm around his friend's body in a one-armed hug. I wanted to help you just like Sakura, Hinata and Neji did. Please, take my power and use it for the betterment of the world. Let me see what the world is in your eyes. Help Naruto become stronger, and one day, be the Hokage. I know he'll be. Naruto realized that life was fading from Sasuke's body as he desperate tried to convince Sasuke to hang in there. Please, do it, let me help both of my brothers out, just this once. Sasuke requested faintly as Naruto gritted his teeth as his eyes began to tear up. Cypher Naruto was upset with the request as well and knew refusing it would be insulting Sasuke, the one who cared for the two Narutos. Thank you Sasuke, for being my friend, rival, and my brother. Naruto replied as Sasuke smiled in relief as he reverted back to his normal self as Cypher Naruto began absorbing Sasuke's soul as it willingly flowed to him. Their eyes burnt from the onslaught of memories and feelings Sasuke had, and it tore them both to know that deep down beneath his emo boy mask and cold indifference, he truly cared for them both as a brother in all but blood. They both couldn't hold it in, and in a moment of union, they cried in one body. Their tears turned into blood as the Sharingan manifested in their eyes, quickly accelerating towards their third stage before transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan as their cries of anguish echoed in the air as rain fell upon the valley. That was then, Highwind made his way down, to finish the predestined event Cypher Naruto foresaw a year ago. The death of Naruto. Chapter 48, Epilogue, The Changing Tides. Lightning gazed upon Storm's crystallized form on Etro's throne, the lance of Longius piercing his lassie brand as the figure slept in crystal stasis. She carried his lifeless body and rested it upon the throne herself. She heard Etro's laments as Lionheart, a spiritual replica of Cypher Naruto created in case of emergency, walked in. His calm demeanor was that of assurance as he looked at his former self's condition. It's been a few months since he died using that gamble with Highwind. His soul is in the void, barely there. He spoke up as Lightning turned to him. Is there anything we can do to help him? She asked as Lionheart shook his head no. He needs a miracle, one that will come to pass soon. Lionheart answered cryptically as he turned to leave. Do you like songs, master? He asked as Lightning nodded her head slightly. I guess then this song will do you good. I'm not sure how I know of it, but I'm sure I learned it in a forgotten life. He told her as she stood at the balcony as Lionheart cleared his throat and began to sing. You are the ocean's gray waves, destined to seek life beyond the shore just out of reach. Yet, the waters ever change. Flowing like time, the path is yours to climb. In endless dreams. Lightning looked at the crystal form of Storm, finding it fitting how he sleeps in countless dreams as a spirit, unable to awake from his sleep ever again. Countless realms collide. The words caused something within her to feel uneven, as she recalled how various incarnations of the boy named Naruto Uzumaki now clash against each other, all vying to obtain control of the power of Cypher that Storm has. Could it be that this song is? Hope falls only to rise like the changing tide. But all dreams come to an end. Just whispers on the wind. Can it be, this song is a prophecy? A prophecy foretelling of what is coming to pass. Could it be that since they were out of hope right now, did it mean it will rise again when they needed it the most? Sing with me one last time. For light's sacrifice. Endless dawn came but not without a price. Lightning felt a chill down her spine when she heard those lines, it sounded sad. It didn't take much to figure out there was a parting now. What she theorized, that at the end, Lightning and her friends departed, separated from both Naruto and Cypher Naruto, their two newest friends once the world was restored to the way it was. Lost in the waves, there is a pale blue stone. I think of you all alone. Hearing those, she pulled out the blue crystal she remembered Storm gave her. In it was the feelings of the human Naruto Uzumaki he inhabited. The boy whose body he's borrowed, had developed feelings for her, and she did not give him the answers in their short time together. But Cypher Naruto made it to remember the child Naruto by when Cypher Naruto's work is done. You are the ocean's gray waves, destined to seek life beyond the just out of reach. Yet, the waters ever change. Flowing like time, the path is yours to climb. You are the ocean's gray waves. She clenched the stone in her hand, promising to remember the two versions of Naruto Uzumaki she had befriended and crafted a special bond with. She knew that one day, they'll be back. Until then, she will fight to protect this crumbling world, with everything she's got. The void. Cypher Naruto floated in the vast emptiness, sensing everything around him in utter agony as it felt like an eternity of suffering as he felt his body turn numb. He heard them, the screams of terror and despair as worlds in the multiverse that were connected to the person known as Naruto Uzumaki, threatening to fade away, doomed to utter oblivion, and forgotten to all. Damn it all to hell, Highwind, we've condemned the worlds to fall apart, and we didn't even know until it was too late. He thought bitterly as he weakly held his arm out into the void, towards the condemned worlds unseen. Willing it, he channeled what little of his remaining power to stall for some time. Slightly content, he went limp as he felt the void starting to devour his body in a slow and agonizing pace. He accepted his fate to fade into oblivion, but deep in his heart, he prayed for a miracle so he could atone, and set things right. If a god had taken pity on him, he felt a tug on his fading soul as he opened his eyes. He knew this feeling, it was a summoning for a heroic spirit, originating from a mixed universe of the Naruverse and the Nasuverse. Why? There was no world that exists in one of the mixed universes that hold him in a legend to be worthy of a summon as a heroic spirit. Yet, there it was, and a strong catalyst by the person's own existence no less as the source. He had no reason at first to accept the call, only to see two souls to fly to him. He knew their faces well enough. They were the Minato and Kushina of that world, and even without saying a word, their eyes begged him to look after their child. He began to compare which is worse, babysitting a child till he or she is probably Hokage, or suffer an agony like no other till his soul was gone. He thought for a moment when he felt a dark presence in that world, an all too familiar stench of a god he loathed to his very core was there. Fine, he'll kill two birds with one stone, regain his strength and return to the world he died in to save it and the bonds he made there. His soul was restored to its prime as he donned a mask and cloak to conceal his being and identity as he was pulled into the world, heeding the call. As he materialized, he knelt before the person in front of him and his lips moved. "Servant Cypher has heeded your call. I inquire, art thou my master?" he asked, his eyes from behind the mask, looking at the young Naruto Uzumaki clinging onto a familiar holy sword as she looked at him with awe. Beneath the moonlight of the full moon, a new contract between a legend and an aspired child was forged.